It has been 3 years since this guy crossed over into the cultivation world, yet he still hasn't gotten any kind of overpowered cheat system. To make matters worse, that bastard Great Elder framed him and tossed him into an abandoned manor, completely surrounded by bloodthirsty monster beasts. Zhang Fan could only pray silently that the monster beasts wouldn't catch up to him, but, of course, the exact thing he dreaded the most just had to happen. Because right after that, a low, menacing growl suddenly echoed right next to his ear. Pure instinct made him stumble back a few steps. Standing right in front of Zhang Fan was a massive white tiger, and it could actually speak human language. You little cultivator. Run! I dare you. Let's see how much further you can run. Zhang Fan cursed under his breath in pure frustration. To think this red flame fox demon actually managed to catch up. Worse yet, it knew exactly how messed up he was right now. With the shattered spirit root and his magical energy completely drained, he was literally no different from an ordinary mortal. Despair washed over him. Was he really going to die here today? No, he wasn't going to just roll over and accept this. Right at that moment, a translucent system window popped up right in front of him. Host encountered a monster beast, danger level critical, automatically unlocking the Invincible Sword domain system. Centering on the manor, the Invincible Sword domain now covers the entire estate. Within this absolute territory, the host possesses peerless sword mastery, capable of shattering heaven and earth. Inside the Invincible Sword domain, any precious blade, spirit sword, or even divine weapon must submit to the host. Watching those glowing words dance before his eyes, Zhang Fan was so overwhelmed with emotion that tears streamed down his face. 3 years, 3 agonizingly long years had passed, and he had finally awakened his legendary system. Seeing Zhang Fan completely ignoring it, the red flame fox demon flew into a rage. It let out a piercing shriek and lunged straight at him. In a flash, Zhang Fan reached out, condensed his sword aura, and unleashed a powerful palm strike. The blast instantly sent the red flame fox demon flying, completely neutralizing the deadly threat. But he wasn't done yet. He wanted to see just how ridiculously overpowered this Invincible Sword domain truly was, so he drew the sword strap to his back. Refusing to accept defeat, the fox demon howled, "Impossible! You're clearly nothing but a worthless mortal now." This beast was way too loud, and it was seriously getting on Zhang Fan's nerves. For his next strike, he poured all his strength into the blade, slashing the fox away in a single hit. The sheer force of the blow was so massive that it violently blasted the creature away. That tiger was sent rocketing straight into the sky, disappearing completely from sight. But even Zhang Fan himself could never have expected that his strike was so devastatingly strong that it literally ripped the sky apart. It shattered the heavenly cauldron and triggered a massive explosion that shook the entire world. The entire realm was instantly thrown into absolute chaos over this terrifying anomaly. From the soul-suppressing demon cave to the 10,000 Swords immortal sect, and even all the way up in the immortal realm, every single being was captivated by that massive rift tearing across the heavens. And the one who caused it all? Zhang Fan was completely dumbfounded by his own power. He just swung his sword normally, for crying out loud. How did he end up breaking the damn sky? Right then, the system popped up with the notification. He had successfully killed the red flame fox demon, earning 400 domain points along with a beginner's gift pack. It also explained that domain points were the energy currency needed to expand the coverage area of his Invincible Sword domain. Specifically, spending 100 domain points would increase the domain's radius by 1 meter. Which meant, after taking down the fox demon, Zhang Fan had increased the Invincible Sword domain's range to 14 meters. But to him, that number was still way too small. He excitedly tore open his beginner's gift pack, and to his surprise, the system rewarded him with an extra 10-meter domain expansion. Adding those two together, the Invincible Sword domain finally leveled up to level 1. Unlocking the All Things Become Swords ability. Zhang Fan had no idea what that actually meant, but it sounded insanely cool. It seemed like every single blade of grass and branch in this place could now become his weapon. With that thought, Zhang Fan casually plucked a random leaf and flicked it forward. The moment the leaf struck a massive boulder, it unleashed a terrifying shockwave, slicing the solid stone clean in half. Zhang Fan stared at it without even blinking. The Invincible Sword domain was already overpowered enough, but with this crazy ability added to the mix, he was basically a tiger with wings. After that, Zhang Fan asked the system about the terrifying crack in the sky. It casually informed him that he had accidentally destroyed the 9 Heavens Divine Cauldron, the very thing shielding this world. Now, their realm was completely exposed to 3,000 other worlds, causing a massive surge in spiritual energy. Outer realm immortals and demons could now use this rift to invade their world. Wait, are you telling me I just shattered the planet's protective barrier? Zhang Fan asked, his voice full of disbelief. This is a total nightmare. What the hell am I supposed to do now? Can that crack even be fixed? He panicked, sweating bullets.
The heavenly Tao of this world will automatically repair it. However, it can no longer stop the invasion of immortals and demons. Please ensure your own survival host.
Zhang Fan let out a long, heavy sigh. This system was way too blunt for its own good. He was literally a guy with 0 cultivation base right now. How was he supposed to protect himself out there? Whatever. Overthinking it wouldn't change a damn thing. Right now, he needed to focus on testing out the actual effects of his sword domain. Setting his mind to it, Zhang Fan picked up a block of wood. He condensed his sword aura right into his fingertips, and in a flash, carved the lifeless chunk of wood into a perfectly detailed statue. He grinned, utterly delighted with the result. This system was seriously incredible. Not only did the sword domain pack terrifying destructive power, but its precision and control were absolute perfection. But there was still one thing bothering him, so he decided to ask the system. Hey, is this sword domain stationary? Why do I get the feeling that it can't move with me? The system immediately replied, initially, the sword domain is strictly bound to the system's starting point. It cannot be altered, and it cannot be relocated. Zhang Fan could only rely on earning domain points to expand the radius and level it up. Furthermore, if he dared to step outside the domain's boundaries, he would instantly lose all his godlike powers. Which meant the second he took a single step out of this rundown manor, he'd turn right back into a weak little chicken for anyone to bully. And the worst part, he needed a whopping 1,000 domain points just to expand it by 10 meters. Just how many monster beasts was he supposed to slaughter to get that much? Just thinking about it made Zhang Fan's brain feel like it was going to explode. But he quickly brushed those thoughts aside because the most pressing issue right now was finding something to fill his starving stomach. Since this manor had been abandoned for ages, all he could do was wander around and pick some wild veggies and mushrooms to tide him over. Meanwhile, not too far away, a group of young cultivators was frantically chasing after a wolf. But this wasn't just any wolf. It was the Dark Knight Demon King, a beast with unparalleled strength. If the heavenly cauldron hadn't suddenly fallen from the sky and crushed it, causing severe injuries, it would have easily swallowed that entire group whole in a single bite. The Dark Knight. Demon King sprinted desperately until the abandoned manor finally appeared in its line of sight. As it got closer, it spotted Zhang Fan, who was miserably eating his mushroom soup. And the best part? The kid had absolutely zero magical energy. He was just a frail mortal, the Dark Knight. Demon King's eyes lit up with predatory hunger. It immediately decided to devour Zhang Fan to recover its strength, completely unaware that the second it stepped foot into that manor, it would become the prey instead. Puny human! Surrender your life to me! Without a second thought, the Dark Knight Demon King lunged forward, but almost instantly it realized something was horribly wrong. Because the way Zhang Fan was looking at it, it was a look of pure ravenous hunger, and how could he not be hungry? A massive chunk of fresh meat had literally just delivered itself right to his doorstep. In a flash, Zhang Fan made his move, viciously smacking the stupid wolf right into the dirt. The beast had no clue what just happened. It didn't even see what Zhang Fan used to hit it. All it knew was that its entire body felt impossibly heavy, like it was being crushed by a mountain, completely sapped of all its strength. Zhang Fan casually strolled up to it, holding nothing but a soup ladle in his hand. The sight delivered a massive psychological blow to the Dark Knight Demon King. Wait, did it seriously just get beaten so hard by a damn soup ladle that it couldn't even stand up? Right at that moment, the group of cultivators finally caught up. They vaulted over the fence, screaming at the top of their lungs, "Demon Moon, let's see where you can run to now." However, upon closer inspection, the group finally realized that the Dark Knight Demon King was already dead and had died a pretty gruesome death at that. Beside it stood Zhang Fan, holding a soup ladle, looking completely harmless and oblivious to what was going on. Suddenly, a girl swung her sword, pointing it straight at his face, and demanded, "Who the hell are you? How dare you steal our prey?" Zhang Fan remained incredibly calm. This was his home turf. Absolutely no one here was stronger than him. So, he casually spun the soup ladle in his hand a few times before slamming it hard into the ground. The earth instantly trembled, forcing those young cultivators to stumble back a few steps. One of them quickly recognized the technique Zhang Fan just used as the all things to swords art. But strangely, there was absolutely no fluctuation of spiritual energy coming from him. He felt just like an ordinary mortal. Because of this, they began to suspect if Zhang Fan was actually a peerless master living in seclusion. But Zhang Fan wasn't thinking about anything so profound. The only thing he cared about right then was that the shockwave he just created had completely spilled the mushroom soup he had worked so hard to cook. While Zhang Fan was practically crying in despair over his spilled mushroom soup, the cultivators could only look at each other with deep apprehension. Among them, the one the group called Senior Brother Duan was the most terrified, because he was absolutely certain that what Zhang Fan just used was the peerless divine art, all things to swords. That was a realm of power that not even the elders of the Holy Sword Immortal sect had managed to comprehend. When that Senior Brother Duan whispered this, the whole group of cultivators wore expressions of pure terror. As for Zhang Fan, he had no idea what on earth they were so scared of. Luckily, the soup in the pot hadn't completely spilled out. After carefully checking on it, he finally had the time to stand up and talk to these uninvited guests. "Are you guys the reinforcements sent to save that dog?" Every time Zhang Fan took a step forward, they would take a step back, desperately trying to maintain a safe distance. That Senior Brother Duan spoke up on behalf of the group to answer him. We chased this dog all the way here." Honestly, saying those words felt incredibly awkward for him. The majestic Dark Knight Demon King had actually been reduced to a mere dog in Zhang Fan's mouth. It is a very powerful demonic beast, otherwise it wouldn't have been able to escape from our hands. Hearing senior brother Duan say this, Zhang Fan finally realized that he had just killed a demonic beast. It was all because his invincible sword domain made him so ridiculously overpowered that he didn't even feel a thing when taking its life. As for the group in front of him, he could sense a faint fluctuation of sword aura emanating from them. Guessing they were sword cultivators, he asked, "Who are you people?"
Duan Shuwen of the Holy Sword Immortal sect pays his respects to the young master. Seeing their senior brother acting so respectfully, the two behind him immediately copied his gesture, clasping their hands together.
The girl who had pointed her sword at Zhang Fan earlier was named Murong Mulan, and the other was Kai Shuyu. Right after, Duan Shuwen hurriedly apologized to him for what had just happened. They were terrified that if they didn't apologize, Zhang Fan would beat them so badly they wouldn't even make it back to their sect. Their submissive attitude left Zhang Fan utterly bewildered. Normal sword cultivators were usually arrogant and looked down on everyone. Since when did they become so obedient and easy to talk to? He then tested the waters by asking them how they wanted to handle the Dark Knight Demon King. Duan Shuwen's group obviously didn't dare to fight over it. They practically handed it over to Zhang Fan and made up an excuse to leave. This guy's strength is way too terrifying. I need to get out of here right now and report back to my master. Duan Shuwen thought to himself. Seeing that Zhang Fan had nothing more to say, he quickly grabbed his two junior sisters to make a run for it. However, they had barely taken 2 steps when Zhang Fan called out loudly, "Hold on a second." Cold sweat instantly poured down Duan Shuwen's forehead. He thought they were completely toast this time, but it turned out Zhang Fan just wanted to thank them. After all, if they hadn't chased the Dark Knight Demon King, that stupid dog wouldn't have run into his manor. And since Zhang Fan wasn't used to taking things for free, he casually tossed them a wooden statue he had carelessly carved using his invincible sword domain. Kai Shuyu quickly caught it. After nervously thanking Zhang Fan, they scrambled away as fast as their legs could carry them. Not long after, a massive bird flew across the sky. Its claws were gripping the 9 heavens divine cauldron, looking unbelievably smug. Throughout its flight, the giant bird couldn't stop laughing out loud. "Ha ha ha, a divine artifact falls to the mortal realm, and it still ends up in the hands of me, the Heavenly Rock Demon Emperor. Once I refine this divine cauldron, the entire cultivation world will tremble beneath my feet." But what a coincidence, right? It just had to fly right over the manor where Zhang Fan was staying. The sight of the Dark Knight Demon King, already dead as a doornail, immediately caught the Heavenly Rock Demon Emperor's eyes. Then, the scene of Zhang Fan lighting a fire hit its vision like a truck. The demonic beast flew into a blinding rage and let out a piercing screech. "Damn you! A mere mortal dares to butcher a demon king? Human, hand over your life!" Saying that, the Heavenly Rock Demon Emperor spread its massive wings and dive-bombed toward the manor. However, before it could even touch the ground, it was slashed dozens of times in rapid succession. And every single lethal strike was caused by it crashing headfirst into the invincible sword domain. The Heavenly Rock Demon Emperor kicked the bucket before it could even gasp for air. By the time Zhang Fan noticed the strange noise and looked up, that giant bird had already crashed into his courtyard along with the 9 heavens divine cauldron. "Oh my god. What the heck just happened?" Zhang Fan blurted out. "Why did a bird and a giant pot just fall out of the sky?" The system suddenly popped up a notification saying he had just killed the Heavenly Rock Demon Emperor, rewarding him with 40,000 sword domain points. The invincible sword domain leveled up twice, and its area of effect expanded by another 424 meters. Zhang Fan cautiously approached the bird, full of suspicion. This big bird is actually a level 7 Heavenly Rock Demon Emperor. With this much meat, 1 pot is definitely not going to be enough. After examining its wounds, Zhang Fan guessed that it died because it stupidly crashed right into his sword domain, triggering the system's defense mechanism. Still, for a majestic demon king of a generation, to meet its maker in such a ridiculous way, it just proved how absolutely terrifying the invincible sword domain really was. But hey, he absolutely loved it. Not only did he get a ton of meat, but it even delivered a giant pot right to his doorstep. Perfect timing. He could skip the dog meat today and have mushroom stewed bird instead. Who knows how much time passed, but the Dark Knight Demon King actually woke up in a daze. Turns out, it wasn't dead yet. It was just knocked out cold, hanging on to a very weak breath. The wolf felt a splitting headache, and remembering what happened before it passed out only made it furious. "That damned human, I'm definitely going to skin him alive and tear him to pieces to get my revenge." Just as the Dark Knight Demon King said this, it suddenly realized the Heavenly Rock Demon Emperor was lying right next to it. While it was still trying to process why this bird was here, the sight of Zhang Fan busily cooking smacked right into its eyes. That was when the Dark Knight Demon King noticed that the Heavenly Rock Demon Emperor was nothing but a head now. Its entire body was already bubbling in the mushroom stew pot. The wolf was so terrified it let out a pathetic shriek. Zhang Fan turned around, a whole bird bone still dangling from his mouth, which only made the Dark Knight Demon King even more horrified. It was so scared it tumbled right off the stone table, 10,000 questions exploding in its head. But the biggest question of all was, why the hell was the Heavenly Rock Demon Emperor being stewed into soup by a human? This was just too absurd. Then, the Dark Knight Demon King realized that the pot he was using to make chicken soup was actually that divine cauldron that fell from the sky. It had almost crushed him to death, yet Zhang Fan had just casually turned it into a cooking pot. Adding these two things together, the Dark Knight Demon King came to one terrifying conclusion. Zhang Fan wasn't a normal human at all. He was a terrifying cultivator, a peerless powerhouse so incredibly strong that he could completely hide his cultivation base. Then, an even more terrifying thought crossed its mind. Don't tell me, after Zhang Fan finishes eating the Heavenly Rock Emperor, I'll be next? This terrifying suspicion was confirmed when the foolish mutt saw Zhang Fan walking towards it, his face reeking of murderous intent. It was so scared that it completely froze. What do I do? What do I do? How am I supposed to survive this disaster? As for Zhang Fan, seeing the Dark Knight Demon King wake up, only one question crossed his mind. This thing is supposed to be a majestic demon beast, right? Then why does this dog look so incredibly dumb? Well, not that it changes the fact that he wanted to butcher it for meat anyway. After all, this villa wasn't big, and he couldn't just wander outside, so how could he pass up a good dog meat stew? Thinking of this, Zhang Fan picked up his butcher knife. The Dark Knight Demon King instantly burst into tears, whimpering and barking frantically. Awoo! Awoo! You stay away from me! My meat tastes terrible! Don't push me or I swear I'll drag you to hell with me! However, the more fiercely it resisted, the more excited Zhang Fan became. Seeing how utterly terrifying this human looked, the Dark Knight Demon King quickly switched tactics. It rolled onto its back, crying and whimpering pitifully. Zhang Fan didn't speak dog, but he could vaguely guess that this foolish mutt was begging for its life. So, after mulling it over for a moment, he decided to put the knife down. After all, the house was missing a good guard dog anyway. He then offered to let the Dark Knight Demon King stay and watch the door. Although it had escaped death, the Demon King's pride was severely crushed. It was a majestic Demon King, yet a mere human was treating it like a guard dog, but it didn't stop there. Not wanting his new pet to go hungry, Zhang Fan casually tossed it a bone. The kicker was, that bone belonged to the Heavenly Rock Emperor. You actually want me to chew on the bones of His Highness the Emperor? This human is bullying us demons way too much, the Dark Knight Demon King cursed internally. But, meeting Zhang Fan's expectant gaze, it ultimately swallowed whatever dignity it had left. Whatever. Being a guard dog is still infinitely better than being butchered. Thinking like that, the Dark Knight Demon King opened its jaws and caught the bone, only to immediately realize that the Heavenly Rock Emperor's bones actually tasted absolutely heavenly. Meanwhile, Duan Xuan and his group had finally made it back to their sect. The very first thing they did was rush to pay respects to their master. Hearing the familiar voices of his disciples, the old man slowly opened his eyes. Xuan, Mulan, Siyu, why have you returned so soon? Duan Xuan immediately fell to his knees, meticulously reporting everything they had just witnessed. They had followed their master's orders to search for a divine artifact in the 100,000 Mountains. Though they failed to find it, they encountered a peerless expert who had mastered the legendary All Things as Swords realm. Perhaps this expert could help their holy sword sect suppress the blood demon. Hearing this, their master and the surrounding elders couldn't hide their absolute shock, though one elder instantly shot the idea down. All Things as Swords? How is that even possible? What utter nonsense. Those desolate mountains are crawling with demons, fraught with endless dangers. How could a peerless master possibly live in seclusion there? Even Duan Xuan's master found the story completely absurd. If a supreme expert was truly hiding in such a place, wouldn't he, a proud and mighty master of the sword, have sensed it by now? Sensing his master's rising fury, Duan Xuan's face turned pale, but he pushed through the fear to speak up. Master, this disciple wouldn't dare lie to you, not even a single word. Everything I said is the absolute truth. Please, you have to believe me. His master let out a heavy sigh, clearly still refusing to buy a word of it. After all, in the 10,000 years since the Holy Sword Sect was founded, only 3 sword cultivators had ever reached the soul formation realm and manifested true sword intent. And All Things as Swords was a legendary realm that not even the first grandmaster of their sect could ever hope to touch. But we truly felt it. His heaven-piercing sword intent was real. This time, it was Tai Siyu who spoke up, which thoroughly drove their master over the edge of fury. Outrageous! You 3 are nothing but lowly body-tempering novices. You slack off in your training, so naturally, you think any little parlor trick you see out in the world is some supreme power. Sword intent isn't cheap cabbage you can find in a market. How could anyone comprehend it so easily? You 3 haven't even laid eyes on true sword intent before. You were definitely duped by some cheap charlatan playing pretend. He firmly believed that if someone in this world truly possessed the power of all things as swords, there was no way they'd remain completely unknown. The whole story was just too utterly ridiculous. Duan Xuan desperately wanted to explain further, but his master sharply cut him off. Just like the other disciples, pack your things and leave the sect immediately. And once you leave, never come back. The seal holding back the blood demon is growing weaker by the minute. At this rate, we won't be able to hold it for much longer. You are all still young. Do not throw your lives away to be buried alongside us old fools. It turned out that the very ground where they were meditating was the core of a massive ceiling formation, but it was merely delaying the inevitable escape of the Blood Demon. Duan Xuan's master declared that the moment the Blood Demon completely shattered the seal, he and the elders would fight it in a battle to the death. Even if they had to gamble their very lives, they absolutely could not let that fiend return to the mortal world. You think your miserable little lives are actually worth something? Suddenly, a chilling, piercing laughter echoed through the hall. The sect master of the Holy Sword sect immediately went pale. Oh no, it's that demonic fiend, but how is it breaking through so fast? Answering his panic, that dark, booming voice echoed once again. 10,000 years ago, your pathetic ancestors destroyed their own Tao bodies just to suppress me, only to sink into my sea of blood and be utterly devoured. And now 10,000 years later, you think a pathetic bunch of trash like you can stop me? Realizing that the Blood Demon had already materialized and was about to rip through its restraints, the sect master frantically ordered the elders to activate the Holy Sword Array. The old men shot up in unison, unleashing their power. Instantly, a colossal, glowing sword manifested right beneath the sect master's feet. Carrying the absolute, concentrated power of the formation, it plunged violently straight into the earth, right into the heart of the Blood Demon's seal. But facing that terrifying strike, the fiend wasn't intimidated in the slightest. On the contrary, it loudly mocked the old sword cultivators for their pitiful lack of talent. And he wasn't just bluffing. The Holy Sword Array truly couldn't even leave a scratch on him. With just a casual flick of its power, the Blood Demon shattered the colossal sword into hundreds of glittering fragments. The violent backlash struck the sect master and the elders, causing them all to violently cough up massive mouthfuls of blood. Seeing their miserable state, the Blood Demon brewing beneath them grew even more arrogantly smug. A bunch of useless trash like you actually dare to oppose me? You really don't know your own place. Watching this nightmare unfold, Duan Xuan's group felt their hearts burn with sheer panic. The sect master desperately screamed for them to run. He ordered them to escape and spread the word that the Blood Demon had broken its seal, warning the other sects and powers to brace for war. However, that demonic fiend had absolutely no intention of letting Duan Xuan's group escape. In his eyes, they were all just the lingering remnants of the Holy Sword sect that had locked him away in the first place. For a blood feud like this, not a single one of them was allowed to leave alive. The very second the horrific demon launched his attack, Tai Siu, being the slowest, couldn't keep up and tripped, crashing hard onto the ground. Because of the fall, the small wooden statue carved by Zhang Fan tumbled right out of his robes. Everyone thought it was just a lifeless piece of wood, but suddenly its eyes flashed with a blinding light before it automatically levitated into the air. Standing before that tiny statue, the crazed blood demon suddenly felt an icy chill grip his entire being. But by the time he realized the statue contained the terrifying power of Great Tao's sword Intent, it was already too late. A devastating barrage of sword slashes erupted from the wood. Every single strike carried an apocalyptic, overwhelming power, brutally and thoroughly obliterating the demonic fiend from existence. Once the absolute carnage was over, the little wooden statue simply dropped back to the ground, leaving absolutely everyone frozen in jaw-dropping shock. The blood demon was just annihilated, just like that? The elders stared blankly at each other, their eyes filled with utter bewilderment. They had painfully guarded this sealing array for days on end, completely prepared to throw their lives away, yet they still couldn't even suppress the demon. And yet... but this random little wooden carving had just completely wiped him off the face of the earth. The sect master of his Holy Sword sect was the first to snap out of it. He picked up the statue and declared that, from this day forth, it would become their sect's ultimate sacred relic. All disciples of the Holy Sword sect were ordered to bow and worship the statue, and together comprehend the sword intent radiating from it. My children, you have brought our sect a priceless treasure capable of suppressing the blood demon. Anvam, I will absolutely never forget your incredible merit. But right now, hurry up and tell me exactly how you met this exalted senior in the 10-mile wasteland. Only then did he finally believe that the words of Duan Xuan and his group were the absolute truth. The young man then recounted the entire story in vivid detail. A few minutes later, after hearing the whole tale, the sect master suffered another massive shock. He realized that the wooden statue was carved from completely ordinary materials. The only thing that truly obliterated the blood demon was merely the residual sword Intent left behind by the person who carved it. Terrifying. This is simply too terrifying. Duan Xuan's master muttered endlessly to himself. This peerless expert, just how monstrously powerful is his true strength? The Tribulation Realm? Or perhaps even the Ascendant Realm? The sect elders couldn't believe it, because the spiritual energy in the world was no longer as abundant as it used to be. Someone reaching the Tribulation Realm was already incredibly rare, so achieving the Ascendant Realm was virtually impossible. But the sect master had firmly made up his mind. He had to personally visit this expert to uncover the truth, so he immediately ordered Murong Mulan to fetch the Crimson Gold Divine Sword and the Divine Living Soil to accompany him on his visit. Hearing this, Murong Mulan's jaw dropped, because that Crimson Gold Divine Sword was the ultimate foundational treasure of the Holy Sword sect. Seeing this, the other elders immediately voiced their fierce opposition. Sect Master, absolutely not. How can we just give away our ultimate sect treasure? And that Divine Living Soil, that is sacred earth our ancestors brought back from the immortal realm. What the hell do you people know? The sect master snapped, furiously cutting them off. Just based on this wooden statue alone, it's already a peerless, one-of-a-kind treasure. We are going to meet a supreme master. How can we possibly show up empty-handed? Who knows, what we call an ultimate treasure might not even be worth a single penny in the eyes of such an expert. The sect master had firmly made up his mind. Honest hard work was nothing compared to kissing up. Clinging to a true powerhouse was the ultimate truth. Therefore, he absolutely had to cling to this giant pillar of strength. Who knows, if the expert was in a good mood, he might teach them a few moves, help them cultivate true sword intent, and make the Holy Sword sect immortal for 10,000 generations. As expected of the master, he could make blatant bootlicking sound so noble and righteous. Duan Shuan was completely speechless, while the other elders were thoroughly convinced after hearing this. Such calculating depth was truly brilliant. No wonder this brat managed to outshine all his martial brothers and become the sect master. Since no one dared to object anymore, the entire Holy Sword sect eagerly prepared to visit this legendary expert. Meanwhile, the main character of their wild fantasies was completely oblivious to everything. He had just enjoyed a fantastic afternoon nap. Waking up to see the Dark Knight Demon King also snoozing away, he casually gave it a swift kick. Oh, you've got nerve! I spared your miserable dog life so you could guard the house, and here you are slacking off! Do you want me to butcher you right now? Woken up from a sweet dream in such a brutal manner, the Dark Knight Demon King gritted its teeth in pure rage. It shot Zhang Fan a deadly, freezing glare, screaming internally, I am a Demon King! A freaking Demon King, do you understand? Back in the day, I reigned supreme across the world, unrivaled. My name struck terror into the hearts of all. I was so majestic, yet now, you treat me like a common guard dog. How dare you humiliate me like this? Despite burning with intense humiliation, the Dark Knight Demon King knew full well that the man standing before it was the monster who had literally stewed the Heavenly Rock Demon Emperor. It couldn't win, so, to vent its bitter frustration, it could only let out a few pathetic whines, then turned around to furiously dig at the dirt to blow off some steam. Seeing this, Zhang Fan let out an amused gasp. Oh my god, what kind of weird dog breed are you? You even know how to dig. Perfect. Since you love digging in the dirt so much, go ahead and dig for me. I was just planning to plant some stuff in the yard anyway. Get to work. Meanwhile, a new character had just entered the scene. It was Sun Yulian, soaring through the sky on her flying sword. She was clearly desperately fleeing from some powerful faction, but having exhausted too much spiritual energy, her sword flight was painfully slow. At this rate, she'd be caught at any second. Just at that critical moment, Sun Yulian spotted an isolated, seemingly abandoned manor up ahead. Even though it looked highly suspicious, Sun Yulian decided to land anyway. After all, anything was better than falling into the hands of her pursuers. Then, the broad back of Zhang Fan caught her eye. Fancying herself quite clever, the girl immediately deduced that anyone daring to live in seclusion in this endless, dangerous wasteland was absolutely no ordinary person. Thinking of this, she desperately screamed out, Senior, please save my life! Hearing the commotion, Zhang Fan turned around. At that exact same moment, Sun Yulian stepped right into the boundary of the Invincible Sword domain. Instantly, hundreds of invisible, lethal blades pointed directly at her. Sun Yulian was petrified, not daring to move a single muscle, her breathing turning incredibly shallow. Cold sweat poured down her forehead like rain. Could this be the legendary sword intent? She felt that if she carelessly took even half a step forward, she would be instantly pierced through the heart by 10,000 swords. By now, Zhang Fan had spotted Sun Yulian. He just hadn't expected this desolate southern wasteland to be so lively. In just half a day, he had already received 2 uninvited guests. But before he could even react, the Dark Knight Demon King lunged in her direction. This scheming dog was trying to use the newcomer's arrival to distract Zhang Fan so it could finally make its grand escape. However, the sword domain's barrier was never going to let it escape that easily. Meanwhile, Sun Yulian carefully touched down, moving at a snail's pace, terrified of being sliced into ribbons by the lingering sword intent. Confirming that there was absolutely no one around except Zhang Fan, Sun Yulian couldn't hide her confusion. He looked so incredibly young, and his aura felt exactly like a completely ordinary mortal. He didn't seem like someone with profound cultivation at all. But she didn't dare doubt him. Anyone capable of unleashing such terrifying sword intent was definitely no ordinary expert. He had to be a peerless master, the pinnacle among all masters. Sun Yulian quickly deduced that Zhang Fan was a supreme being, who loved hiding his monstrous strength, pretending to be a mere mortal. Therefore, she respectfully clasped her hands and bowed deeply. This junior intruded upon your excellency's estate purely out of sheer desperation. I beg for senior's forgiveness. This was the second time today that Zhang Fan had been called senior by someone around his own age. This hurt him on a deeply personal level. Did he really look that ancient? After pondering for a moment, Zhang Fan replied, I wasn't planning on blaming you, but what exactly are you doing here? Before Sun Yulian could even answer, a chaotic roaring noise echoed from the distance. A few moments later, a flashy group of cultivators flew in on their swords with incredible arrogance, accompanied by a pack of ferocious demonic beasts. Seeing this, Sun Yulian immediately dropped to her knees, crying her eyes out as she frantically explained her situation. Senior, the Guangling Immortal sect has colluded with the demon race. They want to capture me and offer me to the Demon King as a concubine. My father refused, and they massacred my entire family, from the elders to the youngest child. I am the only one who made it out alive. Senior, I beg you, please save my life. Zhang Fan couldn't hide his shock. The Guangling Immortal Sect was supposed to be an honorable, righteous faction. How could they possibly commit such an atrocity? Even so, he didn't rush to answer Sun Yulian. This cultivation world was completely riddled with deadly traps and deception. He felt it was best to hear both sides of the story first. Of course, as long as he stayed inside this manor, he was absolutely invincible no matter who the enemy was. But Zhang Fan didn't want to be used as someone's tool, bringing unnecessary disaster upon himself. Seeing his hesitation, Sun Yulian continued to plead desperately. Senior, please. If you don't save me, I am absolutely dead meat. Calm down, don't be afraid, Zhang Fan replied. As long as you stay inside this manor, absolutely no one can take you away by force. Zhang Fan temporarily calmed her down. Right now, he needed to gauge the attitude of this incoming mob. Leading the Guangling Immortal Sect group was a guy who looked completely hypocritical and self-righteous, named Wu Qizi. Seeing Sun Yulian begging Zhang Fan for help, he temporarily held back his steps, halting right at the manor's entrance. A lackey beside him whispered into his ear, Senior brother, that little brat's spiritual energy is completely drained. Why aren't we rushing in to grab her? What are we hesitating for? You absolute idiot! Wu Qizi snapped back fiercely. He knew perfectly well that anyone capable of building a peaceful manor to live in seclusion amidst these treacherous, monster-infested mountains was definitely no ordinary mortal. On top of that, the cultivation world was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. He was terrified that Zhang Fan was some supreme expert living away from the mortal world. Their own cultivation was barely at the foundation establishment stage. If they offended a true master, they wouldn't even have a grave to return to. But this place is right on the border between the demon race and the cultivation world. Would someone really choose this hellhole to live in seclusion? The lackey continued, still feeling incredibly skeptical about the whole thing. Besides, he couldn't sense a single ounce of a Grandmaster's aura from Trong Pham. The guy looked totally clueless on his own, and with that goofy-looking dog trailing behind him, it just doubled the stupidity. Even so, Vukitu didn't dare make a reckless move. After all, when wandering the martial world, you can never be too careful. Stepping forward, he respectfully cupped his hands toward Trong Pham. Sir, we are disciples of the Guanglang Immortal Sect, ordered to hunt down a traitor of our clan. Please, do not let her venomous lies deceive you. Vukitu then went on to accuse Ton Ngok Lin of being a wicked witch who practiced dark magic, claiming she had sacrificed her own family and injured several fellow disciples. Now, she was supposedly tricking Trong Pham just to save her own skin. No matter how innocent she acts, sir, you must see her for the monster she truly is. His voice was brimming with righteous fury. Vukitu's acting was absolutely Oscar-worthy, leaving even his junior brothers entirely dumbfounded. He was clearly the villain here, yet he was playing the noble hero better than anyone else. Only the loudmouth from earlier was getting restless. Senior brother, why are we wasting time with all this talking? Why don't we just rush him? Meanwhile, having all this filthy mud slung at her made Ton Ngok Lin tremble with sheer rage. She pointed directly at Vukitu's face and fired back. Stop spouting your venomous lies. It's clear as day that your Guanglang Immortal Sect is conspiring with the demons, trying to offer me as a sacrifice to the Demon King. My father tried to expose you, and you slaughtered my entire Ton family just to silence him. Her agonizing desperation didn't seem like an act at all. Caught in the middle of this mess, Trong Pham honestly felt like both sides were telling the truth. He had absolutely no idea who to trust. Meanwhile, the Dark Knight Demon King was just chilling on the sidelines, happily watching the drama unfold with zero intention of getting involved. Just as Trong Pham was scratching his head over how to handle this, the ground suddenly began to tremble violently. 3 massive, terrifying minotaurs came stomping out from the distance, radiating pure hostility. They glared straight at Vukitu and barked viciously, "Isn't the girl right here? Why the hell are you dragging your feet instead of grabbing her?" Seeing that Vukitu couldn't even handle Trong Pham, these hulking bull demons grew completely impatient and violently shoved him aside. Letting a mere mortal get in the way of the Great King's master plan? You young human cultivators are nothing but absolute trash. Vukitu was boiling with humiliation, but what could he do? He couldn't beat them, so he had to swallow his pride. But on the bright side, these Minotaur generals actually had some serious raw power. Let them deal with Trong Pham. The beastmen of the Bull clan were practically walking fortresses. Their bodies were completely immune to blades and spears, making them an absolute nightmare to fight. If Trong Pham really was some hidden grandmaster, the two sides would surely tear each other to shreds. And then, as a bystander, he might just sweep in to snatch Ton Ngok Lin, and maybe even pocket a few precious monster cores while he was at it. However, the moment these bull generals showed up, Trong Pham immediately knew exactly who had been lying. Well, since the truth was out, he figured there was no need to hold back anymore. Ton Ngok Lin, on the other hand, was terrified. These beast generals were incredibly strong, and with the Guanglang cultivators backing them up, could Trong Pham really handle them all alone? I really didn't want to believe that the Guanglang Immortal Sect had actually sold out to a bunch of monster beasts. Trung Pham let out a heavy, deeply disappointed sigh. Then he lazily bent down and casually picked up a random stick off the dirt. Since that's how it is, all of you just come at me together. Don't waste my precious time. Enraged by his sheer arrogance, one of the Minotaur generals, let out a roar and charged forward. It looked like he was about to rip the boy to shreds for acting so cocky, completely oblivious to the fact that Trung Pham had every right to be. In the very next second, Trung Pham gave the little twig a casual flick and instantly sliced the massive demon general into 17. No, 18 perfectly cut pieces, right before everyone's horrified eyes. A mighty general of the Bull Clan, a living fortress totally immune to mortal weapons, was just turned into perfectly cubed emergency rations by a literal tree branch. Ton Ngoc had already guessed he was a hidden master, but this level of power was straight up terrifying. She secretly thought Trung Pham had to be at least at the nascent soul stage, or maybe even the divine soul formation realm. Little did she know, the guy actually didn't have a single drop of spiritual energy left in him. The Dark Knight. Demon King wasn't shocked by this outcome in the slightest. It just casually picked up a juicy chunk of prime beef, happily munching away while silently mocking them. Humph, what a bunch of clueless idiots with a death wish. Now you finally understand exactly how I felt when I met him, don't you? Ding! A crisp sound chimed as the system interface popped up right in front of Trung Pham's eyes, happily announcing that defeating a standard demon general had earned him 800 sword domain points. But honestly, 800 was absolute chump change to him. So, twirling his trusty twig, he stepped forward, ready to farm some more points. As for Vukitu, after witnessing that absolute bloodbath, his legs turned completely to jelly. He collapsed to his knees, violently sobbing and begging for his life with snot and tears running down his face. Meanwhile, the two remaining bull generals and Vukitu's cowardly junior brothers turned tail and sprinted for their lives. Sadly for them, Trung Pham wasn't about to give them a free pass. Inside his invincible sword domain, did they really think they could just walk away? The sickening, squelching sounds of an invisible blade slicing through flesh and bone echoed out all at once. It was so gruesome that Vukitu didn't even dare to peel his eyes open. An entire group of cultivators and monstrous demons. And now, he was the only one left breathing. By now, Trung Pham had strolled right up to him. Looming over the trembling cultivator with a painfully casual attitude, he dug his pinky into his ear. So, what was that about a misunderstanding again? I didn't quite catch that. Vukitu was shaking so violently from pure terror that he couldn't even form a coherent sentence. Trung Pham really didn't have the patience to deal with this guy and was fully prepared to just send him to the afterlife. But right as he was about to deliver the final blow, a brilliant idea flashed in his mind. Right now, Vukitu was the sole survivor. If he flat out killed him, wouldn't the Quanglong immortal sect and that supposed Demon King have zero clue about what just went down here? And if they didn't know, they definitely wouldn't come marching to his estate for revenge. Which meant Trung Pham would be missing out on a massive pile of sweet, sweet experience points. With that greedy thought in mind, Trung Pham abruptly stopped his hand. He couldn't just spare this loser's life. He had to totally scam him into bringing an entire army back for him to harvest. That was the only way his sword domain was ever going to level up. Having figured out his master plan, Trung Pham dramatically tossed the bloody little twig to the ground. I'll spare your pathetic life today. Crawl back to your sect, master, and whatever demon king you serve, and tell them this. Ton Ngoc is under my absolute protection. As long as I'm breathing, don't you even think about laying a single finger on her. Both the Dark Knight Demon King and Vukitu were completely and absolutely mind-blown by Trung Pham's sudden mercy. Protecting the girl was one thing, but where the hell did this sudden burst of saintly compassion to spare Vukitu come from? It took a solid few seconds for the cultivator's brain to process the fact that he was still alive. His tears and snot started flowing all over again. I'm not going to die? Are you going to get the hell out of my sight or what? Trung Pham snapped impatiently. Before he could even finish his sentence, Vukitu whipped around, summoned his flying sword, and bolted into the sky like a bat out of hell. But just as he was barely out of striking distance, Trung Pham suddenly collapsed to his knees, violently coughing out a massive mouthful of blood. Ton Ngoc turned deathly pale from sheer panic. She rushed over, desperately holding him up. Senior! Oh my god, what's wrong? I'm fine. It's just a minor backlash. Help me inside first. Trung Pham clutched his chest with one hand, putting on an incredibly convincing display of agonizing pain. However, the Dark Knight Demon King instantly saw right through his pathetic act. Honestly, his acting skills were terribly forced. The beast just couldn't figure out why on earth the guy was pretending to be hurt. But Vukitu, who was still frantically flying off in the distance, swallowed the bait hook, line, and sinker. After all, unleashing that kind of apocalyptic sword intent wasn't something just anyone could do without paying a heavy price. He figured there was absolutely no way someone this young could possess such godlike power without having a massive reputation in the martial world. Vukitu convinced himself that there was some hidden catch, and that Trung Pham had actually burned through all of his life force just to pull off that one strike. Thrilled by this realization, he pushed his flying sword to its absolute limit, desperate to report this to his sect so they could come back and wash away his humiliation. The moment Vuki 2 was completely out of sight, a sly, wicked grin crept onto Trong Fam's face. He instantly stood up perfectly straight, casually waving off a very confused Ton Ngoc Lin. All right, you can let go now. I'm completely fine. The Dark Knight Demon King's jaw practically hit the floor. It genuinely thought Trong Fam had only faked the injury to get a free hug from the pretty girl, leading the beast to realize that this guy's shamelessness truly knew no bounds. Senior, are you really all right? Sun Yulian asked, her voice trembling with lingering worry. Zhang Fan just patted his chest, showing off that he was as fit as a fiddle. But Yulian couldn't shake off her dread. Since he had let Wu Tizi go, she was terrified that the scumbag would bring an army back for revenge. What this innocent girl didn't know was that this was exactly what Zhang Fan wanted. Rumor had it that the elders of the Guangling immortal sect were terrifyingly powerful, at least at the Soul Core stage. And that Demon King, absolute nightmare fuel. But the stronger the enemy, the more Zhang Fan loved it. Inside this estate, he was literally invincible. The tougher the bad guys, the more sweet experience points he could farm. How could Yulian possibly know any of that? Her heart ached with guilt, thinking Zhang Fan had painted a massive target on his back against terrifying factions, all just to save her. All right, that's enough, Zhang Fan interrupted, seeing her about to spiral into another anxious rant. Relax. As long as you're inside my estate, I promise you, until I take my last breath, no one in this world can lay a finger on you. He only said it to stop her nagging, but those words struck Yulian right in the heart. She immediately dropped to her knees. Senior, your grace is boundless. I truly have nothing worthy to repay you. Would you be willing to take me as your disciple? If you'll have me, I swear to follow you and serve you faithfully for the rest of my life. Well, that escalated quickly. Zhang Fan honestly hadn't thought that far ahead. Sure, he was an untouchable to God inside his sword domain, but outside of it, he was a crippled mortal with zero cultivation. What the hell could he even teach her? Naturally, he was about to politely decline. But right as the words reached his lips, the system suddenly chimed in. It triggered a random unlock quest. Take Sun Yulian, bearer of the Supreme Sword Physique, as your disciple to receive a special reward. Seriously? Talk about forcing his hand. Seeing him hesitate, a wave of sadness washed over Yulian. But she was a sensible girl. He was so young, yet his power was unfathomable. Why would a master like him ever look twice at someone with such mediocre talent? They were practically strangers. It was totally normal for him to say no. But just as she braced for rejection, Zhang Fan stepped closer and gently patted her shoulder. I don't usually take in disciples, but for you, I'll make an exception. From this day forward, you are my apprentice. Yulian froze, her eyes wide as saucers. Did she hear that right? She had to ask again, just to be sure. Wait, Senior, you're really taking me in? Yeah, and enough with the senior. Time to change how you address me. His sudden change of heart sent Yulian's mind racing into wild territory. He was so handsome and young. Wait, was Disciple just a cover-up? Did he actually want her to be his personal bedmaid? At that thought, her cheeks burned a bright crimson red. But thinking about it, he had literally saved her life. That was a debt she could never fully repay. Besides, if she could rely on him to avenge her family's blood feud, becoming his bedmaid was a small price to pay. Making up her mind, she bowed deeply with absolute reverence. Your disciple's son Yulian pays her respects to Master. Zhang Fan nodded repeatedly, looking highly satisfied. The system had told him she possessed the Supreme Sword Physique, a legendary innate divine body practically unseen in this world. She was born with pure blade energy coursing through her veins. Plus, taking her in meant scoring that juicy special reward. That was exactly what Zhang Fan was waiting for. A second later, the system delivered the goods. The reward was a skill called Sword Aura Enlightenment. By injecting his sword energy into living things, he could instantly upgrade and evolve them. Oh man, Zhang Fan was already loving the sound of this. After all, inside his domain, his sword energy was infinite. Itching to test his shiny new skill, he walked over to a withered dead tree nearby. Placing 2 fingers against the trunk, he channeled his energy into it. A literal miracle happened. In the blink of an eye, the dead bark cracked open, bursting with fresh green shoots that grew at a terrifying speed. Yulian was absolutely shell-shocked. How is this even possible? That dead tree is... It's actually coming back to life. Only when the dead wood transformed into a towering, majestic tree with a lush green canopy did Zhang Fan finally stop, looking rather pleased. The Dark Knight. Demon King was so hyped it literally rolled around in the dirt. The life essence radiating from the tree was so intense that just standing near it was rapidly healing its heavy injuries. Witnessing this godlike magic that it had never even heard of, the monster was now 100% convinced that Zhang Fan was an immortal deity. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan stared at the tree for a while, sighing. He actually wasn't completely satisfied. Guess pumping it full of sword energy only does so much. The soil here was just too poor. Growing this big was already a miracle. But hey, since sword energy was completely free and took zero effort in his domain, he went totally wild, spamming the skill on every single living thing in the ruined estate. After half a day of messing around, his rundown property was finally bursting with life, surrounded by lush, vibrant greenery. Taking Yulian for a stroll around the courtyard, he suddenly asked, "Yulian, do you know why I took you in as my disciple?" The question caught her completely off guard. She stammered, her face flushed. Your disciple is foolish and doesn't fully understand Master's intentions, but if Master wants it, I am totally willing. It's just, isn't this moving a little too fast? I haven't even mentally prepared myself yet. That shy tone, that blushing face, she was obviously thinking about some very adult scenarios. But Zhang Fan was totally clueless about her wild imagination. He actually thought she was catching a fever. He had finally scored a disciple. Was she seriously getting sick on day one? Shaking his head, he went into mentor mode. The Heavenly Cloud Continent is vast. Every now and then, monstrous geniuses blessed by the heavens are born. They either possess terrifying physical traits and bloodlines, or they stumble upon insane destiny that lets them shine brightly in the cultivation world and become true powerhouses. Which category do you think you fall into? Hearing such an incredibly serious and righteous question made Yulian even more confused. She figured that since a peerless master like him had taken her in, she obviously belonged to the second category. But Zhang Fan shook his head. He told her she belonged to both. Hearing this, the Demon King threw Yulian a deeply skeptical glare, thinking, what the hell does that mean? Don't tell me this frail little girl actually has a special physique? No way, right? If that were true, how could a mighty Demon King like me not notice it? Meanwhile, Yulian couldn't hide the absolute joy on her face after hearing Zhang Fan's words. Master, are you saying I also possess a powerful hidden physique? Spot on, Zhang Fan replied with absolute certainty. You have an incredibly rare body type. In fact, that's probably why the Demon King targeted you in the first place. Meanwhile, that scumbag Wu Qizi had made it back to his sect. Cracking under the intense pressure of the Guangling Immortal Sect's elders, he spilled absolutely everything that had happened at Zhang Fan's estate, especially about that terrifying Demon King. That tense, deadly atmosphere was a stark contrast to Yulian's excitement. Zhang Fan had just explained that she possessed the Supreme Sword physique, making her the ultimate prodigy for sword cultivation. Hearing this, the Demon King's jaw practically hit the floor. The beast thought this was absolutely insane. Physiques were ranked clearly: trash, mortal, spirit, special, desolate, divine, and at the very peak, the Dao physique. It was a freaking Demon King, yet it only had a special physique. How the hell did a flimsy, fragile human girl like Yulian hit the jackpot with the absolute highest tier body in existence? A Dao body? A real sword physique? Could this be the reason the Guangling Immortal Sect and the Demon King were after me? Sun Yulian felt a rush of overwhelming joy, yet her heart still pounded with anxiety. It is just a petty Demon King and that insignificant Guangling sect. They probably didn't see through it completely. Otherwise, they wouldn't have just sent a few demon generals to capture you. Even with Trong Fam's firm reassurance, Sun Yulian still harbored doubts about herself. Growing up, she had never noticed any special talent within herself. Weren't all those legendary geniuses rumored to have shown their brilliance right from childhood? So, Trong Fam patiently explained to her that the Sword Dao body was completely different from ordinary physiques. Its peerless potential could only be discovered after it fully awakened. Otherwise, let alone one Guangling Immortal Sect, the entire 8 great immortal sects of the Heavenly Cloud Continent would have been fighting tooth and nail over her. Hearing this, a fierce wave of resentment and regret swelled up in Sun Yulian's heart. If only I had awakened my power sooner, my family wouldn't have been destroyed. Master, I beg you, please teach me how to awaken the Sword Dao body. I want revenge. Trung Pham nodded approvingly, then instructed her to start by sensing his sword intent. Meanwhile, before the Guangling Immortal Sect could come to settle the score with Trong Pham, the people from the Holy Sword Immortal Sect had already arrived. Seeing Trong Pham's run-down manner, the sect master of the Holy Sword Sect couldn't help but marvel. It looked so utterly ordinary. To think a true hidden master was actually living in such a place. As they stepped a little closer, they were instantly hit by a suffocatingly thick wave of spiritual energy. Strangely, Murong Mulan and Kai Siu hadn't felt anything like this during their last visit. Even the Holy Sword Sect Master had never experienced spiritual energy this intense. It felt infinite, inexhaustible, like they were drowning in an absolute ocean of spiritual power. Right then, the Dark Knight Demon King, who was lounging in the yard, spotted the intruders, jumped up, and started barking wildly. Kai Siu quickly introduced the beast to her master. Master, this is that stupid dog the 3 of us were chasing. It looks like this senior has taken it in. The sect master carefully observed the Dark Knight Demon King, and the blood instantly drained from his face when he realized its true identity. A full-blown Demon King. He definitely wasn't seeing things. He just couldn't fathom why a Demon King would be here. Moreover, it seemed to have already locked onto them, looking ready to pounce at any second, making it impossible for the sect master to hide his terror. Seeing them shivering in fear, the Dark Knight Demon King finally felt a shred of the vain pride it had lost since surrendering to Truong Pham. The stupid dog eagerly pushed its luck, barking like a maniac to intimidate the Holy Sword Sect group. But who would have thought? It hadn't even barked 3 times before Trong Pham stormed out of the house and ruthlessly kicked it away. Shut the hell up, you annoying mutt. Yulian just managed to grasp the sword intent. What are you howling out here for? The Dark Knight Demon King, hurt and thoroughly humiliated, whimpered pitifully and slinked away. Only after it left did the Holy Sword Sect group feel safe enough to land. Trong Pham took one look and instantly recognized the 2 young girls, though the old man with them was a complete stranger. Having witnessed that entire scene, the sect master was sweating buckets. In his entire life, he had never seen anyone dare to discipline a demon king, a being on par with a holy deity, like a common house dog. This only proved that the Truong Pham standing before him possessed unmatched power, easily at the Tribulation Transcendence realm at the very least. Murong Milan spoke up first, introducing her master to Truong Pham, and explained that they returned to thank him for the wooden statue he had carved. Oh, so it's the sect master of the Holy Sword Immortal sect? Truong Pham was just about to politely greet him, but halfway through his sentence, the old man abruptly cut him off. This old man pays his deepest respects to the senior. Please forgive us for arriving uninvited. That word senior hit Truong Pham's heart like a massive dumbbell. Well, this was just great. Even an old man was calling him senior now, and his own age probably wasn't even a fraction of this guy's. Out of sheer politeness, Truong Pham invited them inside. The Holy Sword Sect master's eyes were glued to him. The strange thing was, his own cultivation base was quite high, yet he couldn't sense a single ripple of spiritual energy coming from Truong Pham. There were only 2 possible explanations for this. Either he had no cultivation at all, or the gap in their power was simply too astronomical for the sect master to fathom. Thinking of this, he boldly asked Truong Pham, I never imagined senior's cultivation to be so profound. Could it be? You have already reached the legendary realm of returning to the natural state? Faced with this question, Truong Pham couldn't exactly admit that he was just a useless mortal whose cultivation had been completely crippled, and even if he told the truth, they probably wouldn't believe it anyway. So he just scratched his head and gave a vague reply. Haha, yeah, something like that. Walking a few more steps, the group spotted Sun Yulian meditating calmly under a tree. Truong Pham casually introduced her. My disciple is currently sensing sword intent. Let's not disturb her. Come this way. Along the way, the sect master couldn't stop gasping in awe at Truong Pham's orchard. Plants brimming with this much spiritual energy couldn't be grown with just normal watering and fertilizing. Such a miracle could probably only exist in ancient immortal caves. I suppose so. It's just a pity the soil here is so barren. I've even been using sword energy to water them, but this is the best they can do. Truong Pham shrugged. Then he watched as the sect master pulled a small brown pouch from his robes, saying it was a return gift for the wooden statue Truong Pham had given his disciples. Truong Pham didn't stand on ceremony and opened it up to check. Inside was the divine breathing soil, a sacred earth that the ancestors of the Holy Sword Immortal sect had brought back from the immortal realms, rumored to be capable of nurturing divine herbs. As for the sword beside it, it was the crimson gold divine sword, the ultimate defining treasure of the Holy Sword Immortal sect. Both items were extremely precious and incredibly useful to Truong Pham, but he knew perfectly well that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. For the sect master to personally deliver such priceless treasures today, he probably wanted to beg Truong Pham to be his sect's ultimate backer. But Truong Pham couldn't even step out of this manor right now, so how the hell could he protect anyone else? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but frown. This subtle expression didn't escape the sect master's eyes. He panicked, assuming Truong Pham wasn't satisfied with the 2 treasures, and instantly became so anxious he couldn't sit still. Because those were already the absolute best things their entire sect had to offer. Please, senior, do not disdain them. The sect master suddenly yelled, startling the life out of Truong Pham. Well, since he's offering it so sincerely, I might as well accept it. Truong Pham accepted both items, casually adding that the divine breathing soil would be absolutely perfect for growing vegetables. That single sentence left the poor old man completely frozen in shock. That was their sect's most sacred treasure. They had never even dared to use it, yet Truong Pham was treating it like ordinary farming dirt. Now this was the true demeanor of a supreme master. But honestly, this was also a good thing for the Holy Sword Sect master. Because now that Truong Pham had accepted the gifts, it would be much easier to get on his good side. Besides, after taking someone's gifts, you couldn't just treat them coldly. Truong Pham knew this well, so he invited the Holy Sword Sect group to stay for a meal. It was perfect timing too. He had just butchered those 3 bull generals, and the meat was still incredibly fresh. The sect master obviously wasn't going to pass up such a golden opportunity. By now, the beef was probably almost cooked. Miss Milan, could you do me a favor and bring the stew pot over? Truong Pham asked. The sect master eagerly volunteered for the job instead. Following the delicious aroma, he spotted the 9 Heavens divine cauldron in the middle of the courtyard, assumed it was the pot Truong Pham mentioned, and walked over to lift it. But the massive cauldron didn't budge a single inch. The sect master tried a few more times, yet he completely failed to lift the pot. Only then did he take a closer look and realized this was the exact divine artifact that had fallen from the sky the other day. Terrified, the man immediately let go and stumbled back several steps. Countless sects were desperately hunting for this ultimate treasure, a majestic divine artifact sent from the heavens. Yet Trong Pham was literally using it as a pot to boil meat. Seeing the sect master's face turn from pale to green, Trong Pham felt a little embarrassed. Expecting the old man to carry such a massive pot of beef all by himself was probably asking too much. Never mind, I'll carry it. Trong Pham said that, then gently lifted the pot. The sect master of the Holy Sword sect was still reeling in shock. He leaned in and whispered into his disciple's ear that the pot used to stew the meat was actually the divine artifact that had recently plummeted into the mortal realm. Murong Mulan couldn't hide her utter astonishment upon hearing this. Really? Then, Master, what do we do now? Absolutely nothing. Don't do a thing. I'm afraid that the sky being slashed open earlier is also tied to this exalted expert. But this is something far beyond what we can interfere with. Then, Master, just how terrifyingly high is that senior's cultivation base? I don't know for sure. But at the very least, he is in the Earth Immortal realm. No wonder I couldn't see through his cultivation from the very beginning. Hearing the words Earth Immortal Realm, panic gripped Murong Mulan's heart. She silently counted her blessings that when she chased the Dark Knight Demon King here, she hadn't offended Zhang Fan. Otherwise, the consequences would be absolutely unimaginable. After scooping the meat into bowls, Zhang Fan excitedly called the others over to dig in. With just the very first bite, the trio from the Holy Sword sect melted into pure euphoria. The beef was incredibly tender and sweet, but the true perfection wasn't just the flavor. It was the explosive surge of spiritual energy overflowing within it. And just like that, they feasted until they were completely stuffed before finally bidding their farewells. Zhang Fan even walked them all the way to the door, politely telling them to drop by again whenever they had the time. However, right before heading back, the sect master of the Holy Sword sect suddenly realized something mind-blowing. He had only spent a single afternoon at Zhang Fan's estate, yet he had actually broken through to the Soul Formation realm. Honestly, it wasn't all that surprising. Zhang Fan's estate was practically overflowing with the 6 paths of golden chi, with sword energy soaring straight up into the boundless sky. On top of that, they had just eaten Demon General beef, stewed inside the 9 Heavens divine cauldron. With all those factors combined, the old man breaking through to a new realm was just a matter of course. As for Zhang Fan, even though he had been busy hosting guests all afternoon, receiving the divine soil put him in a fantastic mood. With a super fertilizer like this dirt in my hands, I'll be able to eat all kinds of fruits from now on. Just as he was talking, Zhang Fan suddenly noticed a glowing fruit in his orchard. Stepping a bit closer, he realized it was actually a human-shaped fruit. The crazy part was that this bizarre fruit was growing at a terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, it had taken on the form of a meditating adult. The Dark Knight Demon King saw this and thought he had seen a ghost, his fur standing straight up on end. Zhang Fan was feeling a bit tense. Don't tell me, did I just turn this tree into a demon spirit just by using a little bit of that divine soil? But Sun Yulian quickly dismissed her master's thoughts. She realized that this wasn't a demonic transformation at all. That fruit was actually condensing a celestial spirit. If essence energy gathered under an ancient tree in human form, that would be a sign of a demonic awakening. But this tree was completely enveloped in celestial aura. This was the process of becoming an immortal. This was absolutely terrifying, because only flora that gathers immense spiritual energy, shapeshifts, and connects its essence to heaven and earth can experience this kind of divine ascension. Suddenly, from the base of that ancient tree, a massive pillar of green spiritual energy blasted straight into the sky. This anomaly once again drew the eyes of countless people, just like when Zhang Fan shattered the 9 Heavens divine cauldron. That pillar of light was as blinding as a tidal wave, with life essence soaring into the heavens. Many assumed a tree in the forest was evolving into a demon, but with a disturbance this heaven-shaking, just what rank of monster could it be? Far away from the estate, 2 old men standing together on a mountain peak also noticed this phenomenon. The life essence and original energy coming from that place are as vast and endless as the ocean. I'm afraid this transformation is far from simple. One of them spoke up first. You're not wrong. A divine tree turning into a celestial spirit. I don't even know what kind of exalted expert has the power to evolve a divine tree into a celestial spirit like that. This person is absolutely not immortal. Let's head over and take a look. If there truly is a heaven-defying fateful encounter, maybe our old bones won't be so cold and lonely anymore. Saying that, the 2 leaped from the peak and rode their flying swords straight toward Zhang Fan's estate. Not long after, a young immortal boy actually materialized beneath that ancient tree. He faced Zhang Fan with the utmost reverence. Enlightened by the immortal venerable, I have condensed my spirit body, and from this day forth, I step onto the path of cultivation. From now on, this little immortal will make guarding this estate his ultimate duty. This little immortal still does not have a name. I beg Master to bestow one upon me. Zhang Fan really wasn't good at this kind of thing. But since this guy condensed his body from the trees he planted, calling him his son wouldn't be too far off, so he really had to put some thought into it. He transformed from a ginseng tree into a celestial spirit, which meant he had been enlightened by the great Tao. That was a pretty good destiny. And on top of that, he was volunteering to guard the estate. Therefore, Zhang Fan decided to give him the name Zhen Yuan. Hearing this name, the boy looked absolutely thrilled. He immediately clasped his hands and bowed deeply to thank Zhang Fan. Zhen Yuanzi, thanks master for bestowing this name. From now on, I will do everything in my power to protect your estate. Zhang Fan let out a dry, awkward laugh. Wait, didn't I just name him Zhen Yuan? Why did he suddenly add a Z to make it Zhen Yuanzi? Whatever, it wasn't that big of a difference anyway. The most important thing was that from now on, someone was finally in charge of watching the estate. He could relax a lot more now. It was just that Zhang Fan never expected he'd stumble into a stroke of luck like this. It seemed the effects of that divine soil brought over by the Holy Sword Sect Master were absolutely no joke. At the exact same time, the group from the Guangling Immortal Sect, along with the Demon King, they had colluded with it, were getting dangerously close to the estate. And the one leading them there was, of course, Yu Qizi. However, as they approached, an elder from the Guangling Immortal Sect sensed something a bit off. Specifically, the thick, heavy celestial aura radiating from the estate was somewhat terrifying. But that Demon King suddenly burst into arrogant laughter. He firmly believed that these 10 miles of wild forest were the territory of the demon race. No matter how strong the spiritual energy was, it was just a bluff to scare people, and he was completely in control of the situation. Seeing his confidence, the elders of the Guangling Immortal Sect immediately started kissing up to him. Exactly. Your Excellency Demon King possesses overwhelming power and vast divine abilities. How could you possibly fail to handle a tiny, insignificant estate like this? And so, right while Zhang Fan was lazily sunbathing, he already sensed the arrival of his enemies. He was feeling extremely smug. He hadn't expected them to show up this fast. It really wasn't a waste of effort to put on that fake blood-coughing act in front of Yu Qizi. As that group of fools got closer to the estate, the very first thing that caught their eyes was the Dark Knight Demon King lazing around. He was clearly a dog demon with a decent amount of strength, yet here he was acting like a glorified guard dog. The Demon King also locked his eyes on the Dark Knight Demon King. Because this dog was clearly doing absolutely nothing, not even cultivating, yet his power level was still increasing just by passively absorbing spiritual energy. This stupid brute actually thought to himself that he definitely had to steal this lazy cultivation technique as his battle trophy later. To think I'd run into a dog with such frightening potential in the ancient southern wastelands. A bizarre phenomenon like this? He's definitely a rare prodigy in the demon world. If I can tame this dog as my spirit pet, he'll definitely be an incredible asset in the future. The elders of the Guangling Immortal Sect were completely oblivious to the danger, still gathering around, pointing fingers, and gossiping about the Dark Knight Demon King. Then, the Guangling sect leader actually treated him like a mere guard dog and took the initiative to call out, "Hey, little mutt, want to come back with us and be the guardian beast for our sect?" The Dark Knight. Demon King finally lazily opened his eyes. Since he had no idea about Zhang Fan's plan, he was quite surprised to see so many people suddenly popping up in front of him like this. At the same time, that Bull Tribe Demon King stepped forward, picking up where the Guangling sect leader left off with a mocking sneer. "He is from our demon race after all. How could he ever submit to humans? Hey, little puppy, are you willing to acknowledge me as your master and become the right-hand man of I, the Bull Demon King?" The Dark Knight. Demon King let out a loud, confused, "Ha!" That Bull Demon King even had the nerve to declare that if the Dark Knight Demon King agreed to his demand, he would personally grant him a mighty title. As he spoke, he actually reached out to pat the Dark Knight Demon King on the head, instantly igniting his boiling rage to the absolute limit. "Someone like you thinks you're worthy? You didn't even look at where you're standing, yet you dare come to my turf and talk big," the Dark Knight Demon King snapped back arrogantly. But those words instantly sent the Bull Demon King into a furious rage. "A dog will always be a piece of trash that eats shit. You're just sitting here guarding the door for humans. Wouldn't it be better to follow me, eat well, and enjoy the good life? Considering you're also part of the demon race, I'll give you a choice. 1, crawl over here and submit to my command. Or 2, a disgrace to the demon race like you doesn't need to live anymore." Even though the Dark Knight Demon King had submitted to Zhang Fan, that absolutely did not mean just anyone could insult him. Instantly, he gathered his power and lunged straight at the Bull Demon King, tackling him to the ground as everyone watched in pure, unadulterated horror. But this was nothing. If the Nightshade Demon King hadn't been severely injured by the Divine Cauldron earlier and was still recovering, there was no way this stupid ox would get to stand there and mock him. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. The Nightshade Demon King began unleashing a terrifying surge of power. His body grew larger and larger, morphing from a dopey dog into a massive, terrifying wolf. When the Bull Demon King finally realized his opponent possessed the aura of a true Demon King, panic set in. With his newfound monstrous size, the Nightshade Demon King lunged forward to attack once again. The Bull Demon King was clearly losing ground, swinging his giant axe around wildly. But not only did he fail to land a scratch on his opponent, the shockwave sent the people from the Guangling Immortal Sect flying in every direction. The sect leader and the elders couldn't even process what the hell was happening. At first, they thought the Nightshade Demon King was just a mildly strong monster. They never expected him to actually be Demon King class, But Wu Tizi, he was probably the most traumatized out of them all. Because the last time he came here, the Nightshade Demon King was literally just a clueless, dopey dog. Nothing like this terrifying beast. Watching the Bull Demon King desperately struggle against the relentless attacks, the Guangling Immortal Sect members grew even more terrified. Wukizi had claimed that the owner of that stupid dog was the one who bullied him. But what kind of godlike power does someone need to have to turn a terrifying Demon King into a mere guard dog? And speak of the devil, he appeared. Having rested enough, Zhangfan casually stepped out of the house, leading Sun Yulian right behind him. So, you guys finally showed up, huh? He flashed a wicked, condescending smile. Meanwhile, the moment Sun Yulian laid eyes on those bastards, she couldn't help but grit her teeth in pure rage, because these pieces of trash were the very ones who destroyed her family. On the other side, the Guangling sect leader reacted just like everyone else seeing Zhang Fan for the first time, with deep suspicion. Because this kid looked completely, perfectly normal. He didn't have a single drop of spiritual power, yet he was bossing around a demon king. The old man sensed something was terribly wrong, so he kept his tone extremely cautious. Are you the one who murdered the disciples of my sect? Zhang Fan scoffed. A bunch of blind, useless trash. Yeah, that was me. Got a problem with that? Zhang Fan fired back with a heavy, mocking challenge. This response absolutely infuriated the Guangling elders, but the old sect leader held them back, realizing Zhang Fan was deliberately trying to provoke them. After quickly weighing the odds, the old man concluded, for a kid this young to act so arrogantly, his true power must be light years beyond their imagination. Lu Xun watched helplessly as the Bull Demon King took a brutal beating, completely pinned down by that monstrous dog. Damn it, is today the day our Guangling Immortal Sect meets its end? Taking in the grim situation, the old man's face twisted up in sheer frustration. To think that their prey was already in their grasp, only to flip the board completely and bring such a disaster upon the sect. How hateful! If I had only known! Snapping out of his thoughts, Lu Xun respectfully clasped his hands toward Zhang Fan. Sir, for you to stand up for Sun Yulian, you must have seen her extraordinary potential and wish to take her in. In the cultivation world, true strength is everything. So, our Guangling Immortal Sect is willing to step down. Not stopping there, Lu Xun slowly continued. Since your excellency has intervened for justice, I will personally visit another day to make amends. His words actually caught Zhang Fan off guard. What the hell? This ain't right. He's not blindly charging in to kill me? Why isn't this guy following the standard villain script? The old man silently observed the boy's face for a moment, noticing his lack of reaction. Seizing the opening, he quickly turned his back to leave, his expression masking a bitter reluctance. Thank you for your mercy, sir. We will take our leave now. Seeing the old man rushing off so fast, Zhang Fan called out loudly. Hold it right there. His face turned ice cold as he glared down at the crowd before him. You think you can just leave? Then what about my sword domain? Facing the group who were still frozen in absolute shock, he laid out their crimes with a deadly serious tone. Sun Yulian is now my disciple. Your Guangling Immortal Sect colluded with demons and slaughtered her entire clan. You commit such an unforgivable sin against my disciple. And you just tell me we're leaving and think that's the end of it? Do you really think that flies with me? In the face of Zhang Fan's unapologetic arrogance, Lu Xun calmly called out for the fifth elder. Hearing his name, Zhu Wu immediately stepped up to shield the old man, gripping his sword and shifting into a combat stance. Grand Elder, I told you from the start, we should just rush him and finish him off. I bet this punk is just faking it. Before he could even finish his sentence, a brutal surge of sword aura smashed right into him. He squealed like a stuck pig, violently coughing up a massive fountain of blood. Blindsided by the agonizing pain tearing through his back, Zhu Wu gasped in pure shock. Huh? Critically wounded by the strike, he collapsed to the dirt like a dried-up husk. Lu Xun's eyes were icy cold, staring at his own handiwork without a single flicker of emotion. Zhang Fan actually got goosebumps at the old man's ruthless, decisive betrayal. Holy crap, what kind of plot twist is this? Ignoring Zhang Fan's dumbfounded expression, the old man spoke with grave formality. Sir, it is true that our sect promised to offer Yulian to the Demon King, but slaughtering her family was never my order. That was entirely Zhu Wu acting on his own. I hope his life is enough to satisfy your anger. The absolute lengths Lu Xun would go to shake off the blame actually left Zhang Fan a little impressed. This old geezer is ruthlessly cunning. Amidst the heavy, suffocating silence, Zhang Fan stood there, staring down at the vicious man with absolute disgust. He thought to himself, he hasn't even figured out my real strength yet, but he's already throwing an elder's life away as a scapegoat. This guy is rotten to the core, and to think the Guangling Immortal Sect is actually praised as a righteous orthodox sect. Struck by the hypocritical, cutthroat reality of the cultivation world right before his eyes, Zhang Fan silently mused, the cultivation world is brutally unforgiving. Thankfully, I'm the one holding the knife right now, and he's the fish on the chopping block. I absolutely cannot let scum like this walk away. His eyes burning with the fiery sense of justice, he pointed a finger straight at the old man. You old bastard! With zero proof, you really think one measly life can wipe away the bloody sins you've inflicted upon my disciple? Lu Xun looked absolutely dumbstruck, by the sheer audacity of those words, reeling from the fact that he went that far and was still not being let off the hook. Desperately trying to keep his composure, the old man bowed, pleading for a ceasefire. Sir, I beg you to know when to stop. Is the life of an esteemed elder still not enough? If you refuse to let this go, then our Guangling Immortal sect has no choice but to fight you to the bitter end, right here, right now. Is going this far for a single disciple really worth it? Hearing the blatant threat, Zhang Fan stroked his chin like a wise master making a grand decision. You know you've got to point. Yulian did just become my disciple after all, so... He glanced over at her, a wicked smirk creeping onto his face as he continued. Whether you're forgiven or not, I'll let her decide. He pointed menacingly at the Guangling sect crowd, making them all violently shiver. My dear disciple, your sworn enemies are standing right in front of you. Go ahead, slaughter them all. She stared blankly at Zhang Fan, her face etched in absolute disbelief. But master, their cultivation levels are way higher than mine. I'm way too weak for that. As Yulian kept anxiously babbling, he casually tossed a sword to her to shut her up. With a completely relaxed and confident face, he declared, You've already comprehended a fraction of my sword intent. If I say you can do it, you can do it! Acting like a literal Pokemon trainer, he pointed straight at the dumbfounded faces of the Guangling sect members and hyped her up to charge. Go on, some blood feuds are just better settled with your own two hands. To keep the enemies from completely losing their fighting spirit, Zhang Fan tossed out a final line to give them a sliver of false hope. Today, if anyone can defeat my disciple in a fair duel, I guarantee that I won't lay a finger on them. Hearing the utter contempt in Zhang Fan's voice, Lu Xun didn't get angry. Instead, he shrewdly analyzed the situation. Even if she's holding a peerless divine sword, that girl hasn't even reached the golden core stage. Just to be absolutely certain he wasn't mishearing things, the old man pointed at him to confirm. Senior, are your words truly binding? Zhang Fan nodded firmly. Of course they are. With the term set, Zhang Fan immediately ordered Yulian to step up and clean out the trash in front of them. Go get him. Hearing her master's command, Yulian bowed her head in obedience. As you command, master. The beautiful Yulian gripped her massive 80-centimeter blade and marched forward with fierce determination. She pointed the sword at the men before her, her voice ringing out like steel. Guangling Immortal Sect, did you really think you could just walk away from the blood debt you owe the Sun family? Today I will take my revenge with my own hands. Hearing a little brat who was still wet behind the ears talk trash to him, Lu Xun's face scrunched up furiously again. A lowly junior dares to act so arrogant. If she didn't have someone backing her up, I would have already... He cut his own thoughts short, turning his head to bark out an order. Kizi! Hearing his name, Kizi immediately bowed. Yes, sir. Lu Xun glared at him with lethal seriousness. Go, duel that wench. Next up, Kai-Tu stepped forward, sword in hand, though he clearly hesitated. He stared at her blade, completely intimidated by the overwhelming spiritual energy radiating from it. Trembling in fear, he still tried to act tough. Nyaklin, don't think that just because you have some divine sword, you've got someone backing you up. He was mid-sentence when a blinding flash of light suddenly dashed right across his chest. Kai-Tu stared helplessly, a sharp piercing pain hitting him a second later. His eyes went wide with shock. Stunned by that terrifying speed, he couldn't even react. He could only let out a shaky breath as his vision faded to black. Such a fast blade! Nyaklin frowned, clearly annoyed. You talk way too much trash. Witnessing her absolute dominance, the cultivators from the Guanglang sect stumbled back in terror. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Detected Disciple Nyaklin, Foundation Tier, landing a strike, rewarding 400 sword domain points. Seeing this, Trong Pham smirked in deep satisfaction. Nyaklin gets points for kills too. Not bad. Not bad at all. In the center of the battlefield, Nyaklin stood tall, her robes fluttering softly in the wind. Carrying a faint scent of blood, her cold gaze swept over the lifeless body at her feet. From the sidelines, Lo Tun barked out, his voice dripping with venom. Send the next one in! Her sword skills are impressive, sure, but her cultivation hasn't even reached the golden core stage. Third Elder, Lin Trang stepped forward slowly, her eyes ice cold. Give the word! The old man masked his fury, his expression shifting to a mix of caution and annoyance as he lowered his voice. Beat her, but leave her alive. He shot a sideways glance at Trong Pham, plotting in his head. Even though this guy talks a big game but hasn't lifted a finger, I'm afraid he might use his disciple's death as an excuse to hunt me down later. Watching Trong Pham acting so incredibly laid back, Lo Tun was screaming internally. You arrogant bastard! Our Guanglang sect has never suffered such humiliation. Once I get out of this, I swear I'll find a way to end you. Right in the middle of his plotting, Lin Trang drew her sword, tearing through the air as she lunged straight at Nyaklin. I'll chop off your arm first. Let's see if your precious master is willing to fight us to the death over a worthless cripple. Facing the lethal blade howling toward her throat, she didn't take a single step back. She simply looked up, staring dead into the icy gleam of the metal. The very second the blade came crashing down with ferocious power, she flicked her wrist, bringing her own sword up to catch the strike perfectly. A deafening metallic clash exploded across the battlefield. Nyaklin gritted her teeth, her eyes fierce. Her body trembled under the crushing pressure, feeling like a literal mountain was bearing down on her. yet she braced her legs, refusing to yield an inch. Pushed to her absolute limit, she suddenly channeled all her strength and violently shoved the blade upward. The tide of battle flipped in a heartbeat. Lin Trang stumbled backward, her eyes widening in pure disbelief. Lin Trang raised an eyebrow, sizing her up with a hint of begrudging respect. I guess you do have some skill. Too bad it ends. The final word died in her throat. Her face froze, and her pupils shrank as she suddenly realized something terrifying. Wait a second! Lin Trang stared at Ngok Lin as if looking at a towering monster. Waves of invisible pressure crashed down on her, completely cementing her feet to the ground. This overwhelming sword aura, how is she doing this? Ngok Lin's blade slashed down like a falling meteor. Lin Trang could only watch it coming, wide-eyed and totally powerless. Absolute despair flooded her senses. No, this is bad. The pressure from her sword aura, I can't move my body. A split second before the blade sliced into her flesh, pure survival instinct took over. Lin Trang threw herself backward, her heart hammering like it was about to explode as she screamed. She managed to twist away by a hair's breadth, but the razor-sharp sword energy still shredded right through her fragile defenses. She collapsed to her knees, completely helpless. How is this even possible? Filled with bitter resentment, she collapsed into a pool of her own blood, drawing her final breath. The surrounding members of the Kuang-Long sect recoiled in sheer terror, utterly refusing to believe their own eyes. What the hell was that? Despite the intense showdown, Ngok Lin stood tall, her breathing perfectly calm and steady. I actually did it. I took down a nascent soul cultivator. But why did she look so paralyzed with fear just now? A wave of realization washed over her. Wait a minute. Could it be that Master was secretly helping me this whole time?
Meanwhile, another system prompt popped up, making Trong Pham so thrilled he practically hit a mental like button. Detected Disciple Ngok Lin landing a cross-tier strike, rewarding 3,000 sword domain points. Catching her master's approving gaze, Ngok Lin's doubts melted into overwhelming gratitude. Master really is the best. I'm gonna cry.
Fired up and buzzing with adrenaline, she slowly shifted her deadly glare toward the remaining targets. All right then, who's next? Ngok Lin aimed her crimson gold divine sword right at the enemy, radiating an unstoppable battle aura as she challenged them. Who wants it? Following her terrifying display of power, Diep Tu spoke up, his face pale with caution. Grand Elder, what exactly happened just now? Lo Tan was just as rattled, having noticed something seriously off. I have no idea. That strike was impressive, sure, but with the third Elder's strength, dodging it should have been child's play. Then, he noticed Trong Pham just casually chilling in the background. Could that guy have done something from the shadows? Still full of suspicion, Lo Tan turned to urge his sect members. I'm not sure. I didn't see him make a single move. Fourth brother, you're up, and remember, go for the kill this time. Absolutely no mercy. Suddenly forced into the spotlight, Jiang Truk turned dead pale from absolute terror. Huh? Me? He stammered, staring at Lin Trang's lifeless body sprawled on the dirt, a cold sweat breaking out on his face. But my cultivation isn't even at the third elder's level. Not giving Jiang Truk a single second to back out, Lo Tan fiercely cut him off. It was probably just a careless mistake on her part. Now get out there. If you don't go, what, you expect me to fight her? Meanwhile, on a completely different battlefield, a chain of earth-shattering explosions violently shook the entire forest. The Bull Demon King was barely holding on, struggling to block the onslaught. You absolute mad dog! You're a majestic Demon King! Why the hell are you risking your life fighting me over some human? Hearing the insult, Dark Knight immediately fired back, absolutely buzzing with combat energy. What the hell do you know? This is what you call a smart dog knowing which side to pick. Refusing to be outdone, the Bull Demon King aggressively launched a counterattack. Fine, then today I'll do the demon race a favor and wipe out trash like you. The moment the words left his mouth, he slammed his foot into the ground. The earth instantly ripped apart in all directions, but Dark Knight flashed like lightning, easily dodging every single shockwave. Seizing a split-second opening, the Bull Demon King channeled all his raw power into a devastating surprise punch. But Dark Knight didn't panic for a second. Unlocking its true power, the beast's entire body erupted in a blinding, crackling aura of lightning. You're seriously underestimating me. With a deafening, majestic howl, thick clouds of black mist rapidly materialize, spreading out and swallowing the surroundings. Swallowed by the suffocating darkness, the Bull Demon King froze entirely, as if someone had hit the pause button on his body. The Dark Knight domain? How is this even possible? Spotting the enemy's distraction, Dark Knight fiercely slashed out with its razor-sharp claws. Where the hell are you looking? The strike instantly carved two massive bloody gashes into his flesh, making the Bull Demon King roar in sheer agony. After landing the brutal hit, Dark Knight casually licked the blood off its massive paw. And you thought you could take me out by yourself? The Bull Demon King was still reeling from the shock. Wait, don't tell me you're the legendary Dark Knight Demon King? Hearing the title, the beast gave a smug, mocking grin. Took you long enough to figure it out, huh? That infuriatingly cocky attitude perfectly lit the fuse on the Bull Demon King's temper. Good. Very good. I honestly didn't recognize you as the almighty Dark Knight Demon King. He didn't even finish his sentence before charging furiously forward, winding up a massive punch. Especially when you're busy playing a lapdog for a human. Staring down the arrogant fool, Dark Knight immediately dropped into a vicious fighting stance. You're just a brat who's barely cultivated for 100 measly years. A split second later, the beast let out an earth-shattering roar, blasting out terrifying arcs of pure lightning. What the hell do you know? In a flash, Shadow lunged right past the Bull Demon King. Standing frozen solid like he'd been hit by an ice-binding spell, it took him a long moment before letting out a blood-curdling scream as the bone-piercing agony finally hit. Shadow didn't even break a sweat, scoffing at his pathetic state. If I hadn't been injured earlier, crushing you would be a piece of cake, the Demon King roared. Shadow had actually been kind enough to warn the idiot to back off. I don't care who you are, Shadow growled, but Tongok Lin has already taken him as her master. Coming after them is just begging for death. Furious out of his mind, the Bull Demon King resorted to trash talk. Is that why you're willing to be that guy's lapdog? Don't you get it? Doing this means you're betraying the entire demon realm. He even had the nerve to sound arrogant. You still have a chance. Help me and the Guangling Immortal Sect wipe that bastard out. And we'll take back that girl with the top-tier talent. Smug and thinking he could mentally break a spirit beast, the Bull Demon King threatened, refuse, and every demon in the south will hear about your dirty treason. The more he spoke, the more carried away he got. You are dead to the demon realm. Realizing he was just playing a lute to a cow, Shadow completely dropped the idea of talking sense into him and coldly declared, I was actually planning to spare your miserable life. In the very next second, Shadow channeled surging lightning magic throughout his entire body, but he just had to drop one last mocking line before making his move. An idiot like you doesn't deserve to breathe. Meanwhile, back at the standoff between the cultivators, the men from the Guangling Immortal Sect were dropping like flies, bodies scattering the ground. Unsurprisingly, Ngok Lian effortlessly took down Zhang Truk with a single, flawless sword strike. Wiping a faint bead of sweat from her brow, her fighting spirit burned as fiercely as ever as she threw down the gauntlet. You're up next. Who wants to go first? The remaining two enemies instantly threw their guards up. After carefully observing the situation, Lu Xun turned and urgently whispered to Diep-Tu, Don't panic, I've got her figured out. The old man quickly broke down her fighting style. This bitch must have awakened some genuinely terrifying sword intent. Even with her low cultivation base, every single strike she makes is absolutely lethal. Based on that, Lu Xun quickly hatched a counterattack. But her sword intent isn't fully refined yet. In a moment, I need you to burn your soul energy and hit her with absolutely everything you've got. As for me, the old man acted extremely noble, taking the hardest part for himself. There's no way that master of hers will just stand by and watch his disciple die. I'll hold him off. If two Divine Realm Masters attack at once, he might not be able to block it. Although the plan sounded perfectly calculated, Diep-Tu still felt incredibly uneasy and pointed out the glaring flaw. But Ton Ngoklin calls him master. Doesn't that mean he's way stronger than her? Are we really? Lu Xun furiously snapped at him to bring him back to reality. Do you have a better idea? This is our one and only shot.
At least one of us has to make it back alive. Left with no choice, Diep-Tu swallowed his bitter resentment and accepted his fate.
I understand. He solemnly drew his weapon, projecting his aura in a formal cultivator's greeting. Ton Ngoklin, show me what you've got! Right out of the gate, he poured out his entire soul, unleashing his absolute ultimate trump card. A devastating/carrying unimaginable destructive force rapidly tore toward Ngoklin. Even she couldn't help but gasp at Diep-Tu's formidable power. So this is the power of the Divine Realm, she murmured, watching the ground beneath her feet violently rip open into a massive trench. Ngoklin now had to look at her opponent with newfound respect. He was leagues above the nascent soul stage. Noticing her slight distraction, Diep-Tu frantically signaled his ally. Great Elder, do it now! But who would have thought, the moment he turned around, he saw Lu Xun already flying away on his sword. Diep-Tu's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. The old bastard had been watching him the whole time, secretly gathering dark energy in his hand. Suddenly, a talisman shot through the air and slapped squarely onto Diep-Tu's back. A horrifying realization hit him. A soul-burning talisman? Zhang Truk clutched his head in agonizing pain as violent streaks of lightning surged from the cursed paper. No, no! This! In just a split second, he swelled up like a giant, grotesque pig balloon right in front of Trong Pham and Ngoklin. She gasped. He's not backing down even when cornered. Lu Xun cackled madly from above. I'll scatter your souls to the wind. Unfazed, Trong Pham simply gave a calm order. Tran Nguyen. Instantly, the servant transformed into surging streams of immensely powerful green energy. The energy locked onto Zhang Truk, who was about to burst, shooting out blinding golden rays of light. Tran Nguyen finished the job by tightly constricting his bloated body to suppress the detonation, crushing him from the inside. Following the muffled blast, deadly silence returned to the area. Shifting back into his human form, Tran Nguyen bowed. The trash has been disposed of, Master. Trong Pham gave a gentle nod, replying warmly. Good work, but honestly, just calling me sir is fine. Deep down, though, Trong Pham was sweating bullets. Having a grown man call me master sounds super weird. Witnessing Zhang Truk's pathetic demise, Lu Xun's face drained of all color as he screamed, How? How is this possible? That was the self-destruction of a divine realm cultivator. How could it be suppressed so easily? As Tran Nguyen flashed a proud smile at Trong Pham and Ngoc Lin after his glorious victory, the old man was still losing his mind over the brutal reality. No, this isn't right! Lu Xun instantly bolted higher into the sky in a desperate bid to escape. I need to get the hell out of here. Seeing the old coward trying to make a run for it, Trong Pham casually pinched a glowing magical leaf between his fingers. Going somewhere? In a flash, he flicked the leaf, sending it rocketing toward Lu Xun at breakneck speed. Too late. The impossibly razor-sharp magical leaf cleanly severed the old man's right arm, causing him to cough up a spray of blood and shriek in pure agony. Arg! Completely losing his balance, Lu Xun plummeted out of the sky in a deadly freefall. Just seconds later, he face-planted into the dirt in the most spectacularly pathetic way imaginable. Ngoc Lin and Trong Pham calmly walked over to him. Trembling, Lu Xun looked at the weapon that had brought him down and gaped in disbelief. It's just a leaf? Trong Pham simply smiled and casually mocked him. You're truly venomous, you know that? Pulling such a dirty, ruthless trick on your own sect members. And to think the outside world actually calls the Guangling immortal sect a righteous faction. Turning pale as a ghost, the old man clutched his bleeding stump and croaked, Who the hell are you? Someone with this kind of terrifying power. How could you possibly be a nobody in the cultivation world? But Trong Pham gave a cold, dismissive reply. I have nothing to say to a piece of trash like you. He immediately issued an order. Ngoc Lin, get your revenge. Suddenly, an earth-shattering boom echoed through the air. Thump, thump. Lu Xun burst into a manic laugh, thinking his savior had arrived. It's the Bull Demon King! Thank the heavens, I might actually make it out of here alive. Mustering every last ounce of his strength, he screamed at the top of his lungs. Your Highness, Demon King, over here! Trong Pham just closed his eyes, thoroughly amused. Did my little puppy lose the fight? The Bull Demon King came sprinting in, huffing and puffing like a madman. But who could have guessed? The terrifying demon boss was pale as a sheet, crying out in absolute terror. Save me! Like a legendary comedy duo, both the mighty Bull Demon King and Lu Xun were now screaming for help, while both were missing their right arms. Help! Watching this utterly ridiculous spectacle, Trong Pham had to bite his lip to keep from bursting out laughing. Right behind the panicked Demon King was Shadow, casually holding the bull. Demon's ripped off right arm in his jaws, sporting a brutally murderous glare. Its eyes glowed a piercing red, its entire body radiating a ravenous urge to devour that walking pile of beef alive. Seeing Trong Pham, Dark Knight panicked internally. Oh crap, I carelessly let this guy slip away and run straight here. Is that monster going to torture me for screwing up? Quick as a flash, Lo Tan dropped to his knees, shifting all the blame onto the Bull Demon King, to the beast's absolute shock. Capturing Ton and Ngoc Lin wasn't my idea. That damn Demon King forced my hand. I only did it for the sake of the Guangling Immortal Sect. He made me do it. Hearing this, the Bull Demon King bellowed like a wild animal. You shameless scum. I never forced you into anything. You were the one who crawled to me begging for an alliance. But Dark Knight couldn't care less about their bickering and lunged straight into an attack, making the Bull Demon King let out a cry of agony. Gah! He bellowed in pure pain as Dark Knight's fangs sank deep into his flesh. Please, spare me! Lo Tan was practically groveling in the dirt, desperately kowtowing and begging for his life. Have mercy, I'm begging you, please let me live. The old man's face was twisted in a pathetic, tearful grimace. I swear I never ordered the slaughter of your entire family. The Bull Demon King fiercely denied Lo Tan's accusations. No, don't listen to him. He's the one who ordered the massacre of your family. I was completely kept in the dark. Ngoc Lin gripped her sword tight. She had absolutely zero patience for their pathetic excuses. Back then, Sham, my family must have begged you for their lives too, didn't they? Ngoc Lin aimed her sword at Lo Tan, her entire aura radiating pure murderous intent. But did you give them a chance? A single ruthless slash across the neck abruptly ended Lo Tan's wicked life. She just silently swung her blade, and the old man collapsed backward into the dirt. Ngoc Lin turned her back and walked away. Mother, father, everyone, I finally avenged you today. She gritted her teeth, her face trembling as if she was about to burst into violent sobs. Sob, I avenged you. It was as if a lifetime of deep-seated resentment had finally been washed away. Ngoc Lin sank to her knees, both hands clutching her faintly glowing sword. Heavy tears streamed down her cheeks as she wept for her fallen family. Overwhelmed with emotion, Ngoc Lin broke down crying. Sob, sob, sob. Trong Pham gently patted her back to comfort her. There, it's over. Hearing that, Ngoc Lin threw her arms around him, pulling him into a tight embrace. Sabu, master. With the gentle protectiveness of a true man, Trong Pham held her warmly in his arms and stroked her hair. Don't cry now. Shh, don't cry. You've gotten your revenge. Your path from here on out is still very long. Saying that, he glanced back over his shoulder at Dark Knight, who was still viciously mauling the Bull Demon King. So, what came next? While still howling in absolute agony, the Bull Demon King finally accepted his total defeat and smashed his head against the ground before Trong Pham. Spare my life. I surrender. I'll be your loyal beast of burden. I'll do anything you say. But there was no way he was falling for this wicked bull's tricks. Trong Pham casually crossed his arms and said coolly, "Go finish him off." They were going to feast on the Bull Demon King's meat, while Dark Knight was already gnawing on his arm bone. Hearing that, the Shadow Beast gleefully imagined a highly nutritious pot of beef stew. This Bull Demon King's meat has got to be way tastier than your average cow demon. I wonder what his ribs taste like. Trong Pham's words struck absolute terror into the beast's heart, reducing him to pathetic, weak whimpers. Ah. Ngok Lien swiftly ended the Bull Demon King with a clean, masterful strike of her blade, leaving him just enough breath for one last, feeble gasp. Gah! Witnessing her flawless execution, Trong Pham couldn't help but offer a word of praise. Oh, quick and precise. Not bad at all. Meanwhile, Ngok Lien thought to herself in the wake of her victory, if Master hadn't been secretly helping me from the shadows, getting my revenge wouldn't have been this easy. Ngok Lien suddenly dropped to her knees, bowing deeply to her master in utmost reverence. My vengeance is fulfilled. From this day forward, I will devote my entire being to serving you, Master. Whatever you command, I shall do. Trong Pham just brushed it off like it was nothing. No need for all that. Come on, I'm making you guys some grilled demon beef. With that, he spun around and walked off with an impossibly cool swagger. The fire roared to life, and in no time flat, Trong Pham transformed into a master BBQ chef, his hands flipping the skewers with lightning speed. Smells amazing! The dense forest was soon filled with the mouth-watering aroma of grilled meat as the master and disciple set up their little feast right in the heart of nature. Mid-chew, Ngok Lien blinked and peered up at the tree. Master, I think the ginseng fruit got a little bit bigger. Intrigued, Trong Pham glanced up as well. In the classic tale of Journey to the West, the ginseng fruit was a legendary divine fruit. Just one sniff could make you live to 360 years old, and a single bite granted you 47,000 years of life. Feeling pretty optimistic about it, he set up a ladder and plucked one down. It might not be as overpowered as the legends say, but hey, it's still a magical fruit. Surely it'll boost my cultivation a bit in this world, right? Trong Pham took a bite, carefully analyzing every layer of flavor. It tasted incredibly fresh. The juice was super sweet, but it didn't seem to boost his magic at all. He furrowed his brows slightly, his initial excitement visibly fading. Just as I thought, it's not a real ginseng tree. Still, Trong Pham polished off the whole giant fruit anyway. At the end of the day, it was still a pretty tasty snack. Suddenly, a violent hacking cough echoed from the woods, sounding like someone suffering from terminal tuberculosis. Hearing the strange noise, Trong Pham instructed his disciples, "You guys keep eating. I'm gonna go check it out." Before the coughing even stopped, he was already standing right behind the person making it. Tong Van seemed to sense his presence and turned around, offering an incredibly gentle, harmless smile. "Excuse me, young benefactor, could you tell me where we are? This old man seems to have gotten horribly lost." Cough, ahem. "In these woods." Trong Pham flashed a warm, polite smile, but his inner thoughts were entirely different. What the heck is up with that terrible acting? What kind of ordinary person just gets lost and wanders into the ancient southern wastelands? Have all the bloodthirsty demons around here suddenly gone vegan or something? He didn't expose the old man's lie right away, opting instead to ask politely, "Hello there, sir. What might your name be? How many people do you have in your family? Where are you from?" Without a single ounce of panic, the old man answered perfectly on script. "This old man's name is Tong Van. I'm just an ordinary farmer." Trong Pham was stunned speechless, his eyes bugging out so hard his eyeballs nearly popped out of his skull. A farmer? Why do these ridiculously overpowered masters always love messing around? Can you guys please stop cosplaying as peasants to fool people? Even though he was utterly annoyed internally, he kept up the welcoming facade of a perfect host. "We're actually in the middle of a meal. Since you're already here, why don't you come join us for a drink and a bite to eat?" Completely contrary to Trong Pham's expectations, Tong Van suddenly slumped to the ground and sluggishly declined. "Go inside? Nah, I think I'll pass." Watching this ridiculous display, Trong Pham couldn't help but sigh heavily in his mind. Aren't other immortal cultivators supposed to be all high and mighty? No matter how I look at him, this old geezer literally just looks like a dirt-poor farmer. Right at that moment, Song Yoon spoke up again, probing, "Kid, living out here, aren't you afraid some demon beast might set its sights on you?" Zhang Fan just kept striding forward, a highly amused smirk playing on his lips. "I'd love to see a demon beast actually dare to try," he casually replied. He cast a sideways glance at Dark Knight, who was cowering in the bushes. The beast trembled, thinking to itself, "Any monster that comes here ends up roasted or stewed. I'm just lucky I was smart enough to keep my miserable little life." Hearing such an arrogant tone from Zhang Fan left Song Yoon utterly baffled. This was the southern wastelands. Who in their right mind would dare provoke the monsters here? A wild thought suddenly flashed through the old man's mind. Could this kid actually be a hidden master? Song Yoon fell into deep thought, his eyes shifting slightly, though he kept his mouth shut. He secretly observed Zhang Fan. This guy doesn't have a single drop of spiritual energy. I'd better test the waters. Not wasting another second, Song Yoon quickly spoke up. Since you are so generous, young man, how about pouring this old man a cup of water? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Fan broke into a welcoming smile. Old man Song, what would you like to drink? Keeping up his clueless facade, Song Yoon nonchalantly replied, This old man has traveled the world and tasted it all. Just give me whatever you have. Watching this act play out, a spark of annoyance flared up inside Zhang Fan. That smug look is seriously punchable. You came here just to play dumb with me, didn't you? Daring to act all high and mighty. Oh, we are far from done. Without holding back, he pulled out a jug of wine and offered it with a hearty laugh. Since that's the case, let's skip the tea today. Let's drink something a little more exciting. Inwardly, though, he was grinning ear to ear. This is a spirit wine I brewed using rare fruits and magical herbs. Time to do your magic. Song Yoon didn't stand on ceremony and casually accepted it. Well then, it would be rude to refuse. Deep down, however, he scoffed. Just a brat like you trying to show off treasures in front of me? As the wine flowed into the cup, he calmly stroked his beard, looking as serene as if he were admiring the moon. But at that exact moment, an overwhelmingly rich fragrance hit his nose, making Song Yoon flinch and gasp. His eyes shot wide open, unable to hide his absolute shock. What kind of wine is this? Just the scent alone is intoxicating, Zhang Fan smirked, his triumphant expression plain as day. Just putting on a show. Who doesn't know how to do that? Song Yoon completely missed that look. His eyes were glued to the cup in front of him. How does this little brat have such a heavenly brew? The moment that thought crossed his mind, his brain frantically dug through ancient memories. Legend spoke of 4 great immortal wines in the cultivation world. The 9 fragrances, the red mulberry, the crimson silk, and the mortal's azure drop. Any of them could instantly boost a cultivator's power, or even trigger a breakthrough. Thinking of this, Song Yoon's jaw dropped, the hand holding the cup trembling slightly. If this wine were taken to the outside world, you could easily trade it for the ultimate protecting treasures of top-tier sex. He forced himself to suppress his racing heart and act natural. Calm down. I must stay calm. I absolutely cannot look surprised in front of this kid. A moment later, Song Yoon decisively raised the cup and downed it in one gulp. The moment the liquid hit his tongue, the flavor exploded, so blissfully sweet that his taste buds literally quivered. He swallowed the heavenly liquid whole. A soft gulp echoed in the quiet space. At that exact second, Song Yoon froze, raw astonishment flashing in his eyes. The bottleneck that kept me stuck in the soul formation realm for years, it just broke through? This massive surge in power only cemented his theory. This has to be one of the 4 legendary immortal wines. Looking at Zhang Fan, who was still impossibly calm, Song Yoon couldn't help but feel a deep sense of suspicion. Just what kind of monstrous background does this guy have? He looks so incredibly ordinary, yet casually pulls out something this terrifying. By now, a strange competitive gleam had sparked in the old man's eyes. No way, I refuse to be outdone by him. In a flash, Song Yoon shoved his hand deep into his inner robes, mysteriously fishing around for something. Little brother, let me show you a real treasure, he declared, dramatically yanking out a small, round fruit. Take a look at this fruit. What do you think? Meanwhile, Zhang Fan screamed like a harassed maiden. Who the hell wants to see your junk? But before he could finish totally freaking out, he suddenly stopped. Huh? After getting a good look at what was actually in Song Yoon's hand, Zhang Fan breathed a huge sigh of relief. Acting all mysterious for half the day, and it's just a lychee? You're trying to scare me with this crap? The old man maintained his insanely smug posture, proudly boasting in his head, This is a holy fruit. I had to storm the immortal shrine and brush past death a dozen times just to get it. This brat must be in such shock that his face is paralyzed. Song Yoon raised an eyebrow, his voice dripping with absolute confidence. Well, how about it? Do you want it, little brother? But completely shattering his grand expectations, Zhang Fan looked utterly unimpressed. That's it. Man, if I wanted to eat these, I would have eaten enough to puke by now. Hearing that, Song Yoon nearly choked on his own spit, screaming in pure disbelief. What? This is the jade marrow holy fruit! Do you think this is a damn cabbage? His face turned purple with rage as he jumped up like he had stepped on a nail. Eaten enough to puke? Quit your bullshitting. Seeing him blow a fuse, Zhang Fan didn't even bother arguing. Makes sense, he thought. Even though this is a cultivation world, they're still stuck in ancient times. Legend says back in the day, Consort Yang had to have couriers ride thousands of miles just to get a fresh lychee. Still unwilling to accept defeat, Song Yoon gritted his teeth and forced out a word. Fine. If you look down on my jade marrow immortal fruit, then I want to see what the hell you have that can compare to it. Giving Song Yoon zero face, Zhang Fan bluntly jabbed right back. Your fruit is honestly complete trash to me. Still, he magnanimously offered an invitation. Come on, today I'll take you out to see the real world. The old man scoffed in contempt. This old man has traveled the entire cultivation world. There is nothing I haven't seen. Just as Song Yoon was putting on his seasoned veteran act, I really want to see what you've got. The scene unfolding before him made his eyes bulge out of his skull. He wildly looked around, his voice completely failing to hide his sheer panic.
There's an entire hidden paradise in here? The blinding radiance of a single tree was enough to make Song-Yoon aggressively rub his face in shock. Just a random branch from it was a priceless artifact. But the existence of the fruits hanging high above completely shattered his worldview. Trembling, Song-Yoon pointed forward and shrieked, "How is this possible? It's the legendary ginseng fruit!" Blinded by the priceless treasure, he instinctively lunged forward, trying to snatch one. I can't believe I stumbled upon such a miraculous encounter today. But before his hand could even touch it, Zhen Yuan materialized, his voice chilling to the bone. Who dares to intrude? Song-Yoon's arm instantly froze in midair. The sudden appearance scared him so badly he immediately face-planted into the dirt.
Wait, the ginseng tree has cultivated into a living guardian spirit? Terrified of pissing Zhen Yuan off, Song-Yoon hastily groveled on the ground, begging for mercy. Supreme Immortal, this old man was blinded by greed just now and acted out of turn. Please, I beg for your forgiveness. Too bad the spirit completely ignored him, turning around to tattle to Zhang Fan instead. Sir, this guy tried to steal the immortal fruits without asking your permission. How should we dispose of him? Those slip-of-the-tongue words reached the old man's ears, hitting him with the 100th mental breakdown of the day. What? A guardian spirit with at least soul formation level power is actually bowing to this little brat and even calling him master? Only now did Song-Yoon dare to make a bold guess, pulling out immortal artifacts so effortlessly. Even regular immortals would have to call him master. Could he be a heavenly immortal, or perhaps an even higher-ranking supreme lord? Right at that moment, Yulian popped up, holding a bunch of street skewers in her hand. What's going on? Dark Knight could only sigh in exasperation. Great, another one bites the dust. Zhang Fan didn't answer her. Instead, he put his hands on his hips and interrogated the old man. Hey, old man Song, what act are you putting on? You so hungry you can't even walk? He looked at Song-Yoon's shabby appearance and shook his head in utter disappointment. Clearly a master cultivator, yet he insists on cosplaying as a poor farmer. Waving his hand, Zhang Fan generously let it slide. All right. Since you love fruit so much. A flash of golden light sparked from his hand as he plucked a gourd. I'll pick one for you. Before Song-Yoon could even process what was happening, the gourd plopped right into the palm of his hand. Huh? He stammered, his voice trembling. You're giving me an immortal fruit? Zhang Fan picked his nose and replied nonchalantly, It's just a normal fruit, man. Look at you getting all worked up. Those words did absolutely nothing to calm Song-Yoon down. He was a sobbing, snotty mess. This is a ginseng fruit! It extends your lifespan! Afraid the old man might feel guilty taking it, Zhang Fan casually explained, It's not really anything rare. I've got plenty of these lying around. Thinking about this, Zhang Fan couldn't help but sigh heavily. Besides, I can't even cultivate. I can only eat them for the taste. Little did he know, those words were like pouring oil on a fire. Song-Yoon looked so horrified his soul almost left his body. Not rare? Not anything rare? He jumped up indignantly, defending the gourd's honor. This is a divine fruit. In the legends, this is the ultimate, supreme divine fruit. Just one bite gives you 40,000 years of lifespan. Are you treating a divine fruit like a cheap white radish? Zhang Fan totally ignored Song-Yoon, stroking his chin in deep thought. I can't step outside this invincible sword domain. Sun Yulian isn't strong enough, and letting Dark Knight go out, I really don't trust that dog. He side-eyed the prime candidate standing right in front of him, and a brilliant idea suddenly popped into his head. Isn't this guy the absolute perfect choice? But I have to make this fake farmer old man do it willingly. With that in mind, Zhang Fan put on a benevolent smile and offered a deal. Never mind. Looking at the state of you, you probably wouldn't feel right just taking it for free. So, how about you run some errands for me? Song-Yoon, whose brain was already completely short-circuiting, immediately agreed. Obedience is better than politeness. Please, give me your orders. But Song-Yoon had lived long enough to know that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. This was a divine fruit after all. What kind of terrifying price must I pay to obtain such a legendary fortune? A peerless supreme being like him, he says run errands, but it's absolutely going to be a deadly mission. Seeing the old man looking so on edge, Zhang Fan casually dropped the easiest request ever. Hey, no need to be so tense. Just help me get 100 kilograms of pork. He casually kicked Dark Knight's butt and continued. You see, feeding this dog of mine is no easy task. Taking a kick for no reason made the dog growl in sheer frustration. Meanwhile, Song-Yoon stared dead at it, muttering, Dog? He pointed a trembling finger at Dark Knight, shrieking as if reality itself had broken. This is a demon king! He knew perfectly well the horrifying power hidden beneath that stupid, innocent-looking exterior, which was exactly why he was utterly terrified. He's keeping a Soul Formation Realm Demon King as a pet dog? At this point, Song-Yoon was absolutely certain. An immortal. He must truly be a supreme immortal wandering the mortal realm. Looking at Zhang Fan's detached, otherworldly vibe, his imagination went entirely into overdrive. If he's truly an immortal, then when he said buy 100 kilograms of pork just now, it definitely wasn't that simple. The more he thought about it, the more Song Yoon nodded to himself, completely convinced of his own logic. It's being exchanged for a ginseng fruit after all. How could the task be easy? He was practically shaking with excitement from his own wild delusions. This must be a test. A test given to me by the Supreme Immortal. If I can pass this trial, perhaps His Eminence will grant me an even greater destiny. Seeing the old man spaced out for so long, Jang Fan finally spoke up. Hey, old man Song, what's wrong with you? You think it's too much of a hassle? Those words struck Song Yoon like lightning, putting him on high alert. Oh no. A rapid train of thought crashed through his mind. The Supreme Immortal is displeased with my hesitation. If I hesitate any longer, I'm going to lose this once-in-a-lifetime destiny. I must firmly establish my loyalty to the Supreme Immortal. Song Yoon immediately stood up straight, cupped his hands respectfully, and declared every word with absolute solemnity. Sir, your great kindness is something this old man will never, ever forget. Hi, Song Yoon, swear upon my life. Whatever orders you have for me, sir, I will gladly serve as your beast of burden. His previously goofy, laid-back demeanor was entirely replaced by an eerie, deadly seriousness, looking as if he would gladly die for the cause. This sudden shift in attitude left a massive question mark hovering over Jang Fan's head. What the heck is this old geezer imagining now? But since things were going his way, he just rolled with it and waved him off. All right then, off you go. He was just going out to fetch 100 kilos of pork, yet Song Yoon marched off with the intense aura of a warrior heading to war. Understood! Jang Fan watched that fiercely unyielding old back march away, secretly letting out a sigh of relief. Awesome, no problem. Meanwhile, Song Yoon continued marching forward with unwavering determination, his sights set on his holy mission, 100 kilos of meat. He double-checked his precious gourd and pumped himself up. Since this is a trial meant for me, I absolutely must execute it to perfection. His gaze drifted into the distance, echoing his wildly drifting thoughts. The pork that the Supreme Immortal requested, it definitely cannot be ordinary meat. Back in the sword domain, a hidden paradise away from the world, Jang Fan, Dark Knight, and Yulian were each chilling in their own corners, minding their own business. Sitting around waiting was slowly driving him crazy with boredom. This isn't going to work. Jang Fan shot up from his seat and stared into the distance, worrying internally. Old Man Song has been gone for 3 days now, and nobody is here to level up my sword domain. His eyes were glued to the system interface as his thoughts wandered. If I don't expand the domain, I can't cultivate. I'm literally stuck pacing around in this 550-meter radius. And it's just one struggle after another. Gathering supplies is a massive headache too. This incredibly frustrating situation made Jang Fan want to cry rivers of tears. Everyone treats me like some peerless supreme master, but the truth is, I'm just a normal mortal who needs 3 meals a day. Where the hell am I supposed to get supplies? He glanced over at the plump, fluffy white figure nearby. This guy Dark Knight actually has decent strength, and he's been acting super loyal lately. But he's still a demon king at the end of the day. I really don't feel safe letting him loose in a human city. Trung Pham couldn't exactly rely on the disciple by his side either. Sure, the girl had been training her aura relentlessly for her revenge, and her progress was impressively fast, but her actual combat power was just way too low. After looking around and finding absolutely nothing, he let out a long, heavy sigh. So, there's really no way to lure some fools here to their deaths. Seriously, I'm not picky. Demon kings, evil spirits, hell, I'd even take a nascent soul or a divine realm master at this point. He was so bored he was practically losing his mind. He screamed internally, "Please, I'm begging you, don't let this be another painfully peaceful day." As time quietly ticked by, Dark Knight suddenly jumped up, barking furiously. "Woof, woof, woof, someone's coming." Trung Pham blinked, still half asleep. Huh? Someone's here? He looked up at the sky in surprise, suddenly getting a bad feeling about this. Up in the sky, a group of 5 sword-riding cultivators was scouting the sword domain. I can't believe the spiritual aura here is this overwhelming. Is that a sacred tree? Trung Pham gritted his teeth, immediately recognizing the uninvited guests. Van Dyck sneered, replying to his companion with absolute arrogance. Oh, it's not just overwhelming. To think that piece of trash was exiled to the southern wastelands, yet still stumbled upon a treasure trove like this. Below them, amidst the lush green forest, a mystical mist drifted through the air. The spiritual energy was so dense it had practically turned into liquid. Van Dyck's face lit up with greedy excitement. Let's head down and take a look. Instantly, the cultivators of the Unity Sword Sect dove down after him. Even from high above, he had already spotted a very familiar figure. Well, isn't that Truong Pham? Van Dyck burst out laughing, his eyes full of malicious mockery. Truong Pham, I can't believe a little rat like you is still alive. Truong Pham just looked up at him in complete silence, which only fueled the arrogant young master's teasing. What the hell happened to you? Did you completely turn into a useless mortal? Seeing this, Ngok stepped forward, trembling with rage. What kind of attitude is that? How dare you disrespect my master? Van Dyck just stroked his chin, letting out a contemptuous laugh. Oh dear God. Master? He looked her up and down, his tone dripping with sleaze. You're actually pretty cute, little girl. Having fun playing house with Trong Pham? Vandik licked his lips, his words turning even more utterly disgusting. Why don't you call me master instead? I could teach you a whole lot more if you catch my drift. Hearing these filthy insults, Ngok Lien ground her teeth in absolute fury. She furiously prepared to draw her sword. You absolute bastard, prepare to die! But Trong Pham immediately raised his hand to stop her. Hold on a second. She looked at him in shock. Master? He calmly instructed her. Let me handle this piece of trash myself. Trong Pham shifted his gaze to the Unity Sword Sect's group, his voice deadpan. These guys and I happen to have a little history. Vandik, still hovering smugly in the air, spoke up. Man, this is truly unexpected. Vandik smirked mockingly. Oh, Trong Pham. I honestly thought that after you got kicked out of the sect so pathetically, you would have rotted away in this southern wasteland by now. While Dark Knight and Ngok Lien were practically gnashing their teeth in rage, he just kept running his mouth. But look at you! You actually helped me gather all these spiritual herbs and immortal plants in the wasteland, and you found me such a gorgeous girl! Vandik mocked, pretending to pat Trong Pham on the shoulder. I really need to give you a proper thank you. My dear junior brother Trong Pham, you left your legacy for me before leaving the sect, and even here in the wasteland. You kept me in mind and prepared all these wonderful gifts for me. Trong Pham glared at the filthy hand resting on his shoulder with utter disgust. Vandik arrogantly raised his hand and barked an order. Men! Immediately, the group of cultivators landed on the ground. Only then did Trong Pham finally speak up to bite back. Let me tell you something. The Unity Sword Sect has a famously useless pretty boy, the great young master Vandik, an absolute disgrace to the sect and a total embarrassment to your grandfather, the Grand Elder. He swatted the guy's filthy hand off his shoulder and said coldly, Did you somehow forget how badly I beat you into shape back then? The moment the words left his mouth, razor-sharp sword streaks flashed out like lightning. Everyone screamed in pure horror. Vandik's left arm had been sliced clean off. He rolled on the ground, shrieking in agony. My arm! My arm! Vandik desperately tried to push himself up, pointing his bloody stump and screaming, All of you! Attack! Kill him! Seeing this, Lai Kin roared in fury. How dare you injure the young master? Vandik kept screaming hysterically. Capture him alive! I'm going to chop him into 100 pieces! Trong Pham stood there casually holding a leaf, a thrilled smirk on his face. Damn! Before he could even make a move, Ngok Lien had already dashed forward from behind. Her sword strikes were lethal and incredibly precise. The system continuously spammed notifications in his head. Killed 1 Foundation Realm cultivator. Sword domain increased by 50 points. Killed 1 cultivator. Vandik and Lai Kin looked up, their eyes wide as they blurted out in unison, That's a top-tier divine sword. Vandik suddenly froze in absolute panic. Wait, isn't there some kind of misunderstanding here? By the time she stopped her blade, all the sect cultivators were already groaning on the ground. Vandik's pathetic voice echoed again. This is internal business for the Unity Sword Sect. What does this have to do with you? Gripping her sword. Ngok Lien furiously charged straight at him. You dared to insult my master and you wanted to kill him, and you're telling me it's a misunderstanding? Pay with your life. Lai Kin gritted his teeth, his voice trembling with furious resentment. Master, you've pushed us too far. He raised his sword and roared. Don't think you can beat me just because you have a divine sword. Let me show you the true power of the heavenly Unity sword I've trained in for 50 years. Suddenly, Lai Kin's eyes widened in sheer terror. Ngok Lien leapt into the air, unleashing a blinding blast of golden energy that shot straight toward him. Before Lai Kin could even finish the word years, she crashed down. The tip of her blade struck with such force that the ground practically ripped in two. Lai Kin's sword was sent flying, spinning wildly through the air before violently stabbing into the ground, right between Vandik's legs. The young master shrieked in absolute horror. He violently scrambled backwards, stammering, How is this possible? Trong Pham raised a hand to hold Ngok Lien back, a radiant, cocky smile on his face. What's wrong, my great young master Van? He leaned in close, flashing a triumphant grin. Still feeling arrogant? Vandik immediately dropped to his knees, utterly broken. I was wrong! Trong Pham looked away dismissively and laid out his condition. Whatever, I'm a generous guy. Kowtow to me 100 times, and I'll tell Ngok Lien to spare your pathetic life. He looked up, totally dumbfounded. 100 times? Ngok Lien immediately raised her bloody sword to threaten him. Yeah. Vandik instantly started slamming his head against the ground like a madman. I'm sorry, please spare my life. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Seeing this, Trong Pham rubbed his chin, smiling with absolute amusement. Dark Knight eyed his master's attitude with deep suspicion. Wait a minute, that look on his face. It kept guessing. Don't tell me he's planning to... Meanwhile, the ground where Wen Yi had been frantically kowtowing was already caved in and smeared with blood. Yet, the man's voice echoed out in a flat, desperate chant. I'm so sorry. Please spare my life. Trong Pham gave a dismissive wave of his hand, simply too bothered to hold a grudge. Forget it. Get out of my sight. Wen Yi practically jumped up in pure ecstasy. Thank you. Thank you for sparing my miserable life. Ngok pressed her blade right against his throat, her voice turning ice cold. Are you deaf? She glared at him and spat. My master told you to roll out of here. He didn't give you permission to walk. He ground his teeth in pure humiliation, but didn't dare utter a single word of protest. He could only choke out, yes, ma'am, before scrambling away, kicking up a massive cloud of dust behind him. After bolting a good distance away, Wen Yi finally skidded to a halt, gasping for air. Huff! Huff! His face contorted as he hissed with venomous rage. Chuang Pham, and that damn bitch, you just wait until my grandfather gets here. His furious roar echoed across the entire sky. I'm going back to tell my grandfather. He's going to bring his men, and when he does, I swear I'll make you kneel down and beg for mercy. Back at the courtyard, Chuang Pham and his group watched a flock of birds scatter into the distance. Dark Knight looked up, his voice laced with concern. Master, is it really okay to just let him go like that? He literally just screamed that he's calling for backup to make us kneel to him. Chuang Pham planted both hands on his hips, his face dropping into an expression of sheer shock. Wait, puppy, you can actually talk? The dog let its tongue loll out and snapped back. Obviously, all demon kings can talk. I was just too heavily injured to speak before. But thanks to you, Master, my power has completely returned. Pissed off on his master's behalf, Dark Knight offered a suggestion. That little brat has a seriously big mouth. Want me to go drag him back? Chuang Pham simply let out a dark, mysterious chuckle. No need. I've been waiting for a high-level EXP drop just like this. Seeing his master's smug grin, the dog internally groaned. Human cultivators really are all just a bunch of scheming, dirty-minded tricksters. Meanwhile, Chuang Pham was casually pondering his next move. Right now, my Unity courtyard is seriously understaffed. I can't step outside the boundaries of my absolute sword domain. If I do, I'll instantly turn back into a powerless mortal. His mind was racing with calculations. Even though Ngok has awakened an incredible physical constitution, she hasn't been training long enough to hold her own yet. And Dark Knight, well, he needs to stay here and guard the house. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed through his head. Chuang Pham leapt to his feet and muttered to himself, wait a minute, even if I can't leave the domain myself, I could just find someone else to run my errands. To the cultivation sects out there in this world, my backyard is basically a sacred paradise. Even their most legendary immortal grottos couldn't hold a candle to this place. But who should I recruit? The names Vian Hang and Trin Nam instantly popped into his head. That special organic fertilizer their holy sect offered as tribute last time was actually pretty good. As for the Supreme Unity Sword sect, my master's generation is fine, but who else is there? I haven't been in this world for very long, so my network is pretty limited. Just then, a strange noise echoed through the air. Chuang Pham instantly snapped his head toward the courtyard to check out the commotion. Ngok reacted with lightning speed. Master, I will go investigate. Chuang Pham then lifted his foot and delivered a swift kick straight to the backside of Dark Knight, who was still lounging around lazily. Haven't you sucked up enough for one day? Get out there and check it out too! The dog quickly scrambled to its paws and bolted off, barking and grumbling the whole way. Woof! Woof! You only ever know how to boss me around! Not too far away, right in the middle of a massive crater, Cap Thien and Tong Van were sitting on the ground, panting heavily. Cap Thien's face was completely coated in dirt and grime. You damn old scoundrel. I can't believe I trusted a wretched old devil like you to go hunt down that so-called little pig demon you told me about. Tong Van just let out a dry sneer, throwing him a lazy, side-eyed glance. Oh, please. If you weren't so greedy for that immortal fortune I offered, do you really think I could have dragged you out here? I generously share a divine opportunity with you, and this is the thanks I get? Just then, near the edge of the crater, Ngok poked her head over the rim, peering down at Mr. Tong. At the sound of her arrival, Cap Thien immediately snapped his head up. The moment his eyes landed on her, his face contorted in absolute shock. Sword. In a flash, he leaped right out of the crater, landing squarely in front of her. A pure sword Dao physique. Ngok incredibly cute appearance fiercely contrasted with the suffocatingly powerful aura radiating from her body. He couldn't hold back a breathless gasp. Heavens, it's the legendary sword Dao physique, and it's fully awakened too. Not suppressed at all. Cap Thien's face flushed with feverish excitement and burning hope. His voice trembled with sheer desperation as he begged, Little girl, would you be willing to train under me? Please, become my direct disciple. Ngok stared at the frantic old man, quietly evaluating him. I can tell, this old man is definitely a peerless master. However, after a long, awkward silence, she just raised a finger and pointed at his utterly battered body. Senior, maybe you should take a look at your own injuries first. But Cap Thien didn't even bother to glance down. His expression remained fiercely, almost absurdly, stubborn. This old man's injuries are completely irrelevant. What truly matters is your heaven-defying, once-in-a-myriad-years talent. The words had barely left his mouth when a second figure shot out from the crater, planting a ruthless flying kick right into the center of Cap Thien's back. Cut the crap! Are you seriously trying to steal my disciple? Cap Thien violently whipped around, hurling a furious punch straight at his attacker. Old man Tong, are you asking for a death wish? Tong Van caught the blazing fist with absolute ease. sending Cap Thien into a bloodshot, screaming rage. You're the one trying to poach a disciple that isn't yours. While blocking the blow, Tong Von used his free hand offering Oclean a bright, overly welcoming wave. Young lady, please forgive my idiot friend here. He's just a clueless little country bumpkin who hasn't seen much of the real world. Please don't take offense. Without even waiting for her response, he snapped his head back, glaring daggers at Cap Thien as he spat. You're the one courting death, you old fool. Then, leaning in close, Tong Von dropped his voice into a deadly serious whisper, enunciating every single word. This young lady's master is the very same supreme immortal I was telling you about. You're trying to steal a disciple from a living god. What? Are you complaining that your heavenly tribulation is taking too long to strike you down? Cap Thien completely froze, his face a perfect picture of bewildered disbelief. Wait, she's the immortal's disciple? He slowly looked Ngok up and down, finally nodding in silent realization. Ah, that makes sense. No wonder she possesses such terrifying power at her age. Truly worthy of being a supreme immortal's elite disciple. Watching the two old men's expressions flickering wildly back and forth like broken traffic lights, Ngok couldn't hold back a heavy sigh. Seniors, are you two seriously not going to do anything about those massive wounds on your bodies? Tong Van finally snapped out of it. He slapped his own forehead with a loud smack and burst into awkward, booming laughter. Oh, right, of course. Right. Suddenly, his entire demeanor shifted. He clasped his hands together in a deep, formal bow, his voice ringing out with immense respect. Is the Supreme Master residing inside? To tell you the truth, this humble old man has come today to offer my deepest apologies. Trong Pham, who had just stepped out of the front doors, instantly froze in his tracks. A startled gasp escaped his lips. Huh? Ngok slapped a hand over her own mouth, her eyes wide with shock. Apologize? Trong Pham stared blankly at the two utterly battered, disheveled old men standing in his yard. His jaw practically hit the floor as his brain completely short-circuited. What in the world is going on here? He looks like he got dragged through hell and back, and he even brought another top-tier master with him. All I did was ask the guy to buy me some damn pork. How did it turn into this? Even if they charged headfirst into a whole nest of demonic boars, they wouldn't look this totally wrecked. Trong Pham scratched his head in utter confusion. Old man, what's wrong with you? Tong Yun casually threw an arm over Jitian's shoulder and explained with utmost sincerity, Master, you gave me that mystic fruit, so I wanted to bring you back some premium demon boar meat as thanks. He sighed. I thought teaming up with my old friend here would make it a breeze, but we kind of messed up. Hearing this, Trong Pham's eyes widened in sheer shock. Huh? Demon boar meat! Seeing his expression, Tong Yun secretly cheered in his heart. Looks like the great immortal isn't mad at all. That's a relief. Once we heal up, old Huang and I will head out for another round. Trong Pham let out a helpless laugh, his voice laced with genuine concern. Old man, you're getting up there in years. Please don't push yourself so hard. Inwardly, though, he was screaming. No wonder this geezer vanished for days when I just asked him to buy some regular pork. He glanced at Tong Yun and sighed to himself. Looks like he overthought things and went off on some crazy side quest again. Just then, Tong Yun bowed his head, his face suddenly turning incredibly gloomy. I have disappointed you, master. With that, he thumped his chest so hard it sounded like it could be heard miles away, making a bold declaration. But rest assured, master, this old man and I will hunt down that demon boar again. We will bring back the absolute best pork for you. Less than a second later, Tong Yun's eyes went completely bloodshot. Oops, thumped a bit too hard. He erupted into a violent coughing fit, spewing a mouthful of blood, yet still managed to stutter out the rest of his sentence. Well, get it. For you. The pork is... That pork. Trong Pham just stood there watching the entire train wreck unfold. Half amused and half sympathetic, he waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. Look at the state of you two. Let me treat your injuries first. He pulled 2 pills from his pocket, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. These were the spoils he had looted from those cultivators of the Guangling spirit sect, but they were just ordinary healing pills. After a moment of thought, Trong Pham channeled his inner mana directly into the medicine. What if I infuse them with the power of my invincible sword domain? With a bright smile, he handed them over to Tong Yun. Here, you two take these to heal up. The old man's eyes lit up like high-beam headlights. He hurriedly clasped his hands in deep reverence. Thank you, Immortal One. Without a second of hesitation, he and Jitian swallowed the pills in one gulp. The effects kicked in instantly, leaving Jitian utterly amazed. My God, this is truly a divine elixir. Tong Yun ripped off his shirt, flexing a rock-solid six-pack that completely contradicted his elderly appearance. Not only were their recent wounds completely healed, but even the hidden internal injuries they had suffered from years of intense cultivation were wiped completely clean. Jitian stared blankly at his own palms, looking like he was shooting a commercial for some miracle supplement. I feel like the impurities in my body have been cleansed out. Even my natural potential has skyrocketed. Without missing a beat, the two bowed in unison, taking turns to express their overwhelming gratitude. Thank you, Master. Thanks to your divine elixir, our wounds vanished in seconds, and we've even gained an incredible spiritual breakthrough. Trung Pham could only force a wry smile, thinking to himself, Divine elixir? These are literally just... He quickly masked it with a bright smile and waved his hand. Don't mention it, as long as you're healed. Suddenly, a massive crash echoed from the nearby cliffs. He furrowed his brows, glancing toward the source of the noise. What is going on today? Why is it so noisy outside? Tong Yun and Ji Tian's faces simultaneously drained of color as the exact same terrifying thought flashed through their minds. Don't tell me that demon boar actually followed us all the way to the great immortal's domain? And Ye bared his teeth at the cliffside, sniffing the air as a chilling thought hit him. This demonic aura is insane. It might even be a demon king. But who does this strange scent belong to? They didn't have to wonder for long. The Shenkong boar came crashing into the scene like a bulldozer. Flexing its bulging monstrous biceps, it roared at the top of its lungs. Get your asses out here right now! You two perverted old geezers! Hearing that, Anye immediately buried his head in the dirt, barking nervously. Woof! Woof! Inside, his mind was racing. Perverts? He suddenly recalled a disturbing legend he had once heard. I've heard rumors that the cultivators in the Western Region Inns practice some twisted dark arts. They use monsters to harvest life force and boost their own power. Anye shot a terrified side glance at the two men, shivering involuntarily. These two old guys? They wouldn't, right? Trung Pham pointed straight at the Shenkong, his voice dead serious as he demanded answers. All right, you two. Did you do something to this demon? Tong Yun and Ji Tian instantly froze like deer in headlights, stammering incoherently. Flustered and defensive, Tong Yun blurted out, Master! What kind of people do you take us for? We are grand cultivators, for crying out loud. We wouldn't stoop so low as to do anything to a pig. Trung Pham pondered for a second and nodded. Fair enough. Meanwhile, Anye, who was standing nearby, was much more sharp-witted. He thought to himself, who knows? Maybe they're both into that sort of thing. I can kind of see it. Trung Pham pointed at the fuming boar demon. Wait, it's not that one outside, is it? Tong Yun had no choice but to confess. It is. It used to be just a normal demon boar, but out of nowhere, it awakened some kind of divine innate power. It's ridiculously strong now. Ji Tian chimed in with a theory. It probably has something to do with the sky-shattering incident from a while back. He listed off the recent strange phenomenons. Ever since that hole was punched in the sky, the world's spiritual energy has spiked massively. Crazy things have been happening all over the place. Trung Pham instantly felt a massive wave of guilt. If I just keep my mouth shut, nobody will ever know I was the one who punched that hole in the sky. Anye stared at the towering beast and explained. That is a Shenkong. Legends say the Shenkong tribe are actually descendants of a deity from the divine realm. Saying this, he couldn't help but drool a little. From what I recall, they're not much different from a regular demon boar. Nothing special, except their meat tastes way better than a normal pig's. Seeing them entirely unbothered, the Shenkong boar absolutely lost its mind. Eat, eat, eat. Is that all you bastards care about? It kept screaming at the top of its lungs. From morning till night, you just talk about eating. Why don't you just become useless rice buckets? Trung Pham was genuinely taken aback. Hold on. Did we just get called useless by a pig? Tong Yun let out an awkward, nervous laugh. Master, that's the only real difference with this beast. It's just incredibly good at roasting people. Hearing that, he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Good at roasting people, huh? Meanwhile, the Shenkong was far from calming down. You two are supposed to be cultivators. Yet here you are, hiding out in the estate of some mortal brat. Is your skin literally thicker than my boar hide? Have you zero shame? Barging into my home and interrupting me while I was trying to make babies with my wives? Its voice dripped with absolute disgust. Why don't you teach me your cultivation methods, huh? Tell me how to grow a face thicker than pigskin. The Shenkong fired off a relentless barrage of insults, leaving everyone completely speechless. Finally, unable to take the humiliation any longer, Tong Yun and Ji Tian completely snapped and charged straight at it. You damn beast, don't you get cocky. The two of them launched a synchronized assault on Sun Kang. The beast let out a deafening roar, crossing its massive arms to block the hit. The impact kicked up a massive cloud of dust, completely obscuring the battlefield. As the smoke cleared, Sun Kang stood there without a single scratch, immediately spitting curses. You two decrepit old bastards! First you peeped on my wife when she was giving birth, and now you're pulling cheap sneak attacks? He scoffed, his voice dripping with absolute contempt. What's the matter? Did you old geezers forget to eat your breakfast today? Sun Kang didn't hold back his mockery. Oh wait, my bad. With trash morals like yours, I'm guessing you've been pathetic loners since you were born, huh? Captain and his partner were so pissed they practically blew a blood vessel, charging at him once more. You bastard! But the beast didn't flinch. He just threw his head back and laughed maniacally. Come on, bring it on! Down below, Amda watched with heavy concern. Master, I'm afraid this monster has awakened some kind of innate divine power. Trung Pham, however, was highly intrigued. I'm actually curious. Is its divine power that impenetrable pigskin of its, or is it that foul mouth? Meanwhile, Sun Kang was still relentlessly trash-talking his opponents. Did you geezers push yourselves too hard cultivating last night? Why are your hits so pitifully weak? The two elders gritted their teeth in sheer humiliation. Damn you! Watching the brutal clash from the sidelines, Amda couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. I heard the Mountain Boar clan was better at running their mouths than actually fighting, but I didn't expect it to be this extreme. Trung Pham rubbed his chin in deep thought. But isn't its defense way too ridiculous? Tong Van and Cap Thien combined are barely leaving a dent on it. Two divine tier masters can't even scratch it. Even for an innate talent, that pigskin is absurdly thick. Amda thought to himself, this must be the bloodline awakening that old man mentioned before. I remember hearing that the mountain boars carry the bloodline of the demon god. He furrowed his brows, deep in thought. Just like my own dark moon physique. Truong Pham assessed the dire situation. Those two definitely won't last much longer. Otherwise, why would they be getting pushed back so badly right from the start? Sun Kang kept hurling massive boulders at Tong Van and the others, cackling wildly. Run! Keep running, you little rats! Truong Pham finally decided he couldn't just stand by and watch. No good. Looks like I'll have to step in after all. After a quick scan, he realized the problem. His sword domain only covered the manor and halfway down the mountain. The boar demon's position was highly inconvenient, sitting right outside his range. Ngoklin eagerly stepped forward. Master, please let me go help the two seniors, Truong Pham replied with a playful smirk. No rush. Let's play with it a little first. He turned to Amda. Hey, Mutt, go bite that pig a few times and lure it over here. The beast obediently complied, but cursed up a storm in his head. You only know how to boss people around. Wait, no. Boss dogs around. By now, Tong Van was completely exhausted, gasping for air. He pushed his absolute limits. You damn pig demon! The Immortal Master is definitely looking down on us right now. We can't afford to lose any more face. Cap Thien aggressively agreed. No holding back. Hit it with everything we've got. Sun Kang crossed his arms, oozing arrogance. You hit like absolute wimps, and you still have the nerve to call yourselves cultivators? Just as he finished speaking, a massive surge of power blasted toward him, triggering a spectacular explosion. Tong Van and Cap Thien poured their combined strength into the attack. Don't get too cocky.
Eat our ultimate technique. Seeing the glowing magic formation, Sun Kang froze for a second. Spotting the spectral dragons rising from the ground, he immediately recognized the eightfold dragon strike.
Sun Kang faked a terrified gasp, only to burst into mocking laughter. Just kidding. Tong Van's eyes widened in absolute shock at seeing the beast completely unscathed. What the hell? Sun Kang merely held out his hand, tanking the devastating attack without breaking a sweat. He began channeling his own dark aura. Eightfold dragon strike, what a joke! Now, it was his turn to counterattack. I'll give it right back to you. Cap Thien and the others dropped their jaws in sheer horror. Huh? That's impossible. The overwhelming surge of power triggered an earth-shattering explosion that tore through the battlefield. Sun Kang laughed with sickening arrogance. Is that seriously all you've got? Come on, put your backs into it. You two old geezers are practically made of glass. However, right at that moment, he felt something was very, very wrong. Creeping up from behind like a phantom, Amda had viciously clamped his jaws onto the boar's thigh. Yet, even Amda's razor-sharp fangs couldn't pierce through Sun Kang's ridiculous armor-like skin. Seriously? How freaking thick is this hide? Meanwhile, the sudden chomp infuriated the boar demon, making him scream at the top of his lungs. Sun Kang's entire body practically radiated fiery rage. Which shameless coward just sneak-attacked me and bit my damn ass? Amda instantly bolted the moment he was spotted, leaving a trail of pure disgust. Ugh, how many days has it been since this nasty pig took a bath? It stinks. My mouth is totally ruined. Blinded by sheer fury, Sun Kang lost all sense of reason and chased furiously after Amda. You call yourself a demon king? Pulling cheap tricks from behind and playing lapdog for some human. Have you absolutely no shame? But right at that very second, Truong Pham materialized directly in his path. His posture was perfectly relaxed as he smirked. Finally took the bait, huh? Sun Kang halted, visibly startled by Truong Pham's sudden appearance. What the? He couldn't hide his intense suspicion, scanning the human up and down with judging eyes. Did that stupid mutt really run to an ordinary mortal for backup? Unless there's something else going on? Suddenly, a terrifying thought crossed his mind, sending a cold shiver down his spine. These two must be the hidden backers those old geezers relied on. I'd better play it safe for a second. Meanwhile, Amda, despite having just taken a brutal hit straight to the rear, was completely unfazed and mocked him shamelessly. He just sat there, playfully wagging his tail to taunt the raging beast. Bring it on! Sun Kang was so furious his eyes glowed crimson, his entire body radiating an aura of absolute burning hatred. You bastard! Yours truly is going to stew you into dog soup today. Truong Pham eagerly got into a fighting stance. Right at that moment, seeing his opponent completely unfazed, the boar grew even more enraged and let out a warning roar. Even a demigod can't break my defense. This is the ultimate defensive talent passed down to me by the ancestral mountain god. Suddenly, an unexpected flash of lightning struck, freezing space itself in a moment of sheer terror. Sun Kang was so shocked he nearly fell backward. A violent, tyrannical aura came crashing toward him, sending him into an absolute panic. What the? Before he could even react to the sudden sneak attack, his massive, chubby body was blasted into the air by an earth-shattering explosion, crashing helplessly into the dirt. He could only stare in wide-eyed disbelief. But this is the defensive talent that let me dominate the vast southern wilds. Normally, even a demon emperor wouldn't stand a chance against me. And yet, in the blink of an eye, a twisted smile began to creep across Trong Fam's face as his hand frantically caressed his cleaver. Beside him, Dark Knight snarled endlessly, bearing razor-sharp fangs, ready to tear its prey apart. Only now did Sun Kang finally realize his life was in imminent danger. His eyes bulged as he screamed like a madman standing on the brink of death. Trong Fam excitedly raised his weapon to the sky and declared, "Time to eat." The moment the freezing blade pressed against the boar's neck, its face completely distorted. Trembling violently, like meat on a chopping block waiting for execution, it ultimately decided to drop to its knees, clasping its hooves in surrender. I'm so sorry, I was wrong, my master." Throwing away all of its pride, it hugged Trong Fam's leg, sobbing and begging pitifully. "My great and mighty master, please spare your poor, pitiful pet." Trong Fam instantly froze, his body stiffening up as if he'd been hit by a freezing spell. Huh? Sun Kang let out a long sigh of relief, marveling internally at his own survival. Thank goodness I know how to improvise, otherwise I'd be roast pork today. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. "As expected of the exalted immortal." Cap Thane praised him with sheer joy. The defense we couldn't even scratch. The immortal shattered it as easily as flipping his hand. He eagerly turned and shot a knowing glance at Tong Von. "We definitely found the right backer." Dark Knight confidently strutted over, ready to mock Sun Kang. "Just a moment ago you were calling me someone else's dog. Aren't you a demon king who awakened a divine bloodline? Have you no shame?" The boar's eyes suddenly sparkled with an unnatural innocence, immediately switching into full-on dramatic victim mode. "That's only because I didn't recognize my master was here."
It didn't hesitate for a second, wiggling shamelessly as it explained. "It's because I've been away from my master for far too long."
"Oh, master, this old pig missed you to death." The faces of everyone around them darkened, all silently cursing the boar for its absolute lack of dignity. "We haven't even gotten the chance to properly ride the immortal's coattails, and this pig beat us to it. How disgusting." Trung Fam's eyebrows were practically tied in a knot. The skin on this pig is unbelievably thick. He tried his best to suppress his annoyance, forcing an incredibly awkward smile. The world really has changed. Even a pig has a better eye for people now. Suddenly doing a 180, his tone turned dead serious. "However, give me one good reason why I shouldn't slaughter you for meat." Dark Knight immediately added fuel to the fire, acting like a pet losing its favorite spot. "Exactly! I can guard the house and watch the door for master, but what good is keeping a pig like you around? We're better off killing you for roast pork." Sun King scrambled to justify his worth. Back in the day, this old pig was a handsome hero, famous far and wide, plowing fields, digging tunnels, carrying heavy stuff. I can do it all. I guarantee top-tier speed and quality. Trung Fam was slightly moved, weighing the options. Having an extra porter wouldn't be so bad. Then, a crucial thought hit him. This guy is a smooth talker and actually quite capable. He won't be easily beaten to death. He might even be able to go out and absorb all the outside resentment beyond the sword domain in my place. After thinking it over for a long while, Trong Fam made a careful decision. "All right, you can stay. I'll find a place to set up a pen for you." Hearing this, Sun King immediately bowed with utmost respect. "Thank you, master." The moment the boar set foot in their residence, it was completely blown away by the sight. This manor is literally a paradise. Spirit herbs and immortal elixirs are everywhere, and there are even divine ores. Dark Knight couldn't stand the pig's uncultured expression and sneered in disgust at its dramatic awe. But then, he had a sudden epiphany. If it meant getting to eat spirit herbs and immortal elixirs every single day, I'd gladly play the shameless lapdog too, just like this Demon King is doing. Putting its thoughts into action, Sun King dialed the acting up to 11, playing the heartbreakingly considerate role. "Master, I am but a crude and filthy pig demon. Wouldn't staying here tarnish this beautiful immortal cave? This lowly servant only asked to dig a small hole in the manor to live in, and that will be enough." Everyone around froze dead in their tracks, staring at the boar in absolute disgust. This pig is unbelievably shameless. A while later, the quiet manor was filled only with the heavy, rhythmic grunting of Sun King. It was furiously digging up the earth, fully utilizing its brute strength to get the job done. Tong Von, however, still felt uneasy. "No matter what, I just have to say it. This pig has absolutely no shame." Dark Knight's gluttonous instincts kicked in, drool starting to pool in its mouth. "You're totally right. Otherwise, we'd be eating barbecue right now." The lingering guilt gnawed at Tong Von, prompting him to step forward and apologize directly. "I apologize, sir. It's our incompetence that ruined your meal." Trong Fam smiled and waved it off. "It's fine. Really, it's fine." Deep down, however, he felt incredibly helpless. "I just had a little craving, so I asked you two to go find some regular pork. How was I supposed to know you'd go and piss off a literal pig demon?" Tong Van promised with absolute certainty. "Rest assured, sir, we will definitely do a better job next time." Trong Fam tried to give them a careful warning. "Yeah, just don't misunderstand my intentions again this time." Before his warning could even fully land, Cap Thien and Tong Von had already flown off in a frantic rush. We can't let the Sur down again or our chance to achieve true immortality will vanish. Truong Pham chuckled, amazed. These two old guys sure are impatient. Truong Pham stretched lazily, ready to go grab a nap. Ngok Lin, you keep cultivating. And Cao Tu, you keep watch. I'm going to take a little snooze. Meanwhile, Tong Van was buzzing with excitement. Old Hoang, you should head back and bring your grandsons and granddaughters along. It's the perfect chance for them to suck up to the immortal. Just in case, right? Cap Thien hinted knowingly. Then you should bring your disciples too. Having a disciple like Miss Tone around would be fantastic. Seeing the other's enthusiastic response, he excitedly promised, we have to do it absolutely perfectly this time. Suddenly sensing that something was wrong, his eyes widened as he tried to grasp the situation. He carefully scanned their surroundings. Those look like people from the Unity Sword Sect. Tong Van frowned in confusion. Why are there suddenly so many Unity Sword Sect people showing up at the mountain gates? Cap Thien added with a hint of suspicion. The direction they're heading, it looks like the Immortal's manor. The two immediately snapped their gazes toward the manor, their instincts screaming that danger was quietly closing in. Tong Van quickly tried to reassure him. They're probably just heading in the same general direction. With the exalted Immortal there, who would dare stir up trouble? Cap Thien reluctantly nodded in agreement. That's true, but if our one sword sect clashes with that so-called Supreme Immortal, this is the perfect chance for me to prove myself. Vandik was back to his usual whiny scheming. Grandpa, that little brat is hiding right in there. I don't know where he managed to seduce such a high-level swordswoman, but he's keeping her in the manor just to protect him. Dian Quan calmly patted his grandson, reassuring him, Rest easy, my boy. Your grandfather will personally avenge you. Saying that, the old man turned and roared his command. Surround the entire manor. Don't let a single bird escape alive. As his massive hand pointed forward, the whole estate was instantly swallowed by a terrifying, suffocating aura. Upon receiving the order, the sect disciples immediately sprang into action, shouting in unison, Yes, Grand Elder! Vandik gritted his teeth, spitting out every word. I swear, I will make that bastard Trung Pham kneel right before my feet. Dian Quan smugly played along. And I will capture that little wench who hurt you to be your bed warmer, then rip out every magic herb in this place to heal your arm. Down in the courtyard, Ngok Lin furiously roared back at them. You again? You useless trash from the One Sword Sect. We spared your pathetic lives last time, and you actually dare to show your faces here? Dian Quan narrowed his eyes suspiciously. So, you are the little girl who dared to injure my grandson? He stroked his beard, scrutinizing her from top to bottom. She was so young, yet her attacks were so ruthless. But Ngok Lin wasn't intimidated in the slightest. My master was merciful enough to spare your brat's life. Who would have thought his grandpa would gladly deliver himself right to our doorstep? You're just begging for death. Boiling with rage, the old man hurled a golden sword straight at her. Insolent brat! Acting on pure reflex, Amda instantly dashed in front to shield Ngok Lin. Watch out! Suddenly, the ground beneath them exploded, successfully blocking the heavy, razor-sharp blade. As the thick smoke cleared, Sun Kang stepped out from nowhere. You damn geezer! I literally just finished taking a crap! The pig demon glared at Dian Quan, spitting out merciless insults. Looking at you is like looking in a mirror, because you look exactly like the turd I just dropped. The old man's eyebrows twitched violently in pure fury. You shameless pig demon! But no matter how loud he yelled, nothing could stop Sun Kang's trash-talking mouth. Yeah, you're a grand human cultivator. It squinted its eyes in total disgust and contempt. Oh, my bad. Look how terrible my memory is. Why the hell did I even think you were human? At this point, the old man couldn't even form a comeback. His blood pressure skyrocketed past the breaking point. Where are my men? Attack them now! Dian Quan stood among his disciples, barking orders to form the sword array. Vandik had been waiting just for this. Hurry up and kill it. Let this suicidal pig demon know the price of offending our one sword sect. But Sun Kang was even more reckless, charging entirely alone into the mob without a single flinch. You ain't got the skills, but you sure talk a big game. Did you just crawl out of the outhouse and forget to wipe your mouth? The demon channeled its magic, expanding into a massive towering beast with blood-red eyes. Bring it on! The sect disciples looked like a bunch of spoiled brats whose mothers never taught them manners. The overwhelming, sky-shaking power forced the Sword Brothers to freeze in their tracks. Huh? The giant Sun King unleashed a single strike, easily blasting away all of Dian Quan's lackeys. At the same time, Amda joined the fray alongside his teammate. You actually dared to lay a hand on Lady Ngok Lin. He opened his beak wide and let out an earth-shattering screech. You fools are way out of your league. Mday's sonic wave was so devastating that it blew all the enemies away like dry leaves. Seeing the situation going south, Dian Quan had to frantically rally his disciples to defend. Release your sword auras, now! They immediately synced their energy, raining down thousands of glowing swords onto the ground. But their opponents didn't look scared in the slightest. In fact, Sun Kang used his massive, thick-skinned pig body to tank every single hit, clearing the path for Amda to cast dark magic that instantly wiped out half the enemy forces. Dian Quan was in such deep shock he was utterly speechless. Are these two Demon Kings? Boiling with frustration, he turned to scold Van Dyck. Why the hell didn't you tell me that brat Trong Pham had Demon Kings by his side? The grandson hadn't anticipated this either and could only stammer out excuses. I didn't know. When I came here last time, I didn't see any Demon Kings. Besides, how could a nobody kid like him command them? Dian Quan sighed in utter despair at Van Dyck's painfully low IQ, looking like his bloodline was about to end right here. You useless trash, I'll deal with you when we get back. The old man stepped up to fight personally, activating the Grand Magic Array. Once the formation was set, Dian Quan didn't forget to throw out a few threats. Even if you are Demon Kings, there is no way in hell you can survive this. While everyone was busy executing their sword techniques, Van Dyck just stood there whining and boasting. Our one sword sect dominates the entire southern wasteland, all thanks to this very sword array. The smart Amda immediately stepped in front to protect Ngok Lin. Get back. Instantly, thousands of blazing swords rained down right where they were standing. Die! In that life or death moment, the brave Sun Kang threw himself forward to shield his precious allies. Come at me! Pushing his magic to the absolute limit, he forged a massive golden shield, blocking every single enemy strike alone. The chubby demon stepped forward, ready for war. This one whatever sword sect of yours gives a pretty decent massage. Add to that a highly competitive Amda who thought, I absolutely cannot lose to this pig. Otherwise, Master is going to scold me for sure. Meanwhile, the guys floating in the sky were completely dumbfounded by Sun Kang. What the hell? It's just a pig demon's hide. Why can't we break through it? Only Dian Quan managed to keep up the cool facade of a badass 60-year-old grandpa. What are you so afraid of? He barked. All disciples, circulate your cultivation arts. Channel every drop of your spiritual energy into the sword array. He hyper-focused into his combat stance, his booming voice echoing loud and clear. I shall personally command this strike. And to be fair, Dian Quan's attack this time actually packed a serious punch, forcing both Amda and Sun Kang to struggle a bit. At that same moment, Ngok Lin ran as fast as her legs could carry her to tattle to Trong Pham. Master, those creeps from the one sword sect are back again. But he remained as chill as ever, looking like an erupting volcano wouldn't even make him blink. It's fine. Trong Pham casually sat up to watch the battle unfold. I've been waiting for them to show up. He didn't even seem to care that his disciples were currently sweating bullets in a storm of swords and magic. Not to mention they were still being cursed out by Dian Quan. You brainless demon kings! Shift the array! As soon as the words left his mouth, he conjured an insanely massive, oversized giant sword. Realizing he had just stepped in deep trouble, Sun Kang clearly started getting cold feet. Uh-oh. Looks like things are getting real this time. Should I just run away? Suddenly, he noticed Trong Pham's shadow casually strolling up from behind. Hey, since when did he get here? This new master of mine is way too shady. Isn't he afraid of bad karma? With his ego and pride suddenly flaring up, Sun Kang charged back into the fight. Amda, I'll take the front line. Amda, who was fully focused on the battle and wouldn't just run away like his buddy, replied, I've got your back. Refusing to delay any further, Dian Quan slammed the impossibly massive sword straight down toward the earth. Filthy beasts, accept your death! Sun Kang flexed his muscles, fully unleashing his ultimate Super Saiyan level strength. Your daddy is Sun Kong. My ancestors were literal gods. In a flash, he transformed into an absolute titan, catching the enemy's giant weapon with just one bare hand. But alas, reality hit hard. The sword exploded with a massive bang, blasting Sun Kang right into the dirt in the most pathetic way possible. Amda didn't miss a beat. He lunged right behind Dian Quan for a sneak attack. Now's my chance. But the old man swiftly spun around, blocking the strike. Did you brats really think I was born yesterday? Missing his perfect moment to show off, Amda was absolutely furious. He channeled all that blazing rage right into his kicks, and just like that, the two sides clashed in an all-out brawl, refusing to yield an inch. Spells and magic blasted everywhere, blindingly fierce. After trading a flurry of blows, Amda swiftly snatched Dian Quan's weapon right out of his hands. Hey, old-timer, looks like you're not the sharpest tool in the shed after all. From a distance, the big and beefy Sun Kang came hurtling through the air to join the fray. He rolled his cunning eyes, looking exactly like a classic menacing villain. Did you forget about me? Sun Kang roared, throwing all his brute strength into smashing the barrier. Drop dead! The poor guys trapped inside panicked as they were suddenly sent flying. They were free-falling through the air like helpless little leaves caught in a storm. Even after face-planting painfully into the dirt, Sun Kang still had the energy to joke around. Master, I'm terribly injured this time. You have to feed me lots of goodies to help me recover, okay? Trong Pham cheerfully showered him with praise. Good job, very good job. I'll definitely give you a huge reward. He didn't forget to turn to Amda and give him a thumbs up. And you too, Dogo, you did fantastic. Then, Trong Pham looked up, putting on an innocently mocking tone to taunt his opponent. Well, if it isn't the Great Elder, long time no see. Do I need to invite you down here for a cup of tea? Dian Quan remained stubbornly arrogant, his voice dripping with threats. You little brat, colluding with demonic beasts to harm your fellow disciples. I will report this to the Sectmaster, have you expelled, and then I'll destroy you myself. But Trong Pham didn't even flinch. He just crossed his arms and let out a smug little smirk. Good luck making it back then. Just as he spoke, the system chimed in. System notification. The target has entered the Invincible Sword domain. You may launch a counterattack immediately. A brilliantly devious idea suddenly flashed in Trong Pham's mind. Wait a second. Should I let them run back home first, just to farm a little more experience points off them? But after mulling it over, he quickly dropped the idea. Never mind. The Sectmaster and the other elders are actually pretty decent people. When I was a disciple there, they treated me fairly well. His final decision? Wipe out this bunch of trash right here, right now. Hope you guys enjoy your stay in hell. Trong Pham gave the command to the system. Wipe all these scumbags out, right now. Dian Quan glared at him with pure, venomous rage, but he was completely powerless. Let's say powerless, left with no choice but to wait for his inevitable death. Congratulations, host Trong Pham, the system chimed in. You have eliminated an out-of-body realm enemy and obtained sword domain points. Trong Pham's face lit up with absolute smugness. He had hit the jackpot again. Once everything was cleanly taken care of, he turned back to shower Amda and Sun Kang with more praise. You guys have been doing an amazing job lately. He snapped his fingers, and precious origin pills instantly appeared in his hand. Since you call me your master, you have absolutely nothing to worry about. He held out 2 shimmering little immortal fruits, promising them with absolute certainty. I'll never treat you guys poorly. The 2 beasts eagerly snatched the fruits and wolfed them down in seconds. Thank you so much, master! But he wasn't done just yet. Trong Pham continued passing out the magical fruits. And this is your special bonus for helping me teach those first sword sect losers a lesson. Sun Kang's jaw practically dropped to the floor in pure shock. My bloodline, it's purifying! Amda had the exact same reaction, shouting, Mine too! Suddenly, Sun Kang's aura erupted, blazing with overwhelming power. Master, I think my innate divine ability just got massively upgraded. Amda immediately chimed in to brag as well. Master, I've completely awakened my innate divine ability too, Amda thought to himself, sighing in pure relief. I used to be so jealous of that crazy pig demon's innate abilities. Sure, his powers leveled up again today, but hey, at least I finally have my own now. Trong Pham's eyes lit up with sheer excitement. Oh? Come on then, let's see a little demonstration. Sun Kang stomped his heavy foot onto the ground, slowly feeling out the energy. My new ability. I can actually control the earth. He tested it out by stomping hard onto the sand, accidentally triggering a massive tremor. Instantly, a monstrous wave of energy surged from the earth, unleashing a terrifying amount of power. Suddenly, 3 towering clones of Sun Kang stood menacingly in front of everyone. He struck an incredibly smug, badass pose. So, Master, what do you think? Next time we get into a scrap, this old pig just has to wave his hand, and boom, everybody dies. Ngoklin was absolutely thrilled, gasping in admiration. Wow, that's so incredibly strong. She was practically bubbling with joy. This is fantastic. With this kind of power, you'll definitely be a huge help to my master. Trong Pham, however, had an entirely different thought in mind. Looks like having this pig demon around means I've finally got a free errand boy. I'd be doing myself a disservice if I didn't exploit this to the fullest. Next up was Amda. He puffed up his chest confidently and leaped high into the air. Master, keep your eyes on me! Amda soared through the sky, unleashing a swirling vortex of deep blue energy that began to devour the surrounding light. He looked undeniably badass. Down below, Ngoklin frantically looked around in panic. Wait, what's happening? Why did it suddenly get so pitch black? Amda took a deep, steadying breath, then turned to her with a reassuring tone. Don't be scared, Lady Ton Ngoklin. This is just my new innate ability. After finishing his flashy display of power, Amda calmly explained, before, absorbing light was just a single target illusion, but now, I can literally devour all the ambient light in the area, blinding entire groups of enemies at once. Ngoklin clapped her hands in sheer delight. That is so awesome. But he wasn't done bragging just yet. He had one more trick up his sleeve. My innate ability actually has one more special function. Suddenly, mysterious black holes began to materialize across the ground. He chuckled with absolute smugness. It's just like being trapped in an illusion. No one will ever be able to see me coming. Overjoyed, Amda and Sun Kang jumped up and gave each other a massive high five. Ngoklin couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Were these really the legendary demon kings set to fiercely rule over their own territories? But then, for absolutely no reason, the hulking Sun Kang suddenly started acting as bashful as a blushing teenage girl. Master? He cooed, wiggling his massive body back and forth as if trying to look irresistibly seductive. Could I possibly ask a tiny little favor of you? Trong Pham was absolutely horrified. Goosebumps instantly erupted all over his arms as he instinctively took a huge step back. Just spit it out, and stop acting so damn creepy in front of me. Sun Kang leaned in, shyly whispering into his ear. Well, I was kind of hoping to take a quick trip back home, so I can pack up my wife and kids and move them all in here permanently. Is that all? Trong Pham absolutely loved the idea. Since he couldn't leave this place himself, he had been wanting to find a bunch of people to run errands for him anyway. He nodded with a smile. Of course you can. Then he turned to Da and offered, Mutt, you can bring your clan to live here too. They were beyond thrilled, thanking him over and over again. Thank you so much, Master. Hearing their discussion, Ngok Lin felt a little pang of loneliness in her heart. As her master, Trong Pham keenly noticed his disciple's feelings. He gently comforted her. Your master is also your family, you know. Sun Kang quickly chimed in, wanting to cheer Ngok Lin up. And you have us too. Everyone here cares about you so much. We're your family as well. Ngok Lin smiled happily, feeling completely fulfilled. Trong Pham then continued handing out tasks to them. All right, it's settled then. Go on and bring your clans over. Sun Kang and Da immediately set off, their faces glowing with pure joy. Will do. A little while later, a strange noise suddenly echoed through the forest. Sun Kang was guiding the Boar clan back to the base when he suddenly sensed danger ahead. He cautiously stopped to observe. Hold on, there's movement up ahead. Sure enough, a fierce cat-and-mouse chase was playing out up in the sky. Sun Kang grumbled helplessly. Why is this southern wild mountain getting more chaotic by the day? Right as he said that, the flying ship above shattered in a massive explosion. Surprisingly, a group of beautiful girls leaped out from the wreckage. Nguyen Lang looked down, thinking she was totally doomed. Oh no, it's the demons! Looking at the Boar clan below, fat, ugly, and terrifying, it was completely natural for her to panic. They're boar demons. Watch out, sisters! Nguyen Lang grimaced, silently praying to the heavens. Master, it seems I'm going to let you down. Sun Kang paid absolutely no attention to her terrified expression. He kindly reminded them, Keep running, will ya? Looks like someone's catching up to you. Nguyen Lang looked up in confusion. A wave of doubt washed over her. Demons and humans have always had a deep-seated blood feud, so why aren't these boar demons attacking? A second later, she frantically snapped herself out of it. No, this isn't the time to be overthinking. She urgently turned to warn her martial sisters. Girls, we need to go. Now. From above, the Nam couldn't hide his wicked glee. You're not getting away! Little darlings of the 10,000 Flower Valley. The Nam, an elder of the Ghost Wailing Cave, suddenly noticed something and looked both surprised and suspicious. Huh? Why is there a bunch of boar demons over here? Sun Kang, leading the whole pig tribe, seemed to notice his stare and quickly waved his hands to explain. Hey, just pretend we don't even exist. You guys just keep fighting. We've got things to do. He waved his hand to signal his crew. Wives and kiddos, let's hit the road. They thought they could just walk away easily, but who would have guessed that the Nam would slash his sword, carving a deep line into the ground. Trying to leave? The guy even excitedly ordered his disciples. Boys, since we stumbled upon these boar demons, we're in for a feast tonight. Sun Kang didn't seem to get it yet, just letting out a confused grunt. The Nam looked at the chubby pig demons on the ground, flashing a greedy, villainous smirk as he calculated. These dozens of piglets will make for some absolutely delicious roast suckling pig. His subordinates rejoiced as if they had struck gold. Thank you, Elder. Down on the ground, Sun Kang glared at the thugs trying to make a meal out of his tribe and scoffed. You punks really aren't that old, but you sure are in a rush to go reunite with your ancestors. He planted his hands on his hips, boldly roasting the entire Ghost Wailing Cave gang. I'm just worried that once you get down there, your parents will deeply regret wasting their time making trash like you. Realizing he was being mocked by a pig, the Nam gritted his teeth and roared, You damn boar demon, do you have a death wish? His face twisted in pure spite as he pointed his sword and barked orders. What are you idiots standing around for? Slaughter these boar demons for me. Sun Kang crossed his arms over his chest, mocking them. What a bunch of suicidal mongrels. A massive foot stomped hard onto the earth, shattering the ground beneath. A towering, supersized giant boar stood there majestically. Sun Kang raised his voice even louder to scold them. You dung beetles stink up the place just by breathing. He thrust a massive hand forward and roared, Go reunite with your damn families. Instantly, the giant boar mimicked his movement. A giant fist made of stone quickly loomed over the Ghost Wailing gang. Watching it swat their comrades like flies, they screamed in absolute terror. Get out of the way. Wait, don't land on the ground. One unlucky guy got swarmed and nibbled on by the mini pigs below, shrieking in agony. When did these dirt pigs even get here? Seeing his underlings getting thrashed and scattering like flies, the Nam grew even more furious. He immediately gripped his sword and charged forward to threaten them. You dare mess with our Ghost Wailing Cave? I'll skin you alive and rip out your tendons. He thought he had this in the bag, but to the stone boar, his attack was literally like a mosquito trying to bite through a solid steel. He cried out in panic. What? Completely oblivious to the colossal hand sweeping in from behind, he was snatched right up, only able to let out a few pathetic screams. Ah! Sun Kang ruthlessly mocked him to his face. You're just a tiny mutt trying to swallow the moon. Standing on the ground and controlling everything, he thoroughly enjoyed looking down on his opponent. You really don't know your place. Suddenly, Amdaw dashed out of nowhere, sending the rest of the ghost whaling gang flying. He loudly demanded, "What did you just say?" "Who's a mutt?" "Trying to swallow the moon." Seeing that they were completely outmatched, the surviving thugs scrambled and frantically urged each other. "To Demon Kings, run for your lives!" Sun Kang looked at the guy who just popped out of nowhere and quickly played dumb. "I didn't say anything," Amda angrily started lecturing him. "What the hell is wrong with you? The moment no one is watching, you're out here picking fights with human cultivators." Back at the manor, Trong Pham stared in shock at the huge crowd of humans and demons walking in together. What in the world is going on? The sheer sight of this massive, chaotic family left him stammering. What is... Sun Kang totally understood, but feeling awkward, he could only offer a sheepish, forced laugh. "Master!" Whether it was Thietlin's alluring charm or Quinn Vu's adorable shyness, Trong Pham felt like he had just reached absolute enlightenment. Man, these girls, an entire lineup of breathtaking beauties right in front of my eyes. He simply couldn't believe his goofy minion had managed to score such absolute goddesses. Mind utterly blown, he blurted out, "Wait, these are your wife and kids?" Hearing that, Sun Kang immediately threw a massive dramatic pout. "Hey, is Master looking down on this old pig?" Even though Trong Pham was entirely in disbelief, he scrambled to smooth things over. "Come on, why would I ever look down on you?" But the pig didn't hold back for a second and fired right back. With their scrawny little bodies and totally hideous faces, how could this old pig ever be into them? That single sentence instantly triggered the ladies of the Myriad Flower Valley standing right behind them. Smelling the imminent gunpowder in the air, Trong Pham frantically wiped his cold sweat and tried to do some serious damage control. Then what's exactly your type? If you're turning down girls like this, just how beautiful is your wife supposed to be?" Sun Kang instantly puffed up with extreme pride. Shooting a sharp look to the back, he formally announced, "Over there. That is my beautiful wife and my babies. Papa, we're over here." Right on cue, a whole stampede of piglets came rushing out, squealing eagerly for their dad. "We're over here!" Even his wife squealed in pure joy. "Oh crap, wait up for me!" Sun Kang heroically rolled up his sleeves and barked orders at his massive pig family. "Come on, wifey, let's head inside." Staring at his wife's completely over-the-top curves, he bragged with absolute confidence. "Now this!" A deliciously plump body and a truly gorgeous face. Only a beauty like this can catch this old pig's eye. Standing right across from him, Trong Pham was just completely paralyzed, absolutely speechless. He quickly forced a laugh and swiftly changed the subject. Never mind. Let's just drop it." "So, what's the deal with these female cultivators?" By the time they finished explaining the whole story from start to finish, a good while had passed. Sun Kang looked visibly drained. "Yeah, so that's exactly what happened." Only Trong Pham rested his chin on his hand, lost in deep thought. "Looks like the cultivation world out there is getting completely out of hand. To think they dragged their petty fights all the way down to the southern wilds." He pointed back at the girls from the Myriad Flower Valley. "So, you guys just brought them here?" Sun Kang nervously explained, while simultaneously throwing unapologetic shade at the girls. "Me and Doggy talked it over. I mean, sure, these girls are a bit on the ugly side, but they can still serve you, Master. They can even sing and dance." Those exact words instantly made Ngok Lien explode with jealousy, and she violently kicked him right in his pig leg. "Master doesn't need them to serve him. Master has me to take care of him, and that's more than enough." Her face was flushed bright red, but blending her anger with bashfulness, she stammered, And as for dancing, I can learn how to dance too." Seeing the tiny girl looking like she was on the verge of tears, Sun Kang sweat bullets and desperately tried to explain himself. "Lady Ngok Lien, this old pig never meant to bring them here to steal your spot." But deep down, his heart was hammering wildly in absolute terror. "Oh crap, I'm doomed. I completely offended Lady Ngok Lien. She's not going to go snitch to the master, is she?" Unable to watch this train wreck any longer, Nguyen Lang finally stepped up to greet them. Little miss, we're only seeking shelter here for a short while. We've already notified our sect, and we promise to offer a generous reward later on." Then, she cast a hesitant, respectful glance toward Trong Pham. "Though, I highly doubt a hidden supreme expert, who goes by Master, would even care for a meager reward from our Myriad Flower Valley, right?" Seeing that he was suddenly pulled into the conversation, he quickly waved his hands, offering a warm, friendly smile. "Oh, no need for any rewards. Honestly, this manor isn't that big, and the southern wilds aren't exactly safe. So you ladies should just hold on to your things." He played it cool on the outside, but internally, Trong Pham was totally blown away by their stunning beauty. Can't deny it, the disciples of the Myriad Flower Valley are seriously gorgeous. Every single one of them has such an incredible aura. If they started dancing, it would definitely make any guy's heart skip a beat. Touched by his deep kindness, Nguyen Lang blushed softly and bowed her head. She made a quiet resolve in her heart. "In that case, I suppose we can only offer a dance to repay your life-saving grace." Having made up her mind, the beautiful maiden immediately called out to her sisters. "Sisters!" The other girls caught on instantly, bowing respectfully. "Please lead us, senior sister." But meanwhile, standing right behind Trungfam, who was grinning like he had just won the lottery, Ngaklian looked absolutely furious. Humph! Her eyes narrowed into dangerous slits, her tone practically dripping with displeasure. Master, I told you I know how to dance too! Trungfam, lounging comfortably in his recliner, completely cluelessly brushed it off. Hey, it's not like I actually wanted to watch, but my subordinates did save their lives, so what's the harm in enjoying a little dance? He swayed to the rhythm, snapping his fingers and enthusiastically playing director. Cue the music! Come on, keep dancing! Ngaklian was the only one standing there, puffing her cheeks and pouting intensely. After being treated to such a deeply moving performance, Trungfam absolutely showered them with praise. As expected from the legendary Myriad Flower Valley of the Cultivation world. Not only masters of medicine, but absolutely flawless in music, chess, poetry, and painting. Man, good thing Sun King actually cleaned this place up properly. Even the beauties of the Myriad Flower Valley were staring in absolute awe at the medicinal herbs growing in the manor. Wen Lang couldn't hold back her gasp. The spiritual herbs here, they're so incredibly abundant. Watching them sing and dance, Ngaklian sat under a tree, glaring bitterly at the whole group and letting out another extremely salty, Trungfam rested his hands behind his head, leaning back in his chair like an absolute chill boy enjoying a fine arts show. Man, this is straight out of paradise. Beautiful singing, stunning dancing. I finally understand why guys loved going to the entertainment pavilion so much. But right at that moment of bliss, the surrounding space suddenly felt totally empty, making him jerk up in absolute shock. Wait, what just happened? Up in the densely clouded sky, violent bolts of lightning crisscrossed wildly. Nightshade quickly assessed the situation. Two cultivators were locked in a fierce battle in midair. Instantly, the hot blood in Son Kang's veins began to boil. These guys are so freaking annoying. Can't they just let this old pig and his wifey live in absolute peace for the rest of our lives? Meanwhile, deep down, Nightshade was scheming something far more calculating. This fat pig has gotten insanely lazy ever since he moved his whole family in here. I need to stick close to the master and put on a stellar performance. If I do that, the day I become a demon god or a demon immortal won't be far off. While Trungfam was casually enjoying the drama, he suddenly realized something. Guys, I think that massive black cloud is heading straight for us. Ngaklian quickly confirmed his fear. It really is flying right toward us. The glaring flashes of lightning were getting closer and closer by the second. He kept his eyes glued to the sky, narrating it like a sports commentator. Oop, somebody's falling. A blurry figure plummeted down like a blazing meteorite. In the blink of an eye, it violently smashed right through the earth, looking like it was going straight down to say hello to the 18 levels of hell. Hot on its tail was Fok Do riding a fox demon, completely refusing to give up the chase. You damn old cultivator! Just wait until my martial brothers get here! We're gonna beat you into a bloody pulp! But right at that exact moment, he suddenly froze midair, noticing something utterly bizarre. The lush vegetation down below was radiating an incredibly gentle, pure natural aura. Fok Do instantly lit up, more thrilled than if he had just struck pure gold. I can't believe it! I've actually stumbled upon a completely untouched land overflowing with spiritual energy! So many spiritual herbs. And are those divine fruits? The very second his creepy gaze landed on Nguyen Lang, he licked his lips and added, and quite a few stunning little ladies too. Fok Do didn't even try to hide his absolute scum-like nature, while everyone below gave him the hardest side eye imaginable. Oh yeah, your daddy is definitely going to enjoy himself tonight. And right on cue, his vicious little gang finally arrived at the scene. Senior brother, are you okay? Third elder, thank goodness you're unharmed. Fok Do smugly showed off his latest prize. Not only did he survive entirely unscathed, but he even stumbled upon a treasure trove of a land. And of course, he shamelessly led his army right in to invade it. Listen up, boys. Plunder it all. Don't even leave a single speck of dirt behind. His tribesmen immediately obeyed, riding their giant birds and diving straight toward the ground. But before they could even reach their target, karma struck them down from the sky. How bold! The top disciple of the Mystic Azure sect suddenly appeared, ready to show Fok Do what a real beatdown looked like. Do you savage barbarians think our Mystic Azure sect doesn't exist? In broad daylight, no less? But the enemy boldly clapped back with his garbage logic. What broad daylight are you talking about? You ox-nosed brats from the Mystic Azure sect, look up! Those dark clouds are all from your own damn magic! Then Ngan, however, tried his best to maintain his righteous and impartial image. You barbaric cultivators don't understand the way of heaven at all. How dare you rob mere mortals? But his fake morals instantly crumbled the moment he took a closer look. The intoxicating aura radiating from below completely destroyed his desire to keep acting. If anyone's going to rob them, it should be us first. Luckily, Than Ha managed to awaken his humanity just in time. Senior brother Than Ngan. Only then did he carefully wipe away the drool that proved he was about to turn into a wild beast. Clearing his throat, Than Ngan slipped right back into his righteous persona. As a cultivator of the righteous path, it is my absolute duty to protect all living beings. I will never let you commit such atrocities right in front of me. Trungfam, however, couldn't stand there and take it anymore, finally speaking up in frustration. Take a good look at what you actually protected. This time, he wasn't just quietly sipping tea on the sidelines. He stepped right into the center of the drama. Could you guys seriously aim your lightning a little better? The guy vented his frustrations like a bursting dam. I literally just planted this garden. I just finished building this wall. But the other side seemed like they couldn't care less. Thane Ha, meanwhile, cautiously nudged her senior. Senior brother, it looks like this treasure land already has an owner. Than Gon instantly deflated. Ah, what a total waste. Seeing this, Than Ha had to step up and act as the peacemaker. Well, we can't exactly control where the lightning strikes. We have to rely on arrays and magical artifacts to summon it, you see? Than Gon quickly played along with his junior. Don't worry, little brother. Our Mystic Azure sect will fully compensate you for the damages. But before he could even finish his sentence, countless top-tier spirit fruits floated up from below. The words got completely stuck in his throat. Compensate? Even though it was humiliating, he had to admit the harsh truth. Even if we sold our entire sect, we wouldn't be able to afford this, right? Thane Ha nearly jumped out of her skin when she heard that. Luckily for them, Trong Fam wasn't the type to hold petty grudges. Forget it. Why would I even bother arguing with idiots like you? But then he locked onto the real targets, clearly knowing who needed a beating. As for you barbaric cultivators, how exactly are you going to pay me back? Fuck Do burst into hysterical laughter like he just heard the funniest joke in the world. Compensate! Our barbarian god is about to awaken. You should be bowing down and offering yourselves as sacrifices, and you're asking for compensation? Truong Pham crossed his arms, absolutely refusing to let this slide. You destroyed my house, ruined my magical herbs, and now you want to rob me? If I don't turn you all into domain points right now, I might as well stop breathing. Seeing this, Ngok Lin, agile as always, immediately stepped up to the front lines. Master, just let me handle these arrogant scumbags. Even Amda was eager to steal the spotlight. Lady Ngok Lin, please let us take care of this. He didn't forget to take a jab at his partner either. After all, me and this fat pig are supposed to be guarding the house. We really dropped the ball today. Sun Kang looked incredibly fierce but was surprisingly sensible. Time to work, I guess. I brought my wife and kids here to live, so I better put on a good show. Meanwhile, Amda activated his dark lightning power, the crescent mark on his forehead glowing intensely. Sun Kang, with his thick skin and meaty body, gathered his energy, ballooning in size until he was absolutely massive. Faced with this insane turn of events, the barbarian tribe didn't even have a second to regret their life choices. What the hell is... Before they could finish, they were dragged into Pampu, terrifying dark void, to face some serious karma. In the blink of an eye, the killer combo of Amda and Sun King secured a completely overwhelming victory. Done! Trong Pham didn't hold back his praise. Beautifully executed. Thangon, who had been watching the whole time, was absolutely dumbfounded. Such a tiny estate actually houses 2 demon kings, and they treat this young mortal like their absolute master? But before he could even process it all, he suddenly got called out. Hey, you guys up there, come down here. I've got some questions for you. Once they all respectfully landed on the ground, he started the interrogation. If I remember correctly, your Mystic Azure sect isn't exactly from the southern Badlands. What are you doing picking fights all the way out here? Then Non quickly bowed his hands, reporting honestly. Senior Hermit, there are things you may not know. We truly didn't mean to offend you today, Senior. It's just that the entire cultivation world has been thrown into complete chaos recently. Speaking with hard proof, he pointed up at the sky. The protective barrier shattered, and spiritual energy is flooding in like crazy. Countless petrified seniors are suddenly breaking through and coming back to life. Anomalies are popping up everywhere, throwing everything into madness. On top of that, ambitious villains are trying to trigger a massive war between humans and demons. Trung Pham, the actual culprit behind all of this, definitely didn't expect the drama to circle right back to him. Wait, did that single sword strike of mine really cause this much of a mess? Completely clueless, Thon Non continued his report. 3 days ago, the Supreme Sect gathered all the righteous factions at the Three Purities Mountain. They plan to use the 9 Provinces Cauldron to activate an array and restore peace. Our Mystic Azure sect received an invitation too. Striking a heroic pose, he showed off his righteous determination to save the world. My master ordered me down the mountain to temper myself and to wipe out any demonic scumbags I see along the way. Hearing such a noble excuse, Trong Pham decided not to press the issue. All right, I get it. Since you guys are fighting for justice, I'll let this slide. Now get out of here. Thangon smartly realized it was time to dip. Then we'll continue hunting down the rest of those wicked barbarians. We won't disturb you any longer, Senior. Watching their figures fade into the clouds, he couldn't help but sigh. If I'm the one who threw this world into absolute chaos, I guess I'll have to take responsibility for it. But right now, Truong Pham had one major problem. I can't actually leave my invincible domain. I need to figure something out. Suddenly, a majestic, towering peak broke through the misty clouds. The Heavenly Sword Pavilion stood there like a literal fairyland, until a shocked voice shattered the tranquil vibe. Wait, what? Lam Hang stroked his beard, his face full of total disbelief. A genuine immortal realm appeared in the southern Badlands? Meanwhile, deep within the dark and eerie ghost restraining town, Feihan let out a mocking, arrogant sneer. Who would have thought that the trash from the ghost whaling sect actually found the immortal realm? Just hearing the news made his blood boil with excitement. Looks like it's time for this master to stretch his bones a bit. At the exact same time, over at the Supreme Purity Hall of the Supreme Sect, sect leader Don Huyen was also getting extremely curious about this mystery figure. Whether he's a true immortal or not, we need to invite him to the assembly first. Even the terrifying master of the Ghost Wailing Cave shared the exact same mindset. Inform all the elders and disciples right now, bring out our ultimate sect treasure. His eyes burned with an insane greed for the prize. That immortal realm will belong to our Ghost Wailing Cave. Even the savage tribes of the Badlands were rallying their forces, marching out for a bloody war. Follow me!
We're bringing that immortal land back as an offering to our ancestral god. Yet, the very man who was currently the target of all three realms was just happily chilling, enjoying some singing and dancing.
Nguyen Lang, smooth-talking as always, quickly won him over. Senior, are you satisfied with our performance? Truong Pham looked incredibly relaxed, living his best retirement life. Oh, I'm absolutely loving it. Ngok Lin, however, crossed her arms, secretly feeling totally jealous. Just then, the roaring sound of a flying ship descending from above caught his attention. Master! Elder Tong shouted in a panic. We have a huge problem! In stark contrast, Truong Pham remained perfectly chill, completely unfazed as always. What is all the fuss about, old man Tong? Why are you two in such a frantic rush? Are those kids standing behind you your juniors? Time was running out, so Elder Tong leapt down from the ship and got straight to the point. I brought my 2 sons, my grandsons, and my granddaughters. They are all here. As for this old guy, he could not just let go of his family estate, so he only brought a few of his nieces and nephews along. Finally, he revealed the real reason for their visit. Master, the news that your manor is filled with spiritual herbs, immortal elixirs, and divine fruits has completely spread across the entire Heavenly Cloud region. But Truong Pham just shrugged, casually replying, So what? Elder Tong had to spell it out for him. It means the major sects and those ancient cultivation masters already have their greedy eyes on this place. Cap Thien chimed in with a grim tone. On our way here, we heard that countless sects and rogue cultivators are marching straight for your manor, young master. Rather than panicking, Truong Pham's eyes gleamed with the pure greed of a capitalist. Sweet! Are some actual heavy hitters coming our way? Man, I seriously cannot wait. The 2 elders stood frozen like statues, completely failing to process his bizarre reaction. Elder Tong cautiously mumbled, Master, are you not worried at all? He answered with absolute innocence. What is there to worry about? Cap Thien sort of understood his logic. The master is so overpowered that he is not afraid of those greedy fools. The only fear is that they might wreck the peace and quiet of his cultivation sanctuary. On the surface, Truong Pham put on a thoughtful face, nodding. You have a point. That is quite an annoying problem. But on the inside, he was absolutely thrilled, happier than if he had just struck gold. I was just getting a headache over not having enough experience points to expand my sword domain. A smug, wicked smile crept onto his face, the look of a scammer about to harvest a massive flock of sheep. Sure, leveling up the domain gets ridiculously hard later on, but hey, free experience is free experience. After a few seconds of internal partying, he finally remembered his manners. We can talk about this later. Hey, Sun King, help Elder Tong and his people get settled into some rooms. The demon quickly gave a thumbs up. You got it. Even though this was a golden opportunity, Truong Pham was still quietly planning an exit strategy. Still, luring walking experience points all the way here is not the most efficient plan. It would be amazing if I could just take this sword domain to go. Half a month flew by. The clear blue sky was suddenly swarmed by the barbarian tribe. Right behind them cruised massive, glorious warships, the kind that screamed, We are rich and heavily armed. Watching from a distance, Lam Heng muttered gravely, Those savages from the barbarian tribe and the demonic path cultivators have finally made their move. Standing proudly at the bow of his ship, he took in the chaotic sight. They were swarming in like rabid bees fighting over nectar, and even the Wailing Ghost faction had joined the fray. Ngok Lin urgently reported to Truong Pham, Master, look! Up in the sky, an old skull representing the Wailing Ghost sect was already busy trash-talking. Well, well, if it is not the brainless brutes of the barbarian tribe! Not to be outdone, Lodan, the loudmouthed leader of the barbarians, roared back, You brittle bags of bones! Are you not scared the sunlight is going to turn you into ash out here? The old skull did not even try to hide his twisted greed. I am only here for this divine sanctuary. But hey, if I get to harvest the corpses of you savage brutes along the way, I certainly will not complain. Arriving fashionably late to the battlefield, the Heavenly Sword Pavilion crashed the party. What absolute arrogance from a bunch of demonic scum and barbarians! Lam Heng, stepping up as the beacon of justice, proclaimed righteously, A sanctuary of heavenly treasures belongs only to the pure and virtuous. Down below, Truong Pham was getting really sick of just sitting around watching their daily soap opera. Hey morons, is it really okay to run your mouths like this right in front of the actual owner? Throwing a massive pity party on my lawn? You guys seriously do not respect me at all. Hovering high in the sky, the old skull glared down, dripping with pure sarcasm. Humph! Looks like nothing more than a pathetic mortal hiding behind two demon kings. The old ghost's next insult made Sun Kang so mad he wanted to throw a tantrum. How convenient! I will just take this divine manor as an offering to appease our wailing ghost faction. Standing nearby, Lo Dan gasped in sheer awe. A divine sanctuary. It truly is a divine sanctuary. His greedy eyes were glued to the glowing divine tree, practically drooling over the overwhelming spiritual energy. That glowing divine tree and its immortal fruits. They are going to belong to the barbarian tribe very soon. Suddenly, a booming, arrogant voice echoed from the majestic warship. A divine sanctuary of this caliber. You think we would ever let it fall into the filthy hands of you demonic heathens? Playing the hero, Lam Hang immediately puffed out his chest. Do not panic, little brother. With my heavenly sword pavilion here, I swear I will not let these villains lay a single finger on you. The old skull sneered, projecting his own twisted mindset onto him. Oh, shut up, you hypocritical old fart. Are you not just trying to trick him into your sect so you can protect him and steal all his treasures? With a furious battle cry, the old ghost waved his flag, officially sparking the war. My children, the Wailing Ghost faction bows to no one. Charge forward and tear them all to shreds for your master. Not one to be outdone, Lam Hang roared right back. Disciples of the Immortal Sword Sect, hear my command. Eradicate these demonic scumbags from the Wailing Ghost faction and protect the innocent lives of the Heavenly Cloud region. Realizing it would be super awkward to just stand there after marching all this way, Lo Dan violently threw his warriors into the bloodbath. You rotting sacks of bones! Warriors, butcher anyone who stands in our way! We are claiming this divine sanctuary as a sacrifice for our ancestral god! In the blink of an eye, all three factions clashed in an absolute chaotic free-for-all. Trung Pham stared up at the massive brawl and let out a heavy, utterly exhausted sigh. What even is this? You are throwing a massive turf war right on my front porch, and you are just going to completely ignore the actual owner? Seeing things escalate, Cap Thien nervously offered a suggestion. Young master, do you want Elder Tong and me to go break them up? We have got a decent amount of street credibility in the Heavenly Cloud region. Most of these sects would at least give us some face. But Trung Pham totally wanted to just sit back, eat popcorn, and sweep up the loot afterward. He immediately waved them off. Nah, forget it. Just let them beat the absolute crap out of each other first. A second later, though, he paused, clicking his tongue in regret. His gamer heart was absolutely bleeding. Man, it is just such a waste. If I dragged all those idiots into my sword domain and slaughtered them myself, think of how much sweet, sweet experience I could farm. Mid-battle, the old skull let out a maniacal, triumphant cackle. You stubborn old fool! You naive brats of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, and you filthy barbarians! Open your eyes and behold the ultimate guarding treasure of our Wailing Ghost faction! He thrust his massive staff into the sky and shrieked, Soul-devouring banner! In an instant, a terrifying, glowing aura in the shape of a colossal horned demonic skull materialized, its empty eye sockets blazing with literal hellfire. A split second later, it lunged forward, stretching out a gigantic, skeletal claw to rip the life from its prey. One of the Immortal Sword Sect disciples screamed in pure terror, Oh crap, this is bad, everyone fall back right now! But before they could even turn to run, they were brutally blasted by a massive spectral uppercut. Hovering above, the old skull watched them scramble like terrified clowns, laughing his head off in absolute sadistic joy. Knowing damn well he could not take that hit, Lo Dan visibly hesitated. This crusty old ghost is actually going all in. Even so, a sliver of hope kept him grounded. Whatever, the ancestral god of our barbarian tribe is about to awaken anyway. I will just come back and crush him then. No point getting my men slaughtered today. Having rationalized his own cowardice, he decided that hauling tail out of there was the ultimate strategy. You crusty old bag of bones, the barbarian tribe is letting you off the hook today. But you just wait until our ancestral god wakes up. Things aren't looking any better on Lin Hang's end. A whole fleet of warships blown to absolute pieces. Looks like our 10,000 sword sect won't be able to hog this mystic realm all to ourselves. He quickly waved his hand, ordering a full retreat. Next time, we'll gather the other righteous sects and wipe this ghost whale sect off the map. But even as he left, his eyes lingered, completely torn to leave it behind. This sanctuary still has 2 demon kings guarding it. Once they tear the ghost whale sect apart, I'll lead my disciples back for an ambush. Seeing his enemies running for their lives, the skull let out a maniacal laugh. Fools! Against my sect's ultimate relic, who in the entire Skycloud region could possibly stand in my way? He then glared down at the manor below. Once I claim this mystic realm, I'll devour its immortal herbs and divine foods to break through my limits. Paired with this relic, my ghost whale sect will completely dominate the Skycloud region. The skull pointed forward, barking out orders. You lot, take a squad and chase those 2 annoying pests as far away as possible. The rest of you disciples... He then manipulated the soul-devouring banner, marching forward while Zhang Fan watched in pure disbelief. Follow me, we're taking that sanctuary down there. Sun Kang was absolutely disgusted seeing this bony freak acting so high and mighty in front of his master. Step aside, let old pig handle this. I've been laying around doing nothing for days anyway. Sun Kang threw a massive lightning-infused punch. The two forces violently clashed, sending out massive shockwaves. Just what I needed to scratch this itch. The skull found this fat-bellied demon rather amusing and tried to recruit him. Hey, Demon King, how about you join our ghost whale sect? I'll even make you the Grand Elder. But the boar totally roasted him with an absolutely savage comeback. Back in the day, I dumped your mother, and that's why you turned out looking like a walking skeleton. Do you really think I'd say yes to you now? Hearing this, the old ghost was practically choking on his own rage, wishing he could roast this pig alive until its skin crackled. It seems you really don't know what's good for you, you filthy demon. Our ghost whale sect has a score to settle with you anyway. Today I'll take this chance to wipe you out for good. Sun Kang puffed out his cheeks, completely unfazed. Bring it on, you bony trash! The two crashed into each other again, triggering another catastrophic shockwave. The sheer force of the impact let out an ear-piercing boom. In a flash, Sun Kang was blasted straight across the sky. He shrieked in absolute agony. Gah! A moment later, as the dust finally settled, he scrambled to his feet, trying to act tough. No one has ever beaten me up like this. You are so dead today. Master, save me! Everyone thought Sun Kang was actually strong, but he was nothing but a loudmouth. Master, please help. Even when beating a dog, you have to respect its owner. This pile of dry bones beating me up like this is basically spitting in your face, Master. Zheng Fan and the entire group watched this utterly pathetic display, their faces completely frozen in secondhand embarrassment. He instantly scolded the boar. Are you seriously pulling this pathetic stunt again? Tong Yun respectfully clasped his hands and offered, Exalted Immortal, ever since the two of us joined your sanctuary, we haven't done a single thing to repay you. Please, let us help the Demon King. Meanwhile, the skull calculated the odds, muttering in surprise. Huh? A tiny little manor managed to produce 2 Demon Kings, and now they have 2 Divine Realm cultivators on top of that? Zhang Fan just waved his hand dismissively. No, you two don't need to lift a finger. Just let him come to me. Hearing that, Tong Yun couldn't help but feel a sting of sadness. My strength is still way too weak. In massive battles like this, I'm still completely useless to master. The skull, however, was too arrogant to see his own grave. So what if you have a bunch of experts? Eats. None of you can stop it! Before he could even finish, the old ghost violently jerked his head back. There was a noise coming from behind. What's going on? His minions were already screaming, scattering in absolute terror. The barbarian tribe in the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. They're back. It's a counterattack. The old ghost went absolutely ballistic, raising his staff to strike back. Damn you all! Not a single one of you is going to stop my ghost whale sect from conquering the world. Suddenly, the entire body of the soul-devouring banner erupted with a terrifying surge of spiritual power. The skull roared, unleashing his ultimate move. Phantom demonic form! Lin Hang, who had just arrived, was completely paralyzed by the horrifying sight. He never expected this pile of dry bones to be hiding so much power. Damn it, we came back way too early! Lu Min talked a big game on the outside, gritting his teeth. This old skeleton is ridiculously dangerous. Looks like we'll just have to risk it all. Yet deep down, he was scheming like a total coward. Thank God the Heavenly Sword Pavilion is here to take the brunt of the hit. Suddenly, the soul-devouring banner snapped its eyes wide open. Then, it lunged forward like a maniac, wildly thrashing its arms and legs. The skull arrogantly thought victory was already in his grasp. This whole mystic realm, the immortal herbs, the divine fruits, they are all mine. He relentlessly drove the soul-devouring banner forward, completely unhinged. Every last one of you will grovel at my feet! Meanwhile, Zhang Fan had been patiently waiting for this exact moment, and his wish was finally coming true. Come on. Just a little closer. Just a few more steps, and all you pathetic ghosts are going to become pure fuel for my sword domain. Out of nowhere, a massive bolt of heavenly lightning slammed directly into the skeleton's back. Burning with rage, he shrieked, Who was that? Which coward dared to sneak attack me? Zhang Fan was also completely caught off guard by the deafening thunder, frantically looking around to find the culprit. Yeah, which bastard is sneak attacking them? He glanced up, only to see a massive entire city structure floating right above their heads. Zhao Shi waved his hand and arrogantly declared, The Zhao clan of the Southern Wastelands has arrived. The moment he spoke, the yin-yang sphere beneath the floating structure began to glow blindingly bright, fully charged with energy. This guy totally thought he was the main character, talking down to everyone. If you don't want to die, get the hell out of my sight. The skull instantly recognized them and panicked. The Zhao clan is here too? Not only did Zhao Shi skip the greetings, but he harshly roared at them again. I said, get lost. To prove his point, he blasted another bolt of lightning straight at the skeleton. Seeing this, Tong Yun urgently yelled out a warning. Young master, the Zhao clan is a massive cultivation family in the Southern Wastelands. They're as powerful as any top-tier sect, and that floating city is their ultimate divine weapon. Qiten, standing nearby, looked incredibly tense. I can't believe they tracked us all the way to the Southern Wastelands. Zhang Fan stood there stunned for a second before the words floating city finally clicked in his brain. He couldn't help but kick himself internally. Why didn't I think of that? Once the gears in his head started turning, he immediately got to work. Even though my sword domain is stuck in one place, I could just move this entire manor and the whole hill underneath it. Having figured it out, Zhang Fan loudly called out, "Old man Tong, is that floating city up there actually rare?" Tong Yun nodded with absolute certainty. "Incredibly rare, sir." He then pointed out Lin Hang's fleet for comparison. Even though those flying warships have floating formations on them, at their absolute best, they're only on par with the immortal ships of the 10,000 Sword sect. The more he spoke, the more terrifying the Zhao clan sounded. To put it simply, standard floating formations can keep a city suspended in the air, but they absolutely cannot fly around freely, like the Zhao clan's floating city. Tong Yun took the chance to spill their deepest secret. "I've heard that the Zhao clan's floating city runs entirely on a levitation orb hidden right in the center of the city. Legend has it, it's the only crystal of its kind in the entire world." Hearing that, Zhang Fan's eyes lit up like high-beam headlights. "Oh, it's settled then. I am absolutely stealing that crystal." Up in the sky, Zhao Xu, having just flexed his power, coldly warned his enemies again. "My Zhao clan is claiming this sanctuary. If you don't scramble right now, don't blame me when things get ugly." Facing his 82nd crisis of the day, the skull finally started to sweat. Lu Min physically jumped, the threat ringing in his ears like a thunderclap. "Damn it all! How the hell did I forget about this psycho?" Lin Han didn't even dare to show his face, just cowardly hiding in the shadows waiting for his chance. Well, this was only the beginning. They could still hold their ground for now. Who would have thought that coward would just tuck his tail and run without a single word, while Zhao Shi somehow kept up that arrogant, fearless attitude of his? "If you all just obediently hand over the Mystic Realm right now, I might just spare your pathetic lives." Terrified, Ngok Lin quickly ran over to Chao Qian and asked, "Master, what do we do now?" Zhuang Fam just gave a dismissive smirk. His heart was overflowing with absolute confidence, his entire being practically radiating that unstoppable main character aura. That floating city of theirs isn't coming down anytime soon. Since the distance isn't quite there yet, even though I can't physically leave my sword domain, I can absolutely project its power far beyond it. Zhao Xu happened to lock eyes with him, looking completely caught off guard. "Oh, we even have disciples from the 10,000 Flowers Valley here?" He rested his chin on his hand, looking highly amused, and decided to take this perfect chance to do a little sect recruiting. "You all should really know your place and just hand over the Mystic Realm. And of course, our Zhao family isn't some evil demonic cult, so you're all more than welcome to join us and offer up your services." Sun Kang, ever the loudmouth, immediately stepped up to start spitting trash talk. "Oh look, just another brainless idiot who has no idea how terrifying my master truly is. Did you forget to look in the outhouse mirror this morning or something? Take a good look at what you look like right now. Every time you open your mouth, it reeks!" Zhao Shi felt his blood boiling, his mind furiously struggling to process the sheer disrespect. "You stupid, filthy pig! What the hell did you just say?" Sun Kang just pulled a massive smug face and fired right back without missing a beat. "I'm just saying, you look exactly like the massive steaming pile I dropped in the outhouse this morning." "Wow, I guess your brain really is entirely made of crap." Getting roasted to that absolute extreme. If he could actually swallow that insult, he would have ascended to godhood ages ago. "I originally planned to spare your miserable little life, but it seems you're in a massive rush to get reincarnated." Zhao Shu wildly waved his arm, barking orders at the disciples behind him. "Prepare to attack! Kill them all!" Sun Kang, obviously not dumb enough to actually fight, immediately spun around and started snitching. "Master, these bastards are seriously disrespecting you. They want to slaughter your poor old pig, which is basically them slapping you right across the face." But Trung Pham saw right through the pig's little act. He calmly rubbed his chin and countered, "Really? Because I don't feel insulted in the slightest. I'm actually just curious, if I don't step in, how exactly is a fat old pig like you going to handle this?" A cold sweat broke out all over Sun Kang's forehead. He cautiously squeaked out, "Master, are you seriously suspecting that I grab my wife and kids and make a run for it?" Just as expected from that beautifully simple pig brain of his, he instantly fell for the obvious bait. "I am the great Sun Kong. I am more than willing to shed my blood and lay down my life for my glorious master." Truong Pham just snapped his fingers, effortlessly, summoning a whole circle of wooden branches around him as he teased, "Shed your blood and lay down your life? Please, just try not to drink yourself into a complete stupor first." In an instant, those rough, basic wooden sticks in his hands morphed into razor-sharp, little wooden swords. He casually tossed one over to Tong Yun, who was standing nearby, along with a simple instruction. "I am way too lazy to deal with these pathetic fools completely blinded by their own greed. Old Tong, do me a favor and teach them a proper lesson for me. And while you're at it, claim that flying city of theirs as their formal apology to me." The old man was completely overwhelmed by the honor, his heart pounding wildly. This sword aura, it's unbelievably pure. How can such a tiny, fragile wooden sword contain such terrifying sword intent? Tong Yun leaped onto his flying sword, blasting straight toward the targets in the sky. "Thank you for this incredible treasure, exalted immortal. This old man will discipline them at once." Trong Pham then turned to the group of girls, generously handing out the rest of his little props. "Here, you girls take one wooden sword each. If you ever run into any danger, just trigger the sword intent packed inside."
Nguyen Lang stared intently at the priceless gift in her hands, her mind already racing with calculations. The Heavenly Cloud region is in absolute chaos right now. Even US disciples from the 10,000 Flowers Valley are getting ambushed out here.
I definitely need to inform my junior brothers and suggest that all the major sects come here to seek this young master's protection. But it was Ngoc who had the absolute most dramatic reaction. The overwhelming density of the spiritual energy made her gasp out loud. My cultivation level, it's surging. Without even coordinating it, absolutely everyone standing behind Trong Pham had the exact same mind-blowing realization. Just holding this simple wooden sword the Exalted Immortal gave us is actually forcing our cultivation levels to break through. Meanwhile, up in the sky, having such an overpowered safety net made Tong Yun's voice boom with absolute, undeniable confidence. The Exalted Immortal has spoken. He demands you leave this flying city behind as your formal apology, and then you are to immediately get out of his sight. But the Zhao family disciples just sneered, spitting back with pure disgust. He just got incredibly lucky finding this mystic realm, and he's only surviving because a couple of demon kings are babysitting him. Old Senior Tong, for crying out loud, you're a mighty demigod stage cultivator. Are you seriously going to grovel and call some random brat an exalted immortal? Zhao Shi eagerly jumped right back into the trash-talking session. Senior Tong, I'm only giving you a chance to walk away right now out of respect for your age and status. But let me make this clear. Absolutely no one can stand against the Zhao family's flying city. The more he shouted, the more furious he became, perfectly ready to settle every single old grudge and new insult right here and now. And that filthy pig demon actually dared to use such vulgar garbage to humiliate the noble Zhao family. I am going to end this today. Seeing that peace was no longer an option, Tong Yun instantly flared up his massive spiritual power. Very well, if that's how it's going to be, then I shall act on the Exalted Immortal's orders and teach you Zhao brats a devastating lesson. Katruk and Lu Vin, completely devoid of any survival instincts, aggressively pushed forward to mock him even further. Oh wow, you're seriously holding up a little kid's wooden toy sword? Like it's some kind of divine command token? Has Old Man Tong actually lost his damn mind? A tiny little wooden sword? Oh my god, I'm going to die laughing. But before their mocking laughter could even finish echoing, it was violently replaced by strangled gasps of pure terror. That tiny, laughable wooden sword suddenly exploded with an earth-shattering, apocalyptic pressure. Zhao Shi froze stiff like a statue, his jaw dropping as he stuttered out in horror at the blazing, unstoppable sword aura. He frantically waved his arms at the disciples behind him, screaming, "Hurry! Activate the Grand Defensive Formation at maximum power! Now!" Two massive waves of golden and azure power violently crashed into each other, completely drowning out Zhao Shi's panicked, desperate screams. Every single person on that city poured absolutely everything they had into their defenses, but it happened in the blink of an eye. The overwhelmingly powerful sword aura effortlessly shredded through their pathetic energy shields like wet paper, blasting straight into the flying city. A catastrophic explosion ripped through the sky, as wild sparks and massive clouds of debris completely swallowed a huge chunk of the heavens. Staring in pure, unadulterated horror at the destruction, Lu Vin screamed out a terrifying warning. "We're dead! The flying city? It's actually falling!" Tong Yun smoothly shrank the wooden sword back down, calling out with a deeply arrogant smirk. "The Exalted Immortal is incredibly merciful. He told you that as long as you leave the flying city behind, you all get to walk away with your lives." Zhao Shi's once cocky, untouchable face instantly drained of all color, turning pale as cold ash. All the strength abandoned his tall frame, and he collapsed heavily onto his knees. Trong Pham looked up at his shiny new loot falling from the sky, entirely unable to hold back a deeply satisfied, booming laugh. He grinned from ear to ear, his heart doing absolute backflips of pure joy. Finally, this young master finally has a solid ride out of this miserable, desolate mountain wasteland. Everyone frantically leaped onto their flying swords, taking to the air. Just moments later, the earth below them began to violently crack and split apart, with massive chunks of the terrain forcefully jutting upward. Feeling the intense tremors shaking the air, Ngoc looked over with wide, curious eyes. "Master, what exactly are we getting ready to do?" While everyone else just hovered there looking completely stunned, Sun Kang enthusiastically took on the role of the ultimate manual laborer, aggressively shifting mountains and piling up massive amounts of earth. Truong Pham just rubbed his chin, casually revealing his grand master plan. "Your brilliant master is planning to rip up this entire estate and all the land around it to build our very own floating island." After a massive collective gasp of utter shock, Nguyen Lang carefully stepped forward to double-check. "Exalted Immortal, are you seriously saying you're going to completely dismantle their flying city? The exact same artifact that allowed the Zhao family to utterly dominate the Heavenly Cloud region?" He just crossed his arms, explaining it like it was the most obvious thing in the world. "Well, yeah, obviously. That piece of junk is the Zhao family's flying city. It's not mine." She quickly covered her mouth, utterly mesmerized by his casual audacity. "But that flying city is literally considered a divine artifact." Trong Pham immediately cut her off with a cold, dismissive tone. "It seriously doesn't matter. My highly wrinkled brain has already mapped out all the next steps perfectly. No matter how hyped up that flying city is, it still can't physically carry me out of my own sword domain. Once I completely expand the borders of my invincible sword domain, it'll be 1,000,000 times better than that stupid floating rock anyway. The two girls, obviously unable to hear his ridiculous inner monologue, just stood there staring at him with totally blank, confused expressions. It wasn't until his crazy new creation finally took shape that they both, for once, shared the exact same awestruck thought. He truly lives up to his title as an exalted immortal, to stand before the rarest, most priceless flying city in the entire Heavenly Cloud region and treat it like it's nothing but cheap dirt. But putting that little dramatic interlude aside, Trong Pham was absolutely blinded by the literal mountains of gold and silver sitting in front of him. He couldn't help but sigh in deep admiration. Now this is what you call top-tier cultivation wealth. This insane stockpile of pills and mystical treasures looted straight from their flying city is more than enough to fully fund an entire major sect. Tung Yun stood respectfully by his side, deeply bowing as he gave his report. Exalted Immortal. This is absolutely everything we looted from the main vault of the Zhao family's flying city. Trong Pham just waved his hand, issuing his orders with complete, untouchable indifference. Have someone haul all of this into our own vault. Once you're done with that, go tear down the rest of their flying city for me. Dismantle it? The group echoed, utterly bewildered. Song Yun scrambled after him, desperately trying to talk some sense into him. Exalted One! Who knows what kind of formations or deadly wards are hidden inside this floating city? Just the spiritual energy lingering there alone is priceless. Zhang Fan shot back with absolute arrogance. Do I look like I'm lacking a little spiritual energy to you? The old man choked on his words, managing a single before falling dead silent. After mulling it over, Zhang Fan decided to throw the old man a bone. Look, since you two keep saying this floating city has priceless formations, go study them. Figure out how to strip them down and install them right under our estate. Song Yun didn't hesitate for a second. Yes, right away. We'll go study it this instant. Just as they turned to leave, Zhang Fan pulled out a few porcelain bottles and called out, "Oh, wait!" He tossed them evenly to both men with a casual instruction. Take these, consider it your paycheck for both you and your juniors. The two elders bowed deeply, their voices ringing out together. Thank you so much, Exalted One. Zhang Fan waved them off like it was nothing. Just do a good job, that's all I ask. Of course, he kept the real truth to himself. Those pills, I just looted them from the Zhao family's vault earlier and tweaked them a bit. 1 month later, Song Yun returned to report their progress. Master, old Huang and I could only dismantle a fraction of the floating city's formations, but the levitation crystals and the core matrix are still perfectly intact. GTN excitedly chimed in. This is the very first time Old Song and I have ever laid hands on something as magnificent as a floating city. He rode his old friend's coattails to praise the artifact, shaking his head in awe. Those levitation crystals truly are divine treasures, and that Zhao family's formation, absolutely brilliant. Zhang Fan clenched his fists, grinning with anticipation. All right then, let's see what you two have been busting your backs over all this time. Barely a moment after he spoke, a blinding pillar of golden light erupted from the center of the small island, piercing the heavens. The earth beneath their feet began to rumble and detach, as if an invisible force in the sky was pulling it upward. In the blink of an eye, a massive chunk of land was successfully hovering in midair. The entire group standing atop it erupted into wild cheers. It's flying! It's actually flying! GTN stroked his snowy white beard, bursting with pride. All that blood, sweat, and tears. Old Song and I led the team day and night to crack this city's code. And we actually managed to transplant most of its wards right here. Catching the cue, the whole crowd turned to Zhang Fan, bowing deeply in unison. Congratulations, Exalted One! Zhang Fan was in a rare, buzzingly good mood, so he went all out. Go pick some spirit ginseng, grab a few extra spirit fruits, and pass them out to everyone. He raised his little bonus rewards high in the air, his voice booming. I'm in a great mood today, so let's all celebrate! Yulian and the others chorused back in sheer joy. Thank you for the reward, Master. Thank you, Exalted One. Thank you, my lord. Zhang Fan's radiant smile never faltered, though a sudden thought popped into his head. Sweeping his gaze across the vast horizon, he let out a deep internal sigh of relief. Finally, I can finally leave this forsaken mountain in the southern wastelands. Half a month later, Zhang Fan stood atop the levitating city, silently assessing the situation. My invincible sword domain's range just isn't big enough yet. It can't cover this entire floating fortress. He rubbed his chin, lost in thought. If it could, I wouldn't have needed Old Song's crew to drag those defensive wards all the way over here. Just then, Yuan Ling stepped up, pulling him back to reality. Exalted One, we finished laying out the gardens and the spirit herb fields. She furrowed her brows, hesitating before bringing up a tricky problem. But for some reason, even though my martial sisters and I are using the Floral Valley's secret cultivation arts, the herb fields just aren't blooming like they did back at the estate. Zhang Fan casually waved her off, taking the problem onto his own shoulders. Don't sweat it, leave that to me. Of course, he kept the real reason to himself. I personally terraformed that estate with my sword domain, and even threw in some divine soil. Of course, it's not the same. Yuan Ling bowed her head carefully. As long as the Exalted One does not blame us. Despite his reassurance, she was still beating herself up inside. My sisters and I are relying on the Exalted One for protection, yet we can't even make ourselves useful. Before she could wallow in her guilt any longer, Yulian leaped down and crashed the conversation. Master, Senior Song says the defensive wards are almost done, so what's our next move? Wenling put on a polite smile, raising a hand to greet her. Lady Yulian? But Yulian just puffed out her cheeks, glaring daggers and grumbling loudly in her mind. Why is this Yuan Ling from the Floral Valley always glued to my master's side? Completely oblivious to his disciples' inner drama, Zhang Fan stayed focused on the plan. We'll keep upgrading the floating city while we set a course straight for the Floral Valley. Touched, Yuan Ling gasped, Exalted One! Realizing what he was trying to do, she bravely put forth a suggestion. I've already sent word to my sect. Thank you so much, Exalted One, but recently, the other sects bordering our valley have been acting very suspiciously. Because of that, my masters can't safely make the trip out here just yet. Could I trouble the Exalted One to escort us part of the way? Zhang Fan didn't mind at all and agreed on the spot. Oh, it's right on the way. Perfect timing, actually. I can hit up that immortal gathering being hosted by the Supreme Sect while we're at it. He sneaked a sideways glance at the wisps of black smoke floating nearby, silently praying for whoever was about to cross his path. Man, I really am the one causing all this trouble, aren't I? This incense burner is completely useless to me, but hopefully someone out there knows how to fix it. Funnily enough, Zhang Fan wasn't the only one scheming. Yuan Ling had her own hidden agenda. The world is in absolute chaos right now. Once we get back to the sect, I have to make sure my master and the Valley Lord get on the Exalted One's good side immediately. Meanwhile, down in a nearby town, people were swarming out like a kicked hornet's nest, screaming their lungs out. Help us! Somebody, please help! Hao, Bing tore through the sky above them, laughing like a maniac as he taunted the fleeing villagers. Run! Keep running! Let your grandpa enjoy the sweet music of your screams! But right in the middle of his twisted power trip, his accomplice jerked back and yelled, Senior brother, what the hell is that? When the gang finally got a clear look at the colossal shadow looming over them, they screamed in unison. A floating city? Hao Bing panicked so hard his brain short-circuited. No, wait, that's not right. That's not the Zhao family's floating city. That's
an island from the southern wastelands. No, that's impossible. There's never been a floating island in the entire Heavenly Cloud region.
Before he could even finish his mental gymnastics, his eyes locked onto a terrifying sight. There are people coming down from up there. The moment the words left his mouth, the sky delivered a massive, blazing fireball right to their doorstep. Hao Bing shrieked in sheer terror. Watch out! It's an enemy attack! Shan Kong the ape burst from the smoke and dust, glaring at them with eyes burning like hot coals. Today, I just feel like thrashing somebody. He didn't even give them a chance to speak. Whipping out his massive fist, he went straight for a brutal one-hit knockout. Shan Kang used every ounce of his savage strength to mop the floor with the screaming demonic cultivators, making sure to drop his one-liner while he crushed them. So shut up. I don't want to hear a peep from you, trash. Seeing the ape acting so extra, Dark Knight dropped a lethal bolt of lightning from above. Stop yapping. Pinning Hao Bing to the ground, the Shadow Beast reminded his comrade. The master was very clear. Do not let a single one of these heartless demonic scum escape. High above, Zhang Fan was looking down like a nosy neighbor watching juicy neighborhood drama unfold. The moment his eyes swept over Shan Kang's heavyweight smackdown, the system's robotic voice chimed in. Ding! Pet Shan Kang has killed one Foundation Realm cultivator. 400 sword domain points rewarded. Down below, Yulin's sword sliced flawlessly through the air, silently triggering another private notification for her master. Ding! Disciple Yulin has killed one Golden Core cultivator. 1,500 sword domain points rewarded. Dark Knight, using his enemies like chew toys, naturally raked in the points too. On the outside, Zhang Fan kept up his cool, untouchable boss persona, but inside, he was throwing a massive rave. Thank you so much, Zhao family, for the free-floating city. Now I'm finally out of the southern wastelands, and I don't have to sit around my estate waiting for enemies to hand-deliver my sword domain points. His eyes landed on the glowing stat panel hovering before him. Invincible sword domain range expanded to 258 meters. He immediately muted his excitement, getting deadly serious. The points needed to rank up still aren't enough. First things first, I need to expand the domain to completely cover this floating city. Then we'll talk. Chuang Pham pondered for a moment before decisively hitting the system prompt. System, expand the sword domain. As the live stream sphere shrank down, the system tossed out that same old familiar notification. The range of the Invincible sword domain has been increased to 258 meters. With everything sorted, he stretched his arms and let out a long, exhausted sigh. Talk about carrying the weight of the world! Before he could even catch his breath, Trung Pham heard Ngoc Lin's voice behind him and turned around. Master, not a single one of those demonic cult bastards managed to escape. Seeing his team's flawless coordination with his own eyes, he smiled in approval. No script needed. You guys did great. Ngoc Lin, from now on, whenever something like this happens, you lead the team and handle it. It's a perfect chance to temper your sword intent. Overflowing with sheer joy, she still tried her best to maintain a cool, stoic facade. Understood, Master. As soon as she confirmed, Trong Pham gazed into the distance, fully embracing his aura of a mysterious, omnipotent grandmaster. All right, let's move out. Meanwhile, down on the ground, the mood among their enemies was nowhere near as relaxed. A floating city? No, wait, that doesn't belong to our trio family. Since when did a floating island appear in this southern wasteland? Trio Din slammed his fist down, letting his mouth run wildly without a single filter of politeness. Damn that array! His furious scowl completely ruined his handsome vibe, while his mouth kept firing off curses like a broken speaker. They obviously snatched it right out of our tree family's hands. Who the hell has the guts to do that? Little did he know. The very guy he was talking about was standing perfectly still, staring at the sky and laughing like an absolute maniac. Looking at his luxurious new flying fortress, Trong Pham was secretly throwing a massive party in his head. If heaven won't bless me, I guess I'll just rely on people, and what a kind bunch the trio family is, personally delivering this useless mansion right to my doorstep. His playful mood instantly lifted Nguyen Lang's spirits without even trying. Oh, there's no need to be so polite. Suddenly, Ngok Lin zoomed down from the sky on her flying sword. Master! Seeing her rushing over so frantically, Trong Pham furrowed his brows in confusion. Weren't you out punishing evil with Old Tong and the kids? Her beautiful face was locked in absolute concentration, reporting every single detail without missing a beat. Master, the situation up ahead looks really bad. Recalling Tong Von's exact words, Ngok Lin's tone grew terrifyingly heavy. It looks like the demonic cults are launching a full assault on the 10,000 Blossom Valley. Senior Tong said they heavily outnumber them, and they've brought in fighters from multiple sects. So he told me to rush back and ask you how we should handle this. Hearing the dreadful news, the disciples of the 10,000 Blossom Valley instantly broke into a complete panic. What? Our sect is being attacked by the demonic cults? Why would they attack us? Amidst the chaos, only Nguyen Lang frantically turned to Trong Pham, her voice trembling. Exalted Immortal, please! I beg you to save them! Knowing full well he could handle this mess, he immediately issued an order to his disciple. Ngok Lin, take Sun Kang and Dark Knight and head over there first. If things get ugly, just try to buy some time. Engraving his orders into her mind, she immediately summoned her sword spirit and blasted off into the sky. Yes, Master! Unable to just stand around and do nothing, Nguyen Lang nervously stepped forward to ask for permission. Exalted Immortal, please let me go with the two seniors and the Demon King! But Trong Pham shut her down without a second thought. No need, it's too dangerous for you out there. The floating island is almost at the valley anyway. Caught between a rock and a hard place, she formally cupped her hands in gratitude, maintaining her grace. Thank you, Exalted Immortal, for stepping in to save my home. A thick, eerie mist swallowed the 10,000 Blossom Valley, freezing the atmosphere as if someone had just hit the pause button on the world. Shattering the suffocating tension, the vile, taunting voices of the invaders echoed across the grounds. Come out, little ladies of the valley. Stop hiding in there. A cheap thug from the Heavenly Demon sect kept running his mouth, loud and obnoxiously persistent. Hurry up and come out to play with your daddies. His jeering only fueled the sick, twisted excitement of the Blood Slaughter cult and the Joyous Temple. I wonder just how sweet the blood of these pretty little girls tastes. Hurry up and join this poor monk in the great path of joyous dual cultivation. Only after they had all finished their filthy rants did the spokesman of the fate-defying sect slowly step up to take the spotlight. Come on out, my beautiful darlings. Smelling the absolute desperation in the air, the disciples of the valley instantly clustered tightly around Chao Vu. Valley Master, I've already sent out flares for backup, but I have no idea how many of our allies will actually make it. The crushing gravity of the situation made her expression darker than ever before. Our valley has never fought for power. We just heal the sick and live peacefully as sisters. I never expected us to face such a disaster. Glaring at the endless sea of enemies, Chao Vu let out a heavy, utterly exhausted sigh. It seems this is the will of heaven. But unlike the resigned calmness of the Valley Master, her junior sister standing right beside her had completely lost her patience. Senior sister, let's just fight them to the death. Our valley might specialize in healing arts, but it's not like we don't know how to wield a sword and kill some scum. With someone leading the charge, another girl quickly chimed in. She's right, senior sister. Nguyen Lang and the other disciples are still safely outside, and our ancient texts are completely hidden. If they survive, they'll know exactly how to find the secret vault when they return. Her hesitation vanished without a trace. Flipping straight into commander mode, Chao Vu rallied her people without leaving a single soul behind. Then gather every last disciple. Prepare for battle. With a surging, fiery spirit, she led her sisters, gripping their weapons tightly, to fight back against the ruthless horde. We fight them to the bitter end! Take down as many of these bastards as we can! However, the moment they stepped out of their barrier, the arrogant, power-tripping mob immediately showered them with absolutely disgusting insults. Aha! The little ladies finally came out. Looks like they couldn't wait for their daddies any longer. But suddenly, from the sky above, a blinding aura erupted from a massive floating mountain, radiating a brilliant light of absolute justice that nearly blinded the entire mob. Look up there, what the hell is that? A floating island? Its sheer majesty didn't inspire awe, it only sent their panic spiraling entirely out of control. Why the hell is a floating island showing up here at a time like this? Which sect even owns a floating island? The only thing I know about in the Southern Wasteland is the Trio family's floating city. Standing tall upon that very island, Ngakleen raised her sword high and roared down at the absolute scum below. I am here on my master's orders. Still channeling explosive energy through her hands, she delivered her ultimatum at an earth-shattering volume that no one could possibly ignore. I order all of you to back the hell off right now! But completely shattering Ngakleen's expectations, the filthy mob below burst into roaring laughter so loud it practically shook the heavens. Where the hell did this crazy chick come from, acting so damn tough with us? Does this brat really not know the terrifying reputation our Bloodfiend sect holds in the southern wilds? The 4 demonic pillars played the role of scholars, coldly analyzing the newcomers joining the fray. Look at that. 2 demon kings, one's a dog, the other's a pig, so this must be the master of that rumored divine realm. La Fong deliberately masked his expression, his probing tone obvious. What exactly do you mean by that, my fellow masters? Thickengun's eyes were glued to the island, inadvertently leaking his anxiety. I don't believe in immortals, but we still need to keep a close eye on that floating island. Minhien's roar echoed across the battlefield, making the surrounding minions instantly ready their stances. Attack! Move out! Huyatsat quickly chimed in. The 4 of our sects are here! How could we possibly retreat now? Hundreds of men lunged at Ngakleen with immeasurable feral rage. Kill the little brat! Die! In stark contrast to their bloodthirsty excitement, she merely drew her blade with dead-eyed coldness. Scum! Following Ngakleen's strike, ruthless bolts of lightning instantly spiraled around the mob, showing zero mercy. You brought this on yourselves! Huyatsat, even while observing from below, had to raise his arms to shield his eyes from the blinding light. Is this sword intent woven into the aura? Could the one attacking be a sword saint? Witnessing the spectacle, Lafon blurted out a sarcastic remark. What's wrong? Are you getting scared, Huyatsat? The taunt pushed him into a frenzied rage, making him scream back. Bullshit! What the hell would I be scared of? Annoyed by the loud bickering, Thickengun threw out a sharp reminder. Shut up, both of you. Let's just activate the formation. With the combined strength of the 4 of us, there's no reason to fear a little sword intent. Minhien was the first to take his stance to form the array, completely ignoring whether the others agreed or not. Exactly! A sword saint is probably the strongest one they've got anyway. The 4 of them linked their power, summoning a massive demonic array high in the sky. Just kill her! Sensing the approaching danger, Ngakleen instantly swung her sword to counterattack. Her powerful holy aura tore through the winds, only to be effortlessly blocked by their dark, oppressive energy. The sight left her visibly stunned. It was blocked by their demonic energy? How is this possible? Hearing his disciple's flustered voice, Zhuangfa murmured a casual observation. Looks like she's struggling a bit. Well, Ngakleen's strength has only just reached the golden core stage, after all. Right in front of Nguyen Lang, he raised his hand, orchestrating the scene like a master director. Fly the floating island directly into the Valley of 10,000 Flowers. This is the perfect chance to test its firepower. With just that one command from Truong Pham, Nguyen Lang's face lit up with joy, bowing in instant gratitude. Thank you, Lord Immortal! In stark contrast to her excitement, Sun Kang was busy worrying about the mob of insects buzzing in the distance. These guys are unbelievable. Lady Ngakleen already gave them a polite warning. Are they in that much of a hurry to meet their ancestors? Having his ego stroked by the praises, he chimed in with a joke to ease the tension. If you're so good with words, keep talking. Standing in a shadowed corner of the floating island, Truong Pham channeled his power, preparing to deal with the annoying brats below. Let's begin! Someone screamed in terror amidst the escalating tension. Watch out! The enemy is about to launch a formation attack! Fearing the troops would cower and break rank, Bin Duong immediately barked out the quick plan he had just drafted in his head. Don't panic! With the northern reversal array of our fate-defying sect, I can absorb any attack and turn it into spiritual energy. I'll control the array, drain them dry, and once they're exhausted, we charge in and seize the island. But just as the cultists readied their first move, Truong Pham slammed a colossal pillar of spiritual energy down onto the battlefield. The burst of holy power shredded right through their demonic barrier, making him scream in absolute terror. What the? Amidst a chaotic roar of destruction, Bin Duong felt a searing pain, his voice stammering uncontrollably. This is impossible. How does this array also carry sword intent? No, Before he could even finish his sentence, he left behind one final, endless shriek as he was entirely swallowed by the sea of spiritual power. Seeing the leaders of the other sects coughing up blood, a deep wave of dread washed over Minhien. Clutching his chest and dragging his broken wings, his voice turned shrill, completely shedding his dignified facade for pure cowardice. Run! Get out of here! But before the human-shaped airplane could even take off, Minhien's leg was tightly gripped by a mysterious hand. In a desperate struggle for survival, Tish Nagan frantically begged him for help. For the sake of the demonic path, please, give your brother a hand. But instead of helping, Min Hyun viciously stomped right on his face, instantly shattering their fragile alliance. Get off me! Without a second of hesitation, he launched himself into the sky, leaving a dumbfounded Tish Nagan behind. I'm out of here! But right after that, a merciless pillar of holy light blasted directly onto Min Hyun's head, making him howl in agonizing pain. Run! Hearing that miserable screech, Tish Nagan froze, his face blank as he asked a stupidly naive question. Run? What do we do now? Having planned to play dead in peace, Hyatt Sat was so annoyed by the noise that he snapped into coaching mode. Oh, for fuck's sake, stop yelling. If you want to live, hide your aura and play dead right now. That swift instruction instantly carved itself into Tish Nagan's brain, awakening the soul of a brand new actor. I can't take this anymore. Curling up into a highly strategic fetal position, he started whispering frantic prayers to the heavens. Bodhisattva, protect me. Bodhisattva, protect me. Please don't notice me. Meanwhile, Ngok Lin still stood high above, looking down as if scanning for fresh prey. She watched the chaotic, pathetic scrambling of the lowly insects with absolute leisure. The sect leader is dead. Run. Forget about the girls from the Valley of 10,000 Flowers. Just run. Ngok Lin purposely delayed for a few beats, waiting for them to flee the scene before gripping her sword and hunting them down. Filthy demonic scum, don't even think about escaping. Looking out at the spectacle, the disciples of the Valley of 10,000 Flowers couldn't hide their confusion, exchanging bewildered whispers. It seems the greatest crisis for our Valley of 10,000 Flowers has finally passed. Wait, is that the head marshal sister? But I have no idea which sect is on that floating island. None of the sects we called for help have showed up. Wen Lang pushed all her inner energy to the limit, shouting at the top of her lungs in pure, ecstatic joy. Sect leader, we've returned! Seeing her group leap down to reunite with everyone, Chao Vu instantly switched into interrogation mode. Wen Lang, you girls returned at the exact right moment. Could it be? The ones on the floating island are the reinforcements you brought. Wen Lang cupped her hands, giving her report with beaming pride. While being escorted by the Lord Immortal back to attend the Grand Supreme Sect's Immortal Gathering, my martial sisters and I stumbled upon the demonic sects attacking our valley. The Lord Immortal gracefully stepped in to help us. The revelation made Chao Vu freeze for a few seconds. Lord Immortal? Looking at the tiny nail-sized silhouette hovering way up there, Chao Vu's voice dripped with blatant skepticism. Is that the master of that rumored divine realm in the southern wilds you were talking about? The moment Nguyen Lang's eyes met Trong Phom's figure, her voice skyrocketed into the proud tone of a mother showing off her genius child. That's right, master. Relying on that firm nod, Chao Vu pondered for a brief moment before issuing an immediate order to her disciple. Nguyen Lang, take me up to the island. I must personally thank this Lord Immortal. Since it was no trouble at all, she quickly agreed. Understood. Master, please follow me. Before taking off on her sword spirit, Chao Vu made sure to remind those staying behind. The rest of you, get everything ready. We have to show our deepest gratitude. Not a single person dared to object. They all bowed deeply and answered in unison, Understood! Meanwhile, the two dedicated actors stayed frozen in their dead body poses, even though everyone had already left the scene. Buddha, have mercy. Please don't notice us. Buddha, have mercy. Please don't let us get caught. Whatever you do, do not come check the bodies. Elsewhere, Chao Vu was absolutely breathless as she took in the majestic scenery before her eyes. Is this really the floating island of the exalted immortal? Seeing her sect leader bursting with questions, Nguyen Lang eagerly stepped up to explain. It sure is, master, she babbled on with boundless excitement, acting just like a professional tour guide. The exalted immortal transformed this entire mystic realm into a floating island. The array formations up there and the levitation crystals, we got all of those thanks to the Trio family from the southern wastelands. It felt like an entirely new world had opened up. Chao Vu couldn't help but sigh heavily as she thought about their current reality. So much has happened since the demonic path invaded the cultivation world. Even though our 10,000 Flower Valley isn't a small sect, we still couldn't protect ourselves against this endless chaos. After finishing the tour, Nguyen Lang led her over to Trong Phom and excitedly introduced him. Master, this is the exalted immortal. Trong Pham noticed the approaching figure, though he was entirely clueless about why she was actually here. Finally getting to meet her savior face to face, Chao Vu bowed deeply with absolute reverence. Lai Chao Vu, sect leader of the 10,000 Flower Valley, humbly greets the exalted immortal. Thank you, exalted immortal, for stepping in to save our valley. Being treated like some supreme being out of nowhere made Trong Phom feel super awkward. There's really no need to be so formal. He quickly forced himself into the role of a gracious host, speaking with humble politeness. If anything, I should be thanking you. Nguyen Lang and her junior sisters have been a huge help to me with alchemy lately. Hearing that, Chao Vu's curiosity piqued, and she wanted to confirm the rumors. Exalted Immortal, I heard you were planning to attend the Immortal Summit, and that you'd be dropping Nguyen Lang and the others off at the valley along the way. Is that true? Trong Pham nodded, keeping his expression perfectly serious. Yes, that was the plan. Seizing the opportunity from his confirmation, she immediately extended an invitation. In that case, to repay you for saving our lives, our valley would love to host a grand banquet in your honor. I wonder if the exalted immortal would grace us with your presence. Just hearing the word banquet made Trong Pham wave his hands frantically, rejecting the idea with his entire body. Let's just skip that. The air instantly grew awkward. His mind raced as he desperately tried to cook up a believable excuse. Crap, how the hell do I explain this? I literally can't take a single step outside of my sword domain without dying. Wait, I've got it. Taking a deep breath, Trong Pham put on his best poker face and started his glorious bluff. Sect Leader Lai, from what I've heard, the Immortal Summit is being held to repair the Heavenly Cloud region's Grand Guardian Array. Since I reside in these lands, it is only natural that I contribute my strength to the cause. It was an utterly flawless excuse, not a single loophole to be found. In fact, it only made Gaon A. Chao Vu admire him even more. The exalted immortal is so righteous. But as she looked out over the prosperous land before her, a heavy wave of anxiety about the future washed over her. The cultivation world is falling into total chaos. With the Supreme Sect hosting the Immortal Summit, there's a very high chance our valley will be targeted once again. So, I was wondering. Bearing the massive weight of her entire sect's survival, Chao Vu took a gamble and pleaded for his protection. Exalted Immortal, our 10,000 Flower Valley is also preparing to attend the Supreme Sect's summit. Would it be possible for us to travel alongside you? Trong Pham had absolutely zero objections. In fact, he was pretty stoked about the idea. Of course, you are more than welcome. Besides, your valley is renowned for your alchemy. This will be a perfect opportunity for us to share our knowledge. Terrified that he might change his mind if she hesitated, even for a second, Chao Vu lit up with joy and rushed to make arrangements. Thank you so much, Exalted Immortal. I'll have my people pack up so we can depart immediately. Even though he had agreed with a smile, internally, Trong Pham was super confused by her erratic behavior. Why is Sect Leader Lai in such a crazy rush? The peaceful morning calm was suddenly shattered by Trong Pham's earth-shaking scream. Whoa, hang on. Sect Leader Lai, is your entire valley packing up to move houses or something? But to Chao Vu, this was completely normal, so she calmly offered an explanation. After the disaster our valley just faced, we absolutely cannot afford to split our forces. If we move together. Leaving anyone behind to guard the sect would just be a death sentence. Knowing that crashing at his place with her entire sect was asking a lot, she sensibly offered a hefty compensation. Please accept these spiritual pills and magical artifacts as a token of our gratitude. It's just a small, humble offering to thank you for saving our lives. There was no way in hell Trong Pham was going to turn down free loot, so he accepted the gifts with a massive grin. All right then. However, watching this overly chummy display made Ngakleen puff up her cheeks in the utter jealousy. Like master, like disciple. What the heck does she mean we move together? Every single one of them is trying to steal my master all for themselves. Meanwhile, oblivious to her pouting, Trong Pham generously handed out orders. Old Song, go find a spot for Sect Leader Lai and her people to settle down. After that, we'll get ready to roll out. Song Van didn't question a single word, obeying with absolute loyalty. Understood, Exalted Immortal. Meanwhile, back at the devastated battlefield, two familiar figures were still playing dead on the dirt under the blazing sun, pulling off an Oscar-worthy performance. Only after making sure the coast was completely clear did Bloodfiend finally sit up, groaning in pain. Damn it! Looks like it's just me and you perverted monk. Every single one of those old demonic masters has been wiped out. Beside him, Tichingan wiped off a massive bead of nervous sweat. Who would have thought the legendary master of this mystic realm was actually that horrifyingly strong? We didn't even see the guy's face, and we almost got obliterated. A heavy silence suddenly fell between the two villains as they both sank into their own dark, scheming thoughts. A second later, Bloodfiend suddenly flared up with an utterly bizarre burst of confidence. Listen here, you pervert. We've all suffered massive losses today. If we want any chance at revenge, we have to combine our forces and work together. Hearing that, Tichingan immediately hopped on board with fired-up enthusiasm. Hell yeah! Let's head straight to the Demonic Alliance Summit. I refuse to believe the top demonic overlords can't crush this guy. And just like that, the grand plan was settled. The two cowardly blowhards hopped onto their flying artifacts and zipped out of the canyon, with Bloodfiend leading the way. Nestled high among the majestic, cloud-piercing peaks, the ancient main hall of the Supreme Sect radiated a blinding, sacred brilliance. Gazing down at the awe-inspiring sight from above, even Old Song couldn't help but feel a deep sense of reverence. As expected of the Supreme Sect, one of the 8 great immortal sects, they truly are the absolute rulers of the Heavenly Cloud region. The massive entourage behind him watched in awed silence, leaving Old Song to voice their collective thoughts. A grand gathering of cultivators on this massive scale, you'd rarely see something like this in the entire history of the Heavenly Cloud region. Seeing it all for the first time, Chao Vu nervously gasped in sheer wonder. I've only ever read about this place in ancient texts. I can't believe I'm finally seeing it with my own eyes. The Supreme Sect absolutely lives up to its legendary reputation. I heard that all the most powerful clans and elite sects are gathering here today. Meanwhile, Noklian, bursting with her usual extroverted, chaotic energy, was already itching to go mingle. Master, when are we heading down there? Under the intense, sparkling gaze of her sheer excitement, Trong Pham could only look away, sweating bullets in secret. Look, I really wanted to check out this summit too, okay? But the second I step out of my sword domain, I'm literally just a weak, powerless mortal. Desperate to hide his massive secret, he put on a detached, worldly wise persona, waving his hand in the coolest way possible to give his command. I'm feeling rather lazy, so I won't be going anywhere. Ngok Lian, you, Sect Master Lai, and Old Tone's group go ahead without me. Take the little pup along too. Sun Kang, sitting nearby and excluded from the trip, sulked and pleaded. Master, this old pig wants to go too. I've never tasted the delicacies of such grand banquets. But no matter how pitiful he looked, Trong Pham flatly refused. Forget about it. I'm afraid you'll just open your mouth and start picking fights with people. Hearing that, the creature had to bitterly give up his chance to feast on those exotic mountain and sea delicacies. All right then, I suppose I'll just stay behind with my child, keeping you company to guard the island. In front of the Grand Hall, everyone hurried along to make it in time for the Grand Heavenly Mountain Banquet of the Supreme Sect. Inside, even though Thi Heng was surrounded by his disciples trying to keep him company, his mood was incredibly heavy. Seeing this, Tu Vu asked with concern, Master, why do you keep sighing? Like a dam bursting after holding back water for so long, he dejectedly poured out his grievances. His mighty backer had suddenly vanished. Shouldn't a master feel sorrowful over this? Just to win the favor of that senior, this old man even gave away our precious treasure. He was consumed with regret over missing such a rare opportunity. In the end, I just took a quick trip back to the sect, getting ready to head to the southern wastelands to seek their protection. But when I returned, that massive estate had vanished into thin air. Just thinking about it shattered Thi Heng's heart. He cried a river, scratching his head and pulling his hair in absolute despair. How could it just disappear? His disciples could only stare blankly as he threw a tantrum like a spoiled child, completely clueless on how to comfort him. Master! He immediately fell back into his depressed state, endlessly dwelling on it. Just one meal there. After coming back, I broke through to the soul transformation stage. I'm considered a great cultivator now. But what does that even matter? Tu Van's frantic calling suddenly echoed in his ears. Master! Master! His consciousness was dragged back to reality, and Thi Heng looked visibly annoyed at being interrupted. What is it now? He followed the boy's pointing finger, and a second later, his eyes widened in sheer shock. A group of people with an extraordinary aura strode in through the gates, instantly drawing everyone's attention. The Heng stared intently at Ngok Lian's silhouette, faintly realizing something. That young lady looked so familiar. I think I saw her the last time I went to meet that senior. Before he could verify his suspicion, Tu Vu quickly caught on and pulled at him. Master, look! That Dark Knight Demon King is right behind her! At this moment, Thi Heng became even more certain of his guess. It really was the Dark Knight Demon King and that young lady. Completely tossing his dignity out the window, he leaped to his feet, his excitement reaching such a fever pitch that he could have danced a lambadut right then and there. So, it seems my mighty backer... no, the Supreme Immortal has also come to attend this banquet. Tu Van couldn't help but feel terribly embarrassed and tried to subtly remind him. Master, Master, there are other sects here. There are other sects around. Mind your image. Realizing his behavior was a bit ridiculous, Thi Heng quickly cleared his throat and restrained himself, putting back on the dignified air a master should have. Tu Van, Tu Vu, Mok Lan, come with me. And so he led them over to formally greet Ngok Lian. This young lady is the sect master of the Holy Sword Sect. I wonder, could you take us to pay our respects to the Senate? The Supreme Immortal, if you please. Then he shifted his attention to the soul-bound weapon in her hand, vaguely hinting at their past connection. That red gold immortal divine sword in your hand is the very gift our Holy Sword Sect presented to the Supreme Immortal back then. Thi Heng was quite tactful, knowing exactly how to flatter her. Being wielded by you, young lady, is truly its greatest honor. Ngok Lian immediately returned the greeting, explaining with a hint of regret, My master did mention it. Thank you for the sword you gifted him, senior. It's just that my master prefers peace and quiet, so even though he came here, he didn't enter the Supreme Sect. Seeing Ngok Lian's hesitation, Chao Vu spoke up and suggested, Young lady, why don't we return to the island and ask the Supreme Immortal if he wishes to see them? Thi Heng stared intently at the woman in front of him, lost in thought. This is the master of the Myriad Blossom Valley. Doesn't the Myriad Blossom Valley usually ignore the trivial matters of the mortal realm? Since when did she come here to cling to his coattails? He glared at her, his eyes practically bugging out. Damn it! The number of people sucking up to the Supreme Immortal just keeps growing. As the group moved along, Thi Heng walked in the middle, silently sighing in his heart, wondering if he even had a chance anymore. Back outside, Trong Pham, who had been busy observing everything, suddenly asked, Why are you all back so soon? And you brought people back with you? Hearing himself being called out, Thi Heng respectfully and sincerely replied, Greetings, Supreme Immortal. A few days ago, I brought Tu Van and the others to pay our respects to you, but to my surprise, you had already left that place and completely vanished at that. As he spoke, he glanced at the lush immortal fruit trees behind him, secretly marveling. As expected of the Supreme Immortal, even his way of moving house is utterly mind-blowing. Trung Pham blanked out for a moment before remembering to be polite. Ah, the Holy Sword Sect Master who gave me that fertilizer and sword. It's been a while. Is your Holy Sword Sect also joining the Grand Assembly this time? But you're not staying at the Supreme Sect, so why have you come to my island? Hearing that, he secretly pouted inside like a mischievous brat. What does some Grand Assembly matter compared to clinging to a massive backer? But outwardly, he calmly replied, knowing that the Supreme Immortal is here, I naturally had to come pay my respects. I just didn't expect to meet you here, so I haven't had time to prepare any gifts. Seeing his enthusiasm, Trung Pham politely waved his hand. No worries, no worries. He smiled on the outside, but inside he was screaming frantically. Last time he gave me gifts, it was clearly to get me to protect him. This time, I can't even leave the island. I really feel bad taking more stuff from him. Suddenly, a massive booming sound echoed from afar. The Hang quickly glanced over and instantly realized it was the Grand Assembly. The noise continued to reverberate through the silent space. He calculated the time and realized in surprise, is it starting already? In a dimension shrouded by crimson clouds, Kai Van hovered in midair, narrowing her eyes in high alert. The auras of the two great void evil demons completely vanished here. Suddenly, she spotted a glowing rift in the distance. To satisfy her curiosity, Kai Van immediately flew over to investigate. There's a hidden pocket world here, but it looks like its protective barrier is already broken. It seems those two evil demons crossed into this minor world through this rift. Worried for the survival of that world, she hastily charged inside. This is bad. Small worlds like this never have any supreme powerhouses. Furthermore, they know absolutely nothing about the 3,000 worlds. If the evil demons invade, I'm afraid their entire world will be wiped out. Just as she was about to enter, an invisible wall appeared, blocking her path. Stunned by the resistance, Kai Van calmly analyzed the situation and realized that the heavenly Tao of this world was rejecting her. Is it because it can't handle my power? But then, how did those two evil demons manage to get inside? With no time left to overthink, Kai Van hurriedly bent down and raised her hand to her head to cast a spell. This won't work. Looks like I'll have to possess a body first. Pointing her sword at the world before her, she chanted an incantation, broadcasting a message to all living beings on the continent to unite and fight back. A powerful beam of golden light pierced through the rift and struck straight into the ground. At that very moment, Trung Pham was lounging on a long chair, leisurely enjoying the scenery. Thai Hang, on the other hand, kept staring in one direction as if waiting for something. To think I'd actually get to taste the exquisite delicacies bestowed by the Supreme Immortal. As it turned out, he was staring right at the pot of incredibly fragrant stewed porridge simmering nearby. Trung Pham showed off with false modesty. It's just some ordinary food stewed in a pot, nothing special. Thai Hang turned to ask him, looking a bit awkward. Supreme Immortal, I have something to say, though I'm not sure if I should. That pot of yours? It's the Nine Heavens Divine Cauldron. Isn't using it as a cooking pot a bit? Seeing his overly dramatic expression, Trung Pham replied with sheer indifference. Oh, the Nine Heavens Divine Cauldron. But before he could even finish his sentence, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Wait a second. Is this the exact same cauldron I knocked out of the sky with a single sword strike? The Hang quickly chimed in to explain. That is correct, Exalted Immortal. You might not be aware, but the entire reason the Supreme Divine Sect summoned all the immortal sects is to search for this very Nine Heavens Divine Cauldron. Staring at the rich, savory stew bubbling away inside the Divine Cauldron, he kept rambling on. If they couldn't find it, they would be forced to use a backup plan to patch up the cracks in the realm's protective barrier. Hearing this, it finally clicked for Trung Pham. Ah, so that's what's going on. Finally realizing just how important this cooking pot actually was, he jumped to his feet and handed the mission over to his disciple, Ngok. You guys go inform that supreme sect of theirs. Tell them to come up to the island for their little meeting and let them know the cauldron is right here. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the supreme sect's immortal gathering, a cultivator stood before sect leader Don Huyen, desperately trying to defend himself. Sect leader, it's not that we don't want to repair the barrier. 10,000 years ago, an otherworldly demon wreaked havoc across the Skycloud continent. Our sect's ancient texts recorded it all. But actually repairing it, that requires a proper procedure. Standing tall on the high dais, he looked down at the crowd with absolute gravity. Fellow Taoists, our absolute top priority right now is locating the Nine Heavens Divine Cauldron. This old master has sent countless disciples down the mountain, yet we have found nothing. Don Huyen shared his findings, hoping the crowd could piece the puzzle together. All we know is that it once appeared in the southern wastelands. Do any of you have further news? Sitting off in the distance, Lang Fi awkwardly rubbed the back of his neck and spoke up. Well, I also sent my disciples to search. Beside him, Tu Da rested his chin on his hand, throwing out a sharp, sarcastic jab. Oh, you guys are practically next door. Could it be that one of you southern wasteland aristocratic sects just tucked it away for yourselves? Realizing the blatant accusation was aimed right at him, Lang Fi's face twisted in fury as he shot back.
Are you insulting the character of us Southern Wasteland cultivators?
Watching them bicker like children, Don Huyen could only stroke his beard and let out a heavy, exhausted sigh. It had been 10,000 years. These ancient sects and noble houses had completely forgotten the terrifying threat from the outside world. Just as the tension reached a boiling point, Ngoc Lean's trio suddenly barged into the hall, dropping an absolute bombshell. If you want to know where the Nine Heavens Divine Cauldron is, follow me. It was like a saving grace falling straight from the heavens. Don Huyen was utterly stunned. After squinting to get a better look, a massive storm raged in his heart. Wait, Taoist Thai of the Holy Sword Sect and Taoist Lai of the 10,000 Flowers Valley? Why on earth are two elite masters following behind some junior and looking so ridiculously respectful about it? Seeing the sect leader completely frozen in shock, Chao Vu quickly spoke up to back Ngoc Lean's claim. Sect leader Don, the three of us, have information regarding the Nine Heavens Divine Cauldron. The surrounding cultivators gasped, their jaws dropping to the floor. The hall instantly erupted into desperate shouts. What? Hurry up and tell us. Where is it? The sudden rush of hope was almost too much to handle. Don Huyen eagerly stepped forward to confirm it one more time. Taoist Thi, Taoist Li, and this young friend. Do you truly possess news of the Divine Cauldron? Seeing this group stumble onto such a monumental discovery, the peanut gallery of cultivators around them couldn't hide their burning jealousy. Must be nice having that kind of luck. We practically turned the entire southern wastelands upside down and found nothing. Tuda rudely cut in, his face practically oozing with suspicion. I recognize the Holy Sword Sect and the 10,000 Flowers Valley, but who exactly is this little girl? Ignoring the jab, Thai Hang stepped up and firmly emphasized once again. We absolutely know the exact whereabouts of the Nine Heavens Divine Cauldron. Chao Vu cupped her hands respectfully and added, it just so happens to be on the floating island of an exalted immortal. Hearing this, Don Huyen's eyes narrowed with heavy skepticism. An exalted immortal? Are you two Taoists pulling my leg? Catching the sharp edge of annoyance in his voice, she remained perfectly calm and bowed politely. How would I ever dare to joke with sect leader Don? Chao Vu didn't hold back, dropping the full truth. The Nine Heavens Divine Cauldron is currently resting on the floating island belonging to the master of this honorable young lady. Right now, that exalted immortal is stationed just outside the Great Crimson Heaven Mountains. However, the exalted immortal does not like leaving his island. As she spoke, she turned to look at Ngoc Lean and Thai Hang with a knowing smile. Therefore, he requested that Taoist Lai and I accompany his esteemed disciple here to formally invite all of you fellow Taoists up to the island to discuss matters.
Realizing they wouldn't be groveled to or treated like absolute royalty, and actually had to make the trek themselves, the crowd of arrogant elites instantly erupted in outrage. What?
He expects us to go up to his island? Who does this guy think he is? Why the hell doesn't he come down here to see us? Just who is this nobody? Daring to call himself an exalted immortal? Even sect leader Don himself wouldn't dare claim such a ridiculous title. Sensing the atmosphere rapidly spiraling out of control, Don Huyen quickly raised his hand to calm the furious crowd. All right, peace. I shall personally accompany these two Taoists and our young friend up to the island. Not wanting to walk into a potentially hostile domain alone, he turned back to the rest of the sect leaders. Fellow Taoists, would you all be willing to join me in following Taoist Li and Taoist Thai to pay our respects to this young lady's master? Lang Fi, burning with curiosity about this so-called exalted immortal, instantly jumped at the chance. Well, if sect leader Don is personally inviting us, then we shall respectfully follow your lead. With that, every single elite cultivator in the hall unified their front, marching straight out the doors to confront this completely mysterious exalted immortal. They were all fired up, practically radiating absolute arrogance. Ha! With an army of top-tier experts like us. Even if you gave that guy 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare try a single thing. Hidden amidst the marching crowd, Tru Thi gritted his teeth so hard they nearly cracked. It's that wretched bitch. He clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, bitterly trailing behind while spitting venom under his breath. Floating island, my ass. That is literally my true family's levitating city. As the massive fleet of flying swords trailed right behind Ngoc Lean and arrived at the location, someone immediately voiced their suspicion. Hold on. The magical formations on this floating island look awfully familiar. Vo Kai stroked his chin in deep thought before making his brilliant deduction, completely oblivious to the fact that Trio T, standing right next to him, looked ready to spontaneously combust from sheer rage. Why do I feel like this looks exactly like the True family's handiwork? Hey, you guys from the Southern Wasteland sects, doesn't this ring a bell? Thung Li completely ignored the question, her brows furrowing in deep offense. Seriously, this exalted immortal of yours, we traveled all the way from the Supreme Sect's gates, and he doesn't even have the absolute basic decency to step out and greet us? Track Hain, hovering right beside her, crossed his arms with a cold sneer. I really can't wait to see what kind of face this almighty exalted immortal actually has. Completely ignoring the absolute brain rot coming from these arrogant elites, Ngoc Lean beamed with pride, pointing grandly toward the island to declare her beloved master's absolute domain. Honorable seniors, welcome to my master's floating island. She touched down smoothly, taking the lead with a bright smile, and respectfully gestured forward. Please, follow me. As they walked, a colossal ancient tree towering over the vast landscape suddenly came into view, nearly scaring the souls right out of their bodies. Gods above! That's a divine tree! Vokai instantly recognized the insane miracle standing before them. Even from this distance, I can vividly feel the pure spiritual essence practically bursting from the fruits on those branches. Bakvu gasped in utter disbelief. A 10,000-year divine elixir! Off to the side, one of the cultivators eagerly picked up a random rock from the ground to examine it, delivering a mind-blowing realization. Heavens, even this ordinary paving stone radiates an unfathomably sharp sword intent. You could literally forge an immortal weapon out of this dirt. He was completely paralyzed by absolute shock and disbelief. Why do I get the terrifying feeling that this entire island is literally made out of ultra-rare heavenly treasures? Meanwhile, completely oblivious to the panic he was causing, Trong Pham was aggressively scrubbing down a massive cauldron, grumbling in deep frustration. Man, why the heck won't this stupid thing get clean? He quickly pinched his nose as a ridiculously bizarre, lingering smell wafted out from inside the pot. Ugh, and this funky smell! When that bunch of high and mighty cultivators gets up here, how am I even supposed to explain this? Turning around, he finally tossed out an order to his two loyal sidekicks.
Old Tong, Old Huang, you two know your stuff, right? Didn't everyone say this giant pot was some superpowered divine artifact? I literally only used it to boil soup a few times, and now the stain won't even come off.
Tong Van and Cap Thien exchanged intensely panicked looks, frantically communicating via telepathy. Boss, it's not like we've ever touched a divine artifact before. They glanced at each other, entirely sharing the exact same terrified thought. Forget an ultimate treasure like the Nine Heavens Divine Cauldron. Cultivators worship even normal immortal weapons like absolute gods. Who in their right mind uses a legendary artifact to simmer pork stew? Right then, Sun Kang strutted forward, looking immensely proud of himself. Just seeing the dumb, chicken-like expressions on the two old men's faces told him they were completely useless. Master, why don't you just let me drag this thing down to the river and give it a good scrub? This old pig's got the brute strength to handle it. Hearing this brilliant idea, Trong Pham instantly lit up and happily agreed. You know what? That works. Might as well give it a shot. Brute force creates miracles, right? But the moment Sun Kang lifted the censer, Tong Van and Cap Thienko scrambled to stop him. Exalted One, you can't! This is a divine artifact. How could you treat it as crudely as those wild demons do? A moment later, Ngoc Lin led the group back. Master, I've returned. Man, her efficiency was so incredible that even Trong Pham was caught off guard. They're already here? Beside him, Sun Kang looked on helplessly, caught in a total deadlock. Watching Nguyen Lang waving a cheerful welcome with Tron Nguyen standing right by his side, Don Huyen fell into deep thought. So, these two demon kings aren't actually young friend Ton's master after all. He stroked his beard, quickly dismissing his own theory. No, these two youngsters are around the same age as him. That's impossible. That only left Tong Van and Huang Kuk Tien. But despite being grand cultivators, they still didn't have the qualifications to be called Exalted One by fellow Taoists Lai and Thai. Suddenly, Don Huyen's eyes lit up the moment he noticed Tran Nguyen. He locked his gaze onto him, immediately making a judgment. The aura radiating from this cultivator, he is absolutely no ordinary man. Could this mysterious stranger actually be a true immortal? Without a single second of hesitation, Doan Huyen respectfully clasped his hands and bowed deeply to Tran Nguyen. This humble one is Don Huyen, sect master of the Tai Thuong sect. I pay my deepest respects to the Exalted One. However, he was immediately shut down. You're bowing to the wrong person. This one right here is my master. Ngoc Lin quickly stepped in to properly introduce the group to Trong Pham. Master, this is Senior Don Huyen, the sect master of the Tai Thuong sect. The old man forced an awkward smile, desperately trying to regain his composure. Ah, I've made a fool of myself in front of you, my friend. To think that someone as young as you could raise such an exceptional disciple like young friend Ton, I truly had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Trong Pham just waved it off with a laid-back smile. You're being far too polite, Sect Master Don. Just calling me Trong Pham is fine. Honestly, it's just that Ngoc Lin herself is incredibly gifted. Ngoc Lin continued with the introductions. And this is the Sect Master of the Huyen Thun sect. He's... But before she could even finish her sentence, Don Huyen abruptly cut her off. Hold on, young friend Ton. Save the introductions for later. I heard from young friend Ton, along with fellow Taoists Lai and Thai, that you are currently holding the Nine Heavens Divine Cauldron. Startled, Trong Pham completely lost his cool. He let out a loud gasp, nearly choking, utterly shattering his majestic image. Seeing this, Don Huyen looked at him in total confusion. What's wrong? Is there something you can't tell us, Taoist Truong? Trong Pham could only force an awkward laugh as he pointed a trembling finger at the massive, mysterious incense censer. Well, the Divine Cauldron is indeed in my possession. That big thing right there is it. The old man stared blankly at the battered-looking censer, refusing to believe his own eyes. This is actually the Nine Heavens Divine Cauldron? Doan Huyen's brow furrowed in deep suspicion as a very strange scent hit his nose. But why does this ultimate artifact smell like roasted meat and spices? Trong Pham scratched the back of his head with a sheepish grin. Ah, well, I kinda used it to stew some meat a while back. I guess I went a little too heavy on the seasoning, so the smell stuck. Hearing this, Don Huyen's face instantly turned a sickly shade of green. Even so, a strange sense of awe washed over the old man. He slowly raised a trembling thumbs up. As expected of you, Taoist Strong. Meanwhile, in another part of the island, Voki was scanning the breathtaking scenery with sheer greed burning in his eyes. This entire place is a literal wonderland. Any random rock you pick up here is worth a fortune. If I could just take this all back with me, wouldn't I be set for life? But then reality hit him, and he muttered to the group, but everything here already has an owner, and the guy is unimaginably strong. If we just try to snatch it by force, I'm afraid the Tai Thuong Sectmaster won't just sit back and let us run wild. The moment he said this, Thuong Li instantly snapped back with self-righteous fury.
What the hell are you saying? We are proud members of the Orthodox sects. How could we possibly stoop to the level of demonic cults and just blatantly rob people?
With a look of absolute determination, Voki fiercely nodded in agreement. Exactly. We just need to find a perfectly justifiable excuse to make things difficult for him. Hearing this, Trio Thi seized the moment to pitch his own scheme. Speaking of excuses, I actually happen to have one. Everyone, just play along with me in a bit. How does that sound? As he spoke, the grand image of the floating island flashed through everyone's minds. He kept talking, a sly smirk spreading across his face. Tell me, everyone, before stepping foot on this island, did you happen to notice that the runic arrays holding this place up look incredibly similar to my Trio family's floating city? Nuoc Fong's eyes narrowed as he connected the dots. Are you suggesting that the core and the formations of this so-called Exalted One's floating island were actually stolen right out of the Trio family's hands? Those words gave Trio the perfect opening, and he feigned righteous outrage. Exactly. Everyone, this brat is nothing but a shameless thief. He took advantage of our brutal battle with the enemy to hijack my Trio family's floating city. Then he had the nerve to tear out the core and the array formations, rebuild it into this island, and claim it as his own. Voki flashed a wicked smile, fully catching on to the grift. Ah, so that's the tragedy that befell you. Damin also chimed in, playing along with the Trio family head's sob story. But deep down, her thoughts were completely different. Huh? I've heard plenty about how arrogant the Trio family is back in the southern wastelands. Damin secretly sneered at the man's hypocrisy. I bet my life your pathetic family just got greedy, tried to steal his divine tree to power your own floating city, and ended up getting your entire fortress hijacked instead. Idiots. Putting on a grand performance, Trio, the heavily clasped his hands together and delivered his final pitch. Everyone, this island was stolen from my family and illegally modified, so even if that brat doesn't hand over every single treasure here, he pointed a greedy finger straight at the massive divine tree in the distance. He owes us at least half of everything here as compensation. I only want my island back. As for the rest of the compensation, we can split it. Hearing this, everyone's hearts leaped with absolute joy, already tasting the massive fortune about to fall into their laps. If we actually pull this off, we'll be filthy rich. Man, I'm getting pumped just thinking about it. And hey, even if it goes south, we can just use our diplomatic connections to smooth things over. It's totally worth playing along with him for a round. With their greed fully ignited, they unanimously cheered in support of Trio Thei. Brother Trio is absolutely right. That brat has a venomous heart. As pillars of the righteous sects, how could we possibly turn a blind eye to such a malicious act? We will absolutely help you take back your justice. Meanwhile, back in the main courtyard, Don Huyen was still trying to process the tragic fate of the sacred censer. Taoist Trong, I still can't believe you took the ultimate divine cauldron left behind by the ancient god king and used it as a meat pot. Caught in total embarrassment, Trong Pham could only let out a hollow laugh. Cough, cough. Well, I honestly had no idea it was the Nine Heavens divine cauldron at the time. I tossed in way too many spices, and even used its divine flames just to get a good boil going. Hearing this, the old man couldn't help but shoot him a deadpan look. So, was the meat good? The sudden question completely caught Trong Pham off guard. Huh? But it seemed like Don Huyen had just unlocked a dam, and the words just kept pouring out of him. Ahem. This old Taoist is simply curious about the true extent of this divine artifact's power. Aside from acting as the core of a grand formation, what other miraculous effects does it have? Trong Pham squinted, sensing there was more to the old man's questioning, but answered anyway. Well, Old Man Tong and Old Hoang kept saying this cauldron, makes the food taste pretty incredible. In fact, any meat cooked in this cauldron gets completely infused and refined into pure spiritual energy. Don Huyen stared deep into the greasy censer, his eyes shining with blind, absolute reverence. Amazing! As expected of the supreme artifact left behind by the ancient god king. Meanwhile, Trong Pham was giving the old man a very suspicious side-eye. Wait a minute, is this old dude planning to take the cauldron from me just so he can secretly cook meat in it later? A moment later, the old man cleared his throat and finally got down to serious business. So, my young friend, would you be willing to hand this divine artifact over to my care? My Tai Thuong sect has summoned all the major immortal sects for the sole purpose of finding this Nine Heavens divine cauldron, so that we may finally repair the great world-protecting array. Hearing the noble cause, Truong Pham politely smiled and nodded. I don't have any problem with that at all. In fact, that's the exact reason I had Ngoc Ling go down and invite all of you up here. Overjoyed, Don Huyen bowed his head in deep gratitude. Taoist Truong, your selflessness makes you a shining beacon of virtue for all the realms. This old Taoist, on behalf of every living soul on the Thien Van continent, thanks you from the bottom of his heart. But just at that heartwarming moment, Triothe's treacherous group came storming back into the courtyard, ready to loudly spew their filthy slander. Sectmaster Yin, this punk is no saint. Senior Yin, don't let this shameless brat fool you. Hearing this, Yin Xuan immediately put on a puzzled expression. I wonder why my fellow cultivators would say such a thing. Deep down, he had been secretly observing and sizing up Zhang Fan this entire time. Despite his young age, his strength is undeniably extraordinary, yet I can't sense his aura at all. Perhaps, just as you and Brother Li mentioned, he might look young, but he is actually a true immortal. Breaking his long silence, Zhang Fan finally spoke up. Fellow cultivator Yin, there's no need to ask any further. Stepping right up to confront Zhao Shu, he waved his hand dismissively. I already know exactly what's going on. Pointing straight at Zhao Shu, Zhang Fan's tone was casual, yet dripping with provocation. You're the head of the Zhao family, aren't you? Without even giving him a second to react, the young man raised his voice without a hint of fear. The last time your Zhao family came to the great southern wilderness to seize my estate, you ended up handing over the floating city just to buy back your miserable lives. And now you're back. What more do you want? The moment those words dropped, the entire crowd erupted into a chaotic uproar. I knew those array formations looked familiar. They really are the runes from the Zhao family's floating island. And here I thought it was just the levitation crystal holding the island up. Turns out the whole thing belongs to the Zhao family. Zhao Shi didn't panic in the slightest. Standing before the massive crowd, he fired right back. Listen here, you little brat, don't you dare spout such slander. My Zhao family has always stood for justice. It is a known fact that you brought 2 demon kings and launched a sneak attack to steal the floating city while my family was busy fighting the Weeping Ghost Cave and the barbarian tribe. Those words pumped up Zhao Shu's supporters like a shot of adrenaline. They immediately started shouting aggressively. Senior Yin, we can personally testify for the Zhao family. We completely trust Brother Zhao Shu's character. We must punish this villain for colluding with the demonic path and the barbarians. Seeing the crowd growing violently agitated, Yin Xuan quickly stepped forward to defuse the situation. Everyone, please. But before the old man could finish his sentence, Wu Ji rudely cut him off. Sect Master Yin, the Supreme Sect is the undisputed leader of the righteous path. You cannot show favoritism in your judgment. Yiming also chimed in with an icy tone. We are simply here to demand justice for the Zhao family. Zhang Fan smirked, his smile dripping with absolute contempt and disgust. Senior Yin, just let me handle this mess myself. He couldn't even be bothered to waste breath arguing and cut straight to the core of the issue. If the Zhao family claims this island originally belonged to you, then does the divine herb tree and all the heavenly treasures on it belong to you as well? Refusing to back down, Zhao Shu declared loudly, My Zhao family has a legacy of 10,000 years. Do you really think I wouldn't know what treasures are hidden inside the floating city? He brazenly kept boasting with an absurd level of confidence. My family literally has a manifest of all the treasures. We can just cross-reference it. Zhang Fan, completely fed up with the stalling, decided to shut down this endless nonsense. You really are utterly shameless, but I'm way too lazy to debate what happened back then. Let's just fight. With that single command, Yulian immediately flicked her wrist and summoned her blade. Zhang Fan pointed his sword directly at the opposing crowd, his voice as sharp as a razor. If you can beat me, I'll not only give you this floating island, I'll even throw in the divine tree for free. Watching this unfold, Yin Shen was absolutely stunned. Could this young man really be a legendary sword immortal? Right at that moment, Zhang Fan let out a fierce shout. A terrifying surge of sword intent erupted, violently blasting the group backward. Take this strike of mine first! The sheer force of it made the entire opposing group stumble back on pure instinct, their eyes wide with sheer terror. What terrifying sword intent! We messed with the wrong guy! Before they could even process what was happening, Zhang Fan's blade tore toward them like a raging hurricane. But right at the last second, Yin Xuan desperately cried out, Fellow cultivator Zhang, please show mercy. Stepping forward, the old man spoke in a gentle tone that still carried immense authority. Could you perhaps do this old man a favor and spare them? After all, the Supreme Sect specifically invited all of you fellow cultivators to attend this immortal assembly. Thanks to those few words, those fools managed to keep their miserable lives. Stopping his attack, Zhang Fan simply gave a nonchalant reply. Fine, I'll let them off out of respect for you, Senior Yin. Flicking his wrist, he retracted his sword, though deep down he was a little disappointed. What a shame. I missed out on quite a few sword domain points. By now, Wu Ji was completely drained of color. He was slumped pathetically on the ground, staring up at the boy in absolute panic. This senior sword immortal, his killing intent is way too terrifying. Seeing the tension broken, Yin Shan stood before the crowd and made a loud declaration. Fellow cultivators, since our friend Zhang has agreed to bring out the 9 Heavens Divine Cauldron, let us now discuss the repairs for the World Protection Array. Hearing this, Zhang Fan lazily waved his hand and called out. Wenling stepped forward with a warm, gentle smile, looking exactly like a professional tour guide. Welcome everyone. These are the spiritual ginseng fruits grown exclusively on this island. The Exalted Immortal invites you all to enjoy a taste. Wuji's eyes practically popped out of his head in shock. Thank you, Exalted Immortal. Yin Shen stroked his long white beard and smiled kindly. Thank you for the generous hospitality, my young friend. Once we return to the Supreme Sect, this old man will make sure to gift you a few excellent treasures. Zhang Fan cast a sideways glance at him, muttering in his head, this old man gives off a totally righteous and immortal vibe. He shouldn't be some kind of shady trickster, right? Meanwhile, in the Nameless Valley, a stern, gritty voice suddenly rang out. So, what do you all think that ox-nosed old geezer Yin Xuan is plotting, gathering so many major sects and factions like this? Jing Hong frowned slightly, her voice dropping a notch in seriousness. Didn't they claim it was all for the World Protection Array? Hovering high up on a thick gray cloud, Old Skull stood with his arms crossed, letting out a chilling sneer. Oh, please. If you actually believed that garbage, you wouldn't be here attending this demonic gathering. He cast a disdainful glare down at them, his voice echoing with heavy sarcasm. If you weren't terrified that those high and mighty righteous hypocrites would use this chance to gang up and wipe us out, none of you would even be standing here. As his words echoed through the valley, the surrounding darkness erupted into a chorus of mocking, sinister laughter. Hey, Old Skull, I heard your Weeping Ghost Cave has been having a rather miserable time lately. Talk about some seriously rotten luck. Before the atmosphere could get any colder, Blood Demon abruptly crashed the conversation. Listen up, everyone. Since we went through all the trouble to gather here, why don't we use this perfect opportunity to make a little move? He raised his booming voice, making absolutely zero effort to hide his vicious aura. Who cares what those righteous fools are planning? We should just strike first and slaughter them before they even know what hit them. Hearing this, Wu Chen burst into a mocking laugh. I heard that the Blood Demon sect, the Fate-defying sect, the Heavenly Demon cult, and the Joyous Temple teamed up to attack the Valley of 10,000 Flowers, and you all got absolutely slaughtered. And now, you're the only old demon who even bothered to show up today. Blood Demon didn't even bother to deny it. He just replied with a bone-chilling calmness. It is true that my Blood Demon sect suffered catastrophic losses, but thanks to that disaster, this old man managed to stumble upon a massive blessing in disguise. The second those words left his mouth, Blood Demon violently lashed out, telekinetically lifting Wu Chen right off his feet. In the blink of an eye, Wu Chen's entire body exploded into a mist of gore, accompanied by a blood-curdling, agonizing scream. Blood Demon immediately flashed a deeply sinister grin. That's what you get for running your damn mouth. Witnessing such a gruesome display, the surrounding crowd fell into an absolute panic. How the hell did this old monster suddenly get so incredibly powerful? He mentioned a blessing in disguise. Did he actually stumble upon some heaven-defying fortune when he was knocking on death's door? Ignoring their terrified whispers, he cut straight back to the bloody point. You are all notorious heavyweights in the demonic path. Are you telling me you're actually too cowardly to draw blood from the righteous path? Hearing this, Jing Hong finally lost her composure and asked urgently, Then, what exactly are you planning to do, Sectmaster? Blood Demon let out a chilling laugh, the sound as sickeningly grating as a rusted blade scraping against solid bone. We are going to march straight up to the front gates of the Supreme Sect. His voice echoed decisively through the air, dripping with pure malice. And we will bathe them all in a river of blood. The crowd gasped in sheer shock, while Han Fu mentally screamed in horror. Has this old demon completely lost his damn mind? Did this sudden surge in power completely burn away his sanity? But by now, Blood Demon wasn't hiding his intentions anymore. Right before their eyes, a pulsing, blood-red sphere of raw power began to manifest directly in the palm of his hand. Listen up, just follow me to the Supreme Sect, and I'll give you the power to become just as strong as I am. With a flick of his wrist, countless blood-red tendrils shot out from his body like twisted roots. The tendrils pierced violently into the bodies of the cultivators around him. Yet, there was no fear, no screams of agony. Instead, they threw their heads back and howled in twisted ecstasy. What is this? My power is surging! Hell yes, I actually broke through! Bloodfiend raised a brow, a smug, triumphant grin spreading across his face, as if the entire world was already dancing in the palm of his hand. Well, how do you like my little plan now? All hesitation and fear vanished. Fired up with newfound strength, the crowd roared, Count me in! I absolutely love this plan! Without a second thought, they shot into the sky like meteors. I've been sick of those arrogant old fools at the Supreme Sect for a long time anyway. Let's go gather our disciples and march. Watching the frenzy unfold, Bloodfiend burst into a maniacal laugh. We will use their fresh blood to worship the gods and sacrifice their very lives to our Lord. Meanwhile, far away at the Supreme Sect, amidst the majestic flying ships drifting through the clouds, a deep, nostalgic voice rang out. Look at this. The Supreme Sect truly possesses the aura of a grand gathering of immortals. Lin Hang gently stroked his beard. his gaze fixed straight ahead as he replied with utter calm. Whether it's a grand gathering of immortals or not, I don't know. But over there truly is an exalted immortal. Hearing this, the person beside him asked, a hint of awe and doubt in their voice. Wait, you mean the one who silenced all the great clan leaders and sect masters with just a single strike of his sword? The very same. The one I personally call the Peerless Sword Immortal. Meanwhile, over on the floating island, Zhang Fan was lazily leaning against a giant tree. Hey, old man. Aren't you guys dragging this little strategy meeting on a bit too long? Yin Xuan let out a heavy sigh, sounding completely helpless. The materials required to repair the realm defense formation are far too precious. A single sect simply cannot shoulder the cost, and if we split it, naturally, every clan will bicker over who pays more and who pays less. Hearing this, Zhang Fan suddenly went dead silent. Yeah, it definitely wasn't a good time to mention that he was the one who broke the barrier in the first place. But he quickly masked his guilt with a bright smile and made an offer. Tell you what, old man, why don't you take a look around? Whatever materials you guys are missing, if I have them here on my island, just take them. Yin Xuan didn't hold back at all, happily replying, Well, if you insist, I won't be polite. I've already noticed quite a few rare treasures sitting around your island, my young friend. Zhang Fan threw an arm around the old man's shoulders, laughing casually. Come on now, old man. We're equals here. No need for pleasantries between us. Yin Xuan burst into a hearty laugh. Ha 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 ha. In that case, this old Taoist will bring his disciples over later and clean out your entire island. Suddenly, Shi Hung rushed over, his voice trembling with sheer panic. Exalted Immortal! Sect Leader Yin! He gasped for breath. An alliance of over 10 demonic sects is marching straight toward the Supreme Sect. They're barely 100 miles away, and every single clan in their path has been completely wiped out. Yin Shane's eyes widened in sheer shock. What did you say? But his years of experience kicked in, and he quickly regained his composure, barking out orders. Fellow Cultivator Shi, fellow Cultivator Li, hurry and gather all the clan leaders and sect masters. Bring them to Zhang Fan's island immediately so we can strategize against this demonic horde. Music. Zhang Fan stood to the side, his gaze falling toward the lands below, a hint of hesitation slipping into his voice. This war. He paused for a second, then continued slowly, his tone dropping an octave, carrying a heavy, imposing weight. The moment the various sects had fully assembled, a desperate, heart-wrenching voice tore through the crowd. Sect Leader Yin, please, I beg you to seek justice for our Wind and Thunder Sword Pavilion. Si Young fell to his knees, clasping his hands in absolute despair. Our entire pavilion, it's gone. They slaughtered everyone. Only me and a handful of my brothers managed to break through their siege, and only because our elders sacrificed their lives to protect us. Hearing this gruesome news, Xuan Mu's face drained of color. Since when did those demonic scum form a united alliance? If they have this much power, there is no way they stopped at just destroying the Wind and Thunder Sword Pavilion. Junning clenched his fists, furious. This is a direct declaration of war against every righteous sect in the world. We absolutely cannot let this slide. Stepping up to the front, Yin Xuan's eyes burned with unwavering righteous fury. Fellow cultivators, we will make them pay in blood for the Wind and Thunder Sword Pavilion. But first, we must hold the line, he declared. The situation is dire. The demonic horde is already preparing to breach our gates. Xuan Mu and Jun Ning instantly rallied behind him, blood pumping with adrenaline. Sect Leader Yin, why don't we just charge out and take the fight directly to that demonic army? Rest assured, Sect Leader Yin, I have already summoned all of my sect's elite disciples as reinforcements. Seeing the overwhelming solidarity and fighting spirit of the crowd, Yin Xuan let out a sigh of relief and turned to ask for a certain someone's opinion. My friend, Zhang Fan, what are your thoughts? Catching his drift, Zhang Fan offered a reassuring smile. Don't you worry, old man. He puffed out his chest, declaring his righteous stance. For the sake of the righteous path and the peace of this world, there is absolutely no way I will just stand by and watch. But deep down in his greedy little heart, Zhang Fan was furiously calculating. Heh, are you kidding me? How could I ever pass up a chance to farm such a massive loot drop? Moved by this solid vow, Yin Xuan clasped his hands in deep gratitude. This old Taoist thanks you from the bottom of his heart, my young friend. Now completely at ease, he began issuing rapid-fire commands. There is not a second to lose. I will personally activate the Grand Taiji formation. I ask all fellow cultivators to step into the array and lend me your spiritual power. Not too far away, concealed within suffocating pitch-black clouds, the demonic army glared down like vultures, watching their every move. Right in front of them, the massive glowing Taiji formation was roaring to life. Leon Jean sneered, his voice dripping with pure mockery. Ha! Called it! That old ox-nosed fool Yin is relying on their precious Grand Taiji formation again? The supposed undefeatable glory of the Supreme Sect. How pathetic. Luo Yi glanced back at Bloodfiend, a wicked, sadistic smile curving her lips. Too bad for them, we are playing a completely different game now. Watching the thick, blood-red demonic aura violently swirling around Bloodfiend, Han Fu sharply narrowed his eyes. He realized the old monster's strength had skyrocketed yet again. He gritted his teeth, secretly cursing. Damn it all. That secret power boosting technique he taught us was definitely heavily censored. It was obvious that Jing Hong was thinking the exact same thing. Shoving his boiling resentment aside for now, Han Fu puffed out his chest and confidently declared, "We've slaughtered our way through mountains and flattened entire cities to get here. Our own strength has surged more than enough for this." Lin Jin and Luo Yi's eyes gleamed with insatiable greed. Once we crush the Supreme Sect and devour every living soul on this continent, who knows? We might just shatter the mortal limits and ascend as immortals ourselves. Meanwhile, Bloodfiend stood tall, his ego swelling to the heavens like a deranged fanatic. "I am blessed with the supreme power of the gods. I will sacrifice all of you to my lord, and your corpses will be the stepping stones for my divine ascension." Unable to hold back his bloodlust any longer, he roared, "Enough waiting! Tear them apart!" At Bloodfiend's command, the endless sea of demonic forces dove from the heavens, swarming toward the floating island like a plague of locusts. Standing dead center at the eye of the formation, Yin Xuan roared his battle cry. The demonic scum are making their move. Fellow cultivators, brace yourselves and ignite the array. Working as one, the righteous cultivators drew their blazing swords in unison, channeling every last drop of their spiritual energy to jumpstart the massive barrier. The moment the Grand Taiji formation came online, it unleashed a torrential rain of razor-sharp spiritual arrows, ripping straight into the demonic horde. Leading the charge, Bloodfiend didn't even flinch. Instead, a savage, bloodthirsty grin split his face. He lunged forward, condensing a massive shield of demonic energy that swatted away the barrage like it was nothing. "Pathetic tricks," he spat. Pulling his arm back, his fist erupted with a sickening blood-red aura as he punched a massive shockwave forward to shatter their defenses. "Follow my lead," Yin Xuan shouted. Eyes sharp with focus, he violently swept his horsetail whisk through the air and began chanting a profound incantation. "Vanish!" And just like that, Bloodfiend's massive, imposing figure was instantly erased from existence, as if he had never been there at all. The entire battlefield froze in absolute shock. He's gone!" One of the cultivators screamed in pure ecstasy. "The exalted immortal's divine power is absolute. His blade is truly invincible under the heavens." Jun Ning laughed, thoroughly satisfied and deeply relieved. "That demonic bastard is finally dead. Charge! Let's avenge our fallen brethren." But while the righteous side was celebrating, Jing Hong and his twisted accomplices were already scrambling away like frightened rats. "The Bloodfiend Patriarch is dead meat. Listen up, brothers. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will always be firewood to burn. We'll fall back for now and rebuild our empire another day." However, someone in their ranks yelled out in pure panic. "Wait! Look! What is that thing behind him? It's a great void demon!" Suddenly, a sea of blinding, radiant lights erupted all around the floating city, leaving the escaping demons completely paralyzed in terror. What the hell is that?" The demonic cultivator slammed into a massive web of pulsating spiritual energy, instantly vaporizing into dust like pathetic mosquitoes flying straight into a bug zapper. Yin Xuan furrowed his brows tightly, quickly stepping in to halt the absolute massacre. "Hold your blades, fellow cultivators. Do not corner a dying beast. We must first interrogate them to find out exactly what sparked today's madness." But Song Yun ignored him, pointing wildly at the glowing divine sword soaring through the sky. "Never mind that. Sect leader Yin, what are we supposed to do about that sword?" Before the old Taoist could even begin to issue an order, the magnificent blade erupted with a brilliant, spiritual golden light, completely mesmerizing the thousands of cultivators down below. The golden aura violently gathered at the sword's hilt, condensing into a mysterious, blinding sphere of pure gold. As the overwhelming glow finally began to fade, a breathtakingly graceful silhouette materialized from the light. It was Chi-Wen, sitting in calm, perfect meditation. Yin Xuan immediately offered a respectful bow and introduced himself. "This humble priest is Yin Xuan of the Supreme Sect from the Tianyun continent. Thank you, exalted immortal, for stepping in to hold back the void demon." She slowly opened her mystical purple eyes, gazing down in absolute silence. Yuan Chi-Wen calmly clasped her hands and introduced herself. "You're too polite. I am Yuan Chi-Wen, an enforcer of the uni-immortal realm. This is my duty, so I should be the one thanking you all for your assistance." Yin Xuan humbly replied, gesturing an invitation. "We were merely helping each other out." "Thank you for the heads up, exalted immortal. Would you do me the honor of accompanying me to meet the great immortal who actually destroyed the void demon?" She nodded graciously. "Of course, I would be glad to." Against the backdrop of an endless sea of clouds, their silhouettes fluttered gracefully as they flew toward their destination. No one noticed Ki-Wen's soft sigh or the deeply meaningful smile playing on her lips. To think that in such a nameless little world, I would actually run into a master possessing the Grand Tao Sword intent. "It really piques my interest," she murmured softly while seated in meditation. Meanwhile, in the floating city, Zhang Fan was pacing circles around Qi-Wen as if studying some bizarre alien creature, occasionally letting out weird little noises. Being treated like a rare zoo exhibit made her shoot him a look mixed with doubt and high alert. Inside his head, Zhang Fan was gleefully calculating. "She can move freely in the air? I wonder how many sword domain points an immortal like her could give me." "No, wait!" He smacked himself hard on the head, silently scolding himself. "I am seriously going crazy over these sword domain points." His absolutely goofy behavior made Qi-Wen a little nervous. This guy, he isn't plotting something shady, is he? But she still offered her sincere gratitude. Greetings, Taoist Zhengfan. Thank you so much for stepping in and helping me destroy the void demon I have been tracking. Zhengfan waved his hand modestly. Oh, it was nothing! He patted his chest with overwhelming heroism. When facing the kind of evil demon that brings death to all living things, I could never in my entire life turn a blind eye to justice. Kiwin cautiously warned them of the lurking danger. However, you all still need to be extremely careful. I was hunting a total of 2 demons. There is another one that slipped into the Tianyun continent at the exact same time, and it is hiding very well. Hearing this, Yin Xuan carefully probed. Fairy Yuan, could you perhaps tell us about the abilities of that void demon? She didn't hide a thing, revealing everything she knew. Of course, void demon is just a general term. They actually have many different sub-tiers, all drawing power from the faith of a dark god. Kiwen quickly used the previous demon as an example. Demons that follow different faiths will possess entirely different abilities. The one Taoist Zhang killed today used sheer slaughter to exchange for the dark god's power.
She hesitated for a moment, a trace of deep worry washing over her face.
As for the other one, Taoist Zheng, you and the rest must be extremely careful. Kiwen shuddered as she recalled its grotesque, nightmarish appearance. Its dark faith allows it to bring forth devastating plagues, which it uses to infinitely boost its own strength. The demon's horrifying ability made everyone's expression turn deadly serious. The most terrifying part is, this plague spreads completely unnoticed. Hearing this, Yin Shun sternly delivered a harsh warning. Everyone, you must remember our duty to eradicate evil. Once the dark faith grows strong enough, it will attract the attention of even more void demons. So, we must absolutely eliminate every single fallen soul. He politely bid his farewells and hurriedly prepared to leave.
Taoist Zheng, Fairy Yuan, the situation is incredibly urgent, so I cannot stay any longer. My fellow Taoists and I must go make arrangements immediately.
The moment everyone left, Zhang Fan was left alone, gleefully muttering in his head. Just one void demon can give me 500,000 sword domain points, and that was just a severely weakened one. A wicked grin spread across his face, entirely consumed by the rush for sword domain points. You can't strike it rich by playing it safe. I am seriously itching to track down that second void demon right now. Seeing Zhang Fan making that weird, drugged-out expression again, Kiwen asked warily, Taoist Zhang Fan, what exactly are you thinking about? He answered with pure, unfiltered honesty. Oh, I was just thinking about how to lure in a bunch more void demons. The completely unhinged answer left her stunned, a massive invisible question mark popping up over her head. Realizing he had let that slip, he quickly tried to cover it up. What I meant to say was, we need to quickly figure out a way to destroy that remaining void demon, to spare the innocent lives of the Tianyun continent from utter devastation. Obviously, she wasn't stupid and immediately started doubting him in her head. Wow, I completely cannot see through this guy's cultivation level. His sword Dao reaches the heavens, but why does he act like such a complete idiot? Zhang Fan had to desperately change the subject by summoning Yuan Ling. She respectfully asked, what are your orders, Exalted Immortal? He immediately gave his instructions. Go to the treasure vault and fetch some spirit fruits and herbs. Help me refine a batch of immunity pills to treat the plague. Hearing this, Kiwen instantly went on high alert, shifting into a defensive battle stance. The sword domain, overflowing with intense spiritual energy, sent massive shockwaves crashing through her mind. What is this place? Kiwen hadn't yet snapped out of her shock, staring at Zhang Fan in utter disbelief. She nervously asked again, Taoist Zhang Fan, what did you just say you wanted to refine? He rubbed his nose, looking a little embarrassed. You can just call me by my name. I want to refine some plague immunity pills. That hiding void demon is going to spread a plague, after all. Kiwen quickly regained her composure and softly suggested, then, Taoist Zhang Fan, you can just call me by my name too. Calling me Fairy is honestly a bit too formal. She decided to probe a little further. The ingredients you're preparing are considered extremely rare, even up in the uni-immortal realm. Why would you use spirit herbs that immortals would fight tooth and nail over, just to refine this kind of ordinary pill? Zhang Fan nodded enthusiastically like a pecking chicken, answering with brutal honesty. Yep, I know they're rare, but honestly, I've got a massive pile of these spirit fruits and herbs growing all over my island. Kiwen glanced around, her voice laced with heavy astonishment. This divine tree of yours, it is incredibly rare even in the uni-immortal realm. She had no choice but to accept the man's absolutely outrageous wealth. Not to mention the floating island was practically bursting with rich spiritual energy. It seems these spirit herbs really aren't anything special to you at all. Zhang Fan laughed it off, but inside, his mental abacus was clicking away at lightning speed. The Demonic Alliance and the Void demons don't just help me expand my territory, they also let me upgrade my sword domain, and that directly levels up all my spirit fruits and herbs. Kiwen forced herself to look away, ignoring the agonizing sight of Yuan Ling casually harvesting the priceless fruits by the basketful. I cannot watch this anymore. Even though they aren't mine, my heart physically hurts seeing this. A moment later, she clasped her hands to bid him farewell. Since that is settled, I will go find the senior priest to discuss how we are going to hunt down that remaining void demon. Zhang Fan politely bowed in return. I'll leave that in your capable hands. looking at the glowing information on his system screen. Sword domain level 3 complete. Upon receiving the Undying Sword Intent skill, he sighed in pure satisfaction. Perfect timing. I'm going to sort through all of today's glorious loot. Undying Sword Intent grants infinite respawns as long as I am inside the sword domain. Armed with this brand new broken skill, Zhang Fan felt confident enough to go absolutely wild. Even though I was practically invincible inside my sword domain before, my actual life was still at risk. But now, getting poisoned or sneak attacked will not be an issue at all. With too much free time leading to intrusive thoughts, he gripped his sword, a crazy idea flashing through his mind. Should I play guinea pig and try dying once just to test it out? Fortunately, his common sense hadn't completely abandoned him. Zhang Fan cheerfully tossed the suicidal idea aside. Never mind, if level 3 is already this insanely good, I am seriously dying to know what the next level will give me. I just hope we find that hiding void demon soon. Meanwhile, over at the Three Purities Hall of the Supreme Sect, Yin Xuan and Qi were calmly listening to the heated discussions among the cultivators below on how to hunt down the void demon. At the same time, in a small border town between the southern wastelands and the eastern spirit realm, a highly suspicious figure heavily concealed under a dark cloak was squeezing through the sparse crowd. Absolutely no one noticed that with every single step he took, he was sowing the invisible seeds of a deadly plague. The carrier stepped into an alleyway, muttering to himself with a twisted, wicked expression. That mindless, slaughter-obsessed maniac really did get wiped out by the experts of this world. He sneered darkly, thoroughly obsessed with fulfilling his own ultimate terrifying goal. I'll drown this entire world in a plague. Staring down at the bustling crowds, the pathogen in his mind whispered twisted, maddening thoughts. Let's spread the infection, shall we? His eyes glowed with an eerie light, like a true fanatic. Our Lord shall look upon you with the gentle eyes of God. He will mercifully shelter this world, guiding you all like a loving father. Time flew by, and soon came the day the cultivators gathered on the floating island. Qi observed him for a moment before muttering, "It feels like you've changed somehow, Lord Zhengfan." Yin Xuan smiled gracefully, completely agreeing. "This old monk feels the same way. You seem much more confident now, my friend." Zhengfan let out an awkward laugh, scrambling for an excuse. Haha, well, I guess facing such a formidable enemy pushed me to my limits, so my power ended up breaking through. But Qi wasn't easily fooled. She tilted her head and asked, "By formidable enemy, do you mean that void demon you utterly obliterated with a single sword strike?" He just laughed it off, playing dumb. "Haha, hey, it might have looked like just one strike, but I actually used all of my strength. Well, maybe holding back just a tiny bit." Seeing his stubborn denial, she gave up on probing further. "Anyway, we and the other cultivators have decided to form a celestial alliance to hunt down those demonic forces corrupted by the evil god." Yin Qian, standing nearby, chimed in. "But at the same time, we must track down the remaining void demon." He turned to Yuan Ling and instructed, "Blossom Valley excels in healing arts, so your sect will be dispatched to the mainland to track down the source of the plague with everything you've got." Seeing they had a clear plan, Zhang Fan volunteered himself. "So, what about me? What's my job?" Qi answered fluently, clearly having planned this out in advance. "You'll protect Blossom Valley and their disciples. We will stay behind to provide backup. Since my true body isn't here, my strength is quite limited." He didn't object, casually picking up a random branch by the road. "Works for me." Under Qi amused gaze, Zheng Fan sat down and tinkered with it for a moment. "Hold on a sec, guys." Before long, he showed off his handiwork. "Master Yin, please hand out these wooden swords to everyone. I've infused my sword aura into them." Yin Shen took them, his voice full of gratitude. "Thank you so much, my friend. I was so worried about everyone hunting the demons, but with your wooden swords, my mind is finally at ease." "Ha ha!" Qi asked cautiously. "Zheng Fan, you've grasped the immortal sword intent. Does that mean you can become one with the sword? As long as your aura remains, your true body will never die, right?" Zheng Fan just laughed it off. Ha ha! Inwardly, he marveled. This fairy Qi really is from the celestial realm. She's got an incredibly sharp eye. Just then, the fleet of warships preparing for battle caught their attention. "Oh, the alliance is moving out." Meanwhile, deep within the demonic realm, the scene was completely different. The skull demon trembled, kneeling flat on the ground. "Greetings, demon lord!" Furious, Soul Eater crushed the human skull in his hand. "You useless piece of trash! You took the demonic weapon I granted you only to crawl back looking like this?" The old demon stammered in absolute terror, begging for mercy. Demon stammered in, "Please spare me, demon lord. I had no idea this was all part of your plan. Besides, I never expected a sword immortal to appear on the heavenly cloud continent." This flimsy excuse only made the soul fire blazing on the demon lord's head burn even fiercer. "Oh, a tiny, insignificant human world has a sword immortal? Do you think being sealed away for tens of thousands of years has made me stupid?" Soul Eater didn't bother wasting any more breath, barking out a short command. "Gather your disciples. You're coming with me." Soon enough, a massive horde of demons knelt in rows, shouting in unison, "We welcome the demon lord's return!" Back on the floating island, suspended high in the heavens like a slice of land torn from the earth, drifting in an endless sea of clouds. Zhang Fan held it in as long as he could, but finally sighed in defeat. Why do you keep staring at me? Qiwen threw out the question she'd been holding back. I'm just curious. The Heavenly Cloud continent has absolutely no reputation among the 10,000 realms. I never expected it to birth an immortal who mastered the great Tao of the sword like you. Throwing all modesty out the window, he puffed out his chest proudly. Well, that just proves I'm a total genius. Sai, I'm just too shy to admit that I, Zhang Fan, have relied on absolutely no one but myself my entire life. Knowing he was just talking nonsense again, Qiwen moved right on to her next question. Right, speaking of the Heavenly Cloud continent, there's still one thing that bothers me. Zhang Fan's interest was piqued. What is it? She looked at him with a serious, doubting expression. Has the Heavenly Cloud continent truly never produced a supreme powerhouse before? This time, he answered honestly. I really don't know much about the continent's history. But why are you so curious about that? Qiwen rested her chin on her hand, answering vaguely. I just realized I completely underestimated the barrier protecting this world. She continued, her tone dead serious. I saw those 2 void demons I was chasing slip inside in the blink of an eye. I thought it'd be incredibly easy, but even now, I still can't get in. Zhang Fan couldn't help but look surprised. Wait, doesn't this barrier have a massive crack in it? She cupped her chin, lost in thought for a moment. That's exactly the problem. There's a crack, yet I still can't break through. Whoever set up this barrier is ridiculously strong. Even in the Cloud Rainbow Celestial Realm, they would rank among the absolute strongest. Are you pulling my leg right now? Hearing this, his face contorted into a look of absolute disbelief. So, this world barrier is actually that insane, and I went and smashed a giant crack into it. Fixing that is going to be a massive headache. Suddenly, Qiwen's eyes widened, as if she had just realized something. At first, I thought the Heavenly Cloud continent was just an ordinary world among the 10,000 realms, but now, it actually feels somewhat familiar. Zhang Fan sighed helplessly, half closing his eyes in total relaxation. Well, you'll just have to wait for the old monk to get back and ask him about it. To be honest, I'm a pretty lazy guy. I've never bothered digging into the past. While she turned her head away, worrying aloud, I wonder how Master Yin and the others are holding up right now. He just looked up and asked casually, if you're having such a hard time getting in, how did those 2 void demons slip through the barrier so fast? Qiwen crossed her arms and explained, demons don't need to cultivate like we do. They only need to sacrifice their bodies and souls to their master. She continued, a hint of mockery in her voice. After that, they act like loyal dogs desperate to please their owner. They willingly abandon their physical forms using only their souls to invade the Heavenly Cloud continent. Hearing this, Zhang Fan closed his eyes, pondering for a moment. These demons really are freaks of nature. Just then, Yu Lin came running over in a panic. Master, Fairy Wen, look over there, hurry! A massive pillar of green light shot straight into the sky, leaving him completely baffled. Qiwen gasped in horror. That's the pillar of faith of the evil god! This means the void demon has successfully drawn its master's attention. Zhang Fan and the others stared up in shock, her words still echoing in their ears. If we don't handle this right now, the evil god's gaze will lock directly onto this world. At that exact moment, Yao Guang flew over to deliver an urgent report. Fairy Wen, Lord Zhang, Senior Sister sent word back to the sect. They found traces of the evil god at the border of the Southern Wasteland and the Eastern Spirit Realm. But that place has already turned into a massive plague zone. Hearing that, Zhang Fan immediately issued a command. Take the healing pills and the disciples of the Supreme Sect and go reinforce Master Zhang right now. Shan Kong and Dark Knight replied in unison, Yes, Master! A split second later, he turned and gave another order. Old Song, Old Huang, steer the floating island. Move it directly to the coordinates Master Zhang set up.
The 2 of them nodded, instantly obeying the command. Across the floating island, everyone immediately scattered to fulfill their orders, leaving only 2 silhouettes standing quietly in place.
The 2 of them stood in silence, their eyes locked on the radiant light. Neither said a word, but they shared the exact same thought. They had to go after it. Right now. High above, the sky was a serene blue with drifting white clouds, but down on the earth, the townsfolk lay scattered like withered straw. The sound of their agonizing groans echoed everywhere. Save me! Please, help me! One of them gasped, his mouth hanging wide open, his body reduced to nothing but a withered husk. Guzi knelt beside a villager, her voice soft and urgent. Take this elixir. It'll help you hold on. Meanwhile, Master Yin stared at the pillar of light, his voice heavy with suspicion. This beam of light, deep inside it thousands upon thousands of demons and twisted monsters are endlessly howling. Zhou Yu rushed over, reporting in a frantic panic. Master Yin, the disciples down below have found the infected across more than a dozen nearby cities, but we just don't have enough manpower. Without a second of hesitation, he barked out orders, deploying all medical and alchemy disciples to the infected zones, while recalling the combat-focused sects to the front lines. Suddenly, a bizarre, crackling orb of light burst out of nowhere, and a terrified voice echoed from within. Master Yin, it's a disaster. It was cheesy. He rapidly spat out his report. The villagers in the cities, they aren't human anymore. Every single one of them has mutated into fiends, and they've completely pinned down our cultivators. Now, they're like rabid dogs begging for their master's favor. They're entirely willing to tear away their own flesh and use their twisted souls to invade the Sky Cloud continent without a shred of hesitation. Master Yin's voice rang out with unshakable resolve. Patriarchs, sect leaders, do not forget the oath we swore before immortal Yuan. Raising his sword to the sky, he let out a fierce, earth-shaking battle cry. Everyone, charge! With that, Master Yin launched himself directly into the fray. The disciples surged behind him, their hearts burning with the absolute will to fight, ready to lay it all on the line. His gaze was locked dead ahead, but beneath his fierce exterior, his heart was coiled with dread. Please, let immortal Yuan and Lord Zhang get here in time. Guided by years of battlefield instincts, Master Yin sensed a dark omen hanging in the air. A deep, gnawing unease clawed at the old cultivator's chest, and his fears were justified. In the distance, rabid, bloodthirsty fiends were ruthlessly slaughtering the innocent townsfolk. Two horrifying ghouls, reeking of pitch-black demonic aura, snarled as they dragged their bodies forward. With a sickening screech, they lunged straight for the defenseless villagers. Out of nowhere, a grotesque ghoul with a bloated, swollen face leaped right into his blind spot. In that split second, a desperate scream tore through the chaos. Watch out! Boom! A massive, deafening explosion ripped through the battlefield, sending shockwaves across the entire region. His entire body was drenched in a sickening, venomous green slime, his face melting away right before their eyes in a matter of seconds. Ah! All around them, terrified screams of absolute despair filled the air. Ah! One by agonizing one, the townsfolk were mutating, twisting into mindless, bloodthirsty ghouls. Just in the nick of time, Master Yin descended from the sky, slamming a colossal blast of raw power straight into the chaotic swarm below. He turned to the crowd, his voice booming with grim finality. Bury your pity for them! Now that they've mutated into these monstrosities, they are nothing but a fatal threat to our Skycloud continent, Master Yin roared, rallying his forces. By the grace of the heavens, strike them down! Suddenly, an urgent, panicked voice cut through the clamor. Master Yin, things are going completely out of control! Shiheng bowed hastily, reporting, We tried to call for backup from the other regions. Junji, standing right beside him, finished the grim sentence. But they're entirely overrun by their own battles. Hearing the devastating news, Master Yin let out a heavy, defeated sigh. Hovering amidst the clouds, he laid his heavy heart bare. I wanted to patch the rift in the Great Barrier as fast as possible, but we were still one agonizing step too late. Now, all we can do is tear our hair out in despair. But before he could finish, Shiheng cut him off with a terrified shout. Master Yin, forget about the barrier. We've got a massive problem down here. Down below, an undead general had burst onto the scene, leading a terrifying horde of abyssal demons, their dark aura suffocating the air. Master Yin's eyes widened. He instantly unsheathed his sword, channeling his energy. Now that is a massive problem. If we let that thing run wild, we're all completely screwed. The explosive force of his sword strike blasted like a comet, hurtling straight toward the undead general. The mutated fiends swarming around it shrieked in terror, desperately scrambling out of the way. But the general, it didn't even flinch. With a casual, brutal swipe of its arm, it simply swatted its own minions out of the way like flies. Ha! From the sky, barrages of raw, crackling energy smashed down upon the undead general like a terrifying thunderstorm. But as the thick smoke finally cleared, the monster was still standing there, completely unfazed, without a single scratch on its rotting armor. Master Yin raised his blazing sword, bellowing his orders. Have all the disciples pull back. Set up a defensive formation outside the city walls, now! The defensive formation actually worked, sending the towering general staggering onto its back. Seizing the moment, Junji frantically yelled, Everyone, evacuate past the city gates! The disciples bolted, desperately dodging the shockwaves of supreme power obliterating the ground where the general stood. Master Yin gripped his hilt with both hands and roared, Activate the array! Instantly, a colossal, glowing yin-yang crest materialized in the heavens, crushing down on the monster with such immense gravity that it was pinned flat, sinking deep into the shattered earth. Seeing the opening, Shiheng yelled out, Prepare to back up Master Yin! But just as they pulled their strength for a massive combined strike against the general, waves of suffocating, pitch-black miasma suddenly, violently surged toward them. Boom! With a terrifying explosion of dark energy, the monster snapped back up to its feet, entirely regenerated. Its decaying jaw stretched unnaturally wide as it bellowed an eerie cultish chant. Pitiful mortals of this realm, surrender yourselves to the embrace of our dark father. The supreme god shall cleanse your souls with his infinite mercy. The cultivators roared back in defiance. Like hell we will. Attack, tear it to shreds. But despite the furious barrage, the creature remained entirely unscathed, cackling with sick, twisted amusement. Without warning, jagged chunks of the shattered earth shot up into the sky like missiles. Master Yin barrel-rolled out of the way just in time. The younger disciples, who couldn't dodge in time, shrieked in absolute agony. Gah! Hearing their screams, the old master looked back in panic. Fellow cultivators, have all the civilians been fully evacuated yet? Shiheng shouted back over the chaos. Don't worry, Master Yin. We've already deployed the junior disciples to escort them to safety. Hearing this, the heavy knot in Master Yin's chest finally loosened. He gripped his sword tighter, his voice turning deadly serious. Then I am counting on you all. Stand with this old man. We are holding the line right here. Down below, the undead general grew even more arrogant, taunting them with a horrifying, guttural laugh. Come on, little sheep. Keep trying. Let me bestow the glorious grace of my dark father upon your fragile bodies. As the monster's onslaught grew more and more savage, agonizing screams echoed mercilessly across the battlefield. Master Yin was burning with desperate anxiety. Where are they? Why haven't Immortal Yuan and Lord Zhang arrived yet? All of a sudden, a massive floating island pierced through the clouds. Master Yin's eyes lit up with sheer ecstasy as he yelled, "It's them! Lord Zhang and Immortal Yuan! They're finally here!" Standing at the edge of the island, Zhang Fan looked down with absolute composure. "Easy now, old master. Don't panic." With a chillingly calm demeanor, he slowly unsheathed his blade. "I'll take it from here." The undead general, utterly clueless about the godlike being it was facing, tilted its rotting head back and cackled with manic arrogance. "Ha ha ha! Come at me, little bug. Throw your life away." Slash! In the blink of an eye, an invisible force brutally carved the monster into 100 pieces. Its arrogant laughter was instantly replaced by blood-curdling, agonizing shrieks. Gah! As chunks of the undead general's mutilated corpse rained down the abyss, the cultivators above exploded into roars of pure awe. That power, that's the legendary supreme sword aura of the Sword Immortal. Master Yin stroked his white beard, his eyes shining with absolute reverence. Truly worthy of the name, Lord Zhang. On the battlefield below, only the eerie, glowing green miasma and a tragic sea of corpses remained. Only then did everyone step forward, bowing deeply in utmost respect to welcome Supreme Immortal Zhang and Immortal Yuan. Zhang Fan simply clasped his hands behind his back, his voice deep and solemn. The survivors down there, every single one of them has been infected. They're entirely paralyzed, completely unable to stand. Master Yin flew up to him, bowing his head in deep gratitude. "We owe you our lives, Lord Zhang." He gazed down at the devastation, a profound sadness in his eyes. This old man never imagined these Outer Realm fiends would be this devastating. Even the ancient scrolls couldn't capture the true horror of the cataclysm that struck the Skycloud continent all those years ago. Chi-Wan immediately stepped forward, her voice sharp and urgent. "Master Yin, now is absolutely not the time to let our guard down." She pointed straight at the ominous glowing pillar of light. "If we don't destroy that beacon immediately, the abyssal demon lurking inside will use it to channel the devastating power of the dark god straight into our world." Chi-Wan's eyes narrowed. "If that happens, our entire world will become nothing more than a grotesque playground for that dark entity. This plague will swallow absolutely everything." Hearing this, Master Yin fiercely clasped his hands behind his back, his voice booming with authority. "Then this old man shall lead the vanguard. We will strike them down together." Chi-Wan turned to him, her expression deadly serious as she locked eyes with him. "Zhang Fan, I can't project my power on a massive scale just yet. We're putting everything in your hands this time." Zhang Fan flashed a confident smile. "Leave it to me. I would never turn my back on the Skycloud continent." He then cupped his hands around his mouth and called out loudly for Yulian. Yulian appeared in a flash, bowing respectfully. "Master," she answered softly. Zhang Fan immediately gave his orders. "Yulian, take Old Song's group and meet up with Old Ju and Old Gu. Go help the senior priest purge the demonic taint from the infected villagers." Chi-Wan chimed in cautiously. "Lady Yulian, please don't let your sympathy get the better of you. Sometimes being decisive is the only way to save more lives." Yulian's eyes narrowed with a flicker of annoyance. "Yeah, I know. You don't need to act all high and mighty just to remind me." She spun around with a pout, grumbling under her breath. "You're not even from the Skycloud continent. Of course it's easy for you to say." Sensing the rising tension, Zhang Fan let out a dry, awkward chuckle to smooth things over. All right, Yulian. You should get going now." In the blink of an eye, she hopped onto her floating sword. "Master, I'll be taking my leave," she called out. Zhang Fan rubbed his chin, looking a bit hesitant. "Chi-Wan, I'm really sorry about that. My Yulian can be a bit—" Before he could finish his sentence, Chi-Wan cut him off. "It's quite obvious. Lady Yulian is incredibly attached to her master." Zhang Fan hurriedly tried to explain himself. "Ahem. Well, her family went through a terrible tragedy, so she struggles with feeling secure. She really didn't mean to target you personally." Chi-Wan's voice softened. "I see. She's had a tragic life, hasn't she?" She then turned back to Han him with a serious reminder. "Zhang Fan, you'll need to step in soon." Down below, Shan King was already charging into battle against the void demons that had just spawned near the Pillar of Light. Yin Xuan looked up toward the floating island and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Fellow Cultivator Zhang!" Without a second of hesitation, Zhang Fan stepped forward, his aura blazing with pure intensity. "Let me handle this!" He spun midair, unleashing a massive surge of power. Watching him closely, Chi-Wan was secretly blown away. Supreme Sword Intent. How could a guy who mastered something like this just be an ordinary commoner from this wasteland? She pondered to herself, well, whether it's true or not, the Myriad Realms are going to get very lively soon. Zhang Fan unleashed a blinding cross-shaped sword strike. "Listen up, demons! Eat this!" he roared. The sheer force of his sword aura slammed directly into the void demons, triggering a massive, earth-shattering explosion, followed by a piercing, agonizing shriek. As the thick smoke cleared, nothing was left but swirling green mist and disgusting piles of sludge. The military commander praised him endlessly, truly worthy of the exalted immortal. Yin Xuan suddenly noticed something wrong and shouted, "No, wait, something's not right. What's happening to the infected villagers down there?" Sickly green mist began to continuously seep out from their bodies. The mist was being violently absorbed by the demonic plague host, who began to laugh maniacally. The host's monstrous body swelled up, becoming even more grotesque and terrifying. "You pathetic insects," it roared in absolute fury. "How dare you ruin the sacred blessing of the Father God?" Right at that moment, an overwhelming surge of power blasted down from the floating island, striking the plague host dead center. The monster let out a blood-curdling scream. Gah! The commander immediately cupped his fists in profound gratitude. "Thank you, Sword Immortal, for saving the people of this world." Zhang Fan waved it off casually. "Oh, it's nothing. Just a natural reflex. Was that new thing really that tough?" But deep down, he was grumbling to himself. Man, the system's sword domain points for that were pitifully low. Zhang Fan stood with his hands on his hips, watching as the entire crowd before him bowed in perfect unison, respectfully greeting the exalted immortal and Fairy Yuan. Shiheng immediately started clapping loudly. The sheer brown nosing was so thick that Zhang Fan almost had to cover his nose. Truly worthy of the exalted immortal. Us lowly cultivators were completely helpless against that void demon, yet you wiped it out with a single strike. Yilian got goosebumps just listening to him. She secretly judged the man, thinking, this guy from the Holy Sword sect looks like a dignified master, but he's nothing more than a shameless bootlicker. Catching the judgmental stares from the others, Shiheng only felt a surge of smugness. This exalted immortal saved my life. I need to latch onto a powerhouse like him while I can. If the rest of you miss out on the benefits, that's your own damn fault. Zhang Fan suddenly threw his head back and burst into a hearty laugh. We're all people of the Sky Cloud continent? Of course, I couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Besides, I'm really not as amazing as you make me sound. With that, he walked over to Zhen Yuan, who was struggling to hold a massive pile of spirit fruits, and gave a generous wave of his hand. Well then, you've all worked incredibly hard. I prepared these spirit fruits for you all. Eat up and recover your strength. In the blink of an eye, a glowing fruit appeared in everyone's hands. Shiheng stared wide-eyed at the radiant object in his palm and blurted out, "Holy crap! It's an actual immortal fruit. It's overflowing with pure spiritual energy." He tossed the fruit excitedly into the air, his face glowing with a giddy joy that made him look like a blushing maiden receiving a proposal gift. "Thank you so much, exalted immortal." Lang Shui turned her head, glaring at the fruit in Shiheng's hand, absolutely burning with jealousy. Damn it, the immortal fruit that old geezer from the Holy Sword sect got is way higher quality. So the exalted immortal really does play favorites with bootlickers. Just as everyone was celebrating, Qi Wen's stern voice cut through the cheerful atmosphere. "All right, Zhang Fan, let's not drop our guard just yet." She frowned at him, her tone laced with deep concern. "What you just destroyed was only a clone of that void demon." Hearing this, Zhang Fan's expression instantly darkened. "I know," he replied. In his head, he grumbled to himself. "No kidding. The moment I saw the system give me fewer sword domain points than the last void demon, I knew something was up." He-Wen was genuinely shocked, bringing a hand to cover her mouth. "Wait, you already knew?" A strange sense of awe began to swell in her chest. Zhang Fan was becoming more and more of an absolute mystery to her. Zhang Fan gazed up at the sky, his eyes heavy with thought. Logically speaking, the Sky Cloud continent shouldn't know anything about the void demons. Ki-Wen's face was utterly tense. "Well, if you already knew, then I suppose I don't need to explain it." She then spun around and projected her voice to the crowd below. "People of the Sky Cloud continent, you have all witnessed it with your own eyes. There isn't just one void demon out there, and their destructive power is beyond catastrophic." Zhou Yu crossed his arms, his brow furrowed in bitter anger. So many innocent people in the city have been twisted into demonic monsters, completely beyond saving. And even the ones we did manage to rescue are gravely injured. I'm afraid they won't last much longer. Just thinking about the sickening visage of the evil god made Qi-Wen's expression grow grim. That is because the evil god worshipped by this void demon is a deity of dark evolution and twisted mutation. It works by spreading a horrific plague. Her gaze turned razor sharp as she issued a chilling warning. "Do not, under any circumstances, underestimate this threat. There was once an entire world that was completely annihilated by this exact same evil god. By the time the Cloud Neon Immortal Realm and the other worlds formed an alliance to intervene, not a single living soul was left. It was nothing but a wasteland of rot and disease." Hearing this, Shang Li's face drained of all color. He could only stammer out a single word. "This?" Yilian broke out in a cold sweat and shakily added, "Fairy Yuan, if the exalted immortal hadn't stepped in earlier, we wouldn't have even survived the clone of that void demon. Trust me, we have absolutely no right to underestimate it." After a long, heavy silence, Yin Xuan finally spoke up with grave determination. "All right, we understand exactly what you mean, Fairy Yuan. Everyone, finish your immortal fruits and take a brief moment to rest. We move out shortly. Seeing his resolve, the group obeyed without a single word of protest. Yes, we follow the orders of Secmaster Yin, and we thank the Exalted Immortal and Fair Yuan for their guidance. Not long after, the entire group took to their flying swords, soaring straight toward the town. The sight that greeted them was pure devastation. The streets were in ruins, filled with the groans of the wounded. Yin Xuan's eyes filled with deep sorrow as he let out a heavy, heartbreaking sigh. Sob! Hearing that heavy sigh, Trong Pham turned around to check on him out of concern. Taoist Master, what's wrong? Without waiting for an answer, he pulled out his wooden sword and slowly laid out their battle plan. You guys just need to find that void demon and trigger my wooden sword. I can temporarily control it from afar, then head over there to finish it off for good. Taoist Huyen stood with his hands resting behind his back, staring up at the gloomy rift tearing through the sky. This old Taoist isn't worried about that. With Fairy Vian's vast knowledge and a sword immortal like you here to help, I am not worried about that void demon escaping. His voice choked up, his expression growing more deeply troubled by the second. But I fear for the future of the heavenly cloud continent. He paused for a beat before speaking slowly. I am terrified that the peace our continent has enjoyed for tens of thousands of years under Immortal Emperor Lang Tu's protection is about to end. Hearing that name, both Trong Pham and Kai Van jolted in surprise. The words, Immortal Emperor Lang Tu, echoing loudly in their minds. Unable to hold back his curiosity, Trong Pham blurted out, An Immortal Emperor? Kai Van froze as well, chiming in with absolute disbelief. The Heavenly Cloud Continent actually gave birth to an Immortal Emperor? Taoist Huyen slowly stroked his long beard, his voice heavy with solemn reflection. This is a secret recorded only in the ancient texts of elite sects with over 10,000 years of history. Everyone else just sees the Divine Cauldron as some immortal artifact they want to steal. He crossed his arms behind his back, his gaze distant. Only we know what this artifact truly means to our world. No one knows exactly what happened back then. Taoist Huyen closed his eyes, digging through his ancient memories. I only know that our Supreme Sect's founder recorded that Immortal Emperor Lang Tu set up a grand formation. He used that immortal artifact as the core to hide the Heavenly Cloud Continent from the prying eyes of the myriad realms. Hearing this, it suddenly clicked for Kai Van, and she quickly cut in. I knew it! No wonder a world I'd never even heard of could block an immortal like me outside its barrier. So an Immortal Emperor really did originate from here. She stroked her chin, glancing sideways at Trong Pham as she casually concluded, To produce someone who can comprehend the great Tao of the sword like Trong Pham, this land is definitely blessed with extraordinary talent. Hearing that, Trong Pham quickly protested. No way! I, Trong Pham, reached my current level of power entirely through my own blood, sweat, and tears. Taoist Huyen chuckled, nodding in agreement. Of course. Taoist Trong, for someone so young to grasp the Tao of the sword, you must have endured an unimaginable amount of grueling training that outsiders could never fathom. Thrilled by the praise, Trong Pham burst into a bright laugh. Ha ha, exactly! Standing not too far away, Ngoc Lin silently agreed. Taoist Master Huyen is right. For Master to reach his current level of power, he definitely had to put in an insane amount of effort that we can't even see. Fired up by the thought, she immediately drew her sword and started swinging it with fierce determination. Ah, I have to train just as hard as Master. Seeing his disciple suddenly bursting with fiery energy out of nowhere, Trong Pham coughed awkwardly and suggested, Ahem! Taoist Master, enough about me, let's get back to what you were saying. Taoist Huyen shook his head gently, looking at him with absolute gravity. Alas, even if fellow cultivator Trong finds the Nine Heavens Divine Cauldron and we manage to repair the Grand Formation, I fear it will be too late by then. He furrowed his brows, sheer panic evident in his eyes. 1,000 years ago, a fiend stole the Divine Cauldron and shattered the formation, letting void demons and blood demons from the outer realms flood straight into our world. Staring at the ever-widening rift in the sky, he faltered. And now, with a massive tear like this, Taoist Huyen lowered his head, consumed by dread. I am terrified that, aside from the 2 void demons Fairy Vian chased away, countless more horrors from the myriad realms are going to invade our Heavenly Cloud Continent. Hearing this, Kai Van narrowed her eyes with a smile, her voice light yet incredibly resolute. Why are you worrying so much, Taoist Master Huyen? Leaving aside the fact that I failed to catch those 2 void demons in time and let them slip into your world, which is my responsibility. She tilted her head, glancing over at Trong Pham before continuing. Your Heavenly Cloud Continent still has Trong Pham, doesn't it? Trong Pham chuckled, pleased but trying his best to look humble. Fairy Vian flatters me too much. He glanced back up at the rift, his expression turning deadly serious as he reassured the old man. But rest assured, Taoist Master, I absolutely will not just stand by and watch. Deep down, though, he felt a sting of guilt. I caused this mess. Looks like I need to clean it up fast, he thought. Trong Pham then clasped his hands in a respectful salute to excuse himself. Taoist Master, we must quickly eliminate the remaining demon. Once that's done, we will repair the Grand Formation. If you need anything, just call me. Taoist Huyen bowed back in return. His voice was full of deep respect. Understood. Fellow Cultivator Trong and Fairy Vian, please hold the fort here for now. This old Taoist will go gather our allies to hunt down the demons and contain the plague. The moment he finished speaking, he hopped onto his flying sword and vanished into the sky. Meanwhile, in another location, deafening cheers echoed through the air. Glory to the Demon Lord! Welcome back to the absolute peak of the heavenly cloud continent. Wei Han appeared as if he had been waiting for this exact moment for ages, resting one hand on his thigh and laughing wildly. Ha ha ha, he laughed while eagerly rambling on to deliver the latest report. Right now, the protective barrier of the heavenly cloud continent is cracked. The void demons have slipped inside, and those self-righteous fools from the orthodox path are too busy hunting them down to notice us. He threw his arms wide, his robes fluttering in the wind, his face so smug it was as if the whole world was already his. Today is the day this venerable one steps out of the shadows. His subordinates stared up at him with fanatical worship, swearing their oaths. We will gladly follow you into hell, Lord Demon Venerable.
Wasting no time, Wei Han pointed straight ahead and ordered the march. At that exact moment, inside a majestic grand hall hidden deep within a snow-capped mountain range, a frantic voice echoed out.
Palace Master, what's going on? Why the sudden emergency summons? The figure sitting rigidly on the throne spoke up. Our ancestor who ascended to the immortal realm has suddenly passed down a decree. Hurry up and rally all the disciples. As soon as he finished, he shot up from his seat, his face glowing with excitement, ready to welcome the ancestor. Meanwhile, in the upper immortal realm, an ancient palace towered amidst a pristine sea of white clouds. Inside the grand hall, a crowd of people bowed deeply, shouting in unison, awaiting immortal King Trong Min's orders. Music. Trong Min sat with a perfectly straight back, his hands clasped tightly together as he weighed his options. Immortal Emperor Lang Tu originated from a lesser world. After his fall, that world mysteriously vanished. It briefly reappeared over 10,000 years ago, and now it seems to have resurfaced once again. After a moment of heavy consideration, he issued a decisive command. The 8 of you, take your men and investigate this immediately. The crowd below roared back as one. We obey the immortal king. In the blink of an eye, 8 figures turned into streaks of light and shot into the heavens, leaving only Truong Min watching in silence. He leisurely leaned back onto his throne, the corner of his lips curling into a cold, calculating smirk. The world capable of birthing an immortal emperor like Lang Tu. I've finally found it. He rested his chin on his hand, his scheming gaze locking onto his own palm. Once I seize the almighty secrets of immortal Emperor Lang Tu, I will completely unite the upper immortal realm and fulfill my grand ambition of conquering the myriad realms. Meanwhile, in the venomous demon realm, a ferocious demon general was standing guard when suddenly a plague fiend came sprinting past, practically leaving a trail of fire as if a ghost were chasing it. It moved so fast it was just a blur in a cloud of dust, screaming at the top of its lungs. The great demon has summoned us. We march on the heavenly cloud continent. The demon grunts scrambled to keep up, charging forward with terrifying momentum and roaring their battle cries. At the very same moment, on a floating island completely cut off from the outside world, Tron Nguyen carried a cup of water over to Trong Pham, who was lying down with his hands resting behind his head. He called out softly, Fairy Vian, fellow cultivator Trong. Before the cup even reached his hands, Trong Pham sprang up like a coiled spring as Taoist Huyen's voice rang out with an urgent update. We've located the true body of that void demon. Kai Van immediately spoke up, her voice sharp and eager. Oh? Perfect timing. My true body has finally adapted to the laws of the heavenly cloud continent. I can pass through immortal Emperor Lang Tu's barrier now. Taoist Hien's face lit up with overwhelming gratitude. That is fantastic news. Thank you so much for stepping in to help, Fairy Vian. Without another word, she spun around and darted off into the distance, leaving behind just one quick sentence. I'll head out first. Trong Pham didn't waste a single second, immediately giving the order. Then let's move out right now. Old song. You and Old Huang steer the floating island. Get over there and back them up right now. A suffocating wave of dark energy choked the air, swallowing the entire battlefield. The moment she arrived, Chi-Wen scanned the chaos. Spotting the wounded, she pointed urgently. Over here, hurry! Right on cue, the massive floating island loomed overhead, moving in to provide cover. Yin Shen looked down at the absolute carnage unfolding below, his voice heavy with desperation. I've brought the warriors of the Supreme Sect, but we can barely hold the line. The other sects are still being hunted down by the demon horde. I must ask for your help, my young friend Zhang. Zhang Fan offered a calm, reassuring smile. Don't worry, Elder. Leave it to me. And with that, streaks of golden lightning began raining down from the sky, striking with relentless fury. T1's eyes darted frantically through the shadows, searching. Suddenly, she froze. There it was, a void demon. In a flash, her blade was drawn, its icy tip pointed straight at the foul abomination. Don't even think about escaping! The twisted creature just threw its head back and cackled, a sickening wave of dark aura exploding from its body, growing heavier by the second. Little brat from the unicelestial realm, and you, boy of this pathetic world, come, embrace the boundless love of our Dark Father. The sheer pressure of its demonic aura instantly crushed the lungs of everyone below, leaving them gasping for air. This is bad. Everyone, scatter, now! Yin Xuan pointed up at the sky, pure dread written across his face. The rift, it's tearing open even wider. Jagged black lines slice through the heavens like obsidian blades, spreading like a deadly virus. Over the deafening cracking of the sky, the monster's ecstatic, shrieking laughter echoed. Ha 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 ha! More than 100,000 souls offered as a grand sacrifice. Chi-Wen glared at the beast, her brow deeply furrowed in disgust. Suddenly, the creature drew in a massive breath of foul energy, throwing its head back and roaring to the heavens with a terrifying, fanatical bliss. The Father God has granted me the power to unleash my true, absolute strength in this miserable world. Without wasting a second, Chi-Wen channeled a fierce blast of spiritual energy, tearing through the wind as she charged straight at it. Following her command, violent bolts of lightning slammed into the earth, the deafening thunder shaking the very heavens. The beast simply waited for the barrage to end. Then, with an eerie slowness, it reached out a twisted hand toward her. Little girl of the Uni realm. A guttural growl ripped from its throat, dragging along a tidal wave of demonic energy that instantly drowned the villages below. You chased me all this way across the realms, but you're just too late. In that terrifying instant, a colossal pillar of black smoke erupted from the earth, impaling the sky like a cursed stake. And from within the heart of that dark vortex, nightmarish, grotesque horrors began crawling out into the mortal realm. Witnessing the nightmare unfold, Chi-Wen's eyes burned with absolute fury. She shot forward like a meteor. You filthy, wretched demons! Back beside Zhang Fan, Yin Xuan stared down at the abyssal rift spewing dark magic, his voice trembling with dread. This is a disaster. We're in serious trouble this time. His fist clenched so hard his knuckles turned white, fighting back a wave of grim despair. My friend Zhang, if Fairy Yuan is keeping that void demon at bay, then it falls to us to hold the line against this demon army. Zhang Fan fell silent for a heartbeat, his mind calculating. Then he barked out his orders with absolute authority. Yu Lian, you and Old Zhu go back up Elder Zhang. Old Song, Old Huang, man the grand array on the floating island and give me covering fire. The words barely left his mouth before Yu Lian enthusiastically shouted back, her weapon already drawn. You got it, master! The rest of his loyal crew raised their voices in a roaring battle cry before charging into the fray. Yes, sir!
Right away, boss. Meanwhile, the massive demonic pillar began to shrink back down, having fully unleashed its grotesque horde upon the world.
Standing high above the chaos, Zhang Fan raised his sword, locking onto the dark rift. Roaring like a savage beast, he unleashed his blade with an earth-shattering surge of power. His holy severing strike tore straight through the desolate fabric of space, crashing directly into the swarm of brainless monsters below. In a split second, an agonizing chorus of demonic shrieks echoed across the massive scorched wasteland. The devastating shockwave of his attack finally cleared, leaving only a handful of surviving demons trembling and gasping for life. Watching this overwhelming display of power from afar, Chi-Wen found herself slipping into a quiet, stunned trance. The demonic swarm continued to pour from the rift, taunting her, begging her to surrender and fall into the dark embrace of their Father God. But against their arrogant, twisted words, she remained icy calm. Focusing all her energy into her glowing blade, she thought, I have to stop this void demon from fully connecting to the Dark God. If that portal locks onto the abyssal realm, we're all dead. She tossed her weapon skyward, drawing in pure divine power just as she commanded. Righteous light of the heavens, majestic wrath of the skies, let the divine blade strike down the abyssal lord. Endless layers of spiritual energy spiraled together, forming a colossal, brilliant sword of pure light that encased her physical blade before slamming downward. Go straight to hell! The demonic creature, which had been floating around so casually a second ago, froze completely. Its grotesque face went totally blank as the apocalyptic strike hurled right at it. With zero hesitation, the torrential wave of blade aura slammed into it like a runaway freight train. The unlucky demon standing too close took the full brunt of the shockwave, getting violently blasted into oblivion. Suddenly, one of the sect disciples screamed, instantly drawing every eye on the battlefield. Look up there! It's Fairy Yuan! High above, Chi-Wen was standing firmly over the twitching remains of the abomination she had just crushed, her brow locked in a tight frown. After a suffocating silence, she finally voiced the terrifying realization screaming inside her head. This is terrible, the portal, it's already stabilized. Meanwhile, on the other side of the slaughter, Zhang Fan was still absolutely tearing through the enemy lines, refusing to slow down for even a second. Eat this! A blinding wave of holy energy exploded from his blade, violently colliding with the massive demonic pillar in the distance. The shadowy fiends instantly felt their vile power draining away, shrieking in agonizing despair. The very moment the cursed pillar shattered into a million pieces, a haunting, wrathful wail tore across the sky, echoing in every direction. Listen well, realm of Tianyun. The next time I return, I swear I will drag this pitiful world down into the Dark Father's blooming garden. As the chilling voice faded, the battlefield finally fell back into a deathly stillness. Wasting no time, Zhang Fan immediately spoke up. This tear in the sky, can it still be patched up? Chi-Wen stared blankly at the fractured heavens, a heavy sense of helplessness dragging her voice down. Normally, a dimensional tear like this could be sealed, but the demons violently forced it open to anchor a permanent bridge. I'm afraid fixing it now is nearly impossible. Zhang Fan's eyes locked onto the distant horizon, a subtle, dangerous thrill hiding in his tone. Well then, it looks like the Tianyun continent is about to get a whole lot more exciting. Far out in the cosmic void, another figure, Yu Ya, frantically rallied his forces. It looks like the dark entities beat us to it. Send an emergency alert to the Celestial King right now. Then we deploy into that world immediately. We absolutely cannot let anyone else claim this territory first. Meanwhile, deep within the toxic abyss, a high-ranking demon lord roared its terrifying command down to its monstrous underlings. Mobilize the entire horde. Form the Grand Legion. In the name of the Dark Father, we shall conquer the Tianyun continent. Back on the battlefield, the dust had finally settled, leaving behind a fragile, quiet peace. The surviving cultivators respectfully bowed. We pay our deepest respects to the High Immortal and the Fairy. Stepping forward, Inshuan spoke with deep reverence. The Tianyun continent stood on the brink of absolute annihilation today. My friend Zhang, Fairy Yuan, we cannot thank you enough. Without your divine intervention, our entire world would have been reduced to ash. Qi Wen, however, quickly waved off the praise, her tone suddenly quite humble. The one you really need to thank is Zhang Fan. If it weren't for him, your continent's boundary guards would have kept me locked out, and I wouldn't have made it here in time to help. Inshuan looked back up at the terrifying scar in the sky, his eyes shadowed with dread. We may have slaughtered this wave of demons, yes, but the Tianyun continent has only bought itself a fleeting moment of peace. The true nightmare soul is still lurking out there. She nodded in solemn agreement. Exactly. After the devastating corruption from those void demons, the realm's continental shield is already falling apart. Rather than wasting time trying to duct tape a broken wall, you're better off focusing everything on accelerating your cultivation. Catching on instantly, Zhang Fan smirked. Ah, I get it. You're saying that if we boost our combat power high enough, it won't matter what kind of ugly bastard comes crawling through that rift. We just crush them. Qi Wen nodded back. Precisely. The realm's shield kept you safe, but it also kept you weak. If we can trigger a massive surge of spiritual energy across this entire world, it will inevitably draw in absolute powerhouses from all over. Yinshuan, however, couldn't share their optimism. He let out a weary sigh. But not everyone in the Tianyun continent is an absolute monster of talent like you, my friend Zheng. We could push ourselves to the absolute limit, but I fear we are simply out of time. Zhang Fan just flashed him a fearless, rock-solid grin. Hey, relax, old Taoist. As long as I'm still breathing, I promise you, I'll keep the Tianyun continent completely safe. If any of you need backup with anything, you just say the word, all right? Hearing that bold promise, the heavy stone of anxiety in Yinshuan's chest finally began to lift. Then, when the time comes, I certainly won't hold back in asking for your aid, as long as you don't find us too much of a burden. However, we won't intrude on your time any longer today. Knowing it was time to depart, the elder bowed his head slightly. With the demon threat neutralized for now, I must lead my men back down to aid the surviving citizens and attempt whatever repairs we can on the realm's shield. Once they had seen the elder's group off, Zhang Fan stretched his arms, letting out a long breath, as if a massive weight had just been lifted off his shoulders. All right then, he cheered, turning to his crew with a wide grin. How about we go grab an absolute feast? We definitely earned it today. You've all worked hard. Hearing this, everyone responded with modest gratitude. Our strength is but a drop in the ocean. We're counting on you, Lord Immortal. Zhang Fan smiled warmly. It's just what needed to be done. No need for such formalities. Qi Wen chimed in, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Oh, I'm really looking forward to this. I saw quite a few treasures of yours earlier, but it's a shame they were just manifestations of spiritual energy and couldn't be kept. It didn't take long for a lively victory banquet to kick off. Zhang Fan took the lead, warmly inviting everyone to dig in. Come on, try some of my hometown specialties, Shan Kang cheered enthusiastically. Let's see how this compares to the Cloud Rainbow Realm. Zhang Fan enthusiastically offered the food around. Go on, take a bite. Taking a small nibble of the fruit in her hand, Qi Wen's eyes went wide. Wait! This is actually boosting the immortal essence inside my body. Even my natural aptitude feels refined. What kind of spirit fruit is this? She was just about to press for details, but Zhang Fan cut her off with a quick, knowing wink. It's nothing special, just enjoy the food. I've got plenty more where that came from, definitely enough for everyone. By the end of the feast, everyone was glowing with satisfaction. My power has surged tremendously. Even my core foundation has evolved, Shan King roared, blazing with newfound aura. I've finally broken through to the Demon King realm. Dark Knight underwent a similar transformation. I've reached the Demon King realm as well. They bowed deeply in unison. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Lord Immortal. We will never forget your profound grace today. Zhang Fan just let out a soft chuckle in response. You earned this through your own hard work. Inwardly, he thought to himself, I can't protect the Sky Cloud continent all on my own. I have to help everyone level up their strength. Just then, Qi Wen suddenly remembered something. Oh, right, Zhang Fan, I didn't get a chance to bring this up earlier. Surprised, he turned to her. What's wrong? She quickly voiced her concerns. I was worried that the Void Demons wouldn't stop at sending just 2 invaders into the Sky Cloud continent, so I went ahead and notified the Cloud Rainbow Immortal Realm. My master was originally gathering forces to come here, but the High Heaven Immortal Realm took the initiative to send a rescue squad instead. They're already on their way. She paused, then added, the crucial part is, my senior brother and cultivators from other realms tracking the void demons had already sent out an emergency signal. A massive demon army is marching straight for the Skycloud continent. As we speak, the dimensional rift is swarming with glowing eyes, just waiting for the perfect moment to strike. And simultaneously, the Immortal Realm is already locked in a brutal war against the demons. Meanwhile, Yuya barked orders, pushing his troops. Pick up the pace. The Immortal King is expecting results from us. The demonic hordes surged forward, and one of them locked onto the gaping rift ahead. Yet, beneath the serene moonlight, the Skycloud continent remained completely oblivious and peaceful. Walking over, Chi-Won delivered her update. The Immortal Alliance and I have reached an agreement. I'll be stationed here in the Skycloud continent for the foreseeable future to help you eradicate the demon threat once and for all. Zhang Fan blinked, clearly caught off guard. Wait, really? Seeing his dumbfounded reaction, she raised an eyebrow. What's with that look? Do you think I'm just doing this out of guilt? Or do you think I'm just sticking around to mooch your ginseng fruit and other rare spirit fruits? Zhang Fan burst into loud laughter. Even if you were, as long as you like them, you can have as much as you want. Chi-Won smiled, looking incredibly pleased with herself. Good! I was starting to think someone was getting a little stingy with their precious ginseng fruits. Listening to her tease, Zhang Fan felt a subtle shift. She feels different today. She's completely dropped that icy, unapproachable act. Rather than directly addressing his probing gaze, Chi-Won just looked up at the vast, starry sky. I really love the atmosphere here, she murmured softly. And it's not that I'm cold. I just usually prefer to keep my emotions to myself. Then her tone grew serious. Zhang Fan, there are things you need to mentally prepare yourself for. The Ling Xiao Immortal Emperor from your Skycloud continent. His status across the myriad realms was absolutely legendary. Taking a few steps forward, she continued. There are countless forces still hunting for his whereabouts. Some even suspect he might have fallen. The supreme powerhouses of all domains know exactly how terrifyingly strong he was, which means the Skycloud continent. Before she could finish her grim warning, Zhang Fan cut in. The heavens and the myriad realms, immortal realms, demon realms, gods, and devils. Zhang Fan drew his blade, his voice ringing with absolute defiance. Then I'll just use the sword in my hand to test the mettle of these so-called heroes of the myriad realms. Chi-Won looked up, a fiery glint matching his. I wouldn't mind crossing paths with the elites of the myriad realms myself. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the sky, a spatial tear ripped open, spitting out several figures. Among them, a white-haired old man looked utterly furious. Damn it, how are there already invaders from the outer worlds arriving so soon? Yuya spotted the old man and let out a contemptuous sneer. So, this is the Skycloud continent, the birthplace of the great Ling Xiao Immortal Emperor. The ambient spiritual energy is barely passable, but there's almost zero trace of real magical law here. It's nothing but a breeding ground for pathetic ants. Sensing the terrifying killing intent, the old man immediately threw himself in front of the young girl behind him. Get back! Watch out! Yuya dismissively waved his hand. Forget them. Our priority is finding traces of the Ling Xiao Immortal Emperor and completing the mission assigned by His Majesty, the Immortal King. Realizing the overwhelming danger, the old man urgently whispered to Lu Xuan, This is bad. You all need to run. Warn Sect Master Yin. No, go find the Lord Immortal and Fairy Yuan. The moment the girl fled, Yuya and his ruthless subordinates closed in. He furrowed his brows, his patience wearing thin. Listen up, you insignificant ants. Tell me exactly where the Ling Xiao Immortal Emperor's tomb is hidden. The old man looked completely bewildered. The Emperor's tomb? I swear, this humble one has never heard of such a thing. Assuming the old man was lying, Yuya didn't hesitate to strike. Oh, forget it then. I'll just tear the answers out of you myself. With a cruel flick of his wrist, he unleashed a blast of magical force, sending the old man screaming in agony. Discarding the battered old man like trash, Yuya scoffed. To think that Fairy Chi-Won from the Immortal Realm actually beat us to this backwater continent. Word is, she's backing some local sword immortal. And the artifact in his possession is directly linked to the Ling Xiao Immortal Emperor. His subordinates burst into mocking laughter. A sword immortal? Spawning in this decaying, pathetic excuse for a continent? Hilarious. Zilon stepped up with a cocky grin. Boss, you go handle that crazy bitch Chi-Won. Leave this world's so-called sword immortal to me. I'll crush him. Yuya nodded in agreement. Fine, send word to the others. The invasion of the Skycloud continent begins now. With their vicious plan set, the group vanished into the sky. Let's hunt them down. Left bleeding on the ground, the old man desperately clung to his last thread of consciousness. I have to warn the other sects. Boss, please. Someone, help the Lord Immortal. He wheezed. Meanwhile, miles away at Zhang Fan's camp, Chi-Won suddenly stiffened, sensing a sinister disturbance in the air. Zhang Fan turned to her, his curiosity piqued. What's wrong? He asked. Chi-Wen just stared up at the sky, where the massive, ominous silhouette of a flying warship was slowly cutting through the clouds. So, the celestial generals from the immortal realm have finally arrived, and it looks like trouble, but Zhang Fan didn't sweat it at all. Good intentions are bad, who cares? Every problem has a way to be solved. Still, a sliver of worry nagged at his mind. Inside my sword domain, I'm invincible, but outside, I have almost zero control over it. I didn't even sense them approaching with a whole floating island. I figured only those fiends from the demon realm would show up. Who knew the mighty immortals would come down just to be a pain in the neck? Zhang Fan's signature smirk quickly returned. Actually, this works out perfectly. They can just help me expand my sword domain. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the massive ship above. Duya sounded completely caught off guard. Wait, this broken wasteland actually possesses pure celestial energy? Tian Yuan stepped forward, eyes gleaming with greed. Big brother, look at that! That giant spirit mushroom is way bigger than any celestial fruit back home. If we bring these back as a tribute to the Celestial King, His Majesty will definitely shower us with rewards. Duya nodded in agreement. Exactly. Plus, this whole island is overflowing with spirit fruits, divine herbs, and endless energy. If we haul all this back to the celestial realm, our cultivation speed will skyrocket. But then, his tone turned serious. Alright, put those greedy thoughts on hold for now. Don't forget our actual mission is hunting down the Lingxiao Celestial Emperor's tracks. Once that's done, we'll split this massive loot. There's plenty of time. Down on the ground, Yu Lian was trembling with anxiety. Master, what do we do? She whispered. Deep down, she already knew the terrifying truth. These invaders were true immortals. A sharp, confident glint flashed in Zhang Fan's eyes. Hey, we already have a celestial fairy of our own, don't we? What's the big deal about a few more immortals? Besides, you've got me right here. Hearing those words, a wave of relief washed over Yulin, melting away her fears with a warm sense of safety. Oh, Master! Shan Kang immediately switched into full bootlicking mode. Our glorious master is the absolute #1 sword immortal across all worlds, and your fairy's single strike alone was enough to blow this old servant's mind, like witnessing the creation of the universe itself. Zhang Fan could only sigh at the shameless flattery, giving him a swift kick in the rear. All right, tone down the brown-nosing, will you? Suddenly, Ye Ning materialized in the sky above, hands on her hips, radiating pure arrogance. Well, aren't you mortals going to drop to your knees and welcome the descent of true immortals? What are you just standing around for? Hearing that, Zhang Fan let out a highly annoyed, sarcastic scoff. Are all the celestial realms out there this obnoxious? Or is it just you folks from the Shangjiang realm who have absolutely zero manners when visiting someone else's home? Duya coldly cut him off, barking out a harsh reprimand. You dare disrespect true immortals? That is punishable by death. Listen up, brat. Are you that pathetic little sword immortal the trash of this Tianyan continent keeps blabbering about? Those words hit Zhang Fan like a poisoned arrow. His entire expression darkened instantly, and his voice dropped to a dangerously low, chilling whisper. So, you didn't just come straight here to find me. You actually laid your hands on the innocent people out there first. Without a single shred of remorse, the immortal arrogantly sneered. Oh, please. They were just a few mortal ants. Standing beside him, Chen Yuan calmly interjected, Let's not waste our breath on them. Just capture them all and beat the answers out of them. We'll find out whatever we need to know soon enough. Chi-Wen couldn't stomach their arrogant tyranny for a single second longer. She fiercely leveled her sword at them, demanding, Committing such atrocities, aren't you terrified that the Celestial King will heavily punish your Shangjiang realm? Right at that tense moment, Yin Xuan made a dramatic, timely entrance to back them up, startling one of the invaders into letting out a sharp yelp. Damn it, these celestial monsters are actually here! A shadow of dread flickered across his aged face, but he forced himself to stay composed as he turned to his disciples. Even so, we cannot back down. We must lend our strength to the exalted immortal and the fairy. Chen Yuan let out a highly contemptuous scoff. The Celestial King of the Myriad Realms? Oh, I'm shaking. Just hearing that name sent Duya and his whole crew bursting into fits of mocking, hysterical laughter. Once we unearth the imperial tomb of the Lingxiao Celestial Emperor right here on this pathetic continent, we will seize that ultimate power for ourselves. Without a shred of hesitation, he loudly proclaimed his absolute ambition. From that day on, the entire myriad celestial realms will be bowing down to our Shangjiang realm. Kiwon's brows knit together tightly. So, that was your grand, twisted scheme all along. Fueled by blazing indignation, she took the initiative and launched the very first strike. But you delusional fools seem to have forgotten something. I am still standing right here. Standing deep inside enemy territory, Duya didn't show a single ounce of fear. He recklessly lunged forward to meet her blade head-on, roaring, And so what if you are? But the moment those words left his mouth, a massive blast of spiritual energy slammed into him like a terrifying thunderbolt. Caught completely off guard, Duya was violently blasted backward, skidding across a massive distance. His lackeys panicked instantly, crying out in unison, Big brother! Racked with intense pain, he gritted his teeth and forced himself back to his feet to issue fresh orders. Damn it! This Chi-Wen truly lives up to her name as the top genius of the myriad realms. I can't take her down by myself. You two, gang up on her with me. The rest of you go utterly crush that cocky brat over there. Sensing the imminent danger closing in, Chi-Won immediately screamed out a desperate warning. Jangfan, look out, watch your backs. Taking his cue, Jing Chui swiftly broke off from the main group, launching a lethal, highly coordinated assault. Listen well, little brat. Be a good boy and hand over the Celestial Emperor's relics, that divine tree and this entire floating island. Defy me and I will mercilessly slaughter every last one of you. Yulin gritted her teeth so hard they nearly cracked, her chest burning with overwhelming frustration and helplessness. No, I can't just stand here and let him slaughter my people. Moving faster than the eye could track, Zhang Fan intercepted the lethal strike at the very last second. With just a casual flick of his wrist, he completely shattered the attack into nothingness. His eyes narrowed with cold, absolute fury. You have the guts to attack my people right in front of my face, and you still expect me to just hand over my treasures on a silver platter? Seeing his killer move effortlessly casually swatted away, Jing Chui was genuinely stunned. What? This nobody actually blocked my attack? Ching Shou, equally baffled by the sight, immediately threw some shade at his comrade. Hey, you stupid bookworm, did you forget to put your back into it or something? That embarrassing call-out hit his ego hard, forcing him to scramble for a quick excuse. Shut up. I obviously only used 30% of my power. But still, to block even that much, this kid isn't just some run-of-the-mill sword immortal. He's definitely hiding some powerful trump card. Who knows? He might already possess the exact Emperor's legacy that our king is searching for. Don't underestimate him, Jing Chui warned, his eyes blazing with a vicious, murderous intent as if he wanted to burn his prey alive right then and there. Attack together. Watching his comrades blindly charge forward, he leisurely hung back, arrogantly waving his fantasy-issued orders. Wipe them out fast, then go back up the boss. Seeing them literally throwing themselves into the jaws of death, a dark, amused smirk crept across Zhang Fan's face. Well then, I suppose I should be thanking you lot, Zhang Fan mocked, his voice dripping with icy sarcasm. Traveling millions of miles, painstakingly crossing through the empty void, just to hand-deliver your own pathetic lives right to my doorstep. Ching Shou aggressively lunged forward, barking out a cocky challenge. You arrogant little punk, even if you somehow manage to reach immortality in this dumpster of a world, there is absolutely no way you can survive the combined, full-power strike of all 5 of us. Meanwhile, Jing Chui calmly hung back, carefully setting up a lethal battle formation. In stark contrast, Zhang Fan didn't show even a fraction of an ounce of stress, simply raising a single, unimpressed eyebrow. Bring it on. The very second those words left his lips, an absolute earth-shattering explosion erupted. The terrifying blast completely ripped the surrounding space apart, unleashing a massive, suffocating cloud of smoke that threatened to swallow everything in its path. Yulin stood completely paralyzed in horror at the apocalyptic scene before her. Master! She screamed. The surrounding allies were just as frantic, their hearts pounding with sheer terror as they desperately searched through the thick smoke for any sign of him. The exalted immortal, Jing Chui, burst into a fit of highly obnoxious, mocking laughter.
Oh, you were acting so tough just a minute ago. I actually thought you were some kind of rare prodigy. But it turns out ascending to immortality in this garbage world means absolutely nothing. In the face of true celestials like us, you're nothing but a worthless bug waiting to be squashed.
But suddenly, from deep within the swirling, suffocating smoke, a very familiar silhouette casually strolled out. Huh, so this is what you call the ultimate power of true immortals? Is that really all you've got? Zhang Fan ruthlessly judged them, his tone completely flat and unimpressed. I honestly thought you high and mighty celestials actually had something special up your sleeves. But now... my mind is completely at ease. The exact moment they saw him standing there completely unscathed, Jing Chui and his crew froze as if they had just been slammed by a massive stun spell. What? They shrieked in unison. Shifting smoothly into a combat stance, he flawlessly executed his usual, terrifyingly swift fighting style. Since I was nice enough to take one of your attacks, I'd say it's my turn now. Pure, unadulterated terror washed over Jing Chui. Instinctively, he stumbled backward, his trembling lips violently muttering the exact same phrase over and over. This is bad. This is really bad. The sheer pressure of this strike is absolutely monstrous. Finally, his nerve completely broke. He turned and sprinted for his life, desperately screaming at his brothers. Scatter! Get out of the way! But the very second the thought of escaping crossed his mind, a wildly ferocious surge of lightning violently erupted, ruthlessly barricading their only path to freedom. In a mere fraction of a second, right before they could even attempt to flee, the explosive, overwhelming strike completely annihilated them. Agonizing, blood-curdling screams violently echoed throughout the entire space. Jing Chui was left completely paralyzed, his mind utterly shattered by the sheer, incomprehensible godlike power of the monster standing right in front of him. He could only watch in wide-eyed horror as Zhang Fan delivered the final, decisive blow. The terrifying shockwave violently shattered the very earth beneath them. With just a single, casual swing of his sword, he completely obliterated 4 true immortals. The strike carried a transcendent, world-bending law that literally ripped through the fabric of space. Seeing their side getting absolutely massacred, the surviving underlings instantly broke formation, scrambling like rats trying to desperately escape. "Big brother!" he shrieked, his voice cracking with absolute panic. "4 of our brothers are already dead. We have to fall back immediately. We need to report this monster to the Celestial King so he can send down much stronger generals." Duya's brain practically short-circuited. He was so intensely shocked that he couldn't even process the absolute slaughter unfolding right in front of his eyes. "What the hell did you just say?" A million frantic questions exploded in his mind all at once. Is this utterly horrifying kid seriously just some random sword immortal from this garbage lower-tier Tianyan continent? Desperately trying to rein in his sheer terror, he furiously roared out a final panicked command. "Fall back! Everyone, retreat right now! We must report this to His Majesty the Celestial King at once!" Unfortunately, Truong Pham had absolutely no intention of letting those who plotted against him walk away. With a flicker of annoyance, he gave them a chilling warning. "What do you take my island and the Tianyan continent for? Did you bother asking the sword in my hand?" Du Nai gasped in absolute shock. This is the supreme sword intent. Beside him, Thien Wien foolishly spat out a threat, completely blind to the danger. "You killed a general of the Celestial Realm. You've crossed Celestial King Jiang Ming. His Majesty will never let you live." Catching on, the other man quickly played along. "That's right, kid. For you to achieve divinity in a hidden lesser world like this, your talent must be off the charts." Desperately grasping for a lifeline, he lowered his voice to coax him. "Listen, if we can find the tomb of Celestial Emperor Ling Xiao, you could join forces with the Celestial King. Together, you could rule all the realms." In stark contrast to his desperate enthusiasm, Truong Pham's face remained deadpan. Confronted with this utter lack of interest, Du Nai choked on his words, deeply humiliated by the blatant disrespect. "You—" Before he could finish, Truong Pham cut him off with icy fury. "Then tell your precious Celestial King to come face me himself." Instantly, agonizing screams echoed through the air as the group was subjected to a brutal, merciless torment. He calmly admired the massacre he had just orchestrated, his resolve turning into cold steel. It didn't matter if they were holy celestials or abyssal demons. The moment they dared to set foot on the Tianyan continent, his eyes flashed with an unmatched, unyielding, fierce determination. "You'll have to answer to the blade in my hand first." Panic erupted among the survivors, their endless, terrified shrieks throwing the entire space into pure chaos. "Crap! He slaughtered all the celestial generals! Fall back and report this, now!" Refusing to give them a single second to breathe, Don Huyen furiously waved his hand, barking a harsh command. "Don't you even think about escaping!" A little while later, furious, commanding shouts to drop to their knees echoed from the edge of the abyss. The old man stared blankly, still completely unable to process the brutal reality unfolding right before his eyes. To think that these so-called reinforcements would end up being the Tianyan continent's absolute last line of defense. Just how were they supposed to face the Theomin celestial realm and the invading worlds now? Kai Van was trembling with rage, jabbing a finger in the air as she shouted her threat. "Those bastards from the Theomin celestial realm actually dared to lay a hand on the Emperor of the Uni realm. The Celestial Alliance is going to make them pay for this." A suffocating wave of dread washed over the old man. He was terrified that before help could arrive, the Tianyan continent would be wiped off the map. But Truong Pham didn't miss a beat, his voice steady and absolute. "What's there to be afraid of? Even if the Celestial Realm turns its back on us, I will use this very sword to protect every single soul on the Tianyan continent." With those heavy words, he turned on his heel and walked away, leaving behind a trail of awestruck whispers. The High Celestial truly lives up to his name. What a legend. He sneakily peeked out the window, looking shiftier than a thief about to pull off a heist. The moment he was absolutely sure the coast was clear, he instantly summoned the system. A wildly villainous grin spread across his face as the notification chimed. 8 celestial generals, all of them at the Mystic Celestial tier. Jackpot, that's a massive 8 million sword domain points right into my pocket. Thrilled with his loot, Truong Pham chuckled greedily. They really weren't kidding. A man can't get rich without taking risks. I definitely need to milk them for more next time. Meanwhile, upon receiving the disastrous report, Jiang Ming flew into an uncontrollable, blinding rage, violently smashing his teacup against the wall. "Damn it all!" He clenched his fist, shaking as he desperately tried to rein in his explosive fury, spitting out the words through gritted teeth. 8 absolute trash bags! A few moments later, inside the majestic hall of the Celestial King, a booming, authoritative voice echoed out, "Guards, where is everyone?" Maxween stepped forward, bowing with utmost reverence. "At your service, my king." The king furrowed his brow, his voice dropping low as he recounted the humiliation. Max Xuan, some lowly cultivator from the Tianyun continent, is actually parading around calling himself the Grand Sword Celestial. Worse, he slaughtered 8 of my generals. I want you to go down there and exterminate that arrogant little brat for me. A twisted thrill sparked in Max Xuan's eyes at the weight of the mission. Without a second of hesitation, he bowed in compliance. Grand Sword Celestial, huh? Then let's see whose blade is actually sharper, his or mine. As the last rays of daylight faded away, swallowing the floating island in a thick, mystical fog, Don Huyen rushed over in a panic. "Daoist Truong! Fairy Vian, What in the world is our game plan here? The old man let out a long, crushing sigh. I honestly thought King Zhongming had sent us much-needed reinforcements, but it was a trap all along. Now, the Tianyun continent doesn't just lack backup. We've got an entire celestial realm out for our blood. Kaivan kept her cool, softly reassuring him. Please, don't panic, my friend. I've already sent an urgent message to my master. The Uni realm will send backup. She paused, her expression darkening as she calculated the odds. But the demonic hordes are running rampant. The Celestial Alliance is already locked in a brutal war with 4 demonic realms. They won't be able to spare a large army. Catching the heavy worry in her eyes, Trong Pham immediately turned on his charm, his voice warm and steady. Hey, it's okay. Whether they send a whole army or just a handful, it doesn't matter to me. I appreciate you sticking your neck out for us. She offered him a soft, determined smile. Thank you for understanding, but no matter what happens, I'm staying right here to fight by your side. He stared off into the vast emptiness of the sky, finally voicing the crazy plan brewing in his mind. As for King Zhongming's forces, or those ugly demons, leave them to me. I'll crush them all. Ngoklin looked at him with nervous, wide eyes. Master, just how exactly are you planning to pull that off? A breezy, confident smile lit up his face as he gestured toward the old man beside him. Well, I'll be leaving the repairs of the Grand Array and the safety of the continent in your capable hands, Taoist. Truong Pham, who had been quietly studying the massive structure in front of him the entire time, dropped the bomb with terrifying casualness. I'm going to physically move this entire island right into the center of the dimensional rift. Don Huyen's jaw practically hit the floor, completely paralyzed by the sheer insanity of the idea. You're going to do what? But Truong Pham didn't flinch. His gaze was burning with an absolute, unshakable resolve. He raised his blade high, his voice ringing with pure, undeniable authority. I don't care if they are revered celestials or vile abyssal demons. If they want a piece of the Tianyun continent, they have to go through my sword first. The old man chewed on this for a long, heavy moment before speaking up, his voice tight with anxiety. Taoist Trunk, the rumors about Emperor Ling Xiao's tomb have already leaked to the stars. Who knows how many other terrifying factions are currently racing toward the Tianyun continent as we speak. He didn't even bother turning around to argue. He just casually threw out his next move, overflowing with the arrogant confidence of someone who already knew he had won. What's wrong, Taoist? Don't you trust me? Fairy Vian and I are actually looking forward to it. Let the so-called elites of the myriad realms come. We could use some target practice. Hearing that rock-solid conviction, the old man's doubts melted away, replaced by a massive, overwhelming wave of gratitude. Oh, the boundless grace of the Celestials. On behalf of every living soul in the Tianyun continent, this humble old man thanks you both from the bottom of his heart. Don Huyen bowed deeply, offering the ultimate gesture of reverence. Glory to the High Celestial. Following his lead, every single person present dropped to their knees, their voices booming in unison. The people of the Tianyun continent thank the High Celestial! In the blink of an eye, the colossal island had drifted right into the dead center of the sky, parking itself directly in front of the glowing dimensional rift. As the view cleared up, the twisted cosmic landscapes inside the anomaly slowly revealed themselves, practically begging anyone watching to step inside and uncover its dark secrets. Don Huyen turned to his disciples, his tone dead serious. We need to train harder than ever before. We must break through our limits so we can join them on that island and help the High Celestial defend our home. But just as the words left his mouth, a sickeningly sinister aura exploded into the air. The clouds violently darkened to an ashen gray, cloaking the magnificent sky in a shroud of pure, creeping dread. Out of nowhere, a grotesque undead general violently lunged forward, roaring bloody murder as it commanded its rotting horde to attack. Tear this world apart, slaughter them all, and turn this wasteland into the Father God's personal garden of flesh. Feeling the ravenous, bloodthirsty glare of thousands of eyes locking onto him, Truong Pham actually flinched, instinctively taking a step back. Whoa, what the hell is going on here? Watching the absolute nightmare unfolding before them, Sun Kang couldn't help but screech in panic. Ah, boss, did you seriously pick the absolute worst possible day to do this? Or, wait, did you secretly lure these demons here just to force us into an aerial combat training montage? Exactly as one would expect, Truong Pham completely ignored the whining and violently kicked the closest monster straight down into the abyssal rift. You know what? Consider this your live combat exam. Get out there and start fighting. Before Sun Kang could even process what was happening, he was tumbling through the air, screaming his lungs out in sheer terror as an ocean of massive nightmarish creatures swarmed him. Truong Pham calmly tracked every single twitch of the undead horde, a smirk playing on his lips. Looks like that void demon we trashed earlier is holding a serious grudge. Kaivan quickly stepped in, her voice tight with caution. Don't underestimate it. You can't use common sense when dealing with an abyssal void demon. He shot her a wildly confident grin. Relax, relax. It's all good. Without a single ounce of fear, he stood his ground, adopting a flawless, rock-solid stance as the colossal abominations closed in on him. He looked less like a victim and more like a predator, eagerly watching his prey walk right into a meat grinder. His blood was pumping and he let out a thrilled laugh. Perfect timing! Since I just moved the island up here, I might as well put on a spectacular debut show for all the myriad realms to see. Her heart skipped a beat as she asked nervously, Trung Pham, what exactly are you about to do? Instantly, his fiery aura vanished, replaced by an eerie, deadpan calm. Nothing much. With a casual flick of his wrist, he unleashed a series of devastatingly elegant sword strikes that violently ripped the dimensional rift wide open. The Tianyun continent has been hiding in the shadows of the cosmos for way too long. It's about time we reintroduce ourselves to the rest of the universe. As soon as he felt the boundary cracking open, Sun Kang ran for his life, silently cursing his rotten luck for being used as bait. Master, save me! The power of these demons is completely different from what we faced inside the Grand Array! Hearing that, Trung Pham immediately looked up, his eyebrows furrowed so tightly they almost touched, still frustrated by his unanswered questions. Kai Van carefully analyzed the situation. Inside the Grand Array set up by the Immortal Emperor, all of our powers are suppressed, and those demons are no exception. He was slightly taken aback, his mind racing to process the new information. Suppressed? Why didn't I feel anything at all? Ultimately, he decided to brush it off and focus on the main problem. Whatever. I'll take care of these demons first. They're exactly what I need to farm some sword domain points. No sooner said than done, he struck without hesitation. His blade instantly unleashed a miraculous power, sending shockwaves through the ground with a deafening roar like rolling thunder. She couldn't help but stare in absolute awe at his sheer strength.
So this is Trung Pham's sword intent. A rare chance to witness and comprehend it from such a close distance. The power of his sword was truly extraordinary. Every strike was incredibly precise, hitting the mark perfectly without a single millimeter of error.
Having pinpointed its exact location, it poured every ounce of its strength into a head-on charge. Sun Kang swiftly dodged and covered his ears, completely ignoring the agonizing screams echoing outside. The pig demon let out a huge sigh of relief. If I hadn't dodged in time, I would have been sliced into pieces by the master's sword aura. He slowly turned his head, his eyes sweeping across the chaotic space filled with a murky, mystical gray mist, where scattered bones lay like the whispers of death. Sun Kang put on a stern face and warned them, My master is fierce and almighty. You wretched demons better kneel down and beg for mercy right now. Unable to watch the pig's dramatic act any longer, Trung Pham helplessly snapped, Get out of my way. Even though he got scolded, Sun Kang was absolutely thrilled, throwing both hands up in the air. Yes, right away. He slowly trotted back to his master to claim some credit. Master, this old pig just risked his life to help you lure those demons out and herd them together. If that doesn't earn me a reward, it at least earns me some sympathy. Hearing that, Trung Pham felt quite satisfied and casually tossed him a compliment. Oh, not bad. Having gotten what he wanted, Sun Kang immediately wriggled his body in pure joy. Thank you for the praise, Master. Amda, the dog demon standing nearby, couldn't stand the sight of it and muttered inwardly, This pig is completely shameless. The surrounding crowd only just snapped back to reality. What on earth is happening to this pocket dimension? The horde of zombies also began to murmur among themselves. How could there be such a ridiculously overpowered immortal sword? Suddenly, a giant hand burst from the ground, effortlessly sweeping them away with a gentle flick, as if blowing away dust in the wind. The pathogen slowly growled, emphasizing every single word. Little girl from the Cloud Rainbow Realm, little brat from the Sky Cloud Continent, I will return and make you pay. Trembling with fury, he bellowed a terrifying command. Let this world return to the embrace of the Father God, and let his lost children receive his divine mercy.
As if their souls had been snatched away, the zombie horde went into a total frenzy, charging at their single target like wild beasts desperate to devour their prey alive. Trung Pham frantically shouted a warning. Hi, Immortal. The demon army is swarming in. I'm afraid the defensive magic circles on the floating island won't be able to hold them off.
Trung Pham maintained his absolute confidence, gently reassuring the old man. Don't worry, I'm right here. His demeanor suddenly shifted. His gaze turned icy and sharp, as if to burn away the courage of the entire zombie horde. Trespassing onto the Sky Cloud continent without my permission and daring to cause a ruckus on my turf. I haven't even gone looking for you yet, but you just had to deliver yourself right to my door. He let out a twisted smirk, looking dangerously unhinged. It's been a really long time since I've actually gone all out. The moment he finished speaking, he shifted into a combat stance. The sword in his hand seemed to understand its master's intent and flared with blinding light. It unleashed a violently surging energy, resembling the Grim Reaper's scythe transforming into a raging tsunami. That overwhelming power made it impossible for the zombie horde to stand their ground, and they collapsed one after another. Though absolutely furious, the pathogen knew his own limits. Swallowing his pride, he spat out a final threat. I will be waiting for your lost soul in the Father God's garden. He slowly studied every expression on Trung Pham's face, deliberately emphasizing his sinister intentions before pulling back. Suddenly, from deep within the spatial rift, a floating island appeared in the distance. Aboard a hovering airship, Lu Kuang spoke up to break the ice. Senior Brother On, what do you think about the power of the Sword Immortal that junior sister Yuan mentioned? And Yi maintained a calm and composed demeanor as he replied gently, That massive sword intent seems to point directly to the Grand Tao of the sword. To think that the long-lost Skycloud continent would actually produce such an incredible immortal sword. While they were busy gossiping, he suddenly noticed flashes of light crackling and exploding all around them. I didn't expect there to be so many people hiding around here. Seeing his subordinate's impulsive reaction, he gently gestured to calm him down. We are only here to support Junior Sister UN. Whatever is happening with the Immortal Emperor has absolutely nothing to do with our Cloud Rainbow realm. Head to the island. The flying ship quickly accelerated, approaching the gateway that led to their destination. Anim gazed at the surrounding space, deep in thought. However, the dark schemes of certain people might just hit a brick wall. Meanwhile, in a certain mountain range, Sun Kang was trying his hardest to flatter Trong Pham. Master, defeating the enemy with a single strike. You are truly invincible. His blatant brown nosing left the Jitian trio completely speechless. Amda didn't forget to curse inwardly. When the master isn't looking, I'm gonna find a chance to butcher this shameless pig demon. Before he could do anything, Ngoc Lin marched over from out of nowhere and kicked Sun Kang with earth-shattering force. Out of my way! I want to ask Master for guidance on the way of the sword. That savage move brought a lot of secret joy to the onlookers' hearts. Well done, Lady Ngoc Lin. Ngoc Lin's eyes sparkled brightly as she looked at the man in front of her. Master, can you please teach me how to comprehend the way of the sword? Faced with such absolute cuteness, it would be weird if Trong Pham said no. Of course, you are my one and only disciple after all. Having her request granted, she happily clung to his arm, grinning from ear to ear. Thank you, Master! But her joy didn't last long before a massive crash erupted from behind, forcing Ngoc Lin to whip her head around. The first thing she saw was two elderly men getting shoved so hard they fell flat on their backs. Nearby, Amda and Sun Kang were brawling non-stop, kicking up a storm of dust. Don't you dare think you can hog the master all to yourself. Their childish brawl was reaching a boiling point when a furious voice suddenly cut them off. Are you idiots so full that you want to rush to your next reincarnation? Ngoc Lin stood with her sword drawn in front of the two chaotic demon kings, issuing a terrifying warning. Since you both want to reincarnate so badly, tonight's dinner will be roasted pork and braised dog meat. Scared out of their wits by those horrific words, the two of them bolted like lightning. Ah! Lady Ngoc Lin, I was wrong. This old pig won't dare do it again. Now that her anger was fully ignited, there was no way she wasn't going to chase after them. Don't run! Stand still and let this lady finish you off. Trong Pham watched his disciples making a complete fool of themselves and spoke up with an awkward smile. I'm so sorry about them. A gentle, tolerant smile broke out on Kai Van's usually calm face. It's all right. I actually find it quite lively. It's nice like this. Everyone is just so free and unconstrained. Suddenly, Niem's massive flying ship appeared high in the sky, quickly catching her attention. Ah, my senior brothers. They're here. He stepped off the ship and bowed respectfully in greeting. A Niem of the Cloud Rainbow Realm has come to support the Skycloud continent by order of our sect. Truong Immortal, I have heard of your great name for a long time. After receiving just a tiny bit of polite greeting, Trong Pham immediately lifted his chin, looking extremely smug. Am I already that famous across the myriad heavens? And Nahim faked a couple of coughs to play along. Well, once someone like the Immortal Emperor emerges from this place, it naturally attracts the attention of the myriad heavens. He then quickly regained his serious expression and got straight to the main point. Fellow Taoist Trong Pham, I won't waste any more words. I have come here to apologize on behalf of my sect. He clasped his hands together and bowed deeply, speaking with absolute sincerity. After getting Junior Sister's letter, the sect sent back up to deal with the monster horde. But right now, the Cloud Neon realm is completely out of troops. Qiyun couldn't hide her shock at the news. Senior brother On, are things at the front lines really that bad already? Anran let out a heavy sigh and explained everything. 18 demon emperors launched a surprise attack. All the celestials from the 9 heavens have been deployed. No one knows exactly what's happening in the demon realm. Only that it's turned into an absolute bloodbath. A knot of dread twisted in her stomach and all the color drained from her face. Master went to the front lines too, didn't he? I hope he's okay. Taking a moment to gather his thoughts, he turned to Zhang Fan with a stern warning. Right, Brother Fan, you need to watch your back. On our way here, I saw forces from countless other worlds heading straight for the Skycloud continent. Zhang Fan immediately caught on to what was happening. I bet those guys from the upper realm still haven't given up. They're definitely after the secrets of the sky-piercing emperor. Zhang Fan respectfully cupped his hands in thanks. Thanks for the heads up, Senior Brother An. The overly familiar greeting left An Ran utterly speechless. Is this kid seriously calling us senior brother just because Junior Sister does? What exactly is the deal with these two? But he quickly snapped back to his usual cool, boss-like demeanor. Don't mention it. We're here to back up the Skycloud continent. I just hope you guys aren't caught completely off guard. Zhang Fan flashed a bright, confident smile at his concern. Senior Brother An, guys, just hang tight for a second. I'll have someone show the rest of your squad to their quarters. And Ran nodded smoothly, letting the other two take their leave. Much appreciated, junior brother Zhang. Yuanling stepped up, playing the role of a gorgeous guide as she led the way. Right this way, please. Suddenly, Ayn Rand remembered something and turned back to Zhang Fan. Oh, right. Qi-yun, brother Fan. There's one more piece of intel I need to share with you both. His expression hardened, radiating pure tension. The Upper Realm has deployed the absolute strongest fighter of their younger generation, Mo Chuan, and he's heading straight for the Skycloud continent. Despite Ayn Rand's dead serious tone, Zhang Fan just stared back with a hilariously blank look. Mo Chuan? Only Qi-yun seemed genuinely freaked out, desperate for confirmation. Senior brother An, are you absolutely sure about this? Zhang Fan just scratched his head, looking totally clueless. Who exactly is this Mo Chuan guy? She didn't miss a beat. He is the strongest prodigy in the Upper Realm, the chosen heir to become the next Celestial King, universally recognized as the #1 sword genius in the cosmos. Zhang Fan cupped his chin, zoning out entirely as he tried to picture this so-called #1 sword genius. Meanwhile, Qi-yun was practically burning with battle lust. Perfect! I've been dying to meet this genius my master is always comparing me to. And Rand, who had been quietly watching them, finally chimed in with a word of caution. Just watch yourselves. Mo Chuan is definitely coming for you too. Sorry to impose on you, brother Fan. We'll turn in for the night, and tomorrow we'll set up a temporary defensive barrier. Time flew and a bright new day dawned, and Rand stood before the sealed dimensional rift, inspecting the damage. The cracks in the planetary barrier still haven't been repaired. Without the core matrix, its power is constantly leaking. I'm afraid it won't hold out much longer. Zhang Fan peeked at it for a moment before casually shrugging it off. I bet by the time this barrier shatters, everyone on the Skycloud continent will have leveled up, and I'll be way stronger too. He pointed a finger straight at the sky, his voice ringing with absolute confidence. I'm not afraid of tough bad guys. No matter how strong the enemy is, my blade is going to hit harder. That unshakable swagger actually impressed Ayn Rand. Brother Zhang, you certainly do not lack confidence. Suddenly, a scout rushed in like a bat out of hell, panting heavily. Senior brother An, junior brother Zhang, junior sister Yuan, incoming bogies. Someone is fast approaching the continent. Sure enough, a massive fleet of flying warships began descending from the heavens. Qi-yun immediately stepped up to brief them. These forces are from the Upper Realm, along with their vassal worlds. Standing at the bow, Mo Chuan struck an edgy, arrogant pose, sneering down at them. So, this is the Skycloud continent? The spiritual energy here is so pathetic. What a massive letdown. He looked around like he was inspecting trash, scoffing loudly. How could a backwater mudball like this produce anyone of actual worth? His eyes locked onto Qi-yun, a mocking smirk playing on his lips. And yet, here you are, Yuan Qi-yun. We finally meet face to face. She wasn't about to take that disrespect, immediately drawing her blade and aiming it right at his throat. Mo Chuan, what exactly does the Upper Realm think it's doing here? Mo Chuan's grin grew even more sinister. Tipping his chin up with unbearable arrogance, he scoffed. Isn't it obvious? I'm here to reclaim the sky-piercing Emperor's ultimate legacy. His eyes widened with a crazed, purely villainous glint. And while I'm at it, I'm going to crush you. I want the entire cosmos to witness it. The two rivals locked eyes, the killing intent between them so thick you could cut it with a knife. I will prove that in our generation, my sword is the absolute pinnacle. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan was standing to the side, internally cringing at this edgy, main character monologue. Seriously, what is wrong with these Upper Realm guys? Do they all share half a brain cell? His own chaotic energy flaring up, he casually strolled right into the middle of the standoff, stealing the spotlight. Yo, edgelord, are you blind or something? Did you completely miss the guy standing right here? Mo Chuan immediately shifted his icy glare toward Zhang Fan, sweeping him with his spiritual senses. Noting how casually he stood beside Qi-yun, he sneered. So, you must be that sword immortal from this dirtball world that the Celestial King mentioned, huh? But looking at you, you're nothing but a pathetic mortal. Having made his assessment, Mo Chuan went right back to acting high and mighty. Just a fragile little human. You stand in the presence of a celestial. Get on your knees and beg for mercy. But he had no idea he was dealing with someone just as unhinged. Zhang Fan snorted, clapping back without missing a beat. Wow, classic Upper Realm behavior. Once again, you guys prove that you're just arrogant snobs who can't see Mount Tai even if it hit you in the face. This time, his lackey Yuchen stepped up to bark for his master. Insolent little bug, how dare you speak to us like that? The Upper Realm will not tolerate being insulted by trash like you. But Mo Chuan, despite the blatant disrespect, just let out a dark, calculating chuckle. Fine by me. Let my retainers test the waters first. If this rat actually has some bite, it saves me the trouble of dirtying my own hands before heading back to the Upper Realm. Without another word, Yuchen launched himself off the warship, diving straight for the attack. Die, you little brat. Your life ends here. Gripping his blade, he unleashed a barrage of magic straight at Zhang Fan. Pay the price for your arrogant mouth. Naturally, Zhang Fan didn't flinch. Plot armor is a heck of a drug. Big words side, character. Let's see if you can back them up. In an instant, Zhang Fan unleashed a devastating counterattack, sending a shockwave that literally rattled the heavens. The sheer, terrifying output of power left even Mo Chuan's elite guards completely stunned. The crushing blow hit before Yuchen could even process it. "Spare me!" But it was way too late. With the deafening boom, the guy was vaporized into absolute nothingness, a fitting end for a totally forgettable mob character. The terrifying aftermath left everyone utterly speechless. How could a backwater world like this produce a sword immortal with such insane power? It was completely impossible. Even Mo Chuan couldn't hide his awe at Zhang Fan's display. That momentum, an invincible sword intent that strikes forward without a single ounce of hesitation. No way! In all the cosmos, other than me, no one should be able to comprehend a sword intent like that. His jaw practically hit the floor, completely shell-shocked. Yeah. That flex was definitely a success. Jinglin realized things were going south real fast and decided fleeing was the best strategy. Lord Mo, maybe we should pull back to the upper realm for now. Yet, despite the display of overwhelming force, Mo Chuan stubbornly refused to back down.
No, there is absolutely no way a sword immortal stronger than me exists in this universe. I refuse to believe it. I am the absolute strongest swordmaster in all the boundless realms.
Driven by a moment of pure arrogance, Mo Chuan drew his blade and lunged. Let's see what your so-called swordway is actually made of. His spiritual power was fiercely terrifying, easily rivaling Truong Fam's. But just like before, Pham kept his trademark absolutely fearless attitude. As expected from a lapdog of the high heaven realm, absolutely shameless. Truong Pham muttered a quick incantation, and in a flash, Mo Chuan's overwhelming aura was completely shattered. Pham didn't forget to rub salt in the wound. You guys always act so high and mighty, but the moment you attack, pure dirty tricks. A sneak attack? Really? Mo Chuan was frozen stiff, utterly humiliated. A blow to his ego so hard he'd probably be an introvert for the rest of his life. This is impossible. It can't be. Tenveen couldn't even believe his own eyes. How is this possible? Just where the hell did this brat come from? Can Lam was equally paralyzed, his jaw dropping straight to the floor. Aside from the supreme elders in the celestial realm, absolutely no one could block Lord Mo's strike that effortlessly. While they stood there completely dumbfounded, it was Truong Fam's turn to strike back. Since you've already made your move, why don't you take a look at my swordway? A massive surge of azure energy blasted forward like a cannon shot. Barely managing to dodge, Mo Chuan panicked. Oh crap! But a second later, his eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Right behind him, his glorious fleet was blown to absolute pieces, soldiers scattering wildly, like bees from a smashed hive. My warships! My warships! Mo Chuan stumbled, utterly shattered. He never imagined this guy could annihilate the entire fleet's defensive matrix with just one casual swing. Two of his lackeys hastily threw him over their shoulders and scrambled for their lives. Lord Mo, we have to retreat. Let's report back to His Majesty the Immortal King and get our revenge later. Meanwhile, Anim stood staring at the apocalyptic destruction. It wasn't his first time seeing this kind of firepower, but it still left him completely breathless. Truong Pham bathed in the glory, his ego soaring so high it could last him a lifetime. Ah, thank you, you flatter me. But surprisingly, Kai Van stood next to him, letting out a heavy, disappointed sigh. Confused, Pham instantly turned to her. Huh? What's wrong? Kai Van rolled her eyes, wearing an expression of pure, unadulterated boredom. His reputation far exceeds his actual skill. They hyped up this Mo Chuan from the high heaven realm so much, but his swordway, completely, utterly pathetic. It's entirely extreme, fueled by nothing but blind arrogance. What a twisted, flawed technique. Anyim, ever the peacemaker, tried to comfort her. Ah, come on. There's no need to be so disappointed. With a sword genius like junior brother Pham right by your side, are you really worried about lacking a decent rival? He meant it as a lighthearted joke, but unexpectedly, it instantly caught the fiery attention of both of them. Ivan's eyes lit up, ready to throw down right then and there. You know what? He's right. Truong Pham, let's spar. Let's see whose swordway reigns supreme. Truong Pham, never one to back down from a challenge, instantly grinned. Bring it on. Just a heads up, though. My swordway is absolutely unmatched in this world. Watching their relentless energy, a warm smile spread across Anhim's face. All right, you two, let's hurry up and reinforce the defensive barriers. Junior brother Pham's strike just bought the Sky Cloud continent some temporary peace. But Master might call for our aid at any given moment. Meanwhile, on the Celestial Demon front lines, the situation had descended into absolute chaos. Elder Trivene stared at the horrific carnage, completely baffled. What in the world is happening in the demon realm? Why are they launching such a suicidal, frenzied assault across the entire front? Elder Quimok remained silent, but a deep, heavy dread was etched into his wrinkled face. What truly terrifies me is the terrifying number of rising prodigies within the demon realm's younger generation. Furthermore, he has been making his moves far too frequently lately. The tension was infectious, making Trivian's blood run cold. That evil god is notorious for his vicious cunning. This is deeply, deeply unsettling. Despite the creeping dread, the old man forced himself to stay composed and made a swift call. Relay a message to the rear guard, let the rulers of the boundless realms catch a headache over this. and tell them this bloodbath desperately needs reinforcements. We need the finest prodigies of the new generation. Trevian immediately rushed to execute the order, his mind spinning in turmoil. I know His Dread Majesty's tactics well. With a sudden all-out assault like this, countless sectors will be begging for backup. Shifting back to the floating island, Anheem was excitedly wrapping up the war council with his comrades. Junior brother Pham, junior sister Vienne, we fully locked down the great defensive matrix of the Sky Cloud continent. Strong Pham flashed a bright, charismatic smile, clasping his hands in genuine respect. You've worked incredibly hard, senior brothers. And Neem waved it off with a warm, easygoing laugh. Ah, it was nothing. Besides, just watching you and junior sister Vienne clash blades recently has helped our own swordways improve by leaps and bounds. But the cheerful atmosphere didn't last long, and Neem's expression suddenly darkened, looking as if he'd just received a death sentence. It's just... I'm afraid our fellow disciples out there in the continent are running out of time. That cryptic, heavy remark made Kai Van immediately anxious. Senior brother An, did a message come through from Master? Trong Pham, unable to hide his own burning curiosity, leaned in. What's going on? And Neem flipped an internal switch, his demeanor turning dead serious as he laid out the grim reality. The most terrifying force in all the Boundless Realms is the 9 great demon realms. The Cloudhaven Realm and the Boundless Realms forged the Celestial Alliance to fight them. We are like fire and water, sworn enemies to the bitter end. There are countless war zones ripping through the void, with forces constantly clashing in the minor realms. Resting his chin on his hand, Trong Pham narrowed his eyes. So, things are going to hell on the front lines right now? And Heem nodded without a second of hesitation. Exactly. We have no idea what triggered it within the demon faction, but they suddenly launched a massive, all-out offensive across multiple fronts. The Celestial Alliance is taking devastating casualties. Hearing this, Pham stared up at the swirling void in the sky, deeply deep in thought. The Sky Cloud continent is secured by the defensive matrix now, and the absolute power I just displayed should be enough to deter any greedy scavengers. Maybe it's time I hit the front lines and farm some sword domain points. Just as the conversation reached its peak, a streak of light cut through the sky. Elder Trivien's flying messenger sword had arrived. It's a message blade from Master. Kai Van stepped up to intercept the glowing weapon, swiftly relaying the urgent orders to the group. The Celestial Emperors of the Boundless Realms have issued a supreme mandate. Every single young prodigy in the Immortal Realms is ordered to reinforce the front lines immediately. The moment Trong Pham heard that, a thrilling new scheme sparked in his mind. What a perfect opportunity. I can finally test my blade against the other absolute monsters of the Boundless Realms. Slaying demons is part of the job description anyway. Might as well use this chance to clash with the ultimate prodigies of both the Celestial and Demonic factions. He immediately spun around, shouting to his squad, Everyone, gear up! We're moving out of the Sky Cloud continent. Without wasting a single breath, the group dashed straight toward the depths of the barrier. Running alongside him, Kai Van couldn't hold back her burning question. Are you seriously planning to dive straight into the Celestial Demon front lines? Trong Pham shot her a look brimming with absolute, untouchable confidence. Damn right I am. Didn't you hear what Senior Brother An just said? The Celestial Alliance is drafting top-tier talents from every corner of the universe, and whoever racks up the highest kill count gets showered in glorious rewards. Trong Pham gazed up at the boundless sky, an utterly thrilled, battle-hungry grin spreading across his face. And honestly, he didn't even care about the loot. Out there on the front lines, we're guaranteed to run into the most monstrous prodigies in existence. He tilted his head, flashing Kai Van a playful smirk. Come on, tell me you're not getting excited about this. She burst into laughter, answering with fierce honesty. Oh, you bet your life I'm excited. It was incredibly rare for the two of them to share the exact same battle-crazed wavelength, so Pham immediately threw down the invitation. Well then, isn't that just absolutely perfect? Come on, let's go show these so-called heavenly geniuses of the Boundless Realms what we're made of. Chi-Wan tilted his head, his voice tinged with confusion. What's wrong? He casually crossed his arms and countered with a confident smirk. Don't you think my floating island drifting over the Heavenly Cloud continent is like a sharp blade hanging over some people's heads, making them too terrified to even make a move? She covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes widening in a mix of surprise and pure amusement. Aren't you afraid of taking this little game too far? Zhang Fan raised his hand, casually casting his magic as he replied with absolute certainty. Not at all. I've left behind more than enough traps. Honestly, my only fear is that they won't cause a big enough scene. Those words left Chi-Wan completely speechless. Yeah. Under his smooth control, the divine cauldron hovered in the air, drifting slowly toward the massive crack in the barrier. Yuan watched it intently, his expression gradually growing heavy with deep thought. Although this sword aura is incredibly powerful, it also signals Jian Tian's temporary departure. Just like Brother Zhang said, those who refuse to accept this will definitely jump out of the shadows. Xi Qing completely agreed with that logic. I'm afraid the imperial tomb of immortal Emperor Ling Xiao won't stay hidden for much longer. Meanwhile, the Soul Devourer was heavily basking in his own immense arrogance. Right now, there is absolutely no one in the Heavenly Cloud continent who can stand against me. All I need is to return to my absolute peak. The massive army of soldiers fell to their knees in absolute reverence, their voices roaring in a unified echo. The Demon Lord is invincible in this world. The Soul Devourer grinned, a wicked, bone-chilling smile spreading across his face. Immortal Emperor Ling Xiao, the world you swore to protect will ultimately turn to ashes by my hands. As for Zhang Fan, he was fully geared up and ready to move. His target, the Immortal Demon Continent. With a firm command, Zhuan, Songyun, and Dongqing bowed in absolute obedience. Meanwhile, inside Jiang Ming's grand palace, pure chaos had erupted. Is this how you carry out the mission I gave you? A soldier frantically spoke up, trying to explain on behalf of Mo Chuan, who was trembling on his knees. Immortal King, it's not that we didn't give it our all, it's just that we never expected... Blinded by explosive rage, Jiang Ming didn't even let him finish. With a brutal burst of dark magic, he sent the soldier flying violently across the room. I don't need your pathetic excuses! He stormed off in pure fury. As he walked past, he didn't miss the chance to throw a sharp, biting insult. Mo Chuan, didn't you proudly claim to be the unrivaled champion of the younger generation? Jiang Ming glared down at him with eyes as sharp as daggers, his voice a lethal growl. Get the hell out of my sight! He dropped one final, crushing blow before leaving. Utter trash! Mo Chuan clenched his jaw tight, his heart burning with extreme humiliation and rage. Immortal King. Zhang Fan! I will make you pay for this humiliation, down to the very last drop. Suddenly, an eerie, mysterious voice echoed out of nowhere. Do you crave more power? Startled, he instantly threw up his guard, spinning around to scan the shadows. Who's there? In stark contrast to that tense and desperate scene, Zhang Fan was completely unbothered, casually chewing on a blade of grass. Are we at the Immortal Demon battlefield yet? Anran let out an exhausted sigh before patiently explaining reality to him. This is the Void, you know? Unless you're on a Void warship built by the Immortals or the Immortal Realm, any normal person stepping in here would be instantly crushed to death. Still, he had to hand it to the guy's insane genius. But directly pulling out a floating void island like you did, Junior Brother Zhang, that's a first for me. I might not be a master at forging weapons, but even I can feel just how insanely precious your island is. It might actually rival an Immortal King's ultimate weapon. Hearing such high praise, Zhang Fan smugly stroked his chin. Well, I did pour a ton of energy into building this place. But in reality, he didn't even fully grasp the heavy weight of what Ayn Rand was saying. I have no clue what an Immortal King's weapon is like, but with my invincible sword domain covering us, cruising through the void is a piece of cake. While he was lost in his smug thoughts, Chi-Wen suddenly called out, We're almost at the blood-soaked Immortal Demon battlefield. Right ahead is one of our sect's massive logistics bases. The colossal structure loomed right before their very eyes. Yulian lit up with pure excitement, bouncing like a kid in a candy store. She gasped in absolute awe. Is this really the logistics hub for the Immortal Realm Alliance? It's so breathtakingly huge, just how many cultivators are stationed here? Seeing everyone so utterly mind-blown, Ayn Rand couldn't help but look incredibly proud. This is just one of the many strongholds managed by our uni-immortal realm. There are countless bases just like this one holding down the entire defensive line. He then began to enthusiastically break down exactly why this fortress was so impregnable. This ancient city was forged using the absolute top-tier techniques from all the forging sects in our uni-immortal realm. The formation masters have layered it with endless tiers of highly classified defensive spells. It's these towering strongholds that keep those vile demons locked out of our defense lines, protecting all the worlds behind us. They turned to each other, chatting away with intense excitement. The sheer scale of this war in the upper realm is just insane. Song Yun completely agreed with him. Compared to this, the battles down in the Heavenly Cloud continent honestly feel like kids playing in a sandbox. Zhang Fan simply stood quietly in the corner, intensely observing everything. Just wait until I upgrade my sword domain, and maybe steal and master a few of those heavy-duty barrier spells. Once I do that, my Void Island is going to completely blow this ancient city out of the water. Suddenly, Ayn Rand's voice broke through his train of thought. Junior Brother Zhang, I've already sent a message to my master. We just need to wait a bit and then we can head straight in. It's just that your Void Island is way too massive. I'm afraid there's no way it's fitting inside the ancient city. His eyes were calm yet blazing with sharp determination. No worries. Truth be told, he already had a backup plan. Thanks to the massive blessings from the big shots in the higher realms, he had already upgraded to a level 4 sword domain. Now, he could sustain a miniature domain around his body just to safely leave the island. If he couldn't do that, there was absolutely no way he would have risked stepping out. Now is the perfect time to move out. Let's head into the city. Inside the Grand City Hall, Chen Yi was swamped with organizing battle reports. Seeing him, Ayn Rand respectfully cupped his hands and bowed deep. Master. The older man slowly turned around and instructed calmly. Good. The rest of you go and rest up first. Chi-Wen, you and our young friend Zhang wait for me here in the hall for a moment. Worried that Zhang Fan might get the wrong idea, Chi-Wen quickly clarified. This is my master, Chen Yi of the Uni-Immortal Realm. the absolute sect master of the Guizhong sword sect. Don't sweat it, my master actually has an incredibly warm heart. He just constantly has that super strict resting stone face. The master gently reassured them. I can hear you, you know. There's no need to panic. I'm not going to do anything to young friend Zhang. Just like you said, I'm just not the easiest person to get buddy-buddy with. Zhang Fan politely cupped his hands, taking the initiative to introduce himself. This junior is Zhang Fan. It is an absolute honor to meet you, Senior Chen. The master didn't beat around the bush, diving straight to the core. Chi-Wen has already filled me in on your background, so we'll skip the small talk. I've already submitted and approved your request to enter the battlefield. Still deeply anxious for his disciple's safety, Chen Yi offered a heavy, serious warning. Do not ever underestimate the peerless geniuses from the myriad worlds. The entire landscape of the immortal demon battlefield has suddenly shifted. The immortal emperors have abruptly dropped some incredibly massive bounties, which is absolutely going to draw in a terrifying crowd. You boys must stay on your highest guard. Chi-Wen flashed a bright, fearless smile, making a rock-solid promise. Don't worry, Master. Your disciple has been cultivating for a long time now. Naturally, I fully understand the harsh rules of the game. Zhang Fan immediately chimed in to help ease the old man's nerves. Please put your mind at ease, Senior. Chi-Wen and I will absolutely have each other's backs out there on the battlefield. Hearing that, the heavy tension in Chen Yi's chest finally softened quite a bit. Glad you understand you've traveled a long way, so get some rest. Tomorrow, I'll arrange for you to join a supply fleet heading straight to the Blood Demon battlefield. The two of them beamed, thanking him profusely. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Senior. After they left, his expression darkened, a heavy doubt weighing on his mind. Did the Celestial Emperors organize this grand tournament for the prodigies of all realms just to fend off the Demon Realm's invasion? He let out a long sigh, as if he had already guessed the grim truth. He feared something had gone terribly wrong in the rear lines of the Celestial Realm. The next day, as the trio prepared to head out to the front line, Anran bid a reluctant farewell to Zhang Fan and Chi-Wen. Junior Zhang, Junior Chi, our sect has issued an urgent order for us to pull back for now. I wish you both safe travels and smooth sailing on the battlefield. He politely returned the goodwill, wishing the senior disciples success in their mission. Moments later, Anran's fleet departed. Zhang Fan watched their fading silhouettes and sighed in admiration. They truly live up to their reputation as one of the great powers across the heavens. Then he turned and gave a brisk order to his squad. Move out. We need to follow the fleet to the front line. Meanwhile, on another battleship, Shu Rong suddenly grew curious. That floating island everyone's been talking about lately, whose is it? Shojing, always quick to speak, immediately chimed in with the answer. Zhang Fan. That name sounded vaguely familiar, like he had heard it somewhere before. Wait, is he the guy who defeated Mo Chuan of the High Celestial Realm with a single sword strike? Even without crossing swords yet, his face already showed clear disdain and arrogance. Mo Chuan? He's nothing but a 24-day wonder. What's the big deal about beating someone like him? Once we hit the battlefield, I'll open that country bumpkin's eyes and show him what a real fight looks like. Elsewhere, Ruo, he was casually chatting away. This march is taking forever. Honestly, riding on a floating island looks way more comfortable than being stuck on this ship. Hearing this, Shi Ying's bandit instincts kicked in. Senior sister, let's just go and hijack it. The girl waved her hand, clearly unamused by the idea. Forget it, Master would scold us to death. Besides, he's just some naive idiot who doesn't know how the world works. Bullying him wouldn't even be fun. Back on the floating island, Zhang Fan watched his disciples training intensely. He chuckled out of curiosity. Are these kids sharpening their blades right before the battle? Chi-Wen flashed a captivating smile, her gaze locked firmly onto him. On the battlefield, every little bit of power you gain is an extra ounce of survival. Perhaps because it was his first time being stared at so intensely by a beautiful girl, he awkwardly rubbed the back of his neck and asked, Why are you smiling at me out of nowhere? Is there something on my face? Seeing him get flustered, she playfully dropped her teasing act. I was just thinking, your name has been spreading like wildfire lately, and with this flashy floating island of yours, you're going to get a very warm welcome once we hit the front line. He took a slow, deliberate sip of his hot tea before replying, I'd welcome it. In fact, I can hardly wait. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light tore across the sky, startling them both. They quickly looked up, their expressions turning serious. Chi-Wen immediately raised her guard, her voice tight. What's happening? Total chaos erupted around them. The airships immediately engaged in combat as enemy forces swarmed in. The vanguard is ambushed. Rear guard, prepare for battle. Left wing, push forward and support the frontline battalion. Someone was barking out orders, orchestrating the defense as the right-wing battleships formed a protective perimeter. The main army pushed forward to clash with the enemy forces. Chi-Wen and Zhang Fan exchanged a quick glance. No words were needed. They completely understood what the other was thinking. He rapidly arranged their battle formation. Old song, steer the island. We're going on the offensive. The atmosphere was incredibly tense, completely drowned out by the deafening roar of artillery. The demon horde cackled wildly. Ha 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 ha! Which spoiled young master from the celestial realm brings a whole floating mansion to a war zone? Did the sight of a real battlefield fry his brain? They puffed out their chests, their eyes glowing menacingly as they tried to look intimidating. Let's teach these pampered brats from the celestial realm a brutal lesson. I call dibs on tasting that little fairy. Amidst their vile taunts, Zhang Fan remained completely unfazed, calmly assigning tasks to his team. We're going out there to wipe out this demonic scum. Old song, you and the others stay back and defend the island. He narrowed his eyes, surveying the enemy ranks, then called out to Chi-Wen. A faint, excited smirk tugged at the corner of his lips as he invited her to a game of slaughter. Care to join me for a little sightseeing on the battlefield? This was exactly what Chi-Wen wanted. Sure thing. It's about time we changed their perspective anyway. Shan Kong bulked up his massive frame, kicking into full combat mode. You arrogant little runts. Let's see who gave you the guts to act so tough. While the beast rallied its demon horde, Zhang Fan casually made a remark, as if picking out a pet. I actually really like that monster over there. Chi-Wen stepped ahead of him, raising the stakes. A challenge then. Let's see who can butcher more of these demons. He drew his sword with the sharp ring, gleefully accepting the challenge. You are absolutely on! The moment the words left his mouth, she shot forward like a lightning bolt, triggering a massive shockwave. One of the demons recognized her and frantically pointed, screaming a warning to its kin. Oh crap, that's Yuan Tiwen from the Cloud Rainbow Celestial Realm. Despite her identity being exposed, her face remained cold and utterly indifferent, giving off the absolute aura of a celestial boss. Without wasting a single breath, Chi-Wen unleashed a single strike, obliterating the demon in the blink of an eye. Zhang Fan stroked his chin, genuinely impressed. Damn, not bad at all. Seeing one idiot after another willingly throwing themselves to their deaths, the demons noticed a lone cultivator standing with a seemingly open defense. Grab him! Let me savor the taste of cultivator flesh! Blood-curdling screeches echoed from behind. Zhang Fan casually swung his blade, hyping himself up. Looks like I can't afford to fall behind Chi-Wen. Time to put on a better show. I'll make sure these vile creatures run in sheer terror the next time they see my face. Seizing the perfect opening while the demons were focused on the other flank, he surged forward into the fray. Here I come! Watching those merciless split-second strikes, Wei Yan, who was standing a short distance away, was utterly stunned. Who is that? The more he watched, the more impressed he became. What overwhelming sword intent! Relying on his vague memory, Ren Shi started to explain. I think he's a newly risen sword immortal. Word is, he came from a minor world and actually defeated Mo Chuan of the High Celestial Realm. Seeing Zhang Fan's devastating combat style, he nodded with absolute certainty. Judging by that blade, the rumors about his power are absolutely true. Hearing that, Wei Yan's eyes lit up with intense interest. Looks like a terrifying new sword immortal has been born. Judging by his trajectory, he's heading straight for the center of the battlefield. I wonder how the top prodigies of the 9 great celestial realms will react when they cross paths with him. With that said, he pointed his finger high into the sky and barked a stern order. That's a matter for those geniuses to settle. It's none of our business. Signal the other battleships to follow me. We're purging the remaining demons. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan unleashed another incredibly flashy skill, vaporizing a horde of enemy ships without leaving a single trace. Not far away, Gu Lo joined the club of wide-eyed spectators. Such terrifying sword aura! Xuanqing even broke into a cold sweat, his eyes glued to the massacre. Who the hell is this guy? His mastery over the sword is incredibly profound. Just then, one of the beasts was sent straight to the afterlife by Chi-Wen. He had also witnessed Zhang Fan's strike. Truly an invincible sword intent, she praised, but then an arrogant spark flared in her eyes as she bluntly declared, Even so, don't you dare think you can beat me. Suddenly, a brilliant pillar of light quickly enveloped both her and her blade. Chi-Wen roared with undeniable majesty, Azure Phoenix Sword Aura! Instantly, a colossal, magnificent blue phoenix materialized in the sky. The watching crowd erupted into a frenzy. That's Fair Yuan Kiwen from the Hidden Sword, sect of the Cloud Rainbow Celestial Realm. She truly lives up to her title as a prodigy of the Upper 9 Realms. Even while slaughtering monsters, Ruo He was mesmerized by the spectacle, muttering to herself, Well, looks like this young lady completely underestimated that Yuan Qiwen, and that Zhang Fan from the lower worlds. At the exact same moment, Xu Rong delivered a brutal finishing blow to his opponent. As his magic surged, he grumbled under his breath. Yuan Qiwen is one thing, but to think that Zhang Fan actually has some real skills too. Stung by their overwhelming displays of power, Xu Rong decided to stop holding back. He instantly summoned a massive spiritual lotus, crackling with blinding explosive lightning. If that's how it is, I guess it's time I show them what I'm truly capable of. Watching this absolutely chaotic, explosive battlefield, the evil god smiled, looking incredibly pleased with the carnage. Good, good. Just as Master said, every single top-tier prodigy from the Kwai Tang Immortal Realm has shown up at the front lines. He flashed a rare, ecstatic smile to all, his mouth running non-stop. Go on, show me your blinding brilliance. Across the vast expanse of space, the echoing boom of the evil god's strike rang out in a corner, as they fiercely clashed and slaughtered one another. His voice grew increasingly sinister. Prove which one of you is the absolute brightest prodigy of them all. With his razor-sharp senses, Trong Pham suddenly paused, looking around in confusion. Did someone just probe me? The exact moment he and Kai Van took down the last of their enemies, joyous cheers erupted from all directions. Immortal Trung's sword mastery is unrivaled. Lady Kai Van is so fierce and valiant. The grand praises suddenly cooled her competitive fire, and she happily suggested, let's just call it a tie this time. But instead of being appreciative, Trung Pham kept his cool composure, bluntly declaring, only for now. Next time, I am definitely going to win. Hearing that, Kai Van gave a playful wink and teased him. Oh? And what makes you think I'm the one letting you off the hook? Staring at the massive warships they had just defeated, she suddenly grew a bit quiet. Still, this ambush from the demon realm feels incredibly anticlimactic. It's all bark and no bite. Even though he didn't fully catch her drift, Trung Pham still rubbed his chin, thinking it over seriously. It's my first time out here on the battlefield, so I don't know much about these demons, but thinking about it carefully, you're absolutely right. With a deeply pensive look in his eyes, he voiced his own lingering worry. Looking back on it, I kept getting this weird feeling earlier that someone over there was watching us. Did you feel that too? Hearing that, Kai Van couldn't hide her surprise. Huh? Someone watching you? Even though she hadn't sensed a thing, she forced a smile, though a hint of worry still slipped through. I didn't get that feeling at all. Maybe your intuition is just sharper than mine. But if that's true, I'm afraid this demon realm ambush has some other hidden agenda. Trung Pham simply turned on his heel and walked away, acting completely unbothered. His attitude was blatantly indifferent. Forget it. For now, let's just leave the headache to the big shots of the immortal realm. Walking ahead of him, Kai Van quickly caught his drift. I'll have my master look into it later. Just as the two of them headed back, they suddenly heard the loud shouts of Sun Kung and Ngok Lien. Master! Teacher! As soon as he saw them approach, Sun Kang scratched his head in frustration and started complaining. Master, I didn't expect fighting the demons out in the Void Island to be this much of a hassle. Even Ngok Lien couldn't stop gasping in awe. Fighting out there in the Void Island is really tough. We have to rely entirely on the island's defenses. Unlike you, teacher, you sent those demons scrambling with a single slash. Trung Pham turned to his friends with a serious gaze, advising them, you all need to cultivate harder. Once you ascend to the immortal ranks, you won't have to deal with this kind of annoyance anymore. The moment he said that, an old man nearby couldn't hide his shock. He hurried over and asked eagerly, Can we become immortals too? Realizing he had completely run his mouth, Trung Pham still tried to play it cool and firmly reassured them. Of course you can. I'll personally help you guys out. Out of nowhere, two massive airships hovered right above their heads, leaving him completely stunned, unable to believe his own eyes. But Kai Van just calmly spoke up. Trung Pham, it's exactly like I told you before. She paused for a moment, then a highly amused expression crept onto her face. Looks like you've got stalkers? Looking at the two busybodies peering down from the ship, Kai Van introduced them one by one. That is Lu Nuoc Ha from the Seven Sparrows Immortal Realm, and Tu Sung from the Jade Purity Divine Sect of the Southern Pole Immortal Realm. Hearing such a brutally brief introduction, Nuoc Ha immediately chimed in to tease her. Big Sister Vien, couldn't you use a few more flashy words when introducing me? Her attention then shifted entirely to Truong Pham, her eyes sparkling with endless fascination. And this must be the cute guy from the Azure Cloud Continent, Truong Pham, right? I saw everything you did earlier. Your sword mastery is seriously intense. Hearing all this over-the-top flattery, Truong Pham could only manage a polite, stiff customer service smile in return. It's nothing, really. I just barely managed to tie with Kai Van. However, Tu Sung was glaring down at him with a deep, furious scowl. Truong Pham, was it? Your little performance today was just barely enough to make me remember your name. Vien Kai Van already told you exactly who I am. When we finally reach the Immortal Demon battlefield, you better not disappoint me. In a split second, Truong Pham's eyes went incredibly dark and chilling. Right before her ship pulled away, Nuoc Ha chirped cheerfully, waving frantically at Truong Pham. Cutie Pie! Big Sister Vien! I'm heading out first! I am so looking forward to seeing what our cute little Truong Pham can do on the Immortal Demon battlefield. The girl flashed a playful wink and dropped a quick warning. Just make sure to watch your back when the time comes. Their whole attitude immediately raised Truong Pham's suspicions, prompting him to ask bluntly. That sea of lightning and that massive lotus flower from earlier, that was the two of them, right? Completely understanding his doubts, Kai Van chimed in to explain. Exactly. Don't be fooled just because their fame isn't as loud as Max Xuyan's. They're basically the hidden prodigies of the Upper Nine Realms, so their names aren't widely broadcasted. Truong Pham's eyes never left the soaring ship as he deeply pondered the situation. Their power is definitely off the charts. It looks like the Immortal Alliance is making a massive move this time around. I am getting way more fired up for this Immortal Demon battlefield. Knowing exactly what he was thinking, Kai Van stepped closer to give him a reality check. When that time comes, it won't just be about you and me settling our score. We'll be throwing down against the elites of the Upper Nine Realms and all the top prodigies across the 24 realms. Countless massive ships were all converging toward a single direction. The sheer scale of the sight sparked Truong Pham's intense curiosity, prompting him to ask, is this world one of the blood-soaked fronts of the Immortal Demon battlefield? Staring out at the massive, terrifying crimson expanse ahead, Kai Van quickly relied on her vast experience to explain. That's right, the blood battlefield. Aside from the most ancient immortals, absolutely no one knows just how long this war zone has existed. In the eerie, hazy void of space, her voice sounded crystal clear. Across endless ages, countless immortals and demons have fallen on this very ground, giving birth to this terrifying blood mist. Kai Van put on a dead serious expression, issuing a stern warning to everyone. Even though the blood mist pretty much surrounds the entire continent, the true source of it lies dead center in the battlefield. That blood mist can completely warp your mind and drive you insane, so you absolutely must avoid it. Touched up by her genuine warning, everyone from the 10,000 Flowers Valley immediately clasped their hands in deep respect to thank her. Thank you for the warning, Lady Kai Van. Rising up from the blood-red landscape of the battlefield, the massive, horrifying skeletons of giant demonic beasts began to reveal themselves. This grotesque, terrifying sight unknowingly brought a heavy wave of anxiety to Trong Fam's face. Filled with both pure awe and horror, he muttered, "It really lives up to the name of the immortal demon battlefield. They literally just took an entire micro-world and turned it into a war zone." Kai Van stood there with her arms crossed, taking in the full view with immense regret. Originally, this place was just a normal, peaceful micro-world. She slowly recounted the tragic history. But then, the demons invaded. The Immortal Alliance only barely had enough time to evacuate the mortals. After countless apocalyptic battles, this world was utterly annihilated. Listening to that heartbreaking piece of history, Truong Pham sat nearby, rubbing his chin in deep thought. If we hadn't defeated the Great Void Demon back then, would the Azure Cloud continent have ended up exactly like this? Kai Van nodded grimly to confirm his fears. Exactly. Hearing her blunt confirmation, he could only let out a heavy sigh and mutter, "We've got a long, brutal road ahead of us." Since they didn't have much time left, Truong Pham quickly shot up to his feet, hyping up his entire tight-knit squad. "All right, guys, let's give it everything we've got. The survival of the Azure Cloud continent is riding on our shoulders now." Overflowing with excitement, Ngok Lin stepped forward, respectfully clasping her hands, and made a bold, unwavering declaration. "Teacher, I promise I will thoroughly forge and sharpen myself on this immortal demon battlefield." Even Amda completely lost his elegant fox demeanor, acting like an overexcited husky, wagging his tail wildly as he swore, "Master, we're definitely going to go all out." Tong Van also chimed in to reassure him. "Please rest easy, High Immortal." In practically no time at all, the massive fleet of warships descended upon the base zone. Kai Van stepped up to the front, introducing the awe-inspiring megastructure looming right before their eyes. "This right here is the forward base of our Spirit Army Immortal Realm, inside the Blood Battlefield. It also serves as the main command hub." Realizing they had finally touched down, Truong Pham immediately made a call. "All right then, let's catch our breath and rest up for a bit. After that, it's time to see what this immortal demon battlefield is really made of." Many unfamiliar faces appeared in the square of the ancient city. Master Dao Xuan stood on the high platform, his voice ringing out with absolute clarity. "The Celestial Emperors have decreed, whoever proves themselves on the battlefield will receive the ultimate blessing of the 33 celestial realms." The old man stroked his long beard, making sure his warning reached everyone. "Prodigies like yourselves must not disappoint the Grandmaster nor the celestial kings and emperors." Despite his age, his body was remarkably agile as he demonstrated a few swift martial stances. Then, his voice dropped into a commanding roar. "Prepare to march! We ride to slaughter the demons!" In an instant, the crowd erupted as one, their voices booming. "We obey the command of the Grand Sage Dao Shun!" Standing not too far away, Truong Pham kept his eyes locked on the surging masses, like a predator waiting for the perfect moment. "Let's head out." Tong Yun, despite his old age, couldn't hide his intense curiosity, eager to join the thrill. "Is that the celestial demonic battlefield?" Chi Wen surveyed the chaotic war zone ahead, quickly shouting a warning to the group. "Everyone stay sharp. Once we're out there, prioritize your own survival." Barely had the words left her mouth when a nearby flying ship was blasted into a massive explosion. Before leaving, Ngok Lin didn't forget to bow respectfully. "Master, we are heading out." Truong Pham fussed over them like an anxious father sending his kids off to war, hollering nonstop. "If things go south, use what I gave you. Staying alive is the only thing that matters." Seeing him act so overdramatic, Chi Wen shot him a cold, grounding glare. "This battlefield is packed with immortals and void demons. The natural laws are shattered, meaning everyone's power will be severely suppressed. You'd better watch your own back too." Instead of looking worried, Truong Pham maintained his absolute, unshakable confidence. "Same goes for you, but hey, this is the perfect chance to see which one of us is truly the best." The moment the words left his lips, he leapt onto his blade and shot into the sky. A towering, grotesque demon instantly blocked his path, completely blind to the fact that his sword had already transformed. Truong Pham ignited his divine power, a wildly arrogant smirk spreading across his face as he muttered to himself. "Whether those Emperor's rewards are actually worth a damn or not, right now is the perfect time to harvest some sword domain points and level myself up." The bloodthirsty demons lunged forward, roaring as they tried to swallow him whole. Suddenly, a chaotic flurry of sword strikes tore through the air. Terrified, the remaining demons tucked their tails and fled. Watching the slaughter, Trong Pham couldn't help but whistle in praise. Not bad at all, as expected of the chosen ones. He continued to observe the chaotic meat grinder ahead. Their performance out there is actually pretty solid. Tianwen, standing beside him, softly reminded, "Well, they are the children of destiny. The nine heavens poured everything into raising them." She shot him a challenging glance, signaling him to go all out. "Keep moving. Don't let those guys show you up, or you won't even be qualified to compete with me." Trong Pham caught her drift instantly, giving a firm nod. "Well then, looks like I'll have to stop holding back." On the other side of the battlefield, San Lu stood on his dark warship, laughing maniacally. Beside him, the evil god quickly stepped up to report the situation. According to reports from the other fronts, the prodigies of the celestial realm are slowly gathering here. San Lu couldn't care less about the logistics. His eyes were burning with pure, unadulterated bloodlust. "All I want is the thrill of the kill. I want to savor the victory of tearing my enemy's limb from limb." He then pressed his blade right against the other demon's throat, his voice dripping with menace. "I don't care what sick, twisted schemes you sneaky bastards are brewing. Just do not ruin my fun. Got it?" Bitter as he was, the evil god didn't dare fight back. He could only force an awkward chuckle. "Rest assured, my lord, you will not be disappointed." He carefully pushed the blade away from his neck, spitting out eager promises. "The next bloodbath will have even more enemies for you to crush. It will surely satisfy your cravings." A twisted look of satisfaction washed over San Lu's face. It better be. Without a shred of respect, he patted the evil god's head like a man praising his dog. "Or else, I'll drag you sneaky rats out of your dark little corners and smash you to pieces." Turning away, San Lu roared wildly at his horde of minions. "Come on, swarm the battlefield. Show them our glory." A second later, the evil god scurried away. But before vanishing, he couldn't resist dropping a final venomous threat. "This battlefield will be your final resting place." Back on the front line, Trong Pham suddenly shivered. Something felt deeply wrong. Why does it feel like I'm being watched? And that gaze, it's coming from the demons. It feels familiar. At that moment, the fleet of warships was advancing fiercely under the Sectmaster's orders. Trong Pham took advantage of a brief lull to pass out some spiritual nourishment to his brothers-in-arms. "Everyone, take a breather. Grab one of these." Receiving the immortal peaches, they eagerly thanked him. "Thank you, master. Thank you, boss." But Trong Pham's anxiety hadn't faded, prompting him to ask about the situation. He turned to Chi-Wen. "Has there been any word from the Grandmaster's side?" Hearing this, she immediately sensed where his concern was coming from. "Don't tell me you're feeling that same creepy stare from before?" Trong Pham broke into a cold sweat. "Yeah, and this time, I can clearly feel it coming straight from the demon camp." Chi-Wen glanced at him, her tone turning sharp. "Are you worried about the demon's strange movements earlier? The ambush we ran into on our way here proves they're definitely plotting something." Trong Pham rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought, before sharing his theory. "What if the demons are intentionally baiting the celestial realm into sending all our forces to the front lines?" Chi-Wen's eyes widened as the chilling realization hit her. "Baiting our forces to the front?" He quickly confirmed, "Master told me earlier that it's not just this bloodbath. Prodigies from the 33 realms have been dispatched to several other demon battlefields too." The more Trong Pham spoke, the heavier his voice became. "Every major battlefield is packed with our best prodigies. Do you think the demons are planning a massive slaughter to wipe out our future generation? Or worse, they might have an even darker endgame?" Unwilling as she was to believe it, Chi-Wen had to admit the truth. "It's highly possible. The problem is, our rear lines are already a mess. Master is off rescuing the senior brothers, so he can't intervene right now. We need to report this theory to the Guardian Envoy, Sage Shan." Trong Pham let out a heavy sigh, his gaze drifting toward the grim horizon. "That's all we can do for now. Besides, it's still just a hunch. We just need to stay extra sharp out there." A while later, inside the central command hall of the Celestial Alliance's ancient city, a disciple respectfully clasped his hands in thanks. "We appreciate the warning, Senior Sister Yuan and Senior Brother Trong. Grand Sage Dao Xuan asked me to assure you both that he will keep a much closer eye on the demon's movements." As the two left satisfied, he remained rooted in place, watching their silhouettes fade away. Nai Shuang's face suddenly darkened, a sinister scheme brewing in his hollow eyes. From the shadows, a black crow swiftly flew to his side. "Why have you summoned me?" The moment it landed on his shoulder, he reported in a hushed, reverent tone, "Master, someone has noticed the anomalies on the battlefield. That old fool Dao Xuan might actually prepare countermeasures." The crow's eyes locked onto the retreating duo, knowing full well that everything was already playing perfectly into their hands. "Do not panic. All the pieces are already on the board. No one can stop this game of chess now." Meanwhile, in the Void Realm, massive floating continents drifted silently along their orbits in the dead vacuum of space. On the other side, a troop of corrupted celestial maidens danced gracefully to a hauntingly beautiful melody, a sight intoxicating enough to steal anyone's soul. Lady Huandi casually waved her hand. "Bring her up." Yirong slowly stepped forward, placing a hand over her chest in a deep, respectful bow. On behalf of my lord, the demon sovereign, I bring you greetings. Huan Di rested her chin on her hand, her tone utterly bored yet sharply inquisitive. The four evil gods have always minded their own business. We demon realms never cross paths. So, what exactly are you scheming now, you? Yi Rong replied softly, offering a tempting proposal. To humanity, we are all nothing but vile demons. Just because we haven't mingled before doesn't mean we can't join forces now. Huan Di threw her head back and laughed, thoroughly amused. What a sweet-talking little girl. I'm half tempted to snatch you up and drag you into my realm so we can be sisters. Didong gracefully slipped out of the pressure. Even if I don't join the demon realm, I can still be sisters with you, my lord demon venerable. Having her fun ruined by the rejection, Huan Di let out a bored yawn. Then forget it. Go back and tell your master. Before seeing her guest out, she didn't forget to boast a little. He's just some little boy from a mere immortal realm. Once I make my move, I'll definitely have him groveling at my feet. Having gotten exactly what she wanted, her face lit up with joy. I will make careful preparations as well. Then here's to a successful partnership. The Master and the Demon Emperor will be waiting for our good news. Over on Trung Pham and Nguyen Lang's side, they were worried sick. High Immortal. Do you think Ngoc Lien can actually pull this off? Trung Pham crossed his arms and explained in a calm, soothing tone. But, of course. She is my disciple after all. Ascending to immortality is child's play for her. Hearing this, the people behind him couldn't help but marvel. As expected of the Master, truly worthy of a High Immortal. Just as Ngoc Lien was about to achieve her breakthrough, her entire body radiated a brilliant divine golden light. He took this chance to encourage the whole sect. All of you, keep working hard, okay? A second later, Kai Van cheered in pure joy. She did it! Ngoc Lien has become a sword immortal too! Seeing her slowly walking toward them, Nguyen Lang felt butterflies fluttering wildly in his stomach. Congratulations, Lady Ngoc Lien! Having just ascended, Ngoc Lien immediately threw her arms around Trung Pham. Thank you so much, Master. He patted his disciple's head with a satisfied smile, taking the chance to remind her, you didn't embarrass your master. Keep up the good work from now on. Watching this scene unfold, Kai Van spun around and stomped off, simply because she was so jealous, because she was falling so hard in love. At a bustling tavern in the upper immortal realm, chatter filled the air. As expected of our realm's chosen prodigy, his performance on the battlefield was outstanding. But who would have thought that in such a bloody war, a genius from a lower realm could actually rival our top talents? A curious patron exclaimed, snapping Max Xuan out of his daze. For a moment. I think his name was Trung Pham, right? His heart involuntarily skipped a beat at that familiar name. Trung Pham. I will definitely have my revenge. But for now, I must lay low and bide my time. Suddenly, Huan Di stepped into the tavern and called out to the barkeeper. Lowering her umbrella, she politely asked, have you seen a young, dashingly handsome man around here? Someone with a very sharp and striking aura? Tan Sok quickly replied to the beauty before him. We do get folks like that in our tavern. If you're looking for someone specific, I can help you find him. Huan Di's face immediately clouded with disappointment. I'm looking for Lord Max Xuan. I ascended from a lesser realm and met him once. I heard he went missing recently. Hearing this, he let out a mocking laugh. That piece of trash, Max Xuan? She instantly snapped back. Lord Max Xuan is not a piece of trash. With that, Huan Di spun on her heel and coldly walked away. Before leaving, she made sure to drop one last parting shot. I believe he will absolutely crush that Trung Pham guy. Watching her fading silhouette from the sidelines, Max Xuan couldn't help but feel a sudden flutter of embarrassment. Is she my admirer? A patron at the next table couldn't hold back a scoff. Damn that Max Xuan. How does a total loser like him get admired by such a gorgeous fairy? Ignoring the snide remarks completely, Max Xuan hurriedly chased after the beauty. The moment he stepped outside, he called out politely, Fairy, please wait. Why are you looking for me? Huan Di glanced back, her tone suddenly turning cold, a stark contrast to how she acted in the tavern. Lord Max Xuan, were you inside the tavern just now? Caught entirely off guard, he was left utterly speechless. Suddenly, the atmosphere between them shifted into something intensely romantic. Huan Di leaned softly against his chest, her voice sweet and shy. Xuan, my dear Xuan, you are destined to become a great figure in the immortal realm. You will definitely crush that Trung Pham. Truly, no hero can resist a beautiful woman. Hearing just a few sweet words was enough to send his ego through the roof. But of course, I am Max Xuan of the upper immortal realm, after all. The two locked eyes, a burning passion igniting between them. I believe in you, Xuan. I know you can do it. Huan Di blushed deep red and whispered softly, my sect has a secret dual cultivation technique. If it's with you, my dear Xuan, I am willing. Before she could even finish her sentence, Max Xuan impatiently scooped her up in his arms and carried her inside. I will cherish you, and I will forever remember what you've done for me. A while later, after their steamy intimacy concluded, he casually threw his clothes on and left. Max Xuan flashed a sly, wicked smile, feeling incredibly smug. Admiring me, huh? Let's see who is actually using who. Over at the Blood Abyss battlefield, while the two were fighting with everything they had, Kai Van barked out an order. You! Guard the Mystic Saint path! The Allied forces have already signaled the retreat! She hesitated for a moment, her gaze drifting toward the distant horizon.
Recently, an awful lot of elite young talents have been popping up in the demon army. Tell me, do you think their intel was wrong?
Truong Pham waved his hand dismissively, offering his take. They're probably just trying to mess with our heads, or maybe someone really doesn't mind throwing their own prodigies into this meat grinder. Kai Van nodded in agreement. True enough, they're evil demons after all. Backstabbing their own allies is basically an everyday thing. Still, a nagging feeling continued to bother him. There are some things we still need to investigate ourselves. I'm incredibly curious about what those demons are really plotting. Hearing this, she suddenly remembered a crucial piece of intel. Oh, right. I got word from the Sex in the Cloud Mirage realm. Reinforcements are heading to the Blood Abyss battlefield, and there are people from the Upper Immortal realm among them. Truong Pham clicked his tongue, looking completely fed up. People from the Upper Immortal realm again? What a pain. Suddenly, a massive warship loomed right in front of him. Speak of the devil, and they literally appear right in front of my face, in the blink of an eye. The moment Truong Pham saw the two of them, he flashed a smirk, 3 parts mocking, 7 parts sheer amusement. Hey you, what was your name again? Ah, Max Shuyen. Right, the guy I knocked flying with a single sword strike. He shook his head in sheer disbelief, his gaze dripping with disdain. To think they actually sent this guy. I seriously have no idea what the Upper Immortal Realm is playing at. Seeing the man beside her completely frozen, Huan Di started panicking. Xuyen, darling, what's wrong? Is that someone you know? Max Xuyen waved his hand, desperately trying to play it cool. It's nothing. He looked away nonchalantly, but inside, a raging inferno of hatred was consuming him. An acquaintance, with the absolute hatred I've harbored for these two lately, yeah. You could definitely call them unforgettable acquaintances. Fuck Da, who had been silent this whole time, finally spoke up with a harsh warning. Max Xuyen, this is the absolute last chance His Majesty the Immortal King is giving you. A piece of trash like you better not screw this up. Otherwise, I will finish you off myself. He clicked his tongue in deep irritation. I seriously have no idea what that fairy sees in this loser to actually follow him all the way to the battlefield. Let's go. With that, Fuck Da coldly turned away, leaving the couple standing there, still holding hands affectionately. Max Xuyen cursed bitterly in his mind. Calling me trash? I hope you don't live to regret this. However, Huan Di couldn't care less about Fuck Da's insults. She poured all her unwavering faith into the man standing before her. My dear Xuyen, as long as we secure the cave shown on the map I stumbled upon, your power will definitely surge. When that time comes, you can teach all these arrogant fools a painful lesson. Seeing her devotion, he gently patted the beauty's head. It's all right. He smiled, yet deep inside, he had absolutely no intention of abandoning his plan to use her. I don't give a damn what you're plotting. As long as my strength increases, I can happily turn a blind eye. Meanwhile, over at the Allied demon forces, a sinister, suffocating aura blanketed the towering castle before them. Dairong slowly reported the situation. News from the Phantom Butterfly cult had arrived. She had already reached the Blood Abyss battlefield. Hearing this, the Dark Lord's eyes suddenly lit up, his face showing clear satisfaction. Excellent. Let everything proceed according to plan. It's just that my master curiously asked me, where did your master go? She looked down shyly, her answer dripping with ambiguity. My master, of course, went to satisfy his deepest desires, to find someone who could bring him the ultimate artistic pleasure. The man pulled down his hood and boldly questioned her. Your master wouldn't dare lay a hand on an immortal emperor in the 9 heavens, would he? Meanwhile, on the other side at the Blood Abyss battlefield, the ancient city stronghold of the Immortal Alliance was completely swallowed by a thick, blood-red fog. Qing Lei rushed over with good news. The reinforcements are here. Our forces on the battlefield have finally surpassed the Demon Realm Alliance. Sage Dao Xuan stroked his beard, looking deep in thought. Besides, the warning from that brat and the little lady from the Cloud Nimbus realm really caught my attention. Let us not delay and invite trouble. Prepare for the final, decisive battle. Back at the Void Island, Chi-Wen had already gathered intel from across the realms. The Guardian Envoy is launching a full-scale assault. They want a final showdown at the Blood Abyss battlefield, and they've summoned you and me to the command center. Yulan listened, her face full of doubt. The reinforcements just got here, and they are already launching an attack? Zhang Fun waved his hand, offering his own guess. The envoy probably senses that the demons are truly plotting something. He then warmly reminded the others, when the time comes, you guys need to be careful. Do not act recklessly this time. Put your own survival first. Yulian beamed, touched by his genuine concern. Don't worry, Master. When the battle starts, we will stick close to the Void Island. If things get too dangerous, we will run straight back here. A short while later, inside the Grand Hall of the Immortal Alliance's ancient city command center, the two stepped in and respectfully bowed. Junior Zhang Fan and Yan Chi-Wen pay our respects to Sage Dao Xuan, the Guardian Envoy. Sage Dao Xuan did not want to waste another precious second and cut straight to the chase. The demons are plotting something, and our reinforcements have arrived. I have decided to launch a preemptive strike to prevent any nasty surprises. Even if the assault fails, it will throw the enemy into chaos. I will personally ensure your merits are recorded." Fu Ye and Mo Chuan cupped their hands and shouted in unison, "We obey the sage's decree."
The old man continued to boost the morale of the cultivators. "You all better put on a good show. This is the era for prodigies to clash. If we wipe out the Blood Abyss battlefield, you will stand far above all other geniuses." Amidst the soaring morale, everyone roared together, "Yes, sir." Before leaving, Zhu Rong made sure to throw in a few words. "Your performance last time was decent, but this time we will settle the score properly. This young master is going to go all out."
Ruo He excitedly waved her hand and chimed in, "Big Sister Yuan, I am not going to hold back against you this time." Zhang Fan let out a dry chuckle and followed the group out. "We should head back and get ready too." Fu Yi, seeing that no one was paying him any attention, gritted his teeth in bitter resentment. "A bunch of nobodies. How dare you treat this noble young master like invisible air?" Mo Chuan observed the scene for a moment before letting out a dark smirk, his mind overflowing with cunning calculations. "I might not know what that woman is scheming, but Zhang Fan, Yan Qiwen, my current power has far surpassed what it used to be." Meanwhile, at the Blood Abyss battlefield, the Demon Realm Alliance headquarters. Overlooking the terrifying sight of countless warships charging toward the castle, a panicked voice shrieked, "The Immortals are launching a sneak attack! Hurry and inform the Great Kings!" Sanlu furiously grabbed his weapon and charged into the sky, ready for a bloodbath. "You old geezer Dao Xuan, so the Immortal Alliance actually dares to dig its own grave?" Sage Dao Xuan immediately summoned a radiant defensive shield, roaring commands to his forces behind him. "Everyone, launch the assault! Leave this demon commander to me!" The demon could not help but burst into maniacal laughter. "Old man Dao Xuan, did you honestly think we were completely unprepared?" Suddenly, a blinding pillar of light erupted from the demon castle. The old sage Ayus looked toward the terrifying glow, his heart sinking with suspicion. "How did you demons know I was going to launch a preemptive strike?" Seizing the moment Dao Xuan was distracted, Sanlu swung his massive sword. "Your granddaddy here does not give a damn about you sneaky little sewer rats. Now, this is our battle of life and death." Sage Dao Xuan barely dodged the lethal strike, saving his old life by a hair's breadth. He could only pray that the demons had not anticipated him mobilizing the entire army. His ancient eyes gazed into the distance as he silently made a desperate plea in his heart. "Zhang Fan, do not let me down." Meanwhile, as Zhang Fan observed the blinding pillar of light ahead, he could not hide his growing anxiety. "It seems the demons have a spy planted inside the Immortal Alliance." Chi-Wen did not care in the slightest, charging straight ahead. "So, what? The Alliance's grand assault is already in motion and there is no stopping it now. Let's go." The two of them quickly blasted through the sky, streaking directly toward the enemy castle. Ruohe, who happened to see them fly by, cheered in pure admiration. Big Sister Yuan and her team are already making their move. Seeing this, Zhu Rong immediately fired himself up. How could this young master ever back down at a time like this? "Listen to my command. Everyone, charge with me." Over on the other battlefield, the low-level demon grunts were attacking relentlessly. Suddenly, a colossal holy sword materialized from the heavens. The moment it crashed down, it instantly obliterated the demon, shattering its entire body into a million pieces. Zhang Fan withdrew his weapon with a satisfied smirk, deciding to breach the inner castle right from this spot. "Chi-Wen, cover my back." With that said, the two of them bolted straight into the heart of the enemy stronghold, moving so fast that their followers could barely react. "Hurry up and follow the two lords. We are going to tear down this demon castle." A short while later, the two stood right before the massive castle gates. Chi-Wen raised her voice in warning. "Stay sharp. I can't shake the feeling that the demon's reaction to our all-out assault is incredibly bizarre." Zhang Fan immediately swung his holy sword, blasting the gates wide open. Inside, Gu Qian had been waiting for a long time. "Which arrogant little rat from the immortal realm dares to act so tough in my domain?" Without another word, the demon aggressively launched the first strike. "You trembling, pathetic little lamb! You are nothing but mud beneath my lord's boots. I will use your fresh blood and absolute terror to please the great dark god." However, Zhang Fan instantly summoned his defensive barrier, making the demon stagger back for a split second. Ugh! Gu Khan's eyes widened in sheer shock. What a terrifyingly sharp sword aura. I didn't even sense it slicing past me just now. Now it was Zhang Fan's turn to counterattack. With a single, beautifully curved slash of his blade, the demon was instantly sent flying through the air. Zhang Fan took the chance to mock his opponent. "Wow, you actually managed to block one of my strikes. I guess you are not completely useless after all, huh?" Chi-Wen, who had been quietly observing the whole time, finally spoke up. "Zhang Fan, there might be something seriously wrong with this great hall." Zhang Fan paused in surprise. "What is it?" On the other side, Gu Chan finally recovered his senses and let out a manic-thrilled laugh. "Such a powerful opponent. If I slaughter you, my lord will definitely reward me." Brimming with murderous intent, he charged forward once again. "Die!" Zhang Fan suddenly found the guy annoyingly bothersome, forcing him to put Chi-Wen's warning on hold. "Fine, let me annihilate this abyssal demon first, and then we will inspect the place." The moment the words left his mouth, Zhang Fan vanished into a flurry of phantom footwork, unleashing a chaotic storm of slashes that tore Gukhan into a mangled, bloody mess. Watching this spectacular display of power, Chi-Wen could not help but secretly admire him. This ancient sword aura, it is a supreme sword intent directly connected to the Great Path. With the fight over, the remaining demon grunts ran for their miserable lives. Run away, the boss has been butchered. Unfazed, Zhang Fan calmly returned to the unfinished conversation from moments ago. What exactly did you figure out? Chi-Wen did not answer with words. She simply projected a hand seal forward, and suddenly, the solid stone floor all around them violently cracked and shattered into pieces. Buried underneath, a deeply mysterious magical formation was exposed. Chi-Wen calmly explained, I just discovered that a terrifying spell formation like this was hidden right beneath the hall. He furrowed his brows and asked, what does this formation actually do? Chi-Wen looked up, her voice dead serious. It absorbs blood energy and life essence, but it seems like it serves an even darker purpose. Zhang Fan shrugged, acting totally uninterested. Forget about the darker purpose. So it absorbs life essence and blood energy. Then what? She slowly began to explain the entire situation. This magic array absorbs blood essence and life force. It converts them into divine energy to boost their power. But there's a huge problem. She gazed into the distance, her mind racing with questions. The real question is, are these formations hidden underneath the entire demonic coalition castle? And what exactly are these demons planning? Saying this, Chi-Wen walked toward the door. Besides, setting up a massive array like this takes a tremendous amount of time. Just how far along is the Demon Realm's conspiracy? As soon as they stepped outside, a massive crowd of civilians cheered for them. She turned to Zhang Fan, pouring out her worries. I'm afraid the Demon Realm knew all along that we would launch a full-scale assault. This whole great war might have been orchestrated by them from the very beginning. He looked up at the warships and sighed. The garrison commanders are too busy to help. Let's go investigate the other areas first and send a message to the rearguard while we're at it. Then he turned back, his voice softening to reassure her. Panicking now won't do us any good. Besides, don't worry, you have me here. Hearing this, Chi-Wen felt deeply relieved. She pointed toward the castle. Let's split up and investigate. We'll regroup at that grand hall up there. He nodded in agreement. Got it. With that, they split up and sprang into action. Zhang Fan passionately rallied the crowd. Brothers, the situation is critical. I need you all to charge forward with me. Suddenly, a thick, sickening stench of blood rose from the ground. He quickly glanced back at the pit behind him. The situation was getting worse by the second. Up on the wall, another gigantic magic array suddenly revealed itself, filling him with a sudden sense of dread. This hall really does have a formation. I'm afraid this entire castle is wired with them. A second later, Zhang Fan swung his sword, cleaving the adjacent wall in half to open a path for the civilians. He then pointed forward and commanded, do not pursue the remaining enemies. Move straight to the next grand hall, right now. They followed his orders without hesitation. On his end, Zhang Fan unleashed his sword strikes, tearing the grand hall apart. Thick white dust instantly filled the air, blinding everything in sight. As he stepped outside, a wave of worry washed over him. I wonder how Chi-Wen is holding up. But it went without saying. She was, of course, effortlessly slaughtering the demon horde. A follower outside shouted at the top of his lungs, Lady Yuan has slain the greater demon. Brothers, don't let the rest of these fiends escape. Chi-Wen looked around, utterly bewildered. 2 consecutive halls had magic arrays in them. What on earth were these demons trying to do? She then decisively issued an order to ensure everyone's survival. Everyone, retreat from the castle immediately and return to the ships. This entire place is a giant trap. As soon as the words left her mouth, she hurried off to another location, leaving the civilians below incredibly curious. Lady Yuan. So she was heading to the prearranged rendezvous point. The moment she landed, Chi-Wen cut straight to the chase. Zhang Fan, what's the situation on your end? He slowly gave his report. Every single hall has a formation. Whether immortal or demon, anyone inside will have their blood essence drained by it. Hearing this, she cried out in alarm. This is critical! I have to go report this to the elders myself! But before they could make a move, the 2 of them were completely surrounded by enemy forces. You 2 little runts from the 9 immortal realms, I'm afraid you are out of time. Zhang Fan waved his hand, stepping up like a hero protecting a beauty. Chi-Wen, you go deliver the report. Leave this place to me. She nodded, kindly leaving him with a warning. All right, you be careful. The moment Zhang Fan saw Chi-Wen leave, Ren Xing furiously shouted after her, You cocky brat! Are you looking down on us? Zhang Fan immediately swung his sword from behind to block him. I said I'm handling this. You stay right here. Taking a painful hit, Ren Xing no longer dared to underestimate his opponent. Something's not right with this kid. Everyone, attack him together. With those words, the entire mob rushed forward to gang up on him. Brat, you might have some skills, but you are way too arrogant, and I absolutely love butchering little geniuses like you. Zhang Fan wasn't scared in the slightest. He just clicked his tongue. He secretly felt lucky. The range of my sword domain is still pretty narrow. Good thing you 4 idiots threw yourselves right at me. Then he raised his holy sword high into the sky, summoning a massive field of heavenly lightning that perfectly trapped his enemies. Rensing screamed in absolute agony. How can a mere kid like you possess this kind of power? After finishing the job, he satisfiedly sheathed his weapon. Chi-Wan is gone. I guess I'll go check on the array core inside the Grand Hall first. Meanwhile, Lord Kijui suddenly sensed that something was wrong. He narrowed his eyes, unable to comprehend what just happened. What was that just now? It suddenly triggered some of my ancient memories. The evil god standing beside him asked curiously, "My lord, did you discover something?" Kijui let out a laugh, a look of smug satisfaction spreading across his face. It seems I have found the heir of an old friend. How truly fascinating. The massive 1,000-pound door suddenly crashed to the floor, and a horde of demons and monsters swarmed inside. The centaur demoness instantly barked orders at her subordinates. "What is going on out there? You lot, go out there and check right now!" But the situation flipped in the blink of an eye. Zhang Fan stood tall amidst a pile of monster corpses and declared, "No need. I came here myself to see exactly what you demons are plotting." Even she was forced to put her guard up. If you made it to this grand hall, that means the trash out front have already been wiped out by you immortals, hasn't it? He completely ignored her question and bluntly exposed the truth. Just as I thought, this grand hall is one of the core nodes for this massive array, isn't it? Now, the centaur demoness didn't even bother hiding her cunning nature. I never expected you immortals to discover this formation so quickly. She even wore a look of blatant contempt. But why is a little boy like you all alone? Zhang Fan remained radiantly confident. That's right, because I figured I am more than enough. It seemed that his nonchalant attitude had successfully infuriated the centaur. "You arrogant brat! You're going to regret your foolish youthful pride." Before the horde of demons could even touch a single thread of his clothes, the explosive burst of his power sent them flying backward. Only then did she finally learn the true meaning of fear. "Kid, what exactly is your background?" But the centaur quickly changed her tune. "Never mind, you're incredibly strong, so I can't stop you. I have a proposal. This matter is way beyond your capabilities. You'd be better off backing down and keeping your life." Before she could even finish her sentence, Zhang Fan forcefully gripped her by the throat. "Did I ever say, you could leave?" The enemy struggled wildly, but it was completely hopeless. "What are you doing?" The lightning energy radiating from him completely cut off all her escape routes. "First, tell me exactly what you demons are planning." Only after being dragged across the floor like a sack of dirt did the centaur finally swallow her pride. "My lord, I'll confess. Just spare my life and I'll tell you everything. Someone from the Supreme Demon Realm is planning to detonate the Blood Abyss battlefield, to steal the world core." The moment she revealed everything, a mysterious and incredibly dangerous aura began to rise around her, filling her with absolute terror. "Ah, no, don't!" The bizarre scent enveloped her, slowly corroding her body. "Ah, my great master, please spare your lowly servant." The centaur screamed and cried in excruciating pain and utter despair. "Save me!" Very quickly, she dissolved into nothingness, leaving not a single trace behind. Zhang Fan also grew much more wary. The World Core. It seems the conspiracy behind the Blood Abyss battlefield is far more complicated than Chi-Wan and I imagined. Inside the Grand Hall, the massive red magic array slowly emitted a mysterious and terrifying pressure. Right at that moment, Huan Di caught wind of a sudden commotion and frowned. "What's going on up ahead?" Dai Rong quickly reported the situation. "A celestial prodigy just shattered our frontline defenses. They're heading straight for us." Still a bit skeptical, Huan Di narrowed her eyes. "Are you absolutely sure?" Dai Rong gave a firm nod to confirm. "Yeah, I've already dispatched my elite guards to deal with it. For now, let's just focus on helping this celestial brat finish his demonic transformation." All of a sudden, a massive monster crashed right through the exit doors. Both of them froze in absolute shock. "What the hell?" Dai Rong especially couldn't believe his eyes. That's the elite guard I just sent out. Just what exactly is happening out there?" Trailing behind leisurely, Zhang Fan strolled in with a torch in hand, casually casting a judgmental gaze around the room. "You fiends seriously couldn't design an interior with a little more lighting?" The enemy instantly went on high alert. "There's only one of him?" After confirming he was completely alone, Dai Rong decided to end this fast. "We cannot let this brat ruin the grand plans of our master and the demon god. Let's take him down together." Bursting with killing intent, both of them launched their assault at the exact same time, flanking him from two different directions. "Die, you little brat!" Yet, Zhang Fan didn't even bother to dodge. He just strolled forward like he was on a sightseeing tour. Wow, what a warm and passionate welcome. Right in the middle of their fierce charge, both demons suddenly froze in their tracks. Dai Rong let out a stifled groan of pain. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan tilted his head in sheer curiosity. One's a nether fiend, and the other's a void fiend. Aren't you two factions supposed to be at each other's throats with absolutely zero contact? But he completely waved off the need for an answer. "Ah, never mind. I couldn't care less about your demonic politics. I just didn't expect to run into a pathetic loser in this filthy little demon castle of yours." The blatant insult was aimed right at Mo Chuan, who was sitting cross-legged at the very center of the summoning circle, Having his peace shattered, he finally broke his silence. Zhang Fan, I truly never expected that you would actually make it this far. Zhang Fan's mere presence was enough to trigger his absolute rage. You have no earthly idea what I've been through, Zhang Fan. Once my ultimate transformation is complete, you, Yuan Tiwen, and all the others will be on your hands and knees begging me for mercy. Hearing this painfully cliché villain speech, Zhang Fan just aggressively dug his pinky into his ear. Seriously, when you demons recruit spies, could you at least find someone with an actual working brain instead of this delusional idiot? D-Rong, thoroughly out of patience, aggressively urged his comrade. This grand scheme concerns both our master and his majesty. Lord Demon General, please, use everything you've got. Only then did he turn his blazing fury back to Zhang Fan, declaring full-on war. You've got some serious skills, brat. I'll give you that. But I have already initiated the summoning of the exalted Demon Lord. I'm going to show you exactly what it means to dig your own grave. Even so, Zhang Fan's utterly nonchalant vibe didn't shift in the slightest. Oh, I'm absolutely trembling with anticipation. Please, by all means, hurry up and summon this mighty Demon Lord of yours. This music, chaotic, completely unbothered attitude actually made her start to question reality. Is this brat completely out of his mind? Oh, I was just born this way. Right at that critical moment, a panicked succubus frantically barged into the room. Lord Demon General, Lady Commander, it's an emergency. 2 young celestial cultivators from the Divine Realm are leading a direct assault right outside our gates. Finally, Huan Di completely lost her cool, her calm facade shattering into pieces. Is every single prodigy from your Divine Realm mentally unhinged or something? Do you all just live for dramatic entrances? The absolute second those words left her mouth, a devastating strike of heavenly lightning violently tore right through the ceiling. The poor fiend below took the absolute full force of that blast, instantly getting knocked out cold. And with that incredibly flashy entrance, senior brother Shu Chong made his grand appearance. Ha! He swept his arrogant gaze across the room, looking down at them like they were mere insects. To think chasing down a high-level fiend would lead to such a massive bonus prize! He didn't even forget to casually call his teammate in to crash the party. Junior Sister Lu, we've got a Demon General and a Succubus Commander down here. Ruohe, always completely obsessed with a good thrill, instantly set the rules of the game. Senior Brother Shu, let's finish off the big guy we were chasing first. Whoever takes him down the fastest wins. She threw out that casual warning and immediately resumed her destructive storm-like rampage. D-Rong gnashed his teeth in pure, unfiltered hatred, but he was forced to swallow his pride and retreat. These celestial freaks are way too dangerous. I'm afraid we need to fall back, right now. Huan Di quickly ordered her monstrous grunts to rush forward and act as meat shields. For the absolute glory of His Majesty and the Demon God, tear them to shreds. Then, without missing a beat, she executed her escape plan. Grab Mo Chuan and let's go. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan was casually swatting away the low-level cannon fodder. He instantly caught on to the enemy's slippery little tactic. Oh, hell no! Those 2 demon commanders are trying to grab Mo Chuan and make a run for it. Even senior brother Shu, who was fully unleashing his powers, had to urgently shout a warning. Junior Sister Liu, watch out! This terrifying aura, an exalted demon lord is descending! That horrifying revelation instantly threw the entire battlefield into absolute chaos. Crap! Divine Lightning Aegis, protect me! 100 birds, greeting the Phoenix. A colossal, violently destructive tornado smashed directly into the center of the hall. Taking cover behind a pile of shattered rubble, Zhang Fan let out a deep, helpless sigh. These 2 chaotic kids are basically doing free demolition work. But the very next second, he immediately switched to his caring, responsible senior mode. Senior Brother Shu, Junior Sister Liu, are you 2 holding up okay? Still totally dizzy and disoriented, Ruohe coughed violently. Cough, cough, Senior Brother Zhang? As the thick dust finally began to settle, she frantically tugged at him. Senior Brother Zhang, we need to run, now, since when is there an exalted void demon lord hanging around here? But there was absolutely no way Zhang Fan was going to leave his comrades to fight alone. Let's table the demon lord issue for a second. The eerily dead, utterly desolate ruins in front of them only confirmed his suspicions. Just as I thought, those cowards totally used the chaotic explosion to pack up and run. Suddenly, hovering high up in the air with pure, unfiltered arrogance, the demon Sanlu made his grand entrance. You really think you can just leave, you pathetic little ants? You actually dared to interfere with my great master's divine plan. You clearly have a massive death wish. Even while coughing up blood from his internal injuries, Senior Brother Shu gritted his teeth and stood his ground. Looks like the 3 of us have no choice but to lay it all on the line. If things go completely south, you 2 get out of here immediately. I'll hold this bastard off. Completely unfazed, Zhang Fan gently patted his shoulder to calm him down. Hey, relax. I've got this. Besides, I urgently need to report a few critical things to the Lord Guardian anyway. Being completely ignored like some random background extra, Sanlu practically exploded with pure rage. You arrogant little human brat! Do you dare to look down on a mighty demon lord like me? Far from being intimidated, Zhang Fan just aggressively rolled his eyes. Look, buddy, I literally do not have the time to deal with your nonsense right now. The sheer godly speed of his sword slash was so fast that the demon didn't even have a split second to react. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying strike transformed into a colossal lightning rod that violently pierced straight through the heavens. Caught right in the blast, Sanlu experienced the ultimate agonizing physical tempering, screaming his absolute lungs out until his voice completely shattered. Watching this sheer display of power, senior brother Shu was so utterly mind-blown that he actually forgot about his own agonizing pain. How is that even possible? Just how absurdly overpowered is this Zhang Fan? He completely obliterated that monster with a single casual strike. Meanwhile, Ruohi's main focus was completely derailed somewhere else. Senior brother Zhang, earlier you mentioned you had something super urgent to report to the Lord Guardian and the others. Did you stumble onto a massive clue? Knowing they were on a seriously tight clock, Zhang Fan quickly made an executive decision. Things are getting extremely critical right now. I'll explain everything on the way. In a blinding flash, the three of them vanished instantly into thin air, successfully stepping straight into the floating void isle together. Surrounded by the breathtaking, surreal magical landscape, Ruohi couldn't help but gasp in pure awe. Wow, so this is your floating void isle, senior brother Zhang? Brimming with spiritual energy, this is truly a grand celestial estate. Song Yoon hurried over from out of nowhere to welcome them. Exalted Immortal, what brings you back to the island so suddenly? He gave a brief, simple reply. I need to see the Guardian Envoy. He didn't forget to look out for his comrades. Take these 2 spirit fruits to heal yourselves up first. After that, we're heading straight to the Guardian Envoys. Fired up with 200% energy and spirit, Shu Rong eagerly cheered, let's move out right now! The trio quickly moved out alongside their guide. The Vice Guardian Envoy knows you're here. Let me escort you inside. Follow me. Jing Ting didn't just walk them straight in, he stopped to give a quick heads up. The Vice Envoy is currently discussing the demonic plot with the other lords. You guys will have to wait here for a moment. Right then, Qi Wen finally noticed the trio standing there. Jiang Fan, what are you doing here? And senior brother Shu and junior sister Liu are here too? Zhang Fan carefully explained everything from the beginning. After you left Qi Wen, I took down a few high-level demons. Then, I suppressed the demonic Grand Array and reinforced the core inside the main hall. During that fight, I also captured a charm demon. But here's the crucial part. Right as she was about to spill the demon's true plot, she suddenly crumbled to dust. Even so, I still managed to piece together some leftover clues. Aside from the demons gathering blood aura out on the battlefield, there's a supreme being in the demon realm plotting to steal the very core essence of the blood abyss. Just then, Bai Jia emerged from behind the doors, looking absolutely stunned. What? Are you absolutely sure about this? Zhang Fan cupped his hands, his tone completely unwavering. It's the absolute truth. I guarantee it with my life. Standing beside them, Lu Ming couldn't hide his anxiety. Vice Envoy, if this is true, the entire Alliance army here in the Blood Abyss could be walking straight into a death trap. Hearing this, Bai Jia immediately barked out orders. Sound the retreat! Gather the elders, we're going to launch an assault on that bloodthirsty demon lord. We need to buy enough time for Lord Daoshuan to return and take command. He didn't forget to acknowledge the group's crucial contribution. The intel you brought us is absolutely vital, and it couldn't have come at a better time. Once this is all over, Lord Daoshuan will definitely make sure you are heavily rewarded. With a sharp glint in her eyes, Qi Wen leaned in to ask a question. Zhang Fan, you held something back earlier, didn't you? It felt like you were biting your tongue. He decided to give it to her straight. I don't have any hard proof, so there are some things I just can't say out loud. Even so, she was sharp enough to connect the dots. Wait, does this have to do with Mo Xuan from the Upper Celestial Realm? Zhang Fan shot her a thumbs up, not holding back his praise. As expected of Qi Wen, you're sharp as a tack. Hit the nail right on the head. Ruo He chimed in, eager to share what she knew. I remember that Mo Xuan guy from the Upper Celestial Realm. He's just as famous as Big Sister Yuan. What's the deal with him? Zhang Fan calmly waved the topic aside. We'll talk about it later. He then refocused the group on the immediate priority. Right now, we need to focus on prepping for the retreat. Back on the front line, Bai Jia coordinated with his allies to take down the enemy commander. He had suffered massive internal injuries, but his seething rage kept him going. You despicable hypocrites from the immortal realm! How dare you gang up on me? Bai Jia didn't have the time or patience to listen to a dying villain's final words, calmly issuing his next command. All Alliance forces, hear my order! Full retreat! Fall back from the fortress! Meanwhile, in another location, Lord Daoshuan was finally brought up to speed. Truly worthy of being called heroes of our immortal realm. Thank the heavens you discovered this intel. The elder quickly made arrangements for Zhang Fan's team. Once this is over, I'll personally report your contributions to the High Council. For now, go get some rest. He then spun around and barked orders at his troops. Initiate a full-scale evacuation immediately. Inform the rearguard to abandon all supplies. We are pulling out of the Blood Abyss right now. Just then, on the massive flying dreadnought hovering in the sky, a thunderous cheer erupted. Young Master Mo is back. The The soldiers rushed forward, overflowing with gratitude. Thank the heavens you stayed behind to cover our retreat, young Master Mo. Without you, we never would have made it out alive. Thank you for saving us. Mo Xin put on a perfectly humble and benevolent smile. We are all comrades here. Watching each other's backs on the battlefield is simply my duty. There's no need for such formalities. Frowning slightly, Chi Wen suggested, let's get off this flagship. There are way too many people, and it's getting complicated. Zhang Fan completely agreed, turning to his friends. Senior brother Shu, junior sister Liu, if you don't mind, why don't you come rest up at my island?
Ruohe didn't stand on ceremony at all, happily accepting the invite. Well, it'd be rude to refuse. I've been dying to see what senior brother Zhang's floating island looks like anyway.
The group finally arrived back at the Void Island. The second his feet touched the ground, Zhang Fan started issuing orders. Old Song, steer the island and follow the main army out of the Blood Abyss. Raise the defenses immediately. My gut tells me those demons aren't going to just let us walk away. He then turned to the others. Yu Lian, Yuan Ling, go get yourselves sorted out and patch up your wounds first. The two of them quickly nodded and went to carry out their orders. Got it. And don't be stingy with the supplies. Use as many spirit fruits as you need to recover. The group then moved to gather under a massive tree, munching on snacks while listening to Shu Chong speak. Junior brother Zhang, what's the deal with that Mo Xuan guy from the upper celestial realm? Is there something fishy going on? Zhang Fan took a breath, slowly piecing his memories together. Do you guys remember that massive palace hall? Jiu Chong immediately knew what he meant. You mean the hall where junior sister Liu and I bumped into you? With the stage set, Zhang Fan finally went into detail. Chi Wen and I figured out that the fortress had been rigged with a demonic array. It was draining the blood essence and life force from the entire battlefield. That main hall was the central core, siphoning up all the life energy in the area. Chi Wen suddenly got a very bad feeling about this. Zhang Fan, what exactly are you implying? He looked her dead in the eye, confirming her worst fears. Exactly. After you left, I went inside that hall. And I saw Mo Xuan sitting right in the center of the core. A charm demon leader and a demon lord were actively standing guard for him. I was just about to strike when you and junior sister Liu showed up, and then a demon venerable crashed the party. In all the chaos, the charm demon leader and the demon lord managed to sneak Mo Xuan out of there. Xu Rong slammed his fist down, absolutely furious. We need to report this to the Guardian Envoy right now. But Ruohe was much more rational about it. We can't. We don't have a single shred of proof. Only senior brother Zhang actually saw it happen. Plus, you saw it with your own eyes today. Mo Xuan played the perfect hero out there on the battlefield. He couldn't hide his deep frustration, internally locking onto his new target. I am so sick of these scheming, backstabbing hypocrites. If I ever get the chance, I'm going to beat that Mo Xuan black and blue. Ever the cautious one, Chi Wen was already thinking 10 steps ahead. The conspiracy behind this? I'm afraid it runs incredibly deep. A demonic leader and a demon lord acting as bodyguards for a top-tier genius of the immortal realm? Whatever the demons are plotting, it's absolutely massive. Surprisingly, even after hearing this dark truth, Xu Rong didn't seem stressed in the slightest. Forget about it. If the sky really is falling, it's way above our pay grade anyway. I'll just quietly slip a word to the grandmasters of my sect. Right at that exact second, the colossal dreadnought hovering in the sky was suddenly cleaved cleanly in half. Truong Pham sensed the tremor and instantly raised his guard. Tong Van rushed over, panting heavily. Lord Immortal, the Vanguard Alliance is under attack by the demons. The overwhelming, endless barrage of explosions only confirmed his suspicions. Just as I thought, the demons came prepared. They won't let us leave that easily. The veteran commander, Dao Huyan, calmly steadied his troops. Do not panic, everyone. A single thunderous roar from the old master was enough to send their morale through the roof. All forces charge! Follow me and slaughter the demons! Tudong let out a massive sigh of relief. The Guardians saw this coming! They're already prepared. Let's move in too! Truong Pham unleashed a single devastating sword strike at the enemy. The monstrous horde was instantly purified, vaporized into the sky by the blinding holy light. His comrades were completely fired up. Lord Truong Pham is invincible! Charge, brothers! Nuoc Ha had seen it many times, but it still left her breathless every single time. That's Senior Truong for you. Just one man, one sword, tearing straight through the demon blockade. Kivan glanced at the bleak sky, suffocating under the dark aura, and instantly knew. Looks like the demons are hell-bent on keeping us here. Truong Pham agreed. Setting up a grand array like this must have cost them a massive amount of energy. The front line with Master Dao Huyan is still at a boiling point. Everyone, stop wasting time with these grunts. Fall back right now. The disciples behind him exhaled in relief. Thank the heavens they spotted it in time. If those demons had absorbed enough blood aura, who knows what nightmare would have unfolded. The old master quickly issued his next command. Let's go. Fall back to the rear base to regroup. We'll uncover the demon's true scheme later. He then distributed the orders. Tell the main army to halt and regroup once they reach the Great Void. Command the ancient fortress to pull out of the Blood Abyss battlefield immediately and rendezvous with us. Watching from below, Truong Pham frowned in confusion. Why has the main army stopped? Kai Van thought for a second. They're probably waiting to group up with the ancient fortress in the rear guard. I just saw a backup fleet heading in too. Tudong chimed in to confirm. Yeah, my intel says the Guardians want to keep the ancient fortress stationed in the Great Void, just outside the Blood Abyss. They're leaving a few people behind to stop the demons from stealing the core essence. Nwaka's eyes immediately lit up. Wait, does that mean we can stay here and farm some war merits? Tudong totally agreed. It's the perfect chance. Plus, with the ancient fortress here, it's relatively safe. We can temper our skills and rake in the rewards from war merits. In that moment, both of them shared the exact same thought. I am a prodigy of the Upper Nine Realms. Even if Senior Truong is stronger right now, I'm going to catch up. Just then, Ngoc spotted something. Master, look! The ancient fortress and the final squad have finally caught up. Even Truong fam couldn't help but marvel at it. Incredible. A true ultimate weapon forged by the immortal realm for the Great War. It's magnificent. But suddenly, a strange anomaly in the sky caught his eye. Huh? What is that? Amidst the glaring crimson void, a dark, suffocating fog began swallowing the warships. Truong fam's anxiety spiked at the sudden shift. What the hell is going on? What is happening? Suddenly, an apocalyptic burst of energy detonated in the sky. A blinding golden vortex violently ripped through the cosmos. The realm-shattering sight before them left Tusung in sheer disbelief. The entire Blood Abyss battlefield, it just blew up! Even Nepwak frowned, visibly shaken. An ancient battlefield that stood for over 100,000 years? The Blood Abyss is just gone? Kaivan was thoroughly horrified by the enemy's sheer insanity. Are you kidding me? Those demons didn't even spare their own kind? The catastrophic reality of it made her stomach drop. The ancient fortress and the backup fleet, they didn't make it out. The demons willingly sacrificed their own grunts and grand fiends just to steal the core essence. Whatever they're planning, it's going to be absolutely terrifying. Things had escalated beyond their control, and Truong fam had no choice but to accept it. There's nothing we can do now. Looking ahead, he sighed. Once we get back to the rear base, I'm guessing the Alliance will be disbanded. We'll all be going our separate ways. Even a seasoned veteran like Master Dao Huin was caught off guard. Those lunatics actually detonated the entire Blood Abyss. The fortress and the fleet couldn't evacuate in time. He quickly buried his shock and made the cold, rational call. Order a full retreat immediately. The demons have already won the Blood Abyss. I will personally report this disaster to the High Council of the Immortal Realm. Once the Alliance returns to base, disband the forces. The disciples on the ship immediately relayed the grim news to Truong fam. Heroes, the Lord Guardians have issued an order. The situation here is too volatile. The main army is to fall back to the rear base immediately. Tudong rubbed his temples in frustration. Just as we thought. Falling back means the Alliance is definitely getting disbanded. Despite the chaos, Truong fam remained perfectly calm. The battlefield is gone. There's no reason for the Blood Abyss Alliance to exist anymore. Before they parted ways, Nwaka looked at them, clearly reluctant to say goodbye. Senior Truong, Senior Sister Vian, aren't you two going to another battlefield? She really wanted to keep kicking ass on the front lines with them, but Kaivan could only politely decline. My sect still has pressing matters that need my attention. Tudong shifted his hopeful gaze to Truong fam. What about you, Brother Truong? But he too had a solid excuse. The Heavenly Cloud continent, my home realm, has a few messes I need to clean up. His workload was already a mountain. Plus, I brought a lot of people with me. They need to head back, rest up, and properly absorb everything they've gained from this war. Tudong could only sigh and accept it. All right, can't be helped then. But I'm planning to stay and grind on the battlefields for a while longer. Nwaka had the exact same idea. I'm with Senior too. I'm not heading back to the Vermilion Bird Realm anytime soon. I'll probably hit up another war zone to train too. Even though she was the youngest, her competitive spirit was off the charts. Let's see who becomes stronger by the time we meet again, me or Senior 2. Truong fam smiled warmly, promising their next reunion. Then Kaivan and I will be waiting in the rear, waiting to hear your names echo across the myriad realms. Nwaka didn't drag it out any longer. Then I wish you both a safe journey home. See you next time. Once the two of them left, Kaivan finally voiced her curiosity. Are you really heading straight back to the Heavenly Cloud continent? Truong fam calmly nodded. Yeah, Ngoc just ascended to immortality. She needs some peace and quiet to stabilize her foundation. Though feeling a bit of regret, Kaivan knew it was for the best. Alright then, I guess this is where we part ways too. Honestly, I'm a bit worried about how Senior Anne is doing. He generously handed over some top-tier loot. Here, take these spirit ginseng fruits with you. If anything goes wrong, just send word. I'll absolutely be there to back you up. Kaivan gladly accepted the gift without any fake modesty. Deal. If I run into any trouble, you'll be the first person I call. Just as they were about to go their separate ways, a third presence suddenly crashed the moment. So, you're Truong fam of the Heavenly Cloud continent, aren't you? That Try stood there with his arms crossed, silently waiting for an answer. Kaivan instantly spiked her guard to 200%. Senior, is there something you need from us? Why are you blocking our path? But the intruder didn't even give her a second glance. Little girl from the Cloud Veil realm, this has absolutely nothing to do with you. The only thing I'm interested in is the brat standing right next to you. Brat, your aura feels awfully nostalgic. Tell me, who is your master? He openly scowled, clearly disgusted by the old man's arrogant attitude. Chi-Won whispered urgently beside him, Zhang-Fan, be careful. I am getting a really bad feeling about this guy. Weighing his ally's warning, he replied coldly, I am self-taught. I do not have a master. But the seventh pillar had only asked out of mockery, fully intending to do as he pleased anyway. Tch, this old man is just missing an old friend. Let me test it out myself. Zhang Fan instantly dropped any pretense of politeness. This old bastard was hiding his face like a coward, yet still dared to act so cocky. Without hesitation, he unleashed a devastating sword strike straight at him. Yet, the seventh pillar effortlessly nullified the attack with just a single hand. Zhang Fan froze, his entire perception of reality shattering. How is this possible? His invincible sword domain had crushed everything in its path until now, never meeting its match. And worse, the enemy was casually sizing him up.
Das.
A very formidable sword intent, directly tapping into the Grand Tao. However, it does not quite feel like his power. This condescending comparison pushed Zhang Fan past his limit. Right now, he wanted nothing more than to slice the seventh pillar to ribbons. Old bastard, eat another one of my strikes! But a mighty technique that had slaughtered countless demons was easily blocked by the opponent's massive, phantom-like hand. The old man bluntly voiced his disappointment. You might have inherited his way of the sword, but honestly, you are a total letdown. You have barely scratched the surface. Zhang Fan, however, was still trapped in a state of absolute shock. How is this even possible? In a flash, he teleported out of the giant hand's attack range. At the same time, his robotic eye rapidly scanned the incoming data. The system's databank issued an alert. Warning. The sword domain has sustained a massive energy impact exceeding the host's endurance limits, initiating emergency evasion protocols. The seventh pillar sharply sensed something was off. He unleashed his absolute authority, gathering boundless energy from the surroundings into the palm of his hand and crushed it, instantly obliterating a floating island. Unfortunately for him, he caught absolutely nothing. To think someone could actually escape my grasp? Whatever, it was just a casual strike anyway. Let us just say the brat got lucky. Meanwhile, across the vast, mystical expanse of the cosmos, a blinding streak of light flashed by at supersonic speed. Inside that light was the floating void island, securely protected by a heavy barrier. Chi-Won and Yu Lian were both sick with worry over his condition. Zhang Fan, are you hurt? Master, are you okay? Despite suffering internal injuries, Zhang Fan looked remarkably composed on the surface. I am fine. I had the supreme sword intent protecting my body, so I did not take any real damage. Yu Lian let out a massive sigh of relief. Oh, thank goodness. Chi-Won had been analyzing the seventh pillar from the start. That mysterious guy in the black robes, he seemed awfully familiar with your legacy, Zhang Fan. He munched on a healing spirit fruit, looking genuinely puzzled. I do not really get my own legacy either. I have absolutely no clue why that cloaked freak targeted me. Only he knew the dark truth. What legacy? This invincible sword intent of mine was literally handed to me by the system. Chi-Won continued her warnings.
Judging by his words, he has been watching the Blood Abyss battlefield from the shadows for a while now. This might be connected to the demonic cult schemes.
You really need to keep your guard up for a while. She was even willing to sacrifice her own schedule for him. Do you need me to stay and help you out for now? Zhang Fan smoothly and naturally turned her down. No need. You go handle your sex business first. Senior brother Anne's situation has probably stabilized by now. But she was still plagued by anxiety. Are you absolutely sure you do not need my help? He had no choice but to reassure her again. Yeah, seriously, do not worry about me. Finally, Chi-Won gave up on the idea. All right, just stay safe. After her silhouette vanished into the light, Zhang Fan handed out orders to the other two. Let us head back to the southern wastelands on the Skycloud continent. Everyone needs to rest and absorb the gains we made on the battlefield. He casually slipped back into his everyday persona. We will head back and rest up first, Song Yoon promised with unwavering loyalty. Please do not worry, my lord. I will steer the floating void island back to the Skycloud continent. Yu Lian, however, still could not shake off her worry. Master is not hiding a severe injury from us, is he? Shan Kong quickly spoke up to comfort her. Do not worry, my lady. We will be guarding the void island with our lives during this time. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan had already returned to his room and locked the door tight. Only then did he carefully summon his cheat skill. System, open the interface. The screen displayed a hologram of the island being locked onto by surrounding targets, accompanied by a warning at the bottom. Warning, sword domain critically damaged by external forces, energy source restoration required. Currently restricted to base state, emergency compensation unlocked, sword domain avatar function. Zhang Fan felt a deep, agonizing pang of regret. All those features I grinded so hard to upgrade, just gone. Well, at least I got an avatar out of it. But seriously, system, where the hell am I supposed to find the energy source to restore my sword domain? The virtual screen immediately flashed a location on the map. As soon as he saw the name, his guard instantly went up. This is the Eastern Ridge coastal region. Wait, is not that right next to the Lin Yuan ancient city and the Endless Abyss Sea, one of the top 10 deadliest zones on the Skycloud continent? His thoughts began to spiral into chaos at this new information. Why on earth would the energy source my sword domain needs be hiding out there? But Zhang Fan's way of solving problems was simple. Screw it, I will just go there and find out. Besides, he was genuinely curious about the true nature of his invincible sword domain's power, and why it made that mysterious cloaked freak feel so nostalgic. Over at the terrifying, gloom-filled Soul Suppression Demon Sect, a subordinate was delivering a report to Soul Devourer. My lord, rumors say that the floating void island carrying the ascended sword immortal of the Skycloud continent has been spotted near the southern wastelands. This news sent the demon lord into deep, calculating thought. The subordinate continued. However, scouts noticed that the void island has activated its defensive arrays. Not even the disciples of the Supreme Heavenly Sect can enter, and no one has come out. My lord, what are your orders? Soul Devourer subconsciously repeated the clue. No one goes in and no one comes out. His train of thought hit a dead end, so he decided to drop it. Forget it. Proceed with our original plan, but dispatch men to keep a close eye on their movements around the clock. The subordinates immediately bowed their heads in compliance. Yes, my lord. Fortunately, Soul Devourer's memory was not failing him yet. Wait, did not they say the sword immortal brat on the Void Island was summoned to the rumored immortal demon battlefield? Unless he was critically injured during the war. Elsewhere, at the Great Crimson Heaven Mountain of the Supreme Heavenly Sect, the golden light of the yin-yang array illuminated the surroundings. Yin Xuan had already anticipated several scenarios. Although little friend Zhang's Void Island has returned, locking his doors and hiding from the world will only fuel the ambitions of certain people. The escalating danger forced him to make a decisive choice. No, we can't wait any longer. Prepare the gifts. I must pay a visit to young friend Zhang immediately, and send word to the disciples of the Supreme Sect. Tell them to keep a close eye on those dark cultivators. Meanwhile, in the southern wilds on the Void Island, Zhang Fan and his companion quietly masked their presence behind the mountain range. Watching the group of immortals finally turn their backs and leave, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This is a godsend. Good thing those guys didn't spot us. Shan King, let's go. We need to get out of here now. The two swiftly arrived at the cliffs of the Eastern Ridge coast, greeted by the sight of magnificent, sprawling architecture. Zhang Fan took a long look around before sighing in admiration. I've heard that the ancient city of Lin Yuan is a gathering place for renowned cultivators. It truly lives up to its name. Shen Kong covered his mouth and whispered from the side. Master, what exactly are we doing here? Zhang Fan smiled, his eyes narrowing as he explained. Do you remember why the Upper Immortal Realm sent their people down to our Immortal Cloud continent? I suspect it has something to do with me inheriting the legacy of Emperor Ling Xiao. Shan Kong rubbed his chin, trying his best to look like a profound strategist. We'll head into the ancient city to buy maps and supplies, then we'll make our way to the boundless abyssal sea. The moment they stepped onto the teleportation array, Shan Kang couldn't hold back his awe. Whoa, so this is one of the top 10 danger zones of the continent? There are way more cultivators here than I thought. He scratched his balding head, letting his curiosity get the better of him. Master, did you say that the Great Lord's tomb is located here? Zhang Fan didn't mind sharing his limited theories. I can't say for sure. After all, I'm not exactly a descendant of the Great Emperor. I just have a hunch that my inheritance is connected to him, and my instincts are telling me it's right here. Shan Kang glued his eyes to the swirling portal, answering with sheer excitement. You got it, boss. Zhang Fan nodded in satisfaction and began assigning tasks. From now on, unless it's an absolute emergency, you will be the one stepping up. I'm guessing cultivators from other realms have already sneaked into our continent to hunt down Emperor Ling Xiao's tomb. Shan Kong gave a confident thumbs up and declared loudly, Don't you worry, Master. You've got old pig right here. I'll take care of those clowns, every single one of them. Just then, Goose Young's voice rang out with a warning. Everyone, get ready. The boundless abyssal sea is about to open. According to the pact made by all the sects of Lin Yuan Ancient City, once you enter the abyss, your life is in the hands of fate. However, during the entry and exit, anyone who dares to attack and rob others will become an enemy of the entire ancient city. Suddenly, the ocean waves began to surge with violent intensity. His voice echoed alongside the roaring whirlpools. The abyssal sea is now open. Fellow Taoists, please enter in an orderly fashion. May the heavens bless your journey and grant you bountiful treasures. Zhang Fen rode his flying sword, following the massive crowd, but didn't forget to give one last reminder. Let's move. Once we're inside, wait for my orders. Stay on guard against everyone. In the blink of an eye, they were plunging through the depths of the ocean. Moving at top speed, the two of them landed in the very first layer of the boundless abyssal sea, the Palebone Ocean. Wasting no time, Zhang Fan issued his orders. Old Pig, you take the east. We'll blast through all the upper layers until we reach the very bottom of the abyss. As soon as the words left his mouth, he and Shan Kang split into two opposite directions, completely unaware that their movements had already been exposed. Chen Kong waited until they were far away before issuing a cautious command. That aura, it's the demon race. Go tell the Lord that another faction has entered the boundless abyssal sea. By the time Jang Fan's group reached the 7th layer, before they could even make a move, someone blocked their path. You two, we aren't welcoming any newcomers right now. Back off. Shan Kong cracked his knuckles, looking thoroughly amused. A bunch of faceless cowards hiding in the shadows, and you dare act tough in front of your grandpa? Provoked, Chen Kong immediately threw his hand down, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Since you refuse to leave, you can both stay here forever. He ordered his underlings to charge, but Shan Kang just stood there calmly, trash-talking them to oblivion. A whole mob against 2 people and you're still hesitating? With a single sweep of his arm, he sent them all flying, tossing in a mocking insult for good measure. Are you losers even real cultivators? Enraged, Chen Kong launched a furious sweeping attack. Damn you! Get them! But every technique he threw at Shan Kang was like a mosquito biting steel. To make matters worse, he was getting absolutely roasted. Weak magic. Sloppy sword work. Shan Kang let them exhaust all their moves before countering with a single devastating punch. Who gave you the guts to act so arrogant in the abyssal sea? After effortlessly sweeping the floor with them, Shan Kang proudly showed off his work. Ha! Look at you. You're not even in my league. Such a pointless struggle. You're burger, I'm sick and disartro. You're just bugs waiting to be squashed. Before he could finish his villain monologue, Jang Fan kicked him hard from behind. Shan Kong dropped to his knees, whining dramatically. Master, why did you kick me? Jang Fan gave him a cold look and gestured forward. Let's go. Don't waste any more time on them. He chuckled sheepishly, trailing right behind his master as he tried to explain. Back in the Immortal Demon War, I couldn't just hit whoever I wanted, so I had to hold back. I accidentally went a little overboard just now. They soon arrived at the very center of the 7th layer, only to find several different factions already guarding the area. Shan Kang beamed at the lively scene. Well, well, quite the crowd we have here. Did you guys dig up some amazing treasure or what? Lin Wei lost his temper, pointing his spear straight at Li Zhou. Weren't your people supposed to block them? Li Zhou completely ignored the idiot, shifting his attention to the 2 uninvited guests. It seems the guards we stationed at the entrance have all been slaughtered by you 2. Tell me, do you come with ill intentions? Shan Kong was just about to start running his mouth again when Zhang Fan cut him off. Heh, look at them, huddled together like sheep. Zhang Fan was losing his patience but still gave him a direct order. Stop wasting time, my target is inside. The tension between the rival factions was thick enough to cut with a knife. The Ghost. Wailing Cave faction was the first to speak up. Just 2 arrogant fools who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Shu He waved his hand, immediately claiming dominance over the territory. We've burned a ton of spiritual energy waiting here. I won't have outsiders messing this up. The other 2 factions silently shared the exact same thought. We put so much effort into this. How could we let them reap the rewards for nothing? Shan Kang impatiently dug his pinky into his ear. Man, you guys are noisy. He suddenly slammed a massive palm strike into the ground. The ocean floor instantly spiderwebbed with violent cracks. Get the hell out of your grandpa's way! Li Zhao reacted quickly, leaping into the air as he screamed a warning. Such terrifying demonic power! He's almost a demon immortal! His face was twisted in shock, realizing they had been utterly played. This is bad. We've been tricked! The cultivators below stood frozen in disbelief at his shout. Everyone, shatter these stone pillars, now! But having already wreaked havoc, Shan Kang had long since slipped away. He looked back at the natural trap that had just formed around them, a mocking smirk curling on his lips. A bunch of so-called cultivators, and every single one of you is pure trash. Your grandpa might look a little goofy, but did you seriously think I was an idiot? Have fun in there, losers! The trapped cultivators frantically fended off the enclosing stone pillars, cursing furiously. Damn it, I can't believe that bastard played us. There's no way he knows what the treasure inside actually is, right? Liu Heng stroked his long beard, looking like he had it all figured out. The magic radiating from these stone pillars feels awfully familiar. And that infuriatingly smug mouth of his, Li Chu stared at Sun Kang's retreating back, his voice trembling in panic. Are you saying this brutish meathead could be the boar demon serving under that exact person down south? The closer he got to the truth, the more a cold dread gripped his heart. Then that young man from earlier, wasn't he the one Gui Lam and Tran Duet were about to confront at Dongthon? If a treasure could actually tempt someone of his caliber, then whatever was hidden inside must be... Lai Chu leaned in, whispering his terrifying calculations. Looks like we can't keep a lid on this news anymore. We need to figure out how to turn this into a massive profit, and fast. Meanwhile, over in the Great Void, the meteorite belt serving as the planetary defense barrier for the Azure Cloud continent, a lone figure was leisurely absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Van Toen sensed the sudden disturbance and snapped his eyes open. He muttered under his breath. This is a message from His Majesty, Truong Min, sent straight to the Heavenly Cloud continent. Don't tell me that brat caused a massive disaster the second he went back? Boiling with rage, he shot to his feet and roared, What did you say? The Heavenly Cloud Sword Immortal is suspected to have appeared in the Endless Abyssal Sea, and it might be connected to the ancient treasure in the Celestial Emperor's tomb?
Bantone glared at the glowing beacons around him, instantly grasping the gravity of the situation. This news would reach the upper celestial realm in no time. His Majesty, the Sovereign of the Seas, would definitely lead his forces down here. Inside the massive dragon skull, Sun King lingered nervously at the entrance. Boss, what exactly are we supposed to do once we go in there? Trong Pham already had a plan in mind, but he kept it to himself. Ever since stepping into this abyssal sea, he felt a strange, irresistible pull drawing him deeper. It felt exactly like the overwhelming presence radiating from the ancestral dragon's skull mentioned in the legends. Without a second thought, he took the lead and marched straight into the darkness. Sun King, stick close to me. My instincts are screaming that whatever we're looking for is hidden deep down inside. The boar demon hesitated before asking about the mob of people left outside. Trong Pham replied with ice-cold indifference. Even though I don't know exactly what's waiting for us in there, I can still sense a fraction of its power. Those fools tagging along behind us came on their own free will. If they end up dead, that's their problem, not mine. Sun King stared up at the ancient carved runes above them, voicing his terrifying suspicion. Boss, you don't think this is the actual tomb of the Heavenly Emperor, do you? Why does it feel so damn creepy in here? Trong Pham didn't waste his breath. He gripped his sword and instantly lunged forward. With a deafening crack of thunder, he unleashed a wave of raw energy that slashed the heavy stone doors clean in half. An ancient dragon roared in agonizing pain, echoing the name of the Heavenly Emperor in pure sorrow. It opened its massive jaws, complaining bitterly about its endless torment. It has been nearly 100,000 years. Why? Why must you keep me trapped in this palace of death? Sun King's eyes bulged out of his head, and he frantically started backing away. Boss, this isn't the Heavenly Emperor's tomb. This is a damn prison where he locked up his worst enemies. We need to get out of here, right now. Trong Pham coolly brushed off his panic. What the hell are you so scared of? After being suppressed by a celestial emperor's magic for that long, do you really think anything down here is still alive? Given that dose of reassurance, the boar demon immediately puffed out his chest and marched to the front. Don't you worry, boss. This old boar will lead the way. Meanwhile, the sorrowful echoes of the ancient dragon reached all the way outside, sending Lam Gui's group into a frenzy of chaotic whispers. Could this place actually be the Heavenly Emperor's tomb? If so, then the ultimate legacy that those supreme beings from the celestial realm crossed dimensions to find in our Azure Cloud continent is right here. Lai Chu frantically barked orders at his subordinates. Hurry! Go report this to the Sectmaster. His booming voice echoed all the way back to the teleportation gate, urgently sending the news out before the rival sects could lock the area down. After navigating through the dark, Trong Pham's group finally stood before a rotting wooden bridge. Staring at the sinister stone marker that read Netherworld Bridge, Sun Kang stammered in absolute terror. But boss, we didn't just walk straight into actual hell, did we? Trong Pham casually glanced at him, completely unbothered. So what if it is hell? The massive boar demon cowered, his muscular frame shrinking as he voiced his most horrifying thought. Then doesn't that mean crossing this bridge will literally kill us? Trong Pham sighed in exasperation, forced to educate this idiotic pig. The concepts of life and death aren't that literal here. To prove his point, he boldly stepped straight onto the creepy bridge. Just follow my lead. The Heavenly Emperor leaving this palace behind is definitely not a simple matter. They hadn't even taken a few steps before a colossal, slimy hand suddenly erupted from the River of Forgetfulness, slamming down right in front of Trong Pham. The moment combat started, all of Sun Kang's fear instantly vanished. Which coward is sneaking around in the dark? If you have the guts, show your face and fight this old boar man to man. He threw a devastating, explosive punch straight into the center of that hideous palm. As the monstrous hand splashed back into the dark water, Sun Kang was quick to mock it. Just a useless tin spear trying to look like silver. Huh, no wonder you only dare to hide in the shadows. Trong Pham kept his voice low. Ignore it, old boar. Let's keep moving forward. And just like that, they quietly made their way across the rest of the Netherworld Bridge. Suddenly, the boar demon looked back at him and screamed in shock. Boss, your body, you're changing. Trong Pham froze, completely stunned. He stared wide-eyed at his own shifting form. Then he poked Sun Kang right in the belly and teased, "Don't panic. Right now, you just look like a dead pig yourself." Sun Kang clutched his pale green face, squealing exactly like a pig being led to the slaughter. "Boss, tell me we aren't actually dead." Trong Pham examined his own hands, calmly reassuring his frantic companion. "Calm down. It's just a powerful illusion. The Heavenly Emperor probably used this trick, mimicking death to preserve life, to hide from the eyes of heaven." Without hesitating, he shoved open the heavy stone doors in front of them, sending a massive cloud of ancient dust cascading down. He casually clasped his hands behind his back and strolled inside, calmly explaining, "Once we pass through this corridor, we'll finally be inside the true tomb. Let's go." As an eerie, shadowed hall came into view, Trong Pham spoke up with a hint of excitement. "There it is." Sun Kang wiggled his fingers, asking with morbid curiosity, "Boss, why the heck would an emperor leave so many coffins lined up in the hallway? And is it just me, or does it feel like there are vengeful ghosts trapped inside them?" Trong Pham crossed his arms, sharing his theory.
They're probably the evil entities the Emperor suppressed. He left them here, hoping that anyone who came after him wouldn't be greedy enough to pop the lids open. Catching the drift immediately, the boar rubbed his chin with a wicked, sleazy grin. Heh, part of me actually wants to stick around and watch the show. Trung Pham stepped closer, analyzing the layout. This energy, it feels exactly like the dragon suppression terrace recorded in the ancient texts back at the first sword sect. Just as I thought, this isn't a tomb at all. It's a massive seal built by the Heavenly Emperor to trap something terrifying. Sun King rubbed his hands together, sweating bullets. Boss, you're really freaking me out right now. If it took a Supreme Emperor to lock this thing away, what are the odds it just pops right out to say hi? Before he could even reply, a sinister voice echoed from deep within the abyss. Finally, someone has entered this accursed tomb, you treacherous old fool, Lang Tu. I will steal the body of your precious heir and roam freely across the 10,000 worlds. Even heavily bound by massive mystical chains, the ancient dragon refused to back down. So, the little brat who inherited that old bastard's legacy happily waltzes right into his secret domain, huh? Ha ha ha! I should thank you, you old bastard! Sun Kang's blood boiled over. Driven by sheer rage, he instantly charged forward, ready to fight to the death. You're just a piece of trash locked up for tens of thousands of years. How dare you speak to my boss with such arrogance? But before he could even touch a single strand of the dragon's whiskers, he barely choked out a confused, "What the?" before getting smashed in the face so hard it completely deformed his jaw. Ah! It let out a long shriek before being sent flying several feet away. Having dealt with the noisy pig, Vian Long leisurely shifted his deadly gaze toward Trung Pham. So you're the brat Lang Tu chose? The dragon struck a majestic pose, lifting his head in arrogant provocation. Don't tell me you're so terrified of this great one that you've lost your voice. Playing along, Trung Pham instantly drew his sword. I'm actually quite curious, after being sealed away for tens of thousands of years, just how much of your power is even left. Hitting a massive nerve, Vian Long roared furiously. You insignificant brat! How dare you look down on me! I will imprison your soul! I'll make you watch as I take over your body, walk right out of this dragon suppression terrace, and rule the entire Heavenly Cloud continent. Trung Pham's lips curled into a mocking smirk. Yep, being locked up for tens of thousands of years definitely rotted his brain. Hearing the sheer disrespect, the dragon erupted with killing intent and lunged straight at him. Hand over your body, brat! Vian Long bared his razor-sharp claws, fully intending to obliterate his prey in a single, devastating strike. But Trung Pham wasn't exactly a pushover. With just a casual swing of his sword, he forced the mighty dragon to gasp in shock. What? The dragon curled up in agonizing pain, grinding his teeth as he realized the truth. Brat, that sword intent of yours, you really are the successor of that old bastard Lang Tu. Trung Pham didn't even bother lifting his head, maintaining his striking stance with absolute coolness. Realizing he had bitten off more than he could chew, Vian Long spat out a bitter threat. Just you wait. Once I find a better vessel, I'll grind your bones into absolute dust. But the moment he retreated into the dragon suppression terrace, he let out a confused groan. Trung Pham felt exactly the same. He looked up, his voice trailing off in sheer bewilderment. What the? It turned out the loudmouthed Vian Long was getting absolutely shredded by sword aura. He was in so much pain he couldn't even form a proper sentence. He had been stabbed so many times he looked like a dragon cosplaying as a hedgehog, flopping violently around the terrace like he was dancing at a disco. That damn old thief Lang Tu, to think he left a trap specifically for me? Trung Pham, having lucked out entirely, stood there with a blank stare muttering to himself. And here I thought I'd have to burn some energy from my sword domain avatar. Who knew the terrace itself was rigged to suppress this black dragon's dark aura? Finally, Lang Tu materialized within a brilliantly glowing pillar of energy. To think it would take almost 100,000 years for someone to step foot in here. Consumed by pure rage, Vian Long screamed at the top of his lungs. Lang Tu! I knew you left a back door just to screw with me! The Grandmaster frankly admitted it, though with a slight correction. I did indeed leave a backup plan, but it wasn't meant for you. Completely ignoring the dragon, Lang Tu shifted his warm gaze to the young man in front of him. You're quite something, kid. Even if I hadn't stepped in just now, you probably could have easily crushed this oversized earthworm yourself, right? Trung Pham confidently crossed his arms, playing along. Well, he's just a bodiless lizard who's been locked up for tens of thousands of years. Nothing special. Suffering double the humiliation, Vian Long thrashed around wildly. Bullshit! How could this great one ever be defeated by some snot-nosed brat? Annoyed by the interruption, Lang Tu irritably waved his hand. Even though I'm merely a wisp of his consciousness, did I say you could speak? The dragon got electrocuted yet again, left with nothing but agonizing, garbled roars. Having effectively mute-banned the overgrown pet, the Grandmaster casually resumed the conversation. All right then, I have no idea how you managed to obtain his legacy and a fraction of his origin power out there. But since you finally arrived, it's time I fulfilled my ultimate mission. This sudden, heavy plot twist made Trung Pham stammer. Mission? Wait, what mission? Lang Tu didn't waste a single breath on pointless words, letting his actions speak instead. Vian Long, catching strays while literally just lying there, belatedly realized what was happening and desperately begged for mercy. Lang Tiu, you old thief! What the hell are you doing? I was wrong. Please, spare me. I swear I'll sit quietly in this suppression terrace. No! Sun Kang, who had been completely out of the picture, finally popped back up, letting out a dramatic gasp of absolute shock. Right before everyone's eyes, Lang Tu was literally refining Vian Long into pure energy. Unable to contain its curiosity, the little beast asked, Master, how did such a massive dragon turn into that? But the moment it felt the terrifyingly low air pressure radiating from Trong Pham, Sun Kang wisely shut its mouth. I'll just keep my big mouth shut. The Grand Master raised the glowing orb of energy in his hand, looking toward the pet with an approving nod. Ah, so you've awakened your bloodline power. And from the looks of it, it's even evolving. The talent of this little pig beside you really isn't bad at all. Trong Pham scratched his head with an awkward laugh while secretly cursing in his mind. Sun Kang is freaking massive, yet this old man casually calls it a little pig. Whatever, you're the Grandmaster. You're the boss. Whatever you say goes. With a snap of his fingers, Lang Tu presented a brand new gift. This is the Heavenly Cloud Sword Scripture. It contains the culmination of knowledge from the first half of his life. You could call it the core foundation of the Lang Tu sword arts. Kid, I can sense another dormant power resting inside your body. This dragon pearl should be exactly what you need to repair its foundation. Trong Pham stood there, completely frozen in shock, instantly losing his ability to speak. The old man raised both hands, trying to reassure him. Don't underestimate my knowledge just because I'm merely a wisp of his consciousness. Snapping back to reality at lightning speed, Trong Pham didn't hesitate for a second. He dropped to one knee, respectfully clasping his hands. This junior Trong Pham formally bows in deep gratitude to the Lang Tu Immortal Emperor. The Grandmaster smiled so widely his eyes turned into happy little crescents. Trong Pham, was it? You are quite the exceptional young man. Knowing you are his successor truly puts my mind at ease. Startled by the phrasing, Trong Pham hurriedly asked for clarification. Immortal Emperor, what exactly do you mean by that? Lang Tu didn't shy away from the absolute truth. I was originally formed from a single wisp of his consciousness. My one and only mission was to guide his rightful successor to this very place. Now that you're here, my purpose is fulfilled, and naturally, I will fade away. He slowly floated upward along the glowing energy pillar, taking the final moments to impart a few last words. I also carry a single trace of the power he left behind before departing this world. Consider it a helping hand. That blinding pillar of light shot straight out of the teleportation gate, causing the lingering crowds outside to gasp in awe. What is that? Minhwa, a man of vast knowledge, immediately shared his insight. That light? I believe it's heading toward the endless abyss of the sea. The rest of the crowd caught on to the crucial detail and frantically began talking over one another. Who on earth could it be? Could it be that a new sword immortal has finally appeared on the Heavenly Cloud continent? Or maybe it's a legendary sword artifact. Hurry, we need to get there right now. Back on the inside, the Grandmaster was still warmly offering his final guidance. Trong Pham, this is the Lang Tu sword scripture. I was never as skilled as he was, so you have to work hard. Do not let his legendary name be tarnished. Hearing this, a look of profound realization washed over his face. The moment Lang Tu vanished, Trong Pham's mind plunged into absolute chaos, his true legacy. Hey, as for where it is located, I have already imprinted it into your sea of consciousness. Trong Pham, may your martial destiny be ever prosperous. After completely digesting the overwhelming influx of information in his mind, he urged his companion. Let's move, Sun Kang. It's time we headed back to the island. Sun Kang pointed a little trotter at a violently swirling vortex and anxiously warned him. Master, look at that! Trong Pham didn't even bother turning his head, his tone completely icy as he pressed on. Let's go. We can't afford to stay here any longer. We're returning to the island right now. High up in the sky, Hu Fat hovered in midair, locking his intense gaze onto the violently boiling sea below. He clenched his fists, muttering with burning determination. The aura of the Lang Tu Immortal Emperor really is here on the Heavenly Cloud continent. I have to find the Emperor's tomb before any of the other major factions get their hands on it. Staring out at the specks of light scattering across the horizon, Hu Fat couldn't help but sigh with heavy emotion. Now that the Heavenly Cloud continent has entered the crosshairs of the 10,000 realms, it's like a tiny, fragile boat riding massive waves. Who knows when it will completely capsize? Meanwhile, the very moment Trong Pham set foot back on the Void Island, Ngok Lin eagerly ran out to welcome him. Master, you've returned. Did everything go smoothly out there? He placed his hand on her shoulder, immediately giving her a new mission. I have achieved my goal. Now, I need to enter seclusion for a period of time. Ngok Lin, I am leaving the Void Island in your care while I am away. Even as Trong Pham's silhouette faded into the distance, she stood there, completely dazed. Did Master really just entrust the Void Island to me? Once the reality finally sank in, Ngok Lin threw her hands up and cheered with absolute joy. Does this mean Master finally sees me as someone reliable, someone who can actually help him? Nguyen Lang forced an awkward smile and played along. Yeah, exactly. But deep down, he silently vowed, I have to catch up to Ngok Lien, or I'll never be of any use to the Supreme Immortal. Returning to his familiar sanctuary put Trong Pham in an excellent mood. Without hesitation, he summoned the system. The moment it appeared, it unleashed a barrage of notifications. Energy received for critical repairs. All functions fully restored. Detected that the host has obtained the Supreme Sword Scripture. The host's sword mastery will now scale with the system's level. Trong Pham skimmed through the text and muttered under his breath. So the system is saying, I can actually cultivate now, and my own training will grant experience to level up the system? Thrilled, he immediately sat down and entered a deep meditative trance. Because of my sword domain ability, I've been constantly using the Supreme Sword intent lately. That allowed me to comprehend the Heavenly Cloud Sword Scripture at an insane speed, and my power has skyrocketed because of it. A rough plan formed in Trong Pham's mind. From now on, I need to focus entirely on my own cultivation. That way, even if the system takes severe damage, my ability to protect myself won't be compromised. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the Endless Abyss, a massive crowd had gathered. Cultivators from countless sects were all staring intensely at a giant whirlpool. Kwok Hui was the first to break the suffocating tension. Do not forget, everyone, we are still on the Heavenly Cloud continent. Trong Pham has returned from the Immortal Demon battlefield. We cannot afford to linger here for too long. Standing not too far away, DM Lei chimed in with a sharp smirk. We have all confirmed that this aura belongs to Ling Xiao, the Immortal Emperor who unexpectedly fell 100,000 years ago. So, let's just see who has the skills to take the prize. Phúc Da snapped his folding fan open, gracefully agreeing with her. Excellent, this young master completely agrees. He pointed his fan toward the sky, throwing a blatant provocation at the rest of them. Gentlemen, if I end up claiming the Immortal Emperor's legacy, don't blame me when the big shots backing you rain down their fury. As soon as the words left his mouth, without waiting for a single reaction, he leaped straight into the teleportation portal. Watching this unfold, Trang Yi couldn't help but complain bitterly. This is clearly a miracle belonging to our Heavenly Cloud continent. Why are these foreign factions allowed to just storm in and steal it? Trang Yi calmly stroked his beard, analyzing the harsh truth. The one leading them is a true immortal. Right now, our continent only has that one sword immortal in the southern wilds. Against the power of the 10,000 realms, we are, of course, utterly powerless. He clenched his fist tight, his eyes burning with absolute resolve. Just wait. Once I become an immortal like him, I swear I will protect this world. I will never let these outsiders trample all over our Heavenly Cloud continent ever again. Right at that moment, the massive whirlpool below suddenly began to violently churn. Trang Yi gasped out of pure curiosity. Are those immortals already fighting down there? Trang Yi immediately voiced his boldest theory. Could it be, have they actually found the Immortal Emperor's tomb? Music. The only answer they got was the battered figure of Phúc Da being blasted right back out. Before he could even steady himself, he gritted his teeth and hissed in pure rage. Damn it, who the hell was that? Wu Fut, having just been thrown out as well, immediately began plotting. Everyone, someone has already infiltrated the Hidden Realm and snatched the Immortal Emperor's legacy right out from under us. What is our next move? DM Lei casually threw out a wild guess, completely unaware she was hitting the nail on the head. Well, who do you think it could be? If it is really that monster, Trong Pham, then I am afraid we had better evacuate the Heavenly Cloud continent right now. But Kwok Hui completely brushed off her warning. I highly doubt that. He clasped his hands behind his back and righteously rallied the surrounding cultivators. Every single one of you has trained for 1,000 years to finally join the ranks of the Immortals. Are you really going to tuck your tails and run away in terror because of some arrogant kid? Kwok Hui then turned around, making his unyielding stance crystal clear. Besides, I do not care what orders the rest of you received, but I am absolutely claiming the Immortal Emperor's legacy. The other three fell into deep, calculating thought, plunging the atmosphere into an eerie, suffocating silence. Finally, the quick-witted Hu Fat suggested a compromise. Everyone, if that is the case, let's send scouts to investigate the southern wilds first. Then, we can retreat beyond the realm's borders to properly discuss our strategy. The moment he finished speaking, they all simultaneously summoned their flying swords and scattered in every direction. Having observed the entire situation, Don Huyen finally revealed his own plan. These outland immortals won't just give up that easily. It seems this old Taoist must make a trip to the southern wilds to pay fellow cultivator Trong a visit. Pushing his speed to the absolute limit, Don Huyen rode his flying sword straight toward Trong Pham's island. Tanlok's eyes went wide with wonder, completely unable to hold back his awe. Master, is this really the Void Island of that legendary sword immortal? There are so many terrifying auras hiding all around us. He lowered his voice to soothe his young disciple. They are just the younger generation. Some are cunning, some are bold, but there is nothing to fear. Don Huyen scanned the perimeter, voicing his confusion. What is truly strange is, why has fellow cultivator Trong kept his defensive barrier fully activated ever since he returned from the Outlands? Could he have been injured out there? But rumor has it, he even ventured into the Endless Abyss. He rambled on for a moment before bowing his head with a heavy sigh.
My generation must humbly accept defeat. We can only rely on fellow cultivator Trong to protect and stabilize the Heavenly Cloud continent. You have got to work hard, kid.
Shaking off the heavy mood, Don Huyen quickly urged his companion forward. Come on, let's head up to the island first. But the very second his feet touched the ground, he gasped in sheer shock. What? Truong Fem, he went into seclusion at a time like this? Gokleen immediately clasped her hands in a respectful greeting. To be honest, Master took Sun Kang on a quick trip to the Endless Abyss, and the moment they returned, he went straight into seclusion. Seeing his worried expression, she proudly patted her chest to reassure him. But don't worry, Senior Don. I've officially joined the ranks of the Immortals myself. I just broke through to the Rogue Immortal stage. Don Huyen was so completely dumbfounded by the news that he could only reply mechanically, who would have thought? Just one trip to the Immortal Demon battlefield, and little friend Gokleen has already ascended to immortality. Honestly, he had to bite back the rest of his words, turning his head away to swallow his bitter tears. Looking at the young Gokleen, he couldn't help but dramatically lament to himself. 1,000 years of my cultivation practically went straight to the dogs. However, Don Huyen didn't wallow in pity for long. When he spoke again, he had completely recovered his polite, dignified demeanor. It's just that the current situation is getting incredibly complicated. We will have to trouble you during this time, little friend Gokleen. Gokleen smirked, puffing out her chest with absolute confidence. Don't you worry, Taoist. I have been itching to find a living target to test my sword on anyway. He didn't linger for much longer. Leaving her with one final instruction, he departed with his disciple. The moment your master exits seclusion, please notify this old Taoist immediately. Even as he flew high into the sky, Don Huyen shouted back one last warning. Quite a few foreign factions have descended upon the Endless Abyss. This old Taoist must go rally the righteous sects so we can figure out how to counter them. Gokleen gazed at the tightly sealed door, a wave of deep anxiety washing over her. This is the first time I've ever seen Master go into such serious seclusion. Could it be? Did that mysterious person actually deal a massive blow to his confidence? Meanwhile, Trong Pham, the man everyone was so desperately worried about, was sitting peacefully cross-legged in deep meditation. High above, on the meteorites outside the world-protecting grand formation of the Heavenly Cloud continent, menacing cracks were slowly beginning to spread. Kwok Hui locked his intense gaze onto the cracks, deducing the situation. Word had been sent to the sect master of the Supreme Sect, the #1 Orthodox sect of the Heavenly Cloud continent. After scouting the southern wilds, they had retreated to their sect and were now urgently summoning all the righteous factions. Grasping the situation, Diem Lei covered her mouth and giggled wickedly. Oh my! It seems the Heavenly Cloud Sword Immortal, so famous across the 33 immortal realms, has made a critical blunder. We can just ignore his existence for the time being. A man nearby rubbed his chin, looking genuinely disappointed. This Grandmaster was actually looking forward to exchanging blows with the kid, just to see if he truly lived up to the title of an unrivaled genius. Right then, Hu Fat raised his voice in a sharp warning. Everyone, brace yourselves. News of the Immortal Emperor's legacy appearing has already reached the upper realms. If we drag our feet now, we are going to be drowned in a sea of competitors. Vuk Da elegantly snapped his fan open and waved goodbye. This young master already planted my people down there a long time ago. I will be taking my leave first. And just like that, the fragile four-person alliance completely shattered as they darted off in different directions. Hufat stared at their retreating backs with a sneer of pure mockery. His Majesty has been meticulously plotting this for years, as if he would ever let the forces backing you fools lay a single finger on the Immortal Emperor's legacy. Staring deep into the spatial rift, a rock-solid plan was already forming in his mind. None of you can escape His Majesty's grand design. Meanwhile, deep inside the soul-sealing demon crypt, Than Sun floated eerily in midair before abruptly calling out, Soul Devourer! He pointed two fingers directly at him, issuing a frigid, undeniable command. We have prepared for a long time. It is time you execute your part of the plan. Soul Devourer obediently stood up and bowed respectfully. This seat has already positioned my subordinates. We were merely waiting for your divine order, emissary. A sinister, highly satisfied smile crept across Than Sun's face, and he didn't hold back his praise. Excellent. When this is all over, I will personally ensure that both the Grand Lord and His Majesty handsomely reward you for your service. The moment those words fell, he vanished in a flash, leaving Lord Soul Devourer watching him disappear. The Demon Lord settled back into his throne, letting out a bone-chilling, wicked laugh. Once he was certain no one could hear, his voice dropped into a dark, venomous growl. Do they really think I'm some obedient dog they can just order around? Meanwhile, Yin Xuan bowed deeply and respectfully. Exalted Immortals, I am Yin Xuan of the Supreme Sect here on the Tianyun continent. Even with cold sweat dripping down his forehead from pure terror, the old master didn't dare make a single mistake. On behalf of the entire cultivation world of Tianyun, I humbly welcome you. Fu Ye put on a friendly smile, though his sheer arrogance bled through. You're too polite, old master, but tell me, the reason all you cultivators gathered here today is because you don't trust us, isn't it? Feeling crushed by their overwhelming aura, Yin Xuan forced an awkward laugh to ease the tension. Haha, Exalted Immortal, you must be joking. The Tianyun continent has been hidden away for tens of thousands of years. Having beings of your status descend upon us is a monumental event for our world. Of course, we must offer you our utmost hospitality. Yanli crossed her arms, shooting them a sideways glance as she deliberately added fuel to the fire. Tisk, you can save your hospitality. Relax, old man. We're from the Immortal Realm Alliance, walking the righteous path. We aren't going to just run wild and cause trouble on your precious continent. Not daring to offend them, he could only helplessly play along. Of course not. This old man would never dare doubt the Exalted Immortals. I only fear that our hospitality might fall short. If there is absolutely anything you need help with, please just say the word. Yupu's lips curled into a subtle smirk, feeling incredibly smug inside. The most influential figures of the righteous path on this continent have indeed all gathered here. Well, the plan is off to a flawless start. The entrance to the soul-suppressing demon cave was a gloomy, terrifying corridor lined with rows of razor-sharp rock spikes. A skull-faced subordinate knelt respectfully at the feet of the demon lord, reporting, Lord Demon Sovereign, everyone has moved exactly according to your plan. The old minion looked up, grinning like a sycophant. That bull-nosed old fool Yin Xuan is currently leading his people straight into the endless abyss. The righteous sects are running around like headless chickens right now, as expected of you, my lord. Your foresight is absolutely godlike. Lord Soul Devourer sat upon his throne, resting his chin on his hand with a deeply satisfied look. Excellent. Once this is all over, I'll make sure you are heavily rewarded. Now leave. You don't need to report the next phases to me. The skull-faced minion slammed his head against the ground in overwhelming gratitude. Yes, Lord Demon Sovereign, this lowly one will take his leave. Watching the minion scurry away, the demon lord burst into a fit of dark, ecstatic laughter. Ha 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 ha. Soul Devourer clenched his fist tight, a ruthless ambition burning in his eyes. Tianyun Sword Immortal. Just wait until my grand scheme is complete. This entire continent will rest in the palm of my hand. Up on the Azure Mountain peak, absolute chaos reigned. Raging flames tore through the area, looking as though they wanted to swallow the entire mountain whole. Hanging on by a mere thread, Elder Yuxing pushed through the pain, desperately trying to rally everyone's spirits. Disciples, hold the line for just a little longer. I've already sent word to our allied sects that the demonic path is ambushing us. High above, floating on a dark cloud, Yun Yu sneered down at them mockingly. Just give up, you stubborn old fool. There is no backup coming for you. The dark cultivator crossed his arms, blatantly mocking him. Did you really think your precious righteous one sect was the only one we surrounded? The elder froze in absolute shock, unable to believe his own ears. What? Don't tell me, your demonic forces... Yun Yu gloated, savoring the taste of absolute victory. Ha ha ha. Our demon sovereign broke free from his seal a long time ago. We've been hiding in the shadows, plotting, just waiting for you hypocritical self-righteous sects to drop your guard so we could strike. Fury erupted in Yuxing's eyes, and he forced his battered body up to keep fighting. This is bad! The demonic path has been plotting something massive, and this demon sovereign has been secretly uniting their forces. Unwilling to surrender, the old man pointed his trembling sword straight ahead. The mortal world is fraught with darkness, but the immortal path is boundless. As cultivators, we seek enlightenment for ourselves and others. For the countless lives of the Tianyun continent, we will gladly sacrifice ourselves to defend the righteous path. The moment Yuxing's battle cry echoed, all the disciples surged forward together to face the enemy, roaring, "We obey the elder's command!" To ensure their survival, he threw his arm out, stopping Qiyu and Qili. You two are the strongest young talents of our sect. I will lead the others to cover your escape. You must deliver this news to the sect master and the other righteous sects at the Endless Sea. Qili's heart clenched in panic, immediately protesting. Elder, no! Yuxing reached out, firmly pushing them back. I will detonate my own core to blast a path open for you. Now go! Hurry! The demonic grunts lunged toward Qiyu for the kill. Seeing them try to run, the elder desperately channeled every last ounce of his energy to hold the enemies back and carve out an escape route. Run! A blinding pillar of light crashed down, obliterating everything in its wake, leaving only the two of them alive. Forced to watch her master die without being able to save him, Shili's face was completely drenched in tears. Qiyu swallowed his crushing grief and urged her on. We have to go! We can't let the elder's sacrifice be for nothing! A scout immediately reported back to Yun Yu. Elder, 2 little fish slipped through the net. Should I take some men and hunt them down? The Dark Master raised a hand, stopping him. There's no need. Suddenly, a blinding, piercing light tore through the sky above them. I've already planned for this. Even if that bull-nosed old fool Yin Xuan finds out, it's far too late. Continue with the plan. Yun Yu summoned his soul-calling banner, the cursed flag violently whipping in the wind like a reaper demanding lives. Night fell over the ancient city of Linyuan. Crowds of people had gathered outside to admire the moonlit sea. Yin Xuan let out a heavy, troubled sigh. These past few days, those immortals from the outer realm haven't done a single thing. And that just makes me even more anxious. Out of nowhere, Xuanzi rushed in, panting in panic. Sect leader, something terrible has happened. Seeing the young man so frantic, the old master closed his eyes and calmly scolded him. Even if Mount Tai collapses before you, your expression must not change. When facing a crisis, there is no need to panic. The disciple dropped to one knee, cupping his fists as he frantically reported the situation. The demonic path launched a surprise attack on the northern plains. The Righteous One sect was completely wiped out. Only 2 disciples managed to escape to our city, and the status of the other sects is still unknown. The news struck like a thunderbolt. Yin Xuan blurted out in shock. What? Snap! The walking stick in his hand snapped clean in half from his sudden grip. Since when did the demonic path secretly recover so much power? With movements this massive, how did our hidden spies not send back a single piece of intel? Wu Yin anxiously grabbed Xuanzai's shoulders, shaking him. What exactly happened to the Righteous One sect? And where are those 2 disciples right now? How bad are their injuries? Flustered by the barrage of panicked questions, the disciple stammered. I already sent them to get healed. Right before she passed out, the senior sister told me that their sect had been utterly destroyed. The terrifying memory of their home, drowning in a sea of fire, flashed before their eyes once more. The defending elder stayed behind to cover their escape, allowing them to flee with the sect's sacred sword. Suddenly, a residual fragment of Yu Xing's soul materialized, bowing his head in deep remorse. The demon sovereign has broken the seal. He commands the demonic path and is marching on the righteous sects. This useless junior brother can only beg you, senior brother, and our fellow Taoists, to protect what is left of our sect. Xuanzi clenched his fists, trembling with rage. Sect leader Yin, our sect is located right next to theirs. Our elders and disciples who stayed behind, Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yin Xuan barked out immediate orders. Issue an emergency warning to all righteous sects. The demonic forces are attacking fiercely, and we don't know the full scale yet. Order all nearby noble clans to unite their defenses immediately. Mounting his flying sword alone, he shot into the sky toward an unknown destination, transmitting his voice. I am heading to the southern wastelands. Gather all our strength. If the situation goes completely south, fall back and defend the southern wastelands. Meanwhile, over at the entrance to the Endless Sea, among the group sitting on the flying ship, a panicked voice suddenly broke the silence. My lord! Lactan respectfully cupped his hands, delivering grim intelligence from the Sky Cloud continent. The demonic forces have ambushed the righteous sects. Dozens of clans have gone dark. They are likely wiped out. Fuck Da let out a soft gasp of disbelief, while Kwa Kui's face twisted in deep suspicion. Chuang Pham is stationed on the Sky Cloud continent. How could the dark forces possibly annihilate dozens of our sects under his watch? DM Lei muttered, a creeping sense of unease washing over her, just like the rest of them. Something smells fishy. We haven't found a single clue about the Immortal Emperor's legacy these past few days either, Hu Fat remarked. He downed his jug of wine in one massive gulp, bursting into a booming, hearty laugh. The Sky Cloud continent's little war with the demons is none of our business, but this is our golden opportunity. The other 3 exchanged bewildered glances, letting out a collective, skeptical, huh? Hu Fat simply raised a hand, taking his sweet time to explain. Trung Pham has changed his moves. He was spotted at the Endless Sea of Purgatory, and rumor has it he's secluded himself on an island for deep cultivation. I'm willing to bet the Emperor's legacy is already in his hands. If the Sky Cloud demon forces manage to crush the righteous sects, the remaining powers in our southern realm are going to be sitting ducks. Fuck Da flashed a sly, knowing smile, catching his drift. Exactly. If the boundless demon lord wipes us out or seizes the legacy for himself, we're completely finished. So, we play the heroes. We pretend to help Sky Cloud exterminate the demons, and in the heat of the chaos, we snatch the legacy. Listening to their scheming, Kwa Kui just rolled his eyes, lifting an entire vat of wine and chugging it straight down. You lot and your endless damn plotting, he grumbled, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand after draining the last drop. He shot them a wary, sidelong glare. You guys are way too cunning. Remind me to keep my distance from you snakes from now on. The group smoothly resumed their hypocritical debate, while Hu Fat hid a wicked, calculating smirk. A bunch of useless pawns dancing right in the palm of someone else's hand. Meanwhile, on the floating void island, Noctlean's eyes widened in sheer panic as Sectmaster Doan Huyen delivered the horrific news. What? Where the hell did a demon lord suddenly come from? The old master spoke with grim composure about the unexpected threat. Before I left, I scoured the sect's ancient archives. I fear this is an ancient fiend. One that the Immortal Emperor sealed away before departing the Skycloud continent. They call him the Soul Devourer. Doan Huyen's mind was haunted by the terrifying visage of the beast. He should have rotted to death under that ancient seal. I never imagined he could shatter it completely undetected. His tired eyes met hers, silently pleading for her help. Noctlean let out a heavy sigh, her gaze drifting toward the distant horizon. This is the first time I've ever seen my master seclude himself for so long. Meanwhile, far away, Trung Pham sat in deep meditation. His eyes were tightly shut, his entire focus locked onto the surging currents of power awakening within his own body. 10 days later, at the Supreme Origin Sect, a suffocating miasma of dark energy blotted out the sky, leaving the righteous warriors paralyzed with dread. I can't believe it, one of them muttered in awe. In just 10 short days, that monstrous overlord shattered dozens of our great clans right through our defenses. Don Huyen stood frozen, watching the encroaching darkness with a face etched in absolute despair. Alas, useless old fools like us have no choice but to place all our hopes on young Ngoc. Hearing the old man's heavy words, Ngoc immediately cupped her hands, her voice ringing out with fierce, solemn conviction. Secmaster Doan, please don't say such things. I belong to the Skycloud continent just as much as anyone else. You have my word, I won't let it fall. But before anyone could catch their breath, a terrified scream ripped through the air, making the old master whip around. We're under attack! Secmaster, look out there!
The panicked cry sent a chill down Don Huyen's spine as he looked up at the terrifying black clouds swallowing the sky. Demonic armies were surging in from 3 different directions.
His eyes stretched wide in sheer, unadulterated horror. They're trying to slaughter us all. The Soul Devourer, is he here too? Without missing a beat, Ngoc expression hardened, her grip tightening on her sword. He's here. I can feel a disgustingly massive surge of power approaching. Lurking within the vile, swirling darkness, the Soul Devourer heard her declaration and nodded in twisted approval, as expected from the sole disciple of the Skycloud Sword Immortal. To think you could actually sense my presence! A grotesquely thrilled, wicked grin slowly stretched across his bony, decaying face. So young, yet you've already ascended to immortality. What extraordinary talent. Tell me, little one, why don't you submit and serve me instead? The monstrous skull-faced fiend leaned out from the shadows, his hollow eyes locking onto her with intense, ravenous curiosity. This little brat is already an immortal? Sensing his probing gaze, Ngoc hovered steadily on her flying sword, a sharp, mocking smirk curled onto her lips. She raised her blade, letting it erupt with a blinding, righteous aura, her voice slicing through the chaos. A disgusting half-dead freak like you actually thinks you can replace my master? Her fiery defiance only fueled the Soul Devourer's twisted excitement, sending a violent thrill right down to his rotting bones. Gaiahaha, excellent. I love that fire, little brat. I'll be sure to give you one last chance to surrender later. Glaring down at the terrified cultivators below, he snapped his bony finger forward. Leave the girl. Slaughter the rest. Leave no survivors. At his command, a screeching horde of skeletal beasts rained down from the sky, their blood-curdling roars echoing from all sides.
Kill them all!
Even as the apocalyptic battle shook the very heavens, Phuc Da merely stood back, arms crossed, casually enjoying the bloody spectacle. Well, would you look at that? The Skycloud demon faction really isn't playing around. The foul stench of dark magic made Who Fought scrunch his nose in disgust. He growled, his temper visibly flaring. Stick to the plan. If the Righteous Alliance crumbles, we blow a hole in the southern blockade and herd them straight toward our southern realm. Catching the signal, Diemle replied with an icy, calm grace. Of course. Both she and Phuc Da shared the exact same grim realization. It doesn't look like anyone from the higher immortal realm is backing these Skycloud demons, so who on earth is pulling the strings from the shadows? Down on the chaotic battlefield, Don Huyen was desperately swinging his blade, fighting tooth and nail against the relentless swarm. He was viciously dispatching demon after demon to the underworld, but his mind was drowning in pure agony. Can little Ngoc actually hold her own against the Soul Devourer? Don Huyen strained his eyes upward, desperately searching for even a sliver of hope within the suffocating, pitch-black skies. Carrying the crushing weight of his hopes, Ngoc danced elegantly through the air, her blade flashing as she mercilessly cut down the stubborn monsters. Demon scum! This lady will use you to test her blade! Her petite frame allowed her to move like a lethal phantom through the howling wind, striking so fast the enemy couldn't even dream of retreating. Drenched in cold sweat, the skeletal overlord stared up at the relentless, fiery young girl. This brat really has ascended, and she's a damn sword immortal. But before she could land a decisive blow, the Soul Devourer materialized out of thin air, launching a cowardly sneak attack from her blind spot. Not bad, but a toy sword like that won't leave a scratch on me. Luckily, Ngoc's combat instincts were razor sharp, allowing her to flawlessly dodge a strike that would have easily torn her apart. I can't believe it! You've actually achieved demonic divinity! Amidst the deafening roar of the battlefield, Don Huyen somehow heard her words with absolute terrifying clarity. What? The old master's face drained of color as his brain desperately scrambled to process the horrifying revelation. This demon lord, he's reached the demonic equivalent of a true immortal. The Soul Devourer bared his jagged, razor-sharp teeth, bursting into a manic, blood-chilling cackle. Gripping his demonic banner, his twisted excitement summoned violently swirling storm clouds that instantly blotted out the sun. Oh ho ho! Well then, little brat, allow me to show you what true, absolute despair looks like. The moment the words left his mouth, the Soul Devourer unleashed a massive, terrifying spectral avatar of himself, bringing it crashing down upon her. But instead of trembling in fear, Ngoc tightened her grip on her holy blade, letting out a fierce battle cry as she charged headfirst right into the belly of the beast. Such a pity. That brave spirit of hers meant absolutely nothing. With just a single, effortless snap of its fingers, the monster sent her flying. Ah! Seeing the once proud heroine tossed aside like a broken blade, the Soul Devourer's gleeful laughter echoed across the realm. If Emperor Ling Xiao hadn't suppressed me and stripped away my core essence, do you really think a little brat like you could even stand in my presence? Agonized by the strike, Ngok gasped heavily for air, silently crying out for her master. At that exact moment, Chuang Fam's eyes snapped open, glaring fiercely ahead. He turned his head, unable to hide the sheer shock and panic on his face. Ngok, she's hurt. Huyen stared blankly at the scattered tents below. That desolate, overwhelming despair made Ngok feel utterly heartbroken. I'm so sorry, Elder Huyen. I've disappointed you. The old man merely let out a long sigh, gently waving away the heavy cloud of guilt hanging over her. As the leader of the Sky Cloud continent's righteous path, I should be the one begging for forgiveness. Staring at the massive pillar of black energy in the distance, Elder Huyen's voice sank into bottomless despair. To think that a demon lord, sealed away for 10,000 years, still retained his power. He has already slaughtered countless souls across the continent. Ngok fell into deep thought, her mind drifting to the imposing, tightly shut wooden doors of her master's retreat. When Master comes out of seclusion, I'm afraid he'll be so disappointed. I've become an immortal, yet I still can't handle anything on my own. Just minutes later, the elder screamed in absolute panic, his face turning pale. This is bad! His warning echoed everywhere, making all the disciples look up at the sky. The demon lord was gathering the entire realm's fortune. The sheer terror made Elder Huyen's lips tremble uncontrollably. What is he trying to do? Meanwhile, inside the soul-sealing domain, Thansun furiously confronted the sinister soul devourer face to face. Before even catching his breath, he started shouting, shaking the entire area. Why the hell are you doing this? The devourer said absolutely nothing, silently listening to the relentless barrage of insults. Do you think the High Heaven Realm is a joke to you? Don't you dare forget who broke Emperor Ling Xiao's seal and helped you heal. I've had enough of your games. The demon slowly interrupted. I am deeply grateful to that little brat, Truong Min. Once my grand plan is complete, I will personally visit the High Heaven Realm to thank him. That arrogant, unbothered tone pissed Thansun off even more. You arrogant bastard, just wait until I tell my senior brother. Let's see how you face him then. The spiritual messenger crane he summoned vanished the second it hit an invisible barrier created by the devourer. Hearing that echoing shatter, Thansun unleashed all his rage on the demon. Soul Devourer, what have you done? Did you just seal off the Sky Cloud continent from the myriad realms? His arrogance had reached such a godly level that no threat could even pierce his ears. If I dared to pull this off, did you really think I came unprepared? Once I absorb the realm's fortune, heal my wounds, and break through my limits, I will become the second Emperor Ling Xiao. Over at the Void Asteroid, Kwak Hui coughed up blood and collapsed alongside the others, his mind spinning in absolute chaos. High Heaven Realm, what exactly are you plotting? Seeing his plan succeed beyond all expectations, Hu Fat threw his head back and let out a wicked, triumphant laugh. This involves a 10,000-year scheme by my High Heaven Realm. Did you really think I'd let you send a message back? The harsh truth finally hit Fuck Da, filling him with absolute terror. Every ounce of his composure was instantly wiped away. That demon lord, you people from the High Heaven Realm freed him and nurtured him. You used us to clear the obstacles so he could conquer the continent. Aren't you afraid of the backlash? Looking down at the shattered expressions of his little pawns, Hu Fat sneered arrogantly. He is nothing but a dog raised by his majesty. What is there to fear? Once he unifies the Sky Cloud continent, I'll have him help me seize Emperor Ling Xiao's legacy. So please, be patient. I will take very good care of you all. Choking on her resentment, Diem Lei screamed out a curse. High Heaven Realm, sooner or later, karma will destroy you. Even Fuck Da growled out a desperate threat. Just wait until I return to the Immortal Realm. I swear I'll expose you to everyone. Meanwhile, over at the southern wastes, Fu Kong, Elder Huyen, and the other immortals watched the massive floating skull in dead silence. Pure dread was visible in the old man's eyes. His thoughts were so chaotic that his mind simply refused to process it. The demon lord is gathering the realm's fortune. He's definitely plotting something massive. I'm afraid only Trong Pham, who is still in seclusion, can stop him now. The moment those words left his mouth, a brilliant pillar of spiritual energy erupted right in front of Elder Huyen, shooting straight into the heavens. With hope instantly reignited, he couldn't hide the overwhelming thrill surging in his chest. My friend Trong Pham has finished his meditation, and it seems his power has grown even stronger. As he casually strolled out, Ngok Lien excitedly ran up to greet him. Master, you're finally out! Having already grasped the entire situation, Trong Pham's very first move was to gently pat her head. You've worked so hard. You suffered so much while I was away, and I wasn't there to protect you in time. Those warm words instantly unlocked all the grievances she had bottled up. Master, you already know everything. There was no time for small talk. He just gave Elder Huyen a quick glance and spoke with absolute authority. Rest easy, old friend. Even though I was in seclusion, I know exactly what happened. His commanding voice instantly boosted the morale of every immortal around them. Even if we ignore the fate of the Sky Cloud continent, someone dared to bully my disciple, and I will make them pay dearly. Hearing that absolute guarantee, the elder shook off his despair and returned to his dignified self. With you stepping in, Trung Pham, this old man can finally breathe easily. Trung Pham kept smiling casually, but his entire body was coiled and ready for absolute war. I just don't know when to strike yet. Naturally, I'm waiting for them to come to me. Once his ego inflates to the max, all the bastards hiding in the shadows will expose themselves. Meanwhile, the Soul Devourer kicked off his grand performance, dark energy flashing brilliantly as his manic laughter echoed all around. My wounds are healing so fast! Seeing their master make such an overpowering comeback, his pathetic minions joyfully slam their heads onto the ground in worship. All hail the Demon Lord! Conquer the continent! Unify the heavens! Even though he had barely regained a fraction of his true power, the Devourer was already barking out preemptive orders. Prepare yourselves. Be ready to march on the southern waste at my command. The massive army of underlings was silent, save for the floating skull, who eagerly replied as if it had waited for this moment its entire life. Understood, almighty Demon Lord. His ego swelled so massively that he screamed his arrogance straight into the sky. Just wait until I hold this continent in my hands. High Heaven Realm, Immortal King Trung Min. I am about to become the new Immortal Emperor. Now the only thing standing in my way is the Sky Cloud Sword Mountain in the southern wastes. Back on the Void Asteroid, Hugh Fought watched the demon's movements, unable to hold back his confusion. Soul Devourer, what the hell is he doing? Has he lost his mind? Music plays. Having barely escaped that dark abyss, Than Sun furiously spilled everything. Except for the southern wastes, he has absorbed the energy of the entire Sky Cloud continent. Because of that, the Devourer is healing himself and restoring his power without our help. That ungrateful bastard completely threw away the High Heaven Realm's grace. We have to teach him a lesson. Gathering the intelligence, Hu Fat's mind raced at top speed to salvage the critical situation. Oh, I will teach him a lesson, all right. I'll make him understand that the absolute majesty of the immortal realm is not something a peasant from a lesser world can ever challenge. Now is not the time. Just wait. When the moment is right, I will hand him over for you to crush. Remembering the utter humiliation he suffered just a few hours prior, Than Sun screamed at the top of his lungs in pure unadulterated rage. I swear, I will make him regret everything he has done. Set against a backdrop as stunning as a blockbuster movie, Hu Fat slipped perfectly into the role of the ultimate villain. Don't worry, we will not have to wait long. Veihan's blind ambition meant he wouldn't be able to hold back for much longer. Sometime later, Don Huyen grew so intensely anxious about the battlefield in the southern desolate realm that he ended up keeping a constant watch on that terrifying, massive skull. It has been days already. I fear that soul-devouring Demon Lord has absorbed enough of the world's energy to drastically boost his power. He was pacing so frantically that he finally spun around to confront Trung Pham. Are we seriously just going to sit here and let him grow stronger? Are we really waiting for him to come knocking on our door? In stark contrast to Don Huyen, who looked like a cat on hot bricks, Trung Pham remained perfectly calm, like a hunter waiting for the perfect strike. Relax, old man. Even if he wants to bring his grand army, he wouldn't dare challenge us at our own front door. Deep down, he is actually terrified of me. Thinking of that pale, skeletal face, the old Taoist's voice carried a heavy trace of frustration. But even though his main soul has been suppressed, there is no telling how many other demonic entities are still out there. Trung Pham's eyes suddenly caught sight of something in the distance, abruptly cutting the old man off.
All right, old man, looks like our guest of honor couldn't wait any longer. An army of dark cultivators, looking like Grim Reaper straight out of a dark fantasy epic, swarmed in from the horizon. As if prepared for this exact moment, Don Huyen bowed deeply to him. I shall go gather our fellow cultivators. When the Demon Lord finally shows his face, we will have to trouble you, Darth Trung Pham.
Watching the old man fly off on his sword, Trung Pham took the chance, since no outsiders were around, to show off a little. Ngok, your master has made quite a few breakthroughs in the way of the sword lately. Watch closely later. I will take this chance to get some payback for you. Who gave him the nerve to bully my precious disciple? Backed by her master's reassuring words, Ngok let out a soft, happy from the back of her throat. The moment the immortals descended onto the battlefield, an evil black mist draped over the area like a suffocating pitch-black theater curtain. A lingering fear hung in the air. Would this turn out like the last disaster? Don Huyen's voice rang out cold and commanding, reminding everyone. Fellow cultivators, there is no need to fear. The Demon Lord may be powerful, but we have the Heavenly Cloud Sword, Immortal, on our side. The moment those words fell, the entire battlefield erupted into deafening cheers, all chanting Trung Pham's name. The Sword Immortal has never met his match. The Exalted One has never tasted defeat, and today will be no different. High above, Veihan looked down at the mortal's pathetic display. A bunch of broken, dying stragglers hiding behind a mere brat. You have truly opened my eyes to how pathetic you all are. Backed by an overwhelmingly massive army, Veihan began his arrogant monologue. Trung Pham, your natural talent is absolutely extraordinary. You are the only person, second to Lang Tu, that has ever caught my eye. Tell me, are you willing to bow down and serve me? He looked at the aggressive horde glaring at him without a single drop of fear, replying with cool indifference. Well, I suppose I should feel a little honored, but don't you think you are being just a little too full of yourself? That utter nonchalance hit like a slap to the Demon Lord's dormant ego, sparking a fierce, twisted excitement within him. Your talent gives you courage, brat, but you are far too young. How could you possibly compare to someone like me, who survived by Lang Tiu's own hands for so long? You merely inherited a fraction of Lang Tiu's power. You have no idea the depths of my true strength. Once I use this world's energy to fully recover, I will completely seize the very core of the heavenly cloud continent. Thrilled by his own grand vision, the soul-devouring Demon Lord screamed until his voice cracked. Everyone who ever tried to control me, whoever wanted me to submit, they will all beg on their knees before me. Trung Pham listened in silence, his face showing genuine surprise. Seizing the core of the heavenly cloud continent, how in the world do you know how to control a world's core? Realizing his opponent knew more than expected, a patronizing grin crept onto the Demon Lord's face. Oh, so you know about the world's core too? It seems that old bastard Lang Tiu actually taught you quite a few things. Suddenly, malevolent energy erupted from the fissures in the ground, making Don Huyen scream in sheer panic. What is happening? Sensing the situation spiraling out of control, Ngok Lin frantically asked for her master's insight. Master, is this an earth dragon shifting its veins? Trung Pham didn't even bother looking back, his eyes locked dead onto the giant boss hovering above. No, it is the Demon Lord. He is about to take control of the world's core. Hearing this unfamiliar term, ancient memories suddenly flooded Don Huyen's mind. The sect's ancient texts state that absorbing a world's core can instantly shatter cultivation limits and reverse destiny. Taoist Truong! Are we really going to just stand here and watch that monster seize the entire core of our continent? This sudden lore drop inadvertently plunged Trung Pham into deep thought. I am actually a bit curious. The ability to extract a world's core has already appeared across the realms, but the price for doing so is absolute annihilation. Doan Huyen panicked, gripping his sword tightly. Then shouldn't we hurry up and stop this bastard? Seeing the old man about to rush in, Trung Pham quickly grabbed his shoulder to hold him back. This has happened before, which is exactly why the Immortal Realm heavily guards world cores now. Throw in the fact that Lang Tiu's successor has appeared, and the Heavenly Cloud Continent should be under even stricter surveillance. So what I don't get is, why haven't the big shots from the other Immortal Realms made a move yet? Overhearing this, Wei Han summoned his evil spirits in a fit of absolute excitement. Because they aren't going to do a damn thing, obviously. They used the prestige of the Immortal Realm to suppress me, thinking they could play me like a pawn. But little did they know they were just toys in my palm. Accidentally stumbling upon some juicy gossip, Trung Pham's face lit up with pure nosy intrigue. The guys you're talking about must be Trung Min's lackeys from the upper Immortal Realm, right? Wow, those brainless idiots were that easy to manipulate. That remark scratched the Demon Lord right where it itched. Exactly. A bunch of utter trash who dared to act all high and mighty in front of me. Just wait, I will make them pay in blood. But right now, Trung Pham, I am asking you one last time. Will you submit to me? And I will make you my right-hand man, giving you the power to protect everyone you care about. Without wasting a single second to think, he raised his sword high and delivered an incredibly cocky response. Lord Demon, there is really no need to obsess over me this much. I value my bright future in the Immortal Realm way too much to fall and become an ugly monster like you. Realizing this brat was far from ordinary, the Demon Lord's voice oozed with eerie arrogance. Oh, quite knowledgeable, aren't we? To think someone in this backwater continent could actually recognize that I have transformed into an abyssal terror. If you are so determined to be stubborn, boy, then I have no reason to show you mercy. Don Huyen's face tightened in absolute terror as he watched a cataclysmic storm roll in to form the array. A colossal demonic hand crashed down just as the old man's steely voice echoed across the battlefield. The fate of the righteous path rests on this very battle. Everyone, unite! Form the array and hold it back! Seeing this, the Demon Lord erupted in pure fury. A bunch of pathetic insects dare to stand against me? Fueled by his surging power, the massive skeletal hand slammed viciously into the grand array, causing the backlash to make Don Huyen vomit a mouthful of blood. Watching the terrifyingly powerful villain continue his advance, the old man clutched his bleeding chest, grinding his teeth in agony. Taoist Truong, it seems an old cultivator like me has to rely entirely on you in the end. Standing opposite Trung Pham, Wei Han was still dead set on his villainous recruitment pitch. Brat, you are the only one left standing. Are you still refusing to bow to me? But completely shattering the Demon Lord's grand fantasy, Trung Pham just flicked his wrist like he was brushing off a fly. Hey, old man, could you stop screaming so loud? And look, while I really appreciate how highly you think of me, there is just one little thing I desperately need to say. His dangling sentence immediately hooked the Demon Lord's attention. Oh, then spit it out. Let's hear it. Trung Pham instantly threw up his middle finger, firing back with supreme arrogance. What I want to say is, a Demon Lord like you is nothing but a beaten dog. You got crushed so hard by the great Emperor Lang Tu that all you could do was scurry away and hide in a hole. So what exactly are you acting so high and mighty about? Those words were like a rusty knife twisting into an old wound, making the demon shriek in uncontrollable rage. Ignorant brat, you dare insult me like this? It seems I have been far too lenient with you. Boy, I will trap your soul inside my banner. I will make you writhe in endless, inescapable agony for the rest of eternity. While the demon lord was still drowning in his furious tantrum, Trung Pham swiftly swung his sword with full force, as if he had planned this exact moment all along. A single, devastating slash struck the demonic idol, leaving the demon lord completely and utterly dumbfounded. What? What is this? That familiar sword aura. This brat just inherited Emperor Ling Xiao's legacy. How is this even possible? A single strike completely shattered my Providence avatar. Basking in his opponent's absolute panic, Trung Pham crossed his arms, smirking. You're just a coward who had to steal most of the Tianyun continent's life force just to dare set foot in the southern wasteland. That condescending attitude, combined with his annoyingly youthful face, made the soul devourer's blood boil with absolute rage. You little brat, looks like I'll have to burn every ounce of my power just to crush you right here, right now. Even if I have to drag the entire Qingyuan continent down to hell with me, it'll be worth it. Seeing the demon still gathering energy for a massive attack after taking such a heavy blow, Trung Pham immediately dashed forward. I was actually planning to spare your pathetic life so you could rat out whoever's pulling your strings, but I guess that's off the table. Holy power violently condensed around his blade, launching a brilliant arc of light straight at the skeletal monster. The soul devourer desperately siphoned every last drop of dark miasma, swelling his energy sphere to a terrifying size. 10,000 years of cultivation, backed by the pure providence of the Tianyun continent. I command the very origin of this world. I refuse to be beaten by a punk like you. Before he could even finish his villainous monologue, his monstrous avatar was effortlessly obliterated by Trung Pham's blinding wave of pure energy. Agony ripped through his entire being, so fierce and sudden that his brain couldn't even process what was happening. Just one single strike. No, this is impossible. The soul devourer's monstrous body was crumbling into ash, yet somehow his mouth was still running, delivering his final dramatic speech without missing a single beat. To think, the moment I finally break free from Emperor Ling Xiao's seal, I run straight into you, he gasped. The reincarnation of Ling Xiao's legacy. My grand dream of absolute conquest. Those dying words reached Trung Pham's ears, perfectly triggering his inner sass that had been suppressed for way too long. A piece of trash like you actually thought you could conquer the heavens? You villains really love putting on a comedy show, huh? Right before disintegrating into pure nothingness, the demon spat out his final bitter words. Curse you! With the dark menace finally eradicated, the beautiful blue sky revealed itself, accompanied by the ecstatic, deafening cheers of the survivors. The Tianyun Sword Immortal is invincible. Our continent is saved. The Demon Lord is dead. Amidst the celebration, a slow-witted demon lackey was just barely processing the situation, his voice trembling in sheer disbelief. How can this be? Lord Demon Venerable actually got wiped out by some young punk? Shouldn't we be running for our lives right now? Seeing the demonic stragglers scrambling like rats, the righteous immortals weren't about to show any mercy. They mounted their flying swords and gave chase. Hunt down those dark cultivators. Restore absolute peace to the Tianyun continent. Elder Dan Hoyan, finally feeling the massive weight lifted off his shoulders, spoke to the young hero in a warm, relaxed tone. Trung Pham, this old Taoist will lead our forces to wipe out the remaining demonic scum. But Trung Pham's piercing gaze was locked onto a massive flying ship, hovering off in the distance. A knowing, dangerous smirk tugged at his lips. Hold on, Elder. Don't be in such a rush. This show is far from over. Unfortunately, his warning was swallowed by the howling wind. The old man hadn't heard a thing and had already soared off into the distance. Meanwhile, aboard that imposing floating warship, an attendant stood behind Hu Fat, flashing a deeply sinister, plotting grin. Sun Kang squinted at the majestic vessel looming in the sky, scratching his head in pure confusion. Hey, isn't that the crest of the High Heaven Realm? Why the hell would those stuck-up elites bother coming all the way down to our Tianyun continent? Trung Pham replied, his voice dripping with an unusually gleeful, dark amusement. Maybe they never actually left. Suddenly, Elder Dan Huyen popped back into the conversation out of nowhere. Catching his drift, the elder gasped. Trung Pham, are you implying that the High Heaven Realm was secretly pulling the strings behind the Soul Devourer all along? Trung Pham's hawkish gaze remained fiercely locked onto the deck of the hovering ship, analyzing their every move. Isn't it painfully obvious, Elder, you just focus on hunting down those dark cultivators and keeping the people of this continent safe. As soon as the words left his mouth, Trung Pham watched as Hu Fat proudly descended from the sky, leading his elite entourage with arrogant strides. Elder Dan Hien couldn't hide his deep anxiety. All right, it seems these so-called immortals didn't come here with friendly intentions. I suppose we can only blame our Tianyun continent for being too weak. The moment Than Sun landed, he didn't even try to hide his absolute disgust for the people below. That soul devourer acted so incredibly high and mighty, but he turned out to be nothing but useless trash. The upper realm envoy scoffed, only to be instantly hit with a verbal slap to the face from Trung Pham. Oh, and if he was useless trash, what exactly does that make you? Trying to save his fragile ego, the envoy spat out the most pathetic excuse imaginable. I was merely caught off guard for a second and fell into his pathetic trap. Meanwhile, Hu Fat silently scrutinized Trong Pham before slowly offering a quiet word of warning to his comrade.
Do not underestimate him. Judging by his raw power, a boy capable of defeating the likes of Max Xuan is absolutely living up to his terrifying reputation. Then Sun merely shot Trong Pham a piercing glare, his eyebrows furrowing so deeply they practically merged into one.
Max Xuan only got that far because he was spoon-fed resources by the Celestial King. This brat is just some lucky country bumpkin. Just watch. I'll make him obediently hand over Emperor Ling Xiao's divine legacy in no time. True to his arrogant word, he brazenly marched straight toward the floating island to establish his dominance. Listen closely, mortals. I have arrived on behalf of His Majesty, Celestial King Trong Min, to aid you in exterminating the vile demons ravaging your Tianyun continent. Hearing such blatant hypocrisy, Sun Kang's ears burned with rage, and he instantly fired back. Oh, you guys are just so incredibly noble, waiting exactly until we finished off the Soul Devourer before deciding to dramatically show up. Your skin is thicker than a fortress wall. Instantly, the envoy's righteous, saintly mask shattered, violently twisting into a scowl of pure, ruthless authority. A filthy beast dares to speak to an envoy of the upper realm with such insolence? The immortal sneered. Trong Pham, if you don't know how to leash your own mutts, allow me to discipline them for you. Trong Pham, who had been silently watching the circus act this whole time, immediately stepped up the moment someone threatened his crew. Are you seriously treating me like I'm invisible right now? Having his attack effortlessly brushed aside didn't seem to trigger Than Sun's rage just yet. Instead, he smirked. Now, Trong Pham, we might have arrived a little late, but surely you understand. Immortals of the upper realm traveling thousands of miles to assist you cannot possibly return home empty-handed. Watching this clown perform his little extortion routine, Trong Pham nonchalantly played along. Oh, and what exactly do you want to take from me? That careless, mocking attitude completely ignited the envoy's fury. Emperor Ling Xiao's divine legacy is the only reason you managed to defeat the Soul Devourer. A smart man knows when to bow down and hand over what isn't his. He thought his blatant threat would seal the deal, but Trong Pham just casually kept pushing his buttons. And what if I just say no? Utterly done with playing diplomat, Than Sun snapped and ruthlessly drew his blade. I tried doing this the easy way, but clearly you're practically begging for a death sentence. Seeing this pathetic weakling trying to act tough, Trong Pham let out a disdainful scoff. With a casual, effortless flick of his wrist, his sword aura blasted the arrogant envoy right out of the sky. Hu Fat, who had been quietly watching from the sidelines, finally gave a slow, theatrical clap. I expect nothing less from the man who defeated the heavenly demon Max Xuan of our high heaven realm. Trong Pham, your power truly lives up to the legends. Trong Pham didn't miss a beat, instantly snapping back with a mocking grin. What, are you itching to get your teeth kicked in too? For the first time, a flicker of genuine hesitation flashed across the older envoy's hawkish eyes. Slipping up for just a second, he muttered his inner thoughts aloud. My junior brother and I are roughly at the same power level. No, a fight is completely unnecessary. Quickly recovering, he cleared his throat. Trong Pham, do you truly believe you can conquer the 10,000 realms all by yourself? Why not pledge your loyalty to the High Heaven Realm? Do that, and the Tianyun continent will enjoy our absolute permanent protection. Met with absolute silence, Hu Fat boldly pushed his luck. Emperor Ling Xiao's divine legacy isn't just desired by our realm. Countless monstrous factions across the universe are hunting for it. You defeated the Soul Devourer, yes, but once word gets out that you possess the legacy, you'll have a target on your back forever. Hearing this pathetic attempt at manipulation, Trong Pham merely offered a chilling, deadly smile. Well, thanks for the heads up. You actually just made me realize something very important. His eyes flashed with killer intent. It means not a single dog from the High Heaven Realm is leaving this place alive today. A terrifying wave of holy power violently erupted in all directions, forcing the two shameless envoys to frantically stumble backward. That sudden, explosive killing intent finally wiped the smug look right off Hu Fat's face. Panic setting in, he shrieked, Trong Pham, don't you dare bring complete ruin upon yourself. I carry the divine token of His Majesty, the Celestial King. Before the envoy could even pull out his little trinket, a massive blast of energy detonated, violently sending both immortals flying through the air. Tracking their pathetic tumbling through the smoke, Trong Pham planted his hands on his hips and delivered a mercilessly sarcastic quip. Oh, I'm so terrified. So what? You say that like your precious king is going to pop out of thin air and save you right now? Than Sun and Hu Fat had just barely scraped out of death's grip. Their minds were still violently spinning, leaving them completely speechless and terrified. Trong Pham, on the other hand, stood tall and completely unfazed, leveling his radiant sword directly at their throats. Don't even dream of escaping today. Just as the words faded, a massive purple hand tore through the void, followed by an echoing, omnipresent voice. Such insolence! Spotting Trong Min, the two goons jolted in panic and screamed, It's His Majesty the Immortal King! Your Majesty, please save us! Sensing the danger, Ngok Lin cried out anxiously, Master, watch out! Doan Huyen looked up in sheer disbelief. Why would an immortal king strike from so far away? Panic immediately rippled through the crowd. Trung Pham swiftly drew his blade, pointing it straight at the colossal hand. As expected from the shameless Shangjiang immortal realm, you guys really take being despicable to a whole new level. Trung Min furiously pointed right at him, cursing, "You arrogant brat, how dare you!" He thought this would terrify the boy, but instead Trung Pham charged forward without hesitation. "You're nothing but an old thief hiding in the shadows playing dirty tricks!" Trung Min wasn't about to back down either, rapidly gathering his power. "This king will teach you some manners today!" Ignoring the threat, Trung Pham rocketed straight up, slicing past the giant hand in a flash. In that exact moment, a deafening explosion shattered the sky. Seeing the aftermath, Trung Pham smirked with absolute confidence. "Oh, looks like your power is nothing more than this, you old bastard." Down below, the two disciples couldn't hide their shock, gasping in unison. How is that even possible? He didn't just block His Majesty's long-range attack, he actually overpowered it. Having pushed back Trung Min, the boy spun around, aiming his sword right at them. His eyes were cold and merciless. "Looks like your precious immortal king can't save you two after all." Yet, Hu Fat still hadn't learned his lesson and arrogantly screamed, "Truong Pham, you better remember that the mighty Shangjiang immortal realm stands right behind us." The consequences of angering one of the four great immortal realms isn't something your pathetic little Skycloud continent can handle. He thought spewing these threats would make the boy back down, but Trung Pham just charged right at him. "Isn't this all happening because you bastards had malicious designs on the Skycloud continent in the first place?" Suddenly, Ngoc Lin screamed, "Master, watch your back!" Trung Pham snapped his head back just in time to notice the threat, swinging his blade horizontally to slice the command token in half. "I knew a sneaky old rat like you would try a sneak attack." Even though it was sliced in two, the king's voice still echoed from inside the token. "Humph, Trung Pham, I cannot join the battlefield in person this time." Before fading away, Trung Min left one final menacing threat. "But mark my words, this king will remember you." As soon as he finished, another explosion rocked the area. Even from the shattered fragments, his voice persisted. "I will make you regret insulting this king for the rest of your miserable life." Trung Pham wasn't about to stay quiet, but before he could talk back, Hu Fat begged from below. "Trung Pham, please spare us. I swear I will be loyal to you." Refusing to listen to their garbage, he swung his blade, slashing right through the two of them in one swift motion. With the job done, Trung Pham landed gracefully as Ngoc Lin happily ran up to him. "Master, you are amazing! I can't believe you actually beat that immortal king." He gently patted her head, then called out, "Old Tong, are you and Old Huang ready to activate the floating island's grand array?" Doan Huyen was a bit bewildered. "Trung Pham, don't tell me you can actually breach the void." He kept asking nervously, "Shouldn't we think this through before making a move? After all, our enemy is a massively powerful immortal realm." Trung Pham scoffed in annoyance and turned away. What's so special about their immortal realm? They are just one realm among 10,000, just like everyone else. He raised his hand high, his eyes blazing with absolute determination. "That old bastard Truong Min has schemed against us time and time again. It would be incredibly rude of me not to return the favor." With all his might, Trung Pham crushed the token to dust. Seeing him do that, Doan Huyen crossed his arms in helpless resignation. Trung Pham doing this would only place an even heavier burden on the shoulders of the Skycloud continent's cultivators. Ignoring everyone's concerns, he lunged forward and slashed his sword into the open air. "You old thief, Trung Min!" As the spatial boundary slowly tore open, Trung Pham's voice echoed through the rift. "It's only fair to return a gift with a gift." Phuc Da spoke up cautiously. That was Trung Pham's voice just now. Quoc Hui walked over and chimed in. "Don't tell me Emperor Trung Min of the Shangjiang realm actually got beaten by that kid, and now he even dares to counterattack?" Back on his side, Trung Min sat on his throne, brooding over Trung Pham's taunts. "You old thief, Trung Min. It's only fair to return a gift with a gift. Take my sword." Pure rage contorted the king's face. How dare that arrogant little brat cause such a scene? Outside, a blinding streak of light came crashing toward the citadel. The guards shouted in absolute panic. "Who dares to trespass upon our Shangjiang immortal realm? His Majesty the Immortal King will never forgive you." Trung Min, fully aware of the chaos outside, unleashed his giant hand projection once again. "As if I would let a brat like you desecrate the Shangjiang realm." Instantly, the streak of light was blocked by his power. "I swear, I will personally descend upon the Skycloud continent, sever your head, and display it as a warning to all 10,000 realms." Another massive explosion shook the realm. The guards huddled together, whispering in awe. Who on earth does this sword aura belong to? To think they could exchange a blow with His Majesty. Well, they still got defeated by His Majesty in the end. Meanwhile, Trung Min was so furious his hands clenched as if wanting to crush his enemy alive. He gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. "A punk who barely just became an immortal actually managed to injure me." Down in the hall, Han Tui bowed respectfully. "Your Majesty, we still don't know who this arrogant intruder is." The king remained silent, merely casting a sharp glance toward Max Xuyen. When Han Tui and Tu Quinn didn't get an answer, a wave of panic washed over them. Your Majesty, don't tell me it's that guy Trung Pham who defeated Mak Xuyen. How is that even possible? Sure, the guy has some talent, but how long has it even been since he ascended to immortality? The entire main hall descended into dead silence as everyone started connecting the dots. It seemed like it really was Truong Pham who had bested Mak Xuyen. Suddenly, Truong Min spoke up, shattering the lingering dread. Mak Xuyen, do you currently have the confidence to crush the man who once defeated you? He stood tall and unyielding before the king, declaring with absolute certainty. I do. Waiting exactly for that answer, Truong Min pulled out a command token. Good, I shall grant you this token. Go down to the treasury and take your pick of immortal weapons and cultivation resources. He swiftly tossed it over to Mak Xuyen. Do not disappoint me again. This is your absolute final chance. Clenching the token, a burning resolve flared up in Mak Xuyen's eyes. I will use Trung Pham's blood to wash away the stain on my sword heart and prove my worth once and for all. Mak Xuyen turned and strode away with a confident smirk. Just you wait, Truong Pham. Watching him leave, Truong Min thought to himself, as expected of the Sword Dao successor to Great Emperor Ling Xiao, to think a mere brat could actually inflict a wound on me. He pondered for a moment. Just wait until I get my hands on that inheritance. Meanwhile, on the southern wilds floating island of the Skycloud continent, Don Huyen stood there, staring thoughtfully into the distance. He watched the martial artists training from afar, originally believing that with the rise of a sword, immortal like Truong Pham, the Skycloud continent would only grow stronger in the future, even if their world-protecting array had lost its power. Don Huyen turned to look at Truong Pham with a heavy sigh. Who would have thought that they would end up in a situation with even more trouble and endless worry? Seeing this, the boy offered a few words of comfort. It's fine. After all, since the Skycloud continent once produced an illustrious figure like Emperor Ling Xiao, it's only natural that greedy eyes would be watching us. Oh, right. Let's change the subject. Old Master, I really feel like the Tianyun continent can't just rely on me forever. All of you must grow stronger too. Hearing this, Taoist Yin Xuan coughed in embarrassment. This old man and my fellow cultivators are truly ashamed. As seniors of the Dao, we can't even compare to a young man like you, Zhang Fan. He quickly waved his hands, explaining, No, I didn't mean it like that. I'm planning to open up the floating islands cultivation resources for the Tianyun continent, things like spirit fruits. But we'll need to select the candidates carefully. Those words left the old man absolutely stunned. Zhang Fan, are you truly willing to share the island's resources? But Zhang Fan was fiercely resolute. When I say something, my word is absolute. Don't forget, you're an outstanding senior yourself. The younger generation still needs people like you to shelter them from the storm. Hearing this, Yin Xuan's heart finally settled. Very well, this old man will definitely screen and nurture them properly. He suddenly cupped his hands together, his face full of hesitation, as if holding something back. In the blink of an eye, Yin Xuan's voice echoed throughout the entire forest. To think that this old man would actually have a chance to achieve immortality. Everything wrapped up perfectly. Zhang Fan couldn't help but smile too. His sword domain was finally repaired, and the enemies seemed to be from the same dark faction as the mysterious figure who attacked him before. Even though I'm invincible, the current situation demands that I get some solid helpers. Meanwhile, Chi-Wen was intensely observing the site before her. So, is this the Xuanfeng continent that my senior brothers were investigating? Everything seemed perfectly normal. She gripped the hilt of her sword tightly. I wonder if that guy's injuries have healed yet. If it weren't for this urgent sect mission, I'd be back guarding the Tianyun continent by now. With that thought, Chi-Wen urged her flying blade forward, plunging straight into the territory without a second of hesitation. Then, she called out with chilling calmness. You can stop hiding now. If you're setting up an ambush here, it means my senior brothers have already run into trouble. Instantly, a massive swarm of enemies burst from beneath the water's surface at terrifying speed. From the enemy ranks, Ling Shu feigned a polite smile, explaining smoothly, Well, Fair Yuan's fellow disciples are the brightest talents of the Cloudscape Immortal Realm, and you, Fair Yuan, are a legend yourself. Naturally, we had to prepare a grand welcome. Hearing this, Chi-Wen dropped all pretenses and instantly launched a fierce attack. Knowing so much about the higher nine heavens, it seems your identity is anything but ordinary. Let's see the face hiding behind that mask. Ling Shu didn't flinch at all. Instead, he calmly ordered his underlings. Entertain Fair Yuan properly. Do not let her leave the Xuanfeng continent alive. As the fight broke out, Chi-Wen's mind raced, analyzing the deadly situation. They've been waiting for me. I'm afraid even a messaging sword won't be able to pierce through the borders of this continent. Chi-Wen hesitated for a fraction of a second. Is Zhang Fan really my only hope right now? The moment the assassins lunged at her, she unleashed a shockwave, sending the entire mob flying back. You're nothing but a bunch of demonic scum. Do you really think trash like you can stop me? Seizing the perfect window of opportunity, Chi-Wen instantly flicked a jade pendant out from her sleeve. Meanwhile, back at the floating island manor, Yu Lian was reporting in her sweet, composed voice. Master, this is the spirit tea sent by the sect master of the Profound Heaven sect. He wants to thank you for providing the magical fruits, and all those other precious resources. Zhang Fan simply leaned back against the ancient tree, taking a relaxed, satisfying sip. I just want to share the blessings with the world now that I have the power to do so. After all, I came from the Tianyan continent. Of course, I want to see my homeland grow stronger. Hearing this, Yuanling didn't hesitate to voice his absolute reverence. Exalted immortal, your heart truly embraces the entire world. Your benevolence and righteousness know no bounds. Seeing the mood, Yulin couldn't help but chime in, a hint of worry in her eyes. Come to think of it, Big Sister Yuan has been gone from Tianyan for quite a while now. I wonder how her sect mission is going. Hearing her name, Zhang Fan gently stroked his chin, falling into deep thought. It's probably going perfectly fine. After all, Qi-Wen's sect rules over the Cloudscape Immortal Realm. They're an immortal emperor sect with a legacy spanning over 1,000,000 years. He cast his gaze toward the horizon, his eyes distant. A sacred land that actually birthed an immortal emperor. How could an ordinary immortal sect even compare? Not to mention that sacred land currently has a living immortal emperor watching over it. Seeing Zhang Fan completely lost in thoughts of another woman, Yulin immediately puffed her cheeks in a cute, jealous pout. Master is thinking about Big Sister Yuan again. I was clearly the one who stayed by Master's side first. Suddenly, as if witnessing something terrifying, Yuanling screamed, "Exalted Immortal, Yu Lian! Look over there, what is this? What is that?" They instantly snapped their heads toward where he was pointing. Zhang Fan sprang to his feet. "That's..." Before he could even finish his sentence, the object gently floated right into the palm of his hand. This is the special distress signal Qi-Wen and I set up. It's only meant for absolute emergencies. At that moment, the jade was pulsing with faint, erratic bursts of spiritual energy. Yulian's voice trembled as she voiced her worst fear. "Master, do you mean Big Sister Yuan used this jade pendant because she's in terrible danger?" Right on cue, Qi-Wen's desperate voice burst out from the jade. "Zhang Fan, I've been ambushed on the Xuanfeng continent. I'm completely surrounded. Please contact my sect for backup." Those words made Yulian's eyes go wide with absolute panic. "Master, Big Sister Yuan is really in trouble. Oh no, I can't even imagine what she's going through right now." In stark contrast to her panic, Zhang Fan's demeanor turned remarkably cold and calm. "Naturally, I'm going to rescue her myself." Yulin's voice wavered with uncertainty. But Big Sister Yuan asked us to contact her sect for backup." He simply turned his back to the wind, explaining, "We don't have a direct line to the Cloudscape Immortal Realm. I have no idea where Qi-Wen's master even is right now. If I wait around trying to prove my identity to them, it'll be too late." Even though his reasoning was rock solid, Yulian still couldn't shake off her anxiety. But Zhang Fan just walked up and gently placed a heavy, reassuring hand on Yulian's shoulder. "Yulian, I am leaving the Tianyan continent in your hands for now. Master has to go pull your Big Sister Yuan out of hell." The sheer weight of that responsibility made her panic, instantly trying to back out. "Master, no! I failed so miserably last time. I can't possibly..." But Zhang Fan immediately cut her off, his eyes burning with absolute conviction. "Yulian, I believe in you." His unwavering trust left Yulian blushing red, her voice reducing to a nervous stutter. Can I really do this?" A short while later, Zhang Fan was flying through the skies, replaying that cute moment in his head. Thank God Yulian finally agreed to stay. He was currently hovering just outside the floating island's barrier. Seeing how incredibly worked up she was, I actually felt too embarrassed to tell her about my sword's newly awakened power. No matter how far away I go, it can instantly warp me back to my sword domain. After a final systems check, Zhang Fan turned back to give out his final orders to the group. "I need to leave the continent for a little while. I expect all of you to support Yulian in guarding Tianyun and the floating island. Push your cultivation to the absolute limit. If you run out of resources, just ask Yulian. She has the authority to supply you." The moment the words left his mouth, his sword shot into the heavens. "That's it for now. This is a life or death emergency. I'm heading out." The group standing below could do nothing but watch in awe as his majestic figure pierced through the clouds. "Master, my lord, exalted immortal, please return safely." After tearing across the cosmos, Zhang Fan finally arrived in the Great Void, hovering just outside the Xuanfeng continent. He immediately hit the brakes, his sharp eyes locking onto the massive realm before him. So, is this the world where Qi-Wen sent that distress signal from? Not wanting to waste any more time overthinking, Trong Pham made his move, flying straight in to investigate. Let's just go in and take a look, he thought, waiting to see what he would stumble upon. Over there, Trong Pham quickly closed in, searching for any trace of Kivan, but he came up completely empty. Suddenly, a mocking smirk crept across his face. Do these scumbags seriously not realize that looking too normal is incredibly suspicious? With that thought, he continued, riding his sword across the vast ocean. Let's see what you bastards are really plotting. Meanwhile, back on land in a bustling village, people were moving about their day. Truong Pham blended right into the crowd, keeping a sharp eye on everyone. They have such sturdy builds, and there's a massive amount of hidden strength inside them. Looks like this world mainly focuses on physical cultivation. Suddenly, Jiang Min sidled up right next to him and dropped his voice to a whisper. Hey, brother, are you that Outlander cultivator who showed up in our waters a while back? He added a gentle warning. The walls have ears around here, and there are spies everywhere. You'd better come with me for now. Hearing that, Trung Pham stared at Jungmin's back, a look of pure amusement flashing across his face. This Huyanfeng continent is turning out to be pretty interesting. A little while later, the guy finally dropped the heavy sacks from his shoulders onto the ground. The two of them were now standing inside a small courtyard. Jungmin brought his hands together in a respectful salute. I am Nui Jungmin, a cultivator of the Huyanfeng continent. It was too chaotic back there to introduce myself properly. Please forgive my rudeness. Trung Pham casually returned the gesture. Knowing Trung Pham was an outsider, the man didn't beat around the bush and cut straight to the chase. Brother Trung Pham, there's no need to hide it. Our Huyanfeng continent is different from other worlds. We can spot an outsider with just one glance. He immediately pressed for answers. Big bro, you just mentioned another Outlander cultivator showing up on your island recently. Do you happen to know where she is? However, Jungmin was completely focused on something else. Our Huyanfeng continent has fallen into corruption, drawing in demonic spirits from the outside. Before the vast majority of our cultivators even knew what was happening, so many people were already consumed by the darkness. Not letting him finish his tragic tale, Trung Pham swiftly cut him off, though he kept his tone polite. Brother Nui, right now, I only care about finding that other Outlander cultivator. Besides, I'm more than capable of observing and figuring things out for myself. Hearing that, Jungmin awkwardly scratched his head and let out a forced laugh. Fair enough. For you to rush to the Huyanfeng continent like this, you must be worried sick. Come on, I'll take you to see them. Trung Pham instantly caught the keyword there. Them. Meanwhile, the guy pushed open a door and kept explaining.
There are a lot of people here in Huyanfeng who refuse to fall to the demonic corruption, so we banded together to form a resistance. Those injured Outlander cultivators from before, our group rescued them and brought them right here.
After taking a sip of the tea, Trung Pham couldn't help but let out an impressed, "Oh!" Sitting across from Einheim and the others, who were shifting nervously in their seats, he finally broke the silence. Senior brother Einheim, I honestly thought you guys would have met a tragic end. He shot a glance at the guard standing by the tent entrance. But looking at you now, it seems like you're living pretty comfortably, huh? Suddenly, Jungmin strolled into the room, his voice dripping with pure sarcasm. Well, aren't you a self-aware little brat? You knew there was no escape, so you just accepted your fate as a prisoner. This cheap provocation didn't faze Trung Pham in the slightest. In fact, he casually fired back, mocking the man. Yep, I'm all set. I'll be leaving my care in your hands from now on. With just one sentence, the guy was so pissed off he started grinding his teeth. Immediately, he ordered his lackey to slap sealing stones on Trung Pham to lock away his magic. Trung Pham put on a totally fake act of surprise as he stared at his shackled hands. Obviously, he wasn't scared at all. He just let out a dismissive scoff. Wow! The guy really just left like that? I totally thought he was going to torture me or something. It was then that Einheim finally spoke up, getting straight to the point. Junior brother Trung, weren't you and junior sister Vian heading to the immortal demon battlefield? Why on earth did you show up here? The moment the topic was brought up, his playful demeanor instantly vanished, replaced by deadly seriousness. A lot of crazy stuff went down after we parted ways with you guys. Looks like you all have been locked up in here for quite a while, huh? Einheim and the rest of the group exchanged gloomy, defeated looks. We did some digging and found out the Huyanfeng continent is crawling with demons. They've even taken control of the top leaders. The cultivators who hadn't been brainwashed formed a resistance against them. This piece of info took Trung Pham by surprise, making him blurt out, huh? But right after that, he burst into deep laughter and delivered his words as calmly as if he were discussing the weather. Well, it sounds like they've used this exact same trick plenty of times. I just got lured in here the exact same way. With that, he lazily propped his chin on his hand, completely relaxed. All right then, let me get you guys up to speed on what's been happening on the outside. He even had the nerve to ask a favor from the burly guard standing nearby. Hey there, beautiful big sister, how about you grab me a fresh cup of tea, just as a reward for being such a well-behaved prisoner? After the guard huffed and walked away, Trung Pham spent some time filling Einheim's group in on everything. He dropped a massive bombshell that left the senior brother utterly shocked. What? The 9 underworld demons actually blew up the entire Blood Abyss battlefield? And they forcefully stripped away the world's origin core? He nodded, dropping even more heavy news on them. Yep, the exact same thing almost happened over on the Tianvan continent too, though it wasn't nearly as violent. I managed to stop it before things went south. At this point, Einheim frustratingly grabbed his own head in despair. Then I finally understand what's really going on here in Huyanfeng. The demons secretly taking over the continent. It's all tied to the world's origin core. Suddenly, Trung Pham's expression grew incredibly dark. Exactly. And there's one more thing I haven't told you guys yet. That intense look made Einheim straighten up, getting serious as well. Now that you mention it, junior brother Trung, you never actually told us why you came here. His brows knitted tightly together as he delivered the next piece of news. Kaivan is here on the Huyanfeng continent. She sent me an emergency distress signal, begging me to call in reinforcements from your sect. This caused Einheim to slam his hands on the table and shoot up to his feet once again. Junior Sister Vian came to Huyan Fong? Since when? Trong Pham also clasped his hands behind his back, standing up as he confirmed the terrible truth. It's true. Your master dispatched her here as backup. The moment she left the immortal demon battlefield, she headed straight for the Huyan Fong continent. I actually thought that by letting myself get dragged in here, I'd bump into her. This revelation only made the senior brother's anxiety skyrocket to a whole new level. We haven't received a single piece of news, and we haven't seen any sign of her the whole time we've been locked up. Suddenly, a suffocating, overwhelming aura of energy exploded from Trong Pham's body. Senior brother An Hiem, you guys have been locked up in here for so long, you must be dying of boredom. Sensing his sudden shift in demeanor, the two burly guards instantly flared up their own auras and stepped forward aggressively. Meanwhile, An Hiem panicked and desperately tried to stop him. Junior brother Trong, don't! We're all wearing the same sealing stones as you. We can't use our magic. But before he could even finish his sentence, Trong Pham's terrifying power erupted, effortlessly shattering the heavy shackles into pieces. Please, this is just a cheap parlor trick. A blinding streak of light shot upward, instantly cracking the solid stone walls. He sheathed his sword, letting out an icy snort backed by an incredibly terrifying presence. As the thick dust cleared, it revealed the guards from earlier completely knocked out cold on the stone floor. Trong Pham stood there without a single scratch on him. Even though I didn't find Kai Van, at least I got everyone here to help out. He gazed up at the massive gaping hole in the ceiling. Besides, I really want to see exactly what kind of bastard was capable of forcing Kai Van to send me a distress signal. At that very moment, elsewhere, Kai Van had just survived a brutal, bloody battle. Fortunately, her injuries weren't life-threatening, and she was slowly recovering. It seems she had finally managed to shake off her relentless pursuers. Suddenly, a blinding pillar of light pierced the sky, catching her eye. Huh? This fierce pressure. It's Zhang Fan's sword intent. The realization left her a bit flustered. But why is he here on the Zhuanfeng continent? Don't tell me he rushed over without even notifying the sect? Even while dodging a sneak attack from a bear demon, she still found the energy to complain. Seriously, how can that guy be so flashy in a dangerous, unfamiliar world? In a flash, Chi Wen sent the bear packing to meet its ancestors. With the beast taken care of, she started piecing things together. Zhang Fan was sending a signal to her, the one being hunted, letting her know he had arrived. But the demonic forces definitely saw it too. Meanwhile, at the peak of the central island, senior brother An Ran looked up at the sky and sighed. Seeing the sky swarm with countless flying ships, he shook his head helplessly. I can guess what junior brother Zhang is trying to do. Junior sister must have seen that sword aura too. But in stark contrast to his overwhelming anxiety, Zhang Fan was completely relaxed. If Chi Wen could see it, the demons and their lackeys definitely did too. Senior brother An, look, they're here. Even though Zhang Fan had promised their safety, An Ran was still on edge. But the demons have infiltrated Zhuanfeng for years. They control everything around here. They'll definitely reach us before she does. Finally, An Ran turned to plead with him. Junior brother Zhang, I didn't have time to tell you earlier. Our magic has been sealed. We're heavily suppressed and can barely use any of our power. Despite his frantic worrying, Zhang Fan just calmly reassured him. Relax, it's just a bunch of trash who sold their souls to the demons. I can handle this. His arrogant nonchalance instantly pissed off Jiang Ming. What an arrogant little brat. He then roared, threatening Zhang Fan's group. I was going to let you live comfortably before the Great Lord sacrificed you, but it seems you're in a hurry to die. Zhang Fan merely poured oil on the fire. A bunch of lazy cowards relying on demonic power, completely clueless about what you've actually lost. It's honestly pathetic. Those words utterly provoked the lackeys. They swarmed out, diving from their flying ships straight toward Zhang Fan. Jiang Ming shouted to rally his troops. All talk. Let's show these outlanders the sheer power the great lords have bestowed upon us. Beside him, Kong Ji took the chance to mock them. You outlander scum, you have absolutely no idea how powerful we can become. While they were busy talking trash, tremble before our might and die in absolute agony. Zhang Fan had already drawn his blade. In a single flashing strike, he blew away almost the entire horde of lackeys, leaving Kong Ji completely horrified. How is this possible? For Zhang Fan, who already knew the outcome, it was nothing but a joke. You call this tiny bit of power impressive? He didn't stop there. Zhang Fan's overwhelming force shattered their flying ships into pieces. Even now, Jiang Ming refused to believe his eyes. Impossible! With this Lord's blessing combined with Zhuanfeng's body cultivation, our defense should be invincible. Damn it! Seeing this, Zhang Fan just smirked. The surviving enemies scrambled to flee. Fall back! Retreat! We have to report this to the Great Lords! Now finally free of distractions, Zhang Fan turned back to An Ran and the others. Oh? Looks like we've stumbled onto a rather unexpected discovery. His words immediately made An Ran nervous. What do you mean? Zhang Fan glanced at the defeated lackeys groaning on the ground. These guys probably don't even realize their minds have been completely eaten away by the demons. They aren't even themselves anymore. And Ran chimed in right after. We already figured that much out. Zhang Fan had to clarify. No, what I mean is, the demons are controlling them like literal puppets. Anran's confusion only grew. You're saying these fallen cultivators of Xuanfeng are being manipulated without even knowing it? Zhang Fan nodded seriously. Exactly. And based on what that fake just blurted out, I get the feeling all these cultivators are just going to be used as sacrifices for whatever the demons are plotting. And Rand felt a surge of pity, but his unease grew stronger. That's truly tragic. But was it really okay to let them escape? Our powers haven't recovered yet. When they come back, there'll be an entire army of them. Despite Ayn Rand's frantic panic, Zhang Fan remained incredibly chill. Good, let them come. That's exactly what I want. Seeing Zhang Fan's relaxed demeanor, Ayn Rand couldn't help but ask, Junior brother Zhang, what exactly are you planning? He desperately tried to read the younger man's mind. Did you purposely flush the snake out of the grass, just to lure the demons out? Zhang Fan looked off into the distance, that confident smirk still playing on his lips. Senior brother An, you guys tried to be quiet. You snuck around to investigate without alerting the enemy, and how did that turn out? Hit right in a sore spot, Ayn Rand looked embarrassed. That was our careless mistake. We had no idea the Xuanfeng continent was already fully under their control. Scanning the sky, Zhang Fan replied. Exactly. They already control the whole continent, so hiding is pointless. Why not just step right out into the open? Suddenly, Zhang Fan smiled and waved at someone in the air. Besides, you have to beat the grass to see exactly what kind of snake jumps out. Just then, Chi-Wan descended from the sky on her flying sword, landing softly near them. Zhang Fan, I knew I'd find you here. As soon as her boots hit the ground, he quickly explained himself. Chi-Wan, hey, I got the emergency signal. Of course I had to make the trip. Even hearing his earnest excuse, she puffed her cheeks in a cute, angry pout. You definitely snuck over here without reporting to the sect first, didn't you?
That hit the nail right on the head, leaving Zhang Fan choking on a nervous, After getting her irritation out of her system, Chi-Wan finally took in the scene around them.
Senior brother An, why are you all here, and why are you with Zhang Fan? Anran awkwardly scratched his head. Well, as soon as we arrived at Xuanfeng, we walked straight into a demonic trap. Luckily, junior brother Zhang was here to save us. He quickly changed the subject to avoid more embarrassment. When did you get here, junior sister? We were locked up, so we had no idea what was happening outside. Chi-Wan gave them the short version. After your team lost contact, the sect assigned the rescue mission to me. Let's find a safe spot to rest and figure out our next move. Anran and the others followed close behind, surfing their swords over the ocean surface. Up ahead, Chi-Wan suddenly turned to look at him. Thank you, Zhang Fan. Her sincere tone caught him a little off guard. Huh? Seeing her uncharacteristically shy expression, Zhang Fan started guessing what was going on in her head. She must be feeling guilty. This is the first time I've ever seen her make a face like that. Chuckling to himself, he offered her a warm, reassuring smile. Hey, back when I knew absolutely nothing about the myriad worlds, you were the one who stayed by my side to help me. There's no need for words like that between us. The moment they arrived at the hideout, Chi-Wan immediately got down to business. Zhang Fan, knowing how your mind works, I'm guessing we're going to set up camp and wait for the demons to come to us. Their perfect synergy left Anran and the others completely in awe. Junior brother Zhang didn't even have to say a word, and junior sister Yuan already figured it out. Simply amazing. She then pointed toward a cluster of studies. That courtyard used to be Wei Jiangming's old stronghold. Let's go rest up over there, and let those bastards know exactly where to find us. While the others were just touching down, Zhang Fan was already sprawling comfortably on a stone bench. Well, while we wait for the welcome party, Chi-Wan, why don't you tell us about your little journey? Meanwhile, deep inside an underground cavern, Jiangming and his goons were groveling before someone in the shadows. He was sweating bullets, but still desperately tried to make excuses. High Priest, I swear I wasn't being careless. Those brats are just too damn cunning. But Wei Hao completely brushed him off. I will withhold this pathetic failure of yours from the lords, for now. His tone then sharpened into a deadly warning. I am giving you more men. Redeem yourself. If you fail again... Choked by an overwhelming invisible pressure, Jiangming hastily kowtowed. This servant absolutely will not fail you again, my lord. He clasped his hands in a frantic vow. Rest assured, sir, if I mess this up, I'll offer myself as a sacrifice. Disgusted, Wei Hao barked as he shooed him away. If you fail again, you'll be dragged to the altar whether you like it or not. Now get out of my sight. Jiangming scrambled to excuse himself. This lowly one will go capture them right now. Watching their pathetic figures scurry out of the cave, Wei Hao turned and issued a cold command to the gloomy shadows behind him. Take your men and shadow them. Find out exactly who dares to sabotage the Lord's grand design. Within the swirling black mist, the imposing silhouettes of the divine guards began to materialize. Understood. Back at the courtyard, after waiting until his neck grew stiff with not a single soul in sight, Zhang Fan muttered a complaint. Looks like the folks around here are tired of living. Anran calmly chimed in. If they weren't too comfortable with their lives, they wouldn't have sold their souls to the demons in the first place. Suddenly, Jing Yun yelled out a warning. Incoming, senior brother An, junior sister Yuan. The enemy is here. A spark of excitement finally lit up Zhang Fan's face. And here I thought they'd send a real army. But in the end, it's just this loser again. Hovering above on an airship, Jiang crossed his arms, shouting down his challenge. You little brats dared to reject my goodwill? Well, you're gonna regret it now. The demonic lackeys swarmed out, howling. Capture them! They'll make perfect sacrifices for the lords! Zhang Fan let out a disdainful scoff as he drew his sword, ready to clash. Just another bunch of fools who don't know their place. Let's see how pitifully this ends for them. But right at that moment, Anran and the others charged forward instead. Junior brother Zhang, leave these scumbags to me. Turns out, he was still holding a massive grudge against these henchmen from before. I am a proud disciple of the Celestial Emperor from the Uni Realm, and you pieces of trash dare to lock me in a cage? If I don't tear you apart today, I'll have no face left. In the blink of an eye, the demonic lackeys were getting absolutely pummeled by Enran's group. Seeing this, Zhang Ming totally lost his cool. You trespassed into the Xuanfeng continent, and you still dare to run your mouths? You want to ruin our grand plan and still dare to fight back? He strained his neck, screaming at his men. Fight to the death! Take them down and the high priest will reward you handsomely! The moment those words left his mouth, a massive explosion shook the ground. The lackeys simultaneously mutated, tearing out of their human skin to reveal their true, grotesque demonic forms as they moved to eradicate the group. The high priest and the lords are watching us! By now, Zhang Fan had fully shifted into his combat stance, unable to hold back his sarcasm. Look at this bunch. Not quite human, not quite demon, just straight up ugly. And just like that, with a single effortless strike, he wiped the floor with the mutated lackeys all over again. Jiang Ming was completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? They were wearing the divine armor blessed by the lords. Just who the hell is this kid? Panic taking over, he instantly prepared to bolt. If I stay here, I'm dead meat just like them. I can't go back either. I need to hide. Like a streak of light flashing across the sky, he fled. Zhang Fan just stood there, casually watching him run away. Qiwen was genuinely confused. He's making a run for it. We're just letting him go? Zhang Fan, however, remained utterly relaxed, a hint of disdain in his eyes. It's fine. He's just a small fry anyway. The scene cut to a hand with razor-sharp claws reaching out from the shadows. The Divine Guard's grip easily snatched Jiang Ming right out of the air. His voice was dark and seething with fury. It's a damn good thing the High Priest sent us. Just as expected, you are completely useless and unreliable. With his throat crushed so tight he could barely breathe, Jiang Ming still flailed desperately. Divine Guard, please spare me. I was just going to call for reinforcements. Naturally, the Divine Guard, who already despised him, wasn't having any of it. Yeah, Trash doesn't need to make excuses. With a single flick of his arm, he tossed Jiang Ming to his subordinates behind him. Drag this piece of garbage back and throw him onto the sacrificial altar. As he was hauled away, the coward began sobbing uncontrollably. General, please, I beg you, spare me. Let me go beg the High Priest for mercy. But the Divine Guard remained cold and unmoved. Down below, Zhang Fan's group had watched the entire show unfold. Qiwen let out an amused sigh. Well, looks like the newcomers this time actually have some status. Still, there wasn't a trace of worry in her voice. But they still aren't exactly what you were hoping for, right? Up in the sky, the Divine Guard and his squad glared down at them. Zhang Fan didn't hesitate to lock eyes with them. Yeah, I originally figured that even if the demons' true bodies didn't show up, they'd at least send the top dog of their lackeys. Taking in the situation, he quickly ran the analysis. From the looks of it, either the cultivators of the Guanfeng continent are arrogantly out of their minds, or the demons' demands are too high and they are at a critical stage right now. His intuition clearly rubbed off on Anran. I'm afraid it's the latter. We really wasted way too much time earlier. The Divine Guard clenched his fists, his voice booming with the threat. You arrogant outland cultivators! If you drop to your knees right now and beg the gods for forgiveness, there might still be time. Unfazed from fate, Zhang Fan readied himself for a brawl. Even though we haven't caught the big snake yet, at least we can track down where its den is. Hearing that, Qiwen immediately agreed. In battle, speed is everything. Everyone, hold off on attacking for a moment. We're going to strike straight into their lair. And Rand couldn't help but feel a little frustrated at how fast those two operated. They just exchanged one sentence and instantly knew the whole plan, while he and the others were still standing there trying to process it. Right then, the Divine Guard dramatically waved his hand and declared, You stubborn fools, you will never be able to comprehend the greatness of the gods. With that, he roared the order to attack. Annihilate these outland heretics who dare to defy the gods! But before he could even move a muscle, his subordinates gasped in pure panic. Lord Divine Guard! Out of nowhere, Qiwen's blade was already resting coldly against the commander's neck. Be a good boy and listen closely. You're going to take us to pay respects to these gods of yours. Standing by the sidelines, Zhang Fan chuckled to himself. Ever since I inherited the Lingxiao Celestial Emperor's legacy, my sword domain gained some shiny new skills, but I guess I don't even need to use them yet. The guard's life was now entirely in Qiwen's hands. Inside, the Divine Guard was absolutely panicking. Just who the hell are these outland cultivators? Wei Jiangming made it sound like capturing them was a walk in the park. And Rand walked up to them, visibly confused. Junior sister, junior brother Jang, are you two seriously planning to let them lead us right into their main hideout? Is this plan really a good idea? Hearing that, a mischievous, borderline villainous smirk crept onto Zhang Fan's face. Without a second of hesitation, the supposedly proud divine guard instantly dropped to his knees, groveling. This lowly one is willing to walk through boiling water and hellfire for you. I will gladly take the risk. Despite his pathetic act, he was secretly laughing his ass off inside. You outland idiots, you have absolutely no idea how terrifying the gods truly are. He then looked up with a sickeningly eager face, still scheming in his mind. Lucky for me, you're willingly marching straight to your own deaths. This way, I'll still look like a loyal believer in front of the gods. Zhang Fan crossed his arms, staring down at the guard, like he was looking at trash. As long as you move fast enough, there won't be any problems. With that, Chi Wen took the lead, and the entire group shot forward through the sky. We can't delay this any longer. Let's move out, now! At the altar, Nui Hao and his cultists stood before a massive pool of water. He raised his staff high and commanded, "The deity has delivered a prophecy. Prepare the sacrifices. The ritual is about to begin." Thung Da quickly reported, "Everything is fully prepared. Please rest assured, High Priest." Hearing this, Nui Hao nodded in deep satisfaction. "Excellent. Now, we just need to wait for Nui Jiangmin to drain the blood of those outlander cultivators." Suddenly, Amtran sprinted in from outside in an absolute panic to report. Thung Da immediately barked, "What is the meaning of this? How dare you act so insolently in front of the High Priest?" He frantically recounted the situation. "Vice Leader, those outlander cultivators outside, they've broken through the divine guards. They are attacking the barrier right now. I'm afraid it won't hold much longer." Just as he finished speaking, Trung Pham strolled in, resting his sword on his shoulder with a bold smirk. "So, this is the little rat hole where you demons are hiding." Amtran frantically pointed at the trio standing before them. "That's them! That's the group!" Nui Hao let out a heavy sigh and muttered, "You managed to shatter the Grand Barrier? Already? It seems Nui Jiangmin wasn't the only one who failed. Even the ones I sent with him must be dead." But then he pointed sharply at them with absolute confidence. "However, since you fools decided to walk right into my trap, that makes things much easier." With that, Ngui Hao declared with fanatic glee, "The prophecy's ritual is about to begin. You should feel honored, because you will be the prime sacrifices offered to our mighty deity."
Rejoice in this glorious honor! Gui Hao roared, standing atop a massive, crushing wave of water as it surged violently toward Trungfan's group. He laughed arrogantly from above. "The deity is descending upon the Mystic Wind continent to grant us ascension. To think you Outlander scum would dare try to steal our blessing. You all deserve to die." With those words, Nui Hao launched a devastating attack. "No one can stop our grand design. In the name of the deity, I shall deliver your divine punishment." Hearing this, Kaivan didn't flinch at all, firing back coldly. "You're just a bunch of lazy cowards looking for a shortcut to power. And yet, you act like you're doing something righteous."
Without a single second of hesitation, An Niem drew his sword ready to counter. "Junior brother Trung, junior sister Vian, let's take them down." Saying that, he charged straight into the massive tidal wave. "I want to see exactly which demonic trash dared to plot against me and my juniors." Nui Hao scoffed, his eyes filled with absolute disdain. So you do have a little bit of skill after all." Instantly, he raised his scepter high to unleash another spell. "The deity is with us! All of you attack! Capture those stubborn fools!" The demonic horde rapidly charged forward, screaming with fanatical fervor. "The deity is watching over us!" Kaivan spat in disgust as he drew his blade. "What a pathetic, ugly bunch of freaks!" With just a few swift, blinding slashes, he sent them flying through the air. One of the demons clutched its face in sheer terror. "What? Why? Why is the Almighty God's protection gone?" "It's working." The female spellcaster gracefully glided past the corpses of the unfortunate demons. Nui Hao's previous arrogance vanished, replaced by a grim scowl. "It seems I vastly underestimated you. No wonder my men failed." Yet, he stubbornly refused to back down. "But you still don't comprehend the true greatness of our Almighty God. You cannot stop us." In the blink of an eye, Ngui Hao summoned a towering pillar of violent water. "Oh, great master, please hear my prayers, answer my call, descend upon this world." A gigantic, raging vortex completely engulfed Trungfam's group. "Ha ha ha, there is nowhere left to run. He is arriving, tremble in despair." But when the priest looked down into the vortex, his jaw dropped in utter shock. Why are you just standing there?" he screamed furiously from the top of the waterfall. "Aren't you supposed to be thrashing in agony? You came here to stop me, didn't you?" Completely ignoring him, Trungfam casually discussed their next move. "So, do you guys think we should act like we're struggling a bit?" Kaivan winked in agreement. "If you feel like it, go ahead." Ignored and humiliated, Ngui Hao threw a massive fit, screaming at the top of his lungs. "You dare look down on me? You dare mock the Almighty God? Beg for your lives. Run. Cry out in terror." These screeching words intensely annoyed Trungfam. "Man, you are so loud and annoying, and here I thought I'd let you live a few seconds longer."
With that, he leapt into the air, unleashing a terrifying warning slash toward the priest. If you're so eager to taste my blade, then bring it on. I've got some free time to kill anyway.
But surprisingly, the priest didn't show a single ounce of fear. It's too late! Suddenly, a monstrous, gigantic hand gripped the edge of the water pool, and a booming, contemptuous voice echoed out. To think the Immortal Alliance would send a bunch of mere children. Kaivan glared at the colossal monster. So, the big boss finally shows up. Hakvu dragged its massive body upward, maintaining its overbearing, arrogant sneer. You folks from the Immortal Alliance never change, do you? He mocked. Always so high and mighty, yet so agonizingly slow to react. Finally, he arrogantly declared, but you are all far too late. The ritual is complete. The world core of the Mystic Wind continent is ours. Trung Pham swiftly gripped his sword, bracing himself for the imminent clash. Hakvu launched himself straight at Trung Pham with explosive speed. Perfect timing. The blood soul energy of you immortals is exactly what we need to speed up the extraction of the world core. Unfazed, the young swordsman shifted his stance, ready to counter. Are you blind? You really picked the wrong guy to mess with? Instantly, the demon took the full brutal force of a heavy slash, sending him blasting backward through the air. Unfortunately for him, his crash landing was a wall of jagged, brutal rocks. Hakvu gritted his teeth in sheer fury. How can a brat from the immortal realm possess such terrifying power? Spitting blood, he forced himself back up, a massive gaping slash torn across his back. But no matter how freakishly strong you are, little brat, you still can't stop us. Immediately after that bold claim, Hakvu erupted with a violent, suffocating aura of power. We have already begun draining the core of the Mystic Wind continent. Everything you do now is utterly pointless. And Niam swiftly dodged a barrage of massive boulders hurling toward them. Junior sister, junior brother Trung, what's the plan? Trung Pham remained perfectly calm. Simple. We leave exactly the way he came in. We charge straight through the rift and stop the demons at the source. Hearing this, Hakvu sneered and pointed at the massive dimensional gate. We, the true demons of the Nine Bloodline, are absolute masters of spatial rifts. Do you really think a pathetic little brat like you can crack our portal? But the very next second, the sight before him made his eyes bulge out of his skull. Impossible. How is he opening one too? Trung Pham had casually ripped open an identical portal right in front of him. This guy is out of tricks. Let's finish him off. One might have expected Hakvu to show fear, but the demon fired back with arrogant confidence. I admit, I underestimated you kids, but you think you can kill me? In your dreams! With those parting words, Hakvu instantly retreated, bolting toward the rift. Stop right there! Anayim roared, but it was too late. The demon had already vanished into the gateway. He slammed his fist in absolute frustration. Damn it! He got away! T1 approached to reassure him. Ran, senior brother, you don't actually believe that Zhang Fan just swinging his sword blindly could magically open a path right to the demons, do you? Hearing this, he blanked out for a second. Huh? Without another moment of hesitation, Zhang Fan pointed to the gate beside them. All right, let's hurry up and chase those demons down this path. The whole group immediately set off, with Ran stating firmly, right, we absolutely have to stop them. Down in the underground cavern, the moment Zhang Fan's group arrived, they saw Black Feather, Vile Spirit, Ghost Maiden, and Yaksha standing around a massive fireball. Realizing he was being tailed, he looked incredibly annoyed. You ignorant fools actually dared to follow me all the way down here. Vile Spirit didn't miss the chance to rub salt in Black Feather's wounds. I can't believe you got beaten this badly by a bunch of immortal brats. You're completely disgracing our Nine Bloods. Meanwhile, Ghost Maiden was much more practical. Oh, whatever. If they're stupid enough to deliver themselves right to our doorstep, even better. He immediately ordered an attack. Capture them! We'll use their fresh blood to corrupt this source, and then we can finally kick back and relax. The critical situation made Ran anxious. Why are there so many demons down here? We're in deep trouble this time. But with his main character aura, was this even a big deal for Zhang Fan? Don't worry, senior brother An. To me, these demons look like nothing but a bunch of weaklings. Seeing him standing completely still, Yaksha threw himself forward like a moth to a flame. Huh, ha ha ha, this little brat is probably scared stiff. Ghost Maiden arrogantly chimed in. Come on, entertain us for a bit. Ran's footwork was incredibly agile, moving at lightning speed. Landing softly, he warned Zhang Fan and Chi-Wen. Junior brother Zhang, junior sister, there's quite a lot of them. He frowned nervously. What's worse, they're pausing their ritual to come at us with everything they've got. Meanwhile, Prince Phantom arrogantly declared, I admit, this prince underestimated you, but your journey ends right here. Chillbone's craving had reached its absolute peak. Devouring their souls is going to hit the spot. It's been way too long since I've tasted immortal flesh. The other demons refused to be left out. Look at them, frozen in fear. Let's see who gets to savor the tastiest soul. Without hesitating, Zhang Fan drew his sword and charged straight at them. Let's do this. A flurry of cold, razor-sharp slashes cut through the air. Done with his attack, he slowly flicked his blade back to his side. Every single demon had taken a fatal hit, gasping with wide-open mouths. Seeing this, Ran immediately urged them on. Junior brother Jang, junior sister, you two go stop those demons from stealing the world's core, he stated with absolute certainty. As soon as the words left his mouth, he pointed his sword at the remaining horde. Just leave this place to me and the other junior brothers. Furious, Phantom barked an order to his demonic horde. These immortals are so damn annoying. Half of you stay back and continue the ritual. The rest of you, charge with me. Obeying his command, Ghostface geared up for battle. Since the Demon Lord has spoken, he said, gripping his giant mace as he charged forward, we'll just have to teach these little immortals a proper lesson. Seeing a chance to stretch his limbs, Ayn Rand flashed a bloodthirsty smile. Finally, someone to help me blow off some steam. Without a second thought, he unleashed a fierce slash right at Ghostface. Then, Ayn Rand hurriedly pushed Zhang Fan and Chi-Wen forward. Junior brother Zhang, you two get moving. I'll handle the demonic trash here. Hearing this, she called out a warning before taking off. Senior brother, you guys be careful. Prince Phantom still kept his arrogant smirk. No wonder they sent you brats down here. I was looking down on you, but I guess you actually have some skills. Over on the other side, Foul Soul bowed respectfully to reassure him. Third Prince, Your Highness, just leave those two to us. Please continue presiding over the ritual. Phantom said with complete confidence, use the boy as a sacrifice and bring the girl to me. Foul Soul gave Chi-Wen a sinister, leering smile. I guarantee Your Highness will be completely satisfied. Immediately after, he turned to threaten Zhang Fan. This is the end of the line for you two. Surrender nicely and we might just give you a quick death. With that, they sprinted straight for him. You're getting way too cocky, kid. Let's see if you can still run your mouth when you're being sacrificed. In a split second, the boy vanished, leaving behind nothing but a powerful gust of wind. Zhang Fan's blade dug into Foul Soul, yet the demon still put on a cocky front. Well, kid, looks like you've actually got some moves, but now it's my turn to show off. Hearing this, Zhang Fan scoffed in sheer disgust. All talk and no bite. I'm too lazy to waste time playing around with you freaks. Completely ignoring Foul Soul, he yelled to Chi-Wen, let's push through, fast! Those demons are about to finish their ritual. Chi-Wen breathed a blazing red flame onto her sword, instantly sending the demon straight to hell. Her face was locked in fierce determination. I will absolutely never let them get what they want. Watching his demons drop dead one by one sent Prince Phantom into a blind rage. You two useless pieces of trash. He waved his hand, barking orders. Pause the ritual. We wipe out these two little runts first. His subordinates behind him immediately roared in obedience. Understood. Deep within the damp underground cavern, an earth-shattering battle was about to erupt. Ayn Rand was already sweating buckets, shivering slightly. Junior brother Zhang, I think your plan to charge straight into the enemy's lair might have been a bit too crazy. Seeing him so stressed, Phantom burst into manic laughter like he'd just hit the jackpot. In stark contrast to them, Zhang Fan just stood there casually with his arms crossed. Well, at least I don't have to waste time hunting them down one by one. Thinking it was an easy win, the demon strutted around with immense arrogance. Make these heavenly fools regret ever daring to ruin my plans. Tear them apart. Fueled by his command, the demonic horde was pumped with adrenaline. They lunged at their prey, drooling with greed. I can already smell how delicious their souls are. I'll gladly devour the shares of those unlucky bastards who just died. Chi-Wen hovered in midair, radiant golden energy glowing from her hands. Zhang Fan, are you this confident because you've already got a trick up your sleeve? Oh. Zhang Fan stretched his shoulders, gearing up for the fight while taking a moment to praise her. Smart girl, Chi-Wen. Let's let these demons taste the new sword scripture I just mastered. Not forgetting to activate his system, he chanted a spell like he was calling up a virtual assistant. Summoning the sword domain system. Sword domain projection. Then everything was set up flawlessly from A to Z. The system projected the sword domain, casting a translucent, ethereal sword field across the entire cavern. The ground instantly began to violently quake, yet Zhang Fan stood perfectly steady atop a glowing blue formation. Seeing this, the demon horde completely panicked. What the hell is that? It looks like that heavenly brat's domain. Trying to act tough, they shouted, rip that kid's soul out first. He didn't even bother arguing back, instantly unleashing his ultimate move. Humph! Allow me to expand your little minds with the legacy of the Ling Xiao Immortal Emperor. Demons, drop dead! The very next second, hundreds of glowing swords materialized in midair. A torrential rain of blades crashed down upon the bewildered demons below. Phantom stared at the massacre, so stunned he nearly swallowed his own tongue. The blinding sword intent pointed right at his throat. Impossible! How could a mere brat from the immortal realm master this level of sword intent? How did he even unlock a sword domain? Seeing his boss about to be skewered into a shish kebab, a loyal minion desperately lunged forward, throwing up a magical shield. Your Highness, look out! A deafening roar shook the earth as the blade slammed into the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and debris. Nearby, Bone Chill reached out in total despair, crying for help. Third Prince, save me! But before he could even finish his sentence, the rain of swords permanently deleted him from the server. The demon holding the shield was barely hanging on. Your Highness, run! The artifact Lord Demon King gave us is reaching its limit! On the other side, Fan was pushing his ultimate move to the max. Phantom watched his forces get slaughtered, gnashing his teeth in pure fury. His master plan was seconds away from success, only to be completely ruined by this little punk. I will carve this grudge into my soul! Clutching a purple crystal, he glared with burning resentment before finally crushing it in his hand. A massive barrier erupted, shielding the surviving demons as they scrambled toward the teleportation portal. Amidst the chaos, Fiend Lure seized the chance and grabbed Phantom's arm. Your Highness, we have to go. We'll deal with this brat later. The demons left behind were petrified with absolute rage, screaming in bitter betrayal. The prince ran away. He left us to die. Rakshasa Demon Realm, you will all get your karma. Meanwhile, the merciless rain of swords continued sweeping the battlefield, leaving no survivors behind. Finally, Fan withdrew his magic and smugly evaluated the aftermath. Witnessing the debut of my sword domain in the myriad realms, consider yourselves lucky, you demonic scum. Ran looked at the scattered remnants of the demons and nodded in absolute awe. Junior brother Fan, your talent in the way of the sword is truly out of this world. I never expected you to reach such a terrifying level of mastery. Fan humbly accepted the praise, letting out a hearty laugh. It's all thanks to the legacy of the heaven-piercing immortal emperor. Otherwise, with my current cultivation and sword skills, there's no way I'd be this overpowered. Just then, Wen, who had been scouting the area, suddenly called out to him. Fan, senior brothers, get over here and look at this! The group quickly rushed over to her and rushed over her, their voices filled with concern. Junior sister, what's wrong? Did those fleeing demons mess with the world's origin core? Hearing this, Rand clenched his fists in disgust. When it comes to dirty tricks, these demonic scumbags really know how to make your blood boil. Riverflow chimed in, his voice thick with past anger. My sect brothers and I once wiped out demons in a lesser world, but the corruption was so heavy we ultimately had to abandon the entire realm.
However, Wen shook her head, rejecting the idea. She firmly stated that the demons weren't the real issue here.
Their original plan was definitely to steal the world's origin. Rand found his junior sister's logic sound and continued piecing the puzzle together. If that's the case, according to their plan, the Mystic Wind continent would have completely vanished. There was no need for them to go through so many extra steps. So, what's the missing piece? Suddenly, Wen pointed at a glowing blue formation carved into the ground. Fan, senior brother Ran, look closely at these runes. Don't they look awfully familiar? Curious, Fan and Ran stepped closer to inspect the glowing magic circle. Huh? Rand's eyes widened in sheer disbelief as he recognized the pattern. How is this even possible? Fan crouched down, casually poking the formation with his sword like he was investigating a bug. Wen, senior brother Ran, mind filling me in? Is there something wrong with these runes? Rand gritted his teeth, visibly shaking with rage as he forced the words out. My junior brothers and I fought through hell. We almost became human sacrifices for a demonic ritual, all because someone from the inside is secretly colluding with the demons. Standing nearby, Wen softly explained the rest to Fan. The Heavenly Cloud continent only recently reconnected with the other worlds, so you might not know this, brother Fan. She smoothly slipped into her role as the team's walking encyclopedia. This exact rune pattern was co-created by the immortal kings of the Alliance and the 9 great immortal emperors. It is highly classified, taught only to high-ranking elites. Fan pondered for a second before hitting the nail on the head. Are you saying these demons almost pulled off the perfect heist here in the Mystic Wind continent? If the Cloud Rainbow Immortal Realm hadn't caught them in time, they would have gotten away scot-free. Sensing the intense gravity of the situation, Rand made an instant decision. I'm reporting this to the sect the second we get back. He swung his sharp blade, unleashing a burst of azure energy, a powerful vow to have the sect leader summon the emperors of all 33 worlds to root out the traitors hiding within their alliance. Boom! The blade carved a razor-sharp crescent into a nearby cliff face. Wen nodded in agreement. Since things have escalated to this point, let's wrap up the mess here in the Mystic Wind continent and rush back to the Cloud Rainbow realm. We'll let the sect elders handle the heavy lifting. With that, the crew unanimously agreed to obliterate the site before soaring away on their flying swords. Explosions echoed behind them, sending massive shockwaves of dust and shattered rocks flying into the sky. Rand glanced back at the collapsing cave where he and his disciples had fought, raising an eyebrow with a smirk of satisfaction. Looks like those corrupt cultivators of the Mystic Wind continent finally got a taste of their own medicine. Wen casually chimed in, Yeah, it seems while the demons were desperately pushing the final stage of their ritual under our attacks, we ended up turning them into the very sacrifices they needed. Fan cast one last look over his shoulder, a confident smile on his face. Well, it looks like this continent actually has a resistance movement. Not everyone here was corrupted by demonic temptations. Let them clean up their own backyard. Like brilliant streaks of shooting stars, they vanished into the horizon, leaving John gazing up from the mountain peak. Tears of overwhelming emotion streamed down the old man's face as he pressed his hands together in deep reverence. He and the remaining survivors bowed deeply, seeing off their heroes. Thank you, noble immortals, for saving our Mystic Wind continent. Thank you for purging the demons and protecting our world. Meanwhile, miles away, Fan and the squad were cruising back home. Rand couldn't stop showering him with gratitude. It's finally over. Thank you so much for the rescue, Junior Brother fan. If you ever need anything in the future, just come to the Cloud Rainbow Realm. We will never turn you down. He then noticed Wen pouting as she trailed behind them, and a teasing smirk crossed his face. Though, considering your terrifying strength, Junior Brother fan, I doubt you'll ever actually need my help. Hearing that, Wen flared up in flustered annoyance, turning her head away with a heavy pout. Senior Brother Ran, you and the others are all injured. You should just hurry back to the sect and heal up. I still have some business to take care of in the Heavenly Cloud Continent. Seeing his junior sister getting all shy and defensive, Ran waved his hands with a warm laugh to smooth things over. Haha, all right. Let's just head back quickly, but promise me you won't go wandering off on your own anymore. Suddenly, a mysterious shadowy figure tailed them through the clouds, silently observing from a distance. Sensing that the perfect moment had arrived, the figure raised a hand, signaling the strike. Amidst their cheerful banner, Wen's instincts suddenly screamed danger. She whipped her head around, her eyes narrowing sharply. Without skipping a beat, she commanded her flying sword, completely shattering the enemy's ambush. Which cowardly rat is hiding in the dark? Realizing their cover was blown, a squad of rogue cultivators gave up hiding and swarmed out, tightly surrounding the group. As expected of the prized fairy of the Cloud Rainbow Realm, your reflexes and raw power are truly terrifying. Without a moment's hesitation, Rand drew his glowing blade, ready to fight. Looks like these guys have been waiting for us for a long time. We've walked right into an ambush. Han Fak decisively ordered his subordinates. Finish them off, quickly. Orders from above, not a single word leaves this place. The traitors quickly fell into battle formation. Yes, sir. On the other side, Onion took a defensive stance while hastily discussing a counter strategy. This is bad. These guys aren't your average grunts. Let's strike first and ask questions later. He commanded his flying sword, aiming it straight at 3 nearby enemies. But to Onion's utter disbelief, they blocked his attack with ease. His eyes widened in shock before he quickly turned back to warn his teammates. That's a 3-man battle formation created by the 9 sovereigns of the Celestial Realm. The stances they just used, they look exactly like it. From that single detail, An Yin had already figured out their background. These guys must be the lackeys of those fallen traitors from the World Alliance. Once again, his sword strike was completely deflected. Han Fox seemed amused, tossing out a mocking compliment. As expected from a top disciple taught by the Celestial Emperor's student, you sure know a lot. And Hyan ignored the taunt, pointing his razor-sharp blade straight at the man. Who exactly are you people? Han Fox sneered arrogantly. If you really want to know, go find your answers in hell. Realizing he wouldn't get any information out of him, he turned to warn the others. These guys are elite soldiers who fought on the Celestial Demon battlefield. A lot of them are even generals. We're in for a tough fight. But an idea suddenly hit him. Junior Brother Trung, can you unleash that sword domain of yours? Hearing this, the young man shook his head and stopped him. I can't pull it off on such short notice, but hold on a second, Senior Brother An. He then turned toward Han Fok, probing him. Your boss. He's an imposing guy with a long white beard. Some big shot from the Celestial Realm, isn't he? The enemy leader was slightly caught off guard, but immediately barked an order. Oh, looks like you know quite a bit, kid. But since you know so much, I definitely can't let you live. With that answer, Truong Pham knew exactly who they were. Just as I thought. It's him. Seeing his reaction, Kai Van confirmed her own suspicions. They're the subordinates of that mysterious guy who ambushed us back at the Blood Abyss battlefield. He glared at the traitors in front of them, validating her guess. Yeah, I just sensed their cultivation techniques, and they looked awfully familiar. They must be that old bastard's disciples. This encounter was the perfect chance for Truong Pham to get his revenge. I definitely haven't forgotten that palm strike he hit me with last time. But first, we need to deal with this. He went silent for a moment, thinking he could teleport straight back to the Sword Realm, but Kai Van and the others couldn't. Plus, since he was outside right now, there was no way to use that skill anyway. Thinking he lacked confidence, Kai Van stepped up to comfort him. Truong Pham, don't ever think you haven't grown. I'm the one who's been stuck struggling just to keep up with you. She praised him while proving she wasn't a burden either. Your sword domain is incredibly powerful, holding the true essence of the great sword intent. But lately, I've managed to comprehend quite a bit myself. Han Fat had no patience for their sentimental banter and harshly cut them off. Set the formation. Don't let a single one escape. Whoosh! A brilliant blue aura enveloped Kai Van as if she had awakened to something new. Standing beside her, An Yin was completely stunned. Junior sister, have you finally mastered the ultimate technique of the sword scripture? A massive radiant blue phoenix materialized out of thin air, soaring high above them. Seeing this, the traitors muttered to one another, Here it comes. Han Fetch barked a desperate order to his men. Form up. We absolutely must hold them back. The traitors immediately charged forward on command, summoning massive swords radiating destructive power. The giant blades crashed down toward the blue phoenix like falling meteors. The majestic bird spread its massive wings to meet the attack. The phoenix shattered the giant swords head-on, violently blasting the traitors away and leaving them screaming for their lives. Ah, my lord, save us! Watching the chaos unfold, Han Foch couldn't hide his sheer panic. The Cloud Rainbow Scripture. To think Vian Ki Van actually mastered the quasi-divine ultimate art of the Cloud Rainbow realm. He quickly dispatched a few of his men, ordering them to retreat immediately and report back. We can't cover up what happened on the Mystic Wind continent anymore. Send men back to report this, right now! The remaining traders pushed themselves to the limit, tailing the Phoenix alongside Han Fok.
The rest of you after them. We have to make up for this failure, or none of us are going to see a good end. After a while, the Phoenix carried them across to another continent.
Having fulfilled its purpose, the fiery bird vanished into thin air. Only then did An Nien finally have a moment to thank He Van. Phew! Thank the heavens for you, junior sister. We never would have made it out without you. She shyly accepted the compliment, replying with modesty. Well, when you're standing next to a genius who can grasp the great sword intent, I can't afford to fall too far behind, can I? Seeing that everyone was completely exhausted, Trong Pham offered an invitation. Senior brothers, why don't you all come rest at my place? I have some celestial fruits. Before he could even finish, An Nien solemnly interrupted, expressing his gratitude while taking his leave. The Mystic Wind Continent was the mission assigned to me and my junior brothers. Especially after what just happened, we have to hurry back and report to the sect. But I'll have to trouble you to look after our junior sister, Trong. An Nien and his brothers bid farewell to Trong Pham and Kai Vaughn, then went on their way. Junior brother Trong, junior sister Vian, let's part ways here for now. After saying goodbye to the group, he pulled out a ginseng root and handed it to her. Kai Van, I've got a spirit ginseng here. Use it to recover your vitality first. Kai Van reached out to take it, while also voicing her lingering concerns. I'm afraid we can't head back to the Sky Cloud continent just yet. Those guys knew secret techniques from the celestial realm. Trong Pham thought for a second before commenting with an amused tone. Looks like your celestial alliance is rotten straight from the top down. So many highly classified combat arrays just leaking out like that. Whoever is pulling the strings behind this, he said, conjuring a flying sword with a flick of his wrist, and told Kai Van, let's head back for now. As for those guys, don't worry about it. I've got my own ways of dealing with them. Hearing his confident reassurance, she felt totally at ease and agreed to his suggestion. All right, since both of our sword skills have improved, this is the perfect chance to spar and compare notes. Meanwhile, deep in a secluded garden, Shichon scrambled back in a frantic panic to report to Tu Yem. The old man frowned, sizing him up before demanding, well, what's the news? Seeing his master's foul mood, Shichon carefully weighed every word. The commander told me to report back. The operation on the Mystic Wind continent failed. What's more, some of them managed to escape. Tu Yem suddenly vanished, reappearing right in front of him and furiously clamped his hand over the scout's head. A bunch of useless trash, whether it's you fools or those pathetic demons! The old man violently channeled his energy, forcefully tearing through Shichon's memories, making the scout scream in absolute agony. After seeing exactly what had happened, Tu Yem laughed out of sheer rage. Humph, it's that damn kid again. Looks like the legacy of that old fool Lang Tu has truly resurfaced. The old man tossed the shadow chain onto the grass and cleared his throat to bark out his orders. He sent his men to notify Mo Shan, demanding he track down that brat from the Tianyun continent. That pathetic traitor could only bow and obey. Just then, a sickeningly sweet female voice, accompanied by the sound of graceful footsteps, called out softly, Your Majesty. Shashin's whining, seductive voice dripped with flattery, instantly pulling him out of his blind rage. We should get back to our cultivation. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan and Qi Wen had finally arrived at the floating island. The moment Dark Knight spotted them, he leaped into the air with pure joy. Woof, woof! Master and Senior Sister Yuan are back! At the same time, Yulin rushed out from inside to welcome them. Master, you're finally home! Beside her, Jitian couldn't hide his excitement either. Master, Senior Sister Yuan, you're both finally back! Even the lush bushes clinging to the cliffs seemed to sway gently, as if greeting the returning group. Stepping in front of the crowd, Zhen Yuan spoke straight from the heart. Master, you've returned. Seeing you and Fairy Yuan safe and sound puts my mind at ease. Hearing this, Zhang Fan could easily guess the situation. It seems that while I was away, everything in the Tianyun continent has been running smoothly, hasn't it? Suddenly, Yulin chimed in with a worried tone. Master, Sister Yuan, what exactly happened to you two? At the mention of this, Qi Wen looked a bit conflicted, casting a brief glance at Zhang Fan beside her. Only after receiving his nod of approval did she speak up hesitantly. Well, it's a very long story. After hearing the tale, Jitian stroked his beard, assessing the current crisis. High Immortal, with such massive turmoil inside the Immortal Alliance, I'm afraid the entire balance of the realms is about to face a massive upheaval. Following his train of thought, Song Yun added anxiously, High Immortal, if the war between immortals and demons spirals out of control, what should our Tianyun continent do? Seeing all eyes suddenly locking onto her, Qi Wen quickly deflected the pressure. Hey, don't look at me, she blurted out, before explaining. Our Cloud Rainbow realm has never meddled in the internal affairs of the Immortal Alliance. Taking the cue, Zhang Fan clarified their stance. The Tianyun continent has its own proud legacy, and naturally, we stand entirely against the demonic forces. As for the internal drama of the Immortal Alliance, that has absolutely nothing to do with us. Proud to have her master back, Yu Lian eagerly showed off her achievements. Master, while you were gone, Senior Yi and I teamed up to handpick a few elite disciples, and we poured a ton of resources into backing them up. Impressed, Zhang Fan praised her. Excellent work, but don't neglect yourselves. You all need to rapidly boost your own strength as well. Finally, he turned to give his instructions. Chi-1, just rest and recover for now. Once you're back to full health, I'll share the High Heaven Emperor's legacy with you. With that solid promise, she could finally relax and let go of the heavy burden. All right, I've been dying to see the High Heaven Emperor's sword path for a long time anyway. Meanwhile, in a completely different location, a massive surge of spiritual energy was violently swirling. Watching Mo Xuan cultivate, Phantom Butterfly couldn't help but comment, as expected of the legendary genius renowned across the 33 realms. Mo Xuan, you truly never take a break from your training, do you? Hearing a voice, he slowly opened his eyes, instantly seeing right through her intentions. I'm guessing the Demon Lord didn't send you here just to help me practice, right? Phantom Butterfly stepped closer to him, her voice dripping with cunning mischief. Of course not. The higher-ups have a new order. She leaned in close to his ear and whispered, The word is out. The grand scheme at the Mystic Wind Continent is directly tied to the heir of the High Heaven Emperor. Make a trip there and wipe the slate clean. Not stopping there, she revealed a highly classified secret. Coincidentally, the immortal king from the upper realm also dispatched me last time to deal with that brat, Zhang Fan. Mo Xuan let out a dark smirk the moment he heard that familiar name. Zhang Fan, perfect timing. I've just fully absorbed my gains from the Blood Abyss battlefield. Suddenly, he yanked out the sword planted beside him, slashing the boulder in front of him into pieces in a fit of pure rage. The humiliation he handed me is burned into my very soul. This was exactly the moment Mo Xuan had been waiting for. I didn't get the chance in the Blood Abyss, but now my time has finally come. Thrilled by his bloodlust, Phantom Butterfly voiced her own twisted hopes. Then I'll be waiting for your good news, young Master Mo. A certain VIP up above is quite fascinated by Zhang Fan. Bring him back alive if you must. However, deep down, Mo Xuan was already brewing a completely different scheme. A certain VIP, isn't that just that immortal old geezer from the upper realm? Once I seize the High Heaven Emperor's legacy for myself, every single one of you will be kneeling at my feet. Snapping out of his thoughts, he roared out, Guards! Then, with savage intensity, he commanded, Gather everyone! For His Majesty, we ride out to conquer the Tianyun continent. At that exact moment, Zhang Fan was fiercely absorbed in his sword training. A second later, Chi-1 appeared, gracefully dodging his razor-sharp slashes. She landed softly on the ground and offered her praise. Truly worthy of a sword scripture passed down by an emperor. Hearing this, Zhang Fan opened up a bit. I used to think my own talents were unmatched, completely without rival. But after witnessing the High Heaven Emperor's legacy, I realized those who came before us truly had their own supreme brilliance. Chi-1 casually chimed in, Our Cloud Rainbow Realm holds an emperor's legacy, so we've always understood their greatness. But because of that, quite a few of my peers have lost their edge. Zhang Fan kept the conversation going. Well, now we both hold an emperor's legacy. We can spar every day to sharpen our skills. Meanwhile, in another area, Yuan Ling gasped in absolute awe. Fairy Yuan is so insanely strong. I wonder when I'll ever be like her. Naturally holding a grudge against her, Yu Lian snapped back without hesitation. I've already become an immortal too. It's only a matter of time before I catch up to her. Yuan Ling, you girls better focus on ascending yourselves instead of putting yourselves down. Taken aback by her fierce attitude, Yuan Ling stammered, I wasn't doing that. Suddenly, Sun Kang smashed right through the wall out of nowhere, with Dark Knight causing a little destruction right behind him. Bursting with endless energy, the pig demon squealed excitedly. Master, this old pig right here, Bezuko, has become an immortal too. Dark Knight didn't forget to show his gratitude. I've achieved immortality as well. Thank you, Master, for nurturing me. Right on cue, GTN, who happened to be nearby, sighed with deep emotion. This old man has cultivated for so many years and still hasn't touched immortality. I wonder how much longer it'll take. Beside him was Song Yoon, and the two of them landed smoothly on the ground together. The moment Zhang Fan saw them, he casually tossed a precious artifact to each person. Not stopping there, he ordered with absolute confidence, all of you need to push yourselves harder. If you're ever short on resources, just say the word. Overjoyed to receive such priceless items, Song Yoon and GTN beamed with gratitude. Thank you so much, High Immortal, for gifting us such incredible treasures. Zhang Fan waved it off humbly and urged them once more. Just make sure you put everything into your training. But before he could even finish, something caught his sharp eyes. Up in the sky, 3 glowing streaks of light shot straight toward them. It was the people from the Supreme Sect. Barely touching the ground, Yin Xuan delivered the grave news. Taoist Zhang, the Supreme Sect has received intel. There's a high chance an outside faction is gearing up to invade our Tianyun continent. Seeing the old man in such a frantic state, Zhang Fan calmly grounded him. I haven't even congratulated you on joining the ranks of immortals yet.
Old Taoist, take a breath and calm down first.
Hearing the threat, Sun Kang's face instantly lit up with psychotic joy. Say what? Another outside force wants to attack the Tianyun continent? Oh, hell yes! The pig demon aggressively thumped his sturdy chest. Master, before I became an immortal, I couldn't join the Blood Abyss battlefield, and I've been suffocating ever since. Desperate for action, Sun Kang practically begged. Master, let this old pig head out to the outer realms and scout the enemy. But right in the middle of his hype, Dark Knight lunged forward to steal the spotlight. Master, let me out to get some fresh air. Furious, Sun Kang violently yanked the dog's tail. You bastard mutt, you dare cross me? Dark Knight wasn't about to back down either, snapping his jaws right onto the pig's arm. Fat pig, let go of me right now! They violently wrestled with each other. You let go first! The chaotic bickering gave Zhang Fan an instant headache, forcing him to make a call. All right, enough. You two can go together. Just watch your own backs out there. But first, let's hear the old Taoist explain exactly what's going on. And so, Yin Shun laid out the whole situation. After receiving backup from the Immortal Alliance, the Tianyun continent established several monitoring outposts just outside the Protective Grand Formation. That's how we discovered that heavily armed outsiders have recently been swarming toward our borders. At this point, Trung Pham had already pieced it together, but he wanted a second opinion. Kivan asked softly, Do you think this might be the work of that mysterious figure's faction? She nodded in agreement. It's highly possible. Trung Pham then turned to his subordinates with a firm command. You two, head out to the Outer Realms and burn off some energy. But do not forget the mission I gave you. Find out exactly who is behind this. Sun Kang and Amda just kept glaring daggers at each other. Finally, they settled it by huffing and stomping off in completely opposite directions. Master, they called it back. Rest assured, we will investigate this to the very end. Out in the void of space, an urgent report echoed out. Captain, the cultivators from the Tianyun continent have spotted us. Standing on a small floating landmass were three brothers. The moment Chietkin saw them, he barked an order to turn the ship around and send them straight to their graves. Hearing this loud and clear, On Min panicked. Oh no, the forces from the upper immortal realm have found us. Chietkin, seeing how weak his prey was, sneered with absolute arrogance. Is it really just you three little brats? Your sect is truly heartless, sending mere mortals who haven't even reached immortality out into the cosmos. His voice dripped with utter contempt. Whoever sent you out here must be completely ruthless. Suddenly, a deafening crash shook the heavens, snapping Chietkin's attention away. Who goes there? He roared. Sun Kang's dramatic entrance had completely smashed a hole right through his ship. Oh ho! Looking at your arrogant attitude, I thought some mighty immortal emperor from the ninth heaven had descended upon our Tianyun continent. Yet, these mocking words didn't intimidate Chietkin in the slightest. He simply hadn't expected a tiny world like the Tianyun continent to have another immortal. In fact, he boldly barked out a command. You're nothing but a filthy pig demon who managed to ascend. Activate the array. Charge forward and capture that beast. Instantly, the massive floating city array materialized, towering ominously in the sky. But to someone like Sun Kang, dealing with this kind of parlor trick was a walk in the park. Ha ha ha! You think a puny little array like this can suppress me, your granddaddy? He was buzzing with excitement, ready to unleash his pent-up energy. Ha ha ha! Finally, I have a punching bag to vent my anger on. Seeing his opponent acting so carefree only fueled Chietkin's hatred. A lowly pig demon dares to act so arrogant before me? He channeled his surging power into his sword, preparing to launch a deadly strike. Right at that moment, a familiar giant paw materialized and swiped through the air. With just one casual smack, Chietkin was sent sprawling across the floor. Amda scowled in annoyance. So noisy. Your endless blabbering sounds just like a pig squealing. Knowing full well that the dog was taking a jab at him, Sun Kang immediately fired back. And a mutt only knows how to bark. Woof woof. Spit it out. Who is leading you upper immortal realm trashes down here? The pathetic Chietkin, still pinned to the ground, gritted his teeth in bitter resentment. He never imagined he would be defeated by a pig and a dog, but he knew. Lord Mo Xuan would definitely avenge him. Hearing that name, Sun Kang's face contorted in absolute disgust. What? That bastard Mo Xuan again? Meanwhile, Amda maintained his cold, aloof demeanor. In the very next second, he mercilessly kicked Chietkin right off the ship. Seeing the threat eliminated, the three cultivators quickly bowed to pay their respects to the two high immortals, Sun Kang and Amda. This time, Sun Kang spoke with rare seriousness. Report all the surveillance intel you've gathered recently. After that, pilot this airship back to the Tianyun continent. But old habits die hard, and he immediately turned to challenge Amda. Hey Mutt, let's make this a competition. Let's see who can sniff out more of those pests hiding out there in the cosmos. Amda was busy scratching his gloriously shiny fur, but he didn't miss a beat. You're on. Who's afraid of a fat pig like you? In truth, Mo Xuan and Huandi had been watching this unfold the entire time. She finally chimed in. Young master, are you really not going to make a move? Unexpectedly, Mo Xuan remained perfectly calm. Why should I? But those are the subordinates of that old geezer Trung Min. Hearing this, Huan Di just let out a polite, seductive giggle. I never expected young Master Mo to have such a heart of stone, to be this ice cold while watching a cultivator from your own immortal realm get beaten. Mo Shan replied leisurely, "Isn't this all because you demons tried every possible trick to tempt me and make me fall when I was bored?" He then stated with absolute certainty, "Don't worry, I will make a move. But this time, it's merely a test. I want to see just how much the cultivation levels of Truong Pham and Vienki Van have progressed recently." At that exact moment, Truong Pham was sitting quietly in a secluded corner, cultivating. Suddenly, his eyes snapped wide open in sheer astonishment. Are these the coordinates in the Great Void for the next legacy of the Lingxiao Immortal Scripture? Sitting nearby, Kai Van noticed his intense expression and quickly asked, "What is it? What's wrong?" Truong Pham leaped to his feet, eager to share his triumph. "My cultivation just broke through. I've received clues about the next legacy left behind by the Great Emperor." Hearing this, Ngok Lien hurriedly walked over. "Master, does this mean we're heading there right now?" Truong Pham shook his head. "We will go, eventually. But before that, I need to completely purge the demons and monsters lurking around the Tianyin continent." But before he could even finish his sentence, his brow furrowed deeply, and he snapped his head toward the sky. This sudden shift caught Kai Van's attention again. What happened now? Truong Pham announced with a dark, serious tone, "The protective sword aura I gave to Sun Kang and Amda, it's just been triggered." His senses were dead on. At this very moment, the two of them were completely surrounded by a hostile mob. However, Sun Kang wasn't scared in the slightest. Well, I didn't expect that aside from the pests of the upper immortal realm, there'd also be sneaky little cowards like you hiding in the shadows. Furious, the enemy leader pointed his weapon and roared, "Strike! Obliterate these scums from the Tianyin continent!" Yet, Amda was even more thrilled than Sun Kang. "Fat Pig, get ready to charge out with this king." He then blasted a massive wave of energy, forcefully pinning the mob in place. Seizing the perfect opening, the dog howled, "Fat Pig, now!" The moment they broke through, Sun Kang immediately turned back with arrogant mockery. "You pathetic little runts, keep chasing us if you can. Your granddaddy is out of here." To make matters worse, the shameless pig leaped right onto Amda's back, laughing gleefully while pointing behind them. "Amda, run faster, those idiots are actually chasing us." Being forcefully ridden by the guy he despised the most made Amda absolutely lose his mind with rage. "You stupid fat pig! Who gave you permission to ride on my back? Get the hell off me right now." By this time, the two of them had already left the mob eating their dust. Seeing this, the enemy leader raised his hand to signal a halt. "Stop! Don't chase them anymore. We must report this immediately to Lord Mo." A subordinate behind him shouted in panic, "Captain, we haven't captured that pig and dog demon. If we fail the mission, his lordship will definitely punish us." Only then did the leader smirk and reveal the truth. "Fools, our real mission was simply to lure the peerless genius of the Tianyin continent, Truong Pham, into the Great Void. He is undoubtedly on his way right now." Hearing this, the goons breathed a sigh of relief and quickly withdrew together. But little did they know, Sun Kang had been hiding behind a massive asteroid, eavesdropping on every single word. "I knew those bastards were up to no good. They were actually using us as bait all along." When he turned his head, he realized Amda was still viciously biting his hand. Sun Kang sighed, trying to explain himself. "I already told you it was an emergency, so I had to ride you. Do you really have to keep biting my hand and refuse to let go?" Amda jerked his head away with utter disdain. "Humph! You think I want to bite your foul, stinking hand? But we need to warn Master so he doesn't walk into their trap." Sun Kang, however, had a completely different perspective. With our Master's personality, the moment you triggered his sword aura, he was already on his way. You really think a powerhouse like him would be scared of these clowns? Who knows how long Truong Pham had been standing there, but he casually chimed in, "You sure know me well, don't you?" The moment Sun Kang saw him, he immediately started buttering him up. "Of course, you are a legendary hero, Master. How could you ever be scared off by the petty tricks of those lowlifes?" Amda also did a complete 180, entirely changing his tune. "He's absolutely right, Master. The one leading the forces of the Thuong Trung Immortal Realm this time is still that bastard Max Xuyen." Truong Pham casually chatted with them, noting that Ki Van and Ngok Lien's group were still back on the floating island. "I came ahead just to check up on the situation." He then threw his arms around the two of them and gave them another mission. "If they are trying to lure me out, they definitely won't kill you. I want you to keep harassing them. I want to see exactly what Max Xuyen and his lackeys are planning to do next." Meanwhile, Max Xuyen's forces were lined up in strict formation. Hak Hao took the lead, smashing the surrounding boulders before barking out orders. "Search the area thoroughly. Those punks are skilled at spatial magic, so stay on your guard." Feeling that this order was a bit off, one of his subordinates spoke up. "Captain, isn't it a bit too obvious for us to be doing this?" But the mere thought of the humiliation he had just suffered only fueled Hak Hao's hatred, and making him want to make as much noise as possible. Besides, the words of that damn pig demon were way too vicious. Seething with rage, he added one more order. "If any of you spot that pig demon, hit him with everything you have got. I swear, I'm going to stew that blasted pig for 3 days and 3 nights just to wash away this burning hatred in my heart." The moment the words left his mouth, a tear in space suddenly ripped open right in front of them. The very two targets they were hunting stepped out from it. Amda stepped right on the head of a black-robed man, baring his fangs as he teased his buddy. Heh, who would have thought someone was actually craving that ugly pig head of yours? He was talking big just a second ago, but the moment Hakao saw the two of them, he cowered in fear. Sun Kang cracked his knuckles with a loud pop, slowly closing in on him. I am so touched that you missed me this much. He then swung his fist, delivering a brutal punch right to his face as a greeting, making the man scream out in sheer agony. Lord, save me! Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared from behind, breaking Sun Kang's focus. It wasn't just one. An entire group was now surrounding the two of them. Sun Kang clicked his tongue in pure annoyance. Tisky, looks like these bastards came prepared. Amda totally agreed, adding, they were just waiting for us to show up. Then, he began channeling his spiritual energy. They already saw through my innate divine abilities from the very beginning. An adorable phantom materialized from the energy swirling around Amda's body, but the illusion was quickly disrupted by their enemies. Sun Kang stepped away from the now unconscious Hakao. He cracked his knuckles together and boldly declared, looks like we really have to risk it all this time. But to their surprise, the group of enemies suddenly vanished without a trace, leaving Amda completely bewildered. Huh? These guys set up a whole trap to catch us, so why the hell are they backing off? Sun Kang suddenly noticed something else and called out, you dumb dog, look over there. Amda turned to look and screamed in shock. It is the forces of the Thuong-Trung Immortal Realm. A massive fleet of flying ships was charging straight toward them. This suspiciously timed arrival led Sun Kang to a startling conclusion. Ah, it seems those mysterious guys in the black robes are in cahoots with the Thuong-Trung Immortal Realm. Up on the deck of the ship, Max Schwinn crossed his arms with a look of sheer arrogance. Long time no see, you two. Have you finally achieved immortality as well? He had always held on to his old grudge. I assume young Master Trong has grown even stronger since we last parted ways at the Blood Abyss battlefield. Hearing this, Sun Kang let out a breath of pure contempt. Our Tien Van continent and you animals from the Thuong-Trung Immortal Realm are not exactly on friendly terms. Standing right behind him, Lai Huang snapped in anger. You filthy pig demon, I will teach you a lesson in a minute. Max Schwinn, on the other hand, maintained his calm demeanor, ignoring the fact that his subordinate running her mouth wasn't exactly a good look. With his next breath, he directly called out his real target. Young Master Trong, since you are already here, there is no need to hide. Hearing this, Trong Pham finally revealed himself. You truly live up to your reputation, senior brother Max Shuyen. He then offered his own assessment. It seems your cultivation base has grown quite a bit since our battle at the Blood Abyss. Drawing his sword, Max Schwinn ground his teeth and stressed every word. That is exactly why I didn't come here to ask for your guidance this time, junior brother Trong Pham. I have never once forgotten the crushing defeat I suffered at your hands. In a flash, he unleashed a vicious strike, but Trong Pham effortlessly dodged it, causing the boulder beside him to explode into dust. It turned out to be nothing more than a warning shot from Max Shuyen. Tell me, junior brother Trong Pham, what do you think of my sword strike? He didn't hesitate to shoot back with a mocking reply. It was nothing special. Seeing this, Max Shuyen burst into a fit of maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha, it seems that after receiving the inheritance of the Lang Tu Immortal Emperor, your cultivation has also improved by leaps and bounds. His voice suddenly took on an incredibly sinister tone. But don't be so impatient, junior brother Trong Pham. We will clash soon enough. Men, set up the formation. We must give my dear junior brother a proper welcome. Suddenly, Sun Kang panicked and spun around to call out to his master. He then warned Trong Pham about what he had just figured out. Master, the forces of the Thuong-Trung Immortal Realm and those mysterious black-robed men are definitely working together. Hearing this, Trong Pham looked highly amused. Well, it seems our dear senior brother Max Shuyen has quite a few dark secrets that others don't know about. Now, Max Shuyen finally cut to the chase. Junior brother Trong Pham, Immortal King Trong Min sent me ahead to give you one last chance. Hand over the Lang Tu Immortal Scripture, and all of your offenses against the Thuong-Trung Immortal Realm will be completely forgiven. Trong Pham found those words incredibly grating to his ears. You guys really live up to the shamelessness of your Thuong-Trung Immortal Realm. Your schemes have failed in our Tien Van continent time and time again, yet you still have the sheer audacity to show your faces for a third time. Max Schwinn put on a fake look of deep regret. Sigh. It seems you simply refuse to resolve this peacefully, junior brother Trong Pham. The moment the words left his lips, a glowing magic circle materialized right beneath Trong Pham's group. At this point, Max Schwinn's true vicious nature was completely exposed. Even though I greatly admire your talent, junior brother, and the crushing defeat you handed me gave me the drive to push my cultivation further, I have a duty to fulfill, so I have no choice but to point my blade at you. Who would have thought that his dramatic speech would be turned into a total joke by Sun Kang? Master, do you smell that foul stench? Ugh, why do I feel like throwing up? And Trong Pham didn't miss a beat to play along. Oh, that? I probably just stepped in some nasty trash during the fight just now. Being humiliated like that made Max Shuyen flush with pure anger. but he forced himself to swallow it down. Such typical youthful arrogance. Suddenly, another massive magic circle manifested in the sky. Sun Kang looked up in deep suspicion as blinding beams of light shot down from the array. Acting purely on instinct, Sun Kang expanded his size to shield Trong Pham.
Master, look out! Seeing this, Max Xuan couldn't help but feel a sick sense of satisfaction. We refuse to do things the easy way, so we will do this the hard way.
The heavy blow sent Sun Kang reeling, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Damn it, I gotta hand it to him, he grunted. All these years of scheming, his strikes are absolutely ruthless. Zhang Fan shifted into a battle stance, shooting a quick glance at Sun Kang. Focus on healing yourself first. Leave these attacks to me. The surging power crashed down once more, but Zhang Fan effortlessly deflected it. Up above, Mo Xuan scowled in annoyance. Power up the magic arrays to the absolute maximum. Have the warships blast them into dust. This ruthless command made his subordinate, Lei Sheng, hesitate. Lord Mo, His Majesty's orders were to capture Zhang Fan alive. If we unleash the array's full power and let the warships attack, isn't that... Before he could finish, Mo Xuan snapped, glaring daggers at him. Oh, should I call you Lord instead? Do you want to lead this operation for me? Terrified, Lei Sheng immediately bowed his head. I wouldn't dare, my lord. I'll issue the command at once. Hold on, Mo Xuan suddenly commanded, a dark calculation flashing in his eyes. He thought to himself, you're just a loyal dog raised by that old fool Zhang Ming. But soon enough, I'll teach all of you what true obedience looks like. Following his signal, massive waves of energy began surging from the warships. Sensing the danger, Amda screamed out, Master, watch out, those ships are locking onto you. With a single, flawless sweep of his sword, Zhang Fan shattered the incoming blast. Don't panic, he said calmly. Chi-1 and Old Tong should be arriving right about now. The moment the words left his mouth, a massive rift tore through the fabric of space. An enemy soldier pointed frantically at the sky, screaming at his allies. Incoming! We've got enemies ambushing us from the Tianyun continent! Emerging from the spatial rift, Zhang Fan's broad shoulders slowly came into view. Riding gracefully on her flying sword, Ngok Lin waved excitedly. Master, we made it! Beside her, Tong Yun pointed dead ahead and roared, Old Huang! The floating island's magic arrays are fully charged. Help the High Immortals shoot those damn warships out of the sky. This sudden ambush threw Mo Xuan's fleet into pure chaos. Shields up! Form up the defensive arrays now! They screamed. We can't! All the ship's energy is locked into offensive mode. Our mana is drained by the arrays. We can't switch it back. In the blink of an eye, the enemy's smaller escort ships were blown to pieces. Amidst the explosions, only Mo Xuan remained chillingly calm. That icy demeanor immediately made Zhang Fan suspicious. Why isn't he panicking? It's almost as if he expected this. Without missing a beat, Mo Xuan issued a retreat order. The current mission was aborted. He would fall back and plot his next move. Standing at the helm of his luxurious flagship, Mo Xuan gave an arrogant, mocking smirk. Junior brother Zhang, Fairy Yuan, it seems our little reunion today got a bit messy. I'll be sure to bring proper gifts to apologize next time. With a theatrical bow, he clasped his hands together in mock respect. Until then, I bid you farewell. Refusing to let him escape so easily, Zhang Fan gripped his hilt and unleashed a massive sword strike. A terrifyingly cold crescent of light tore through the sky, aiming straight for Mo Xuan. But it didn't leave a single scratch on him. If anything, it only made his twisted smile grow wider. Oh, junior brother Zhang, there's no need for such a passionate send-off. We'll be seeing each other again very soon. Sheathing his sword, Zhang Fan could do nothing but glare in seething anger as the fleet vanished into the clouds. Sensing the heavy tension, Ngok Lin quickly ran up behind him, her eyes full of concern. Master, is everything all right? Those pests from the upper immortal realm have been chased off. Ignoring her question for a moment, Zhang Fan turned to his trusted companion. Chi-1, did you notice anything off about the power Mo Xuan used just now? She stared thoughtfully at the lingering spatial ripples he had left behind before finally answering. I was watching closely when you launched your strike, she murmured. It looked like he could actually manipulate the very void around his body. Hearing this, Ngok Lin blinked in confusion, pointing ahead. Master? Big Sister Yuan? What exactly does that mean? Fairy Yuan's eyes narrowed as she revealed her dark suspicion. It means that this former prodigy of the upper immortal realm is hiding a terrifyingly massive secret. With too many unknowns still lingering, Zhang Fan turned to his crew. Who knows what kind of dark power he actually found in the Blood Abyss? Come on, let's head back to the floating island and gear up. Meanwhile, Mo Xuan's fleet had safely jumped out of the battle zone. Seeing that the situation was finally stable, Li Xing stepped forward, bowing respectfully. My lord, what are your orders now? We still haven't completed the mission His Majesty assigned to us. In stark contrast to his subordinate's anxiety, Mo Xuan gave a chillingly calm reply. There's no rush. Keep our scouts stationed just outside the Tianyun continent. And remember, make sure to establish contact with our spies inside the continent before making any more moves. Li Xing bowed deeply. Understood, my lord. I will see to it personally. Mo Xuan then turned his piercing gaze to the battered troops below, his voice booming with authority. Get back to your training. Do not let this affect you. It was nothing more than a minor setback. The entire army slammed their fists against their chests, roaring in unison. Sir! Yes, sir! Back at the Grand Manor in the heart of the floating island, Zhang Fan sat back in his chair, a proud smile on his face. You two did a great job out there, especially considering you just broke through to the immortal level and were immediately tossed into a bloodbath. He tossed a glowing medicinal gourd to each of them as a reward. Take these, head back to your rooms and focus on recovering your strength. San King and Naam Da clutched their rewards like absolute treasures. Thank you so much, Master. Once the two of them left the hall, Zhang Fan turned his attention to a more serious matter. Chi-Wan, I'm going to need your expertise again. Can you help me pinpoint this location on the cosmic map? I also need to know the exact power dynamics of the factions there. With a heavy expression, he unfurled a glowing cosmic map across the table. The group immediately gathered around. Tracing her finger along the glowing constellations, Chi-Wan pointed to a specific cluster. Is that glowing spot right in the center where the Great Emperor's legacy is hidden? She asked. Zhang Fan nodded firmly, explaining the details to her. Once I cultivate the legacy left by Emperor Ling Xiao up to the Mystic Immortal level, it will unlock the next clue. That bright light right there is the Great Emperor's mausoleum. Sensing the sudden drop in the room's temperature, Ngok Lin tugged on Fairy Yuan's sleeve. Big Sister Yuan, is that area really complicated, or is it just insanely dangerous? Chi-Wan zoomed in on the map's terrain, her voice laced with awe. This entire sector was the site of a devastating war between immortal emperors. It looks like this was the very battlefield where Emperor Ling Xiao fought his greatest nemesis. Her expression grew incredibly grim. Because of that godly clash, the fabric of space here is dangerously thin. It's so fragile that the twisted void demons can tear through the dimensions with absolute ease. A deeply frustrated sigh escaped her lips. But that's not even the worst part. The biggest headache is that it sits right smack on the borderline between the 9 upper heavens and the 24 realms. Tapping the map, she highlighted the true danger. You're going to have warlords, immortals, and cults from all sides clashing over territory. It is a completely lawless, chaotic bloodbath. My own home, the Cloud Immortal Realm, has absolutely zero political pull out there. If we go, we are entirely on our own. Taking all this horrifying data in, Zhang Fan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. That goes without saying, he muttered. But the Phantom of Emperor Ling Xiao left a message in his legacy. He told me that just outside his mausoleum, he had physically dragged an entire small continent into place. A hint of curiosity flickered in his eyes as he thought of those enigmatic people. He took in a massive group of cosmic refugees and turned them into a Tomb Guardian clan. I can't help but wonder, what exactly happened to them after all these years? Time flew by in the absolute blink of an eye. Before they knew it, a whole month had passed since that day. Deep within the endless abyss of the void, hidden from the rest of the universe, floated the eerie immortal Tomb Island. Standing at the peak of the island, Ngok Lin gazed out at the mesmerizing, surreal beauty of the cosmic night sky, completely lost in thought. Suddenly, a deeply irritated voice echoed from behind her. It was Vian Trin. Reporting to the Holy Maiden, the Heavenly Wolf Bandits have sent an envoy. They say this is their final ultimatum to our Tomb Guardian clan. Hearing this, she spun around, her voice laced with urgency. What do they want? His face contorted in agony, struggling for a long time before he could even speak. Seeing his hesitation, she commanded in a stern tone. Spit it out. After the rebellion within our clan, what haven't we faced? He clenched his fists in sheer rage. They want us to hand over the sacred sword we guard. Along with 1,000 young boys and girls. And you, my lady. The moment the words left his mouth, Vian Trin couldn't hold back his fury, roaring fiercely, We will never hand you over. You are our leader. You saved us from ruin. You are the clan's only hope for revival. Just then, Vin An arrived alongside Boydung and Phone Tai to discuss their next move. Vian Trin immediately bowed with his hands clasped. Grand Elder, you're here. The three commanders placed their hands over their hearts, paying their respects to the Holy Maiden. Following that, Boydung grimly laid out the entire situation. My lady, I've ordered all the guards to brace for battle. We need to evacuate our people using the portal, right now, before those Heavenly Wolf bastards arrive. Anxiety and dread suddenly filled Ngok Lin's eyes. Grandpa, we can't... Before she could finish, Vin An shook his head, raising a hand to stop her. I know you believe in the prophecy, child, but those traitors leaked the location of our portal's transport route. Every single member of the Heavenly Wolf Bandits is at the Heavenly Immortal Realm or higher. I cannot stop them. Despite his desperate pleas, Ngok Lin remained stubbornly devoted. Grandpa, I believe in the prophecy. The hero destined to lead our clan out of this place, they will definitely come. Beside her, Vian Trin also stood his ground, fiercely loyal. Grand Elder, Uncle Dung, we must hold our ground here. I swear on my life, I will protect the Holy Maiden. While they were still debating, Ditchfong rushed in with urgent news. Grand Elder, Captain, my lady, it's an emergency. Though they didn't know what had happened yet, a heavy tension gripped the room. With a furious scowl, Vian Trin pointed forward, jumping to conclusions. Did those Heavenly Wolf cowards go back on their word? Did they launch an attack before the deadline? The scout's face was pale, sheer panic in his eyes. No, that's not it. He then pointed out into the distance, reporting frantically, a floating island just suddenly appeared out in the void. They aren't attacking, but they aren't leaving either. I've already stationed our brothers nearby to keep watch. Vin An and the other two commanders were completely stunned. What? It didn't take long for the old man to regain his composure and bark out orders. Tell everyone in the clan to prepare for battle. The Holy Maiden and I will go see what this is about. Ngoc fell into stunned silence, unable to utter a single word. At that exact moment, Trong Fam's group had just arrived in the void, just outside the Fairy Tomb Island. He cheerfully shared what he knew with the group. So this is the spot. The legacy of the Celestial Emperor Ling Xiao is right here. He built his tomb here, then used a miniature continent as a shell to hide it. Stretched out before them was a breathtaking, shimmering expanse of mystical space. Kai Van rested his chin on his hand, looking deeply in thought. But it looks like something major went down here in the past. We need to stay on high alert. Trung Pham just shrugged, casually brushing off the concern. Well, after millions of years, even the Emperor's remnant soul over on the Heavenly Cloud continent couldn't predict what would happen here. Let's just hope our luck holds out. Suddenly, Ngoc rushed forward, pointing eagerly. Master! Sister Vian, look over there! Someone's coming out! Leading the formation were Vin An and Ngoc, trailed by a massive fleet of warships. The old man's voice rang out across the void, initiating the exchange. Honored guests from afar, I am Tran Vin An. I greet you all. Trong Pham clasped his hands and bowed politely. I am Trong Pham, and these are my friends. It is an honor to meet you, senior. Hearing him, Ngoc voice instantly brightened with relief. This young man's tone, he doesn't carry any hostility. They aren't with the Heavenly Wolf Bandits, and they aren't here to kick us while we're down. Maybe we could... The old man coldly raised a hand, silencing her. He then probed the newcomers with practiced diplomacy. May I ask what brings such honored guests to our humble territory? If this old man can be of any assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. Hooked right in, Trong Pham smiled, exchanging a knowing glance with Kai Van before smoothly making his request. Actually, there is a matter we'd like to trouble you with, senior. Vin An let out a surprised gasp at the sudden proposition. Vin An stroked his white beard, a welcoming smile spreading across his face. If an honored guest asks, this old man will certainly help, but you've traveled a long way. Why not rest at our clan's estate? We can sit down and I can hear exactly what kind of trouble you've run into. Trung Pham agreed in a heartbeat. Then I would be honored to accept. Thank you for your hospitality, senior. He then turned around, assigning tasks to his crew. Kai Van, Ngoc, Cao Tu, you guys come with me. Son Kang and Nguyen Lang, Old Tong, Old Huang, I need you all to lead the rest and keep watch over the island. Under Vinan's guidance, the group set off toward the clan's sanctuary. Ngoc pushed her flying sword to its limit, pulling up right beside the elder to question him. Grandpa, are you seriously inviting them in to help us fight off the Heavenly Wolf Bandits? The old man laid his thoughts bare. You refuse to leave anyway. If we step outside the protection of the Grand Array, we'll be slaughtered. Since a rare opportunity has literally shown up on our doorstep, of course I have to try. A heavy, helpless sigh escaped his lips. If I wasn't completely out of hope, do you really think I would have agreed with our ancestors to live and die guarding this place? Hearing those painful words, tears immediately welled up in her eye. He is. Grandpa. Before long, everyone was seated together in the main hall. Vin An broke the ice to start the conversation. This is our clan's specialty, immortal tea. He took the steaming cup and gently placed it on the table. With eyes gleaming with pride, he enthusiastically introduced the brew. It has miraculous effects for sword cultivators. Please, make yourselves at home and have a taste. Trung Pham took a sip. As the rich flavor bloomed in his mouth, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This immortal tea is something else, just one sip, and my mind feels completely enlightened. But suddenly remembering something, he turned to ask, by the way, senior, when we entered your clan's territory, I noticed everyone was on high alert, like they were bracing for an invasion. Did something happen? Vin An slowly poured out the dire situation they were facing. This Sea of Chaos Starfield has always been a lawless place. There is a massive, ruthless faction of void bandits here, known as the Heavenly Wolf Bandits, and they've set their sights on our clan. At this, the old man lost his temper, slamming his fist onto the table with a loud crash. If a traitor hadn't sold out the secret route of our guardian array to those bastards, we wouldn't be backed into this corner. Trung Pham and Kai Van instantly exchanged a meaningful glance. Seizing the moment, he smoothly threw out a mutually beneficial offer. Well, since we're already troubling you for a favor, we were just wondering how to repay you. If you trust us, senior, let us handle those bandits for you. The elder leapt out of his chair in pure excitement, asking breathlessly, Could you really do that? Without a second of hesitation, Trung Pham stood up to meet his gaze. Senior, whatever you need, just say the word. Having finally found a way out, Vin An was visibly thrilled. Thank you. I cannot thank you all enough, he exclaimed, before turning sharply to bark a decisive order to his men. Boy Dung, head to the storehouse right now and bring out the immortal sword tea for our esteemed guests. Noticing the old man acting a bit too eager, Trung Pham casually waved a hand to stop him. Senior, please, there is no need to rush. I haven't even mentioned how we plan to impose on your clan yet. Vin An chuckled awkwardly, looking a bit sheepish as he apologized. Ah, I was just too eager. I completely forgot to ask what brings you all to the chaotic sea realm. The young man took a gentle sip of his tea, then spoke at a leisurely pace. I come from the Heavenly Cloud continent. The Elder and Ngok Lin suddenly locked eyes, both of them showing absolute shock. Unbothered, he just continued his story. My sect once had a mighty expert who wandered the myriad realms, and eventually passed away right here in the chaotic sea realm. Trungfam clearly explained exactly why he was there. Before passing, that senior used their power to send back a message, giving us juniors a chance to recover their remains and relics. Unable to hold back any longer, she urgently pressed, "Are you really from the Heavenly Cloud continent?" Noticing her getting overly excited, Vin An quickly raised a hand to calm her down. Ngok Lin. Stroking his beard in a familiar gesture, the old man carefully explained. I apologize. Our clan's ancestors passed down that we too originally came from the Heavenly Cloud continent. That is why the girl is so worked up. Saying that, he once again gave an order to his subordinate. Boy Dung, these honored guests have traveled a long way. Along with the immortal tea, prepare some extra drinks and send them over to their floating island. After giving his instructions, the elder turned back and respectfully cupped his hands. Since you have all just arrived, why don't you rest up first? I'll have some essential intelligence about the chaotic sea realm sent to your island shortly. Trung Pham happily agreed to the arrangement. Then we'll have to trouble you, senior. As soon as they regrouped, Sun Kang spoke up to ask, Master, everyone outside this island is standing guard. Did you not negotiate anything with them? Trung Pham reached out to take a cup of tea from Tron Nguyen, then calmly explained, I agreed to help them, but I haven't told them the whole truth just yet. After all, who knows if these tomb guardians still remember their ancestors' mission after tens of thousands of years. Finishing his sentence, his tone turned serious as he issued a command. Pup, go scout the surrounding area. While you're at it, gather some intel on their clan's reputation. Receiving a new mission, Amda was absolutely thrilled. Yes, Master, I'm on it. With a beaming face, Kai Van hurriedly asked, So, we're just going to rest now, right? I've got to admit, I'm actually really itching to see the Immortal Emperor's sword essence. Trung Pham was just as excited, but didn't forget to remind them. Me too. All right, everyone head back and get some rest for now. Meanwhile, Van On was discussing strategies with the other elders. Third brother, you have been contacting the other factions these past few days. Did they agree? Hearing the question, Nganto immediately shook his head. The moment they heard about the 4 heavenly wolves, they all flat out refused. The elder's expression grew even grimmer. I figured as much. We're lucky enough that the factions in the chaotic sea realm aren't kicking us while we're down. Expecting them to help us in our time of need was a pipe dream. Only then did Ngoklin speak up hesitantly. Grand Elder, what about... Vin An gave a straightforward assessment. Young Master Trung Pham comes from the Heavenly Cloud continent. I have a feeling that even if he isn't the one from the prophecy... Thinking of Trung Pham's figure, she immediately finished his thought. But he still comes from the very world our ancestors spoke of in the prophecy. Besides, they have already agreed to help us. We can let them inside. Even so, the old man maintained a certain level of caution and advised her, Holy Maiden, you are the only one who truly knows what our guardian clan is protecting. You, more than anyone, must understand how dangerous it is to let outsiders in on our secret. She firmly stood her ground. I just have a feeling that he really is the one from the prophecy. While they were still arguing, Chuang Vu frantically burst into the room, shouting, Elder! Holy Maiden! It's terrible! Boy Dung rushed over to support him, asking about the situation. Old Trung, weren't you leading the scouts to monitor the 4 heavenly wolves? Why are you back? Don't tell me. Ignoring his own injuries, he hurriedly recounted. We were keeping watch just like always today, but we were suddenly ambushed by the heavenly wolves' men. When I managed to break through their encirclement, I saw their fleet massing together. Ganto clenched his fist tight, cursing in anger. These bastards really have absolutely no honor. The deadline hasn't even arrived yet. Such shameless... Quiet! Unable to hold back his fury, Vin An slammed his hand on the table. Word of us seeking reinforcements must have leaked out. The only reason they haven't made a move yet was probably to lower our guard. We need to figure out a solution right now. Ngoklin's expression turned grave as she analyzed their intentions. It's too late for that. Uncle Trong and the others tailing them must have been discovered a long time ago. The fact that they struck, yet still let Uncle Trong and the rest escape, she bluntly stated her final conclusion, proves that the 4 heavenly wolves are fully prepared. They aren't afraid of us evacuating immediately, nor are they worried about us finding backup. A subordinate rushed in as if his boots were on fire, panicking. Captain, the brothers outside just sounded the alarm. A ship flying the Heavenly Wolf banner is heading straight for us. Hearing this, Vinny unfroze for a second before blurting out 2 words. Too fast! Without a moment of hesitation, Goklin immediately assigned tasks to everyone before leaving. Grand Elder, I'm heading to young Master Trong Pham's floating island right now. I'll have to leave the clan's defensive arrangements to you and Uncle Boy Dung. Meanwhile, Amda was leading Trong Pham's group close to a cliff edge. Master, these are the 4 heavenly wolves I've been hearing so much about these past few days. Trong Pham gazed into the distance, evaluating the situation. In the Chaotic Sea Realm, they're considered a top-tier faction. I just wonder who they sent this time, or if all 4 of their leaders showed up. Right as he finished speaking, Ngoklin suddenly appeared. The moment she arrived, she cupped her hand and spoke up. Young Master Trong Fam, please forgive my sudden intrusion. Landing gracefully, Ngoklin hurriedly spoke. I am Tran Ngoklin, Holy Maiden of the Guardian Clan, here to see young Master Trong. She closed her eyes, her voice filled with desperate urgency. Young Master Trong, our clan's enemies have already arrived at our doorstep. Could you and your friends possibly help us hold them off? Immediately, he glanced back at Kaivan and smiled as he accepted. I already made a promise to you and Senior Tran Vinon last time. I certainly won't go back on my word. Hearing this, Ngoklin immediately clasped her hands together in deep gratitude. Thank you so much, young Master Trong. He then turned to assign a task to his disciple, Ngoklin. Take Old Tong's group and move the floating island over there. She quickly accepted the order with a bright smile on her face. Yes, Master! At the same time, a massive fleet of warships was slowly closing in on their territory. A subordinate knelt down, reporting with intense reverence and urgency. Fourth boss, it looks like someone is coming up ahead to block our path. Hua Dian didn't say a word, quietly observing the newly appeared island. Then, breaking into a smug grin, he asked the crew aloud, didn't the big boss already send his regards to all the factions around here? Does anyone know who owns that floating island blocking my path? He demanded. The moment the words left his mouth, Ming Yan stepped up to answer. Fourth Master, in our entire Chaos Sea Realm, we've never heard of a floating island that can actually move through the astral void. This unexpected situation instantly sparked his interest. Someone go check it out. Tell whoever's over there that I, the Fourth Master, have taken a liking to this little island of theirs. This treasure is now mine. Hua Mian smirked, a deeply sinister and greedy expression spreading across his face. Very quickly, his subordinates channeled their energy and flew toward the island. But when they returned, Wang Yu was sporting a face completely covered in bruised and battered welts. Fourth Master, you have to avenge me. There's a pig demon over there. I didn't even get to open my mouth before it beat the living daylights out of me, and then it told me to pass on a message. Furious, Hua Min slammed his fist heavily against the armrest of his throne. They dare strike my men? It seems the name of the Heavenly Wolf Bandits doesn't carry enough weight in the Chaos Sea Realm. Well, what did they tell you to say? Trembling with fear, the subordinate stammered out the truth. That pig demon said the Heavenly Wolf Bandits should wash our dirty dog asses, wait for him to come over, then get on our knees and wag our tails to beg for his mercy. Unable to listen to another word, Hua Mian furiously waved his hand, blasting the man away. This blatant humiliation made the absolute rage inside him explode. Order all the flying ships to accelerate! I'm going to slaughter them all. Spare no one! The moment the order was given, every single airship closed in, completely surrounding the floating island. By now, Hua Mian had regained just enough composure to interrogate them. Brat, was it you who ordered that pig demon to beat up my men? And you're the one who expects us to kneel down and beg for your favor? Without a single ounce of fear, Zhang Fan casually replied, I thought the entire Heavenly Wolf Bandit gang was coming. Turns out it's just you. Seeing himself so utterly despised by a mere kid, Hua Mian flew into a blind rage. You little punk, you really want to die, don't you? With that, he hurled the broken wooden piece of his armrest straight at the boy, but Zhang Fan just raised one hand and caught it effortlessly. Hua Mian narrowed his eyes, a glint of cruel amusement appearing. Not bad. No wonder you dare to act so arrogant. You've got some skills. But since you've crossed my Heavenly Wolf Bandits, there isn't a single soul in this Chaos Sea Realm who can save you now. Thrilled by the bloodshed to come, he pointed forward and roared, Everyone, attack! Those fairy maidens beside him look pretty good. Make sure you don't scratch them. Eyeing the beautiful girl standing behind Zhang Fan, his beastly nature took over. I'm going to take them back and share them with the other bosses. The gang of thugs brandished their weapons, swaggering with absolute arrogance. Don't you worry, Fourth Master. Just watch us capture those beauties right now. The chaotic brawl between good and evil immediately erupted. Overflowing with confidence, Zhang Fan sent Lord Pig charging into the vanguard. The moment he appeared, the pig demon stood tall and sneered. Your grandpa Pig didn't get to vent enough anger last time. How convenient that you fools delivered yourselves right to my doorstep. With just a few devastating strikes, he completely wiped out the first wave of enemies in the blink of an eye. Their terrified, blood-curdling screams echoed louder and louder. Fourth Master, save us! Run for your lives! Hua Min sat firmly on his throne, barking orders. You're letting a mere pig demon do this? Tell the squad leaders down there to stop messing around and actually do their jobs. Hearing this, Ming Yun bowed respectfully. Yes, Fourth Master. Meanwhile, Lord Pig was still locked in a total frenzy of destruction. Ha 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 ha. Trash like you actually dare to test your strength against me? Suddenly, Meng Xie flew in from nowhere, blocking the pig's path. He twisted his lips into a wicked, arrogant smirk and spat out a taunt. Little piggy, our fourth boss has given the order. We can't let you keep running wild like this. Faced with this deadly threat, the pig didn't show even a sliver of fear. Humph, big words for a dead man. In the next second, he channeled all his explosive power into both arms and launched a brutal assault. Then come get a taste of your grandpa pig's true power. With just a single earth-shattering punch, Meng Xie was blasted right out of the sky, tumbling far away. Furious and humiliated, Meng Xie screamed at the top of his lungs. "Don't just stand there watching. This freak isn't easy to handle. Get over here and help me." The moment those words left his mouth, 3 more thugs rushed in to throw their lives away. "You're completely useless," one of them sneered. "Remember to buy us all drinks when we get back. Brothers, charge." From a distance, Zhang Fan was intently watching the battle unfold from start to finish. Then, he calmly issued his next order. "Shadow Pup, get out there and help him. Wipe out the rest of them." The hound immediately and happily accepted the command. "Yes, master." Blurring into his absolute top speed, Dark Knight leaped across the massive boulders, instantly joining the fray. Watching this massacre, Hua Mian grew increasingly infuriated. This brat actually had quite a few elite masters by his side. Without another word, he shot up from his seat, throwing on his imposing battle armor. "Looks like I'll have to handle this myself. Let me personally test this little punk. I'll teach him exactly who calls the shots here in the Chaos Sea Realm." With a powerfully dramatic motion, he drew his razor-sharp blade from its sheath. Surging with energy, Hua Mian leaped high into the air, swinging his sword and unleashing a terrifying wave of blazing purple aura. "Brat, since you've got some actual skill, I, your 4th boss, will personally end you." Seeing the deadly strike approaching, Yu Ling screamed out a warning. "Young Master Zhang, look out!" Neither rushed nor delayed, Zhang Fan pinpointed the absolute perfect moment and drew his own sword. With one fearless, earth-shattering slash, he unleashed a fierce sword art that sliced directly across the bandit's body. Taking the agonizing hit head-on, Hua Mian was struck with sheer terror. He's just a greenhorn kid. How could he possess such terrifying, overwhelming power? The impact blasted him violently backwards, sending him crashing hard onto the deck of his own ship. Even while suffering a massive bloody wound, he stubbornly maintained his arrogant swagger to spit out a warning. "You little punk, I'll admit you beat me this time, but my big brother is someone you absolutely cannot afford to cross." Immediately after, Hua Mian forced out a grim, strange shout. "Retreat! Pull back right now!" "Just you wait, brat! My big brother will be coming for your head!" Yu Ling stood there utterly stunned, her jaw practically dropping to the floor. Young Master Zhang and the others, they actually drove off the Heavenly Wolf bandits. Overcome with emotion, she immediately dropped to her knees and cupped her hands in deep reverence. "Young Master Zhang, my clan and I will remember your profound grace for the rest of our lives. If there is absolutely anything you require, please, just say the word." But he only looked back at her with a calm, freezing gaze. "This isn't over. The Heavenly Wolf bandits will return. We need to figure out how to counter their next ambush." Hearing his warning, she stood up without a second of hesitation to take her leave. "The situation is dire. Young Master Zhang, please forgive this lowly maiden for taking my leave first to prepare." Chi-Wan quietly watched Yu Ling's silhouette fade into the distance. Only after the girl was completely out of sight did she step closer to ask, "You deliberately let their 4th boss escape earlier? Were you planning to wait and wipe them all out in one single strike?" Zhang Fan smiled warmly, deeply admiring her exceptional intellect. "As expected of my Chi-Wan, you saw through my plan in a heartbeat." With a sly grin, he openly revealed his ruthless scheme. "Exactly. And more than that, I want the Heavenly Wolf bandits to run around begging for backup. I want them to drag every single faction who has bad blood with the Spirit Guardian clan straight to our doorstep." She flashed a bright, knowing smile, having seen through it all from the very beginning. "That's fine by me. Saves us a lot of trouble. I knew you weren't exactly full of good intentions." The battle ended in an absolute flash, leaving the entire Toon Guardian clan standing there in stunned silence. After what felt like an eternity, Boydung finally managed to stammer out a few words. "The 4 Heavenly Wolf bandits, they just fell back. They actually retreated?" Nuklin touched down gracefully from the sky and replied, "Young Master Zhang and his people managed to drive off the 4th boss of the Heavenly Wolves. For now, our clan is safe." Those words left him utterly speechless. "Wait, what? That young man, Zhang Fan, he actually managed to defeat the 4th boss of the Heavenly Wolves?" Seeing his absolute disbelief, Ngoklin firmly nodded. "It's true. I saw it with my own eyes up on young Master Zhang's floating island, but... Great Elder, the demonic threat our Guardian clan is facing is far from over." Her cryptic warning left Boydung thoroughly confused. After all, hadn't they just chased off the Heavenly Wolves? Why would the Saintess say such a thing? After a long moment of heavy silence, Elder Vin An suddenly spoke up. "I understand now. The Heavenly Wolves will undoubtedly return. And next time, I am afraid their mysterious, elusive chief will personally make an appearance." Hearing this, Boydung completely lost his composure and yelled, "What? The leader of the Heavenly Wolves himself? The monster who supposedly wiped out the entire upper echelon of the Star Ocean Palace all on his own? He is going to join the fight?" Seeing the man lose his dignity like that, Elder Vin Yan sharply barked, "Quiet!" Taking a breath, the old man turned back to Ngoklin. "Did young Master Zhang say anything else? If he is willing to step up and help us get our revenge, we absolutely will not let him walk away empty-handed." Hearing this, her expression visibly darkened. Young Master Zhang didn't ask for anything in return, but He warned that the Heavenly Wolves will come back with an even more terrifying army next time. He told us to call for backup. Elder Vinian could only shake his head with a heavy, bitter sigh. This old man has already sent out distress signals to all the major factions, but we haven't received a single reply. Suddenly, a fierce determination flared in Ngoklin's eyes. Then we have to try again. We cannot just sit here and wait to die. Meanwhile, Kai Van and her companion had finally made their way back to the floating island. Zhang Fan casually brought them up to speed. All right, I just got word from Tu Sung and Lu Nuoc. They've finally pulled back from the front lines and are heading over here to blow off some steam with us. Hearing this, Kai Van quickly chimed in. I got an update from our sect too. Apparently, there's been some severe corruption among the higher-ups in the rear lines. Immortal Emperor Du Hua, the ruler of the mysterious origin realm, is going to personally lead an internal investigation. Taking all this in, Zhang Fan couldn't help but frown. An internal investigation? Won't that just tip off the enemy? Sensing his unease, she offered a soft, reassuring reply. I really couldn't tell you what the 9 Immortal Emperors and the 24 Immortal Kings are plotting, but maybe stirring the pot is exactly what they want to do. A moment later, Zhang Fan voiced his guess. Or perhaps they have a shadow operation moving behind the scenes. Still, it is a shame for the frontline troops. They'll have to fall back to the defensive zones and hold out just a little longer. Meanwhile, deep in enemy territory, Hua Dian was still seething. Unable to swallow his bitter defeat, he went groveling to his leader. Boss, you have to get revenge for me. And as expected, the response did not disappoint him. Kwang Sat, the bandit king, agreed without a second thought. That goes without saying. It seems I have been cooped up for far too long. The fools in the chaotic Starsea have actually forgotten the sheer terror of the Heavenly Wolves. With a dark glare, he issued his command. Number 4, go get the 2nd and 3rd bosses. Send out a decree across the entire chaotic Starsea. Any faction that wants a piece of the pie better join our ranks and march with us. And if they refuse... He let out a menacing growl. Well, they shouldn't blame me when I wipe them off the face of the map. Smash! With a savage flick of his wrist, Kwang Sat shattered his wine cup against the floor. His eyes glinted with a terrifying, predatory light.
I am going to erase that Guardian clan from existence. I will carve it into everyone's memory that the Heavenly Wolves are absolutely untouchable. Thrilled by the bloodlust, Hua Dian bowed excitedly. Thank you, boss. I'll go gather the 2nd and 3rd bosses right now.
Just before he left, a sleazy, wicked grin crept across his face. Boss, I noticed a couple of real beauties up on that brat's floating island. Don't worry, I'll make sure to capture the prettiest one just for you to enjoy. But the only words that caught Kwang Sat's attention were floating island. Slumping back into his throne, his mind started racing. Wait, didn't that mysterious faction that tried to recruit me mention something about a floating island before? Meanwhile, back at the floating island, a familiar flying ship pierced through the clouds. Tu Sung slowly descended from the deck, waving with overwhelming enthusiasm. Senior brother Zhang, senior sister Vian, it's been way too long. Zhang Fan stepped forward, greeting them with a warm, welcoming smile. You two have been fighting out there on the brutal front lines, and yet you rushed straight over here. Come on, take a seat and rest up. Try some of this spirit fruit tea. Amidst the warm reunion, Nahuak Ha chimed in, sounding amazed. I cannot believe so much has happened since you and senior sister Vian left the battlefield. Kai Van smiled at the young girl, her voice full of gentle care. Look at you both. You and junior brother too have grown so much since the last time we saw each other. You must have been through a lot out there on the battlefield, haven't you? Before the girl could even open her mouth, Tu Sung proudly cut in. Of course we have. Nuoc Ha and I were an absolute unstoppable duo out there. We crushed everything in our path. But just as quickly, his proud grin faded into a bitter frown. Still, it makes my blood boil knowing that while we were fighting for our lives on the front lines, some cowards were turning completely corrupt in the back. Thank the heavens they got caught. Seeing the mood start to sour, Nuoc Ha quickly waved her hands to steer the conversation. All right, everyone, let's change the subject. How about we talk about that immortal emperor's tomb that senior brother Zhang mentioned earlier? What is the story there? Since she had eagerly brought it up, Zhang Fan naturally indulged her curiosity. Well, this is an ancient tomb constructed by immortal Emperor Ling Xiao. He left the second half of the heaven-soaring sword spirit sealed inside here, and I am his chosen successor. That massive revelation left Tu Sung completely electrified. Whoa, this is the very first time I've ever heard of an immortal emperor's inheritance being found completely outside the immortal realm. His eyes practically sparkled. Senior brother Zhang, once you fully absorb that inheritance, you absolutely have to let me spar with you. Hearing that wild request, Zhang Fan didn't answer immediately, falling into a quiet contemplation. Junior brother 2 was truly a straightforward guy. Looking into his eyes, there was only pure, thrilling battle lust and excitement, without a single trace of greed or jealousy. A moment later, he offered a confident smile. Once I secure the inheritance, sparring will be no problem at all. However, I'm going to need you two to lend me a hand right now. We have a bit of a messy situation to deal with. Hearing that they were needed, Nuoc Ha's face immediately lit up. Of course we will help you. It is no problem at all, she cheered. I honestly cannot wait for you to claim that inheritance, senior brother Zhang. I really want to see how it compares to the Emperor's legacies from our Vermilion Bird Realm. Zhengfan nodded, gesturing warmly. You two should go get some rest first. We still have a few days of waiting ahead of us. We can use this time to catch up and compare notes on our recent cultivation. Meanwhile, miles away, a fierce, rumbling voice echoed through a dark hall. Have the second and third bosses mobilized according to the plan? Huadin, bowing respectfully, quickly delivered his report. Yes, boss. The second and third have already set out. They are executing your plan to the letter. The Bandit King sneered, dishing out his next command. Good. Send word to the Vanguard factions. Tell them I am extremely pleased with their obedience, and that they will be getting a very generous cut of the spoils.
His face twisting into a bloodthirsty scowl, Kuang Sat's voice dropped to a lethal growl. But make sure you remind those mutts. They better show me what they are truly capable of in battle. Hoa Dian smirked, thumping his chest. You have my word, boss. I'll make the message crystal clear, and if they dare hold back, they will learn the horrific price of crossing the heavenly wolves.
Reveling in the Bandit King's trust, Huadin immediately spun around and roared to his subordinates. You heard the boss? Pass the word to the entire fleet. We march! Standing high atop the fortress walls, his voice echoed like thunder. Move out! At his booming command, a massive, terrifying army of bandits surged forward, marching straight toward their doom. Meanwhile, back at the Guardian clan's sanctuary, Boy Dung's voice trembled with creeping panic. Saintess, Elder, the Heavenly Wolves, they are already marching on us, and we still haven't found a single faction willing to come to our aid. In stark contrast to his sheer panic, Elder Vin An remained completely unshaken, a steady fire in his eyes. Calm yourself. We found our savior a long time ago. He raised his hand, his voice steady and resolute. All right, Boy Dung, order all capable warriors to prepare for absolute war. Get the women and children down into the secret bunkers. We make our stand today. The old man then turned to her, his voice heavy with instruction. Ngok Lin, if the worst comes to pass, you must flee to young Master Truong's island immediately. Though it was merely a precaution, a deep sense of dread gripped Ngok Lin's heart. Patriarch, but... Before she could even finish, Vin An was already marching to the front line. Come, my fellow elders, let us use our old bones to hold them back. To ignite the spirits of the entire army, he roared, awakening the primal fire within them all. The enemy is at our gates. Do not forget your sacred mission. We must defend the holy grounds that our ancestors bled to protect. Those words struck deep, making the warrior's blood boil with sheer resolve. Seeing the enemy forces closing in, Vin An gave the decisive order. Activate the Guardian Barrier. Everyone, prepare for battle. As the invaders drew nearer to their target, Bloodlust barked out a confident command. Tell that traitor from the Tomb Guardians to get ready. Tell him I want that barrier dismantled in exactly 1 minute. Hearing this, his subordinate immediately bowed. Yes, boss. Suddenly, Phantom Face chimed in. Rumor has it that the Tomb Guardians used to wield absolute power in the Chaos Sea realm. It really makes you wonder, just whose tomb are they guarding? A wicked, unsettling grin spread across his face. The entire Chaos Sea realm has been dying to know that for tens of thousands of years. But just give it a little longer, and we'll finally uncover the truth. Exactly 1 minute later, the massive energy barrier surrounding the island began to dissolve. Sensing the imminent danger, Boy Dung rushed in to report. Saintess, Grand Elder, that traitor led a strike team to the rear formation core. The barrier is broken. The horrifying news made Vin An stagger in pure shock. What did you just say? Recovering quickly, the old man snapped his orders. Ngok Lin, Boy Dung, all high-ranking elites, come with me to intercept them. The rest of you, hold your ground and guard the tomb. Watching the defenders charge out, Bloodlust sneered with utter contempt. Are they seriously trying to stop a speeding chariot with their bare hands? He didn't stop there, his mockery dripping with malice. Even with their precious barrier, they were pathetic. Without it, they're nothing. Phantom Face chuckled beside him, chiming in, What a bunch of arrogant fools. Suddenly, he froze, his gaze locked onto a floating island in the distance. It's that brat's island. He's waiting for the perfect moment to interfere. But this time, all 4 of us Heavenly Wolf Bandits are here. A second later, Phantom Face shouted over, Boss, what's the plan for that kid over there? Bloodlust didn't hesitate for a single second. If he drops to his knees and begs to be a dog for our Heavenly Wolf crew, we'll spare his miserable life. But if he doesn't... He cut his sentence short and gave the chilling order. Fourth brother, tell the men to prepare for the slaughter. You got it, boss! The bandits roared, their eyes burning with savage excitement as they readied their weapons. The tension on the other side was just as suffocating. Vin An raised his weapon and roared his command. Brace yourselves! We fight to the bitter end! Meanwhile, Truong Pham was quietly watching the chaos unfold from the shadows. Unable to hold back her impatience, Ntuak Ha asked eagerly, Senior Brother Truong, when are we making our move? In stark contrast to her fiery energy, he remained ice cold. Soon, Junior Sister, you and Junior Brother too should start getting ready. Without warning, Truong Pham drew the blade from his back. Now is the time. Without a shred of hesitation, he unleashed a devastating sword strike straight at his target. A split second later, the area erupted in a massive explosion. Witnessing the terrifying blast, Phantom Face and his gang were left completely paralyzed in shock. Ngoc-Lin, on the other hand, lit up with profound hope. It's young Master Trong. He really stepped up to help us again. Watching Trong Fam's technique, even Vin Nan was in awe. Such overpowering sword intent, yet it flows like drifting clouds, formless and unpredictable. This young Master Trong is truly something else. At the exact same time, on the enemy front, Bloodlust turned to his subordinate. That sword aura just now, is that from the brat who beat you? Phantom Face's complexion instantly went pale. Yes, boss, that's him. I could never forget that terrifying sword intent. Realizing his opponent was Trong Pham, a dark, thrilled smirk crept onto Bloodlust's face. Bring me your sword. It looks like I've finally found a worthy prey. Seeing Bloodlust's reaction, Phantom Face's eyes lit up with malicious joy. Boss, are you going to handle him yourself? Hell yes, I'll go get the sword right now. Back on Trong Pham's side, the battlefield felt eerily quiet. He simply turned around with a relaxed, casual demeanor. Junior sister and junior brother too. Kai Van and I are really looking forward to seeing how much you two have grown on the battlefield. Hearing the challenge, Nuwaka fired back with fiery enthusiasm. Then you and senior sister better watch closely, senior brother Trong. I can't wait to show off our progress. With those words, she and Tusheng blasted off into the sky like twin meteors. Once they were out of sight, Trong Pham gave his final reminder. Ngoc-Lin, take the floating island and provide backup for the Tomb Guardians. Unleash the island's full power. With that command, he and Kai Van vanished into thin air. As they dashed through the battlefield, a rare spark of excitement flashed in Trong Pham's eyes. I really hope this mysterious grand boss doesn't disappoint me. With a single, elegant sweep of her blade, Ngoc-Lin obliterated dozens of enemy grunts. Yet her heart was weighed down by anxiety. I wonder how young Master Trong is holding up. The grand boss of the Heavenly Wolf Bandits seemed to be heading straight for him. Suddenly, an enemy lunged from behind to ambush her, but a sharp voice rang out just in time. Senior sister, watch your back! Before Ngoc-Lin could even react, a brutal bolt of lightning smashed down, turning the attacker into ash. Nuwaka Ten cheerfully introduced herself. You're Tran Ngoc-Lin, right? Young Master Trong sent Junior Brother 2 and me to give you guys a hand. Hearing that, she bowed respectfully. Thank you both so much for your aid. But a second later, Ngoc-Lin's expression drastically shifted. Wait, young Master Trong sent you here? But doesn't that mean he's short on powerful allies by his side? Her panic began to spiral. The grand boss of the Heavenly Wolf Bandits is incredibly elusive. His cultivation base is unfathomably deep. Right now, absolutely no one knows just how terrifying his true power is. In the face of her overwhelming dread, Nuwaka just puffed out her chest with absolute confidence. Relax, Big Sister Tran. Senior Brother Trong is a peerless prodigy, famous across the 33 immortal realms. He's not some nameless nobody who goes down easily. Just as she finished, Tusheng spoke up beside her. Nuwaka, let's resume our unfinished contest. Let's see who can slaughter these scumbags faster. Before the words even left his mouth, he was already moving at lightning speed, cutting down wave after wave of enemies. Seeing that, Nuwaka stomped her foot in frustration. That stinking Tusheng, always trying to cheat. Before rocketing off to join the fray, she warmly called back, Big Sister Tran, please stay safe out here. Watching the two of them unleash absolute devastation across the sky, Ngoc-Lin was left utterly speechless. Is this the true power of young Master Trong's companions? Then just how monstrously strong is young Master Trong himself? Meanwhile, back on Trong Pham's side, Phantom Face was riding high on his boss's presence, acting completely arrogant. Hey, brat, my boss is here today. Let's see you try to act all high and mighty in front of me now. Suddenly, a vile, lecherous smirk twisted across his face. Of course, if you drop to your knees and beg for my forgiveness. Phantom Face shamelessly added his condition. And hand over that absolute beauty standing next to you, I just might let you live. The sheer audacity left Trong Pham totally speechless. This idiot really had a death wish. He decided to let Kai Van handle this trash herself. Making up his mind, he spoke calmly. Kai Van, this one's all yours. Witnessing this, Phantom Face scoffed in disgust. What a ridiculously arrogant tone. As he spoke, his creepy gaze wandered over her. Emitting a terrifying aura, Kai Van stepped forward with a chilling threat. I'll personally send you to hell. Seeing her approach, he eagerly asked for permission. Boss, let me go greet my future sister-in-law first. Don't worry, I'll be gentle with her. Now, only Trong Pham and Bloodlust were left facing each other. Breaking the silence, the bandit boss suddenly spoke up. So, you're the Trong Pham from the Skycloud continent. Someone actually mentioned your name to me a while back. Zhang Fan's expression instantly lit up with a hint of amusement. Oh? I didn't expect a guy like me, coming all the way from the Skycloud continent, to actually make a name for himself out here. Bloodfiend then continued his story. Not too long ago, a mysterious group of masked men in black robes came looking for me, wanting me to join them. By now, he had closed in right against him. To think that mysterious faction could actually extend their reach all the way into this chaotic star sea. Bloodfiend just kept running his mouth. It seemed their faction held some massive power up in the immortal realm. These mysterious people have an extraordinary background. Maybe I should actually consider joining them. His smile suddenly turned wickedly sinister. How about I use you as a welcome gift for them? True to his word, Blood Fiend unleashed his attack that very instant. Even in the face of that, Zhang Fan remained completely unfazed. Use me as a gift? Let's see you try. The two of them clashed back and forth, neither side giving an inch. The shockwaves of their immense power shattered everything around them into ruins. After a bout of intense clashing, Blood Fiend let out an impressed sigh. You've got some real skills. No wonder those men in black think so highly of you. Blood Fiend's face was twisted in pure manic excitement. He raised his sword while narrating out loud. Zhang Fan, hailing from the Sky Cloud continent, a completely obscure world buried among countless others. Every word he spoke recounted the tale of defeating Mo Chuan and causing a massive uproar, and then moving on to the Blood Abyss battlefield, where sheer reputation alone rallied the alliance of the 33 worlds. Hearing all this, Zhang Fan just let out a scoff. Well, it looks like the Grand Chief here has really done his homework on me. An amused voice answered back. I am indeed very curious about you. Because out here in the chaotic Starsea, it has been a very, very long time since an opponent has gotten my blood pumping like this. With that, Blood Fiend instantly swung his blade. Let's see if you're really strong enough to be valued by that mysterious faction, kid. Faced with that sudden strike, Zhang Fan didn't flinch at all, calmly launching his counterattack. Every single swing of his sword cleaved right through his opponent's techniques. That overwhelming swordplay made the very air around them tremble. Suddenly, Zhang Fan fell into thought. This Grand Chief's strength is no joke. Just a casual slash packs such a terrifying punch. Countless theories raced through his mind, but being able to run rampant across the chaotic Starsea proved that this Grand Chief's true power was definitely more than just this. Right then, Blood Fiend prepared for his next assault. Not bad at all, kid. Now take this strike of mine. The sword pointed directly at Zhang Fan. He wasn't the least bit afraid, even flashing a faint smirk. With just one strike from Zhang Fan, the enemy's attack was deflected, crashing straight into the ship and triggering a massive explosion. The people on the ship frantically screamed and scrambled to escape. Run! Somebody save me! I still can't fly in the Great Void! After that clash, Zhang Fan looked completely unimpressed. Listen here, could you stop pretending in front of me? Testing my strength? You're nowhere near qualified for that yet. Sure enough, those words completely enraged the arrogant Blood Fiend. Then show me what you've got! A second later, he viciously swung his sword. The blade shot toward Zhang Fan at lightning speed, but the boy just scoffed. The real power of this young master is way beyond anything your tiny brain could ever imagine. Right as he spoke, Zhang Fan completely blocked his opponent's blade. But without him realizing, the Mad Butcher had already vaulted right above his head. He let out a loud, mocking laugh. Kid, you're nothing but a fragile little flower raised in a greenhouse. And with that, he ruthlessly slammed a heavy blow right down onto Zhang Fan. Fortunately, he managed to block the hit. Using his agile body, he swiftly broke free from Blood Fiend's overwhelming grip. Only now did a flicker of worry rise in Zhang Fan's heart. After ditching his sword, this guy's power actually got even stronger. It seemed that in a battle of pure strength, he was genuinely no match for him. Suddenly, two massive, bloodlust-filled arms sprouted from the man's hands, looking ready to swallow Zhang Fan whole. Seeing things escalate this far, the boy dropped all restraints. I originally wanted to ask you a few more questions about that mysterious faction, but right now, you'd better start praying for your own life. Seeing Zhang Fan act so arrogantly, Blood Fiend couldn't help but burn with rage. You're still talking tough at a time like this, kid. Is this all you relied on to make a name for yourself across the myriad heavens? Meanwhile, Zhang Fan simply shut his eyes tight, muttering under his breath, Phantom Sword Domain. The moment he called it out, a massive barrier materialized all around Zhang Fan. The sheer intense light it radiated could be seen from miles away. Just as expected, the people on the ship were absolutely dumbfounded. What in the world is happening? What the hell is this kid doing? The situation right now is looking really bad for Blood Fiend. Zhang Fan's voice suddenly echoed with dominant power. I gave you enough time to launch your endless attacks. Now it's my turn. You'd better fight for your life. The moment the words left his mouth, countless streams of piercing sword intent sliced right through the giant hands, homing straight in on Blood Fiend. His face turned incredibly grim. The people on the floating island were terrified out of their minds when they saw the scene. Quick, look over there! Both Yu Ling and Rong An turned to look in that direction. A moment later, she stuttered in awe. Grandpa, what exactly is happening over there? Zhang Fan stood amidst the crumbling ruins, completely surrounded by enemies. A bone-chilling aura radiated from his entire body. All by himself, Zhang Fan had slaughtered more enemies than anyone could count. Yet, he casually muttered, well, looks like I won't be getting any intel out of him about that mysterious black-robed faction after all. In stark contrast to his laid-back attitude, Blood Fiend's men were screaming in pure panic. The Grand Chief is dead! The boss is gone! Run for your lives, brothers! The news rapidly spread across all the ships. The Grand Chief has been defeated! Emergency! Retreat, everyone! Retreat! Hearing this, the henchmen instantly fell into absolute despair. The Heavenly Wolf's 4 bandits are finished. Even Phantom Face couldn't believe his ears. How could the boss get taken out by some little brat? That's absolutely impossible. While he was utterly distracted in his shock, a sword strike zipped right past his body. This was a little warning shot from Chi 1 to Phantom Face. Still have the nerve to get distracted during a fight? Even now, he was still running his mouth. Listen here, woman. Your Lord Fourth simply didn't want to ruin such a pretty little flower, which is why I haven't gone all out yet. Suddenly, Phantom Face curled his lips into an eerie, wicked smile. Since the bosses kicked the bucket here, I absolutely have to make a run for it. As for the second and third bosses, you guys are on your own. Good luck. He honestly voiced his exact cowardly intentions out loud. Little lady, I'm getting out of here. I'm going to go all out right now, so you'd better behave and come with me. Saying that, Phantom Face launched a massive attack straight at Chi 1. Meanwhile, he secretly plotted in his head, the second this little girl dodges my attack, I'll instantly bolt out of here and run without ever looking back. But reality slapped Phantom Face with a brutal dose of pain. Out of nowhere, Jang Fan suddenly appeared right behind her. This guy really doesn't care about his own neck at all, does he? Then he gazed off into the distance. Looks like it's not just you and me getting stronger. Liu Rohei and Shu Chong have grown a lot stronger too. The young girl effortlessly surfed on her flying sword, unleashing a barrage of fierce, fiery blasts. In just a few moments, everything in Rohei's path was blown to absolute pieces. Afterwards, she flew over to Shu Chong to show off. Hey, I've completely surpassed you now. Keep trying, you cute little guy. But he didn't even answer her. He just calmly shouted a command, summoning roaring thunder and flashing lightning. Right on his cue, every single ship was suddenly bombarded by earth-shattering lightning strikes. Then, Shu Chong finally turned back and replied, Cha Ruaha, I guess it's a tie for now. Seeing his smugness, the girl instantly flared up in anger. Humph, you really won't let me win even once, will you? But Roa didn't hold a grudge for long, quickly changing the subject. Say, little wrong, back at the Blood Abyss battlefield, did you really still want to spar with senior brother Zhang? He fired back at her. Doesn't your Zuxi immortal realm always love comparing you to senior sister Yuan? We're both in the same boat. Rohei's expression instantly turned gloomy. All right then. From now on, the two of us just have to train twice as hard. I really don't want to be left in the dust by senior sister Yuan and senior brother Zhang. Meanwhile, back on the island, news had just arrived. The first and fourth bosses of the Heavenly Wolf bandits were dead. Seeing the situation turn completely sour, the enemy forces scrambled to flee. The Heavenly Wolf bandits are finished. Fall back. Hurry. Pei Yong also rushed in to deliver the good news. Holy Maiden, Grand Elder, we won! They're all running away. Yuling couldn't hide the overwhelming joy on her face. Bus. Grandpa, we did it! We actually won! It was young Master Zhang and his friends who saved us! Rong-An was even more ecstatic than she was. Pei Yong, hurry back and tell the entire clan to bring out our finest delicacies for a grand feast. Holy Maiden, come with me. Let's go greet young Master Zhang and his honorable friends. Right at that moment, Zhang Fan and his group had just touched down. The moment Rohei landed, she couldn't help but gasp in awe. Whoa, are all the top brass here to see us? Talk about a grand welcome. On the other side, Rong-An led the entire delegation forward to greet them. The Ling Guardian clan humbly thanks you all, noble young masters and celestial maidens, for lending a hand when our clan was on the very brink of destruction. The old man was incredibly passionate. Please, young Master Zhang, and all you noble guests, step this way. We've prepared a grand banquet to express our deepest gratitude. Seeing this, Zhang Fan didn't stand on ceremony either. Since you insist, it would be rude of us to refuse your warm hospitality. It was obvious how highly Rong-An valued this meeting. Please, everyone, take a seat. These are all special spirit fruits grown right here in our clan, along with some premium spirit meat. I truly hope it won't disappoint you. The old man was so overjoyed he couldn't stop grinning. Turning to address his people. To celebrate our clan surviving this total disaster, let the feasting begin for 3 whole days and nights. Following that, Rong-An turned back to Zhang Fan. Please, dig in. Just make yourselves at home with this old man. There is no need to be polite. Only then did Rong-An finally bring up the topic. Young Master Zhang, you mentioned earlier that you had business here in the Chaos Sea Star realm. May I ask what it is? Our Ling Guardian clan will do absolutely everything in our power to help you. Zhang Fan was secretly thrilled. He hadn't even brought it up yet, but the old man had already offered, saving him the trouble of beating around the bush. He took the initiative to raise a glass to the elder. I was actually planning to trouble you with something, senior, but since you brought it up first, it completely saves me the headache of figuring out how to ask. Hearing that, Rong-An let out a hearty laugh. Please, young Master Zhang, speak your mind! Finally, Zhang Fan revealed his true purpose. I came here searching for a divine tomb left behind by an immortal emperor. That emperor's name is Ling Xiao. The moment those words left his mouth, Yuling and Rong-An shot up from their seats in absolute shock. What? She simply couldn't believe her ears. Young Master Zhang, how on earth do you know about immortal Emperor Ling Xiao? It really is true that you hail from the Heavenly Cloud continent. But Zhang Fan wasn't surprised at all by her dramatic reaction. Lady Holy Maiden, you want to know how I found out that Emperor Ling Xiao's tomb is hidden in the Chaos Sea Star realm, right? Yuling answered immediately. Yes, please calmly explain it to me. He went on. I was actually lucky enough to receive half of Emperor Ling Xiao's legacy. Within that inheritance, his final words revealed that his resting place was right here in the Chaos Sea-Star realm. That single sentence shook Yuling and Rong-On to their absolute core. What? They were totally stunned. How could they possibly confirm if what this young Master Zhang was saying was actually true or just a lie? But Zhang Fan pressed on, dropping another undeniable piece of evidence. I also know that the very thing the Ling Guardian clan has been protecting all this time is none other than the Emperor's tomb itself. And this tomb is buried right at the center of this very continent. Hearing this, Pei Young's jaw completely dropped in shock. What? The thing we've been guarding this whole time is actually the tomb of an immortal emperor? This time, Yuling didn't have a single doubt left. She immediately dropped to a deep, respectful bow. The Holy Maiden of the Ling Guardian clan, Chan Yuling, humbly greets the Emperor's true successor. The others didn't dare say another word, quickly following her lead. The Ling Guardian clan humbly greets the Emperor's successor. Zhang Fan hurriedly waved his hands to stop them. Please, everyone, stand up. I was just lucky enough to inherit his legacy, and I only came to the Chaos Sea-Star realm to find the other half. I'm still going to have to trouble all of you to actually open the tomb. Hearing those words, Rong-On suddenly looked incredibly awkward. Well, about that. Seeing the troubled looks on their faces made him immediately curious. What's wrong? Don't tell me something happened to the Emperor's tomb? The old man's expression looked utterly grim. It's quite a long story, and honestly, a deeply shameful one for our clan. But since you are the Emperor's rightful successor, we absolutely cannot hide it from you. A short while later, the group was slowly making their way up a winding path toward the mountain peak. Just as they were getting close, they suddenly came to a halt. Rong-An's voice grew dead serious as he gave his orders. Pei Yong, take some men and stand guard outside. Do not let absolutely anyone get near here. Pei Yong immediately bowed. Understood. Next, Rong-On turned his gaze back to Zhang Fan. Honored guests, please follow the Holy Maiden and me inside. Without another word, Zhang Fan and his friends quietly followed the old elder. A moment later, Rong-On's expression grew heavier and far more solemn. We've arrived. This is the Forbidden Sanctuary. Only the Holy Maiden and I know the ancient secrets passed down through our clan's generations. Zhang Fan couldn't help but tense up as he raised his head to look forward. The atmosphere around them had suddenly grown heavier and more oppressive than ever before. Ruohei was practically buzzing with excitement. So, Grand Elder, can you open it up so we can broaden our horizons? But Rong-On just awkwardly cleared his throat. Well. Yuling stepped up to answer in his place. The massive problem our clan is facing right now is that the method to open these forbidden doors has completely been lost to time. This was a twist Ruohei absolutely hadn't seen coming. Huh? It's lost? The little girl's excitement instantly deflated. Right behind those massive doors was the very place where the Supreme Legacy was kept. Senior Brother Trong came all this way just for this, and now the door won't even budge. Ngoc Lin feels absolutely terrible about it. I am so sorry, young master. The door was supposed to be opened for you upon your arrival, but the previous Holy Maiden passed away so suddenly, and a traitor aided our enemies, causing the inheritance to go completely wrong. The more Vinon thought about it, the guiltier he felt. The mechanism to open the door is separate from the inheritance itself. The Great Elder's ancestral artifact acts as a catalyst, and the Holy Maiden's technique is the key. But out of the 9 ancestral artifacts, 3 were stolen by that traitor. At that moment, Truong Pham finally spoke up, his voice completely calm. It is fine. The inheritance I received has an alternative way to activate, though it can only be used once. That single sentence left both Vin An and Ngoc Lin staring at him, their eyes wide with sheer shock. Wait, what? Truong Pham gently offered them a comforting smile. How could a legendary figure like the Great Emperor not leave behind a backup plan? Besides, what happened was out of our control. None of you need to blame yourselves. And without wasting another breath, he made his move. The second his blade left its sheath, the heavens and the earth began to tremble. Witnessing this, Ngoc Lin was absolutely paralyzed with awe. This is the Lang Tiu sword aura. It is the exact same aura hidden within the forbidden artifacts passed down by our ancestors. Just a second later, the massive door before them slowly groaned open. Everyone held their breath, practically burning with anticipation to see what kind of world the immortal emperor had created behind those gates. But there was no gold, no jewels, not a single magical herb or legendary weapon in sight. Instead, a bleak, suffocating wasteland of ash and gloom slammed into their vision. Kai Van and Tu Sung stood there, completely dumbfounded. Just what kind of monstrous enemy was the Lang Tu immortal emperor fighting right before he died? And why didn't any of the other immortal emperors come to his aid? Finally, she broke the heavy silence. So this is the true state of the inner sanctuary within the emperor's body? I cannot believe it was destroyed to this extent. What in the world actually happened back then? Tu Dung muttered, his mind spinning with confusion. An immortal emperor falling and taking his enemy down with him. An event like that should have shaken all realms, yet there is absolutely zero record of this in Arsec's history. Hearing that, Nuaka suddenly realized something. Now that you mention it, my Vermilion Bird Realm doesn't have any records of this either. The sheer number of anomalies was starting to make Kai Van seriously anxious. Trong fam, you need to be careful. We have no idea what went down back then. An immortal emperor dies, and yet every single realm erased it from history. But surprisingly, Trong fam did not look scared in the slightest. Let's go. We're going in to find out, he ordered calmly. Everyone, keep your guard up. With that, the group stepped forward into the hidden chamber together. And as if sensing their foreign presence, the very fabric of the space around them began to twist and warp. Right at that moment, a violent shiver ran down Nuaka's spine. The atmosphere here is so incredibly twisted. I cannot shake the feeling that someone is staring right at me. Tudong immediately nodded in agreement. I feel it too. And honestly, it just makes me even more curious. In that heart-stopping moment, the exact same question echoed in everyone's minds. Just who in the world was the being that fought the great Emperor Lang Tu? Before they ventured any deeper into the darkness, Trong fam made sure to lay down the law for the group behind him. Yaklin, we don't know if the Emperor's enemy left behind any lingering corruption. The three of you must stick close to the vanguard. Under no circumstances are you to break away. Do you hear me? She immediately agreed, unable to hide the bright, eager excitement on her face. I've got it, Master. Both Amda and Sun King hardened their expressions, swearing their loyalty in unison. Rest assured, Master, we will guard the young miss with our lives. Then, stepping up, Trong fam truly showed the commanding presence of a brilliant leader. Everyone, keep your heads in the game and be ready to fight at a moment's notice. I will take the lead, he ordered sharply. Junior brother 2, junior sister Lu, I need you two securing our flanks. Kivan, you stay in the center with Senior Tran. Holy Maiden, you are on support duty. The moment he finished giving orders, he threw his weight against the massive doors blocking their path. Judging by the sheer scale of the architecture, Trong fam figured this had to be the reception area of the central grand hall. Confusion swirled in his mind, causing his brows to furrow deeply. Logically, this front area should have taken the absolute worst of the enemy's assault, yet its current state was so eerily intact that it would put anyone on edge, let alone a seasoned cultivator like Kai Van. Everyone, stay sharp. There is something seriously wrong with this hall. Suddenly, a pitch-black blur, impossible to tell if it was man or beast, darted across the shadows, but Nuaka's razor-sharp senses caught it instantly. Who goes there? However, no matter how massive her area of effect attack was, it struck absolutely nothing but empty air. Tudong, standing right beside her, scowled deeply at the commotion. Nuaka, did you spot something? He asked. The young girl quickly replied, I swear, I just saw a dark shadow dash right past that corner. Kai Van stepped up, her voice dropping an octave as she emphasized the sheer gravity of the situation. Everyone, be extremely careful. Those storm clouds outside are so thick they swallow all the light. I'm afraid something truly sinister is lurking inside the great Emperor's tomb. Meanwhile, Trong fam hadn't uttered a single word to interrupt them, completely lost in his own intense thoughts. A cultivator possesses incredibly potent spiritual awareness. There was zero chance she simply saw things. It meant that whoever, or whatever, fought the great Emperor was terrifyingly powerful. Pushing those dark thoughts aside, he continued his relentless march forward, issuing one final, chilling warning. Keep your guard maxed out. Do not let anyone out of your sight. But the very second the words left his lips, Trong fam's blade lashed out, slashing ruthlessly into a hidden figure. He watched coldly as the grotesque monster crashed dead onto the freezing floor. It turned out he had been perfectly tracking it the entire time. Ever since we set foot in this grand hall, I've had this creeping sensation that we were being hunted. Junior sister Lu, spotting it, only confirmed my suspicions. Staring down at the completely unidentifiable horror twitching before him, he couldn't help but scoff. So, there really are abominations lurking in here. Even Tu Sung, a veteran who had survived countless bloodbaths, was visibly rattled. What the hell kind of monster is that? It looked human, yet fundamentally wasn't. Not even the demons of the 9 underworlds gave off such an utterly sickening aura. Kai Van carefully closed the distance, her piercing eyes scanning the carcass. It doesn't have the demonic stench of the underworlds, so it is likely not from there. Wait, it looks like there's a token on its body. The moment Trong fam heard that, he channeled his spiritual energy, ripping the token into his hand to see exactly which sect this abomination belonged to. 2 earth-shattering words were violently carved into the metal. Lang Tu. It was the exact name of the ancient master whose tomb they were raiding. The second Ngoklin saw it, her face drained of color as a downright terrifying thought slammed into her mind. Wait, could this thing be the Lang Tu immortal emperor? But Trong fam instantly shot that ridiculous theory down the very next second. Absolutely not. There is zero chance that is the great emperor. If that was a legendary emperor, do you really think I could have slaughtered it with a single strike? Realizing how absurd she sounded, she finally managed to compose herself, letting out a long, shaky breath of relief. You're right. The twisted energy of this place is just getting to my head. Maybe this thing was one of the assassins hunting the great emperor? But before they could investigate any further, the grotesque, unidentifiable corpse literally began melting away. dissolving into a sickening pool of black blood. Staring down at this horrific scene, something incredibly crucial finally clicked in Tudung's memory. Legend says that when an immortal emperor falls, the inner sanctuary of their body can mutate into a completely isolated mini-world. I fear that this very tomb is exactly that, he muttered, his eyes darting wildly around the desolate ruins as he vividly recalled the ominous phenomena they saw right before entering. Piecing it all together, a chilling realization hit him. The Emperor's inner world hadn't just been destroyed, it had been utterly corrupted. Even the ones hunting him were swallowed alive by this cursed, mysterious power. To cause this level of devastation, the great Emperor's enemy must have been something beyond our worst nightmares. Worrying about it now wouldn't change a thing, so Trong Pham took the lead, pushing them forward. Who knows how many more of those freaks are lurking behind us? Stay focused. If you spot anything off, strike without hesitation. They pressed on through the thick, bone-white mist. Little did they know something was watching them from afar, hovering mid-air, issuing a silent challenge like a true immortal. All disciples, hear my command. Drive back the enemy. Protect the great emperor. Whatever came of that ancient battle cry was lost to time. Now, all that stood before Trong Pham and his group were crumbling ruins. Ngoc gripped her sword, her knuckles turning white from the tension. What's going on? Why did it suddenly get pitch black? Right at that moment, Nuak Ha's sensory magic proved to be an absolute lifesaver. A flock of glowing firebirds circled above, illuminating their surroundings. Trong Pham instantly sensed the shift in the air. He furrowed his brows and yelled out, I don't know what's happening, but we need to move. Get inside the main hall ahead, now. Before they even realized it, nightmarish creatures, half human, half phantom, began clawing their way out of the solid earth. Leaping to their feet, the horde lunged at the living, hungry for flesh. But in a flash, Tu Shung's lightning tore through the darkness, striking them down. You think you can ambush me from the shadows? Know your place, he scoffed, leaving the creatures smoking and burnt to a crisp. But instead of backing down, the monsters multiplied, swarming from every corner. Trong Pham tightened his grip on his sword, his eyes locked on the swarm. Don't stop moving! Kaivan, take the lead. I'll cover our rear. Without a single word of hesitation, the team moved as one, showing their absolute faith in him. Suddenly, another pitch-black monstrosity leapt out with a vicious hiss, only to be met with Kaivan's deadly, precise slashes. Stay sharp, everyone! Those things chasing us earlier definitely weren't the only ones. It seemed every fallen immortal in this realm had been twisted into a monster. Spells and blades flashed wildly as the group fought tooth and nail to push them back. Just as the demonic hordes surged forward like a crashing wave, Kaivan yelled out in panic, Get inside! Hurry!
They aren't in here. Trong Pham was the last one to dive in, slamming the massive door shut behind him.
It was true. Not a single shadow creature managed to breach the threshold. Panting heavily, the group slowly caught their breath, scanning the vast hall with high alert. Suddenly, Ngoclin's eyes widened in horror. Master, watch out! Right in front of you! It turned out they weren't alone. The grand hall was filled with the silent figures of ancient immortals sitting in meditation. The eerie truth quickly dawned on them. Every single one of these figures had passed on, frozen in that very posture. Trong Pham quickly stepped up to calm everyone's nerves. We should be fine. I checked this place out earlier. As long as we stay inside this main hall, those shadow monsters can't get anywhere near us. Right on cue, Kaivan chimed in. That's exactly why I told you all to rush inside. Hearing this, Nuak Ha immediately ran over, her eyes sparkling with absolute admiration for her. You're amazing, Sister Kaivan. So gorgeous and so smart. While the rest of us were panicking, you already had everything figured out. The lighthearted banter gave them a brief moment of relief, but Kaivan's eyes quickly returned to a deadly serious gaze. We're still about 7 halls away from the main palace complex. I'm afraid once we reach the center, the monster swarm will be a lot worse. Trong Pham knew she was right. He let out a heavy sigh. Yeah, I'm sorry to drag you and the others into this mess, Kaivan. Guilt flashed across his face. Because of my inheritance trial, you guys are stuck in this death trap. Tu Dung just tossed a trinket in his hand, a fearless grin on his face. Come on, Senior Brother Trong, don't talk like we're strangers. Honestly, I'm just fired up to see what kind of epic battle went down here. Hearing that, Trong Pham thumped his chest, a confident and hearty smile breaking out. All right, no more gloomy talk. From now on, whatever you need, you just say the word and I've got your back. Just as the tension started to melt away, a blood-curdling scream from Ngoc shattered the peace. Young Master, behind you! Driven by pure instinct, he whipped around. In a split second, his blade flashed, slicing cleanly through a monstrous abomination lunging from the shadows. Breathing heavily, Trong Pham made the call. Looks like there's an endless supply of those freaks outside. Let's hunker down and rest for now. Soon after, the group huddled around a warm campfire, desperately trying to recover their magic and stamina. Out of nowhere, Ngoclin's voice cut through the quiet crackle of the fire. Master, why do you think these ancient immortals buried 7 bronze bells beneath the floor? Seeing her curiosity, Tu Shung answered casually. To set up a 7-star ward, of course. That kind of array is usually used for ultimate protection, or to seal something away. Right as he said that, a sudden noise made Kaivan and the others snap their heads up toward the ceiling. One by one, they sprang to their feet. Muscles coiled, weapons drawn, their eyes nervously scanned the pitch-black corners of the room. Ngoklin's brows knitted tightly together, her face drained of color. "Master, is there something wrong with these immortal corpses?" Tu Dung went quiet for a terrifying second before speaking up. This 7-star bronze bell array was meant to ward off evil, yet they still died here. But that's not the worst part. He pointed a trembling finger toward a dark corner. "I just noticed. This array has completely lost its power to repel demons." Everyone followed his gaze, and an icy chill ran down their spines. Right where Tusung pointed, one of the heavy bronze bells, once locked perfectly in place, had been dragged to a completely different spot. A horrifying realization hit Trunk Fam as he stared at the deep scrape marks left on the stone floor. That was its original position. Someone, or something, moved this bell. A heavy sense of dread washed over him. His voice dropped to a grim whisper. "This hidden realm is incredibly dangerous. Keep your guards up. Nobody moves alone." Glancing up at the night sky through a gaping hole in the roof, Kai Van whispered, "The second it's clear outside, we make a run for it." Suddenly, a few strange flickers of light danced across the shadows, making everyone grip their weapons tight enough to snap them. But the dreaded attack never came. Silence stretched out painfully until the first rays of morning light pierced through the broken roof. Trung Pham scouted the perimeter before giving the signal. "The noises outside have stopped. The sun's up. Let's move now." On spot. One by one, they slipped out of the haunted hall. As they stepped into the daylight, Trung Pham froze. Surveying the massive cratered ruins, he pieced it together. An apocalyptic battle definitely happened here, and a lot of those hunting the Great Emperor met their bitter end in this very spot. Alarm bells started ringing in Trung Pham's head. This place should be littered with bodies, but there's nothing. I bet they all mutated into those shadow freaks from last night. "Stay close, we need to get out of here, fast!" Just as the spirit dog Dark Knight took a step, it violently snapped its head back. Pure terror flashed in its eyes. It began barking frantically, a terrifying warning that made their blood run cold. The immortal corpses inside the hall were completely gone. A wave of horror slammed into the group. They all spun around, staring at the empty, gaping doors of the hall. Trung Pham didn't waste a second. "We have daylight on our side. We are not stopping at the next hall. We're pushing straight through." Without waiting for a response, he charged ahead, barking a single commanding word. "Move!" As they sprinted past the shattered monuments, a question burned in Trung Pham's mind. Did Emperor Ling Xiao actually wipe out all his enemies before he died? Before long, the massive, imposing gates of the central palace loomed before them. He shot a deadly serious look over his shoulder. This central zone was ground zero for the ancient war. It's the absolute core of this hidden realm. Whatever's waiting for us in there is going to be 10 times worse. "Keep your eyes peeled!" Giving the final signal, the team blitzed forward at full speed. Suddenly, a barrage of bizarre, blinding energy blasts shot straight out of the dark toward them. Ngok Lien screamed, "Look out!" In a flash, Nuak Ha threw her hands forward, summoning a roaring flock of firebirds to intercept the attack. "I've got this! Don't stop running!" Guarded by the others, the little girl blasted through the obstacles, clearing a path for the group. But as her spiritual energy ran dry, Nuak Ha stumbled and collapsed to the ground. A steady arm instantly caught her. Without a second thought, Kai Van pulled Nuak Ha along, soaring forward. "Focus on recovering your strength, Nuak Ha. I've got your back for the rest of the way." Another strange entity was instantly incinerated by the fiery birds. The group charged relentlessly ahead. Having just barely escaped the siege, Ngok Lien's face was still pale with lingering shock. To think that even the plants in the Imperial Garden are controlled by this bizarre power. If it weren't for Fairy Nuak Ha's magic, we'd never have made it through so easily. Hearing this, Nuak Ha puffed out her chest with pride. "Hehehe, but of course, we of the Vermilion Bird Realm are the absolute masters of fire. Oh, and by the way, just call me Big Sister." She smiled so brightly that Ngok Lien couldn't help but play along. "Yes, Big Sister Nuak Ha." With danger lurking at every turn, Trung Pham gave a stern warning. "No one knows what that ancient war left behind in these ruins. Do not let your guard down, not even for a second." Sun King, Nuak Ha, and Tu Sung replied in unison, "Understood. We won't drop our guard." Along the way, Ngok Lien scanned the crumbling ruins. Noticing shattered artifacts scattered everywhere, she wondered what kind of catastrophe had struck. Glancing at a toppled alchemy furnace, she whispered, "Whatever was brewing in there must have been a top-tier elixir." The medicine cabinets around it were completely destroyed too. Trung Pham observed the surroundings, silently putting the pieces together. Looks like this was the Great Emperor's alchemy chamber. Beside him, Vin On sighed, murmuring softly, "What a shame. These herbs and elixirs were all incredibly rare treasures." Trying to lighten this heavy mood, Ngok Lien playfully teased him. "Grandpa, even if they still have medicinal properties, this whole realm is tainted by that weird energy. Who knows what would happen to you if you ate one?" Trung Pham suddenly halted, calling out to the group. "The end of the path is just ahead." He waved his hand, signaling them forward. "All right, let's keep moving. Let's get through these ruins as fast as we can." Kai Van nodded grimly. "We don't know when the sky will shift again. We need to reach the main hall now." With that, they picked up the pace, rushing toward their final destination. Approaching the entrance, the group stopped to assess the situation. Gokleen let out a long, shaky breath, her nerves still pulled taut. I still feel like there's some kind of twisted power or hidden danger lurking in those ruins. We can't relax just yet, Trungfam said, turning back to softly warn the others. Things are too unpredictable here. No one knows what really went down all those years ago. It's better to be safe than sorry. They stepped forward just as the thick fog finally began to clear. Gokleen suddenly spotted something and gasped. Guys, look ahead! Look ahead! Pure panic flashed across her face. Master, what do we do now? Gokleen's voice trembled violently as she stared at the countless dried corpses standing rigidly before them. These bodies, they're the immortals from back then, aren't they? She guessed, noting that each of the frozen figures wore different attire. They look like they're still alive. Whatever happened, it ripped the life from them in an instant. Trungfam immediately took charge, his expression dead serious. Nobody make a sound. We are going to walk right past them, completely silent. Hearing this, Sun King quickly clamped both hands over his mouth. Not a peep from me, he mumbled through his fingers. Yet, as they slipped past, Gokleen instinctively reached out toward a nearby immortal, before harshly scolding herself. No! Do not touch them! After agonizing minutes of tension, Nuaka let out a massive sigh of relief, feeling like a crushing weight had been lifted. We finally made it! Oh my god, I didn't even dare to breathe when we walked past them! Tudung smirked, clearly enjoying the moment. We're immortals, you know. We don't actually need to breathe. So holding your breath was kind of pointless. Already annoyed by him, she rolled her eyes and shot back. Gee, thanks for the brilliant insight. But her mind wandered back to those bodies. Even after tens of thousands of years, some of them still radiated the overwhelming aura of immortal lords. Hearing her mutter this, Sun King frowned in sheer confusion. Wait, you're saying some of those corpses were immortal lords? But how could someone that ridiculously powerful just drop dead in the middle of a plaza? Trungfam crossed his arms, whispering to himself, It makes absolutely no sense. It's beyond comprehension. Quasi-saints, immortal kings, maybe even immortal emperors. Even the overlords of the upper realms met their silent end right here. Unable to shake his burning curiosity, he turned to the elder beside him. Senior Tran, your clan and the Holy Maiden have guarded this secret realm for generations. Did your ancestors leave behind any legends about what happened? Caught off guard, Vin-An pondered for a moment before answering honestly. Truth be told, many of our clan's deepest secrets are passed down exclusively to the next Holy Maiden. He stroked his long beard, recalling fragments of the past, but I do remember my father mentioning that our great-grandfather once served a mighty warrior who helped found our clan. Though I'm afraid I must disappoint you, young master. Vin-An's expression grew heavy with sorrow. Thinking back on it now, the founding ancestors of our clan all died incredibly young. He looked down at the sea of dead immortals. I never understood why that warrior chose to guard this place. It honestly makes me suspect that our ancestors were deserters. We were just lucky that Emperor Lingxiao didn't hunt us down, and instead ordered us to watch over this tomb. Taking all this in, Trungfam fell into deep thought. Once we reached the very center, he began slowly, looking up as they finally stood before the massive, imposing gates. Everything will come to light. Without a second of hesitation, Trungfam pressed his hands against the heavy doors to uncover the truth of that ancient era. But the very second the doors groaned and began to shift, Gokleen let out a blood-curdling scream. Master, watch out, they're moving! Her shriek had made him freeze, instantly dropping into a combat-ready stance. Trungfam whipped around, his mind spinning with pure confusion. What the hell? They're moving? But they're all... A wave of shock hit him as he stared at the impossible sight unfolding before his eyes. How are completely dead corpses moving? The entire group stood completely paralyzed as the dead immortals began to shamble toward them, one by one. Muttering drifted through the dead air. Your Highness, Senpai. They didn't even seem to notice the living group. Their dead eyes were completely fixated on the inside of the hall. Suddenly, one of the reanimated figures cried out with overwhelming emotion. Your Highness has opened the gates. The gates are open. The great Emperor has returned. He defeated the enemy and came back to us. At the same time, the immortal beside him broke into a frenzied, ecstatic cheer. They're open! We're finally safe! His Majesty will protect us! Trungfam quickly brought a finger to his lips, signaling everyone to stay dead silent. He led the group, pressing flat against the wall to make way for the marching horde of the undead. Gokleen waited until the very last dragging footstep faded away before daring to whisper. They went inside. That was terrifying. The sheer absurdity of the situation left Trungfam deeply unnerved. Are even the corpses of immortal lords being warped by some kind of mutation? But from the looks of it, his gaze slowly drifted toward the ancient palace. There's something inside that's calling to them. Unable to suppress his burning curiosity, Trungfam finally spoke up. Let's go inside and see for ourselves. Just as he said that, Amda shuddered violently. Master, that great emperor those immortal lords were just crying out for... it isn't stuff from... Was that Emperor Lingxiao? The sudden question made Trungfam pause, instinctively scratching his head. Probably, but based on what they were shouting, they couldn't enter this main hall while they were still alive. Why were they locked out? Kai Van furrowed his brows in deep thought before offering a logical guess. If they couldn't get in, it simply means the master of this domain denied them entry. She quietly surveyed the scars of battle etched into the walls, her eyes resting on the one place left entirely untouched. This must be the absolute center of a terrifyingly strong defensive formation, which is why it wasn't destroyed. But without the right authority, breaking in is impossible. Trung Pham listened quietly to the very end before giving a firm nod. What you just said makes perfect sense. He recalled the bizarre state of those corpses from earlier. No wonder their bodies kept marching blindly toward the Grand Hall, completely ignoring the twisted expressions frozen on their faces. They must have been trying to take shelter inside. He closed his eyes, picturing the grim scene. In the end, they all died in absolute despair, completely locked out. What do you guys think the master of this Grand Hall was thinking back then? Trung Pham's eyes lit up with the thrill of a looming mystery. Once we get inside, we can finally uncover the truth. Kai Van, however, silently prayed that they wouldn't run into any more trouble. Meanwhile, Ngoc Lin walked alongside them, carefully scanning their surroundings. The layout here, it's almost exactly the same as the previous halls. The moment they stepped inside, Nuaka summoned a flock of glowing spirit birds to light the way. Bathed in their golden glow, the party was led straight to where the restless dead had gathered. A sudden gasp of shock broke the silence. It's them! And right there, looming above the undead, was a majestic, awe-inspiring statue. The corpses were all sitting in a circle at the base of the statue. Trung Pham instantly recognized that familiar figure. It was a monument of the great emperor, Lang Tiu. After a long, heavy silence, Kai Van suddenly voiced her doubts. These people, they used to be the great emperor's loyal subjects. He stepped closer, raising a hand to feel the spiritual energy lingering in the air. Why aren't there any immortal masters here controlling the domain's barrier? Where on earth did they go? Hearing this, Nuaka immediately sent a mental command to her golden spirit bird circling above. Let me scout ahead. A few minutes later, the little girl processed the bird's vision and shook her head at the group. Nothing. There's no one else here but us. Trung Pham fell silent for a moment before speaking in a low, steady voice. The followers in this hidden domain offered their strength to the great emperor, and in return, they received his divine protection. The guardian of this place must have been an almighty immortal lord, not just some ordinary cultivator. His hand unconsciously drifted up to rub his chin, deep in thought. That is the real mystery here. Where did all those almighty immortals vanish to? Just then, Kai Van's soft voice broke through his racing thoughts, pulling him back to reality. Trung Pham, don't forget why we came here in the first place. You need to claim the legacy first. He scratched the back of his head, letting out an awkward laugh. Right, I totally spaced out just now. Standing nearby, Nuaka also winced, feeling a bit guilty for letting her curiosity get the better of her. Yeah, if Big Sister Kai Van hadn't reminded us, I would have been completely distracted by all these creepy mysteries too. Snapping back to the mission at hand, Trung Pham took charge. According to the spiritual imprint the great emperor left behind, we have to cross this grand hall to reach the legacy. With that, he took the lead and motioned for the others to hurry. Let's move! As he pushed open the massive doors at the back of the hall, a seemingly endless, shadowy corridor revealed itself. Trung Pham gazed down the path that plunged straight into the depths. Once we make it past this massive staircase, we're there! The whole group stared in absolute silence into the pitch-black abyss, an indescribable sense of awe and tension washing over them. He let out a long, heavy breath, gathering his courage, before turning to his friends with a confident smirk. You guys wait here for a bit. I'm going in to claim that legacy. I'll leave my back to you guys. Looking straight ahead into the darkness, Trung Pham silently braced himself. He could feel the overwhelming aura of the great emperor pulsing from above. A wild mix of nerves and pure adrenaline surged through his veins. Just one last step, he told himself. But in that exact split second, his expression darkened. A sickening wave of dread washed over him. Someone else was rushing in to steal the legacy. Right on cue, a frenzied guardian spirit charged forward, screaming like a madman. The legacy. The great emperor's legacy is finally open. The power is mine. Trung Pham's eyes turned icy cold. With a sharp scoff, his hand grabbed the hilt of his blade, fully prepared to fight to the bitter end. But before Trung Pham could even draw his weapon, the space shattered. Lang Tu suddenly manifested from the void, radiating a terrifying, world-crushing pressure. Seeing this, the crazed guardian dropped to his knees in ecstatic joy. The great emperor! The emperor has returned! Lang Tu didn't utter a single word. He simply raised a hand and gave a dismissive flick. In an instant, a devastating bolt of heavenly lightning crashed down from above, accompanied by a booming, absolute command. Stand back. The crazed guardian's eyes bulged with absolute madness as he let out a blood-curdling shriek. No! I refuse to accept this! He spun, but on his heel, desperately trying to flee, but the divine punishment was a fraction of a second faster. A ferocious pillar of blinding lightning slammed directly into his body. In the blink of an eye, the guardian's physical form was violently swallowed by the raging thunder, instantly turning to ash. Witnessing that terrifying display of power, Trung Pham was shaken to his very core. Just what kind of monstrous things did this immortal lord do when he was alive? Before Trong Pham could process it, Lang Tu slowly turned to face him, his terrifying aura melting into a warm, gentle smile. Come up here, kid. It seems the fragment of will I left behind in the Heavenly Garden had quite a good eye for talent. His ancient gaze then drifted toward the divine sword, which was now pulsing with the blinding radiant light. Step forward and claim my legacy. Suddenly, the warm smile on Lang Tu's face faded, replaced by a profound, heavy sorrow. Tens of thousands of years have passed in the outside world. I'm sure mortals and immortals alike have long forgotten the name Lang Tu. Walking up to the swirling mass of pure energy, Trong Pham felt a pang of sympathy and offered some quick words of comfort. Great Emperor, ordinary mortals might not know your name anymore, but up in the immortal realm, your legacy is the ultimate prize that countless powerhouses are practically killing each other for. With those words, he reached out and touched the blinding core of light. In a flash, Trong Pham's consciousness was sucked into an endless, boundless void. Floating in that ethereal space, he began absorbing the supreme martial skills and mystic arts channeled directly from Lang Tu's soul. An untold amount of time drifted by. When his eyes finally snapped open, he let out a long, shaky breath, his heart pounding with absolute awe. Whoa! So this is the true heaven-defying power of an immortal emperor? With the single swing of a sword, you could literally split heaven and earth and carve through the void. Seeing Trong Pham's monstrous potential, Lang Tu smiled in genuine approval. Train hard, kid. Don't go dragging my legendary name through the mud. I honestly never expected to see another peerless genius like you in this lifetime. The Emperor gave him a few more words of encouragement before his tone shifted to something much more serious. Listen well, my successor. Now that you've claimed my legacy, there is a massive burden I need you to carry. I need you to finish what I started. Trong Pham's heart skipped a beat as he muttered under his breath. Wait, a great emperor is asking for my help? It has to be the final loose end from his catastrophic battle in the ancient era. His mind instantly started racing, picturing the horrifyingly powerful enemies he was about to get dragged into fighting. Seeing Trong Pham's stunned silence, Lang Tu chuckled bitterly. A sharp kid like you has probably already guessed what I want you to do. With a heavy sigh, the Emperor began to unravel a brutal history that had long been buried by the sands of time. In my past life, I personally sealed away 4 terrifying demonic overlords. My plan was to wait until their life force withered away before obliterating them for good. But I was ambushed by my enemies, and I never got the chance to finish the job. Saying this, Lang Tu manifested a cluster of glowing spherical crystals and placed them securely into Trong Pham's hands. These crystals hold the exact coordinates of their prisons, Lang Tu warned, his voice deadly serious. Knowing their monstrous vitality, I highly doubt they're completely dead yet. However, their core origins have definitely been crippled over the millennia. Once you strike them down and harvest their condensed essence, you can absorb it to rapidly explode your own cultivation base. Hearing this, Trong Pham didn't hesitate for a single second. He gave a firm, resolute nod. I accept this mission, senior! Deep down, a wave of absolute reverence washed over him. As expected of the legendary Lang Tu Immortal Emperor, even while being hunted, he single-handedly suppressed 4 demonic overlords for tens of thousands of years. The gap in their cultivation realms must have been completely astronomical for him to pull off a 1 versus 4 like that. Try as he might, he just couldn't hold back his curiosity. Great Emperor, what exactly happened here back then? Ling Xiao let out a heavy sigh before recounting the whole ordeal. I don't know where they came from. All I know is that they don't belong to the 9 underworlds or the Great Void, and they possess a terrifyingly bizarre power that twists the mind. He paused for a brief moment before continuing. At the time, I chased the enemy into this star realm, never expecting an ambush. The memories of that battle are still flashing back. The secret realm within me helped me hold my ground, but a traitor locked down the Grand Formation and started a massacre from within, throwing my divine energy into absolute chaos. Hearing this, Trong Pham was utterly stunned. Could these be the immortal beings who were possessed by that strange power inside the secret realm? Just bringing it up caused Ling Xiao to furrow his brows deeply. Even though I couldn't obliterate him in that battle, I still won. I sealed him away across 5 different locations in this star realm. The day you fully master my legacy, take my sword, and end this once and for all. A surge of hot blood rushed through Trong Pham's chest as he answered with absolute determination. I understand. As for this mysterious enemy and the other 4 pieces you sealed away, I will finish the job. Ling Xiao seemed quite pleased with the boy's resolve. I don't know his exact origins, but I faintly sensed a connection to the upper 9 heavens. 10,000 years have passed and the world has completely changed. I can no longer guarantee anything, so tread carefully. At that moment, the image of the 7 pillars suddenly flashed through the young man's mind. I've got it. I promise I'll handle this with the utmost caution. Having passed on his final wishes, the Emperor's figure began to slowly fade away. Then, my mind is finally at peace. Kid, you need to work hard to raise your strength. Your current cultivation level is still a bit too low. Don't you dare drag this old man's reputation through the mud. A moment later, a blinding beam of light carrying an overwhelmingly tyrannical power exploded across the space, making the hearts of everyone waiting outside the secret realm pound wildly. Ngok Lin squinted against the glare, trying to see what was happening. Master, you're going to be okay, right? At the same time, a divine sword materialized from within the halo of light, hovering right in front of Truong Pham. He slowly floated toward that source of holy energy. The moment Truong Pham's hand grasped the hilt, an indescribably euphoric feeling washed over him. So this is the Immortal Emperor's sword that stayed by Great Emperor Ling Xiao's side his entire life. What's more, in this no-fly secret realm, Atinekam to actually float now. Seeing Truong Pham return, his companions eagerly rushed over. Ngok Lin cheered excitedly. Master! Master! Did you really inherit Great Emperor Ling Xiao's legacy? A clear look of pride mixed with a hint of undeniable cockiness flashed across his face. But of course, however, the Great Emperor also left me with a mission. As his successor, naturally, I can't just dump the responsibility onto someone else. Nguyen Ha practically darted her eyes around, searching everywhere. Huh? Where's the Great Emperor? Even though Lord Ling Xiao isn't famous everywhere, I've heard of him and I admire him so much. Truong Pham softened his voice to explain. The one who passed the legacy to me was just the last lingering will left behind by the Emperor. I've received his power and heard his final words, so that remnant will has naturally faded away. The young girl pouted in utter disappointment at missing the chance to meet her idol. Aw, man. Before coming in here, I was so looking forward to chatting with the Great Emperor about his legendary battles in the 9 underworlds. At that moment, Kai Van stepped closer and asked Truong Pham in a hushed tone, "What exactly did Immortal Emperor Ling Xiao ask you to do?" He hesitated, unsure if he should say it out loud. Seeing Truong Pham stammering, she grew extremely impatient. Don't bother hiding it. Something that would make a great emperor leave behind instructions right before his soul dissipates. It's definitely not something simple. He shrugged with a nonchalant expression, acting as if it were no big deal. All right. I knew I couldn't hide anything from someone as brilliant as you, Kai Van. Truong Pham then brought out the items Ling Xiao had left behind. Those 4 glowing spots are the exact locations where the evil entities, defeated by the Great Emperor, are sealed. My job now is to wipe them out and absorb the origin energy that he had already purified. After hearing this, Kai Van pointed at the last marker. Then what about this 5th glowing spot? It looks an awful lot like the chaotic sea star realm. He answered without a shred of hesitation. Spot on. They are indeed in the chaotic sea star realm. Just then, Tu Sung lightly tapped his chin, slowly voicing his deduction. Brother Truong, could these 5 locations be the very places where the Great Emperor suppressed them one by one, right after defeating that bizarre enemy in the Great War? Hearing this, Truong Pham put his hands on his hips and let out an admiring chuckle. You guys are seriously impressive. You figured the whole thing out in an instant, which saves me a ton of explaining. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. By now, the scene had shifted outside the Grand Hall. Everyone glanced at the immortal beings in the distance. Even in death, they were still rigidly maintaining their battle formations. Kai Van shook her head with a sigh of pity. Let's get out of here first. We can sit down and discuss the rest later. The group then moved to another room, quietly listening as Truong Pham laid everything out. So, that's the gist of it. I need to help the Great Emperor finish off the enemy he couldn't completely destroy. Hearing that, Kai Van offered a suggestion. In that case, you should go into secluded training right now to fully absorb the Emperor's legacy. Once you're done, we'll take them down one by one. Ngok Lin also chimed in, offering her support. Please rest assured, young master. While you are in training, the Great Elder and I will mobilize everyone in our clan to gather intel on that Sun-killing region. Truong Pham cheerfully agreed. Then I'll have to trouble you, Senior Tran. And you, Lady Saintess. He then added, since I've inherited the legacy, there's no need to guard the tomb anymore. Besides, no one knows if the power inside the secret realm might leak out. Everyone should really think carefully about the future of your clan. Vin An stroked his beard, looking thoroughly resolute. Do not worry, young Master Truong. We already had a plan in place, and we are currently making preparations to evacuate this place. Hearing that, Truong Pham stopped stressing over it. That's great then. I'll take my leave to go into secluded training. I'll shamelessly leave the rest of the heavy lifting to all of you. Sometime later, their familiar flying ship appeared, cruising through the vast expanse of the galactic void. Ngok Lin seriously reported the intel she had gathered to Truong Pham. Young Master, this is indeed one of the 5 sealed locations shown on the star map. Because the environment here is extremely complex, the situation on the ground is absolute chaos. He furrowed his brows and asked, is every single place in the chaotic sea star realm like this? Seeing Ngok Lin hesitate to answer, Ngok Lin chimed in to break the ice. Ahem. Master, according to the recent intel we disciples gathered, even though the chaotic sea star realm is a mess, the black domain ring here is actually quite unique. Those words made Truong Pham stroke his chin in deep thought. Ki Van immediately spoke up to validate his suspicion. Your guess is right on the money. The 5 locations where the Great Emperor sealed the enemy's physical bodies are all highly unusual spots within the chaotic sea star realm. Ngok Lin 10 picked up where she left off. Master, even though we haven't found the exact seal locations yet, we've basically pinpointed a few areas that are completely different from their surroundings. Even the natives there are quite bizarre. Next, Ngok Lin stepped in to explain it more clearly. The natives on these 2 continents all possess a special ability. Once they come of age, they can control their own shadows. At first, our clan and everyone else in the chaotic Sea Star realm just thought this was their natural racial talent. Truong Pham stared intently ahead, deep in thought. These enemies sound awfully similar to that weird anomaly we encountered in the Emperor's secret realm. Gok Lin immediately agreed. Exactly. The natives in the other 4 locations have strange traits too. One tribe can literally shift their physical wounds, while another has highly unstable minds and can go completely berserk at any given moment. Just as they were speaking, another ship abruptly cut off their path, blocking them from the front. Don Hai let out a booming laugh, pointing directly at their vessel. Well, look at that. Where did this little ship pop out from? Cruising through the void without flying the flag of the Black Domain Ring. And they actually have the guts to sail around here? And just like that, the bandit crew wildly swung their ship around, steering straight toward them. Afraid that Zhang Fan would find it weird, Yu Lian kindly explained, Master, this is just how things are in the chaotic starfield. You'll get used to it. Meanwhile, the goons on the other ship were cheering like they had just hit the jackpot. Ha ha ha, look at all those gorgeous girls. Boys, who would have thought we'd stumble upon such a fat sheep so soon? Make it quick when we get over there. At that moment, Xu Cheng stepped up with a confident grin. Just leave these guys to me. The thugs on the other side suddenly burst into roaring laughter. Haha, did you guys hear what that little punk just said? This kid thinks he can take us all on by himself. Unfazed, Xu Cheng kept a cold face and simply snapped his fingers. Crack! Lightning struck the pirate ship, sending the bandits howling in agony. We're done for. We messed with the wrong guys. He's too strong. Oh, great lord, please spare our lives. Seeing this pathetic display, Zhang Fan gave a look that practically screamed, Are you kidding me? Is this really how bandits operate around here? They were completely wiped out, groaning and scattered all over the deck. He couldn't wrap his head around it. No scouting, no testing the waters, they just blindly charged in. Do they just have a death wish or something? Beside him, Ruo He found it pretty amusing too. This is also a classic feature of the chaotic starfield. The constant chaos here makes the bandits incredibly reckless. Shaking off the brief interruption, Zhang Fan took charge again. Let's head straight in. Take us close to the seal. The sovereign sword of Ling Xiao must have left some kind of clue. Hearing his order, Yu Ling nodded respectfully. Understood. I will have them steer the ship forward right away. Before moving on, Zhang Fan gave everyone a stern warning. Stay sharp, everyone. The bizarre energy inside this secret realm can be a real headache. You all know the drill. With that, the ship slowly sailed deeper into the starfield. Noticing Zhang Fan lost in thought, Xu Rong spoke up. Senior brother Zhang, are you feeling overwhelmed by the sheer chaos of this place? He walked over and leaned against the railing next to him. When I first came to investigate, I had the exact same reaction. I never imagined that a place this chaotic could exist in the myriad realms. Stepping up from behind, Yu Ling chimed in. There are some very specific reasons why it is like this. Right before their eyes was an endless scene of collisions, ranging from massive continents smashing into each other, down to tiny boats crashing. It is not just a gathering ground for bandits. A lot of this mess is actually stirred up on purpose by the natives. In fact, they completely revel in this chaos. Hearing that, Zhang Fan forced a painfully awkward smile. It was completely absurd. Are there really people who enjoy living in a meat grinder like this? I guess every realm has its own freaks. By the way, she quickly offered a serious warning. Young master, you must be extremely careful later. The natives here endlessly slaughter each other, mostly operating under family clans. Among them, the 6 great clans are the most entrenched and powerful forces. Suddenly, Roha chuckled and pointed ahead. Hehe. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Looks like this trip won't be a walk in the park after all. A massive banner suddenly crept into their line of sight, followed closely by a colossal fleet of ships surging toward them. Yuling immediately recognized them. That is the Feng clan, an ancient tribe that rose to become one of the 6 great clans. Her brows furrowed deeply. Word has it that their people are notoriously arrogant and vicious. Yet, from the opposing deck, Feng Lu greeted them with surprising politeness. Brothers over there, what brings you to the Black Domain Ring? This place is a total war zone. If you don't have pressing business, you'd better turn back while you still can. Seeing this, Zhang Fan mockingly repeated her words. Notoriously arrogant and vicious, huh? Why am I not seeing it? His teasing made Yuling so embarrassed she practically wanted to dig a hole and hide. Meanwhile, feeling completely ignored, Feng Lu instantly lost his temper. His face darkened as he cupped his hands tightly. My friend, I am giving you genuine advice here. I'd appreciate it if you didn't just blow me off. Only then did Zhang Fan act as if he remembered the guy was even there. Oh, my apologies, young master. I was just a little distracted. I must say, running into someone as remarkably polite as you in a lawless dump like this really caught me off guard. Feng Lu's face clearly showed his displeasure. That is only because a few unruly clans are out here acting like savages, dragging the good name of the Black Domain Ring through the mud. Still, it would be best for you all to leave this place immediately. Zhang Fan gave a superficial smile, politely turning him down. I appreciate the kind warning, young master, but we still have some crucial business to attend to. Suit yourselves then, Feng Lu spat, spinning around on his heel. Watch your backs! And with that, the 2 massive ships silently glided past each other in the void. Zhang Fan's ship finally neared their destination. He called out to the Saintus. Yu Ling, have them drop the anchors. Straight ahead is where the Sovereign sealed his legacy. Got it, she replied, immediately barking orders. Halt the ship. Everyone stay on high alert and push the defensive formations to absolute maximum power. Following that, Zhang Fan drew the razor-sharp blade from its scabbard. The moment it was exposed to the air, the sword began to violently hum and vibrate. Watching closely, Ruo, he was thoroughly amazed. Is this how the Sovereign Sword of Ling Xiao reacts to the seal? He leapt into the air first. Let's get to work. He also threw a sharp warning to everyone following him. Stay on your toes. This is an archenemy capable of making an immortal emperor fall. Even if it's been sealed away for tens of thousands of years, there is no telling what it can still do. Saying that, Zhang Fan swung his sword upward, slashing a massive rift straight through the fabric of space. The spatial tear, darker than the deepest abyss, slowly ripped open. An absolutely terrifying, black aura billowed out from it, making the group behind him shiver in fear. Zhu Rong frowned deeply, gasping. As expected of an immortal emperor's nemesis, just the sheer pressure of its aura is enough to make an ordinary immortal tremble. Suddenly, Zhang Fan shouted in alarm, Qi-Wan, everyone watch out! Before they knew it, a massive cloud of crimson-black fog had completely surrounded them. Qi-Wan reacted in a flash. She commanded her flying swords to strike directly at the core of the ominous fog. Instantly, the dark gas was sucked back in like water draining down a sink. Seizing that brief window, she quickly issued orders. Fourth junior brother, junior sister Ruohei, take the opposite sides. We need to lock down this bizarre black fog. Without a second to lose, the four of them instantly formed a square, completely boxing in the rift. Channeling his spiritual energy, Zhang Fan drove the Imperial sword straight into the gaping fissure, brutally awakening the horror slumbering inside. Surging with terrifying heat, the Ox Demon manifested, radiating pure, twisted glee. Ha ha ha, so that bastard Ling Xiao has finally fallen. You suppressed me for tens of thousands of years, and for what? It slowly turned its head, glaring at Zhang Fan with a monstrous, bloodthirsty grin.
Well, well, little brat, are you the pathetic heir of that old fool Ling Xiao?
The bullfiend's voice dripped with mockery. Emperor Ling Xiao couldn't finish me off himself, so he pins his hopes on a little brat like you? Zhang Fan narrowed his eyes, clearly annoyed. Do you honestly think the great emperor would just seal you away and leave no backup plan? With a swift gesture, he sent Emperor Ling Xiao's sword flying high into the air. Instantly, glowing golden chains erupted from the void, tightly binding the bullfiend's limbs and neck. The beast let out a furious roar. When Ling Xiao was alive, I beat him within an inch of his life until he died, and he still thinks he can destroy me from the grave? Listen here, you little punk. Don't get too cocky. Beside him, Zhu Rong began weaving her own glowing magic seals. Your arrogance is seriously making me sick. You're nothing but a defeated, shattered clone, yet you still dare to bark so loud. Struck by Xu Chong's spiritual blast, the bullfiend shrieked in bitter resentment. Just wait until I break free. I'll devour every last one of you. Just then, Yu Ling rushed over in a panic. Bad news, young master. Cultivators from both sides of the Twin Continents are heading our way. Zhang Fan glanced over and saw a large group closing in fast. Seeing this, Shan King and Dark Knight immediately stepped up. Master, leave them to us. We'll hold the line, don't you worry. Meanwhile, the bullfiend let out a sinister, echoing laugh. You foolish boy. I've been sealed in this hellhole for tens of thousands of years. Did you really think I was just sitting around doing nothing? But Zhang Fan completely brushed off the threat. It's just the desperate thrashing of a dying beast. The great emperor saw right through you. Fingers flashing through hand seals, Zhang Fan shouted, Qi-Wan, junior sister Ruohei, junior brother Xu Chong, lend me your strength. The bullfiend stared at the emperor's azure sword blazing with spiritual energy, a flicker of dread in its eyes. That old bastard Ling Xiao. He actually left his true power inside that sword? The beast let out a bitter, resentful laugh. Ling Xiao, you're already dead and buried. Why won't you just leave me alone? Zhang Fan focused his breathing, channeling his energy as Qi-Wan, Ruohe, and Xu Chong sprang into action. He poured all their combined spiritual power straight into the azure sword. With the four of them fueling it, the blade erupted with an overwhelming, heaven-shaking aura. Sensing its impending doom, the bullfiend desperately tried to strike a deal. Listen to me, boy. Let me go, and I'll grant you ultimate world-shattering power. There's no need to throw your life away for a dead man. But those honeyed words couldn't shake Zhang Fan's resolve for a single second. The Emperor's sword was fully supercharged, transforming into a massive executioner's blade poised right above the beast's neck. But out of nowhere, a man named Wang Gu popped up like a rat from a hole, screaming, Where did you arrogant brats come from? How dare you try to destroy the ancestral god of my Wang family? That grating voice instantly drew the glares of Xu Chong and Ruohei. Seeing the man leap up to attack Zhang Fan, Xu Chong quickly turned to his senior. Senior brother Zhang, the great Emperor's seal is fully unleashed. Ruohei and I will hold off these intruders. Keep going! Hearing their blatant disrespect, Wang Gu flew into a rage. Humph, you little greenhorns, you wretched girl. I am the patriarch of the Wong family, one of the 5 great families of the Twin Continents. No one in this realm has ever dared to speak to me with such insolence. Suddenly, the spiritual energy binding the bullfiend flared up with blinding intensity, startling the arrogant patriarch. Shaken, Wang Gu pointed a finger and declared, I don't know what you outsiders want with our ancestral god, but trying to destroy it means you're making an enemy out of the 5 great families. Xu scoffed, her hands forming a new spell. You're nothing but a bunch of ignorant frogs at the bottom of a well. Back on Zhang Fan's side, the bullfiend was still running its mouth, spitting threats. You puny human brat, did you really think I, a supreme being, would just rot in this seal for tens of thousands of years without a backup plan? But Zhang Fan didn't even bat an eye. They're just cheap, pathetic parlor tricks. Both I and the great emperor prepared for this ages ago. Did you really think you were being clever? The spiritual power swirling around the emperor's sword was now surging hotter and brighter than ever. With a powerful leap, Zhang Fan launched himself straight at the demon. Evil fiend, it's time to put an end to the war between you and the great emperor that started tens of thousands of years ago. Gripping the massive golden-chained sword tightly in both hands, Zhang Fan channeled his focus to deliver the final strike. In the suffocating heavy void, the completely paralyzed bullfiend still wouldn't shut up. You little punk, drop the sword now while you still have the chance. If you destroy this clone of mine, I swear you'll never make it out of the dark ring alive. Listening to the endless blabbering, Zhang Fan flashed a mocking grin. The great emperor beat you to a pulp, sealed you here, and entrusted the rest to me. What makes you think I can't handle a bunch of corrupt, brainwashed locals? The moment the words left his mouth, his spiritual energy exploded, wrapping fiercely around his body. The bullfiend let out a gut-wrenching wail of sheer agony. No, I refuse to accept this! Pushing his power to the absolute limit, Zhang Fan unleashed the sword and roared to the heavens, fulfilling Emperor Ling Xiao's final wish. Today, I sever the darkness and slay the demon. A blinding arc of sword light erupted, carrying a tidal wave of sheer, unadulterated power straight toward its target. Staring death right in the face, the bullfiend thrashed wildly and spat its final defiance. I am immortal! You insignificant worms cannot destroy me! But its desperate, echoing roar was drowned out by the howling wind. The cold, merciless blade cleaved through the air with apocalyptic force, piercing clean through the bullfiend's body. The impact was catastrophic. Its massive body violently exploded into nothingness along with one last, agonizing shriek. No! As the shockwaves of the battle rippled through the empty void, Chi-Wen flew over from a distance. She scanned the smoldering ruins, then tilted her head at Zhang Fan. Well, how'd it go? Is the beast completely wiped out? After a brief, heavy silence, Zhang Fan turned his gaze toward the far end of the battlefield. The great emperor's trap worked flawlessly, but we've still got a few annoying loose ends to tie up. He pointed toward the chaos. Over there, that mob of zealots led by Wang Go is still clashing with Ruohei and Xu Cheng. Every single one of you is going straight to hell! The enemy mob radiated pure, murderous bloodlust, utterly shameless in their attempt to overwhelm the duo with sheer numbers. Shattering the brief lull in combat, one of the bull's fanatics screamed in absolute, unhinged fury. You dare to destroy the ancestral god of the Dark Ring? I will torture your souls until they scream in endless agony. Watching the chaotic scene unfold, Zhang Fan just shook his head with a heavy sigh. These pests are just a byproduct of the seal. Regardless, we have to clean up this mess. And to think we have to do this exact same thing 4 more times. A split second later, the clash violently escalated as Ruohei drew her blade, unleashing a blazing, majestic fire phoenix.
You sold your souls to a demonic fiend. You have absolutely no shame actively aiding the very enemy that wants to destroy us. As zealots of the bullfiend attempting to break its seal, your sentence is death.
Witnessing the sheer devastation of the fiery blast, the mob froze in absolute shock. How the hell are these little runts so unbelievably strong? Realizing they couldn't even scratch the blazing spirit beast, the mob screamed in panic and scrambled to retreat. The scorching, suffocating heat of the phoenix instantly melted away every last drop of the zealot's courage. Seeing his men trembling like cowards, Wang Gu furiously barked his orders. Stand your ground. Unleash every ounce of power the ancestral god bestowed upon us. But the very moment he raised his head, the sight before him made his blood run completely cold. What the? Right in the heart of the battlefield, Xu Rong was channeling her entire reserve of energy straight into Zhang Fan, causing his aura to explode with terrifying, earth-shattering intensity. Thanks for buying me enough time to set up the lightning array, Ruohei, Xu Cheng called out. Senior brother Zhang, let's finish them off together. I've got your back. You chose to be a lapdog for those demonic fiends. Now you've brought upon your own doom. Zhang Fan's furious voice echoed out. The very second his words hung in the air, he swung his blade, unleashing a blinding arc of light that violently tore through the void. The sheer sweeping force of the strike made Wang Gu scream in agony before he was instantly reduced to dust. Zhang Fan's cold gaze swept over the remaining stragglers, watching as every single one of them crumbled beneath the absolute power of his single attack. Once the dust had settled, Zhang Fan firmly declared, with that demonic vessel completely destroyed, the natives of the Gemini Dark Ring continent will no longer fall to corruption. Right behind him, Rohei slapped a hand over her forehead, groaning in sheer exhaustion. Ugh. Just thinking about the fact that we still have 4 more places to clear makes my head pound. Just then, Dark Knight and Shan King practically tripped over themselves, rushing forward to claim the credit. Master, we completely wiped the floor with those guys. Hearing their excited cheers, Jang Fan quietly shifted his gaze to the ruined ship up ahead. Then, flashing them a big thumbs up and a fiery smile, he suggested, "You guys did a fantastic job out there. Come on, let's get back on the ship and rest up." And with that, they set course for their next destination. 1 month later, Jang Fan's entire group was slumped around a table, completely drained of energy. Zhu Cheng face planted onto the wood, weakly waving his hand as he whined, "Senior brother Zhang, you seriously have to treat us after this. I'm literally dying from exhaustion from this past month." Seeing that, Zhang Fan enthusiastically raised his cup towards him. But of course, the fact that we managed to pull off the Great Emperor's mission so smoothly this time is heavily thanks to you and junior sister Rohei pulling your weight. Rohei, who had been completely zoned out, immediately shot up like a rocket, her face beaming with pure joy. "Wait, so does that mean senior brother Zhang can give me a few more ginseng roots?" "My fellow martial sisters absolutely love snacking on those. It'd be the perfect souvenir to bring back home." Jang Fan burst into a hearty laugh, quickly reassuring her. "Ha ha 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 ha, don't you worry, junior sister Ruoha. I still have plenty of ginseng to go around." He then leaned over and gave a firm command. "Zhen Yuanzi, go fetch some for her right now." The man nodded deeply in obedience. "Right away, master." Seeing that he actually agreed, the young girl bloomed with happiness, giggling to herself. "Heh, well then, I won't hold back." Just at that moment, Shu Chong leaned back in his chair, his lazy voice cutting through the chatter. "Senior brother Zhang, senior sister Yuan, there's actually something I've been meaning to ask the two of you." Hearing this, Chi-Wen smirked and teasingly replied, "Oh, I was just wondering how much longer you were going to hold that in, junior brother Shu." Having been called out, he stretched his shoulders and fired off his questions without taking a breath. Who on earth was that mysterious guy in the black cloak? Why were there signs of tampering around the seal? And more importantly, why did those traces feel exactly like the methods used in the immortal realm? Rohei chimed in right on cue. Sister Chi-Wen briefly mentioned it before, but Shu Chong and I never really got the chance to ask for the details. Senior brother Zhang, what exactly is going on here? Seeing all eyes locked intensely on him, Jang Fan smiled knowingly. "All right then, I'll lay out exactly what I didn't get to explain back in the chaotic Sea Star realm." After quite some time having laid bare the entire story, he slowly wrapped it up with his usual catchphrase. "And that's the whole truth of it." Hearing the shocking revelation, they cried out in absolute frustration. "How could things turn out like this?" Rohei couldn't help but gasp in sheer disbelief. "When you brought it up last time, I just assumed someone had simply gone rogue. I never imagined it was on this kind of scale." Jang Fan lifted his teacup, took a slow sip, and let his heavy words fall. "I strongly suspect the one who made a move outside the Blood Abyss battlefield was an Immortal Emperor. I know this because at that exact moment I was holding the Imperial artifact left behind by Immortal Emperor Ling Xiao." Instantly, both Rohei and Shu Chong shot up from their seats in pure shock. An Immortal Emperor?" Jang Fan nodded in confirmation, his face terrifyingly calm. "Exactly. That is the very reason why Chi-Wen and I kept our mouths shut until now." Realizing the massive gravity of the situation, Shu Chong hurriedly suggested, "If that's the case, the two of us need to warn the other sects in the immortal realm immediately." But Roha just kept shaking her head in frantic denial. "I just don't get it. How could an almighty immortal emperor ever fall to corruption?" But Zhang Fan had already come to a grim realization regarding that very question. Even immortal emperors die in battle. Even immortal emperors can fall from grace and crumble. He furrowed his brows, his tone dead serious, which means that immortal emperor was likely promised something they couldn't refuse. The more they thought about it, the more their heads spun. Finally, Shu Chong just threw his hands up in defeat. "Ah, screw it. Let's just leave this mess to the elders. Anyway, junior sister Roy and I are planning to crash here for a bit. It's the perfect chance for us to spar and trade pointers with you and senior sister Yuan." Naturally, Zhang Fan didn't refuse, happily giving out orders instead. "Of course, I'm thrilled to have you guys stay. Zhen Yuanzi, you and Yu Lian go make sure their guest quarters are properly set up." The servant bowed deeply in respect. "At your command, master." The moment the sparring match was agreed upon, Jang Fan threw himself straight into the battle, sending explosive shockwaves of combat aura tearing through the air. Shu Chong gritted his teeth, desperately dodging the relentless barrage of counterattacks raining down from his opponent. Down below, Yu Lian and the others watched the breathtaking aerial dogfight, barely remembering to breathe. After watching for a long time, she couldn't help but sigh in pure admiration. "I wonder, when will I ever become as amazing as Master? Even a legendary genius like young Master Zhu is no match for him at all." Several hours later, Zhang Fan and Shu Chong landed on the ground at the exact same time, marking the end of their intense duel. Having gotten the fight he wanted, Shu Chong took the lead, clasping his hands together in a respectful martial salute. As expected of senior brother Zhang, your mastery of the sword has improved tremendously. It's so much faster and more devastating now. Right at that moment, Ruohe and Chi-Wen floated down as well. The lively girl immediately shouted out, making sure to tease him the second her feet touched the ground. Hey, Shuchong, I seem to recall that when we left the battlefield, somebody loudly bragged about how they were going to teach senior brother Zhang a lesson once we got back. Hearing that, he froze up entirely like a stone statue, barely able to squeak out a single syllable. Desperately trying to salvage what was left of his pride, Shu Chong faked a loud cough to change the subject. Ahem. Senior brother Zhang, please don't listen to her nonsense. I just wanted us to sharpen our skills together and test each other's progress, that's all. Seeing his flustered state, the young girl smirked even harder like a little devil. Right, sure you did. Watching the two of them bicker made Zhang Fan burst into loud, echoing laughter. That's exactly right, we're just training and growing stronger together. Right on time, Zhen Yuanzi approached and bowed respectfully. Master, I have prepared some hot tea. Please, everyone, come rest for a while. Unable to hide his excitement, Zhang Fan eagerly waved the group over. Let's go, guys! Time for a well-deserved break. But in that exact fraction of a second, a sudden streak of light tore through the sky, rushing madly toward the floating island. It was Taoist Yin Shan. He ripped through the wind and landed, his face completely drained of blood. Taoist Master Zhang, young masters and ladies of the immortal realm, something terrible has happened. As the old man hastily touched down, Zhang Fan turned around in sheer surprise. Recognizing their guest, he couldn't hide his happy smile as he walked up to greet him. However, the old man didn't share a single ounce of his joy. Instead, he breathlessly rattled off a chain of horrifying updates. Hearing Yin Xuan's complete grim report, Ruohe and Shu Chong froze stiff, utterly incapable of hiding their absolute shock. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan and Chi-Wen simply exchanged a silent, heavy look as the atmosphere around them grew suffocatingly dense. He stayed lost in deep thought for a long while before finally looking up to probe for the crucial details he needed. In response, the old man remained rooted to his spot, grimly laying out every single horrifying detail. As the dark truth slowly unraveled, Shu Chong rubbed his chin, his eyes sinking deeply into turbulent thoughts. Yin Shan stroked his beard, his face etched with unfathomable tension. By the time his final words dropped, Zhang Fan and the rest of the group stood completely paralyzed, looking as if they had just been struck by lightning. Yin Shan let out a long, helpless sigh that carried the weight of the world. Young friend Zhang, for a high-ranking immortal emperor to have actually fallen, I fear the shockwaves of this will violently shake the myriad heavens and all the realms within. Our sky cloud continent cannot just stand idly by. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Fan's expression grew solemn as he turned to his allies. Chi-Wen, junior brother Shu, junior sister Ruohe, you all hail from the upper 9 immortal realms. I'm afraid the sky cloud continent will have to rely heavily on your help in the days to come. Ruohe immediately clenched her fists, radiating a fierce determination. It's no trouble at all. The disappearance of Immortal Emperor Manhwa will undoubtedly send shockwaves across the myriad realms. Our 3 immortal realms and the sky cloud continent can perfectly support each other through this. Reassured, Taoist Master Yin Xuan bowed his head respectfully. Thank you, all 3 of you. He felt a wave of relief. With the aid of these 3 from the 9 great immortal realms, the sky cloud continent could surely weather the coming storm. Not wanting to delay, Chi-Wen quickly urged the others. Junior brother Shu, junior sister Ruohe, we need to contact our sects and elders right away. She then stepped closer to Zhang Fan, her voice dropping to a serious warning. Zhang Fan, you need to prepare yourself too. The disappearance of Emperor Manhwa absolutely has the fingerprints of that mysterious faction all over it. Seeing the genuine worry in her eyes, he nodded in understanding. I know what you mean. We cannot ignore the 9 nether fiends and the void demons. He then gestured toward his disciple in Song Yun. You, Lian, Old Song, assist the Taoist Master in distributing resources and immortal weapons. Make sure every single cultivator in the Sky Cloud continent is ready for war. Both of them responded in unison with a crisp, understood. But just as Zhang Fan finished giving his orders, the jade tokens at the waists of Shu Chong, Ruohe, and Chi-Wen suddenly flew up, glowing with incoming messages. The fiends have ignited the great immortal demon war! The urgent voice echoed from the tokens, and upon hearing those words, all 4 of their expressions instantly darkened. All disciples must return to the immortal realm immediately. Receiving their urgent orders, Shu Chong and Ruohe both bowed deeply in respect. Senior brother Zhang, senior sister Yuan, we must take our leave and return to the immortal realm at once. After bidding their farewells, the 2 transformed into streaks of light, shooting straight up into the sky. Looking up at their departing figures, Zhang Fan furrowed his brows, a shadow of anxiety in his eyes. Who knows what will become of the myriad realms now? I'm afraid the flames of war are about to engulf the entire world. Sometime later, the forces of the immortal realm had gathered in one place. Amidst the heavy silence, Yin Xuan gently stroked his white beard. I originally thought that after my young friend Zhang Fan destroyed the soul-devouring demon lord, the Sky Cloud continent could finally cultivate in peace and ascend to become an immortal realm. He looked up at the sky and let out a heavy sigh, his face filled with deep frustration. To think a disaster of this magnitude would happen instead. By the time the dust settles. I don't even want to imagine what will be left of our sky cloud continent. Zhang Fan crossed his arms over his chest, his voice steady and reassuring. Don't worry, Taoist Master. I will handle everything. Right at that moment, a silhouette pierced through the crimson sky. It was clearly an airship gliding silently over Kaoda's head. Song Yun jolted in surprise and pointed it upward. Master! Sect Leader Yin! Everyone! Look up there! Flying in on a sword from the direction of a distant star, Luo Lin rushed toward them, his face pale and completely panicked. Sect Leader, Exalted Immortal, it's terrible! The moment his feet touched the ground, he collapsed to his knees to report. While my senior brothers and I were patrolling outside the realm protecting Grand Array, we were suddenly ambushed by a group of attackers. Tears streamed down his face as he choked out his next words. The seniors sent a message back. They covered my escape. They all sacrificed themselves. Yin Xuan hurriedly stepped forward, pulling Luo Lin to his feet. I swear to you, I will avenge your senior brothers. But first, tell me everything you saw. Describe the enemy. Still trembling, Luo Lin quickly replied, Yes, sir. Wiping the lingering tears from his cheeks, he explained, It was one of the 9 nether fiends, just like the ones recorded in the manuals the Exalted Immortals gave us. But when the seniors were covering my escape, I saw something else. He clenched his fist tightly, the image of the enemy burning in his mind. I saw a group of cultivators wearing black cloaks, and the 9 nether fiends, they were actually standing behind them. Sect Leader, Exalted Immortal, you must bring them to justice. After hearing the whole tragic story, Yin Xuan patted Luo Lin on the shoulder to comfort him. I will, I promise you, the old master said, his voice thick with emotion. This old Taoist will absolutely avenge his disciples. He quietly watched Luo Lin's retreating figure, a heavy, suffocating wave of sorrow rising in his chest. When he turned back and saw the two beside him standing in absolute silence, he couldn't help but ask, My young friend Zhang, Fairy Yuan, what's wrong? After a long, heavy silence, Zhang Fan slowly spoke up. Taoist Master, do you remember when I returned from the Blood Abyss battlefield and went straight into secluded meditation on the floating island? Yin Xuan furrowed his brows, trying to connect the dots. Could it be that, aside from breaking through your cultivation base, you were injured and had to heal? He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he rubbed his chin, the memories of the past surfacing in his eyes. On my way back from the Blood Abyss battlefield, I was ambushed by a mysterious group. Since then, I've crossed paths with that faction multiple times. Those words caused Yin Xuan's face to pale drastically. Who on earth is this mysterious faction? Why would our subordinates see them working alongside the fiends? His mind was weighed down with dark thoughts. Last time, Zhang Fan had fought a king from a distance. Anyone capable of giving him trouble had to be a major figure from the immortal realms, if that was true. Just then, Qi Wen stepped in to add, You already know everything that happened after that, Taoist Master. But there is a theory that Zhang Fan and I haven't shared with you yet. She furrowed her brows, emphasizing every single word. We suspect that the disappearance of Immortal Emperor Manhwa is directly tied to this mysterious faction. Hearing this, Yin Xuan froze completely. What? If that's true, and they are already right outside the Sky Cloud continent, I'm afraid they already know every move you make. After a moment of calculating silence, Zhang Fan decisively issued his command. You, Lian, you and Old Song go get ready. The Sky Cloud continent isn't fully prepared yet, so we have to strike first. Yin Xuan took a step and ascended into the sky. This old Taoist will go prepare for battle right now. They certainly didn't come to the Sky Cloud continent just for you alone, my young friend. Down below, Zhang Fan continued barking orders with absolute authority. Everyone, prepare for battle. Qi Wen, I'll have to rely on your connections with the Uni-Immortal Realm. Qi Wen had intended to do exactly that. I will inform my sect right away. This is no longer just the Sky Cloud continent's problem. Not long after, the group of cultivators watched in awe as an entire floating island zipped right over their heads. Zhang Fan and the others had arrived at a palace situated on another floating island. Song Yun was seething with pure rage. Those damned fiends! Opposite him, Yu Lian suddenly pointed forward. Master, there's a fiendish army over there! Sure enough, several fiend fleets were swarming toward them in massive numbers. The demons lounged on their ships, laughing obscenely. That foul laughter instantly ignited Jitian's bloodlust. Every single one of these fiends must be annihilated. One of the fiends pointed at them in wicked delight. Look, it's a floating island. Ha ha ha! He then suggested sending a message to their warlords. But before they could even move, Jitian had already swung his sword down with crushing force. Trying to send a message? Too late for that. With just a single razor-sharp flash of light, the demons and their entire ship were instantly erased from existence. After striking, he didn't feel a shred of pity. Damned fiends, you don't deserve to breathe the air of the 9 heavens? Song Yun flew over to join the slaughter. The other fiends have noticed us. Looks like they have a massive army. Fall back to the floating island and help the master control it. The moment he set foot back on the island, Jitian cupped his hands in apology. Forgive me, master. I let my rage get the better of me just now. But Zhang Fan didn't blame him at all. It's fine. As cultivators of the Sky Cloud continent, seeing our comrades' bodies desecrated by these fiends, no one could hold back. Right at that moment, something caught both of their attention instantly. Cap Tian's eyes shot wide open in disbelief. What? It turned out the demon horde was swarming in, their numbers far greater than anyone had anticipated. Kai Van then voiced her deduction. It looks like they've been waiting for us. Trung Pham, on the other hand, looked thoroughly amused. So, they're using me as bait? With his sharp mind, he had already seen through their scheme. They have no way to break the grand barrier left behind by the soaring Heaven Emperor, so their only option is to lure us out. She had also figured out his plan. But since you already had this in mind, not wanting the newly recovered Cloud Heaven continent to suffer any more damage, you took the risk to bring me out. Hearing this, he turned to her with a bright, warm smile. I knew that whether I told you or not, you'd still stand by my side. The moment his words faded, a razor-sharp longsword materialized in the air. It rested perfectly in Kai Van's grasp. You're all geared up for battle now. But, of course, back then you crossed countless miles just to save me. It's only right that I return the favor. Gazing at the approaching demon army, a highly exhilarated voice rang out. Looks like we're in for another intense battle. Trong Pham's fighting spirit was now boiling over. Is everyone ready? He then calmly assigned their tasks. Nguyen Lang, Old Tong, Old Hoang, you guys take charge of steering the floating island with the others. Hit that demon horde with everything you've got. They responded in a resounding unison. Understood! He continued laying out the combat strategy. Ngok Lin, you, Sun King, and the Night Demon King will launch guerrilla attacks. Do not let them interfere with Nguyen Lang and the crew. Sun King obediently bowed his head. Yes, my master. But Ngok Lin looked worried. Wait, what about you, master? And Sister Vien? It turned out Truong Pham was going to hunt down the ringleader himself. They're just a bunch of cowards who don't dare to show their faces, hiding in the dark like rats to stir up trouble. I'm going to drag them out into the light. With that, he decisively drew his weapon, ready for the clash. I'd love to see if anyone in this demon horde can actually stop me. At that very moment, the floating island was being surrounded from all sides. A leading demon commander roared fiercely, All of you charge! Attack the floating island now! Upon receiving the order, they swarmed upward like a broken hive of hornets, descending upon the island. I want to devour the souls of this world. On the opposing side, Truong Pham quickly gave his final warning. Everyone, be careful. Ngok Lin, if you or the others feel your energy draining, fall back to defend the island immediately. Ngok Lin readied the sword in her hand. Got it! Now it was his turn to unleash his power. Kai Van, let's go catch those rats. Without a second of hesitation, the two of them surfed their soaring swords straight into the heart of the enemy forces. At first, the demons were so delusional that they practically drooled. Let me taste and see if the immortals of this world are any different. That little fairy's flesh looks so soft and tender, I love it. Little did they know, they would all be smashed into the ground the very next second after taking a single strike from Kai Van. God, this is impossible. She glared down at them with absolute disgust. Demons of the 9 underworlds, you dare invade the territory of the 33 immortal realms? Your crime is death. It turned out the mastermind behind the siege was Illusion Butterfly. As expected of Fairy Vien and young Master Truong, you truly are exceptionally gifted. With just one glance, Truong Pham recognized the familiar face immediately. Seeing the two of them standing side by side made Demon Lord Illusion Butterfly's eyes twitch with annoyance. You two really do make a picture-perfect couple. She then decided to put on a grand show to leave everyone in awe. Long time no see. I hope you've both been well. For this final reunion, I will personally see you off to the afterlife. Instantly, a massive group of high-ranking demon lords completely surrounded the spot where Truong Pham and Kai Van stood. Covering her mouth, Illusion Butterfly giggled charmingly amidst a swarm of golden butterflies. I'll leave it to you 10 Grand Lords. The higher-ups ordered that you give our 2 honorable guests a very, very warm welcome. But Truong Pham swiftly gifted her a deadly sword slash. Demon Lord Illusion Butterfly, since you're already here, why leave so soon? The swarm of butterflies was blown away, scaring Illusion Butterfly half to death. To think young Master Truong's strength has grown this much, you actually managed to break my escape art. He didn't beat around the bush, pointing straight at her face to declare, Last time on the Blood Abyss battlefield I let you slip through my fingers, that's not happening again today. He then channeled his aura into his palm. It looks like you're connected to that mysterious faction. Catching you should give me quite a bit to interrogate you about. Truong Pham's giant, materialized hand shot toward Illusion Butterfly as fast as the wind. But in that crucial split second, it was suddenly bound by a heavy chain from out of nowhere. It turned out Evil Ox had arrived just in time to save her. You little brat from the immortal realm, your opponents are us! Even though the hulking brute looked terrifying, he wasn't scared in the slightest. On the contrary, Evil Ox was burning with the urge to fight. Illusion Butterfly, take the others and strike the floating island immediately. Use this momentum to invade the Cloud Heaven continent. Hearing this, Illusion Butterfly gloated and activated her escape art. You guys make sure to entertain these 2 lucky brats nicely. Pumped up and ready to go, Evil Ox swung his massive chain at Truong Pham, while Kai Van stepped up to intercept the attack. She took a defensive stance, launching a verbal attack of her own. A Grand Demon Lord taking orders from a lapdog? Now that's a rare sight. With just a simple sword stroke, she deflected the incoming attack. But from behind, Demon Armor, Blood Ox, and Rampaging Ram gripped their weapons, plotting a sneak attack to silence her sharp tongue. Trung Pham swung his blade to intercept them. Hey now, aren't you guys underestimating the two of us a little too much? A razor-sharp arc of sword energy swept out, leaving the enemies completely stunned. Witnessing this, Madhorn immediately changed tactics. This brat and that little lady have some serious skills. All 10 of us charged them together. In no time at all, they had completely surrounded Trung Pham and Ki Van. Then, they tried to bait them. You two junior immortals, give up your resistance and I can transform you into one of us. But he wouldn't hear a single word of it. All talk and no bite. Today, every single one of you will become my stepping stones to the absolute peak of immortality. Crimson Ox heard this and barked out the order to attack. Stubborn fools. Today, both of you prodigies will fall right here. Attack! All 10 of the Demon Dukes let out a massive roar and charged forward. Despite the countless flashes of light and the blinding black smoke engulfing them, Trung Pham and Ki Van stood their ground without a flinch. As it turned out, they weren't affected in the slightest. In the blink of an eye, the two of them vanished from their spots. I really don't get where you guys get all that confidence from. Trung Pham could cleanly wipe them all out with just a single strike of his sword. The Duke's weapon spun wildly through the air. As the scythe returned to Savage Bull's hand, the old demon still couldn't believe his eyes. How is this possible? In that brief moment of distraction, Ki Van had already suppressed him with her blade. How could abyss-born demons like you ever understand the sheer willpower of humanity? Savage Bull immediately swung his scythe at her. Since when were you standing behind me? But this only gave Ki Van a perfect foothold to leap high into the air, and she didn't forget to drop a sarcastic taunt. With your pathetic skills, you're a long way from even sensing my presence. Ki Van gracefully glided right behind him. Give up now, and you might just keep your pathetic life. And just like that, Savage Bull only managed a faint groan before being completely wiped from existence. She didn't even bother to give him a second glance. Invading the immortal realm, dying this easily is already way too merciful for you scumbags. Nightmare Horn was so terrified he was shaking like a leaf. A Grand Duke had just been killed. As if his comrades weren't panicked enough, Crimson Bull absolutely had to rub it in. No, it's two Grand Dukes slaughtered by a pair of brats from the immortal realm. The moment he finished speaking, the demon standing right next to him caught a one-way ticket to hell. Well, that makes 3. Seeing this, Ki Van casually dropped a savage remark. Too easy. Meanwhile, Trung Pham decided it was time to flip the switch to full serious mode. Against trash like them, there's no need to go all out. Let's just wrap this up quickly. Being looked down upon by the two of them made Sinister Bull's blood boil with absolute rage. Damn it, these two immortal brats are just as strong as me, and that immortal sword of theirs is no ordinary weapon. Listen up, nobody hold back anymore. He quickly teamed up with Demon Armor and Blood Bowl. Brothers, charge! But over on the other side, Nightmare Horn and Frenzy Horn were busy exchanging shady eye signals. Are you seriously rushing straight to your grave? Hidden Bull swiftly dashed toward Trung Pham and roared. Die! But the gaze the boy gave him was nothing but pure disgust and contempt. What an absolute idiot. Why don't you take a look at what your little friends are doing right now? In a split second, Hidden Bull froze in his tracks and blankly blurted out, Huh? Realizing his comrades had completely hung him out to dry, he burst into a furious rage. What the hell are you guys doing? But Nightmare Horn actually had the nerve to talk back. I seriously don't get how you've managed to sit safely in the Grand Duke seat for decades. Since when do we demons care about loyalty or morals? Crimson Bull even chimed in with a sarcastic sneer.
We were just hired by some fallen scumbags from the Immortal Alliance. Why should I risk my neck to deal with these two monsters?
He then burst into shameless roaring laughter. So you say that as if you'd actually sacrifice your life to complete a mission just because the demon god ordered it. Nightmare Horn happily played along. Of course not. We're evil demons, remember? After that, they all erupted into a villainous laugh. Phantom Butterfly ground her teeth in fury, cursing inwardly at these despicable Grand Dukes. With a resentful, calculating glare, she plotted, I will definitely report this to His Majesty. He'll make you pay. Quick as lightning, Trung Pham appeared right in front of Sinister Bull, blocking his path. You guys really live up to your title as demons. Only you could spout such shameful garbage with so much confidence. The demon's face instantly twisted in pure rage, his eyes practically shooting fire. In the blink of an eye, Sinister Bull's entire body was blown to absolute pieces by a surge of spiritual power. The remaining Demon Dukes were struck with sheer terror, stuttering as they spoke. What do we do now? They screamed, before simultaneously turning their backs and running for their lives. Fall back, retreat! But did they really think Trung Pham was just going to let them off the hook? Since you've already come all this way, I can't just let you leave in such a hurry. Blood Bull furiously roared. Brat, just what the hell are you trying to do? I don't have time to mess around with a kid like you. Just stay out of my way and go protect your precious Heavenly Cloud continent. The boy didn't even care to answer, swiftly launching his spiritual sword straight ahead. The flying sword carried the devastating force of a hurricane, wiping out countless demons in its path. Gripping his trident tightly, Blood Bowl somehow still found the nerve to curse out loud. What an arrogant little human brat! In his mind, Blood Bowl frantically tried to guess why this kid was targeting him of all people. While I'm pinned down here, those other bastards have definitely made a run for it. But little did he know, his comrades were meeting the exact same fate. What? He was so utterly horrified that his eyes looked like they were about to pop out of their sockets. How is this even possible? What kind of divine art is this guy using? Trung Pham and his clones simultaneously formed hand seals to summon their weapons. Since you Grand Dukes have traveled all this way, Kai Van and I will make sure to give you a very warm welcome. He pointed his finger straight ahead and shouted, Soaring Heaven Sword Rain! Instantly, a torrent of spiritual power crashing down with the force of an entire army violently bombarded them. As Blood Bowl desperately tried to block, sheer panic set in. This was absolutely not the normal level of strength a youngster from the immortal realm should have. Frenzy Horn finally realized the truth. We got played by those rats. But it was far too late. All he could do was blindly swing his sword in a struggle for survival. Those rats want us to trigger a brand new war with the Immortal Alliance so they can reap the rewards in the chaos, Frenzy Horn shrieked in absolute terror. We fell right into their trap. The moment the words left his mouth, an earth-shattering explosion ripped through the sky, illuminating the entire battlefield with a blinding flash. The demons trembled violently at the terrifying sight. What kind of power is this? The entire squad of Grand Dukes was utterly obliterated, their bodies simply turning to dust in the void. The surviving demons screamed in absolute panic. Run! The Grand Dukes have all been defeated! They frantically trampled over each other, desperately fleeing for their lives. One of the Grand Dukes just yelled that this is a trap targeting us demons. Run away! We've been completely set up! Phantom Butterfly was absolutely stunned by how insanely fast everything had escalated. It hasn't even been that long, yet this Trong Fam's power has skyrocketed this much. Burning with resentment, she declared, I absolutely must report this to the two majesties. Gripping her sword, Ngok dashed forward and growled furiously, Trying to run? She delivered a swift, deadly slash, but Phantom Butterfly had already dissolved into a swarm of butterflies and vanished into thin air. Ngok glared in frustration at Sun Kang and Dark Knight as they ran up to her. I let that evil witch get away again. She was the exact one leading the demon army chasing us down just now. Sun Kang looked anxiously toward the distance. I wonder how the master is holding up. Meanwhile, Trong Pham was currently holding two pastries, casually taking a soft bite out of one. He chewed thoughtfully, pondering to himself, I definitely can't do that again. Using the power of the sword domain system while simultaneously burning through my own cultivation base, I almost drained myself completely dry. Still, completely crushing those warlords put Trong Pham in a great mood. His power was genuinely terrifying. Without it, they wouldn't have pulled this off. Meanwhile, on a deserted island not far away, a squad of figures clad in black emerged from the shadows. They watched the situation unfold in dead silence. Then, with a dark, heavy scowl, Ngui Hao waved his hand. Fall back! These demonic hounds are useless now. They failed. Suddenly, a radiant soul blade tore through the air, carrying a massive surge of spiritual energy. It slammed into the earth right in front of him. The sheer pressure of its aura forced everyone on edge. A moment later, a pair of feet touched down lightly upon the hilt of the sword. Ki Van glared at them, her voice icy. You filthy rats! Hiding in the shadows is all you're good for. Recognizing her, Ngui Hao let out a surprised scoff. Well now, I didn't expect a little girl to actually track us down. Ki Van called her weapon back to her hand, letting out a cold, mocking laugh. Instantly, the mystic blade pulsed with an overwhelming, suffocating bloodlust. Moving faster than lightning, she lunged straight at Ngui Hao. Take this! He simply watched her approach, completely unfazed. Now, little girl. Being so hot-headed will get you killed. With a sharp shout, he whipped his horsetail whisk forward. The strands instantly fanned out like an iron shield, completely absorbing Kai Van's sword aura. Without missing a beat, Ngui Hao launched a counterattack. Break! With one word, he shattered her technique with terrifying ease. A chilling realization struck Kai Van. That was the divine arts of the Dila realm. Seeing her reaction, Ngui Hao dropped the act altogether. Lady Yuan is just as brilliant as they say. You've already figured out this old man's origins, but trust me, the sheer scale of our power is far beyond anything your little mind can comprehend. Hearing him admit it so casually made her blood boil. You were an immortal lord, and you willingly threw it all away to become a corrupted lapdog? You disgust me. Ngui Hao just gave a wicked, challenging grin. Spoken like a true prodigy, but just you wait until your lifespan nears its end, little girl. You'll see just how intoxicating our power truly is. The current situation made Kai Van's heart sink. Trong Pham had burned through way too much energy earlier. He desperately needed rest. This bastard was an immortal lord at the demi-saint tier, and his lackeys were probably no joke either. After a tense moment of calculation, she decisively lowered her blade. She was going to have to gamble everything. Looks like I have no choice. I have to use that new technique I figured out while training with him, even if I haven't mastered it yet. Seeing her lower her weapon, Nui Hao completely misread the situation. Oh, has the great Lady Yuan finally given up? He sneered. Perfect. Dragging you back alive will definitely put my master in a good mood. Without another word, his men swarmed her from all sides. Die! Right at that second, the look in Kai Van's eyes turned dead cold. She was going to teach these scum a painful lesson. You're nothing but cowards who lost your way, too pathetic to accept your own fate. She raised her blade. Behold my true strike! In that split second, the assassins only had time to scream, "What the?" Before they could finish, absolutely everything within a 100-mile radius was instantly frozen solid. Even Kai Van was left staring in utter shock. It actually worked, she gasped. But the recoil was brutal, and it took a heavy toll on her body. Just as I thought, this new technique is way too unstable. It's full of flaws. Otherwise, a single strike would have been enough. Amidst the frozen wasteland, Nui Hao was somehow clinging to his last sliver of life. He forced out a raspy, blood-choked laugh. They didn't just call you the greatest prodigy of the Cloud Realm for nothing. So young, yet your mastery of the sword has reached this realm. You've broken through your limits. Coughing up blood, Ngui Hao left her with one final warning. I'm old. The new generation truly washes away the old, but you're underestimating the forces backing this old man. One day, you'll see just how terrifying we really are. Suddenly, something horrifying began happening to his body. Right before Kai Van's stunned eyes, Nui Hao's body completely disintegrated into ashes. Trong Pham arrived on the scene right at that moment, his tone laced with concern. Are you crazy? Why would you use a technique you haven't even mastered yet? Was he really so strong that you couldn't find any other way out? He tossed her a pill. Here, restore your energy. Kai Van caught it without hesitation. Thank you, she murmured softly, circulating the energy to heal her injuries as she explained. He was insanely strong. He might have been old, but he was once an immortal lord who shook the 33 heavens. I had to go all out. She trailed off, her gaze turning dark as she stared at the spot where Nui Hao had vanished. But my strike was too clumsy. It should have only wounded him. There's no way it could have actually killed an immortal lord. He was already heavily injured and his lifespan was nearly drained. He purposely amplified the recoil to end his own life. Hearing this, it clicked for Trong Pham. I see. The old bastard chose to die rather than let us capture him. He was protecting the secrets of that dark faction. Which means we only achieved half of what we came for. Kai Van looked pale, visibly shaken. If they can brainwash an immortal lord into doing something like this, that shadow faction is way more terrifying than we thought. But Trong Pham remained completely unfazed. Hey, didn't we already expect this? If they can pull the strings of an immortal lord. I have a strong feeling they were the ones who orchestrated the fall of the great Emperor Lingxiao 10,000 years ago. He gave her a reassuring, gentle smile. But hey, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. We just have to keep getting stronger. His warmth immediately lifted Kai Van's spirits. Finding comfort in each other, the heavy, tense atmosphere around them finally began to settle. Do Eun-Huin, on the other hand, looked incredibly grim, his face drained of all color. It seems this crisis is far more severe than we could have ever imagined. Even Kai Van felt completely overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the conspiracy. Demonic fiends are corrupting the celestial realm. From what we know, an immortal lord has already joined their ranks, which means the one pulling his strings could be a saint or even a great emperor. After a long moment of heavy silence, Trong Pham finally spoke up, his voice steady. 10,000 years ago, the great Emperor Lingxiao vanished. 10,000 years later, the immortal Emperor Diehua disappeared as well. The Heavenly Cloud continent is caught right in the middle of this. He mapped out the situation with cold precision. We're basically the remnants of Emperor Lingxiao's legacy. Add the fact that I inherited his power, and it's crystal clear. That dark faction has never stopped watching this continent. Do Eun-Huin's expression hardened with unyielding resolve. This old man has spent his entire life seeking the Tao just to protect what is right. If sacrificing my life can bring hope and glory to the Heavenly Cloud continent, I will gladly die without a single regret. A proud, grandfatherly smile formed on his face as he looked at Trong Pham. Thanks to you, the demonic cultivators that plagued our lands are finally gone. Our cultivators are growing stronger every day. My only duty now is to protect this hard-earned peace. Naturally, Trong Pham had no intention of letting the old master down. Rest easy, senior. I swear I'll protect the Heavenly Cloud continent with everything I have. Their heavy conversation carried on until the sun finally dipped below the horizon. It was only then that Kai Van finally voiced her thoughts. Trong Pham, an immortal emperor vanishing out of nowhere, means that both the divine and demonic realms must be in absolute chaos right now. You should really think about reactivating the Great Guardian Array that Emperor Lingxiao left behind. He shut the idea down instantly. There's no point. The barrier was damaged ages ago. Even with the divine restoration, it would never be as strong as it used to be. Besides, that shadow faction has already locked their sights on our continent. It's too late for shields. Realizing he was right, she let out a long, helpless sigh. Still, Kai Van couldn't shake her deep-rooted anxiety. With everything spiraling out of control, not even the upper nine heavens can guarantee they'll survive this calamity. Let alone the heavenly cloud continent. She was so lost in her grim thoughts that she didn't even notice the magical shift happening right beside her. Only Trong Fam's sharp eyes caught it. Kai Van, that jade pendant on your waist? What's happening to it? Glancing down, her breath hitched in shock. This is my sex jade token, she stammered. It's the primary way immortals communicate in the cloud realm, but it only flashes like this during an emergency. Hearing her panic, a knot of dread formed in his stomach, a distress signal from the higher realms. The cloud realm must be under attack. Just as he thought it, Kai Van turned to him with a pained expression. Trong Fam, I promised I'd stay and help you protect this continent, but right now, before she could even finish her sentence, he stepped in. Go. There was no hesitation in his voice. He wasn't going to let her tear herself apart over this. Go back to the cloud realm right now, but promise me, the very first thing you do is send word and let me know you're safe. I'll reach out to Shu Chong and Liu Rohe. Don't you forget the promise we made. His words moved Chi Wan to the verge of tears. You be careful out there too, brother. Without a second of hesitation, she rushed off on her journey back. Meanwhile, a dark suspicion crept into Zhang Fan's mind. Could that mysterious faction have actually joined forces with the demons to attack the uni-immortal realm? The more he thought about it, the less sense it made. The uni-immortal realm sat right at the heart of the Immortal Alliance. Why on earth would the enemy just bypass the 24 heavenly realms and all the other lesser worlds to the south? Finally, Zhang Fan arrived at the absolute worst-case scenario. If they actually pulled that off, then the current situation in the uni-immortal realm had to be completely disastrous. He spun around without a shred of hesitation. Zhan Yuanzi! Zhang Fan commanded, his voice dark and heavy. Notify Yu Lian and the others immediately. Tell Old Song to get over here right now. Zhen Yuan materialized as swiftly as a phantom wind. Right away, master. Less than a minute later, everyone was fully assembled. The cosmic void stretching out before Zhang Fan was breathtakingly beautiful, yet it hid countless deadly perils. The communication jade pendant resting in his hand began pulsing with a frantic light. Suddenly, Roha's projection flickered into view. Senior Brother Zhang, I've asked the elders of my clan. Our Vermilion Bird Immortal Realm hasn't received any distress signal from the Uni-Immortal Realm. Zhang Fan couldn't even tell if that was good news or bad news. All right, I understand. Right at that moment, Shu Chong's transmission came through. Senior Brother Zhang, Ruohe, I just checked with the elders of my sect. Our Southern Zenith Immortal Realm hasn't received a single word either. The sheer bizarre nature of the situation left Ruohe deeply unsettled. Senior Brother Zhang, this is way too abnormal. You absolutely have to be careful. Even Shu Chong could smell the terrifying danger lurking beneath the surface. The Uni-Immortal Realm getting ambushed is obviously a massive crisis, but somehow none of the other 33 heavenly realms have heard a peep about it. This is way too suspicious. Zhang Fan's expression remained dangerously calm, betraying no emotion. I know, I'll tread carefully. In truth, his heart was tied in absolute knots, agonizing over how Chi Wen was holding up right now. But the other two already knew Zhang Fan's stubborn nature all too well. Our Southern Zenith Immortal Realm can't send an official reinforcement fleet, but an elder and I will bring our own people to back you up. Ruohe also knew exactly what he was about to do. I'm coming too. Please, just keep yourself safe until we get there. Their fierce loyalty sent a genuine wave of warmth through Zhang Fan's chest. I owe you both, Junior Brother Shu, Junior Sister Ruohe. I'm getting close to the astral sector right outside the Uni-Immortal Realm now. I'll have to cut the transmission here. With that, he bade them a swift farewell. But just as he closed the connection, something in the distance suddenly caught his eye. He narrowed his eyes at the fleet emerging from the void, catching sight of a massive battle flag bearing the words 7 Luminaries. Following their trajectory, Zhang Fan couldn't help but feel a flicker of curiosity. Which nearby immortal realm does this belong to? Are they the vanguard forces sent to reinforce the Uni-Immortal Realm? By that time, Chi-Hai had already spotted him from the deck. You there, little brother? The Uni-Immortal Realm is currently under demonic siege. You shouldn't be wandering anywhere near there. Turn back, quickly. Zhang Fan responded with polite respect. A very dear friend of mine received an emergency recall from her sect in the Uni-Immortal Realm. I absolutely have to go and help her. Hearing that, the man couldn't help but look at him with deep admiration. Such fierce loyalty, little brother. Du-Ha, on the other hand, looked delighted. Well, since you're already here, why don't you just tag along behind our fleet? We're heading straight for the Uni-Immortal Realm as well. Knowing they shared the exact same destination, Zhang Fan decided to drop the formalities. In that case, I'll be in your care. Thank you. And just like that, Zhang Fan joined their ranks and advanced alongside the massive fleet. But they hadn't traveled far before the fabric of space around them abruptly twisted and warped. Blaring alarm bells instantly exploded inside Zhang Fan's mind. Crap, this is bad. Just as he feared, the demonic forces ambushing the Uni-Immortal Realm had already completely locked down the surrounding astral sector. The rest of the crew instantly went on high alert, their nerves pulled taut. It's an ambush, Chi-Hai roared, charging straight to the front lines as he braced himself for battle. The remaining cultivators rapidly snapped out of their shock, falling into defensive battle formations. Suddenly, someone let out a blood-curdling scream. It's the demons! As it turned out, this deadly trap had been laid by an Asura and his vile cohorts. Another pathetic batch of fools eagerly marching to their own graves. Just as the sinister voice faded, a grotesque acidic sludge violently erupted from the spatial tiers. The overwhelming assault hammered them from every conceivable direction, leaving the completely blindsided cultivators no time to react. Gah! What the hell is this stuff? Get out of the way, hurry! Capitalizing on the sheer chaos, the vicious fiends lunged out of the shadows, slaughtering the cultivators one by one. Ah! Witnessing the brutal massacre of his men, Chi-Hai's face turned completely purple with seething rage. You despicable fiends! Behind him, Luo Huan hurriedly shouted out a desperate plea. Alliance leader, our casualties are too severe. We need to break through their blockade and figure out another way to send reinforcements. But before the old man could even finish his sentence, an agonizingly sinister laugh echoed right next to his ear. Trying to run. Do you honestly think any of you are leaving this place alive? It happened so fast that Luo Huan couldn't even process the sudden shift. A demon? How did you get here? Alliance leader, save me! Luo Huan shrieked in sheer gut-wrenching despair. Save me! But before anyone could even twitch a muscle, the old man was brutally sent packing to the afterlife. The horrifying sight left Chi-Hai trembling with a terrifying mix of fury and primal dread. Across from them, the Asura threw his head back and let out a sickeningly satisfied cackle. What a pathetic bunch of weaklings, and you trash actually thought you could play hero and save the uni-immortal realm? Just as the demon was basking in his sickening arrogance, a frigid, bone-chilling voice pierced the air. Is that so? Listening to you talk, one might actually think you're strong. The Asura Archduke was so startled that his soul nearly left his body. How the hell did someone manage to sneak up directly behind an Archduke like me without making a single sound? But the moment he got a clear look at the person standing there, he let out a harsh, scoffing sigh of relief. Oh, it's just a human brat. You runts really are just lining up to die today, aren't you? But Zhang Fan didn't even dignify the creature with a glance. Leave this Archduke to me, he stated flatly. I'll be the one to rip this Asura Archduke apart. Hearing his sheer confidence, one of the panicked disciples quickly turned to Chi-Hai. Alliance leader, what on earth do we do now? In a situation like this, even a veteran like him didn't dare to act tough around a kid like this. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan's total indifference completely pissed off the Archfiend. What an arrogant brat, you have no idea who you're dealing with. Without a single second of hesitation, the beast lunged forward. The Archfiend's aura was absolutely terrifying. It was dead set on crushing him with a single, overwhelming strike. Go straight to hell, kid! But to Zhang Fan, the Archfiend's ultimate move was nothing more than the annoying buzz of a mosquito. The boy's sheer power drained the color right out of the demon's face. So fast, the sword aura, it's too sharp. Just one strike completely obliterated the demonic stronghold. Even Commander Hai couldn't hide his absolute shock. Such terrifying sword intent. Just who is this kid? At this point, the Archfiend was left in a pathetic state, its eyes wide with absolute horror. No way! No, how is this even possible? A mere human brat who barely started cultivating. How could he? Ignoring the demon's breakdown, Zhang Fan calmly turned his back on it. He quietly assessed the battlefield. The demons were finally being pushed back. Looks like the Seven Luminaries' forces actually have some bite to them. Suddenly, Commander Hai screamed out, Kid, watch your back! The Archfiend was trying to pull off a sneak attack. You're too careless, brat! I'll drain your life essence to heal my wounds! But before it could even twitch, it froze solid. A second later, the Archfiend's massive body began crumbling into dust. Seeing their boss disintegrate, the demon horde instantly broke into absolute panic. Crap! The invasion failed! Run! Unfortunately for them, Commander Hai wasn't about to show any mercy. He immediately led his disciples to hunt down the fleeing fiends. Don't give them a single chance to regroup and cause trouble again. It was clear as day. This time, the demons were on a one-way trip to oblivion. Filthy demons, get the hell out of here! Once the area was cleared, he quickly hurried over to Zhang Fan. Without a shred of hesitation, the veteran commander bowed respectfully. Thank you for stepping in, young brother. If that Archfiend had successfully ambushed us, not even our 7-star formation could have stopped it. Zhang Fan just waved it off casually. Hey, you guys were trying to save the Cloudhaven realm. There was no way I'd just stand by and watch. While they were talking, the other cultivators regrouped. Commander, the 2nd Division is absolutely furious. Those damn demons. Commander, we have to make them pay for this. Knowing the immediate danger had passed, Commander Hai issued orders to leave the damaged warships and injured behind to clear the battlefield and escort the fallen back to the Seven Luminaries continent. Meanwhile, the main force would blitz straight toward Cloudhaven. Everyone knew this was the only logical play right now. Understood. With that, the fleet kicked it into high gear, charging full speed ahead toward the Cloudhaven immortal realm. Commander Hai turned back to Zhang Fan. We still have a long way to go before we reach Cloudhaven, and the demons will definitely have more ambushes waiting. Please, young brother, we'll be counting on your strength. Since they had already shed blood together, Zhang Fan didn't bother with formalities. Of course, but deep down he couldn't shake off an uneasy feeling. If Chi-Won and his group ran into a massive demon ambush before even reaching the border, Cloudhaven must be in absolute chaos right now. They pushed forward at breakneck speed, refusing to waste even a single second. Commander Hai kept updating him. We're approaching a major stronghold on Cloudhaven's outer defense line. Hearing this, Zhang Fan gave a sharp warning. Commander, keep your guard up. We've already fought through 3 waves of demons just to get here. That stronghold ahead, it's probably already a war zone. Commander Hai's face darkened significantly. Thank you for the heads up, young Master Zhang. We are ready for the worst. Cloudhaven's presence is the only reason the surrounding star systems have enjoyed peace for so long, he sighed heavily. So many of our worlds have lived under their protection. To think this peace would be shattered so brutally. Zhang Fan, on the other hand, remained completely unfazed. This is only the beginning. I always knew a massive war between immortals and demons was inevitable. Yet, the more Commander Hai thought about it, the less it made sense. How did the demons slip past the Alliance's main army in the first place? And not only that, how did they coordinate surprise attacks on so many worlds and Cloudhaven strongholds all at once? To these burning questions, Zhang Fan just played dumb, keeping his mouth shut. I actually know exactly why, but a secret this huge can't be leaked. If it gets out, the entire Alliance will tear itself apart from the inside. Suddenly, Zhang Fan's tone turned ice cold. Commander, brace yourselves. I see them. The old man immediately snapped back to reality. It's the demons' scout perimeter. Looks like we've hit their front line. Having learned from the last ambush, Commander Hai didn't panic. He barked out orders. All ships, full throttle. Ram straight through and hit their stronghold with everything we've got. This time, it was the demons' turn to be completely caught off guard. The demon captain, Whitebone, panicked entirely. What the hell is going on? How did an enemy fleet smash through our blockade? Hurry! Go warn the Demon Kings! But before they could even turn to run, their path was brutally cut off. Facing the onslaught, Whitebone only had time to scream, "We're screwed!" before being instantly blasted into the next life. By now, Commander Hai was getting used to this kind of massacre. Thank the heavens for young Master Zhang. If not for him, those fiends would have escaped. We never could have pulled off an ambush, and worse, they would have just bled us dry. Zhang Fan replied humbly. Don't sell yourself short, Commander. Without the firepower of the 7 Luminaries Alliance, there's no way I could have busted through 3 demon blockades on my own. As they pushed deeper, they crashed headfirst into several more waves of the demonic horde. The terrifying part? Every new wave was noticeably stronger than the last. The endless back-to-back battles were starting to wear Commander Hai down. Damn it all, how are there so many of these freaks? If this keeps up, the stronghold won't last much longer. Right then, an idea flashed in Zhang Fan's mind. Commander, take the cultivators from the 7 Luminaries continent and break off. Draw the horde's attention away. Commander Hai didn't hesitate. You got it. Leave it to me. The moment the plan was set, Zhang Fan darted away into the chaos. The old commander watched his back with deep concern. Be careful out there, young Master Zhang. By this time, Zhang Fan had already slipped right up to an enemy warship. I wonder if Chi-Wen's sect is the one defending this stronghold. Regardless, he charged in without hesitation. Even if it wasn't them, saving anyone here would add to Cloudhaven's counterattack forces. His mind was already locked onto a crystal-clear battle plan. Just then, things suddenly went south. Zhang Fan flinched. Crap! I've been spotted. He gripped his sword tight. Looks like I'll just have to smash my way through. Without skipping a beat, he ruthlessly executed the demon in front of him. Under Zhang Fan's blade, not a single soul was walking away alive. With that bastard taken care of, he finally let out a sigh of relief. But suddenly, a panicked voice pierced the air. The Lord was ambushed! He's completely vaporized! The Celestials have breached our lines! Trung Fam's expression hardened. Was a full frontal assault his only option now? But before he could even make a move, the demonic horde's formation completely crumbled. Damn it, the rear guard just got ambushed by a celestial fleet. Their strongholds were being wiped off the map, one after another. Trung Fam calmly took in the sight. Looks like the 7 Luminaries Alliance has finally made their move. His mind raced, calculating his next move. He had to strike with blinding speed to throw the fiends into total chaos. Backing down wasn't an option. If he hesitated now, neither the stronghold nor the Alliance Master would hold out for much longer. Perfect time to test out my new move. His eyes gleamed with unshakable resolve. The fiends couldn't believe their eyes when they spotted him. My lord, there's a human brat over here. Hearing that, Starbane perked up in surprise. Where? A disgustingly arrogant smirk crept across his face. Well, well, an idiot human brat actually threw himself right into our net. Clearly, Starbane had absolutely no idea he was about to kick the bucket. In his eyes, the kid was nothing but a sitting duck. Just in time, I was starting to need a good warm-up. Trung Fam didn't even speak. He just shot back a look of utter disgust. In the very next second, Starbane would fiercely regret his own stupidity. The price for his arrogance? His miserable life. Starbane stared in sheer disbelief as his own body began to disintegrate into dust. Damn it all, he roared in absolute despair. You damned human brat, I'll tear you into a million pieces. Meanwhile, somewhere else, unseen eyes had been watching the entire slaughter unfold. My lord, That human brat seems to be heading straight for the king's domain. We need to... Before the lackey could even finish, Bone Eagle cut him off with a chilling glare.
And what the hell does that have to do with us? Bone Eagle sneered, his tone dripping with apathy. He's not exactly my king, now is he?
Meanwhile, at a massive stronghold far more heavily fortified than the rest, Prince Soulcaller suddenly sensed a shift in the air. A wraith bowed deeply before him, reporting, "Your Highness Soulcaller, word from the rearguard. The cultivators from the Seven Luminaries continent have smashed through our 3 outer perimeters and are mounting a full-scale assault." Despite the grim news, Soulcaller remained entirely unfazed. It is but a trifling little world. Let the rearguard clean up their own mess. Right now, we have a special guest to entertain. The moment Trong Pham landed, he smirked and casually critiqued. "Not bad on the speed. Your destructive power is decent too, but man, your physical defense is an absolute joke." That struck a nerve. The wraith seethed with anger. "You lowly human brat! You've barely tasted immortality for a few years, and you dare flap your mouth? What a foolish, arrogant little punk begging for death!" But its threats went in one ear and out the other. Trong Pham just shrugged. "Hey, I haven't even started trash-talking you two boneheads yet. You call me arrogant? Take a good look in the mirror." Furious, the wraith lunged forward, charging single-handedly to defend the Pale Throne. "You've got some decent skills, so I'll do you a favor and turn you into one of our undead." The wraith locked onto Trong Pham and shrieked, "Take this, you little brat!" Even with a deadly strike coming right at him, Trong Pham didn't flinch at all. Meanwhile, Soulcaller's smug expression completely vanished. This is bad. As it turned out, it only took Trong Pham a single, effortless strike to completely shatter the wraith's attack. The wraith staggered back, completely caught off guard and terrified. "You've got some nerve. You damned human. You're way too full of yourself." But Trong Pham didn't even give him a second glance. He only had his eyes on one prize. Off to the side, a demon lackey couldn't take the tension anymore and screamed, "Grand Duke, annihilate this filthy human!" Trong Pham shot them a look of pure disgust. If this is all the so-called Grand Duke of the Nine Nethers can do, then that demon king sitting up there on his throne better come down and fight me himself. The moment those words left his mouth, he effortlessly wiped another demonic stronghold off the face of the earth. The thrill of the battle was fueling Trong Pham. He was absolutely unstoppable, tearing through everything in his path. Even Prince Soulcaller had to finally take him seriously. Something's not right with this human kid. Judging by his life aura, he ascended to immortality just a few years ago. How the hell is he this strong? Just as the wraith prepared to fight Trong Pham to the bitter end, screaming, "You cocky little bastard, you've crossed the line," Soulcaller suddenly commanded, "Stand down!" The wraith gnashed its teeth, deeply unwilling to back off. "But, Your Highness..." However, Soulcaller completely ignored his minion and turned to the boy. "You have impressive power. Join my undead abyss. Swear fealty, and I will grant you true eternal life. You shall stand as second in command, ruling over tens of thousands in my kingdom of the dead." Hearing that absolute garbage, Trong Pham burst into a mocking, contemptuous laugh. Then he glared straight at the prince with a deadly smirk. "And what if I want your seat instead?" Soulcaller practically short-circuited, freezing for a solid 5 seconds before responding. "For countless eons, whether in the Nine Nethers, the Great Void, or your precious celestial realm, endless fools have coveted my throne. Not a single one of them has lived to claim it." Trong Pham didn't miss a beat, completely laughing off the threat. "That just means every single person you've fought so far has been absolute trash. No wonder your ego is so bloated." The demon lackeys around them were practically foaming at the mouth with rage. "You insolent brat!" The wraith completely snapped. "You little shit, I'm going to drown your soul in the Nether River. I'll let 10,000 vengeful spirits feast on your flesh so you can never, ever reincarnate." Before the echo of its scream faded, it lunged, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks at Trong Pham. Driven by pure bloodlust, the wraith roared, "I'll make you understand, boy. The final destination for all living things is the Nether River right beneath my feet." The monster was hell-bent on obliterating him once and for all. The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife. A brutal clash was imminent, yet Trong Pham didn't show a single ounce of fear. He stood perfectly still, calmly raising his weapon to intercept the incoming death blow. With nothing but a single thought, Trong Pham's blade erupted, slicing violently through the suffocating death fog. The wraith stared, completely paralyzed in disbelief. How is this possible? The Nether River is practically overflowing with the aura of death. How could you possibly slice it open from the inside? It finally dawned on them that this kid was an absolute monster. Crap, this is bad. Realizing that fighting him one-on-one was pure suicide, the demons decided to jump him all at once. "Die, you arrogant brat!" Too bad for them. With a casual flick of his wrist, Trong Pham unleashed a shockwave that sent the entire mob flying like ragdolls. "Get the hell out of my way!" This time, the wraith was genuinely shaking with terror. What kind of insane sword intent is that?" Trong Pham simply flashed a dangerous, mocking grin. "Are you seriously telling me that absolute fodder like this can be called Grand Dukes? Is your precious undead abyss just a dumping ground for total trash?" Before the words even left his mouth, a suffocating, terrifying wave of power crashed down on them. Even the Wraith stumbled back in pure panic. His Highness, he's stepping in himself! It was true. Prince Soulcaller was finally making his move. Listen here, brat. Since you refuse to yield, I have no choice but to drag you straight to the darkest depths of the Nether River. With a deafening roar, he unleashed a blazing aura and charged forward like an unstoppable juggernaut. Seeing this, "Usted es sin." The Wraith was completely ecstatic. The king is fighting! He's going to crush this arrogant little human pest! In its twisted mind, it was already picturing the gruesome victory. Oh, I can't wait to watch tens of thousands of vengeful ghosts rip your flesh right off your bones. On the other side, Trongfam remained completely unfazed. In fact, he was even more thrilled than the undead. If this so-called Demon King had just stayed hidden inside that massive white bone ship fortress, layered with who knows how many runic arrays, I honestly might not have had a chance. But now, you've actually stepped out here to hand me your head. Trongfam's eyes locked onto his target, fully resolved to absolutely obliterate Prince Soulcaller. Shatter to pieces! It was time to show this arrogant demon his true terrifying power. In a fraction of a second, Prince Soulcaller's ultimate strike was utterly and completely wiped out. His grand attempt didn't just fail, it completely blew up in his face. Watching this, the Wraith was so absolutely horrified that its soul practically left its body. This human brat actually managed to block a strike from a king! Zhao Hun finally realized he had severely underestimated Zhang Fan, yet he still brimmed with absolute confidence. Brat, you've just made me a whole lot more interested in you. Following that, he decided to unleash his full spiritual aura. It was clear that Zhao Hun was ready for a fight to the death. Right then, following its master's command, the White Bone Tower launched a vicious assault straight at Zhang Fan. The Ling Xiao sword was spinning around Zhang Fan at a dizzying speed, moving so fast it left only after images in the air. Well, to achieve this level of power using a pile of garbage to forge your weapon, I'll admit, you're not too bad. Suddenly, a ferocious surge of power erupted, clashing head-on with the White Bone Tower. Witnessing this clash, a demon watching from afar couldn't help but gasp in shock. What terrifying sword aura! That completely defies the level of swordsmanship a low-level human from the immortal realm should possess. Right then, Zhang Fan's fingertips twitched ever so slightly. Whoosh! Responding instantly, the Ling Xiao sword shot forward like a meteor straight toward the White Bone Tower. The sword successfully knocked the colossal relic back, scattering the trapped souls inside into a frantic, chaotic retreat. This sudden turn of events left Zhao Hun genuinely stunned. He actually managed to blow my relic away? He hastily channeled his energy into both hands, desperately trying to regain control over the violently shaking White Bone Tower. Damn it, I have to hold it steady! Feeling the immense repulsive force, Zhao Hun was even more staggered. Such monstrous power! Meanwhile, Zhang Fan was calculating in his head. The range of my sword domain isn't wide enough. I need to get close to that Demon King to unleash its maximum destructive power. The time is now. Without a single second of hesitation, he instantly redirected the trajectory of his erupting sword domain, hurtling forward at a terrifying speed. Thinking he had already figured out Zhang Fan's next move, Zhao Hun wore a sickeningly smug grin. My relic can shrink or expand at will. You are dead wrong if you think a cheap trick like this will work on me. But Zhang Fan's flight path quickly left him completely bewildered. Zhang Fan abruptly skidded to a halt, gripping the Ling Xiao sword tight with absolute resolve in his eyes. Demon King, eat my sword! With a mighty roar, he aimed the deadly tip straight at Zhao Hun and charged directly at him. However, the fiend wasn't scared in the slightest. He even took his time to massively expand the White Bone Tower. Ha ha! In your dreams, brat! But the very second their powers collided, Zhao Hun was shockingly pushed onto the back foot. The arrogance wiped off his face, replaced by sheer panic-stricken disbelief. How is this possible? My king-class weapon, forged for 10,000 years in the Nether River, couldn't stop a single strike from a human brat? Fear finally began to claw at Zhao Hun's heart. This is bad! The White Bone Tower is going to shatter! A deafening explosion instantly ripped through the air. Zhang Fan quickly blasted backward to dodge the fallout. Just as expected, unable to bear the crushing pressure, the demonic tower blew into pieces, while Zhang Fan let out a highly satisfied smirk at his flawless execution. Seizing the perfect opening, while Zhao Hun was left defenseless without his weapon, Zhang Fan channeled every ounce of his power into the Ling Xiao sword for the finishing blow. As of today, the 9 underworlds will be short 1 Demon King, and with zero hesitation, he brought the blade crashing down. Still failing to process what was happening, Zhao Hun was plunged into utter dread. What? The moment he finally realized his grim reality, all he could do was scream in absolute terror. No! Wait, after obliterating that fiend, he actually ran into a familiar face. Zhang Fan immediately cupped his hands together to express his deep gratitude. Venerable Elder, thank you so much for stepping in to save this junior. But I don't believe we've ever met before. Feng He calmly stroked his beard. Little brother, you cultivate the Ling Xiao sword scripture, don't you? The question caught him slightly off guard. Elder, what I cultivate is indeed the Ling Xiao sword scripture.
I just didn't expect you to recognize it with a single glance.
This answer seemed to be exactly what the old man had anticipated. Humph. That's because the immortal magic this old man practices was actually derived directly from the Ling Xiao sword scripture. Zhang Fan fell into deep thought. The legacy of the immortal emperor Ling Xiao never mentioned this. Not even the remnant left behind by the great emperor said anything about having other disciples left in this world. Seeming to read his doubts, Feng He quickly explained. Before the great emperor fell, he foresaw a massive threat approaching. Because of that, he ordered us to go into hiding and never reveal ourselves. Naturally, you wouldn't know we existed. He then waved his hand to reassure the boy. Relax. You don't need to be so tense. We have no ulterior motives regarding the great emperor's sword scripture. The legacy was lost for thousands of years across the myriad realms, so this old man just came over to take a look. With that, Feng He turned his back, ready to leave. All right now, keep up the good work. Your performance today wasn't half bad. The moment the words left his mouth, he rode his sword into the distance, leaving Zhang Fan standing there all by himself. Watching the old man's fading silhouette, he could only let out a helpless smile. Suddenly, something began approaching from the horizon. As they got closer, they turned out to be massive flying airships. Sensing something, Zhang Fan immediately glanced over his shoulder. From one of the airships, Chi Hai quickly summoned his sword and flew straight toward him. Zhang Fan politely cupped his hands in greeting. Chi Hai initiated a very serious conversation about a certain matter, but after listening, Zhang Fan shook his head, looking like he was declining the offer. All of a sudden, their chat was cut short as both of them snapped their heads in the same direction. Right then, an endless fleet of airships was approaching from the distance. Standing at the bow of his ship, Ipu served as the representative and called out with a warm, friendly tone. The ethereal sect of the uni-immortal realm greets our fellow immortals. Thank you all so much for coming to the aid of our seven luminaries continent. Chi Hai immediately replied with utmost modesty. You are far too polite, my friend. The surrounding realms and the uni-immortal realm have always relied on each other to survive. Besides, our seven luminaries continent is only providing a little bit of backup this time. Hearing this, the crowd on the ships instantly broke into hushed whispers and murmurs. Ipu, however, looked quite intrigued. Oh, I wonder which senior stepped up to defeat the Demon King and single-handedly turned the tide of this battle. Chi Hai didn't try to hide anything and proudly introduced Zhang Fan beside him. It was none other than young Master Zhang right here. He charged straight into the enemy forces with nothing but his sword, assassinating the demonic commander right in the middle of a 10,000-strong army. This is young Master Zhang. Mentioning that name, Yipu's gears started turning. Could it be young Master Zhang Fan from the Heavenly Cloud Continent? Zhang Fan cupped his hands to greet him. That would be me. May I ask if Lady Yuan Shiwen and her sect are stationed here? How have they been doing lately? Those words immediately painted a look of sheer awkwardness across everyone's faces, with some stammering and hesitation. Well, this... Yipu's expression suddenly turned incredibly grave. Lady Qi-Wen hails from the Jade Firmament sect. She is the true heir to the Immortal Emperor and the master of the Uni-Immortal Realm. But when the demons launched their assault on our realm, the Jade Firmament sect completely lost contact. We have absolutely zero idea what the situation is like over there. Meanwhile, over at the Jade Firmament sect, an ultra-violent, chaotic bloodbath was already unfolding. Watching the massacre, Huang Neo still felt heavily unsatisfied, continuously spitting out arrogant taunts. Ah, so the Jade Firmament sect is supposed to be the master of the Uni-Immortal Realm? My hands are itching. Come on, somebody step up and show this king the peerless might of your so-called emperor's magic. Those words successfully drove the disciples of the Jade Firmament sect into a furious rage. Xiaori's eyes burned with absolute hatred. Elder, these demons from the 9 underworlds are pushing it way too far. Let us go out there and fight them to the death. The worst that can happen is we lose our cultivation. Hearing this, Ye Huang whipped his head around and furiously barked, Humph! If you all run out there to throw your lives away, who is going to sustain the sect's grand defensive formation? The moment he snapped at them, they were instantly silenced. Du Si, who was eagerly cheering them on just a second ago, was also rendered completely speechless. Well, about that. After observing the situation for a while, Qi-Wen finally made her proposal. Elder, let me go out there and face that demon's challenge. Ye Huang desperately wanted to talk her out of it, but before he could even finish his warning, she had already taken off. Qi-Wen, wait, that guy is a demon king whose power rivals a quasi-saint. In stark contrast to the old man's anxious face, the disciple's eyes shone with absolute faith and support. Ha-Wen cupped his hands and yelled at the top of his lungs, Senior Sister Wen, watch your back! Meanwhile, Qi-Wen had already drawn her sword, fully prepared to clash with Huang Niu. Seeing her stance, the Demon King's voice dripped with absolute disdain. Ha 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 ha, the grand and mighty sect left behind by the Immortal Emperor, and they send a little brat out here to challenge me? Huang Niu sneered. Spurring his black steed to ride the very winds into the sky, he raised his blade to strike. You pathetic little disciples really think you can take on a king? In the blink of an eye, a horrifying sea of blood-red energy materialized out of nowhere, churning with countless screaming skulls. Yet, this nightmarish sight didn't make Qi-Wen flinch. With absolute calm, she swung her blade. Instantly, a freezing chill swept over the blood sea, locking it in solid ice and completely nullifying its power. The frozen wave quickly shattered into a million tiny glittering shards, drifting beautifully through the void. Huang Nio clicked his tongue in mild amusement. Oh, I didn't expect a mere disciple of the Azure Sky Sect to pack such a punch. But a lowly pawn like you can't stop the turning of the tides. He immediately unleashed the overwhelming, crushing aura of his entire legion. Azure Sky Sect, you will be the very first stepping stone in our Abyssal Horde's conquest of the infinite worlds. But Chi-Won wasn't intimidated in the slightest. Before anyone realized, she had already closed the distance. You sure talk big. The edge of her blade was now mere inches from Huang Nio's throat. Chi-Won's spiritual power began to violently materialize into a physical force. Sword, come forth! A colossal ice phoenix manifested out of thin air, spreading its majestic wings across the vast sky. Without a second of hesitation, Chi-Won leaped onto its back. The sight left Huang Nio genuinely shocked. How can such a young disciple possess this level of sword intent? The disciples watching from a distance couldn't contain their wild excitement. Even Elder Yi Huang couldn't help but shower her with praise. To think Chi-Won actually evolved the Emperor's sword scripture into a completely new technique. What extraordinary power! Riding the momentum, Chi-Won charged straight at Huang Nio for a head-on clash. Humph! Take this! Huang Nio and his demonic legion all locked their terrifying, bloodthirsty gazes right onto her. Her reckless charge had successfully struck a nerve. You arrogant little brat! As soon as the words left his mouth, a savage blast of dark energy shot toward the ice phoenix. But suddenly, the majestic bird flapped its wings with immense force. With that single powerful beat, a massive freezing tornado began to form. The sheer force of the impact shocked Huang Nio so badly that the very armor on his face cracked and shattered. How is this possible? But he quickly swallowed his panic and barked orders at his minions. Kill her! The bestial monsters lunged forward without a second thought. They threw their massive fists together, roaring, Die! Seeing this, the Azure Sky disciples watching from afar started to panic. There are just too many of them. But contrary to their terrifying numbers, the Ice Phoenix tore through the monstrous blockade with effortless grace. Right after that, the brutal backlash of his broken attack hit Huang Nio hard, making him spit out a mouthful of foul, dark blood. He forcefully pulled the reins of his black horse, reeling from the realization that such a tiny girl packed such monstrous strength. This sudden, shocking turn of events made the disciples cheer wildly in pure joy. Senior sister is amazing! Senior sister is a genius! After retreating a short distance, Huang Nio violently yanked his horse to a halt. His expression grew dangerously dark. He had finally witnessed the true might of the Immortal Emperor's scripture. Little girl from the Azure Sky Sect, you really do possess extraordinary power. But before he could even finish his sentence, Chi-Won, riding her Ice Phoenix, had already closed in on him again. Seeing this, the Demon Lord pointed at her, a twisted, triumphant smirk spreading across his face. You can't save your precious Azure Sky Sect. Today, your sect and the entire Cloudweaver Immortal Realm will become nothing but stepping stones beneath our feet. The moment he spoke, a deafening explosion abruptly echoed out, violently stealing her attention. Immediately after, a terrifying chain of explosions erupted all at once, sending violent tremors shaking the very earth. Total chaos broke loose. The disciples of the Azure Sky Sect suddenly found themselves trapped in an endless bloody battle against the demonic horde. The catastrophic scene unfolding before them forced an involuntary gasp from Ye Huang. What in the world is going on? His face was painted with absolute shock. This is the Emperor Tyr Grand Array, the very shield our former sectmaster personally established before stepping down. Hearing this, Huang Nio burst into manic laughter. And why do you think it fell? Because someone on the inside paved the way for us, of course. Suddenly, a heartbroken, furious voice echoed across the battlefield. Uncle Chao, you are the Grand Elder of the sect, a holy saint of the immortal realm. Why? Why would you betray us? The brutal truth made Chi-Won's eyes widen in sheer disbelief, while the Demon King's face twisted into an expression of pure, malicious glee. Despite the overwhelming evidence, Xiaori still couldn't accept it, desperate for it to be a lie. What? The Grand Elder, betraying the sect? Every single drop of their despair, shock, and anguish was completely absorbed by Huang Nio's amused eyes. Heh. You humans truly are a fascinatingly pathetic race. Huang Nio leveled his bloodstained blade at Chi-Won, dripping with venomous mockery. Tell me, little human girl, how does it feel? You're out here fighting to your very last breath against the enemy in front of you. That's a bent. His lips curled upward, forming a deeply arrogant, twisted smile, while the very people behind your back sell you out just to squeeze a few more years out of their pathetic lives. Makes you angry, doesn't it? Does it make you despair? Look at those cowards. Don't you just want to rip them apart and take your revenge? But no matter how much poisonous gaslighting Huang Nio spewed, Chi-Won's face remained as cold and unyielding as ice. Suddenly, an urgent command echoed across the entire space. All Azure Sky Sect disciples, hear my command! Abandon the outer defense lines immediately! Fall back to the central sector! Hearing the order, she turned on her heel and departed in a flash, leaving the Demon King talking to himself. Humph, what a deeply contradictory little creature, but souls like hers, those are the ones truly worth breaking and collecting. Meanwhile, back at the Azure Sky Sect's central floating island, the battered disciples were steadily regrouping outside. Inside the Great Hall, the elders were locked in a heated, desperate debate on how to break the siege. That traitor absolutely gave the demons the control methods for the core array. With that many demons swarming us, how the hell are we supposed to break out? Are you seriously suggesting we abandon the regular disciples? Right at that tense moment, someone raised a hand, gesturing for the explosive argument to stop. Elder Chen Yi stood up, his eyes full of unapologetic praise. Chi-Wan, you did excellently out there. Li Hu, sitting nearby, chimed in with a warm, approving tone. I truly didn't expect Elder Chen's disciple to have grown so incredibly strong. To have advanced your power to this level, you're practically on par with an immortal lord. Hearing this, Chen Yi smiled politely, respectfully cupping his hands as he prepared to take his leave. I thank the first elder for the high praise. My little disciple has only just returned to the sect. I will take her down to settle a few private matters. Once the sect makes a final decision on our next move, just send word to me. Only after they had completely left the room did Chi-Wan finally break her silence. Master, about the Grand Elder. He suddenly cut in, his voice firm. Kaivan, this doesn't concern us, though our Hidden Blade sect traces its roots back to the Jade Heaven sect. Tran Yi gazed into the distance. Returning to the sect after being separated for over 10,000 years, he never expected things to change this drastically. A heavy, thoughtful look crossed his face. Who could have imagined that the Jade Heaven sect, once the absolute ruler of the Cloud Illusion realm, would be besieged by demons? Even their supreme elder had betrayed them. But Tran Yi quickly shook off the thought and urged her on. Let's move. We need to find your brothers. Meanwhile, out in this void beyond the Cloud Illusion realm, that Hai's expression was deathly grim. Just as he feared, the demons had been planning this for a long time. Caught completely off guard, the immortal realm had plunged right into a deadly trap. Young Master Truong, what do we do now? Truong Fam's voice rang out, practically overflowing with absolute resolve.
We have to break the siege on the Jade Heaven sect. It's the only way to save the Cloud Illusion realm and the other factions. By the looks of it, their emperor is being pinned down by an enemy of equal strength. He stared up at the brilliant, starry sky, then suddenly reached back, his fingers wrapping tightly around the hilt of his sword, completely ready for the bloodbath ahead. Otherwise, the Cloud Illusion realm wouldn't be in this desperate state. Alliance leader, let's head back and prepare. We have to seize this chance right now! Down below, a massive horde of demons was relentlessly charging toward the central floating island of the Jade Heaven sect. The horrifying sight sent sheer panic through the disciples below. The demons are attacking again. Hurry! Go warn the elders and the others! The moment those words left their mouths, Tran Yi appeared with his disciples to back them up. He leaned in, his voice low and serious. Stay sharp, and don't forget what I told you. If things go south, run. Suddenly, a demon king taunted them with a chilling laugh. Kekeke, come on out, you old fools of the Jade Heaven sect. Come face this king in battle. That arrogant sneer was all it took to enrage Tran Yi. He furiously drew his blade to meet the challenge. Demon Moon, don't you dare act so arrogant here. He charged straight at the beast, tossing back a quick order. I'll hold the enemy off, Kaivan, all of you. Stay alive. And Anim quickly hopped onto his flying sword and took off. But he hadn't flown far when he stumbled upon a horrifying sight. His fellow disciples, running for their absolute lives. Crap! There's a Demon King tier monster here! Hurry! Go get the elders! Right behind the terrified, fleeing disciples of the Jade Heaven sect, Huan Ngu emerged, casually riding a pitch-black demonic steed. Without a second of hesitation, Kaivan charged straight in. Senior brother on! You guys go help the others hold off the demon horde. I'll take care of this Demon King. Seeing her resolve, Anim didn't try to stop her, but frantically warned, be careful. If things get desperate, use the forbidden artifact Master gave you. Huan Yu threw his head back, laughing with absolute twisted delight. You little brats from the Jade Heaven sect are still trying to fight back? Ignoring his sick taunts, Kaivan focused all her mental energy, chanting her sword art. In stark contrast, Huan Yu casually clapped his hands, acting like he was watching a fun show. Stubborn little human cultivators, so incredibly boring. Before she even realized it, Kaivan had been completely surrounded by a legion of dark knights. A suffocating pitch-black aura suddenly erupted from his body. This king has been waiting for this, and like good little sheep, you marched right into the slaughter. Watching from a distance, Anim instantly realized how bad things were. Oh no! Junior sister fell right into a trap! He viciously swung his sword, slashing away a demon that lunged at him, gritting his teeth in thought. I just need to clear out this trash, then I'm good! Then I'm going to help her. But seeing the endless waves of dark knights charging forward made Anim groan in sheer frustration. Shh! They just keep coming, don't they? Suddenly, a massive ice phoenix soared past, grabbing his attention. Kaivan was now gracefully riding on its back. In the blink of an eye, wherever the ice phoenix flew, the demons were utterly obliterated. Her voice rang out, overflowing with fierce confidence. So what if you demons are full of dirty tricks?
I will cut down everything in my path with this blade. Yet, Huan and Gu didn't show a single ounce of fear. Not bad for a so-called genius of the Cloud Illusion realm. But in the end, you're just an ant struggling before you get crushed. Following his lead, the Legion of Dark Knights raised their swords in perfect unison. Countless streams of pure demonic energy surged out, violently rushing straight toward the Ice Phoenix. By now, Anyim and his fellow disciples were pushing themselves to the absolute limit in battle. Damn it, these monsters know the internal layout of our Jade Heaven sect way too well. He threw a glance into the distance and was horrified to see the Ice Phoenix completely trapped. Kai Van, still on its back, wasn't faring any better. Seeing this, Anwam's heart sank right into his stomach. Junior sister fell into their trap. I bet Master's situation is just as bad. Suddenly, pure panic flashed in his eyes, and Heem snapped his head around, staring directly toward the central floating island. Heh! Out of nowhere, a massive spatial rift began ripping open in midair. Huan and Gu's booming voice instantly echoed across the entire battlefield. KKKKK, you old fools of the Jade Heaven sect. Did you really think I only managed to lure away one Supreme Elder? He isn't the only one bringing doom to your precious Cloud Illusion realm. A horrified scream suddenly ripped through the air. Elderlay? First Elder! How could it be you? Utter despair began to crush the disciples. Not just the Supreme Elder, but even their strictest, most highly respected First Elder had been corrupted by the demons? Our Jade Heaven sect is doomed! Even Kai Van gritted her teeth in pure, burning rage. Despicable! That helpless look on her face only made Huan Gu enjoy it more. Keke, are you drowning in despair? Furious? Why not just join us? He pointed his blade mockingly toward the martial traders. Suddenly, a clear, confident voice cut through the chaos, followed by a blinding surprise attack. You demons are way too damn loud! The Demon King instantly raised his sword to block the strike, but the sheer power of it shattered his mask to pieces and completely snapped off one of his horns. Right then, Trung Pham appeared out of nowhere, radiating pure, absolute swagger. Seeing him, Huan Gu couldn't hide the absolute shock on his face. Where the hell did a pathetic little human like you come from? Who are you? Trung Pham answered, his tone impossibly casual. Me? I'm just a passing genius. That cocky line was all it took to make the Demon King's face twist with dark fury. You filthy human! Are you mocking me? Huan Gu aimed his cursed blade right at him and roared his command. Dark Knights, tear him to shreds! Hearing the order, the terrifying legion raised their weapons high and spurred their demonic steeds right toward him. Meanwhile, Kai Van calmly watched the whole thing unfold and whispered to herself, He's finally here! Trung Pham tilted its head back, giving her a warm, reassuring smile. Kai Van, I'm here to back you up. His sudden appearance caught her completely off guard. Why did you leave the Sky Cloud realm? What are you doing all the way out here in Cloudvale? Zheng Fan answered without a shred of hesitation. Wiping out demonic scum is my duty. How could I ever turn a blind eye? I'm here to help. In stark contrast to his relaxed demeanor, Chi-Wen's expression was dead serious. Do you have any idea that our Cloudvale realm is currently hanging by a thread? Zheng Fan fired back instantly, his voice brimming with absolute confidence. Of course I do. The Demon King, Huang Niu, had been watching them this whole time. His eyes burned with absolute fury. You two, do you think this battlefield is some kind of romantic picnic for pampered little nobles? With that, Huang Niu aimed his blade right at them, his voice dripping with malice. I will drag your soul down to the deepest pits of hell, you arrogant brat. The moment the words left his mouth, the horde of Dark Knights took the cue and charged forward without a second thought. Meanwhile, Ayn Rand stood watching the whole ordeal from a distance. His face was painted with pure anxiety. That's a demon, Commander. I don't know if Junior Brother Zhang and Junior Sister Yuan can hold him off, and who knows how Master is doing right now. By now, Huang Niu was already lunging in for the kill. You talked a big game just now, kid. Now drop dead. As he raised his heavy blade, a terrifying surge of dark magic erupted outward. Huang Niu spearheaded the assault, striking alongside his legion of Dark Knights. Facing this terrifying onslaught, Zhang Fan remained incredibly calm. You're just a pack of rabid dogs. Do you honestly think you're anything special? With a swift swing of his sword, he unleashed a blinding slash of pure energy that lit up the entire battlefield. The counterattack came so fast that Niu Huan couldn't even process it. The blinding flash of power threw the entire legion of Dark Knights into complete disarray. They instinctively froze mid-stride. Caught in the overwhelming blast, the bodies of the Dark Knights began to violently disintegrate into ash. Niu Huan stared in absolute disbelief at what was happening. Impossible! How could I fail to block a single strike from this puny human brat? Hearing this, Zheng Fan let out a mocking, arrogant laugh. Let me guess. You only became a Demon King by throwing your weight around and bullying the weak, didn't you? You can't even take a single hit! The demon gritted his teeth and shot back. Listen well, you little brat. The 9 Underworlds Alliance has already corrupted this entire realm. We've laid down an absolute, inescapable trap. His voice dripped with maniacal pride. I don't care how arrogant you are. Today, you and the entire Azure Heaven sect are going to be buried right here. Yet Zheng Fan didn't show a single ounce of fear. Instead, he just mocked him further. Spoken like a true loser. Besides, your precious 9 underworlds might be impressive, but that sure as hell doesn't mean you are. If I hadn't held back, you'd be nothing but dust by now. Provoked by Zhang Fan's ruthless words, Huang Niu suddenly plunged his own hand straight into his chest. Gah! Watching this totally unhinged display, both Zhang Fan and Qi Wen frowned in sheer shock. With fresh blood pouring heavily from his gaping chest, Niu Huan's eyes flickered with a crazed, euphoric light. The pride of a king so will never allow a filthy brat like you to humiliate me. Seeing the situation spiraling utterly out of control, Qi Wen cried out in panic. This is bad. He's using his own life force as a sacrifice to summon a higher-level demonic entity. At that exact moment, Niu Huan threw his head back and roared, offering up his own beating heart. O great protector of the demonic abyss, descend upon us. The second his roar faded, a blinding flash of crimson light ripped across the vast sky. The demon god materialized in an instant, his towering, shadow-clad figure and massive wings blotting out the very sun. As the entity of Boja Hitab Kitari. As he slowly opened his eyes, a suffocating aura of death exploded outward, threatening to tear the fabric of space apart. In the distance, Ayn Rand stood paralyzed, his lips trembling so violently he couldn't even force out a word. This was the avatar of the demon god, a terrifying projection of pure will summoned at the cost of a demon king's life. Floating in the sky, the demon god's lips curled into a bone-chilling smirk. You dare look directly at my consciousness? You dare provoke me? Without another word, he swung his massive arm down, his voice booming like a roaring thunderclap. Cleave! Following his absolute command, billows of black smoke violently swirled together, condensing into the shape of a colossal demonic blade. Seeing this apocalyptic threat, Zhang Fan didn't retreat a single inch. Instead, a brazen, mocking smile spread across his face. No, you are the one who dares to look directly at me, you filthy worm. Those last few words crashed down like lightning, carrying such intense authority that it actually made the demon god freeze. What did this puny human just call him? The sheer shock lasted for only a heartbeat before violently erupting into apocalyptic rage. You lowly insect! You dare disrespect a supreme being? You deserve 1,000 deaths! Obeying its master's wrath, the colossal dark sword violently tore through the wind, plunging straight toward Zhang Fan. Horrified by the apocalyptic sight, Ayn Rand screamed in terror. Junior brother Zhang, junior sister Yuan, there. However, his panic was completely unwarranted. In a split second, the demon god's ultimate weapon suddenly shattered into countless pieces. Right after, a blindingly intense shockwave of light detonated, sweeping violently across the entire dimension. The devastating explosion left Ayn Rand standing there with his jaw dropped, utterly speechless. The overwhelming sun-like radiance was so absolute that it actually forced the towering demon god to stagger backward. His agonizing, throat-tearing screams echoed continuously until his massive form completely vaporized into nothingness. What the hell is this power? The surrounding cultivators witnessed the unbelievable scene and stood completely petrified, turned to stone for several seconds. Staring blankly at Zhang Fan's back, a wave of frenzied whispers erupted through the crowd. Just now, Was that the young guy next to senior sister Yuan? He annihilated the demon god's avatar with a single strike. Suddenly, a sharp, disbelieving shriek pierced through the murmurs. That's him! He's the one who caused that massive uproar last time. It's Zhang Fan from the lower-tier Skycloud continent. The moment that name dropped, the entire crowd thrust their swords into the air and roared in unison. Junior brother Zhang is incredible! All hail junior brother Zhang! Following Zhang Fan's devastating slash, the demon god shrieked in absolute agony as his colossal body began to aggressively fracture. No, this is impossible! Wang Niu watched his own body fading away piece by piece, stammering in sheer terror. Impossible! How? You're just a puny human brat! Even as he completely evaporated into ash, he still couldn't comprehend how a mere mortal had completely obliterated the almighty demon god's avatar. Once the dust settled, Ayn Rand praised him profusely. Junior brother Zhang, you're an absolute monster. It's only been a day and I already have to look at you with total awe. He hurried over to Zhang Fan, brimming with excitement. I never imagined you'd leave us all completely in the dust. However, Zhang Fan didn't look amused in the slightest, cutting him off sharply. Now is really not the time to be talking about this. Hearing this, Ayn Rand's expression instantly sobered into deep worry. The Great Elder has betrayed us. I have no idea how things are holding up on the Island Master's end. Refusing to waste another precious second, Qi Wen urgently pressed them. We need to move immediately. Our immediate enemies are dealt with. She stepped up and took command. Senior Brother An, lead the other disciples to reinforce the Sky Island. Start from the outer perimeter, unleash as much energy as possible to clear the path, and regroup. Hearing her orders, Ayn Rand frantically nodded and moved out. Understood. All other disciples, we move out right now. As they left, she turned to the side, her face flashing with a sudden, guilty look. Trung fam, we're at the center of the battlefield. I'm sorry for dragging you into the most dangerous zone. Hearing this, a knowing smirk crept onto his lips. As if a thought just crossed his mind, he spoke up. I've been wanting to see the true power of the top elites in the 10,000 realms anyway. Moments later, Trung Pham rode his flying sword through the wind, diving straight into the heart of the clash. Below them, frenzied demons were tearing the land apart, causing continuous, violent explosions. Just ahead, Elder Tran Yi gripped his sword with all his might, roaring at the top of his lungs, "You damn traitor!" But Lai Ho showed zero remorse. Standing safely behind the Demon King, Ngu Nyi, he let out a cold, mocking snort. Just as Ngu Nyi swept his gaze across the battlefield, something unexpected caught his eye. Oh, right in front of him, Trung Pham and Kai Van were tearing through the sky on their swords, radiating a massive wave of killing intent. Sensing this sudden shift in the air, the Demon King couldn't help but offer a slow clap. Just a moment ago, I felt the aura of a supreme demon of the 9 underworlds over there. And then it vanished entirely. It seems the younger generation of the Jade Sky Immortal sect is quite extraordinary. Amidst the chaotic clash, Tran Yi was shocked to see the two of them. "Kai Van, what are you two doing here?" Landing right beside him, Kai Van narrowed her eyes and answered without hesitation. "Master, we came to help you and the other elders." Watching this touching reunion, Ngu Nyi burst into hysterical laughter. "Ha ha ha, I gotta say, you two little brats from the Jade Sky Immortal sect are pretty impressive for taking out a demon god's phantom and one of our 9 underworld demon kings. Bravo!" From behind him, the great eagle stepped in with a sneer. "Tran Yi, isn't your disciple taking herself a bit too seriously?" The eagle continued hurling insults dripping with absolute contempt. "You two little runts. Did you seriously think all demon kings share the same power level? Trash will always be trash, forever blind to how pitifully weak you truly are." Trung Pham didn't even bother answering the demon. He merely tilted his head and whispered, "Kai Van." Reading his mind instantly, she gave him a soft, trusting look. "Trung Pham, don't let me down." With a swift horizontal slash of her blade, a massive ice bird roared forward. The great eagle didn't flinch, scoffing instead, "Ha! Foolish human brats, you really don't know your place." But suddenly, the ice bird accelerated exponentially, causing the demon's eyes to widen in pure terror. Wait, how is this possible? In the blink of an eye, the eagle's entire body was frozen solid into a block of absolute ice. Pouring all her energy into holding the demon beast down took a heavy toll, causing Kai Van to cough up blood. "Trung Pham, it's all on you now." Hearing her, he fell into a flawless battle stance, a sharp, thrilling glint flashing in his eyes. "I wouldn't dream of letting you down." Bathed in a blinding light, Trung Pham raised his sword leveled with his eyes and chanted the ancient words. Sword Domain Phantom. Great Tao Sword Intent. Heaven-piercing sword scripture. Immortal Emperor's art. The moment the words left his lips, an azure halo erupted, sending shockwaves of pure power in every direction. Witnessing this spectacle, both Tran Yi and Sect Master Da Huang froze in absolute awe. Such terrifying sword aura! Beside them, a fellow sect elder couldn't hide his amazement. "Taoist Tran, that disciple of yours, Kai Van, is truly something else. She actually managed to freeze a demon king." Refusing to drop his guard, Da Huang took the lead and roared, "Everyone brace yourselves!" At that exact second, Trung Pham pointed his blade dead ahead, his voice booming like thunder as he unleashed the ultimate strike. "Sword breaking the 9 heavens!" The ice-trapping Ngu Nyi shattered instantly. Before the demon could even react, a blinding tidal wave of sword intent crashed down on him, tearing through his body amidst his desperate, agonizing screams. "No!" The horde of demons stood frozen like statues before the apocalyptic power rushing towards them. It was so fast, they could only leave their jaws hanging in sheer terror. Against all odds, Ngu Nyi refused to back down. He violently swung his arm, summoning his demonic artifact. Instantly, a massive blood-red umbrella materialized to shield him as he snarled, "Bring it on!" In a fraction of a second, the demonic umbrella and the torrential sword intent collided with an earth-shattering boom. The apocalyptic impact caused the very fabric of the divine realm to fracture, leaving the members of the Jade Sky Immortal sect utterly dumbfounded. The star domain barrier is actually shattering? One of the elders voiced his sheer disbelief. A sword intent of this magnitude. The sheer destructive force feels like an immortal emperor casting divine magic in person. Sect Master Da Huang frowned in frustration, snapping them back to reality. Now is not the time to stand around and chat. Tightening his grip on his weapon, he charged forward like a meteor. "Attack!" Moments later, Trung Pham's overwhelming sword intent finally began to fade, leaving only echoing shockwaves twisting through the air. Ngu Nyi gasped for breath, his chest heaving heavily after struggling against a force that felt like a falling mountain. The monsters lucky enough to hide behind the demonic umbrella survived, but others weren't so fortunate. 2 of the demon kings caught in the blast were instantly vaporized into dust. Witnessing this horrific display of power left everyone completely speechless. Just one sword strike wiped out 2 demon kings? Meanwhile, Da Huang's sharp eyes narrowed intensely. Wasting no more time, his voice echoed across the void, declaring, "It's time to end this war once and for all. All elders, strike now!" Yet, the demon in Ngu Nyi showed no fear. Instead, he fired back with deadly conviction. "The only ones whose lives are ending today are you." Panting heavily, he hoisted his heavy blade into the air, Pumping every last ounce of demonic energy into the weapon, he gritted his teeth and cursed, "You damned human brat from the Jade Sky Immortal sect." With a savage roar, he swung the colossal blade down right at them. "Every single one of you will perish under my lord's demonic sword!" The steel blade let out a screeching, demonic cackle as it slashed violently toward Da Huang. Refusing to give the monster an inch, the Sectmaster raised his hand with a scoff dripping with absolute disdain. "Did you honestly think our Jade Sky Immortal sect lacks a Sage tier artifact?" The moment the words left his mouth, a magical treasure shot from his palm, expanding into a colossal, awe-inspiring weapon that dominated the sky. Da Huang hurled the gigantic artifact straight at the demon horde led by Ngun Yi. While maintaining his absolute control over the weapon, he yelled back to his fellow sect members, "Brothers, charge with me! Let's crush these demon scum!" The artifact plummeted with such blinding speed that the monsters had no time to dodge. All they could do was howl in despair. "We can't escape!" With one final agonizing scream, the entire group was crushed into fading energy dust. With the front line completely wiped out, Da Huang barked his next orders. Instantly, several law enforcement elders led their disciples to hunt down the remaining scattered demons. Then, he turned around, his voice filled with booming enthusiasm as he rallied the core group. "As for Elder Tran and the rest of you, come with me. Let us properly greet the hero of our Jade Sky Immortal sect." On the other side of the battlefield, Trong Pham and Kai Van were completely exhausted, their breathing heavy and labored. Just then, Da Huang slowly made his way over, catching both of their attention. Stepping up, the sect master and the others simultaneously clasped their hands in a deep, respectful bow. "The entire Jade Sky Immortal sect offers its deepest gratitude to you, young Master Trong, for saving us." Without missing a beat, he solemnly pulled out a beautifully crafted medicine bottle and urged, "Young Master Trong, this is an Immortal Emperor pill, forged by the Emperor himself. Please, take it to restore your spiritual energy." Accepting the gift, Trong Pham flashed an amused smile. "Well then, my thanks to the sect master." He immediately handed it over to the girl beside him. "Kai Van, take one right now to recover your strength." Watching this, Da Huang couldn't help but offer his highest praise. "Young Master Trong, your natural talent is simply peerless, to rival our top elders at such a young age. And Kai Van, when the great emperor sees you, he will surely be deeply moved to have such a worthy successor." Hearing that, Trong Pham turned slightly, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. I wonder how the great emperor's battle is going on his end. But as his eyes drifted to the massive, terrifying cracks he had left on the star domain barrier, he suddenly choked on his words. Breaking into a nervous sweat, he could only scratch his head in awkward silence. "Ahem. About that." Seeing Trong Pham's sheepish reaction, Da Huang smiled warmly to reassure him. "Please, don't worry about it. Without your sword strike, young master, our sect would have suffered catastrophic losses. The Grand Guardian Array can always be repaired." Right in the middle of their chat, the entire group suddenly froze as a majestic figure materialized out of nowhere. Every graceful step he took birthed glowing lotus flowers in the air. It was none other than the Azure Cloud Immortal Emperor. The moment they laid eyes on him, Da Huang's group instantly dropped into a deep, reverent bow. "We welcome your majesty." Staring at that absolute, overwhelming aura of supremacy, Trong Pham's eyes went wide with sheer awe. "So this is the Azure Cloud Immortal Emperor? One of the 9 sovereigns of the Immortal Alliance? After the massive clash with the Demon Emperor, how are there no signs of battle?" Meanwhile, after sweeping his gaze across the area, he finally spoke. "You've all fought hard." Then, his voice slowing with deep emotion, he added, "This surprise attack by the Nether Fiends caught us completely off guard. I have seen the sacrifice and sheer dedication of every single one of you." Emperor Biyun then turned his gaze to the main pillar of this battle, breaking into an admiring smile. "Zhang Fan, I've long heard the tales of your supreme talent echoing across the myriad realms. Meeting you today, you truly live up to the legend." With that, he clasped his hands in a formal bow. "My young friend Zhang Fan, your grace in saving the uni-immortal realm is something I will engrave in my heart. If you ever need my aid in the future, just say the word." Hearing this, Chen Yi glanced over at Zhang Fan, who was just scratching the back of his head with a clueless expression. With a promise like that from an immortal emperor, Qi Wen's friend could practically walk sideways through the entire Immortal Alliance. Yet, the boy just offered a bright, humble smile. "Your Majesty, there's really no need for all that." He then clasped his hands in return. "As the successor of the Ling Xiao Immortal Emperor, I already have a score to settle with those Nether Fiends." He then chimed in cheerfully. "Besides, Qi Wen and I are comrades who've braved life and death together. Seeing her in trouble, there was no way I could just stand by and watch." Hearing this, Qi Wen's face instantly flushed as red as a tomato. "Zhang Fan. He crossed the Great Void just for me, carving a bloody path right through the fiendish army to save the Uni realm." At that thought, she pressed a hand against her wildly racing heart, unable to tear her eyes away from the boy's back. Seeing Zhang Fan's unwavering spirit, Biyun smiled in deep satisfaction. "You are truly a righteous young man, Zhang Fan, but as an immortal emperor, my word is my bond." As soon as he finished, he let out a heavy sigh, carrying the weight of long-held sorrows and bitter regrets. He slowly poured out his lingering anxieties. Those fiends are full of deceit and treachery. But because our uni-realm has enjoyed tens of thousands of years of peace, we let our guard down and brought this disaster upon ourselves. Ye Huang and the other elders immediately clasped their hands, bowing in guilt. It was our negligence that dragged the realm into this calamity. Even 10,000 deaths couldn't atone for our failure. Seeing them all united in self-blame, Biyun raised a hand to stop them. I am the immortal emperor, yet I was powerless. This is not on you. Keep your heads up. For now, let's head back and deal with the aftermath. Before leaving, Ye Huang didn't forget to look back and instruct, Qi-Wen, please take good care of our young friend Zheng Fan in my stead. And with that, the sky slowly returned to its calm and peaceful state. Agonized screams and the wails of sheer pain echoed across the battlefield. Ah, it hurts! Make it stop! Meanwhile, Zheng Fan and his companions stood firm in the middle of the starry void. Reaching this point, even he had to admit his limits. Man, looks like I'm going to need to take a break after this. The remaining demonic hordes, now like snakes without a head, shrieked in absolute terror. Run! Get out of here! Zheng Fan just looked at them with an exhausted, deadpan expression. Just a bunch of small fries. Total buzzkill. Muttering that, he furrowed his brows, leaned forward, and leveled his sword. In a flash, he swung the cold steel, tearing a violent rift straight through the void. Take this, absolute severance. As the bloody light faded, an immortal cultivator hurriedly rushed over, brimming with gratitude. Thank you, young Master Zhang, for your life-saving grace. At that moment, Qi-Wen walked up to him, looking incredibly guilty. I'm so sorry, Zheng Fan. You traveled thousands of miles just to save my sect from total destruction, and before we could even thank you properly, I've dragged you out to hunt down the rest of the Nether Fiends. But he didn't mind at all, just giving her a warm, reassuring smile. Hey, it's fine. Besides, we made a promise, didn't we? No matter how deep the trouble, we'd go all out to back each other up. He then gently grabbed her hand, adding softly, I already had a bone to pick with the Nether Fiends anyway. Plus, as the heir to the Lingxiao Immortal Emperor, I've got to carry the karma he left behind. Hearing those words, Qi-Wen broke into a bright, radiant smile. You're right. Given how close we are, there's no need for me to be so formal. Then, Zheng Fan suddenly turned away, his tone shifting. That's just how it is. But to be completely honest with you. Zheng Fan gripped his sword hilt tightly, picking up the thread of an unfinished thought. Me coming to the Uni realm this time was also for my own personal reasons. That little confession immediately sparked Qi-Wen's curiosity. Oh, what exactly are you planning? She asked. His voice echoed back, slow but filled with absolute resolve. Word got out that I inherited the legacy of the Lingxiao Immortal Emperor, and certain factions are getting restless. He tilted his head, staring out into the distance with an unreadable, calculating look. There are enemies beyond the Sky Cloud continent who have constantly had a target on my back. It didn't take long for Qi-Wen to connect the dots. You can't guard against a thief forever, so you wanted to lure them out into the open, didn't you? Lifting his sword and resting it casually over his shoulder, Zheng Fan replied with pure confidence. Bingo? A thrilled, scheming smirk crept across his face. Here, I actually have the backing of the Uni-Immortal Realm, so they were forced to gather every single ounce of combat power they could muster in a short amount of time. Suddenly, his sharp eyes narrowed dangerously. Isn't that right, boys? Seeing a massive boulder rocketing toward him, Zheng Fan smoothly spun on his heel, shifting his momentum perfectly. Nothing but a bunch of old rats hiding in the dark. Instantly, a burst of terrifying sword intent erupted from him, flying straight at the projectile. In a split second, a flash of light cleaved the boulder clean in two. The shockwave of the impact rippled outward, making the very fabric of space violently tremble. As the dust and smoke began to clear, shadowy silhouettes started to take form. From within the hazy mist, a group of figures slowly stepped forward. I'm genuinely surprised young Master Zhang detected our presence. The leader, Young He, sneered with absolute disdain. And yet, you still had the guts to leave the Immortal Emperor's protection and wander out into the Great Void. Faced with the taunt, Zheng Fan didn't get mad. Instead, he let out a mocking laugh. Tens of thousands of years ago, you scumbags colluded with demons to orchestrate the fall of the Lingxiao Immortal Emperor. Now, all you can do is scurry around in the shadows plotting. What a bunch of pathetic losers. Likewise, the man didn't seem bothered in the slightest, offering a sarcastic, overly dramatic compliment. Oh, young Master Zhang, you truly are a peerless prodigy. Following Yang He's command, the entire group suddenly lunged forward. But you're way too arrogant. As the encirclement tightly closed in around Zheng Fan and Qi-Wen, the man arrogantly declared, I'm afraid Emperor Biyun won't be able to save you this time. At that exact moment, 4 blindingly radiant flags in 4 different colors suddenly materialized. Yang He and his 3 accomplices formed a perfect circle, instantly casting their spell to activate the formation as that sickly sweet voice echoed again. Young Master Zhang, and you too, Fairy! Seizing the moment, he threw out a dark proposition. If the 2 of you are willing to join our organization, we would welcome you with open arms. What do you say? But all he got in response was Zheng Fan's absolute disgust. You're nothing but a pack of rotting rats, too cowardly to even show your faces in the daylight. And you think you're worthy to recruit me? The answer was exactly what Yang He expected, so he didn't even flinch. Well then, It seems young Master Zhang refuses to do this the easy way, so we'll have to do it the hard way. With that, he tensed his body, explosive aura surging around him. In that case, we won't need to hold back on either of you anymore. As Yang He finally roared for them to attack, the ferocious beasts received their absolute order, shattering the barrier and swarming forward. Facing the onslaught, Zhang Fan smirked, casually raising his blade. Cheap parlor tricks. With a single, effortless flick of his sword, he sliced the demonic birds and the crimson dragon into bloody ribbons. On the other side, Qi Wen unleashed an endless barrage of phantom swords, wiping out the incoming horde. Zhang Fan, there's something really strange about this formation, she warned, quickly pressing her back against his to guard his blind spot. We can't afford to stay trapped in here for long. He immediately replied, I know. Besides, I bet those fleeing demons deliberately lured us right into this. Glaring at Duong Hua's mob mounted on their demonic beasts, Truong Pham furrowed his brows in sheer annoyance. It's not like this is their first time colluding with the dark forces anyway. Having already hatched a plan, he leaned in and whispered to Kai Van, let's play dumb for now. We'll lure every last one of them right into the array. Without a second thought, she firmly agreed to his plan. Got it. With the flick of her wrist, she conjured an endless barrage of phantom swords, launching them straight ahead. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were completely enveloped in a blazing vortex of intersecting blades. Thinking the perfect moment had arrived, Duong Hua pointed his finger and barked an order, launching an all-out assault. A massive horde of demonic beasts and evil spirits swarmed madly toward the glowing sphere, determined to slaughter them, right then and there. Seeing their trap spring shut, Truong Pham let out a cold, mocking laugh. Just as I thought, your brains are nothing but trash. Suddenly, a wave of pure destructive force erupted from the sphere, obliterating the malicious horde rushing at them. Such a simple bait, and you fools bit right into it. Right before being swallowed by that terrifying power, Duong Hua managed to leap back to safety. You little brat, to think you'd actually dare to lure us in. But you're getting way too cocky. At the same time, Kai Van radiated a chilling sword aura, mercilessly cutting down any enemy foolish enough to approach. You pathetic rats are always this stupid. Despite the insult, the old man merely sneered and pulled out his arsenal of Voice of Dark artifacts. We know full well what young Master Trong and Lady Vian are capable of. That's exactly why our lord came perfectly prepared. Duong Hua raised a sinister purple flag high into the air, summoning a terrifying evil beast. This is a little gift I prepared specially for you two. Faced with this sudden threat, Kai Van frowned, instantly recognizing the relic. That's the four-faced banner of the Nine Hells Pavilion. It might even be a supreme demonic artifact. To think we'd see a dark relic of this caliber in the immortal realm. However, her concern only earned a scoff of absolute disdain from Truong Pham. They've been in bed with demons for tens of thousands of years. Isn't it completely normal for them to have demonic weapons? In a flash, the two of them were completely surrounded by demonic beasts once again, as Duong Hua's voice echoed out. Lady Vian is quite knowledgeable indeed. And young Master Trong is as confident as ever. Now then, please enjoy this grand reception I've carefully arranged for you. The moment his words dropped, Kai Van unleashed a blizzard technique that locked the entire horde of beasts in solid ice. But unleashing that massive strike quickly drained her mana. This demonic aura is incredibly strange. It's actually corroding my immortal energy and my sword. Stepping up immediately, Truong Pham unleashed a blazing arc of swordlight, annihilating the entire frozen horde. Don't worry, I'll take care of that bastard. Watching the slaughter from afar, Duong Hua stroked his chin in appraisal. The Imperial Sword of Ling Xiao. I never thought I'd get the chance to witness that great emperor's divine weapon again. Those words struck a nerve, prompting the young swordsman to immediately unleash a ruinous aura. I'm surprised a rat like you even knows the name of Emperor Ling Xiao. Perfect timing then. I was just about to collect some interest from you filthy rats. Invincible sword domain. Truong Pham ruthlessly slashed his blade forward. You shameless old rat, go repent to Emperor Ling Xiao in hell. A massive crescent of light surged forward, wiping out every last beast and minion under Duong Hua's command. The overwhelming shockwave even shattered the mask right off the old man's face. The Ling Xiao sword scripture. To think it has actually re-emerged in this world, Duong Hua muttered in disbelief. Ling Xiao still has an heir left alive. Seeing the face beneath the shattered mask, Kai Van gasped in shock. You're the Ascendant Sage Duong Hua of the Crimson Sun Realm. Hearing this, the old man was equally surprised. Well, well, who would have thought a young fairy like you would actually recognize this old man? Meanwhile, Truong Pham widened his eyes, thinking to himself, wait, this old geezer is actually some big shot? Just who the hell is he? Sensing his confusion, Kai Van quickly explained. Sage Duong Hua was a legendary figure across the heavens 100,000 years ago. The current Crimson Sun Immortal Emperor was actually his disciple. Hearing his own history summarized, Duong Hua simply let out a hollow, echoing laugh. Everyone was a prodigy once. That little brat Crimson Sun truly surpassed his master. I guided countless disciples in my time, but I never imagined one of them would actually become an immortal emperor. As soon as he finished, Kai Van confronted him with absolute disgust. Rumor has it that 30,000 years ago, Sage Duong Hua perished, leaving the Crimson Sun Emperor in deep mourning. To think you actually degraded yourself, colluding with demons just to stay alive all this time. As if hearing the funniest joke in the world, Duanghua burst into maniacal laughter. This old man could teach an immortal emperor, yet I couldn't even achieve sainthood myself. How could I possibly accept that, let alone reaching the emperor realm? Besides, I absolutely refuse to watch myself wither away into a pathetic old corpse. Consumed by his own bubbling rage, the old man became more unhinged than ever. I swallowed countless longevity pills, yet I could only squeeze out 70,000 years. I still haven't seen the absolute peak of the immortal path. How could two brats like you ever understand this suffocating resentment? Hearing this, Trung Pham merely smirked in pure contempt. Trash is just trash. If your heart is rotten to the core, just admit it. Don't go crying as if the whole world owes you something. At that very moment, Kai Van's blood boiled with fury. Her sword aimed straight at his throat. Sage Duanghua, none of that justifies your corruption and collusion with the demonic cult. I will exterminate a piece of scum like you on behalf of the immortal realm. Just seconds later, the old man's body morphed into that of a grotesque, bloodthirsty demon. Trung Pham, originally, I was going to give that Ling Xiao brat some face and send you to hell painlessly, but now it looks like this old man will have to put in a little extra effort to butcher you both. Finding his monologuing to be a complete waste of time, Trung Pham charged straight in for the kill. If the great emperor were still alive, he'd want to obliterate scum like you with a single strike. And you dare talk about giving him face? The two opposing forces of light and dark clashed violently, generating a massive shockwave that shook the very air. You shameless old fossil! Take this strike on behalf of the great emperor! A terrifying blast of energy erupted outward, instantly reducing Duanghua's remaining lackeys into scattered ash. The corrupted sage never expected that he himself would suffer a devastating blow from the clash. How is this possible? Even when Ling Xiao was at your realm in the Sword Dao back then, he never possessed this kind of terrifying power. Before he could finish, Trung Pham blitzed right in front of him, cutting off his pathetic disbelief. Who says he was the one at the absolute peak of the immortal path? I, Trung Pham, will prove it with my own sword, instead of scurrying in the shadows like a pathetic rat like you. Duanghua let out a crazed cackle and lunged furiously at the young swordsman once again. But he was entirely blind to Kai Van, who had already launched a lethal technique, plunging her blade straight through his chest. Sage, Duanghua, if you supposedly passed away 30,000 years ago, then do us all a favor and actually stay dead. Trung Pham raised a brow, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Seriously, what the hell did the great emperor do 50,000 years ago to make all these old rats obsess over him, and this stupid fossil didn't even realize he was just the bait? After Duanghua dissolved into smoke and dust, Trung Pham couldn't help but feel a tinge of melancholy. I knew there was some shadowy faction hiding within the World Alliance, but I never expected a legend who allegedly died 30,000 years ago to show up as a demonic lapdog. Staring off into the boundless distance, Trung Pham sighed heavily. Eternal life, the ultimate goal every living soul across the 10,000 realms chases after. But sadly, even an immortal emperor can't truly outlive heaven and earth. Pausing for a moment, his signature arrogance returned as he made a bold claim. But just because the emperor couldn't do it, doesn't mean I won't. Seeing his unshakable confidence, Kai Van fully supported his ambition. You're exactly right. I want to break past that mountain blocking the immortal emperor's path too. Let's see for ourselves if this immortal journey really has an end. Sheathing his sword with a confident smile, Trung Pham nodded. Us cultivators must always have that kind of fiery conviction. Even if I fail to achieve eternal life, I'd much rather go out in a blaze of glory than cower in the dark like a miserable coward. Gazing up at the distorted alien sky above them, she turned to him with curious eyes. So, Trung Pham, what's your next move? What Quasi-Saint Yang Huo said from the very beginning was right. I can't keep falling for their traps or hiding under Emperor Kwangmuk's shadow forever. He gently rubbed his chin, deep in thought. This is getting to be a real pain. Whoever is out there on the battlefield is way too familiar with Emperor Ling Xiao. I'm afraid they might have had a hand in his fall back then. At this point, Kai Van looked slightly worried. Now that the 9 nether demons are launching a massive invasion, all the immortal emperors will be dragged into the war. They won't have the time to keep an eye on this mysterious faction. Seeing her worry, Trung Pham gently reassured her, Don't worry too much. Emperor Ling Xiao actually made preparations long before his fall. He already knew that his descendants would be targeted. Hearing this, Kai Van could only let out a long sigh. That's good to hear, but you still need to be extremely careful, okay? On the outside, he smiled and agreed, acknowledging her concern, but inwardly, he was calculating. I'll be fine with my invincible sword domain system by my side, but I'm afraid those old rats will target the people around me. Thinking of this, Trung Pham quickly changed the subject. Now that the escaped demons have been hunted down and wiped out, it's about time I head back too. Honestly, I left in a bit of a rush last time. Hearing Trung Pham's words, Kai Van thought to herself that the Heavenly Cloud continent was indeed his safe haven, and those people would probably cause a massive uproar. With that in mind, she gave a bright smile. All right, once my master and I finish dealing with the mess in the cloud-veiled immortal realm, I'll come find you in the Heavenly Cloud continent. Even as they finally said their goodbyes, she was still plotting in her head. Master has an imperial weapon left behind by the previous emperor. I'll just have to sweet-talk her into lending it to me for a bit. Little did they know, someone was secretly observing them from just a short distance away. After watching them for a while, Phantom Butterfly couldn't help but knit her brows tightly. To think that even Quasi-Saint Yang Huo died here, even while wielding a demonic weapon. Looking at the corpses of his subordinates drifting aimlessly in the void, she felt a trace of panic. How is this even possible? Emperor Ling Xiao's tomb hasn't even been open for long, yet this guy has already reached such a terrifying level. Realizing this, she decided to retreat immediately. I can't wait to see how he reacts when I bring this news back. Meanwhile, back on the island, Gok-Lin was anxiously hugging her sword tightly. Master went to help Sister Vian, but I have no idea how the battle in the Cloud-Veiled Immortal Realm is going. Wenlong seemed to read her worried mind and slowly walked over to comfort her. Gok-Lin, don't worry. Island Master Trung has incredibly powerful cultivation, and Fairy Vian's swordsmanship is extraordinary. They'll definitely be fine. Right at that moment, Sun King noticed the tension and brought out a plate of fresh fruit to chime in. Yeah, exactly. Miss, you really need to relax. The Master is ridiculously strong. There's absolutely nothing to worry about. Hearing their words, Gok-Lin finally regained some of her confidence. Master will definitely be fine. Plus, that's one of the most powerful domains in the Cloud-Veiled Immortal Realm, heavily guarded by an immortal emperor. Seeing her return to her usual cheerful self, Nguyen Lang smiled and leaned in closer. Even if the Cloud-Veiled Immortal Realm slipped up for a moment, with the immortal emperor and his absolute power, they definitely wouldn't be in any real danger. But right as those words left his mouth, Trung Pham's voice suddenly echoed out. Then you've got it all wrong. He leaned over, looking down at them with an arrogant smirk. What's the matter? Is it really that shocking to see me back? The moment she laid eyes on him, and Gok-Lin's face lit up with pure joy. She dashed over and tightly hugged his arm. Master, you're finally back! With a gentle smile, Trung Pham affectionately patted her head. There isn't a single soul in this world who can lay a finger on your master, so don't you worry your little head. Along with his arrival, Jitian, Songyun, and Dark Knight immediately stepped forward to greet him. Welcome back, Master. It's an honor to have the Exalted Immortal return. Songyun, brimming with excitement, quickly started asking questions. Island Master, how did the battle in the Cloud-Veiled Immortal Realm go? The evil spirits must have been completely crushed, right? Hearing this, Trung Pham immediately recounted the whole ordeal. The Cloud-Veiled Immortal Realm is safe for now. The demonic army has been routed, and I actually got to see the Azure Cloud Emperor in person. Seeing his expression shift slightly, Gok-Lin couldn't help but ask, Master, was the battle there really that brutal? Did something go wrong halfway through? Trung Pham's face quickly grew deadly serious. The 9 nether demons colluded with Elder Bi Xiao to sabotage the defensive arrays from the inside. The disciples suffered heavy casualties, and the entire realm was nearly overrun by evil spirits. Once everything was made clear, Songyun was furious. It's completely unthinkable that an entire immortal realm nearly fell. Did the Azure Cloud Emperor just sit there and do nothing? Trung Pham just calmly explained the reality of the situation. The demons naturally wouldn't forget about an immortal emperor. The Abyssal Demon Emperor personally made sure the Azure Cloud Emperor had his hands full. Pondering for a moment, he quietly voiced a grim theory. Island Master, I fear those demonic spirits are plotting to corrupt not just the forces of the Azure Cloud Emperor, but the other immortal realms as well, using heavily premeditated schemes. And it seemed he had already figured this out long ago, as he replied without hesitation. Without a doubt. Not to mention, there's still that group of old rats and demons tied to the death of Emperor Ling Xiao. This took Gok-Lin completely by surprise. Wait, what? Master, you don't mean that the mysterious group that ambushed you outside the Blood Abyss battlefield has shown up again? Trung Pham bluntly admitted it. Your young master here gave them a nice backhand slap right to the face. Those filthy rats already know exactly how far along I am in cultivating the Ling Xiao Sovereign Codex. His voice alone echoed fiercely across the open sky. They can't hold themselves back anymore. All of you, go get ready. They'll be knocking on our front door very soon. While this conversation was happening, out in the vast, boundless void, a heavily cloaked figure was delivering a report. According to our spies, Trung Pham has not stepped foot outside the heavenly cloud continent. A highly satisfied smirk tugged at the corner of Boss New's mouth. Perfect. I was just stressing over how to avenge my beloved brother. And then, the mysterious figure raised their eyes, offering a formal proposal. In that case, I will leave this in your capable hands. My prince, I pray that our upcoming collaboration goes smoothly. The response he got was nothing but a disdainful scoff. To be completely honest, I absolutely despise your kind. You lot are even lower than Eos monsters. The mask was pulled aside, revealing a portion of Qiu Duang's face. The way we do things won't get in the way of our partnership. Facing the limitless, boundless void, Boss Niu laughed heartily and agreed. Humans are such pathetic hypocrites, but thanks to scum like you among them, I finally get the chance to avenge my precious brother. At the same time, Don Huyen was busy presenting the news he had just received. The Alliance has issued an order to assemble an army to combat the 9 nether demons. The Heavenly Cloud Continent is also expected to join forces with the Southern Apex Immortal Realm. Trung Pham didn't offer his own opinion, instead asking for the old man's perspective. Old Taoist, do you think we should join them? Don Huyen's reply wasn't exactly direct, but it was basically a resounding yes. We must go with the flow of nature. If the 33 heavens hadn't taken the lead, our world would have been turned into a demonic wasteland long ago. The Heavenly Cloud continent cannot survive all on its own. Hearing this, Trong Pham immediately broke into a relaxed, confident smile. You truly are enlightened, Old Taoist. I also believe the Heavenly Cloud continent shouldn't just stand by coldly and watch, especially since this continent once belonged to the Immortal Emperor's domain. Just waiting for him to say those exact words, Don Huyen declared generously, Up until now, it has always been you, my young friend, running yourself ragged for the Heavenly Cloud continent. This time, let this old man lead our forces into battle. It's been quite a while since I've purged demons and slaughtered devils anyway. Eventually, every briefing had to come to an end. He finished with a respectful bow, entrusting the ultimate task. The safety of the Heavenly Cloud continent will have to rely on you, my young friend. Trong Pham replied respectfully. I wish you a victorious campaign, Old Taoist. Return to us in absolute triumph. Watching Yin Xuan's figure fade into the distance, he found himself lost in thought, suddenly summoning cultivators from every realm to the front lines. What a perfect opportunity. With a simple wave of his hand, Song Yun stepped forward, his posture rigid and deeply respectful. Island Master, do you have any further commands? Zhang Fan issued his orders, his voice calm, yet carrying such overwhelming authority that no one dared to breathe a word of defiance. Once the Grandmaster marches out, use my name to rally the cultivators. Make it look like the forces of the Heavenly Cloud continent are stretched thin. Naturally, the elder accepted the order without hesitation. Understood, my lord. I will make the preparations at once. Meanwhile, he stared intently at his jade pendant, his gaze dark and heavy. Let's see if you little rats are actually plotting this all over again. The scene shifted to the cold void of space, where Nine Suns and his faction stood watching the massive fleet of airships officially set sail. He admired the spectacle for a long moment before issuing a cold command to the subordinate beside him. Report back to the leader immediately. Tell him that practically the entire fighting force of the Heavenly Cloud continent has been deployed. In the end, Yin Xuan's group departed, completely unaware of the catastrophe about to crash down upon their home. Soon enough, a world once overflowing with vibrant life was slowly being swallowed whole by a suffocating black smoke. The source was clearly the group of cloaked figures and dark knights, all trembling with twisted excitement. His Majesty has given the order! Not a single living soul in this pitiful little world is allowed to survive! New Da was absolutely thrilled, thoroughly convinced that victory was already in the palm of his hand. I really have to thank you. Without you, we could never have mobilized the power of the cultivators from the surrounding void realms. However, Nine Suns brushed off the praise, focusing entirely on the main issue. I only hope that His Majesty does not forget the deal he made with us. As soon as he finished speaking, the demon raised his arrogant voice to reassure him. Oh, don't worry. We demons aren't that shameless. But honestly, compared to those 9 nether fiends, you guys almost look like saints. Those mocking words struck a nerve, making the other cloaked figure snap. Fiends! But Nine Suns quickly held him back, his voice dropping into a displeased growl. Since His Majesty has agreed to cooperate, there's no need for such harsh words. New Da couldn't have cared less, tossing back a dismissive and careless reply. Well then, my bad. Sorry about that. Oh, and by the way, kid, since you've already joined this organization of ours, you can drop the self-righteous act, he retorted coldly, his words serving as a grim wake-up call to his new companions. What we seek is immortality. All that matters is who is still standing here 10,000 years from now. While they bickered back and forth, back on the Heavenly Cloud continent, Yulin stared in absolute shock as the horrific phenomenon unfolded before her eyes. Master, up in the sky, could it be? Right at this tense moment, Tian'er suddenly came flying in on his sword in a sheer panic. Reporting to the High Immortal, the 9 nether fiends have suddenly appeared just outside our Heavenly Cloud continent. Zhang Fan had seen this coming from a mile away, so he didn't look the least bit surprised. Have all the disciples retreated safely? Hearing this, the scout respectfully delivered his report. The moment the demonic aura appeared, the disciples followed the High Immortal's orders and pulled back into the continent. Zhang Fan nodded in satisfaction. Good. Go get some rest. He then turned to give his next command to his disciple, Yu Lian. Inform Elder Song. Tell him we're moving ahead with the plan. A highly confident smile crept onto his lips, the smile of a man who had everything perfectly mapped out in the palm of his hand. Just as I thought. I didn't overestimate the moral bottom line of you filthy rats. Meanwhile, Song Yun immediately executed Zhang Fan's orders, activating the floating island and steering it straight into the outer domain to meet the enemy head-on. Completely oblivious to the fact that he was walking right into a trap, New Da barked out his orders. Pass down my command! Activate the grand array those rats gave us! Shatter the decaying boundaries of this little world! Witnessing the terrifyingly massive surge of power gathering within the divine dragon formation, he couldn't help but marvel. To slaughter their own kind. These rats really spared no expense. The moment his words faded, the colossal wave of energy smashed directly into the defensive barrier erected by the floating island. Even though everything was going exactly according to plan, there wasn't a single trace of joy on Yuda's face. only a deadly seriousness. A floating island. Ha! I didn't expect to hit the target this smoothly. But he didn't stop there. He immediately ordered the evil wraith to deploy and force the issue. Go! Let's see just what kind of power this Zhang Fan has to have actually killed my little brother. Tearing right through the fabric of space, the beast charged straight for the floating island. Brat, offer up your life to please his majesty. At that exact moment, Sun Kang wasn't just standing around either. He shifted his stance, channeling his energy. Master, let me handle this one. He leaped out heroically, taking the full brunt of the evil wraith's massive hammer strike.
Such a lowly piece of trash isn't worth my master's time.
But sadly, his flashy moment didn't even last a few seconds before his entire body was sent flying away like a rag doll. Master, this wraith's power is seriously no joke. If it wasn't for the floating island's formation, I really wouldn't have survived that. Zhang Fan already knew exactly what kind of coward he was dealing with, so he ruthlessly pressed him. Weren't you acting all high and mighty just a second ago? Get back in there. I'll back you up until you beat that thing into a meat pie. Well, got nothing to say? But having just tasted the wraith's brutal attack, Sun King had zero desire to keep fighting and instantly launched into his dramatic acting routine. Master, I admit I was a little too arrogant just now. It's such a tragedy that I won't get to see my kids grow up into proper demons. Please, send my final regards to my wife. He even started sobbing, theatrical tears streaming down his face. Old Ju has failed her in this life. Tell her to take good care of our children. Zhang Fan responded by casually kicking him forward. What a drama queen. Your lord here has already used the floating island to give you the maximum combat buff. Now get in there and fight! Hearing those magical words, his fighting spirit instantly reignited like a blazing fire. I knew my master was the kindest soul. Old Ju will absolutely capture this cowardly weakling for you. Watching Sun Kang actually hold his own in a flashy clash against the evil wraith, Niu Da wasn't angry in the slightest. As expected of the chosen genius of the Immortal Realm Alliance, truly extraordinary. To think even a mere servant possesses such capability. Right at that moment, Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow, finally pretending to notice him. Well, what a total coincidence. I feel like I've seen your face somewhere before. Even though he was smiling, Niu Da's eyes were as sharp and freezing as broken ice. Of course you recognize me. Mr. Zhang, your memory is truly slipping. You and Fairy Yuan were the ones who slaughtered my little brother back in the Cloud Rainbow Immortal Realm. The second he finished speaking, Zhang Fan clapped his hands together, playing totally innocent. Oh, now that you mention it, it's all coming back to me. Otherwise, how could I possibly remember a piece of trash who couldn't even survive a single strike from my sword? The murderous intent pouring off Niu Da exploded into a frenzy in the blink of an eye. My brother was indeed a useless piece of garbage. It seems young Master Zhang and I share the exact same opinion on the matter. What a pity. He tightened his grip on his weapon, issuing a bone-chilling declaration. Young Master Zhang, my brother was meant to die by my hands alone. Since you went ahead and broke my perfect little toy, I'm going to need you to become his replacement. Unfortunately for him, Zhang Fan wasn't the type to be easily intimidated by a few empty threats. I already killed the little brother, so I really don't mind putting down the older brother today too. That was the final straw. Niu Da's patience completely snapped. With a furious roar, he swung his massive blade and launched himself straight at him. Then let's see just what you're made of. Facing Niu Da's relentless, wind-tearing assault, Zhang Fan stood there, perfectly composed. Without even breaking a sweat or channeling his inner power, he easily neutralized the devastating strike in an instant. Seeing this, instead of getting angry, the demon burst into a hearty laugh of praise. As expected of the heir to the soaring heavens immortal emperor, you absolutely live up to your reputation, defeating my warhorse in a single strike. However, Zhang Fan just kept a cold expression, instantly countering without holding anything back. If you want to know what this young master is capable of, you can go to hell and ask your little brother yourself in a minute. But Niu Da just smirked, throwing back a grim reminder. Your personal strength isn't bad at all, young Master Zhang. But what about your precious Heavenly Cloud continent? Your talent is truly monstrous. In just a few short years, you've caught the attention of the myriad realms. Following his dramatic snap, Jiao Yang's horde of frenzied dragons launched a relentless assault on the continent. He was dripping with arrogance, relishing his absolute control. In such a short time, he had ascended to a supreme master, rivaling even the most ancient entities. Yet, Trong Pham didn't bat an eye at Ngu Dai's taunts. Ever since the fall of Emperor Ling Xiao tens of thousands of years ago, only you, Trong Pham, have risen. But the overall strength of the Tianyun continent, it's utter trash compared to the other realms. He just kept dragging out his villainous monologue.
Even if a few immortals have risen in your continent lately, thanks to you, they aren't even here. So tell me, Trong Pham, how exactly do you plan to face my grand army?
Finally, the young man had enough and spoke up, a smirk crossing his face. Did you seriously think I'd just let you lure out the forces of the Tianyun continent without a backup plan? In a split second, a terrifying, earth-shattering surge of energy erupted from the void. His confident smile made it crystal clear. Every single one of Ngu Dai's schemes was dancing right in the palm of his hand. I merely asked Taoist Yin Xuan to lead his people away to play along with your little game. I wanted you to feel like you'd actually won. As the blinding light faded, entirely wiping out the dragon horde, A majestic silhouette appeared, casting a massive protective barrier over the entire Tianyan continent. The demon general couldn't believe his eyes. His jaw dropped and he screamed in absolute disbelief. No way! How is this possible? It was Emperor Ling Xiao! What an absolute shock. The legendary ruler who was supposed to have perished thousands of years ago had returned from the grave. Ngu Dai was so horrified he literally shrieked. Emperor Ling Xiao died ages ago. His body couldn't even return to the continent. Seeing him lose his mind, Trong Pham gladly answered his confusion with a mocking tone.
The great emperor sensed long ago that someone in the immortal realm was colluding with you filthy dark spirits. The very next second, a devastating wave of sword aura blasted forward, locking dead onto Ngu Dai like an executioner's decree.
The Emperor and I have been waiting for you right here for a very long time. But wait, the strike merely grazed past him, violently slamming into the shadowy figures hiding in the back. And here are your little rats. Trong Pham's lips curled into a wicked smirk as he emphasized every single word. It's come to this, and you still want to hide? Truly, old habits die hard. You're too used to acting like obedient dogs. The moment he finished speaking, Jiu Yang stepped forward without a single trace of panic. Emperor Ling Xiao, I never expected this. He sounded genuinely nostalgic, like an old friend reuniting after lifetimes apart. To think I'd see you again after tens of thousands of years. It was obvious these two shared a history from long before Trong Pham was even born. Even I didn't expect that, after thousands of years, this emperor would once again grace the myriad realms and meet an old friend. Meanwhile, Trong Pham was quietly piecing things together from their little chat. The old friend the great emperor mentioned must be this guy. Seems like he used to be a massive big shot in the immortal realm. Finally, Jiu Yang dropped his disguise and revealed his true face to the world.
This old man never thought that after all these eras, I would end up in your hands, Ling Xiao. What a rare chance to see you. The two bantered back and forth as if they were sipping tea at a cafe, completely ignoring the intense battlefield around them.
Fellow Taoist Jiu Yang, it really has been tens of thousands of years, hasn't it? Before I claimed the title of emperor, I even visited your sanctuary to seek enlightenment and called upon you many times. But then, Ling Xiao's tone turned sharply serious. I just never expected that the legendary Jiu Yang of the 3,000 realms would fall into the demonic path and crawl in the mud with these dark spirits. In response to the scolding, Jiu Yang let out a cold, bitter scoff. Ling Xiao, the last time you visited my sanctuary, you already figured it out. Why bother putting on this fake act now? The very next second, the smile vanished from his face, replaced by burning, explosive rage. Ling Xiao, you were so glorious, so unbelievably gifted. This old Taoist could only stand by and watch you chosen ones become emperors, while I was left rotting, waiting for the end of my lifespan. Then, his attitude completely flipped into malicious gloating as he pointed right at the emperor's current fatal flaw. But look at us now! Tens of thousands of years later, this old man is still standing. And you! Because the two of them kept dragging out their chat, and Ngu Dai finally cut in impatiently. He's just the lingering soul of a fallen emperor, that's all. Why are you wasting time chit-chatting with a dead ghost? The moment those words dropped, Jiu Yang snapped back to reality and began channeling a massive, overwhelming surge of dark energy. His Highness is right, let's finish this. With just a tap of his foot, he launched himself forward, radiating thick, suffocating, murderous intent. Ling Xiao, let's see just how much power your pathetic soul retains from your glory days. Facing his old acquaintance, the Emperor didn't show a single ounce of fear or panic. He just calmly instructed, Little fan, leave Taoist Jiu Yang to me. It's only fitting that I exchange some blows with an old friend. Immediately, the incense burner in his hand floated into the air and began to expand immensely. In the blink of an eye, an awe-inspiring divine artifact blocked the enemy's path. Yet, Jiu Yang didn't panic at all. He just haughtily sneered. Ling Xiao, 10,000 years ago, we managed to make you fall in the chaos of war. A torrential wave of spiritual power, dripping with dark demonic energy, blasted out of his body with every emphasized word. Now you are nothing but a shattered soul. What exactly do you think you can do? Standing on the sidelines, Trong Pham pieced this together with his previous analysis, everything finally clicking into place. Just as I thought, Chi-Wen and I were totally right. It seemed this mysterious faction from over 30,000 years ago was deeply involved in the conspiracy that killed the great emperor. At the same time, Ling Xiao's eyes were terrifyingly calm, as if he didn't care at all that his divine artifact was under heavy fire. Still, it didn't stop Jiu Yang from showing off his terrifyingly sharp instincts. Ling Xiao, it seems that right before you fell, you had already figured something out. Because he got distracted talking, his power output flickered while trying to melt down the massive burner. Then, it was the Emperor's turn. His majestic voice echoed slowly as he confessed. As the great Emperor, how could I be completely blind? I even knew which fellow Taoist had fallen to darkness. I just couldn't bring myself to confirm it. Even though he was on the verge of being crushed by the artifact, Jiu Yang burst into a maniacal, space-shaking laughter. That person actually wanted to recruit you, you know? Too bad, Ling Xiao. You were just too damn arrogant. You were so full of yourself, he knew perfectly well that you would never bow down to him. Those words visibly annoyed the Emperor, but as someone who stood at the absolute peak, he wasn't going to stoop to his level. I am the proud great Emperor of humanity. How could I ever conspire with you vermin to commit such filthy, despicable acts? Suddenly, a swarm of array flags burst out from Zhu Yang's body as he gritted his teeth in fury. Then you can disappear forever. This old man has known you for years, Ling Xiao. I watched you grow up. Did you really think I came unprepared? In the blink of an eye, a massive magic formation fully materialized, completely reversing the tide of battle as the massive incense burner was captured right in his hand. Not wanting to keep Ling Xiao waiting, Zhou Yang aggressively tossed the artifact back to its master, before furrowing his brows and shouting orders at Ngudai, who was just idling in the back. The demon general wasn't just going to stand around anymore. He raised his corrupted noble sword and roared his command. The massive demonic horde, engulfed in dark mist, rushed madly toward the Tianyun continent, which had nothing but a single barrier to protect it. Seeing this, Ling Xiao's gaze shifted, locking eyes with Chuangfam. And of course, as his proud successor, the young man had absolutely no intention of letting him down. Don't worry, master. I've been ready for this. Zhou Yang wasn't the only one who knew how to use magic arrays. Surging with intense sword aura, Chuangfam instantly conjured an incredibly fierce, breathtaking battle formation of his own. The very next second, waves of spiritual energy merged with roaring lightning, crashing violently down upon the demonic army and obliterating them into pure ash. Watching the boy's flawless, decisive moves, Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh in silent awe. To think his successor had already surpassed him, turning his very body into a sword domain, and even amplifying it with an array. But he wasn't done yet. Chuangfam's commanding, majestic voice echoed across the heavens. Fellow Taoists of the Tianyun continent, I ask you to lend me your strength. The immortals who had stayed behind would, of course, stand up to protect the home they loved. We obey the Exalted One's command. Release the array. After rallying the immortals, Chuangfam finally had a second to glare at the fleet of flying ships trying to invade. An epic war between gods and demons, and we still have to deal with these pests. Although they keep giving me a headache, they sure make for great target practice to level up my sword domain. Without a single moment of hesitation, his sharp voice cut through the chaos. Please, everyone, bear witness to my strike. Overflowing with newly cultivated, terrifying power, a storm of razor-sharp steel blades rained down on the enemy in an agonizing downpour of death. Not a single demon could escape. In the end, they could do nothing but let their bodies be shredded by the unbearable torment. Chuangfam's aura shifted so drastically that Ngudai started trembling. Whether out of sheer terror or rage, it was hard to tell. Damn it, didn't you swear to me that the Heavenly Cloud continent barely had any cultivators left? Watching the situation unfold, Qiu Duang furrowed his brows in deep frustration. He hadn't expected Chuangfam's forces to be this prepared. They had clearly hidden their true numbers. Without a second of hesitation, he barked out a harsh command. I'll hold off Lang Tu. You go take care of that brat. Seeing their frantic scramble, Lang Tu smoothly cut in with a mocking tone. Now, you two, I think it's best if you both stay right here with me. Out of nowhere, a colossal sword materialized in midair, radiating an overwhelming pressure entirely different from the smaller blades Chuangfam controlled. Its terrifying presence sent a jolt of pure panic through Qiu Duang and his comrade. How could a mere remnant soul still possess such godlike power? Lang Tu calmly raised an eyebrow, his expression dripping with amusement. I am an emperor, even reduced to a single wisp of a soul. I am still the great emperor of humanity. His arrogant declaration drove Qiu Duang into an absolute screaming frenzy. I've survived for tens of thousands of years, reduced to this pathetic state. I refuse to believe I can't tear you apart. Witnessing this hysterical outburst from his old acquaintance, the great emperor could only let out a long, heavy sigh. Qiu Duang, the moment you let yourself become this wretched thing, you lost the right to ever stand on my level. You will always be nothing but a rat, scurrying in the darkest corners. Just as Lang Tu's devastating barrage rained down, a blazing red demonic aura instantly enveloped Qiu Duang and his ally. Though their bodies couldn't stop sizzling and smoking under the intense strike, it was just enough to keep Ngudai and the others alive. If it weren't for the supreme treasure the Demon Emperor bestowed upon me, I'm afraid I would have perished right here, just like my blood brother. Despite the lingering terror in his eyes, he still barked out a haughty, defiant challenge. Qiu Duang, whatever tricks you have left, you'd better use them now! Meanwhile, Qiu Duang put on that sickeningly mysterious smirk of his once again. Lang Tu, to think the ultimate trump card they prepared for me would actually have to be used on you! Now, hovering alongside his battle flag was a tiny, intricately carved bell, undeniably the emergence of a top-tier divine artifact. Lang Tu studied the artifact for a moment before letting out a startled laugh. Well. To think that tens of thousands of years after my fall, I'd finally get confirmation that it was this so-called old friend who stabbed me in the back. Hearing this, Qiu Duang fully regained his arrogant swagger. That's exactly right. But what can you even do about it now? He played you for a fool tens of thousands of years ago, and this time, he completely predicted that you would show up. In a split second, a horrific horde of savage beasts was unleashed, accompanied by a screeching declaration. Lang Tu, a pathetic remnant soul like yours has no right to exist in this world. Unfortunately for them, a man boasting the pride and absolute power of Lang Tu didn't show even a fraction of hesitation. Ha ha ha, good. Tens of thousands of years ago, I was already itching to beat him to a pulp. And so, a world-shaking clash erupted between the colossal cauldron and the demonic bell, shaking the heavens with grueling intensity. Following right after, the Emperor summoned his own tide of spirit beasts, roaring out, "Let this old man enjoy a proper bloodbath for the first time in eras!" The battlefield between these two ancient titans was an apocalyptic sight that demanded absolute respect. Trung Pham quickly sized up the situation. So the bastard who orchestrated the Emperor's downfall eons ago actually left some nasty tricks behind. His sharp gaze then shifted to the endless, suffocating swarm of demonic forces flooding toward them. Looks like I'll have to pull out all the stops as well. And right at that crucial moment, Tong Van and Cap Thien arrived to report. "Island Master, our forces are fully prepped and ready." However, Truong Pham merely gave a curt nod, holding back the command to attack. "Hold your positions. They definitely have more tricks up their sleeves." With a casual, almost lazy flick of his wrist, his sword unleashed a wave of absolutely overwhelming destruction. "I'll force every last one of those rats out of hiding." The sheer explosive force of his strike was so mind-numbing that it violently blasted away entire fleets of warships and legions of evil spirits alike. This sudden, catastrophic shift instantly grabbed the attention of Ku Duong, who had been fully focused on holding back Lang Tu. Just a single, brutal, sweeping strike from Trung Pham had thrown the entire remaining demonic army into absolute chaos. "What the hell is going on over there? This is bad. We need to mobilize the reserves to fill that massive gap. Hurry, reroute the troops from the other flanks over here immediately." Amidst the panic, one sharp-eyed demon pointed a trembling finger into the distance. "Wait, everyone, look over there." It was none other than Truong Pham, quite literally blazing with an inferno of rage and power. Right on cue, the high-ranking demon general, Bok Sung, slammed onto the scene. "You two, come with me. We're going to crush that arrogant human brat right now." Meanwhile, Thi Tam, completely oblivious to the catastrophic power gap between them, was too busy nursing his grudge. "He's right. We absolutely cannot let this little punk run wild and destroy His Highness's grand formation like this." The three of them shot through the air, diving straight toward Truong Pham, with Bok Sung leading the charge. "Even though His Highness cannot strike personally, the three of us are more than enough to drag you down to hell." Naturally, the young master didn't show even a flicker of fear. Instead, he flashed a genuinely mocking smirk. "Tell me, are you three just universally hated among your own kind, or what?" That deeply insulting question hit them so hard they practically froze in midair, completely dumbfounded. Oh, but he wasn't done. He had zero qualms about violently rubbing salt in a very fresh wound. "Back at the Van Nye battlefield, I lost count of how many of your precious Grand Dukes I butchered with this very sword. Do you three blind idiots really not notice that not a single one of your so-called allies is stepping up to help you?" It was only at that exact chilling moment that Bok Sung whipped his head around, only to find that his entire legion of subordinates had completely vanished into thin air. Staring at the empty sky behind him, the grim reality violently crashed down on him. Those treacherous bastards! They knew! They knew exactly how monstrous he was, kept their mouths shut, and happily sent us out here to die. The horrible epiphany hit them, but tragically, so did Trung Pham's absolutely merciless blade, slicing through the air right into them. What a bunch of absolute clowns. But the fact that they turned tail and bolted after barely surviving half a strike sent the young master spiraling into deep thought. Wait, did I calculate this wrong? Did I actually overestimate how much of a threat these demonic losers consider me to be? But before he could even finish that thought, a sickeningly arrogant, high-pitched voice echoed from above. "Well, aren't you quite the relaxed little brat? Just as I expected, these filthy demons are completely useless when it comes to the grand scheme of things." The newcomer was a familiar face, the venomously sweet assassin, Hoyen Diep. "Young Master Trong, it's been far too long since we last crossed paths. But do know, my eyes have always been watching you." Expecting her to bring a massive backup army, Truong Pham completely ignored her charming greeting and just scanned his surroundings. "Seriously? Is it really just the two of you?" he asked, completely unimpressed. Well, she certainly wasn't lying when she claimed she had been keeping a very close eye on him. Reading his utterly dismissive expression like an open book, she smoothly continued. "Oh, you are absolutely right, young master. To give you the grand reception you so rightly deserve, we brought far more than just Lord Shichhua here. We have prepared quite the spectacular welcoming party for you." It was glaringly obvious now. A massive, terrifying force was currently surging at breakneck speed straight toward the Heavenly Cloud continent. Hearing Hoyen Diep's smug confession, he let out a dark, mocking chuckle. "I'm honestly flattered. To think you'd drag out this many pawns just to deal with me. You're even willing to completely blow the cover of the spies you've kept buried deep within the great immortal realms." She accepted the heavy insult as if it were the most polite of compliments, smiling sweetly. "We simply wouldn't dare underestimate a monster like you, young master. In just 2 incredibly short years, you've grown powerful enough to crush countless immortals." Her smile thinned out as her cold, predatory gaze shifted toward the catastrophic, never-ending battle raging in the distance. You are the sole heir of the great Emperor Lang Tu. And trust me, there are plenty of very powerful people up in the immortal realm who absolutely refuse to let a second Lang Tu rise up in this world. And then, as if a light bulb finally flickered on, she remembered the most burning question she had to ask.
Young Master Trong, you really don't seem all that surprised that we showed up to kill you, do you?
However, she never got her answer.
Without a single word of warning, Trong Pham launched an explosive point-blank ambush, violently catching both her and Chichuo off guard and forcing a shocked "huh?" past their lips.
But living up to his title as a supreme human immortal, the old man instantly shattered the boy's afterimage with a ruthless strike. Oh, cheap clone, not even your real body! Facing an enemy who played such tricks, Shichua's face twisted with pure, unfiltered disgust. Just like Huyen Diep said, "You've got a little bit of bite, brat, but in the end, cheap parlor tricks are all you amount to." Without a second of hesitation, Lord Sichua unleashed his ultimate devastating technique. "Die, you arrogant brat! I will grind your bones to absolutely nothing but ash!" But tragically for him, an apocalyptic surge of sword aura violently slashed through the space, utterly neutralizing the attack. Truong Pham's voice dripped with icy mockery. "I told you? Don't even dream of getting near me." The horrifying scene unfolding before his eyes sent a violent shudder down the old man's spine. A single sword strike, and it completely severed space and time itself? He never expected this little punk to harbor such monstrous, god-defying talent for the blade. Right on cue, Huyen Diep chimed in with a sickly sweet yet completely factual warning. "Do be careful now, my lord." Young Master Trong possesses unparalleled heaven-defying talent. His mastery over the sword grows by 1,000 miles every single day. Naturally, her sugar-coated warning acted like absolute gasoline on the old man's explosive volcanic temper. "I have cultivated the heavenly Tao for 20,000 goddamn years. You think a snot-nosed little brat like him can actually stand in my way?" Seeing his furious reaction, the corners of Huyen Diep's lips curled up into a wickedly satisfied, deeply venomous smirk. These so-called supreme immortals, every single one of them is so disgustingly drunk on their own arrogant pride. "Ha! How utterly ridiculous! Weren't you the ones begging this lady to step in?" And naturally, to crush such a formidable enemy, she had brought in some serious backup. "Go on, immortal lords. Show them what you can do." Meanwhile, the clash between Truong Pham and Crimson Flame was leaving the old master completely baffled. "This brat's sword aura is terrifyingly sharp. I've been in seclusion for 1,000 years. Since when did a freakish genius like him appear?" But before they could exchange another blow, Tiger Tamer stepped in, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Crimson Flame, we haven't seen you since you went into seclusion 1,000 years ago. But it seems your cultivation hasn't grown at all. If anything, you've actually gotten weaker." Crimson Flame scowled the moment he saw his peers. "Golden Dipper, Tiger Tamer, you two came here as well?" Naturally, Tiger Tamer wasn't going to pass up the chance to mock the old man. "I originally just came to enjoy the show. I just didn't expect you to struggle against a mere brat." The mockery made Crimson Flame so furious, he completely threw away his dignity and roared, "This kid is insanely strong! If you're so confident, then hurry up and fight him yourselves!" Golden Dipper, acting as the mediator, had no desire to waste any more time. "Gentlemen, let's just attack together. Do not forget why we are here in the first place. We must ensure no information leaves this place." Meanwhile, Truong Pham had already run out of patience watching them chat. "Hey, how long are you three old fools going to keep gossiping? My time is very precious, you know." As always, his taunt worked like an absolute charm, instantly provoking Tiger Tamer into lunging forward. What an arrogant little brat! Unleashing a fierce sword technique, he struck with such swift precision that he sent the boy flying. Facing 3 immortal lords at once, and you still dare to act so cocky? Unfortunately for them, the attack did absolutely 0 damage. Golden Dipper gritted his teeth in frustration. "It's an illusion! When the hell did this kid swap places?" Before they could even react, a massive army of Truong Pham's clones materialized, completely covering the entire area. Seeing this, even Crimson Flame was left in absolute shock at this ever-shifting divine magic. What kind of immortal spell is this? To think that even we, immortal lords, cannot tell the real from the fake. Standing outside the battlefield, Phantom Butterfly was completely stunned, which quickly turned into seething rage. Since when did this Truong Pham possess such terrifying magic? Those guys are absolutely useless. Seeing the scales of battle tipping early on, she let out a cold scoff and vanished into thin air. "Forget it. I never relied on those immortal lords anyway. Now that the main army is here, we will just wipe the Skycloud continent off the map." The moment her words fell, an overwhelming number of massive warships darkened the sky. The soldiers aboard might have looked human, but their vicious words made it clear they were anything but righteous. "All forces attack! Annihilate the Skycloud continent! Do not let a single living soul escape!" At the exact same time, Crimson Flame furiously unleashed his fire spells. "They are just a bunch of cheap illusions. I just need to burn them all to ashes." Golden Dipper also swiftly joined the fray, launching a barrage of sword auras. "Truong Pham, your magic is impressive, but with us pinning you down here, how exactly do you plan on protecting the Skycloud continent? Tiger Tamer and his divine beast were just as ruthless. Truong Pham, the Grand Army has arrived. Even with the great array left behind by Emperor Ling Xiao, how long can it really hold out? I'd love to see how you squirm your way out of this one. Too bad for them. No matter how hard they tried, the boy remained completely unharmed as he casually declared, "You three immortal lords, what makes you think this is everything yours truly has prepared for you?" But Golden Dipper didn't care, urgently shouting to the others, "Ignore whatever nonsense this brat spouts. Our mission is simply to trap him here." Truong Pham, however, countered with a righteous declaration of his own. "How perfect! I was just thinking of cleaning up you three trashes for the Immortal Realm Alliance." He then issued a sharp command to Song Yun. "Old Song, fire the signal. Leave these three old geezers to me." Naturally, the older man bowed respectfully without a single word of complaint. "Yes, I obey the Island Master's command." Watching a blinding beam of light from the island obliterate their warships one by one, Phantom Butterfly seethed with anger. What other tricks does Truong Pham have up his sleeve? Damn it all. A subordinate hurriedly tried to reassure her. "Demon Lord, please do not panic. We have mobilized warships from multiple immortal realms. A minor world like the Skycloud continent absolutely cannot withstand this." Even so, her heart refused to settle. For Truong Pham to be this confident, he must be completely certain of his backup plan. I'm afraid. Just then, the spatial gates high above violently tore open. A massive fleet of colossal warships charged out, causing Huang Ka to cry out in pure terror. That is... Seeing this completely threw Phantom Butterfly off guard. The Nebula Immortal Realm? Weren't Shi Wen and her people too busy dealing with the aftermath? Why the hell are they here? Refusing to give them a chance to counterattack, she immediately barked out orders. "You, take a fleet of warships and hold off the forces from the Nebula Immortal Realm right now. The rest of you, follow my lead. We are launching a full-scale assault on the Skycloud continent." But at this moment, Huang Ka was already trembling in absolute horror. "Demon Lord, I'm afraid right now, we need to figure out how to break out of this siege." The reason he was so terrified was that an identical spatial tear had ripped open on their left. This time, it was forces from the Ninth Heaven. The sight before them left Phantom Butterfly and her subordinates frozen to their core. Warships from the Vermilion Bird Realm? And the Thunder Rune Fleet. Why are they here too? The sheer number of arriving enemies left her with absolutely no other strategy. "Retreat! Break through the siege right now! Leave the others behind!" At that very moment, Crimson Flame was still locked in combat. "Truong Pham, we've wiped out every last one of your illusions. Let's see where you can hide now." But before the old man's blade could even touch him, a blinding flash of light violently repelled the attack. Three immortal lords ganging up to bully the weak. You guys sure have some thick skin. Amidst the turbulent surge of energy, Shu Rong emerged, exuding an aura of arrogant confidence. "It just so happens this young master has never fought an immortal lord before. Let me test exactly what you old geezers are made of." The moment he saw him, Crimson Flame scowled and demanded, "Zhu Rong, the prodigy of the Southern Zenith Realm? Why the hell are people from the Southern Zenith Realm here?" But the only response he got was pure disdain. "What our Southern Zenith Realm does is none of your damn business. At least we're far better than scum like you. We're far better than..." Just then, Golden Dipper rushed over from afar to provide backup. "Crimson Flame, don't panic. I am coming to assist you." Yet, the moment those words left his mouth, a lightning-fast sword shot out of nowhere, forcing him to halt in his tracks, too afraid to take another step. Standing high above, Chi-Wen glared down at him with burning anger. "Golden Dipper! I never expected a senior like you to stoop so low and become corrupted." He recognized her the second he laid eyes on her. "The Nebula Immortal Realm, a sect disciple of Emperor B. Yun. I didn't expect you lot to show up here either." At that very second, Ruohei, riding a magnificent fire phoenix, tore through the wind and swooped out from behind Tiger Tamer. "Well then, Sir Immortal Lord, let this lady experience your so-called skills. Let's see what you old fossils can actually do." Crimson Flame swept his gaze across the battlefield, silently counting the forces. The Nebula Realm, the Southern Zenith Realm, the Vermilion Bird Realm, and the Ninth Heaven. To think forces from all over have actually converged here. It was then that Truong Pham finally flashed a cocky smile. "You three immortal lords are the ones who should be worried right now. This is the little backup plan I prepared especially for you." Staring at the boys' group with deep suspicion, Golden Dipper growled, "You contacted the three great immortal realms long ago. You were just waiting for us to show up." The boy casually rested his sword on his shoulder, raising a defiant brow. "Ever since I obtained the inheritance of Emperor Ling Xiao, I knew I'd become a thorn in your sides. Why wouldn't I prepare a few extra tricks?" He then shot them a look of pure mocking disdain. "How could trashes like you ever understand the true meaning of attaining the Tao?" Suddenly, Chi-Wen glanced back and suggested, "Truong Pham, leave these three immortal lords to me and Ruohei. You go handle the main situation." At that moment, Ruohei also waved her hand and shouted, "Senior brother Truong Pham, I've already spoken to the elders of my clan. They will coordinate with you to hunt down these demonic traitors, colluding with the immortal realm." Refusing to be outdone, Shu Rong eagerly chimed in with a wide grin. Senior Brother Trong, don't worry, you can count on me. My sect elders are absolutely thrilled. If it weren't for your brilliant plan this time, we wouldn't have had any way to lure out these traitors. Watching the boy's back fade into the distance, Crimson Flame ground his teeth in bitter resentment. To think, we were the ones being played this whole time. Kim Dao raises his blade and laments. Tens of thousands of years of bitter cultivation. I betrayed my original path and fell into darkness. To think I'd end up like this. What a cruel twist of fate. As Trong Pham walks away, explosive surges of power light up the sky behind him, signaling the dawn of a brutal all-out war. Staring down the dragons coiling around the island, Trong Pham thought to himself, it's been a while since I've unleashed the full power of the sword domain system. Might as well take it for a spin right now. With a single thought, he activates his phantom arts. Secret technique, Phantom Blades. Raising his sword high, countless glowing clones materialize in an instant, raining down a relentless barrage of slashes upon the beasts. Listen up, you demonic scum! Watch how I shatter your pathetic formation! In a flash, waves of blinding sword light crash down, ripping the monsters to shreds. The fiends freeze in sheer terror, watching their beasts get completely obliterated. Glancing up, Bak Shung cries out in panic, "Crap! Our grand formation just got smashed to pieces!" At that exact moment, Thi Tam points trembling fingers at the raging battlefield. His Highness is getting completely crushed by the human emperor. He can't hold the formation anymore. What the hell do we do now? Plunging from the top of the tower, Duke Kot swoops in with a face pale from pure dread. What do you think we do? That human brat set an ambush waiting for us? Obviously, we run for our lives. Seeing this, Bak Shung grits his teeth in rage. These damn humans can never be trusted. We totally got played. I swear I'm never working with them again. Without another word, Thi Tam and the other two tuck their tails and bolt, leaving the swarm of demons below screaming in utter chaos. The Grand Dukes are running away. It's over. We lost. We've been completely set up. Right in the heat of battle, Trong Pham scratches his head in confusion as his clones suddenly pop back into his body. Huh? What's going on? As the smoke clears, he immediately spots the demons scrambling for an escape route. Classic Darkspawn, tossing their minions and allies under the bus to save their own skins without a second thought. Refusing to let them slip away, he swings his blade in a sweeping arc. Sorry, but my Thien Van Continent isn't some cheap motel, where you can just check in and check out whenever you please. A streak of light flashes past, cleanly severing one of Bak Shung's arms. Ugh! Trong Pham, you bastard! Mark my words, I'll make you pay for this! He completely brushes off the threat, sighing in slight frustration. Damn it, at the end of the day, the forces of Thien Van Continent are still too weak, otherwise I'd never let those scumbags walk away. He then looks up at the intense showdown between Lang Tu and Gu Dai, quickly flying up to stand beside the Emperor. You too! Your fate was sealed the moment you stepped foot here. Thien Van Continent will be your graveyard. Spotting Trong Pham, Q Dung feels a burning sense of humiliation. To think I'd be pushed into a corner by a little punk like you. Trong Pham simply scoffs in absolute disgust. The moment you chose to fall into darkness, you should have known exactly how this would end. Suddenly, the fallen cultivator goes quiet, murmuring about his past. I came from nothing. Even with the luck to inherit a legacy, my talent was trash. I peaked at the saint rank. I could never, ever reach the Emperor realm. Watching this pathetic solo act, Trong Pham raises an eyebrow. Why is this old geezer suddenly trauma dumping right now? What's his angle? Mid-story, he suddenly roars in pure rage. But Trong Pham, Lang Tu, even if I fall here today, I will make sure you both suffer. As he screams, Ku Duong unleashes a terrifying bloodlust, thick red veins bulging across his maddened face. Your Highness, let me give you one last chance. Sensing that vicious aura, Lang Tu tightens his grip on the cauldron and assesses the situation. Looks like Ku Duong has triggered some sort of forbidden art. The power is massive, but the backlash must be severe. He then glances over to warn the boy. Careful, Trong Pham. The ancient techniques of these saints might lack actual combat polish, but their raw magic is way beyond anything you can imagine. In a flash, Ku Duong charges at them, dragging a suffocating wave of toxic miasma as he howls. Lang Tu! Trong Pham! I didn't spend 10,000 years in hiding just twiddling my thumbs. He pours every last drop of his strength into a furious blast, directed right at them. As the explosive force hits, Lang Tu firmly braces himself, blocking it with both hands. Not bad, Q Duong. This secret art of yours is genuinely impressive. Honestly, across the 33 heavens, very few could actually beat you. Watching this unfold, Trong Pham is just completely speechless. Didn't the Emperor just lecture me about not underestimating my opponents? And now look at him. Seriously, old man, did you just say all that so you could flex like this right now? Seeing Lang Tu casually tanking the hit without even bothering to counterattack, Q Duong's fury hits a boiling point. Lang Tu, are you mocking me right now? Furious, he channels even more hateful energy into the blast. But the Emperor just calmly replies, No, I am giving you a very sincere compliment. A glowing shield instantly forms to absorb the impact as he sighs in nostalgia. To think it would take 30,000 years for me to see this art again. It feels so different from when I was alive. Swiping the attack aside effortlessly, Lang Tu declares with absolute authority. But Ku Duong, Who exactly do you think you are standing in front of? Even among immortal emperors, I was always in the top 3. Hearing this shameless brag, any respect Truong Pham had left for the man shatters into pieces. Classic Emperor, my entire image of you is totally ruined. I can't believe you're that kind of guy. Meanwhile, Ku Duong is so livid he starts cursing. It's like, damn you, is the gap between us really that insanely huge? Lang Tu isn't just trying to win, he wants to completely dominate. It's not about big or small gaps. It's the difference between an ant and a dragon. Those words are like stomping Ku Duong's face directly into the dirt. You've pushed me over the edge. I offer my everything to the demon god. The terrifying aura swirling around him makes Truong Pham flinch. This black flame, it's pure evil. By now, Ku Duong's flesh has burned away, turning him into a ghastly white skull. Look at me, Lang Tu. I will gladly rot in the demonic abyss for eternity if it means dragging you to hell with me. He then whips around, ordering Ngu Dai, I'll hold off Emperor Lang Tu. You take out that human brat. Ngu Dai confidently accepts the order. Don't sweat it. Since you're going all out, I'll make sure that kid ends up dead. With a war cry, he launches a brutal strike at Truong Pham, but the boy casually deflects it. The shockwave sends both of them sliding backward, yet Ngu Dai still sneers provocatively. Not bad, kid. You've got some real skills. Guess my little brother wasn't just being sloppy after all. Today, I'm avenging his death. On the other side of the battlefield, Ku Duong's sluggish dark energy starts creeping toward its target. Come here, Lang Tu. Let my dark aura corrupt you. You've been sitting on your high horse for way too long. It's time you got a taste of hell. Lang Tu refuses to let the corruption touch him, instantly shifting his stance and falling back. But he underestimated his opponent. His hand is suddenly scorched by the black flames. This raw demonic energy, it really can corrupt anything it touches. At that exact moment, Ngu Dai also summons the exact same pitch black fire. Kid, I'm going to give you the respect you deserve. Witness the ultimate secret of the demonic realm. He then tilts his head to the sky in terrifying devotion. Oh, great Dark Lord, I beg for your unholy blessing. The moment the words leave his mouth, his body starts mutating violently. The grotesque transformation makes Truong Pham sick to his stomach. He just sprouted another freaking head. This aura is insane. Kaivan and the others standing nearby are entirely overwhelmed. The demonic energy up there is suffocating. This pressure is terrifying. How are we supposed to fight that? Even Lang Tu realizes things are starting to get sketchy. Truong Pham, get out of here. Their energy is way too toxic right now. It's a massive disadvantage for you. I'll handle them. But there's no way Ngu Dai is letting him off the hook that easily. He ain't going anywhere. At the same time, Ku Duong mutates again and shrieks, Lang Tu, keep your eyes on me. Truong Pham has absolutely zero interest in a death wish, swiftly summoning his sword to fly out of the war zone. Well, if you say so, old man, I'm out. Pointing directly at the fleeing boy, Ngu Dai unleashes a demonic crowd control spell. Demonic secret art, Shadowbind. Truong Pham freezes midair, jerking to a halt like a toy with its battery pulled. What the hell? My body won't move! Seeing his trap work flawlessly, Ngu Dai lunges forward for a killing blow. In this absolute do-or-die moment, Truong Pham has no choice but to split his body into 2 phantom clones. The poor decoy took the full brunt of Ngu Dai's strike, instantly shattering into 100 pieces. Even so, Zhang Fan was still trapped in Ngu Dai's binding spell. Without pausing for a single second, the brute turned his sight straight toward him. Just then, Zhang Fan gritted his teeth and roared, Ah, break! Snatching back control of his body, he drew his sword and delivered a vicious horizontal slash right across the brute's chest. Ngu Dai couldn't believe his eyes. What the hell? You broke my binding art? Meanwhile, the battle on the other side was already over. With just a single devastating strike, Ling Xiao pierced right through Zhu Yang's skull, dead. Right before fading into nothingness, Zhu Yang screamed, No, I refuse to die like this! Seizing the moment to completely shatter Ngu Dai's confidence, Zhang Fan locked eyes with him. You're next. But the brute wasn't stupid. He spun around and bolted out of there as fast as he could. If I want to leave, no one can stop me. Ling Xiao didn't directly join the fray, choosing instead to give a gentle push. Zhang Fan, I shall pass down a sword technique to you, the demon-slaying sword. The ancient technique felt alive, flowing directly into Zhang Fan's mind. He instantly grasped it. If he had the power, he'd be a fool not to use it. Raising his blade high into the sky, he roared. Evil demons of the heavens, no matter how far you run, you shall be purged. He brought the sword down with explosive force. A blinding wave of energy instantly caught up to its target, making Ngu Dai scream in sheer terror. What? Just like that, he followed his comrade into oblivion, completely disintegrating into thin air, leaving only an echo of his furious roar. No! Seeing this, Zhang Fan smiled in satisfaction. What an incredibly powerful strike. But suddenly, Ling Xiao's frantic voice called out, Zhang Fan! Alarmed, Zhang Fan immediately flew over on his sword. Great Emperor, are you all right? The Emperor delivered a heavy piece of news. Zhang Fan, I'm afraid this remnant soul of mine won't last much longer. Zhang Fan's voice trembled with sorrow. Great Emperor. Ling Xiao patted his shoulder firmly, his tone serious. You are my successor. There are some destinies you simply cannot run from. The world is facing a catastrophic disaster today. You must drastically improve your cultivation level if you want to survive in this chaotic era. Zhang Fan nodded solemnly. I understand. With that, Ling Xiao prepared to give him one final gift. I'm about to enter a deep slumber within the Emperor's sword. When the great calamity finally strikes, I can help you unleash the flying immortal strike. Zhang Fan stared in pure awe at the blinding golden aura now wrapping around the blade in his hands. The flying immortal strike, great Emperor! At that very moment, the crowds below erupted into overwhelming tears of joy. We won! We actually won! We protected the Sky Cloud continent! Amidst the cheers, Zhang Fan's voice rang out, clear and commanding to everyone present. It's true that we won this battle today, but when will the enemy launch their next attack? Nobody knows. Down below, Qi Wen stepped up, voicing the bitter truth. You can't stay on defense forever while the enemy plots in the shadows. We have to come up with a real countermeasure. Song Yun stroked his beard and let out a heavy sigh. The demons from the Nine Nether and the Great Void are practically impossible to guard against. Their combat power is far beyond ours. What kind of countermeasure could we possibly have?
We're nothing but a minor cultivation world. We simply don't have the resources to fight back. Just then, Zhang Fan confidently shattered the gloomy atmosphere.
Actually, I might just have a solution. Yu Lin instantly perked up, full of curiosity. What is it? But Zhang Fan didn't give her an answer right away. You guys focus on the cleanup for now. Let me think this through. As soon as he got back, Zhang Fan tapped into his heaven-defying system. System, if my sword domain is anchored to the Sky Cloud continent, is there any way to expand its range to cover the entire continent? The system calculated for a brief moment before responding. To expand the Invincible sword domain across the entire Sky Cloud continent, there is only one method. He hurriedly asked, What is it? Glowing blue text appeared, answering for the system. Gather enough sword aura stones and construct the primordial sword matrix. Only then can it be achieved. This completely foreign term made Zhang Fan rub his chin in deep thought. Sword aura stones? Never even heard of them. Still, it's great that we actually have a way. Suddenly, Qi Wen popped up out of nowhere. Zhang Fan! Hearing her voice, he looked as happy as if he'd just struck gold. You're here right on time. I have something I need to ask you. She looked at him in total confusion. What is it? Zhang Fan cut straight to the chase. Sword aura stones. Have you ever heard of them? Qi Wen tried to recall what they looked like as she explained. Sword aura stones. Those aren't something you see every day. In fact, they're incredibly rare. But those words were exactly the spark of hope Zhang Fan needed. So you're saying you actually know where to find them? She told him everything she knew. Sword aura stones only exist in one single place, the Sword Tomb. The more she spoke, the more confused Zhang Fan became. And where exactly is this Sword Tomb? Qi Wen completely ignored the question, immediately changing the subject. I don't care why you're looking for Sword Aura stones, but I absolutely do not want you stepping foot inside the Sword Tomb. Her evasive attitude was starting to tick him off. Whether I go in or not, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Qi Wen, just tell me where it is first. Giving in, she let out a heavy sigh. It's located in the Chaotic Star Sector, not too far from the Cloud Art's Immortal Realm. Honestly, I just came here to say goodbye. Why don't you come back with me instead? Without a single second of hesitation, Zhang Fan agreed. All right, let's head out right now. It didn't take long for the group to close in on their destination. They were just 2 hours away from the Sword Tomb. Ruo He was still desperately trying to talk him out of it. Zhang Fan, it's really for the best if you stay away from the Sword Tomb. Zhu Rong chimed in, trying to make him see reason. I still remember the elders in my family strictly warning us. We were never allowed near the Sword Tomb. It's an absolute death zone. But Zhang Fan was as stubborn as a mule. Look, you guys keep telling me the exact same thing. I'm literally just going to take a look. If it looks impossible, I won't throw my life away. A short while later, an entire fleet of flying ships suddenly materialized right in front of them. A booming voice rang out. Halt right there! Ruo He furrowed her brows in deep annoyance. What on earth is going on? This place is usually a total ghost town. Why is it so packed today? Qi Wen took a closer look and voiced her guess. Those guys look like the Celestial Patrol Guards from the 9 Great Immortal Realms Alliance. What the hell are they doing out here? The imposing guards issued their warning. This entire sector is under strict lockdown. Turn back immediately! Hearing this, Shu Chong quickly stepped forward with a polite smile. Excuse me, senior brother, but may I ask why the area is sealed off? The Celestial Guards saw no reason to hide it. In a few days, this zone will become the official trial grounds for the younger generation of the 9 Great Immortal Realms. We are locking it down for renovations. Those words cast a heavy shadow of confusion over Ruo He and the group. A trial ground? Since when did the Sword Tomb become a trial ground? Tudong rubbed his chin in surprise. Looks like a hell of a lot happened while we were gone. Finally, Kai Van stepped forward with a suggestion. Trung Pham, come back with me to the Cloudvale realm first. We need to figure out exactly what's going on. We can always come back later. He agreed without a second thought. Yeah, that works. A short while later, the two touched down at the Azure Sky Sect, greeted by a chorus of respectful disciples. Senior Sister Vian, paying respects to Senior Sister Vian. Kai Van quickly caught her friend up to speed. Trong fam, I've heard the rumors. This time, the Blade Tomb is being used as a proving ground for the younger generation across the 9 Great Realms. After Emperor Radiant went missing, the other 8 emperors made this decision together. Still, he couldn't wrap his head around it. Why choose somewhere as brutally dangerous as the Blade Tomb? On that front, Kai Van had her theories. Everyone knows the tomb is the final resting place of countless legendary swordmasters and divine blades. Yes, it's a death trap, but the potential windfalls are astronomical. Hearing this, Trong fam finally started to piece together their true endgame. The 8 emperors want to force the younger generation to level up. Kai Van crossed her arms, confirming his realization. Exactly. It's the only way to force explosive growth across the board. The emperors foresee a massive calamity on the horizon. The future isn't looking bright. At this point, Trong fam steered the conversation back to himself. So, can I get into the tomb? She had already pulled the strings for him. I've already put in the request. The Azure Sky Emperor has granted you permission to enter the Blade Tomb under the banner of the Cloud Veil Realm. Trong fam grinned, clapping his hands together in a martial salute. Well then, I owe the Emperor my thanks. Kai Van's expression remained serious as she offered a slow, deliberate warning. The 8 emperors pooled their power to modify the tomb this time. The danger level has been dialed back significantly, but you absolutely cannot drop your guard. He nodded obediently. Got it. Kai Van checked on her friend one last time. Trong fam, are you ready for this? Once we step into the teleportation array, we'll be warped straight into the heart of the tomb. He clenched his fists, buzzing with excitement. He was absolutely itching to go. Seeing his hype, she swiftly activated the glowing runic circle. Let's go! From a high balcony, Lord Nightfall watched their silhouettes vanish. This expedition into the Blade Tomb. Let's hope they find what they're looking for. If they fail, countless worlds are doomed. The old master then turned to consult Azure Cloud. Your Majesty, is that artifact truly hidden inside the tomb? The Emperor offered only a cryptic reply. That relic has been lost for tens of thousands of years. The tomb is simply our best lead. The moment Trong fam's boots hit the ground, he planted his hands on his hips, scanning his new surroundings. So, this is the infamous Blade Tomb? Kai Van smiled, teasing him. Not exactly what you pictured, is it? He reached out, letting a small bird flutter down to rest on his finger as he voiced his thoughts. I honestly expected some gloomy wasteland reeking of death and slaughter. Who would have thought it'd be all singing birds and blooming flowers? Kai Van's tone shifted to dead serious. Do not let the scenery fool you. Every single inch of this place is a death trap. Trong fam just brushed off her warning. Come on, let's just go look around. But they hadn't taken more than a few steps before they ran into their first mutated nightmare. Look out! Trong fam reacted instantly, slashing his blade at the incoming threat, but the sheer shockwave of the clash still sent them both flying backward. Gripping his still trembling sword, he gasped. They weren't kidding about this place. That thorn fiend is radiating insane sword aura. It even managed to cut me. Talk about impossible to block. Kai Van's voice cut through the tension. Focus. It's coming back. Fearless, Truong Pham lunged straight at the target. Fall back. I got this. He poured his energy into a fierce strike, cleanly severing several of the demon vine's tentacles. He flipped back to his spot with a cocky grin. Done. But his victory was instantly shattered by Kai Van. Truong Pham! Look behind you! He spun around, only to see the severed chunks of the vine writhing and snapping back together. What the hell? The thorn fiend seemed to be surging with even more spiritual energy than before. It violently lashed all its tentacles toward Kai Van, blasting them both backward once again. Truong Pham eyed their opponent with rising panic. It's sword aura. It's stronger than before. Kai Van quickly voiced a grim theory. What if your sword strikes are actually feeding it? Every time you cut it with sword aura, it just absorbs the power and evolves. Hearing that, it clicked in his mind. Now that you mention it, that actually makes a lot of sense. Truong Pham immediately prepped another strike aimed at the monster. Only one way to find out? Let's test it. A second later, he yelled out in utter disbelief, Damn it, it really absorbed it. This is bad. If I keep hitting it, it's just going to keep buffing up. Even Kai Van was at a loss. What do we do? If they couldn't beat it, there was only one strategy left. Run. Luckily, the two managed to lose it in the dense forest. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Truong Pham let out a heavy sigh. No wonder this place is classed as a death zone. Every single monster here is packed with sword aura, and they literally feed on attacks to grow stronger. This entire place is my natural hard counter. Kai Van quickly offered a solution. Let me take the lead from now on. I don't cultivate the way of the sword, so they won't be able to absorb my attacks. It was then that Truong Pham noticed something off. Wait, where is everybody else? If we could just find Tusheng and Lu Nyuakha, we could handle this together. Kai Van frowned, delivering some rather grim news. The space inside the Blade Tomb expands and contracts. Right now, it looks like it's at its absolute maximum, basically the size of a minor world. If we want to run into the others, we're going to have to go hunting for them. Suddenly, a blinding pillar of energy erupted into the sky, cutting their conversation short. Whoa, what is that? Trung Pham immediately bolted toward it, shouting back to Kai Van, "That's pure sword aura. Come on, let's check it out." When they reached the source of the pillar, Trung Pham stared in shock. "It's an egg, but radiating sword aura this intense? This is no ordinary egg." But before they could get any closer, Chu Huang threw out a hand to stop them. "Hold it right there. We claimed this spot first." Ki Van clasped her hands in a polite greeting. "Fellow Taoist, I am Vian Kivan of the Cloudvale Realm. May I ask what exactly this is?" Bok Lam matched her courtesy. "Ah, the famous Lady Vian. We hail from the Vermilion Bird Realm." Trintu Ten gave them the rundown. "This is a freshly laid Blade Drake egg. If we can take it back and hatch it, having a Blade Drake companion will be a massive power-up." Kai Van's eyes widened in alarm. "Wait, if it was just laid, doesn't that mean the mother is still around? From what I know, Blade Drakes are high-tier demonic beasts. They are incredibly lethal." Chu Huang just flashed an arrogant, overconfident smirk. "A Blade Drake burns up a lot of sword aura laying an egg. It has to go replenish itself, so it won't be back anytime soon. We're just seizing the window to swipe the egg." Bok Lam glanced at the glowing treasure and chimed in. "But the aura radiating off it is too volatile right now. We have to wait for it to dissipate a bit before we can grab it." Tran Tu, lacking the manners of her companions, bluntly tried to shoo them away. "You two should probably get lost. We have real business to attend to here." Instead of answering, Kai Van just pointed a trembling finger past them, her face pale. A colossal roaring monstrosity was currently stomping its way directly toward them. "Look behind you." Chu Huang screamed in sheer panic. "Oh crap! The Blade Drake is back!" With a single earth-shattering stomp, the beast sent the whole group flying in all directions. "It's coming for the egg! Move, move!" Chi-Wan really didn't want any part of this mess. "Let's just go. That beast is way too dangerous." But Zhang Fan was acting like a stubborn kid throwing a tantrum. "I want that egg!" She quickly tried to snap him out of it. "Zhang Fan, are you crazy? That sword dragon could slaughter 10 of us in a heartbeat." But he just wouldn't let it go. "I've got a feeling that egg is meant for me. It's a destined power-up." Meanwhile, Zhu Huang's group had the exact same idea. Drawing their swords, they charged in together, shouting, "Hold that beast back!" Zhang Fan and Chi-Wan quickly ducked behind a massive tree to watch the show. On the other side, the sword dragon just rammed forward once, sending all three of them flying backward through the air. Chu Huang hit the dirt and immediately barked out orders. "Chen Si, go steal the egg! We'll draw the monster's aggro!" They charged in again, carving a bloody path. "Die, you stupid beast!" Using the opening, Chen Si dashed toward the prize. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan had turned into a peanut gallery commentator. "They're completely outmatched, and they still think they can steal the egg? Idiots." Gotta hand it to them, they've got guts. Thanks to their little diversion, Chen Si actually managed to snatch the egg. "I got it. Fall back, move, move!" Zhu Huang screamed frantically. Watching them scatter like panicked rats, Chi-Wan couldn't help but sigh. "Well, what now?" "They took your egg." Zhang Fan stepped out from behind the tree with a wicked grin and started following them. That sword dragon was way out of their league. They were basically digging their own graves. Up ahead, Chen Si was running for her life, screaming, "Think of something, we can't shake this thing off." Bai Lin was panting heavily. "Maybe we should just give it back." "No way," Zhu Huang snapped back fiercely. "Even if we drop it now, that thing isn't gonna let us live." Suddenly, the sword dragon stomped the ground with massive force, sending a shockwave that knocked them right off their feet. "Watch out!" "Ah, my egg!" The glowing blue egg slipped from her hands, rolling and tumbling right to where Zhang Fan was standing. He casually scooped it up, marveling at it. "Wow! It just rolled right to my feet. What a coincidence. My luck is just off the charts today." Seeing this, Chen Si lunged forward, screaming, "Don't you dare touch that! That's ours! Give it back!" Surprisingly, Zhang Fan just shrugged and tossed it right back. "Sure thing. Here you go." She caught the egg, completely bewildered by how easy that was. Chen Si just stood there frozen, muttering, "Why? Why did he actually give it back?" From behind her, Bai Lin screamed in sheer terror, "Chen Si, look out!" She didn't see it coming and couldn't dodge in time. Bam! She took a direct, bone-crushing hit straight to the ribs. Ah! The egg went flying out of her hands once again, rolling right back to Zhang Fan. Well, what do you know? Here it is again. This time, it was Zhu Huang who stepped up to demand it back. "Hand it over, you..." Before he could even finish his threat, Zhang Fan was already tossing it over. All right, here you go." Realizing what was right behind the egg, Zhu Huang panicked and started stuttering. Wait, no, I don't want it." Too late. The second his fingers brushed the egg, the sword dragon's massive foot stomped down. He was kicked so hard he went flying face first into the dirt. "You bastard!" The glowing blue egg bounced up into the air once again. And like a homing missile, it landed perfectly at Zhang Fan's feet. Chi-Wan couldn't hide her absolute disbelief. "Are you kidding me? Why does this dragon egg keep flying straight back to you?" Zhang Fan just shrugged with a smirk. "What can I say? Must be the will of the heavens." He picked it up and casually turned to Bai Lin. "Hey, do you want it? If you want it, I'll toss it to you." Bai Lin waved his hands frantically, backing away in pure terror. No, I don't want it. Whoever holds it gets targeted by that monster. Keep it away from me. Zhang Fan pushed his luck, stepping closer. Oh, so you guys don't want it, but I'm just supposed to take it? Bai Lin practically shoved the cursed thing away. We don't want it. It's yours. Just take the damn dragon egg and get out of here. Hurry! With that, Zhang Fan spun around and bolted. Time to run! Qi-Wen chased after him, completely baffled by his crazy stunt. You're way too impulsive. So what if you got the egg? We're never gonna outrun that thing. Watching them leave, Zhu Huang furiously grabbed his comrade. Are you out of your mind? We risked our necks to get that dragon egg. Why the hell did you just give it to him? Bai Lin wheezed, shooting him a dead-tired glare. If I didn't give it to him, were you gonna hold on to it? Right on cue, the giant sword dragon violently changed direction, leaving the trio standing there in stunned silence. He's right. We couldn't protect it anyway, Zhu Huang muttered. That beast is way too strong. If we kept it, all three of us would be dead meat by now. Suddenly, Bai Lin clenched his fist with a nasty, confident smirk. Relax. That little brat can't hold on to it either. Sooner or later, that sword dragon is going to rip him to shreds. On the other side of the forest, Qi-Wen was gasping for breath as she ran alongside her partner. This sword dragon is relentless. It's right on our tail. We've been running in circles forever. Zhang Fan, what the hell do we do now? He just flashed her a reassuring grin. Let it chase us. That's exactly what I want. I've got a plan. Taking the lead, he leaped straight up into the air. Follow me, Qi-Wen couldn't help but yell out in confusion. Follow you where? The very second she launched herself skyward, the monster's colossal foot stomped down right where she had been standing. Hurry up, it's still coming. After a breathless chase, Zhang Fan finally touched down and called out. We're here, this is the spot, let's move. Qi-Wen finally caught on to his plan. This whole area, it's swarming with the demon vines we just barely escaped. You want to use the demon vines to shake off that blade scale beast? Zhang Fan smirked, swiftly dodging through the dense foliage. Bingo! Now, watch your step. The beast charged relentlessly, right on their heels, only to be instantly swarmed and strangled by the furious demon vines. Qi-Wen cheered with excitement. It worked! I can't believe you actually pulled this off! Brilliant! Without wasting a second, the two bolted, running as fast and as far as they could. Those vines wouldn't be able to hold down a monster like that for long. After quite a while, Zhang Fan finally broke the silence. All right, let's stop here. Qi-Wen's curiosity hadn't faded yet. So, what exactly are you going to do with that egg? Drooling slightly, he answered as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Eat it, of course. Roasted with garlic, seasoned with herbs, however you want it, it's up to you. But before they could even decide on a recipe, Zhu Huang's group rudely crashed the party. You little rats are still alive? Qi-Wen gasped in shock. How did these three track us down so fast? The man didn't even bother answering, cutting straight to the chase. Since you're not dead, hand over the egg, now. The sheer audacity left Zhang Fan's jaw hanging wide open. Huh? Furious, he pointed straight at the egg in his hands. Do you guys have zero shame? You guys literally threw this egg at me. Bai Lin stepped up, his tone completely brazen. That was a desperate situation. We changed our minds. Hand it over, kid. Qi-Wen screamed, absolutely furious. I've seen scumbags before, but you three take the crown. Chen Su sneered with pure contempt. Lady Yuan, keep your nose out of our business. In this sword tomb, accidents happen all the time. But Qi-Wen wasn't the type to be bullied. She instantly drew her weapon. If that's how you want it, then bring it on. Her defiant attitude felt like a direct slap to Zhu Huang's face. They really want to do this the hard way. Fine, let's grant their death wish. Attack. But Zhang Fan was no pushover either. Get lost! With just one explosive strike, he sent the man flying backwards. What the? Bai Lin, standing nearby, hastily rushed to catch his comrade. This kid actually has some skills. That's unexpected. Just then, Chen Si shouted a deadly command. Set up the Trinity Slaughter formation. Zhu Huang eagerly agreed. Perfect. The three of them instantly dashed into their formation spots, their voices dripping with newfound arrogance. Let's end this quick, kid. There's no blocking this one. Qi-Wen immediately recognized the deadly stance. She turned, warning him urgently. Be careful. That's the infamous Trinity formation. They can channel all their spiritual power into one person. The impact is devastating. I can't believe they know such an ancient technique. But to her surprise, the warning only made Zhang Fan's blood pump faster. Heh. Interesting. Bring it on. Let's see what this Trinity formation can really do. He unleashed a heavy slash to test the waters, refusing to be intimidated. It actually got blocked. Standing safely inside the formation, Zhu Huang smirked with absolute triumph. You really underestimated us, you little brat. His face suddenly darkened into a sinister scowl as he added, Now for the for the grand finale. He cleared his throat and roared, Detonate. A violent wave of toxic green energy exploded outward, blasting the two of them several meters back. Crap, this is bad. Zhang Fan anxiously caught his teammate before she hit the ground. Qi-Wen, are you okay? Gritting her teeth, she forced herself to stand tall. I'm fine, but this Trinity formation, we can't break it head on. Seeing the odds, he decided to pull the ultimate tactical retreat. A frontal assault was practically suicide right now. Let's fall back. Move! But Bai Lin had already seen right through their plan. Run away like cowards. Let's see just how far you can get. After them. After sprinting for what felt like miles, Zhang Fan and Qi-Wen finally skidded to a halt. It seemed they had lost their pursuers. But suddenly, an excruciatingly obnoxious voice shattered their relief. Are you sure about that? Zhang Fan whipped around in pure shock. What the hell? How are they tracking us so perfectly? Something's wrong here. Without hesitation, Zhu Huang launched a vicious slash that struck Qi-Wen right across the back. Die! She cried out in agonizing pain. Panic rising, Zhang Fan grabbed her hand and pushed their speed to the absolute limit. Keep running. That formation is boosting their power way past what we can handle. After covering another stretch of the forest, Qi-Wen called out, panting heavily, Zhang Fan, we can't keep doing this. They definitely have a way to track us. It was then that he finally stared at the heavy object in his arms. Wait, maybe there's something wrong with this egg. This is the only thing linking us to them. Qi-Wen immediately stepped up, channeling her spiritual energy into her hands. Give it here. Let me check it. A moment later, she let out an exasperated sigh. It's a tracking seal. Those scumbags actually planted a magic tracer on the egg. No wonder they've been sticking to us like leeches. Can you break it? Zhang Fan asked urgently. Qi-Wen gave a confident, almost arrogant smirk. Piece of cake. With a swift, elegant wave of her hand, the magical aura around the egg instantly shattered. Now completely off the radar, the two quickly formed a new plan. Let's lay low for a bit. There's no way they're finding us this time. Shortly after, they stumbled upon an excellent hideout. This cave isn't bad at all, he muttered. Taking the lead, Zhang Fan swept through the cavern, clearing out any lingering beasts. He landed smoothly and gave the all-clear. We'll stay here. Aside from a few low-level critters, there are no heavy-hitting monsters around. It's totally safe. Qi-Wen nodded readily. All right, we'll set up camp and recover right here. But when she saw Zhang Fan actually starting a campfire, she stared at him in utter disbelief. Wait, are you seriously going to roast that thing? He propped his hands on his hips, looking like an absolute master chef. Look, first of all, those three idiots could stumble upon us at any second, and even if they don't, carrying this thing around is basically a dinner bell for that blade-scale beast. It's a walking disaster. Zhang Fan flashed a knowing smile. And secondly, I've got this gut feeling. Eating this egg might just give me some kind of crazy power-up. Realizing she couldn't change his mind, Qi-Wen just sighed and let him be. Fine, do whatever you want. I'm going to get some fresh air and keep watch. Zhang Fan looked up, his tone softening with genuine gratitude. Thanks, I owe you. A little while later, holding the incredibly mouth-watering, freshly roasted egg, he called out to his friend, Yo, Qi-Wen, it's done. Let's eat. But she just waved her hand, totally disinterested. I'll pass. You said yourself that you felt a connection to it. You eat it. Despite her refusal, Zhang Fan stubbornly scooped up a glowing portion and held it out to her. Come on, it's fine. Just take one bite. See how it tastes. Seeing him so persistent, Qi-Wen couldn't bring herself to reject him again. Ugh, fine. But the very second her fingers brushed against it, boom! A blinding, intensely radiant wave of spiritual energy erupted straight out of the egg. Ah! That sudden cry sent a jolt of panic through Trung Pham. What's wrong? Kai Van was still reeling in shock. I can't believe it. Even after roasting this egg, the sword energy inside is still so intensely violent. I can't even take a single bite. Hearing her, he immediately scooped up a piece and tossed it into his mouth. Let me try it. From just that single, tiny bite, a brilliant golden aura instantly flared up and wrapped around Trung Pham's body. Kai Van asked with burning curiosity, Well, how does it feel? He grinned brightly, clenching his fist tight. I'm totally fine. The sword energy inside my body is more than enough to completely neutralize the violent energy from the egg. Well, nothing to worry about then. Kai Van waved her hand and turned to walk away. Looks like I just don't have the luck to absorb this. This egg was clearly meant for you. You're the only one who can eat it. I'll go stand guard outside. 1 minute and 30 seconds later, Trung Pham devoured the very last piece of that massive egg. His spiritual energy erupted so violently that the shockwave startled Kai Van outside. Trung Pham, are you okay? He called back, his voice bursting with pure exhilaration. I'm perfectly fine. My whole body is overflowing with sword energy. I'm undergoing a complete metamorphosis right now. Hearing his energetic tone, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like you really stumbled upon an incredible fortune in there. Half an hour later, Trung Pham smiled and announced that he had completely absorbed all the essence of the sword drake egg. Kai Van couldn't hold back her curiosity. So, what kind of changes did you get? He didn't answer right away, but threw a question right back at her with a confident smirk. Kai Van, do you remember the absolute defining trait of every single monster here in the Sword Tomb? Though a bit confused, she answered anyway. Of course I know. They can absorb sword energy to grow stronger. Trung Pham spread his arms wide, as if to prove her exact words. I feel like I've actually gained that exact same ability. This revelation completely stunned Kai Van. Seriously? If that's true, then doesn't that make you But he cut her off before she could finish. Let's head out and test it. Suddenly, a massive swarm of beasts came rushing out from the depths of the cavern. Kai Van muttered under her breath, "Well, guess we don't need to go outside." Trong Pham was just as surprised as she was. "So many rats. What, did we just walk right into their nest?" She quickly shut down her friend's completely out-of-place joke. "Oh, come on, just show me your new power. Don't just stand there." Reacting instantly, Trong Pham swung his blade, unleashing a blinding flash of light. "Come here, you adorable little guys. Let me give you a big, loving hug." That seemingly gentle strike effortlessly blasted the approaching rat swarm away. Immediately after, a surge of blazing purple energy rushed straight into Trong Pham's body. "Ha! I knew it! Every monster I kill releases sword energy, and I can absorb all of it." Kai Van felt a surge of excitement for him too. If that's the case, then go ahead and enjoy your little slaughter party. Thanks to this god-tier ability, it only took him a moment to wipe out the entire swarm of rats. "Take this, last wave," he roared, slashing through them. Kai Van stepped closer and asked, "Got them all? How does it feel?" Sheathing his sword, Trong Pham replied, "Let's get out of here. The monsters in this spot are way too weak. I barely gathered any sword energy. Still, my own aura has definitely become much more refined." Right at that moment, a massive tremor slammed into them, sending rocks and dirt crashing down everywhere. "What's going on? The ground is shaking." From deep within the shadows, a monstrous rat wearing a twisted crown lunged out. Kai Van gasped in sheer shock. "A rat that huge? That has to be the monster king of this place." The Rat King let out a vicious snarl as a greeting, then spat a deadly attack straight at the two humans. Parrying the strike, Trong Pham quickly asked his partner, "Kai Van, that gemstone on this big guy's head, is that a sword or a crystal?" Even while dodging for her life, she answered him with surprising calm. "If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have even noticed. That gem on the Rat King's head is definitely a sword or a crystal. Wow, we're really hitting the jackpot here." Getting exactly the confirmation he needed, Trong Pham swiftly swung his blade. "Since that's the case, I'll just have to chop him down." Seeing his attack get completely neutralized, he didn't even lose his cool. Not bad at all. Those claws are actually tough enough to block that. The escalating situation only fueled the thrilling battle hunger inside him. "If that's how we're playing it, then taste the true power of my sword aura." A barrage of blinding energy blasts erupted following Trong Pham's movements. 18 dragon-slaying strikes, he roared. The slashes spiraled together into one massive attack, aiming straight for the Rat King's throat. As the beast fell, Trong Pham calmly absorbed its bursting sword energy. "He's dead already?" Kai Van muttered beside him, unable to hide her sheer bewilderment. "Trong Pham, what in the world was that 18 dragon-slaying strikes technique? I've never seen you use that before." He casually straightened his clothes and replied, "It was just a sudden spark of inspiration. I felt the flow, so I just went with it and unleashed the attack. It's not even fully perfected yet." Hearing that, Kai Van smiled, giving him a well-deserved compliment. "Those 18 dragon-slaying strikes feel incredibly powerful. I really hope to see you master it completely someday." Trong Pham reached out, snatching the sword aura crystal, and replied, "You definitely will." The newly acquired treasure flared with a brilliant light in his palm, filling him with absolute delight. "I can feel the pure sword intent radiating from it. If I use this to set up a combat array, the power will be absolutely terrifying." Seeing his reaction, Kai Van stepped closer to ask, "Trong Pham, exactly how many of these sword aura crystals do you need to find?" He had no intention of hiding it from her. "I need at least 18 of them." With her sharp intuition, she quickly drew a conclusion. "These things are probably all being hoarded by the Monster Kings. The only way we're getting those crystals is if we hunt them down and destroy them." That matched perfectly with Trong Pham's own thoughts. The monsters in here are way stronger than the ones outside, not to mention those Imperial heirs running around. So I need to push my limits here and completely perfect my sword domain. The two of them strode confidently toward the mouth of the cave, completely in sync. A short while later, a vast, lush green meadow stretched out right in front of them. "Let's go." The sword tomb is absolutely massive. We still have a lot of ground left to explore. But barely after taking a few steps, the duo immediately ran into a swarm of killer bees. Trong Pham boldly stepped forward, shielding Kai Van behind him. "Watch out! Those are the infamous killer bees!" Without missing a beat, he slashed his sword in a sweeping arc. "I'll wipe them all out." "Die!" he roared. But to their absolute horror, an entire massive hive of killer bees came swarming in from behind. This terrifying, skin-crawling sight actually made Kai Van take a step back. Why? Why are there so many of them?" He remained perfectly calm, reassuring her. "Don't panic, I've got this." Then, with a fierce swing of his blade, he unleashed a flurry of strikes. "Invincible sword domain, wipe them out!" But instantly, Trong Pham suffered a massive backlash, coughing up blood in pure shock. Kai Van frantically rushed to catch him. "What happened? Are you okay?" Now, Trong Pham was absolutely sure of his bad feeling. "Ever since we got here, I felt this faint suppression from the sword tomb. That's why I couldn't summon my invincible sword domain." This completely caught her off guard. "But why?" He quickly explained the details through the pain. "I can't manifest the sword domain I've cultivated. The massive aura of this sword tomb is suppressing me. It's completely blocking my power." Seeing the swarm of killer bees right on their heels, Kai Van grabbed him and ran for their lives. Come on, we'll talk while we run. Midair, they frantically tried to figure out a plan. With such a massive swarm of killer bees, how could they wipe them out without the sword domain? Plus, the swarm was catching up fast. In a desperate move, Truong Pham led the way, darting in another direction. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bok Lam and Tron Tu were fuming with frustration. Damn it, that brat ruined the formation on the egg. It's going to be impossible to find it now. If I catch him, I'll chop him into 8 pieces. Just then, a cheerful voice suddenly chimed in. Hey there, everyone! He immediately glanced around. Huh? Wait, I swear I just heard his voice. Are you hearing things? Chu Huang immediately pointed forward. It's not your imagination. Look! Bursting out of the forest, Truong Pham came running toward them, acting like they were the best of friends. My 3 friends, it's been so long, I missed you guys. Before disaster struck, Bok Lam actually looked as thrilled as if he had struck gold. Perfect! You actually threw yourself right into our net. I think they've lost their minds. Kill them both! Tran Tu even volunteered, eager to show off her ultimate move. Leave the kill to me! But Truong Pham and Kai Van instantly dodged to the sides and sprinted back, leaving her standing there, completely bewildered, face to face with the massive swarm of killer bees. What? By the time she realized she had been set up, it was already too late. Tran Tu froze in terror, screaming for her life. Facing absolute death, Bok Lam and Chu Huang decided to run for their lives. Are those killer bees? Run! Run! Now! At least Chu Huang had a tiny bit of humanity, glancing back in panic. What about Tran Tu? But Bok Lam bluntly snapped, You go back and save her! Look at how many bees there are! In the end, they cowardly left her behind to face the deadly swarm alone. If I go back, do you think I'd even make it out alive? So you're saying we just leave her to her fate? Ultimately, Tran Tu's fate was sealed, and the two of them could only swallow their bitter resentment. Junior sister Tran Tu is dead. That bastard Truong Pham, I swear I will take his life. Once the chaos had finally passed, Truong Pham and Kai Van surfaced from the water. The killer bees are gone. We're safe now. The moment they reached the shore, a voice suddenly called out. What are you two doing? She stared at him cautiously, asking, Who are you? They quickly learned the stranger's name. Allow me to introduce myself. I come from the Maitreya Immortal Realm. My name is Duong Kai. That name made Kai Van's eyes widen in surprise. I've heard of you. The Little Heavenly King. Duong Kai. Your reputation precedes you. He waved it off with a humble smile. Ah, it's just an empty title. So what were you two doing underwater? Truong Pham finally spoke up. Let's go. We'll get out of here first, then talk. Once they explained everything, Duong Kai nodded thoughtfully. I see. So that's what happened. Do you guys want to deal with those killer bees or not? Kai Van looked at him with heavy suspicion. Do you actually have a way? A few minutes later, Truong Pham pointed ahead. Right past here is the killer bees' territory. Duong Kai boldly marched forward. Let's go over there and finish them off. But Truong Pham quickly grabbed his shoulder, still uneasy. Wait a second. Do you seriously have a plan? This isn't a joke. He insisted with absolute certainty. Relax. I am the natural enemy of those killer bees. Kai Van just sighed, muttering, Well, you certainly don't lack confidence. Not long after, Truong Pham finished his job as the bait. Hurry up, the killer bees are here! Duong Kai immediately erupted with intense spiritual energy. Get out of the way! With a loud shout, he summoned a massive roaring tornado. Sacred Trinity Fire! Meanwhile, Truong Pham kept anxiously looking over his shoulder. Damn it! Kai Van watched, completely mesmerized. So this is the Sacred Trinity Fire? Duong Kai is incredible. He truly lives up to the title of Little Heavenly King. Truong Pham chimed in from the side. Bees are terrified of fire. Who would have thought Duong Kai was their perfect counter? But then her awe shifted back to suspicion. Still, I wonder what his real motive is for approaching us. Meanwhile, Duong Kai was letting out a heavy sigh of relief. Once the dust settled, Kai Van didn't hesitate to interrogate him. Duong Kai, why did you really help us? Duong Kai answered with blunt honesty. Because I want to drink their royal jelly. Hearing that, she was momentarily speechless, but had to admit it was a fair reason. Truong Pham volunteered to lead the way. Let's go, the hive is right up ahead. Everyone, stay alert. Seeing the massive structure hanging from the trees, Kai Van couldn't help but gasp. It's huge! It looks like a small mountain! Duong Kai, on the other hand, was practically vibrating with impatience. Let's go in, I can already smell the royal jelly. Even after stepping inside, her amazement didn't fade. The hive was so colossal it felt like walking through a massive mountain cave, but their welcoming party was a vicious guardian drone. Duong Kai immediately shouted a warning. Watch out, that's a guardian drone! He tried to incinerate it, but his attack completely failed. What? The fire isn't working! Seeing this, Kai Van urgently yelled out, Careful! Get back! Now it was Truong Pham's turn to step up, swinging his sword fiercely at the giant drone. Duong Kai's legs turned to jelly and he slumped heavily to the ground. Holy crap! That scared me to death! Thanks, brother! Truong Pham, meanwhile, was already busy absorbing the beast's spiritual energy. The sword aura radiating from these worker bees was way more intense than any normal monster of the same tier. It was then that a realization started to dawn on him. You're a blade master, but your style is a little unique. Trung Pham ruthlessly crushed a second worker bee with just one hand. Unique how? Isn't it just one man and his sword? Duong Kai quickly explained. Compared to ordinary swordsmen, both your aura and your techniques are on a completely different level of profound. It didn't take them long to reach the pool of royal jelly. We're here? He was the first to make a move. Smells amazing. This has got to be the royal jelly. Don't mind if I do. This stuff is pure fuel for cultivation. But before he could even take a single sip, Duong Kai ended up coughing up blood. Damn it, the sword aura inside this jelly is way too thick. Kai Van crossed her arms, looking absolutely gutted. This kind of royal jelly is practically a myth. Are we seriously not blessed enough to absorb it? This is so frustrating. Hearing that, he let out a heavy, depressed sigh. But this was the moment Trung Pham truly showed his unmatched brilliance. Let me try. He handed a cup of the royal jelly to Duong Kai. Here, try drinking it now. But the guy looked incredibly skeptical. Are you messing with me right now? Don't lie to me. You just held it for a second and you expect me to believe the sword aura is gone? Yeah, right. But before he could finish, Kai Van snatched the cup right out of his dumbfounded hands. Why are you talking so much nonsense? If you won't drink it, I will. I'm fine. The sword aura really is completely gone. Thanks to that sip, she felt a massive surge of spiritual power rushing through her veins like never before. I broke through, and it only took a single cup. This stuff is unbelievably precious. Seeing that, Duong Kai instantly flipped his attitude, begging shamelessly. Boss, brother Trung Pham, big bro Trung, please clear the sword aura for me too. Trung Pham burst out laughing. Just a second ago, they were bros, and now he was suddenly big bro. Haha, for a guy like him, dignity meant absolutely nothing right now. Godfather, please accept my bow. That move left Trung Pham completely speechless. You crazy bastard, I have no words for you. In the end, Duong Kai finally got his wish fulfilled. I broke through too! Suddenly, a lethal attack shot toward them. Luckily, Trung Pham noticed it just in time. Watch out! Towering right in front of them was an incredibly ferocious queen bee. Kai Van froze in terror. Is that the queen? One look was enough to tell this thing was not to be messed with. Trung Pham reacted instantly. Move! Fall back for now! But despite the approaching danger, Duong Kai stubbornly dove headfirst toward the pool. I'm not leaving! I need more of that royal jelly! As a result, several massive stingers pierced right into his body, making him scream his lungs out. Damn it, it hurts! Save me! This forced Trung Pham to risk his own life to pull him out. This idiot wanted treasure more than his own life. First priority, drag him out of there. He decisively grabbed the idiot's arm and sprinted for their lives. Let's go! But Duong Kai was acting like an absolute maniac. If we leave, what about the royal jelly? The queen bee finally caught up to them, forcing Kai Van and Trung Pham into a desperate fight. But they were completely outmatched. We can't hold it back. It's too strong. So Kai Van and Trung Pham booked it first. We can't beat this thing right now. Retreat! Duong Kai scrambled frantically behind them. Hey, wait up for me. In the end, he still got nailed by another stinger from the queen. Ah, it hurts. I'm dying. Trung Pham hid behind a boulder to assess the situation. The queen isn't chasing us. It looks like it's guarding the royal jelly. Meanwhile, Duong Kai was still groaning pitifully on the ground. Boo-hoo. It hurts so bad, but can we still drink its jelly? Now, Trung Pham's fighting spirit was completely ignited. That royal jelly is top tier. We absolutely have to get it. Besides, I kind of want to destroy that thing anyway. Seeing that look in his eyes, Duong Kai panicked. Wait, what are you doing? Stepping up, Trung Pham laid out the master plan. I'll distract the queen. You two sneak in and steal the jelly. Take as much as you possibly can. He resolved to take on the queen bee, launching a razor-sharp sword right at it. Sure enough, the beast was enraged and charged straight after him. Come on, chase me. I'll give you a fight to remember. On the other side, Kai Van and Duong Kai seized the moment for their grand heist. Hurry! Just grab whatever you can, but we need a way to store it. Hearing that, he immediately whipped out his secret treasure. I came prepared for this. She stared at it, eyes wide in absolute disbelief. Are you being serious right now? You brought a giant jug here? Within moments, Kai Van was frantically running away again. The queen is coming back. Hurry up! Duong Kai sluggishly waddled behind her. Wait for me. But miraculously, he managed to drag it back to their hideout. He was absolutely ecstatic. We finally did it. We managed to steal half a jug. That was way too close. Trung Pham quickly got straight to business. All right, let's start. Kai Van turned to him with concern. Trung Pham, are you okay? He grinned, excitedly recounting what happened. I'm perfectly fine, but that queen bee is obsessively protective over its jelly. I didn't even lead it that far before it turned around and rushed back. Right now, both she and Duong Kai were overflowing with vitality. Haha, I broke through! I leveled up again. I just broke through 2 minor realms back to back. I never thought ranking up could be this insanely easy. This left him utterly stunned. Wait, what? 2 whole realms? Are you telling me you're a bigger genius than the great Duong Kai? But Kai Van just casually glanced over to the side. Zhang Fan, how are you holding up? Zhang Fan casually swung his blade, unleashing a triple sword aura. Breaking through to the next realm was tough, but he still reaped some sweet rewards. She watched in pure awe. A triple strike combo? Now that is some seriously high-level swordplay. Since their first heist went off without a hitch, they got cocky and decided to steal again. But Young Kai immediately wanted to go big or go home. Hold up, I'm way stronger now. The 3 of us can totally take down that queen. As a result, they ended up looking like pincushions covered in stingers. Ow, ow, ow! Take it easy, will ya? Zhang Fan showed zero sympathy, snapping right back. Who told you to be the slowest runner? Then he smirked, adding, Careful now, or you're gonna turn into a literal hedgehog. Chi-Won shook her head, completely deadpan. We're just not strong enough yet. That queen is way more terrifying than I imagined. Yang Kai had to fall back on their old strat. All right, boss, you lure the queen away again and we'll keep on looting. Zhang stepped up to taunt the monster once more. Hey, ugly, over here, come and get me. But this time the beast wasn't falling for it so easily. Huh? Why did it stop? Did you figure out my bait and switch? Realizing words weren't enough, he had to use force. Fine, if you won't chase me, I'll just have to beat it out of you. The queen furiously unleashed a massive barrage of deadly stingers in all directions. Zhang Fan couldn't dodge in time and took a direct hit. Crap, I got hit! With that, he had no choice but to fall back from its relentless assault. Run! I can't hold it back! Meanwhile, on the other side, Chi-Won was getting super anxious, urging him on. Hurry it up! Is it full yet? Yang Kai was just as frantic, yelling, Faster! Faster! It's almost to the brim! Hearing the terrifying roar, she instantly sounded the alarm. This is bad! The queen is back! Fall back, now! But he'd rather take a beating than leave the precious royal jelly behind. No way! I have to protect this giant jar at all costs. Ah! That hurts like hell! Once they made it back, Zhang Fan had to grit his teeth and yank out the massive stinger. Gotta hand it to you, man. You get a huge thumbs up from me this time. Anything for that sweet royal jelly. Yang Kai let out a dramatic ear-piercing yelp. Yee-yoots! But the moment he laid eyes on their loot, his eyes sparkled like stars. A massive jar, filled to the absolute brim. Hurry up, I seriously can't wait anymore. I'm definitely gonna break through and reach peak power. After receiving the massive power buff, Yang Kai felt absolutely phenomenal. Ha ha ha, I'm breaking through levels like crazy! Papa Yang is finally getting the respect he deserves! Just then, Zhang Fan noticed something was completely off. Chi-Won, you look awful. What's going on? She quickly explained, panting, I just crossed a major threshold, but I leveled up way too fast. My energy is completely unstable. Hearing that, he immediately rested his hand on his sword hilt. What do you need me to do? Chi-Won quickly laid it out. Stand guard for me. Don't let anything interrupt my focus. I'll handle the rest. Zhang Fan gave a firm nod, understanding the assignment perfectly. Got it. Be careful. As he stood guard, a lingering sense of doubt started creeping into his mind. I chugged quite a bit of that royal jelly too. Even though his core power level hadn't spiked, his sword aura was definitely acting weird. What on earth is causing this? Does a sword aura like this actually exist? He then swung his blade for a test slash. A 5-strike combo? The result left Zhang Fan scratching his head even more. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was flexing like crazy in the background. Ha 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 ha! 2 whole levels. I just jumped up 2 entire levels. Oh man, this is epic. But Zhang Fan immediately shot him down to shut him up. Keep it down, man. Chi-Won is right in the middle of a breakthrough. Do not mess up her focus. Feeling dangerously hyped and bored, Yang Kai got reckless. Zhang Fan, I've got way too much energy right now. I'm gonna go solo that queen bee. Zhang Fan didn't even bother to stop him. Have fun. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. Suddenly, he screamed out. Ah! It's here! The queen is here! It actually came looking for us! Zhang Fan froze, completely horrified. Wait, who is here? Then he cursed under his breath. That damn beast! I can't believe it tracked us down! Right now was the absolute most critical phase of Chi-Won's breakthrough. He couldn't let anything touch her. He and Yang Kai instantly charged to the front lines. Let's go! Just the 2 of us are gonna hold that monster back! Ha ha ha! Man, this power boost feels absolutely insane. I can definitely go a few rounds with that queen now. The queen immediately launched a storm of lethal spikes, but Zhang Fan completely deflected them with a triple strike combo. But in that split second, he realized its sinister plan. It was aiming straight for Chi-Won. This filthy bug is actually trying to kill her. Meanwhile, Yang Kai had already face-planted hard into the dirt. Ow! 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 Damn it, that hurts! My butt is practically ruined! Zhang Fan stared at him, totally dumbfounded. Didn't you just brag about going a few rounds with it? He barely scrambled it to his feet, twisting his body frantically to dodge another lethal strike. Yeah, I lasted exactly 2 rounds and now I'm done. I'm out of here. A little while later, they were still fighting for their lives against the queen's insane rampage. Watch out! Even you're severely wounded now. I can't hold out much longer. Is Chi-Won done yet? But then, a brilliant, reckless idea popped into his head. Hey, go steal its royal jelly. Yang Kai couldn't agree more. Oh man, why didn't I think of that genius plan? Zhang Fan stayed behind, waiting to see who the beast would target, while Yang Kai sprinted off in the opposite direction. To his absolute horror, the queen immediately chased right after him. Zhang Fan just stood on the sidelines, enjoying the hilarious show. Yep, just as I thought. That big bug cares way more about its sweet, sweet jelly. A moment later, Yang Kai was seen sprinting for his life, leaving a trail of dust behind as he screamed bloody murder for help. Zhang Fan could only scratch his head in defeat. Yikes, that's rough. Right at that moment, a brilliant halo of light erupted around Chi-Wen. He excitedly ran over to check on her. Chi-Wen, how are you feeling? She shot up to her feet, brimming with energy. I broke through. My power has surged so much. Right on cue, Yang Kai eagerly rallied the group for their ultimate prize. Let's go steal us a massive jar of royal jelly. Avenge me and catch that damn queen bee. A little while later, Zhang Fan looked much more at ease. Once we drink down this royal jelly, everyone's power is going to skyrocket. You guys feeling confident? Yang Kai boldly declared, Hell yeah, now I'm totally fired up. Queen bee, my foot! With that, the two of them instantly lunged into close combat with the monstrous insect. This time, no one was holding back. They unleashed their full power. Leave it to me! True spirit fire! The furious beast launched a barrage of sharp stingers, but they completely bounced off Chi-Wen's energy shield. Seizing the opening, Zhang Fan swung his sword, slicing clean through one of the queen bee's wings. 18 dragon subduing strikes! Hidden dragon in the abyss! In the blink of an eye, the queen bee's head violently exploded, sending a glowing swordstone shooting into the air. Before landing perfectly right into his hand. It was the sword aura stone. Man, getting this thing was no walk in the park. Over on the other side, Yang Kai had already claimed his spot by the pool of nectar. Hurry up, get over here. We can't let a single drop of this royal jelly go to waste. Before digging in, Chi-Wen couldn't help but gasp in awe. There's so much of it, I can't even imagine how much our strength will grow once we absorb all of this. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was practically jumping out of his skin with impatience. Haha, let's eat, let's eat. A short while later, Zhang Fan calmly stared down at the completely empty crater. The pool of royal jelly had been licked entirely clean, while Yang Kai was still sitting cross-legged in deep meditation. I'm breaking through! My realms just keep breaking through! Zhang Fan immediately tested his new strength, unleashing the 9 Lotus Sword Strike. I feel like I've reached my absolute peak. Whether I can trigger a true evolution next will all depend on finding the right opportunity. After the massive power boost, Yang Kai's spirit was more hyped up than ever. Man, I feel so refreshed. Today is totally my day. I just jumped up 3 whole levels. Chi-Wen eagerly showed off her progress too. I advanced by 5 minor realms. With just that, Zhang Fan felt confident they could completely dominate the entire zone. Let's move out. The sword tomb is massive, so we need to keep exploring. Meanwhile, up in the Cloud Rainbow Immortal realm, Goddess Bi-Yun looked anxious as a cluster of lights appeared. Is there any news from inside the sword tomb? Lord Vermilion Bird manifested from the glow and calmly reported. None. The sword tomb is far too vast. To find what we are searching for, we will need more time. Besides, while those brats aren't too bad, I highly doubt they can actually pull this off. However, she completely disagreed with his assessment. Vermilion Emperor, I don't think so. Still, he was stubborn in his judgment. The sword tomb is incredibly dangerous. Inside, all true power is suppressed. In there, they are nothing more than slightly stronger mortals. Bai-Yun slowly crossed her arms. Just wait and see. Back in the sword tomb, a fiery confrontation was already breaking out. Shu Chong! Hand it over and I'll spare your miserable life! In your dreams. If you've got the guts, come and take it. If he wanted to fight, Bing Shaw's group was more than happy to oblige. You stubborn fool! Kill him! I refuse to believe we can't take him down. Sure enough, with superior numbers, the brute completely overpowered Shu Chong. Still trying to act tough now, huh? But Shu Chong's recklessness vastly outweighed his common sense. I'm hard as nails all over you bastards, come and get some! However, the very next second, he spun around and bolted away, leaving Shunfen totally stunned. The little rat is making a run for it. After him. Finish him off. Not too far away, Chi-Wen was chatting with Yang Kai while Zhang Fan was busy slaughtering monsters. Have you guys run into anyone else in the sword tomb? Nope, you guys are the very first group I've bumped into. Speak of the devil, Shu Chong suddenly crashed right into the ground in front of them. Well, I literally just said that, and look, looks like we just ran into our second group. Shu Chong! Chi-Wen quickly rushed forward and reached out to catch him. Shu Chong, what happened to you? Out of the goodness of his heart, he gasped out a warning. Hurry, you guys need to run. They're right behind me. But before anyone could make a move, Shunfen's gang had already swarmed the area. Oh, so you've got some backup? Doesn't matter. None of you are getting out of here alive. Zhang Fan stepped forward, his tone completely deadpan. Who are these guys? Zhu Chong quickly explained the situation. Those scumbags from the Black Tortoise Immortal Realm, they're trying to steal an artifact from me. Standing face to face, Shunfen put on an incredibly arrogant front. Hand it over and we'll leave your corpses intact. Hearing this, Yang Kai couldn't hold back his trash talk. Do you idiots not know who the hell I am? I'm Yang Kai. How dare you run your mouths in front of me? Bing Shaw loudly repeated his words with a sneer. You're Yang Kai, right? But Yang Kai totally misunderstood, completely flattering himself. Oh, you guys actually know I'm that famous? And the enemy actually bothered to explain. What the hell? Didn't you literally just say your name was Yang Kai? Shun Fen snapped, thoroughly annoyed by his own partner's stupidity. What is actually wrong with your brain? Why the hell are you wasting breath talking to him? With that, the whole gang finally remembered their main objective, wiping them out. Zheng Fan gently patted Shu Cheng's shoulder. You just sit back and rest. I'll go take out the trash. Be careful, there... Before Shu Cheng could even finish his sentence, Zheng Fan had already blitzed forward and completely dropped one of them. Slash! Over on the flanks, Yang Kai and Chi Wen effortlessly dispatched 2 more goons. Drop dead. Slice! Shu Cheng could only stand there, completely dumbfounded, muttering in pure shock. They're so freaking strong. Guess I really didn't need to say anything. Amidst the chaotic brawl, 2 of the smarter enemies decided to tuck tail and run, but Zheng Fan locked his eyes right onto them. How are these 3 so ridiculously overpowered? He didn't waste a second, unleashing his ultimate move, Twin Strike Blade, and just like that, the 2 enemies were wiped out in absolute shock before they even knew what hit them. What the... Once the dust settled, Trong Pham shot Tu Sung a totally smug grin.
What are you staring at us like that for? Tu Sung blurted out, still trying to process it.
How the hell did you guys get so ridiculously strong? That's when Duan Kai popped up out of nowhere, answering with a cheeky grin. We hit the jackpot, drank some royal jelly and boosted our power cores. But Trong Pham wasn't having it. He shoved him aside. Move it! I wasn't asking you. Spit it out. Why were they hunting you down? Tu Dung immediately unrolled a massive scroll. Because I've got the map to the Sword Tomb. It was exactly what Trong Pham needed. A topo map? Now that's a top-tier drop. With this, we actually know where we're going. The map was passed to Kai Van. Whoa, there's a massive temple right in the center of the tomb. Should we head there now? Trong Pham quickly analyzed the situation. If the outer perimeter is this deadly, the inner zone is going to be pure hell. Tu Dung caught on immediately. Trong Pham, you're saying we should keep grinding out here to level up our power first? That was exactly what he was thinking. Bingo! Plus, I'm planning on wiping out all 18 Demon Kings while we're at it. Kai Van was all in on this plan. If that's the play, let's move. It wasn't long before the group found themselves standing at the base of a towering mountain. Kai Van checked the intel. According to the map, this is a vampire ant nest. Keep your guard up, guys. And of course, the very first one to get jumped was none other than Duan Kai. Gah, get it off me. Help! Trong Pham instantly obliterated the vampire ant with a single swing. I'll carve you up. Duan Kai was drenched in cold sweat, staring wide-eyed at the dead bug. Holy crap, that nearly gave me a heart attack. These freaks are burrowing straight out of the ground. Trong Pham glared at the dirt, his tone deadly serious. Eyes open, everyone. We need to be on high alert. If there's one underground, there's bound to be a whole swarm. Trong Pham totally jinxed it. The second the words left his mouth, a massive horde of vampire ants erupted from the soil. Spot on as always, boss. Here they come. But the squad wasn't about to back down. Slash them to pieces. Let's send these bugs straight to hell. In no time at all, the battle was over, leaving Trong Pham to casually absorb the raw energy from the fallen ants. Not bad at all. My blade aura is actually leveling up, but these are just the grunts. Stay sharp. Suddenly, spiderweb-like cracks began violently ripping across the ground. What's happening? Why is the whole mountain shaking? The ground completely caved in, opening into a massive sinkhole that swallowed them all whole. Ah! Dusting themselves off, they quickly scanned their pitch-black surroundings. Where the hell are we? Looks like the main hive. Yeah, this is going to be a massive pain to clear out. Right on cue, a pack of vampire ants locked onto Duan Kai, chasing him down. Yep, definitely the main hive. Run for your life, Trong Pham cursed out loud. Run my ass! Just as Duan Kai dashed past, Trong Pham grabbed his shoulder, stopping him in his tracks to assess the maze of interconnected tunnels. This enclosed terrain, it's practically begging for a fire strike. Burn them to ash! Snapping back to his senses, Duan Kai finally unleashed his ultimate magic. Inferno. Strike of the heavens. Ha! There's nowhere to hide. The tunnel was instantly littered with the scorched bodies of the vampire ants, leaving him looking incredibly smug. They're all roasted. Trong Pham didn't waste time, pushing forward immediately. Let's move. If we keep following these tunnels, we're bound to run straight into the Ant King. And just as he predicted, there it was. The Ant King in all its horrific glory. Duan Kai gulped, staring at the monstrous sight ahead. Guys, those 4 elite guards do not look like they want to play nice. Suddenly, the Ant King's voice boomed through the cavern, dripping with venom. Filthy humans, you dare trespass into my domain? Die! Hearing it actually speak left both Trong Pham and Ki Van staring in absolute shock. Well, damn. The big bug can actually talk. That's a first for us. Trong Pham quickly snapped back to reality and barked out orders. Bring it on, everyone, take one. With a single brutal swing, he wiped out his target. 9 Lotus Strike. And done. That was honestly way too easy. Kai Van's execution was just as ruthless and lightning fast. Drop dead. My side's clear too. But the Ant King wasn't done playing. You pathetic humans are far too naive. As the gruesome ant warriors literally pieced themselves back together, a wave of sheer dread washed over the group. What the hell? They're coming back to life? Trong Pham clocked it instantly. The Ant King was resurrecting them. Keep hacking them down! Half an hour later, the bloodbath was still going, and Tu Sung was practically gasping for air. I've killed this thing over a dozen times, and it just keeps coming back. Trong Pham realized brute force wasn't going to cut it. Change of plans. Unless the Ant King dies, these grunts are immortal. They instantly pivoted their attack. Tu Dung Duang Kai, keep those 4 guards busy. Kivan, you're with me. We take down the king. She dashed to his side in a heartbeat. Got it. Let's rip it apart. He launched himself straight at the monster's massive armored body. 9 Lotus Strike. The hit connected perfectly. This Ant King wasn't nearly as tough as it looked, but to their absolute horror, the massive gash stitched itself back together in seconds, as the beast let out a mocking laugh. Foolish humans, did you really think I would be that easy to kill? A cold sweat broke out across Trong Pham's face. What? It just instantly regenerated. The beast retaliated, firing off a blinding beam of light. Now writhe in despair before my true power. Before they could dodge, glowing red threads ensnared both Trong Pham and Kai Van, binding them tight. Crap, we're pinned. Break out of it. I can't! We're stuck! They were completely trapped, being dragged helplessly toward the monster. Damn it! The Ant King stretched its grotesque jaws wide open, ready to devour them whole. Come to me, my sweet little snacks. Trapped in the jaws of death, Trong Pham pushed his core to the absolute limit, roaring out a desperate command. Focus every last drop of your blade aura. Blast it open now! Jung Fun's only goal was to knock Chi Wen out of harm's way. But in doing so, he plunged straight into the gaping maw of the Ant King. Chi Wen, get out of here, he had yelled. But there was no way she was leaving him behind. He risked everything to save me. I can't just let him die. I have to save him. Without a second thought, Chi Wen dove right into the beast's mouth. Zhang Fan, hold on, I'm coming! Outside, Yang Kai and Shu Chong could only watch in absolute horror as she was swallowed whole. Zhang Fan, you're okay. Deep within the belly of the Ant King, the two were miraculously reunited. But instead of a monster's guts, they found themselves staring at a breathtaking, majestic landscape. Chi Wen, are you crazy? He scolded. Why the hell would you follow me in here? She stared back, tears in her eyes. Because I wasn't about to stand there and watch you die for me. Drifting down, they landed softly in front of a quaint thatched cottage. Chi Wen looked around in total bewilderment. Where in the world are we? Even Zhang Fan was completely baffled. Are we really inside the Ant King's body? Suddenly, out of thin air, an old man materialized right in front of them. Ah, my 2 guests have arrived. They both jumped back in shock. There was actually someone living in here? This was a whole different dimension, and clearly, something much bigger was going on. In a blink, the old man teleported to a wooden table, casually gesturing to them. Since you've made it this far, you're my honored guests. Come, sit down and have a cup of tea. Chi Wen shot Zhang Fan a nervous glance. What do we do now? She mouthed. He gave a subtle nod, deciding to play it safe and see exactly what this mysterious old man wanted. Master Void couldn't hide the wide, giddy smile on his face. It's been over 10,000 years since I last had visitors. Zhang Fan bowed respectfully. Senior, may I ask who you are? The old man chuckled warmly. You kids can just call me Master Void. That name hit Chi Wen like a bolt of lightning. Wait, what? Master Void? Don't tell me. Are you the legendary sword god from the ancient myths? Zhang Fan's jaw practically hit the floor. Wait, seriously? The sword god? Does a true sword god actually exist in this world? Master Void let out a hearty laugh, highly amused by their reactions. I don't really look the part, do I? Let me just put it this way, he smirked. The great Emperor Ling Xiao was my disciple. That sentence made Zhang Fan shoot up from his chair like he'd been electrocuted. He was what? The old man was absolutely loving the shock on the boy's face. Caught you off guard, didn't it? Honestly, the moment you stepped into this place, I was just as surprised. You're carrying Ling Xiao's legacy inside you. You must be his disciple, right? Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, Zhang Fan thought back to his master. But how is that possible? Zhang Fan stammered. He never once mentioned having a master. Chi Wen chimed in, equally skeptical. Yeah, this is way too hard to swallow. Seeing their doubt, Master Void simply chuckled and tapped 2 fingers against Zhang Fan's forehead. Still don't believe me, huh? Instantly, a massive surge of energy rushed through Zhang Fan's mind. It was the complete ultimate legacy of the great Emperor Ling Xiao. Even the flawed, missing techniques in his memory were instantly perfected. Overwhelmed with awe, Zhang Fan immediately dropped to his knees and bowed deeply. Disciple Zhang Fan pays his highest respects to the Grandmaster. The old man waved his hand generously. Stand up, stand up. You're a fine young man. I'm truly thrilled to meet you. Once they settled back down, the atmosphere grew serious. Grandmaster, Zhang Fan asked softly, how did you end up trapped in a place like this? Oh, it's a very long story, so I'll give you the short version. Master Void sighed, starting off with a question. Do either of you know the true origins of the Sword Tomb? Chi-Wen immediately chimed in. All I know is that a massive war between sword cultivators broke out here centuries ago. All the bloodshed eventually turned this place into a massive grave for swords. Master Void nodded slowly. And do you know why that war started in the first place? They both shook their heads blankly. We have no idea. Please enlighten us, Grandmaster. Suddenly, Master Void stood up, a deep, heavy sorrow washing over his face. They slaughtered each other, all for a single object. Zhang Fan leaned in, his voice tense. What kind of treasure could possibly cause that much madness? The old man's eyes narrowed as he revealed the truth. An artifact known as the Sword Essence. Chi-Wen looked completely lost. The Sword Essence? What's that? But Zhang Fan could already feel the weight of those words. It sounded terrifyingly powerful. Suddenly, a suffocating aura crushed down on them. They looked up in horror. A colossal shadowy hand was tearing through the sky. What the hell is that? Zhang Fan yelled. Just then, a booming demonic voice tore through the dimension. Master Void, hand over the Sword Essence. You can't hide from us forever. Master Void just let out a heavy, exhausted sigh. I've been running and hiding for ages, and those bastards still managed to track me down. Putting the pieces together, Zhang Fan's eyes went wide. Grandmaster? Don't tell me. The Sword Essence is actually in your hands? The old man winked playfully. Bingo! Surprise, surprise, I've had it all along. Suddenly, massive cracks began to shatter the sky around the giant hand. We found you, Void. Come out and face us. As the sky ripped apart, Zhang Fan and Master Void barely had a few seconds left to act. They're tearing through the barrier. You two need to get out of here now! Master Void suddenly shoved a glowing object into Zhang Fan's hands. Grandmaster, what is... No time for questions, just take it and go. Before sending them off, the old man gave one last warning. Listen to me. Old ghosts like us are already dead. Our souls are forever bound to the Sword Tomb, so whatever happens to us won't affect your world. But Zhang Fan refused to just leave him empty-handed. Grandmaster, please, tell me, is there anything I can do for you? Master Void simply smiled and waved his hand, blasting the two of them high up into the sky. Just getting to meet you was more than enough for this old man, but if you ever cross paths with my descendants, look out for them, will you? Tearing through the sky, Zhang Fan screamed back at the top of his lungs. I promise you, Grandmaster, I swear I'll protect them. Meanwhile, back outside, Yang Kai and Shu Chong were caught in a brutal, desperate fight. Damn it, what do we do now? Shu Chong yelled. They're already dead. What's the point of us even staying here? But Yang Kai stubbornly charged straight at the giant monster. We don't know if they're dead yet, and I'm slicing this giant bug's stomach wide open to find out. Shu Chong gritted his teeth and dashed right behind him. Fine, if that's how it is, let's crush this thing. But almost instantly, Yang Kai started screaming bloody murder. Crap, crap, crap! All four of these ant monsters are ganging up on me. Shu Chong spun around in a panic. Hold on, I'm coming to save you. But suddenly, a piercing screech from the Ant King echoed out, and the ant monsters completely stopped their attack, backing away. Yang Kai and Shu Chong froze, utterly bewildered. Wait, what the hell is going on? Why did they just back off? Just as they asked that, the Ant King began to violently heave, spitting two figures right out of its mouth. Yang Kai rubbed his eyes, completely dumbfounded. It was Zhang Fan and Chi-Wen. And they were completely fine. Yang Kai burst into loud, ecstatic laughter. Ha! I freaking told you, there's no way those two were going down that easily. They landed safely, finally out of there. Before Trong Pham could even decide what to do about the Ant King, the creature cut him off. Since you share a bond with the one inside, you're free to go. But the young man wasn't finished yet. Senior, I need something from you. The Ant King bristled with annoyance. And what would that be? Trong Pham didn't beat around the bush. A sword or a stone. The refusal was instant. Absolutely not. I can't give you that. Frustrated, Trong Pham pushed back. Why not? What's the problem? The Ant King simply asked, do you have any idea why every demon king possesses a sword or a stone? Trong Pham bowed his head respectfully. Please, enlighten me. The Ant King dropped his guard and explained. We forge these stones ourselves. They aren't just found in nature. The stone and the master. We grow stronger together. Trong Pham nodded in realization. Ah, I see. Then I won't ask any further. I won't force your hand. After all, you do share some history with my martial ancestor. But as they turned to leave, the beast barked, Halt! Then he tossed over an unexpected prize. These 3 aura stones, I took them from 3 other demon kings. They're yours. Trong Pham was deeply grateful. Thank you, Senior. I owe you one. If you ever need a favor, just say the word. The Ant King didn't hesitate. There's a tremendously powerful sword dragon beast. If you get the chance, wipe him out for me. Coincidentally, Trong Pham had a bone to pick with the exact same beast. It just so happens I've got a score to settle with him too. If our paths cross, I'll finish him off for you. On their way out of the cave, Tu Sung and Duan Kai couldn't stop chattering. This sword tomb really is something else. Every demonic beast here has its own unique power. Kai Van chimed in, but really, Trong Pham, how did you manage to get out of there? He just brushed it off. It's a long story, so I'll give you the short version. After hearing the whole crazy tale, Kai Van could only shake his head. To think something so bizarre actually happened, it's completely unbelievable. Trong Pham still had his regrets. It's a shame we were so pressed for time. We couldn't dig up any more intel. Moving on, he went right back to slaughtering demonic beasts. This time, a terrifyingly massive rabbit met the edge of his blade. Suddenly, a massive snake king ambushed them out of nowhere. Watch out, what the hell is that thing? Before blows were even exchanged, Duan Kai quickly sized it up. It's a snake king. But honestly, it doesn't look all that tough. Next to him, Kai Van was already swaying dizzily. It might not be tough, but we've already been poisoned. This was Trong Pham's moment to shine. Leave this to me. Everyone, step back. I think I've finally grasped that breakthrough. He fell into a martial stance, eyes falling shut as he centered his spirit. My sword, bound only by my will! A split second later, a brilliant arc of azure light slashed through the air. It happened so blindingly fast that the others were left completely, utterly dumbfounded. What just happened? Why are both him and the snake completely frozen? I couldn't even see it, but that was no ordinary strike. Right on cue, Chu Huang and Bok Lam strutted onto the scene, immediately running their mouths. We finally tracked you down, you little brat, Chu Huang sneered. Looks like they've all been hit by the viper's poison. Serves them right. They're as good as dead. Kai Van glared with pure disgust. It's them! Those two bastards we crossed paths with earlier. Without missing a beat, Trong Pham threw them a dark warning. I'm only going to say this once. Get lost. Predictably, that was all it took to send Chu Huang into a blinding rage. Ha! You're on death's door, kid, and you're still barking. I'll end you right here. But his arrogant grin vanished instantly. He and Bok Lam could only stare in sheer disbelief at a once-in-a-lifetime spectacle. What the hell? The Snake King! It's been shredded to pieces! Tu Sung, Kai Van, and Duan Kai were wearing the exact same shocked expressions. Was this the aftermath of Trong Pham's single strike? The Snake King had been dead the moment the blade passed. Its body just hadn't realized it until now. But some fools just refused to see the writing on the wall. Chu Huang and Bok Lam stubbornly charged forward, desperate for a fight. You did this? That's impossible. Who cares how he did it? Just kill him. Trong Pham didn't even flinch, fully prepared to take them both on. My sword, bound only by my will. Just hearing the chant again drained all the color from their faces. I don't feel so good. Me neither. And just like that, they were logged out of the server for good. Trong Pham just walked right past them, picking up another sword aura stone. He'd taken out 2 annoyances and scored some loot. A total win-win. Switching right back to business, he ordered, "Let's move. The sword tomb is losing its stability." A little while later, a colossal bird swooped down, practically volunteering to die. Watch out! It's another Demon King! I've got this! But its agility actually caught Trong Pham off guard. Oh? You dodged that? And you've got the guts to strike back with those talons? He swiftly sidestepped. Not bad on the speed, but struggling is useless. He grew bored of the game. I'm done playing around. Get the hell down. Just like that, Trong Pham claimed his next trophy, his 11th sword aura stone, and he barely broke a sweat. Come on, let's head for the central zone. It wasn't long before a massive, desolate palace loomed in the distance. This was it, the true heart of the sword tomb. The architecture had a deeply eerie vibe, and there was no telling how many people were already lurking inside. Tu Dung pointed dead ahead, her gaze as sharp as a blade. Well, are we charging straight in? The moment the words left her mouth, the entire team cast their eyes toward the ominous structure. Ahead, demonic beasts were swarming in droves, their violent bloodlust washing over the group like tidal waves. Duan Kai's voice trembled with undeniable dread. There are so many of them, and every single pack is led by a Demon King. Kai Van furrowed his brow, his eyes darting across the enemy lines as he tactically gauged their strength. The one leading the charge, that's the Sword Dragon Beast, and it's not just him. Almost everything on that front line is a Demon King. This has to be tied to the ancient secrets of the Sword Tomb. Not too far away, 2 figures stood upon a high pavilion, their cold eyes tracking the chaos below. Beach Van looked incredibly tense, wound up as tight as a bowstring. It's starting. Everything rides on this. Standing beside her, Chu Tuok's face was painted with utter contempt. I still don't think they're worth anything. Do you have any idea how many people have already died? He slowly shook his head, utterly indifferent. To forge a new path, sacrifices must be made. He spoke as if he had already seen the end of this bloodbath, his voice chillingly detached, reciting a fate already written in stone. Half of these so-called prodigies are already dead, and the body count is only going to rise. Down below, Trong Pham sensed the turning of the tide. His voice dropped to a serious, urgent tone. His eyes locked on the blood-soaked horizon. Let's move out. If we don't go now, we're going to miss our window. Duongkai hurriedly claimed his position. We have no idea what kinds of dangers are waiting for us up ahead, but we know exactly what kind of deadly monsters are right behind us. I'm taking the rear. He stubbornly challenged the decision, clearly still unsatisfied. Whoa, I think you've lost your mind. With that many monsters charging at us, we'll be trampled to death. Tudong was in no mood for jokes. Her face hardened as she gave a stern, deep-voiced warning. Stop your whining, the monsters are already here. With just that one sentence, the entire group snapped into action as a single, unified force. Following Trong Fam's commands like battle-hardened veterans, they launched themselves right at the beast. In that exact split second, countless streams of golden sword aura roared across the sky. They crashed down like a falling galaxy, shaking the very heavens and earth and cleanly decapitating the entire screaming horde of monsters. Duongkai involuntarily shuddered, a cold sweat completely drenching his back as his eyes swept over the terrifying bloodbath. This is completely insane. I can't even count how many alpha beasts just got their heads chopped off. In stark contrast to his sheer panic, Trong Pham remained perfectly calm, a faint smile of pure amusement playing on his lips. I'm going to check it out. Saying so, he casually strolled toward the faint barrier that was radiating a terrifying, ice-cold glow. Kai Van anxiously stepped forward to stop him. Truong Pham, wait, that is a pure sword aura formation. Even a Supreme Master would find it nearly impossible to survive that. But Truong Pham had already made up his mind. His voice was absolute. There are way too many sword aura stones in there. It would be a total waste to leave them behind. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Taking a deep breath, he reached out, his fingertips gently grazing the deadly surface. Whoa, this energy is razor sharp. It feels even stronger than the sword aura I just leveled up with. But since I've already reached the threshold, I should be able to absorb the energy here. After calculating his every move, Trong Pham swung his hand. The violent streams of energy lunged at him like venomous snakes, only to be sliced apart as easily as cutting through thin silk. Just as he predicted, it worked flawlessly. Having completely cleared the danger zone, he eagerly scooped up his loot, his voice ringing out in pure triumph. Got them! 12 sword aura stones! Duongkai stared at him in absolute awe. It was painfully clear that Trong Pham's mastery over the way of the sword had reached an incredibly profound level, allowing him to easily tame the berserk energy of this place. Kai Van, however, wasn't surprised at all, already completely unfazed by these ridiculous displays of power. He really is the most gifted swordmaster I've ever laid eyes on. 30 minutes later, Trong Pham came walking back hugging a massive pile of sword aura stones, beaming like he had just hit the jackpot at a clearance sale. Task over completed. I snagged 30 of these babies in total. Let's move out. We'll enter the platform from the other side. The group casually strolled toward their next destination, happily chatting along the way. He glanced around and asked Kai Van, I wonder how many people actually made it this far. Why haven't we seen a single soul? She frowned in deep suspicion. That's exactly what's been bothering me too. Did the others just not make it? But before she could even finish her sentence, a group of people slowly emerged from the opposite direction. Tudong spotted them first and immediately called out, There, they are! Squinting at the approaching figures, she instantly recognized the girl leading the pack as Lu Nuak Ha. Hey, she made it too! He waved his arms frantically, shouting at the top of his lungs just to make sure they heard him. Lu Nuak Ha! Hey, we're right over here! But strangely enough, the other group didn't react even a little bit. It was as if they were completely invisible. The approaching group just kept chatting among themselves like normal. Come on, let's head inside quickly. We finally made it. This is the very heart of the sword tomb. He froze in his tracks, his waving hand still lingering awkwardly in the air as pure confusion washed over his face. What the heck is going on? Why are they completely ignoring us? Are they deaf or something? Duongkai muttered, his brow furrowing deeply. This is super weird. Kai Van wasn't about to give up. He tried shouting again, this time screaming their full names. Lu Nuak Ha! It's me, Vien Ki Van. We're right here. Yet, the group remained entirely oblivious, happily chatting away. Wow, there are so many people inside. Looks like everyone's already gathered. Let's go check if any of our old friends are in there. Tudong scratched her head in absolute bewilderment. Seriously, what on earth is happening right now? How can they not hear us? Trong Pham immediately stepped forward, throwing his arm out to physically block the girl's path. Lu Nuak Ha, look at me, it's Trong Pham. But right at that very second, something happened that left them all completely paralyzed with shock. Nuak Ha phased into a ghost-like illusion, stepping right through his body as if he were nothing but thin mist. Trong Pham froze stiff, his jaw dropping so wide open you could easily fit a fly inside. What the? She just walked right through me. Tudong panicked, throwing her arms wide open in a frantic attempt to physically stop the rest of them. How is this even possible? Stop right there! Are we dealing with ghosts here? But they were very clearly humans. This was honestly way creepier than just running into some spirits. Duongkai stayed dead silent for a moment before finally speaking up, his expression deadly serious. What exactly are we supposed to do now? I've lived my whole life and never seen anything this freaky. Trong Pham, however, kept his cool. His eyes darkened as he quickly analyzed the situation. There's only one way to figure this out. We trail right behind them and see what happens. Not long after, the group tracked them down to a magnificently grand hall, glowing with brilliant gold as its tiled roof reflected an icy, chilling light. Kai Van's eyes went wide with sheer amazement. Whoa, there are so many people here. It finally clicked for him. No wonder the path was totally deserted. Every single competitor was already gathered right here, inside. Suddenly, Duan Kai spotted a familiar face in the massive crowd. His eyes lit up, and unable to resist, he strutted over, sticking his tongue out playfully. Hey, fatty, it's me, your biological daddy. When the guy didn't even blink, Duan Kai sighed. Yup, zero reaction. They genuinely can't see us at all. Tudong stood next to him, her brow twitching as if she just suffered a brain-damaging dose of his stupidity. Seriously? Are you really playing around at a time like this? He just casually pointed at the guy he was currently roasting, his face completely deadpan. It's fine. This fatty and I have some serious beef anyway. Right at that moment, a middle-aged man stepped to the center of the crowd. His voice echoed out, steady but dripping with absolute authority. Listen up, everyone. Since we've all fully gathered here, it's time to head up and begin our expedition. The moment the words left his mouth, the crowd erupted into cheers, hyped up like hardcore fans hearing their idol drop a new album. We'll follow your lead, Senior Brother Duong. Senior Brother Duong, you just tell us what to do. Yeah, give us our orders. Duong Kai's face instantly twisted in pure disgust. Looking like he had just swallowed a live bug, he gritted his teeth in anger. That bastard's name is Duong Bu. He is absolute scum, and yet all these idiots are actually cheering for him. Suddenly, a thin, paper-like object fluttered right past their faces, making the whole group jump in surprise. Whoa, what was that flying out? What's going on? A piece of paper? Since when did I have a random piece of paper hiding in my shirt just waiting to fly out? Duong Bu quickly snatched the piece of paper, held it up high, and raised his voice to calm everyone down. Everyone keep your cool. Let's see what's written on this thing first. The crowd fell silent for a brief moment before instantly bursting into an uproar. So this is the mission the great emperor entrusted to us. Same here. It only flew out on its own when we reached the central zone. Hearing the buzzing chatter, he flashed a sinister smile, as if everything was falling perfectly into his trap. Even Trung Fam's group noticed the commotion. We've got papers over here too! Mine too! Trung Pham kept his composure, scanning the area before speaking up. Let's see what it says. One by one, they checked the contents. The Jade Cloud Immortal Emperor wants us to retrieve something. Me too! It's the exact same! He furrowed his brows slightly, asking, What exactly is it? Kai Van shook his head, giving a vague answer. No idea. It only says the item is on the highest floor of this place. Once everyone grasped the situation, Duong Bu immediately took charge, his voice booming. Gentlemen, if that's the case, you have all seen the mission the Immortal Emperor has given us. We followed the path all the way here carrying this exact destiny. Now listen to my command, move out! Duong Kai pointed at the restless crowd, nervously asking for Trung Fam's opinion. What do we do now? Are we really just going to stand here and watch them go? Are we not going to do anything? He pondered for a brief moment before making his decision. Not necessarily. Let's follow them up and see what happens. A short while later, they were standing inside the grand hall of the second floor. The lighting here was much gloomier than the first floor. The space was massive, yet eerily empty. The group of cultivators scouted the area. Looks like there's nothing here. No danger either. Duong Bu, without anyone asking, proudly appointed himself as the team leader. He stepped forward boldly. Everyone look around and see if there's anything we need. If it's truly empty, then we head straight up to the third floor. An overly eager guy instantly dashed forward. I don't see any danger at all. But right at that moment, disaster struck. A sharp arrow of spiritual energy shot straight up from the ground, piercing right through his stomach. The sudden horrific scene made everyone jump out of their skin. What the hell is that? There really is danger here. Everyone, watch out! A quick-witted guy suddenly came up with a countermeasure. Don't panic. If the danger is coming from below, we just need to fly above it. The idea sounded solid, but tragically, he had barely taken off before suffering the exact same fate. Suppressing their terror, the crowd began to discuss. How does it reach that high? It's no use. These spears can adjust their length. Looks like we can't just wing it. Duong Bu's face darkened, his gaze stern. Everyone, hold your positions. There's something weird about this place. Off to the side, Kai Van, who had been silently observing the whole time, finally asked Trung Pham, So, what do you think we should do? He glanced at the death trap ahead and calmly stepped forward. Let me see if these mechanisms will actually trigger against us. Just as he predicted, he remained completely unharmed. Just as I thought, the trigger tiles don't attack us. They are useless against us. Half an hour passed, and the rest of the group was still pacing around, unable to find a way across. Frustration began to clearly show on everyone's faces. Senior Brother Duong, are we just going to stand here? Are we not moving forward? He immediately pitched an idea, acting like it was some grand master plan. I've thought of a great method. We draw lots. Whoever gets randomly picked goes first. The moment the words left his mouth, the crowd erupted in protest. You call that a good idea? That's just sending whoever is unlucky straight to their death. Duangbu's temper flared. He glared at them and roared, "All of you, shut your mouths. Do you have a better plan?" Shut down by his threat, the crowd was left speechless. Nobody dared to argue further. There really was no better way. The protest died down, and they eventually had to accept it. Fine, let's just do it. Life or death is up to fate. We need to finish the mission first. This place is going to collapse sooner or later. We have to speed up. Satisfied, he summoned several wooden tiles out of thin air. I will now hand each of you a token. Whoever holds the one with the word chosen on it goes first. The tokens seemed to have eyes of their own, automatically flying to each person. The unlucky ones muttered, their voices on the verge of tears. Damn it, I got picked. I got picked too. What do we do now? Nuaka frowned, her heart sinking completely. I drew one too. Duangbu stood at the front, wearing a grave, self-righteous expression so incredibly fake it made people want to punch him. Gentlemen, such is the will of heaven. Stop standing around, we must seize the time. The immortal emperor is still waiting for us outside. The chosen ones gritted their teeth and steeled their resolve, gathering every ounce of courage to step forward and complete the emperor's mission. Worst case scenario, 18 years from now, I'll be reincarnated as a real man again. The battle cry was fierce, but they had barely taken a few steps before multiple spiritual spears impaled them right through the body. Agonizing screams echoed throughout the grand hall. Ah, save me! Duangbu turned his back, refusing to watch the bloody massacre. Tudong was extremely anxious. Trong fam, Lu Nuak Ha got chosen too! Kai Van's mind raced. We have to find a way to save her! Trong fam kept his confident smile, acting like he was going on a picnic rather than facing a life or death crisis. Don't panic, I think I've actually found a clue. There's a pattern to the tiles on the ground. On the other side, several people had already started backing away, their faces pale as ghosts. I don't dare to go! We'll just die for nothing, please let me go! Duangbu grew impatient and urged them on. Gentlemen, life and death are fated. We are all working for the immortal emperor, so stop freezing up! The lucky ones instantly chimed in. Yeah, hurry up, don't waste our time, he threatened them with an icy voice. If you don't go, don't blame us for pushing you into it. After some deep thinking, Trung Pham had finally figured out a solution. I found the pattern! Tu Sung and Kai Van suddenly realized a much bigger problem. Finding the pattern is great, but how do we tell Lu Nuak Ha? That's the real issue. She can't even hear us talking. He logically analyzed the situation. There might still be a way. We are currently on the second floor, and we managed to kill those demonic beasts earlier. That proves that, apart from the cultivators, we are entities that can physically interact with the world of the Sword Tomb. She confirmed his theory. That does seem to be the case. He smiled happily and asked, So, you actually have a plan? At that moment, Nuak Ha gritted her teeth and stepped out, her face full of absolute determination. Damn it, there's no other way. I just have to go for it. Just as she was bracing herself, her eyes caught a sudden stroke on the floor. The number 1. Wait, what is this? A single character had materialized on the ground. To make sure she knew it was him, he traced his own name right next to it. Perfect, Lu Nuak Ha gasped softly, her eyes lighting up as she instantly recognized his handwriting. It was Trong Pham. She spun around, her eyes darting across the empty room. Where is he? He's actually sending me messages. Duong Bu stood off to the side, sneering with undeniable malice. Lu Nuak Ha, you are supposed to be a feigned prodigy. Don't just stand there trembling. Step up and set an example for the rest of us. Taking a deep, shaky breath, Nuak Ha slammed her foot onto the 1 tile without a second thought. He wrote the number 1, he must be telling me to take a single step. Trusting him completely, she followed the invisible guidance. Now. He wants me to jump forward exactly 2 squares. She leaped, and just as expected, she was safe. Nuak Ha safely cleared the path, leaving the onlooker staring in absolute disbelief. Following these specific numbers, I get it now! The crowd erupted into frantic, bewildered whispers. Whoa, look at her. She's actually making it across unharmed. It is like she figured out the hidden pattern. She's totally fine. Meanwhile, the 3 guys standing next to Trong Pham exchanged bewildered glances, staring at him as if he were some kind of alien. Tu Sung finally voiced the burning question on everyone's mind. Truong Pham, man, I have been staring at this thing forever, and I still don't see the pattern. What is it? He offered a calm, effortless smile. It is actually incredibly simple. As long as you only step on the prime numbers, you won't trigger the traps. The entire group froze, blinking in collective, utter confusion. Prime numbers? Stars? What the hell is a prime number? I have never even heard of that. Truong Pham sighed, realizing there was no way to quickly explain advanced math to ancient cultivators. Never mind, it is a concept you won't grasp right now. Look, the puzzle is broken anyway. Just mimic the exact steps she took and you will be fine. While the group was busy arguing, Nuak Ha proudly reached the other side. I cleared the second floor. I actually made it, she cheered, her heart swelling with overwhelming gratitude. Thank you so much, Truong Pham. Seeing her success, the desperate crowd behind her instantly began shouting and begging. Miss Lu, how did you do that? Please, you have to show us the way. Not wanting to leave them to die, she called back honestly. Just memorize the exact path I took and you will get across safely. Taking advantage of the moment, Duangbu puffed out his chest and barked orders. All right, you maggots, listen closely. Trailing the exact footsteps Nuwakha had left behind, the entire group finally cleared the second floor. Meanwhile, Nuwakha was still frantically searching her surroundings. This is so bizarre. Where is he? He can leave me physical messages, but he can't speak to me and I can't even see him. Are we trapped in parallel overlapping dimensions? As she pondered, the rest of the group carefully tiptoed along the safe route, breathing heavy sighs of relief as they made it across. Excellent. We survived floor 2. Now brace yourselves. We are heading straight into the 3rd floor. Keep your guards up, everyone. As they stepped through the threshold, they were greeted by an eerie sight. A legion of soulless, life-sized wooden mannequins scattered randomly across the hall. There is definitely a trap on this floor. What is the deal with these creepy wooden puppets?
Thinking the mannequins were just harmless statues, one arrogant cultivator smirked and strutted over,
aggressively slapping one of the wooden chests. Let's see what these things are made of. He turned his back to the dummy, puffing out his chest to brag to the trembling crowd. See? Nothing dangerous at all. Get over here, you cowards. It is literally just a block of wood. Before the words even left his mouth, his neck violently snapped backward. His eyes rolled to the back of his head as a sickening crack echoed, followed by blood-curdling screams ripping through the hall. Ah! The dummy is moving. What kind of cursed magic is this? The crowd's faces drained of color, turning pale as paper. Pure terror set in as they instinctively scrambled backward. What the hell is going on? The mannequins are alive. Don't do anything stupid or they will snap your neck. Panicking, Kaivan whipped his head around to Truongfam for answers. Truongfam, please tell me you can see through this one too. Truongfam furrowed his brows, his eyes locked onto the lethal puppets. I am not sure yet, but these mannequins feel different from the previous trap. Trying to maintain his alpha persona, Duangbu raised his voice to command the room. Quiet down, everyone. Don't panic. We just need to figure out how to destroy these wooden freaks. If you have an elemental ability, step up now. Instantly, a fire element cultivator stepped forward, keeping a safe distance as he unleashed a scorching stream of flames right at the nearest dummy. Leave it to me. I will turn this thing into burning firewood, he roared. But as the fierce flames engulfed the target, the wooden mannequin stood completely unfazed. Not a single scorch mark appeared, leaving the entire group absolutely stunned. What? How did that do literally nothing? This is completely insane. Defeated, the fire user sighed heavily and turned his back to retreat. My flames are useless against it. Someone else try. The split second he let his guard down, the mannequin blurred into motion. Another sickening crack of bone echoed through the room. Witnessing the brutal execution firsthand, chills ran down everyone's spines. Blind panic took over. They just wanted to turn and run. We can't make it to floor 4. Going forward means getting our necks snapped. Screw this. I am going back to the 2nd floor. I don't want to die in here. I am leaving. But the moment the terrified cultivator took half a step in retreat, another wooden mannequin flashed behind him, ruthlessly ending his life in a split second. The survivors went deathly pale. They froze instantly, standing perfectly still like statues, absolutely petrified. If we try to go back downstairs, they kill us too. This is completely cursed. Is there no way out? Are we just supposed to stand here until we die? Playing the part of a responsible, serious leader, Duangbu shamelessly proposed his twisted idea. Brothers, do not panic. I say we draw lots again. Whoever loses will bravely step forward to test out the mannequin's weaknesses for the rest of us. Instantly, an outraged voice exploded from the crowd. Draw lots again? Is that your only damn strategy? You just want to use us as cannon fodder to die in your place. Furious at being challenged, Duangbu roared back, all of you, shut your mouths, unless you cowardly bastards have a better plan to get us out of here. A weak-willed cultivator stepped up, trying to defuse the lethal tension. Forget it. Just listen to Senior Brother Duang. Drawing lots is better than standing here waiting to die. Duangbu smirked, this being exactly what he wanted. Since everyone agrees, let the drawing begin. While scrambling to check his token, one terrified man was so distracted he completely failed to notice a wooden puppet looming silently right behind him. Let me check. What number did I get? Before they could even finish reading, a blood-curdling scream shattered the silence. No! Look behind you! Tragically, the warning came too late. Before they could even react, they were dead. The survivors erupted into terrified curses. Damn it! What the hell just happened? All they did was look at the token, and so many dropped dead. Don't look at the tokens, guys. They're cursed. Truongfam suddenly gasped in realization, a triumphant smirk crossing his face. I get it now! Kai Van and Tusung exclaimed, the truth dawning on them at the exact same moment. Oh, I get it too. Wait, I think I get it? Duang Kai scratched his head, looking completely lost.
Wait, what exactly did you guys figure out? Why am I still so completely clueless here?
Come on, tell me! Meanwhile, Truongfam immediately sprang into action. I need to find Lu Nuak Ha. No, wait, I can't write messages by her feet like last time. If he did, it would be a guaranteed death sentence for her. Thinking fast, he came up with a better plan. He would just have to try writing in the air itself. A glowing line of text materialized right in front of the girl. Do not take your eyes off the wooden mannequins. Keep at least one in your sight at all times. Nwake's eyes went wide with shock. Huh? The words appeared again. It's Truong Pham warning me. Knowing she had someone watching her back, a surge of confidence filled her. She locked her eyes onto the wooden mannequins, refusing to blink. Ah, so that's the trick. I get it now. Just then, Duangbu barked out a vicious order. All right, whoever drew a token, step forward on your own. You made the bet, now pay the price. Even if you die here, it is a glorious sacrifice for the immortal emperor. The crowd turned their attention in one direction, breaking into nervous whispers. Look, Lu Nuakha is stepping up. Surprisingly, she volunteered herself. But would her luck hold out like it did the second time? She silently repeated Truong Pham's warning in her head, ensuring her gaze never left at least one of the mannequins. Reaching the end of the path, Nuakha spun around, her eyes still fiercely locked on her targets. I have to walk backward now to keep them in my sight. I did it! I actually passed the third level. The rest of the crowd erupted into cheers, like fans watching a last-second winning goal. Oh my god, she actually made it! What incredible luck! Quick, look at that! Lu Nuakha was already stepping onto the stairs leading to the fourth level. Lu Nuakha, tell us! How did you get through? Nuakha's expression turned dead serious as she shouted her warning back down to them. Don't look at me! Every single one of you needs to make sure someone is watching the mannequins at all times. Someone in the crowd voiced their confusion. Lu Nuakha, did you figure something out? What the hell is actually going on? Holding nothing back, she gave them clear instructions. It's the mannequins. As long as you keep your eyes fixed on them, they won't attack you. But the exact second you look away, they will snap your necks in a heartbeat. Hearing this, Duangbu burst into booming laughter, pretending he had known the secret all along. Ha ha ha, just as I suspected. Honestly, I was just about to tell you all. Even Duong Kai couldn't help but cringe at the sheer secondhand embarrassment. Wow, how can a guy be this utterly shameless? His skin is literally thicker than a brick wall. Despite that, he smoothly took charge, barking out orders. All right, everyone, keep your eyes glued to those mannequins and push through the third level. As the group nervously made their way up the stairs, anxious grumbles echoed out. Who knows what twisted death trap awaits us on the fourth floor? Man, that was too close. Thank God we made it out alive. I'm so done with this. But to their absolute shock, the fourth floor opened up into a completely different realm. Lush green grass and brilliantly colored flowers stretched out before them like a breathtaking fairy tale paradise. Wait, what is this place? This doesn't feel like a deadly trial at all. With their heavy tension instantly melting away, the group started dropping to the ground, exhausted. Someone let out a massive yawn. Ah, this place is just too comfortable. The spiritual energy is so rich, and there's clearly zero danger here. Forget it, I need a break. However, Duangbu was practically bouncing with impatience, his voice turning hoarse as he screamed, Listen to me! We cannot afford to delay! Our target is the 5th level! The others just stared blankly at the dense, sprawling woods surrounding them in total confusion. Dude, it's literally an endless forest. Where is this supposed exit to the 5th floor anyway? Quite a few nodded along, chiming in with exhausted groans. Yeah, exactly. We might as well just crash here and get our strength back. And just like that, the entire group collapsed to the ground like falling autumn leaves, tossing away any shred of dignity they had left. Yeah, no way. I'm taking a nap. These flowers smell amazing. Yawn. Truong Pham's small group were the only ones still wide awake. Kay Van turned to him with an incredibly awkward expression. What do we do now? They're literally all passed out. It's just the 4 of us left standing. For the very first time, Truong Pham found himself completely out of his depth, totally backed into a corner. Okay, this is actually going to be a massive headache. Meanwhile, on the outside, Beach Vaughn and the Vermilion Bird had been waiting patiently. But as time dragged on, even the master was beginning to lose her cool. What's the status inside? The beast reported back grimly. 80% of the elite prodigies have already perished. The survivors are currently attempting the final trial. It's an absolute bloodbath. Every single stage demands terrifying sacrifices. Unable to just sit and wait, she decided to intervene directly. Let's move. We are heading straight to the sword tomb. The beast agreed without a single second of hesitation. Understood. Bitch Van instantly formed hand seals, rapidly chanting an ancient incantation. Torrential spiritual energy erupted around her like a raging tsunami. Heavens and earth, cosmos and chaos, yin and yang invert, grant me your power. But a split second later, a violent backlash struck her and she violently coughed up a mouthful of blood. The Vermilion Bird let out a heavy, helpless sigh. It's no use. The sword tomb holds supreme, heaven-defying power. Even we are completely powerless to interfere with what happens inside. Meanwhile, the situation inside the tomb was rapidly deteriorating. Tudung was pacing back and forth like a nervous wreck, his mind racing. We have to wake them up. Just letting them sleep like this is a massive death flag. Suddenly, Kai Van shrieked, instantly grabbing their attention. Guys, look at this! A horrifying and bizarre sight was unfolding right before their eyes. Thick, creeping roots were physically sprouting out of the sleepers' bodies. In other words, if they stayed like this even a minute longer, every single person here would be totally assimilated, turned into human fertilizer for this eerie garden. Without hesitating, Trong Pham whipped out his sword and ruthlessly slashed through the thick vines binding one of the victims. Let me try! But before they could even celebrate, the severed roots shot right back out, aggressively regenerating as if they had been hit with super speed fertilizer. No, we can't just keep cutting them down like this. They'll just keep growing back. We need to strike at the root. He maintained his composure, carefully observing every little detail before making a deduction. The root? If we're talking about the root cause, I bet it's these flowers. Their scent is toxic. It's what knocked everyone out. With that thought, he immediately sprang into action. Let's chop the flowers and see how they react. Yang Kai stood nearby, watching intently. The moment he saw someone twitch, he yelled out in excitement. They're reacting! Chopping the flowers actually works! As if fueled by this realization, Zhang Fan's sword danced so fast it became a mere blur. If that's the case, then I'll just have to cut them all down. Zhu Rong furrowed his brows, lost in deep thought. If the four of us are trapped in an illusion, and Liu Rohei's group is in the real world, how is Zhang Fan interacting with both? He can physically cut those flowers, but we can't touch a thing. Yang Kai's simple mind completely gave up. Man, this is way too trippy. Don't ask me. Hearing this only made Xu Chong more irritated. I wasn't asking you. Qi Wen quickly jumped in with a theory. It might have something to do with Zhang Fan's unique sword aura, or maybe that ancient master he encountered inside the Ant King. Right at that moment, Zhang Fan finished the job. They're all cut down. Everyone should be waking up now. Rohei sat up groggily, coughing. Cough, cough, what just happened? Why did I fall asleep? He crouched down and calmly explained. The flowers were toxic. I've cleared them all out. Hearing this, she was instantly moved, gazing at him with profound gratitude. Zhang Fan, did you save us? Did you cut down all the flowers? Around them, the others were also gradually shaking off their stupor. Everyone looked completely disoriented. Whoa, we actually all passed out, but that wasn't just sleep. We were definitely poisoned. Tang Wen picked up a fallen flower to examine it. It has to be these flowers. Someone must have chopped them down before we woke up. Minhu was overwhelmed with relief. Which god-tier expert stepped up and saved us all? Without missing a beat, Yang Biao shamelessly stepped forward to steal the credit. Everyone, as long as you are all safe, that is all that matters. I am just glad you're okay. The others bought it without a second thought. Senior Brother Yang, was it really you who cut the flowers and saved us? It had to be him. Right before I passed out, I saw Senior Brother Yang slapping people, desperately trying to wake them up. Yang Biao let out a booming laugh, faking modesty. Let's not dwell on the minor details. It was really nothing. Watching this scene unfold made Yang Kai grit his teeth in absolute fury. Ugh, this guy just gets more and more shameless. How dare he steal the credit like that? If only I could interact with the real world, I'd beat the living crap out of him right now. Ruohei was equally disgusted, but there was nothing she could do. So shameless. Whatever. Even if I told them Zhang Fan did it, no one would believe me right now anyway. Playing the dutiful leader, Yang Biao urged the group on. All right, everyone, let's find the path to the 5th floor. Onward to victory. The crowd broke into anxious murmurs. How are we supposed to find it? Yeah, this place is insanely huge. We're doomed. He pointed dramatically toward the dense forest, his voice booming like a general leading a charge. The path to the 5th floor is definitely hidden right in there. Try chopping down all the trees, flowers, and grass. Yang Biao just stood there comfortably, barking orders and doing absolutely nothing. All eyes on me. Let's chop down every single tree and plant together. Overwhelmed by his bossy aura, the crowd had no choice but to reluctantly obey. Come on, we're running out of time. Hang in there. Meanwhile, Qi Wen, who only had faith in Zhang Fan, asked him in a low voice, Zhang Fan, do you really think this is going to work? Zhang Fan gave a slight shake of his head, his gaze sweeping across the still thick woods. Not necessarily. Finding the entrance wouldn't be this simple. As time ticked by, the once lush forest was reduced to a barren wasteland, as bald as an old monk's head. The crowd looked around anxiously, murmuring in panic. We chopped everything down, but there are no stairs anywhere. What do we do now? Yet Yang Biao, completely shameless, issued another order with absolute confidence. Don't panic, everyone! Dig 3 feet into the ground and see! A while later, the earth was churned up like a dry plowed field, but still absolutely nothing appeared. Voices of dissent quickly started piling up. Senior Brother Yang, we dug 3 feet down just like you said, but we still didn't find the stairs. Seriously, do you even know what you're doing? He instantly started making flustered excuses to Li Xia. Well, you see, this has just hit a blind spot in my expertise. Xu Chong turned to Yang Kai. I'm actually quite curious too. Where do you guys think the stairs really are? With his muscle-bound brain, Yang Kai was completely stumped. I got no clue. That answer was exactly what Xu Chong expected. Yeah, I figured you wouldn't know. Zhang Fan, what's your take on this? He cast a calm glance around, then simply pointed straight up. If it's nowhere on the ground, it must be up there. Qi Wen, looking quite anxious, asked, should we give Liu Rohei a heads up? He replied with absolute certainty. No need. Liu Rohe is smart enough to figure it out herself. Meanwhile, on the other side, the tension was skyrocketing. Impatient voices echoed, "Hurry up and think of something! We can't just wait around!" "Exactly, we're practically out of time. Hurry up, senior brother Yang." He rubbed his chin, pretending to be deep in thought before suddenly shifting his attention to the one who had secretly been carrying the team this whole time. "Liu Rohe, do you have any brilliant ideas this time?" Pretending to be completely in the know, she simply echoed Zhang Fan's exact thought. "The only thing I can think of right now is the sky. It's probably up there." The others just thought she was joking. "Up in the air? That's impossible." "Yeah, that's way too absurd." Still, Yang Biao cautiously sent some guys to check it out. "Send a few people up there to take a look." They immediately sprang into action. "Whoa, I'll go up and check too." A moment later, they discovered a transparent barrier hovering above. "There's something up here," Brother Hao called out from the front. "Step back, I'll slice it open." He swung his sword at the empty space. The invisible barrier shattered, and a hidden passageway with a staircase revealed itself to everyone's absolute shock. "Holy crap, it really was up here. Liu Rohe, senior sister Liu, I'm never doubting you again." Without a shred of hesitation, Yang Biao shamelessly piggybacked off the discovery. "Let's go! No time to lose, march to the 5th floor!" The sight of the 5th floor made everyone gulp. Before them gaped a bottomless abyss, churning with blood-red lava. Only 3 flimsy iron chains bridged the massive gap between the cliffs. This trial doesn't almost seemed too simple. "Yeah, if we just need to cross this gorge, it's a piece of cake." A naive fool volunteered to scout ahead. He bent his knees and leapt off the cliff edge. "I'll go first and see if there are any traps." But before he could even react, a violent pillar of blazing lava erupted and swallowed him whole. His agonizing, desperate screams echoed through the cavern. "What the? Help!" The rest of the group, already numb to such horrors, coldly took notes. "We can't just fly over. Looks like we have to walk on the iron chains. I'm guessing that while crossing, our bodies cannot leave the chains." Young Biao pulled his usual tired trick. Standing there with arrogant authority, he barked, "All eyes on me! We are going to draw lots to decide who goes first." The moment the results were out, the lucky ones cheered as if they had hit the jackpot. "Awesome! It's not me! It's not me either!" Meanwhile, the losers could only look up and curse the heavens. "Damn it all! I drew the short straw!" Ruohei's luck was honestly tragic. Why is it me every single time? Seeing this, Zhang Fan quickly tested the waters. "I will check if the fireballs in the gorge attack automatically." No reaction. That means the hazards in the gorge won't actively target us. Yang Biao sat back, perfectly happy to reap the benefits of others' risks. "Listen up. If you drew the lot, brace yourselves and cross the gorge. Time waits for no one." Ruohei muttered to herself, chanting like it was a protective mantra. "I won't panic. I have Zhang Fan out here with me. I can do this." Only after confirming there were no hidden barriers or killing intent did the others dare to step onto the chains one by one. Seeing the girl move, someone shouted, "Look!" Liu Rohe stepped up. So far, nothing happened. Right now, this trial actually seems pretty easy. Ruohe continued to take careful, measured steps. She was already halfway across without encountering any danger. But just as everyone started to relax, disaster struck. The person walking right in front of the little girl was suddenly swept away by a lethal tornado, tossed like a fallen leaf. "Oh no, the wind! I can't keep my balance! Help me! I'm falling!" The others yelled frantically at each other. "Brothers, no matter what happens, grip that chain, even if you die. Don't let go." Roha's body swayed violently. "This is bad. The tornado's getting stronger. Oh no, the wind is too fierce." Shurong's heart skipped a beat. Her spiritual energy surged as she prepared to rush in and help. "This is bad. Liu Rohe is in danger." But Chi Wen held her back just in time. "Don't panic. Zhang Fan is right there with her." Sure enough, Zhang Fan moved like a phantom. His blade aura erupted, slicing the incoming tornado to shreds. "Back away from her." Rohe let out a long sigh of relief and quickly pressed forward. The tornado vanished. Zhang Fan must have saved me. Suddenly, a man grabbed her ankle tightly, begging, "Liu Rohe, please save me." She rejected him without a second thought. "Let go, you're going to drag me down to my death." Seeing her refusal, he immediately turned malicious. "Save me! If you don't, we're dying together." Rohe gritted her teeth, screaming in fury, "You bastard!" But before she could act, Zhang Fan drew his sword from behind and coldly severed the man's wrist. "You have a death wish." Blood sprayed everywhere. Howling in agony, the man let go, and his body plummeted straight into the boiling lava. "Ah!" The gale didn't stop. The rest of the challengers were hurled into the air, tossed around like mere leaves in the furious storm of spiritual energy. Chaotic screams echoed through the cavern. "No, I don't want to die! Help! The wind is too strong! Somebody, please save me!" Ruohe quickly seized the moment. Channeling her energy into her footsteps, she dashed forward. Finally, she landed safely on the other side. I finally made it. That was way too close. If it wasn't for Zhang Fan, I would be dead. The crowd behind them watched with bated breath, until someone shouted, "Look! Liu Rohe made it across! A few others made it too!" Yang Biao frowned in deep dissatisfaction. "Shh! The survival rate is way too low. Not even half of them made it." Young Biao gave them zero time to hesitate. His icy gaze swept over the group. Stop your whining. Since it's come to this, leave your lives to fate. Only a lucky few managed to cross successfully. The rest were reduced to ash in the roaring sea of lava. Pant, we finally made it. That trial was absolute hell. My friend, he's dead. Humph. Just 5 floors in, and 2/3 of our cultivators are already dead. When they looked up, the staircase to the 6th floor silently revealed itself, beckoning them toward a journey of no return. Someone's legs gave out, and they stumbled backward. I don't want to go anymore. Me neither. Young Biao raised his voice to command the room. Listen up, everyone. Right now, it's not a matter of whether you want to go or not. The truth is, we have no way back. The more rational ones analyzed the situation. The path back is covered in black bones. We literally cannot return. Gritting their teeth, the survivors fell in line. Their only choice was to keep moving forward. Young Biao took the lead with imposing authority. Keep your spirits up, everyone. We are heading to the 6th floor. Yang Kai suddenly looked doubtful, frowning at the exhausted crowd. These trials are so insanely brutal. What do you guys think is actually waiting for us at the end? Zhu Rong made a bold guess. I don't know, but if the Divine Emperor ordered us here, it must be a treasure that even he couldn't get his hands on. T1 turned his head, his tone heavy with warning. Let's go. We need to head up there too. If it wasn't for Zhang Fan, we wouldn't have just lost 2/3 of the cultivators. Every single one of them would be dead. The crowd halted in their tracks, staring out at a vast, endless expanse of golden sand. There was zero sign of life anywhere. What is going on here? A desert? Everyone, stay sharp. The safer a place looks, the deadlier it usually is. My gut is telling me this desert won't be an easy walk. Sambochi, go first and test the waters. As time slowly ticked by, their magical energy drained away and exhaustion began to set in. What the hell is happening? We've been walking for half an hour and we still haven't made it out of this desert. This desert hasn't thrown any dangers at us, but something feels really wrong. Chiwan immediately turned to ask for an opinion. Zheng Fan, do you see anything? He furrowed his brows, his voice dead serious. I don't see anything, but the fact that there's no danger is the biggest danger of all. He then crouched down, quietly inspecting the grains of sand before making a firm conclusion. There is absolutely something wrong with this desert, Zhu Rong asked, burning with curiosity. What did you find? Yang Kai quickly knelt down to copy him, scooping up a handful of sand. Everyone, look at this. Is there something wrong with the sand? Suddenly, Zhang Fan swung his sword, slashing right at Yang Kai. Startled, Yang Kai yelled, What the hell are you doing? Zhang Fan didn't bother to explain. He just said, Look again. Yang Kai looked totally bewildered. Look at what? Zhang Fan gestured for him to check again. Staring at the sand in his hand, Yang Kai frowned in utter confusion. You're completely losing me here. What the hell is up with this sand? Kai Van quickly caught on to the anomaly. The sand wasn't blowing in the wind. It just dropped dead to the ground. Still, he scratched his head in confusion. Okay, and then what? I don't get it at all. My brain is fried. Tu Dung blew a gentle breath onto his hand, and his eyes suddenly went wide with realization. Oh! I think I get it now. When I blow on the sand, it doesn't scatter. It just falls straight to the ground. There's definitely something wrong here, but you really couldn't expect much from Duong Kai's brain. Nope, I still have no clue what the big deal is. Maybe the sand is too heavy, or I didn't blow hard enough? Trong Pham sighed in exasperation and smacked him right on the back of the head. You absolute idiot! Sand blows in the wind. That's just basic common sense. But here, it doesn't scatter at all. It just drops straight down like a rock. He nodded along, still looking half lost. Right. I think I get it now. This proves that there's something seriously wrong with this whole desert. He waited a beat, hoping Duong Kai might actually use his brain for once. Wait, what's wrong with it? Sadly, that was the absolute limit of his intelligence. Honestly, I have no idea what the issue is either. Kai Van finally chimed in, saving him from further embarrassment. If my guess is right, this entire desert is just a massive illusion. Trong Pham confirmed it with a satisfied, confident smile. Exactly, that's the only logical explanation. Just then, the situation took a terrifying turn. A colossal centipede burst out from beneath the sand, sending the crowd scattering in pure panic. Whoa, what the hell is that monster? It's huge! Run! Wait, don't run. Maybe we can actually kill this thing. The pure chaos made Duong Kai second guess everything. Is this really just an illusion? Because that monster looks way too real. Trong Pham drew his sword to test the theory. I'll give it a shot. He swung a powerful strike straight at the beast, but the blade phased right through it like slicing through thin air. Just as expected, it was an illusion. The sword didn't even graze the monster, but the others hadn't caught on to the trick yet. They were just running for their lives on pure, blind instinct. Stop fighting! Let's get out of here! Run! There's no way we can take that thing down! Kai Van shouted anxiously, but once he realized the truth, he frantically changed his tune. Wait, it's definitely an illusion. Someone, go tell Lu Nuoc Ha. Hurry! Truong Pham had already turned back. Hurry, go after them! Those cowards already bolted! Without another word, they all dashed off in the direction of the fleeing group. Go get them! Duong Kai yelled at the top of his lungs, trying to warn the others. Hey, everyone, stop running. That monster isn't even chasing us. But Nuwak Ha stepped forward with unwavering resolve, facing the colossal centipede all by herself. Don't you dare say I'm acting recklessly. One of the guys scoffed, annoyed by her stubbornness. Fine. Go ahead and get yourself killed. You can't save someone who won't listen. Why was Lu Nuwak Ha being so hard-headed? Duong Bu softened his tone, trying to smooth things over. Just let it go. If she wants to face it, let her be. The other guy kept grumbling in sheer frustration. What a total waste of her heroic stunts in the first 2 trials. To think that the legendary prodigy Lu Nuwak Ha could actually be this stupid. Rest in peace, someone muttered as the vicious centipede lunged right at her. But then, an impossible scene unfolded. Its massive body phased completely through Nuwak Ha. A wave of relief washed over her. I'm completely fine. It really is just an illusion. Zhuang Fem was absolutely right. The rest of the group stood there in pure, dumbfounded shock, their jaws practically hitting the floor. Wait, how is that even possible? Why didn't that monster tear her apart? Am I seeing things? The beast opened its gaping maw, spewing a thick cloud of toxic mist that completely engulfed her. Yet, she stood there without a single scratch, calmly looking up at the creature. Give it a rest, you stupid beast. Stop putting on a fake show. You're nothing but a phantom. The crowd's minds were completely blown. Even the most stubborn among them were forced to swallow their pride. She was totally right. This whole place is just a giant illusion. I am never ever doubting Fairy Lu again. Duong Bu, however, was still struggling to process reality. How is this even possible? But wait, how did Lu Nuwak Ha figure out it was an illusion so fast? Kai Van, acting like a walking question mark as always, immediately spun around to pester Trong Pham for answers. Hey, Trong Pham, if this whole place is just an illusion, do you have any idea how we break out of it? Unfortunately, he was just as clueless. I don't know. I haven't figured out the trick to shattering it yet. Meanwhile, high above the chaos, Bitch Van and the Vermilion Bird were observing everything from afar. The master gave a slow, approving nod. They are currently facing the final trial. A proud smile graced his lips. For them to make it this far, it's nothing short of a miracle. Suddenly, a pitch-black shadow tore across the sky, dragging a blazing meteor down with it. The Vermilion Bird instantly went on high alert. Incoming! I sense a massive surge of dark aura heading our way! Bitch Van didn't hesitate for a second. He swept his hand out, unleashing a massive wave of spiritual energy to intercept the strike. Do you have a death wish? How dare you show your face here to cause trouble? A vile, arrogant laughter echoed from the creeping darkness. Haha, it's been a long time, Van Nee. Your strikes are just as deadly as ever, I see. His expression turned ice cold, and his voice dropped to a deadly, threatening growl. I'll give you exactly 3 seconds. Scram, or I'll obliterate you right here. But the entity showed absolutely zero fear. Instead, it split its form into 2 blazing dark meteors, locking onto both of them at once. Let's see if you actually have the guts to back that up. The Vermilion Bird scoffed. With a single, explosive swipe of its wing, it smashed both meteors into absolute dust. You pathetic weaklings! Keep the big guy busy while I squash this sewer rat! The shadow shrieked in absolute fury. Hear me, Van Nai. Your pathetic little plans are doomed to fail. This world will inevitably fall to the ultimate darkness. But Beach Van wasn't in the mood for a generic villain speech. Without a word, he summoned glowing ethereal chains that violently crushed the shadowy figure into oblivion. Since you refuse to get lost, then shatter into pieces! Realizing it was outmatched, the dark entity abandoned the fight, instantly detaching its main core and retreating into the void. The Vermilion Bird stroked its fiery plumage, glaring as the shadow faded. The coward actually ran away. It let out a sharp, disdainful scoff. Sooner or later, I'm going to rip that trash into a million pieces. Back down on the ground, Duong Kai was still stupidly scratching his head. So exactly how long are we supposed to just stand here and wait? They knew it was an illusion, but they were still trapped. Tudung snapped, his patience completely worn out. Would you just shut up for 5 seconds? Can't you see we're all trying to figure a way out of this mess? Just then, a spark of realization flashed in Trong Pham's eyes as everything suddenly clicked into place. Hold on, I think I get it now. This illusion trial, it's designed to test our absolute willpower and mental resilience. Kai Van tilted his head, completely intrigued. Wait, what exactly do you mean by that? He turned to the group with burning intensity. The only way to shatter an illusion is from within your own mind. Trying to find a physical way out of this place is totally useless. She kept hitting a wall. Breaking through your own limits? It sounds so simple, but it's incredibly hard. Tu Rong grew more and more anxious. There's no better way right now. Whatever happens, let's just tell everyone. There's strength in numbers. Maybe someone can actually shatter their mental limits. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was still standing there dumbfounded, completely unable to process it. Zhang Fan used the tip of his sword to write in the sand, guiding Ruohei on how to break her mental limits by harnessing immense spiritual power. Reading it, her eyes widened in a sudden epiphany. So that's how it works. Without hiding a thing, she immediately turned around to announce it. Listen up, everyone. I have a method we can try. The crowd impatiently urged her on. What method? I knew Fairy Liu would have a solution. Hurry up and tell us. Ruohe repeated Zhengfan's method word for word. Shatter your mental limits and draw upon a massive amount of spiritual power. This is the only way we can fight against the illusion in this place. They hesitated, whispering among themselves before speaking up. That makes sense, but breaking our own limits is insanely difficult. We have no choice. Everyone just has to give it their all. Yang Biao arrogantly made the decision for them. Time is running out. Everyone, meditate immediately and break your limits. Everyone began to try, but tragically, they all hit a bottleneck. It's no use. I almost suffered a violent backlash. I really can't break my limits. Me neither. Ruohe, however, was still deeply immersed in her focus. This is impossible. Only an absolute monster of a genius could pull off this kind of talent. Zhengfan's group of 4 hadn't seen any results yet, either. Young Kai was the first to give up. I tried. I just can't do it. What about you guys? Tu Rong was in the same boat. I can't find a way through it all. Chi Wen offered her guess. Same here. Only a prodigy who specializes in mental cultivation would have even a sliver of hope. Suddenly, she noticed the one person who had been completely silent. Zhengfan, why aren't you saying anything? Calming his breath, he calmly replied. I'll give it a try. Yang Kai was overflowing with confusion. What the heck? Weren't you trying just now? What have you been doing this whole time? Zhengfan tuned out the noise around him. Focusing his senses, he realized his spiritual power seemed far stronger than that of a normal cultivator. Is this because I've lived 2 lifetimes? His thoughts raced. Or rather, I have the spiritual power of 2 souls stacked together. Whatever, I'll stop overthinking it for now. Let's see if I can use this massive spiritual power to pierce through the illusion first. The next sight made Yang Kai jump in absolute shock. Holy crap, golden light. That's the physical manifestation of spiritual power. Tu Rong was utterly awestruck. So incredible. To think Zhengfan's spiritual power is this massive. His face turned stern as his eyes snapped open. He commanded in a deep voice. It's merely an illusion. Shatter for me. Suddenly, a dazzling vortex spiraled in the air. A blinding light erupted, completely washing away the quiet golden hue of the sunset. Chi Wen cheered in sheer joy. He did it! Zhengfan had indeed pierced through the illusion, dragging reality back into place. The cultivators on the other side felt the anomaly and immediately turned their attention. The staircase to the 7th floor. It appeared. Whose spiritual power did this? Yeah, which hero was it? They murmured in speculation. Could it be Senior Brother Yang Biao? He's been meditating this whole time. Senior Yang is amazing. Yang Biao shamelessly soaked in the praise. And so, they continued their ascent up the stairs, but the sight awaiting them left everyone genuinely stunned. The group was now blocked by a massive sprawling river. Along the shore, small wooden boats bobbed aimlessly on the water. The bizarre scenery left everyone bewildered. A water world? This is getting a bit ridiculous. How are we supposed to pass this trial? Yang Biao, as usual, had no qualms about looking for a guinea pig. Any brave souls want to scout the area? Hao Chu boldly rushed forward. I'll go. I come from the Aqua Star. I have a natural affinity for water. He checked it carefully before reporting back. It's safe. These little boats are really stable and I don't see any monsters around. Hearing this, Yang Biao relaxed. Looks like there really isn't any danger. Let's board the boats. Hao Chu then jumped down to investigate further. I'll dive in and see if there are any clues. But before he could even make a move, a massive crocodile suddenly breached the surface and snapped him up. He screamed in absolute terror. Help me! The others scrambled backward in a pure panic. This is terrifying. There are monsters in the water. Do not touch the water. Touching it means instant death. Yang Biao quickly came up with a countermeasure. Move, everyone! Get on the boats. Do not touch the water. They frantically looked around. What do we do next? Which way do we go? Endless water stretched in all directions with no shore in sight. He waved his hand pointing blindly. Just head in one direction for now. Let's see if we find anything. Yang Kai anxiously turned to Zhengfan. What should we do? They took all the boats. Zhengfan immediately leaped forward. I'll go into the water and see what the danger is. His feet touched the surface, but nothing happened. He continued to dive deeper. Through the murky water, a faint, massive silhouette was moving. He descended further to investigate. This sea is incredibly deep. I can't even see the bottom. Is that giant dark shadow down there a monster? He pushed the thought aside for now. Whatever the case, the monsters in the water aren't attacking me. That proves we're not in danger. Let's head up first. Chi Wen hurriedly asked him. Zhengfan, how is it? He guided them over. Come on down. The danger here doesn't affect us at all. Meanwhile, the cultivators on the boats remarked casually, we've been sailing for a while now, and it seems fine. Looks like as long as we don't touch the water, we're perfectly safe. Barely had the words left his mouth when the giant crocodile erupted from the water, snatching a cultivator right off the boat. Total chaos broke out. Total chaos broke. Ah, somebody save me! Yang Biao tried to keep his cool, shouting orders. Everyone, maximum defense! Watch out for the sea monsters! 2 more crocodiles appeared, smashing through the water and lunging forward, forcing the team into a desperate defense. You bastards! I'll take you down with me! Someone help me! Standing calmly on the surface of the water, Chi-Wen swung her arm. A sweeping wave of sword aura sliced the giant crocodile cleanly in half. Thank goodness, these monsters are still something we can handle. Turong asked curiously, Zhang Fan, what do you think the test for this level actually is? This time, even he was unsure. I can't see through it yet. Meanwhile, the exhausted cultivator slumped down in the cabins, gasping for air like fish out of water. The demonic beast finally backed off. Damn it, we've already lost a few of our own. What's our next move? Duangbu wiped the cold sweat from his brow, panting as he pushed the group forward. Keep moving, everyone. We're running out of time. Just then, the water violently erupted. A colossal leviathan, 100 times the size of that crocodile, burst from the depths. With a single devastating swipe of its tail, a boat was smashed to splinters. It's enormous! Watch out! Get out of the way! Now! Faces drained of color as sheer terror gripped them, cold sweat pouring down their trembling bodies. This is a nightmare. A monster that massive? How the hell are we supposed to fight that? Are we actually going to die here? Standing not too far away, Duan Kai shared that exact same creeping dread. There is no way we can kill this thing. It's too damn big. Its power is off the charts. Tu Sung could only let out a heavy sigh. Each trial just keeps getting worse than the last. Damn it all. A panicked cultivator grabbed Duangbu's sleeve. Senior Duong, you have to think of something. If we stay here, we're all dead meat. He tore at his hair in pure frustration. I don't have a plan either. Right now, all we can do is brace ourselves and fight for our lives. Across the water, the Leviathan went on a bloody rampage. Its massive tail swatted cultivators away like broken kites, their agonizing screams echoing through the air. Help me! Please, I don't want to die! They wailed in total despair. This is absolute hell. Why is this happening to us? Just give up. There's no point in fighting back anymore. Nuaka was panicking, her mind racing, but completely out of options. No. If we just sit here, we're sitting ducks. Has Trong Pham figured something out yet? Tu Sung was visibly sweating bullets. Trong Pham, do you have a plan? Seeing Lu Nuaka in grave danger, Trong Pham couldn't hold back anymore. He made his choice to face the beast himself. I'm going in, he muttered. This crisis seemed utterly impossible to survive. The colossal monster loomed over them like a terrifying mountain, its massive, grotesque body blotting out the very sky. The survivors trembled, crying out for salvation. Somebody, please, save us! At this point, they needed nothing short of a miracle. Bring it on! If I'm going down swinging. Suddenly, Trong Pham blasted forward. His terrifying sword aura erupted, violently slashing open the Leviathan's underbelly as he roared, Sever! Get the hell out of here, you filthy beast! The lucky survivors gasped, caught between wild relief and utter confusion. I'm not dead? What just happened? The monster was thrown back. It's like some invisible force just swatted it away. The frantic pounding in Nuaka's chest finally started to slow down. She let out a long, shaky breath. We're safe. It was Trong Pham. I know it was him. But Duangbu, completely misunderstanding the situation, immediately credited her. I gotta hand it to you, junior sister Lu. You have crazy good luck. That monster just flew off for no reason. Wounded and thrashing in pure agony, the Leviathan flew into a blind rage, churning the water into a violent storm. Nuaka stumbled back in shock. Whoosh! Trong Pham ruthlessly delivered another devastating sword strike. That was a warning, his unseen presence seemed to declare. Take one more step and you're dead. Watching the bizarre spectacle, the rest of the group started getting highly suspicious. Hold on, what the hell is going on? The beast just got blasted backward again. That makes zero sense. Freaky, Duan Kai commented with a smug grin. That big ugly brute is totally lost. It doesn't even know what's hitting it. Meanwhile, Tu Sung's attention dramatically shifted. If that's the case, Trong Pham is pretty much invincible. Enraged beyond its limits, the Leviathan charged forward, aiming to headbutt Nuaka's boat into oblivion. I call bullshit, Duan Kai cursed out loud in absolute disbelief. Holy crap, we pushed it so hard it's literally speaking human language. Tu Zheng just shrugged coldly. It can't even see Trong Pham. It could pray to its ancestors and it still wouldn't save its life. Trong Pham channeled a surge of spiritual energy straight into his blade and forcefully shoved it right into the beast's gaping maw. Here's a little taste of true pain. I wouldn't want you to die, disappointed. The Leviathan's eyes bulged in utter shock, entirely helpless to stop it. Ah! How is this possible? The other cultivators stared in absolute awe. Fairy Lu, what kind of god-tier technique did you just use? What kind of insane magic is that? There's no way this is just pure luck. Could it be... Does Fairy Lu have a guardian deity protecting her? Duangbu rubbed his chin, deep in thought. What the hell is actually happening? I don't understand a damn thing, but it looks incredibly badass. Realizing she had ultimate backup, Nuaka's confidence skyrocketed. She pointed boldly at the towering, teary-eyed monster. You're just a mindless beast. Back down right now or you're begging for a death sentence. But the massive creature refused to yield, opening its bloody jaws and roaring to the heavens. What kind of sorcery is this? What unseen phantom is attacking me? The beast roared. Nwaka's expression turned icy cold as she delivered her final warning. I said, back off. Are you just standing there waiting to die? Fighting through the pain, the monster lunged forward, desperate to swallow the girl whole. I refuse to believe this trickery. I will devour you. Trung Pham coldly delivered the final execution-style strike. Then let me grant your wish. Heavenly Twin severing. Slash! The beast's massive form was brutally blasted backward. What? Nwaka strutted forward, wearing the most incredibly smug expression. How do you like that? I didn't even have to lift a single finger, and I still chopped you to pieces. As its spiritual soul violently separated from its corpse, the beast's final, utterly bewildered thought echoed out. How did I just die? The surviving cultivators were still trembling from the shock, bursting into a loud, frantic uproar like a kicked beehive. I couldn't even see it! How did that titan just drop dead? Was it crushed by Fairy Lu's pure killing intent? That is absolutely mind-blowing. Tudong was genuinely starstruck. Fairy Lu's dominating energy is just off the charts. Duong Kai's eyes sparkled with sheer envy. Damn, I wish I could look that cool without even trying. Seeing that the chaos was finally over, the girl turned around, her voice soft but radiating pure authority. Everyone, taking down that pest barely cost me a breath. Let's keep moving forward. After pushing through the waters for quite some time, the group finally spotted their destination. Look over there. It looks like a small island. We finally hit dry land. Oh, thank God. One by one, they stepped off the boat. We're on the island now. What's our next move? The next move, obviously, was to find the stairs to the next floor. Could the stairs really be hidden on this island? Duong Bu raised his voice to grab everyone's attention. All eyes on me! Right now, we need a few brave souls to scout out this little island. Any volunteers? Someone grumbled in pure dissatisfaction. Who in their right mind would volunteer? A hawk suggested, Senior Brother Duong, you should just draw lots. He immediately agreed with the idea, waving his hand to toss out 3 tokens. Since that's the case, I'll draw lots to pick our 3 brave scouts. The chosen one stepped forward, faces ashen, looking like they'd just been handed a death sentence on the spot. I got picked. Me too. Ugh, what rotten luck. Duong Bu happily waved his hand to cheer them on. To the 3 of you, I wish you swift success and a safe return. But they had already prepared themselves for death. With a trial this dangerous, it'd be a miracle to come back alive. If I die, I die. Who asked it to be my turn? Let's just go. As time dragged on, the people waiting outside slowly lost their patience. It's been a whole 15 minutes. Why is there no sign of them? You don't think something went wrong, do you? Don't jinx it. Right at that moment, an agonizing scream echoed from the depths of the forest. Help me! I don't want to die yet! They tightened their guard, cold sweat rolling down their cheeks. It made its move. Looks like those 3 are already dead, and with screams like that, I'm afraid they died in absolute agony. Stop jinxing it. Who knows? Maybe they're fine. Duong Bu was incredibly tense, staring intently at the situation, but there was zero movement. Those 3 are gone. One disciple anxiously asked for his guidance. Senior Brother Duong, what should we do next? He answered with cold indifference. What else is there to do? We keep sending people to scout. This was immediately met with furious backlash from everyone. Send more people? Whoever wants to go can go. I'm sure as hell not. It's way too dangerous. It's a guaranteed death sentence. Kai Van curiously raised a question. What do you guys think is actually inside the island? Tudong couldn't even imagine it. Well, we'd have to go look to find out. Instead of making wild guesses, Trong Pham immediately took action. I'll go take a look. I'm also curious about what's in there. Duong Bu put on a self-righteous act, even though he himself was hiding in the back like a mouse running from a cat. Everyone, keep your mouths shut. If you won't go, and I won't go, then we just keep drawing lots. He cupped his fists with a fake, greasy smile. To our brave warriors, there's no need for long speeches. No matter what happens, you are all heroes. They furiously cursed right in his face. Heroes my ass! I'll give that title to you. You want it? Let's just go. We're throwing our lives away anyway. Trong Pham trailed behind the 3 of them, keeping a sharp eye on his surroundings. Up until now, he hadn't noticed anything unusual, not a single trace of danger. The scouting group suppressed their fear as they whispered to each other, Have you guys spotted anything dangerous yet? No danger in sight. Honestly, if 3 people hadn't just died, this place would actually look pretty peaceful and quiet. The very second they let their guard down, disaster struck without warning. The ground beneath their feet was instantly swallowed by darkness. What the? Help! Trong Pham was startled, instantly reacting to the chaos. This is bad. They're calling for help. But even so, it was already too late. Right before his eyes lay nothing but a pool of blood and 3 mangled skeletons. I was a step too late. They're all dead. Reduced to flesh and blood in the blink of an eye. Outside, everyone was shaken to the core, the heavy atmosphere feeling as if it had frozen solid. Those horrific screams, it happened again. This time it came in went so fast. We just lost 3 more people. A cultivator urged with a trembling voice, Senior Brother Duong, please think of something. He frowned, snapping back in irritation. What do you expect me to do? All I can do is keep drawing lots. Even the people who usually kept quiet couldn't take it anymore. You bastard! Drawing lots is all you ever do. He lowered his voice, dropping a vague hint. Well then, there is only one last option. Dokak shouted in a hot-tempered rage. What option? Spit it out! Duongbu forced a completely natural-looking smile, shamelessly bringing up the young girl. That would be inviting our unrivaled lucky star, Lu Nuakha, to step forward and save the day. The cultivators instantly turned to Nuakha, begging for their lives. Fairy Lu, you truly are our last hope. Senior Sister Lu, please step up. The young girl coldly shook her head, rejecting them flat out. I'm not going. Quite a few people looked visibly annoyed. Why not? Your performance before was so outstanding, wasn't it? The girl kept her absolute composure, giving a brief reply. I have no guarantee with this stage, so I won't go. Deep down, she didn't dare take the risk either. Truong Pham hasn't given me any hints yet, which obviously means even he hasn't figured out how to clear this stage. Duongbu put on a righteous front, desperately trying to persuade her. Lu Nuakha, the immortal emperor, is watching from the outside. Everyone here needs you to save us from this deadly crisis. Please, don't turn us down. The young girl furrowed her brows, cutting him off with total apathy. Humph. Guilt tripping doesn't work on me. I said I'm not going, and that means I'm not going. The crowd fell into an absolute panic. If Fairy Lu won't go, what do we do now? Just sit here and wait to die? Tudung was pacing restlessly, muttering to herself. Still no news from Truong Pham. Duong Kai speculated on the possibilities. Looks like even he's completely powerless this time. Tudung let out a soft sigh. Well, at the very least, we don't need to worry about him being in danger. Deep inside the forest, Truong Pham was still intensely studying the layer of blood and white bones covering the ground. Whatever just slaughtered those 3, I didn't even get a clear look at the monster. Seems like this place is far more bizarre than I thought. At the exact same time, Duongbu pulled his old trick again, waving his hand to toss out 3 more tokens. If Lu Nuakha refuses to step up, we have no choice but to keep drawing lots to decide. No more talking. Hit the road. Life and death are up to fate. The 3 chosen ones mustered every ounce of their courage and charged forward. Let's go. Brothers, remember my name. I am Vuong Dai Trui. When you make it back, tell my cultivation partner to stop waiting for me. Even if I die, I'm crawling my way back out of here. They walked while guarding against any surrounding danger. Watch out. Right now is when they ran into trouble. The 3 of us need to keep our eyes peeled in 3 different directions. Truong Pham, hiding up in the branches, quietly monitored the situation. This time, no matter what, I have to see what kind of monster this is. Suddenly, a skull blazing with raging hellfire shot out from the shadows, cackling like an absolute maniac. Before the 3 of them could even react, flames erupted from all sides, incinerating everything in their path. A harrowing scream echoed through the air. What the hell is that? This is terrifying. Save me! Truong Pham didn't rush in. Instead, he focused on evaluating the enemy's strength first. What the hell is that monster? Never heard of it, never seen it. The flames gradually swallowed their bodies. Their consciousness seemed replaced by someone else, their voices dripping with a dark chill. Human bodies are so fascinating. Let's go back and play with them. Seeing this, he noted, these things actually have some brains. They transformed into the 3 guys who just got wiped out. Outside, Huang Fu tightly clenched his fists, completely tense. I heard a blood-curdling scream. Fuka sighed helplessly. Sigh. They died again. He was unwilling to accept it. What's the point of charging in like that? Both of them were feeling totally devastated. Damn it, we failed again. If this keeps up, our entire force is going to be wiped out. Just as a heavy, depressing atmosphere fell over everyone, 3 figures suddenly walked out from the woods, greeting them casually as if nothing had happened. We're back! The group of cultivators was stunned, staring as if they had seen a ghost. What? They're back? It's a miracle! Thank goodness you made it. There is still hope. Ivan noticed something was off. Truong Pham, how could they come back to life and just walk right in? He cleared up her confusion. They didn't come back to life. Duong Kai scratched his head in doubt. What does that mean? Aren't these 3 alive and well? Tudung calmly analyzed. Truong Pham means that these 3 are fakes. He's exposing their true identities. These 3 are monsters in disguise. I'll go warn Lu Nuakha. Duongbu approached them, pretending to be thrilled. It's great that you're back. Really great. Hurry and tell us, how are things inside? Daitree answered on their behalf. There's no more danger inside. We can proceed to the center now. There's a staircase leading to the next floor. He smiled with delight. Really? That's wonderful. Then everyone, let's head out immediately. Dai Ho was still curious. Wait, Brother Vuong Daitree, why did you scream so tragically just now? I thought you guys were dead. He replied smoothly. We just ran into a monster and got a little spooked, but surprisingly, the beast wasn't that strong. The other guy confirmed. Yeah, exactly. Dai Ho frowned in suspicion. I still want to ask. Duongbu impatiently cut him off. Stop asking. Time is tight. Let's head to the center immediately. Lu Nyuakha didn't buy it. She frowned in thought, unable to shake the feeling that something was seriously off about these three. Trung Fam's warning confirmed her suspicion. The monsters disguised as the three of them were completely fake. She quickly figured it out. Trung Fam already gave me a hint. To think these three are imposters. Dongbu looked at the girl and urged her. Lu Nyuakha, what are you doing? Hurry up and let's go. Why are you just standing there? She shouted loudly to stop everyone. Everyone stop right there. Nyuakha directly exposed their true identities. These three are fakes. They're monsters in disguise. Do not go with them. The crowd was completely shocked. What, fakes? Are they really fakes? They look so real. Being accused, Dai Trui's group immediately threw a fit. The three of us went through hell and back, and you dare doubt us? What kind of sick joke is this? On what grounds are you calling us fakes? Duangbu carefully assessed the situation. Fairy Lu, you can't just spout nonsense. Do you have any proof? The girl pointed straight at his face. What is your name? He nonchalantly introduced himself. Vuong Dai Trui. Nyuakha continued her interrogation. Correct answer. Since someone just called out your name earlier, let me ask you this instead. Earlier, you asked everyone to pass a message to your partner. What did you want to say to Lam Tiu Tui? He answered without hesitation, telling her, don't wait for me anymore. Inwardly, he sneered, trying to trick me with just that, huh? I can extract all the information from when you guys were still alive. However, right after that, the girl completely shut him down. Wrong! Dai Trui flinched, his expression shifting slightly. That can't be wrong! He suddenly felt a wave of anxiety. I extracted the exact memory that she shouldn't wait for me anymore. Nyuakha smirked slightly, a faint smile playing on her lips. The part that's wrong isn't about her not waiting for you. It's the fact that Vuong Dai Trui's partner is not Lam Tiu Tui. I completely made up the name Lam Tiu Tui! He realized the trap, his face turning pale before instantly shifting to pure rage. What, you actually tricked me? Whispers erupted all around as the surrounding people began to move in, their cold gazes locking tightly onto the enemies. Those three really are fakes. Surround them. Don't let them escape. Thank goodness for Fairy Lu! Knowing their cover was blown, the three imposters no longer tried to hide it. Their faces twisted and distorted until they revealed their original, hideous skull forms. Ha! Humans truly are a cunning bunch. But so what if you found us out? Everyone hesitated, not daring to step forward. They looked absolutely terrifying. What do we do now? You want to risk your lives? The skull monsters snorted coldly, drawing their blades to provoke them. Since you've seen through us, bring it on. We'll just slaughter all of you right here. Duangbu charged forward looking fiercely heroic, boasting shamelessly. We are the prodigies of the immortal realm. You're just a pathetic bag of bones. How dare you act so cocky? Everyone, follow me. Let's wipe them out. But before he could even make a move, a single slash from the skeleton sent him flying. The skeleton flicked its wrist with a cold smirk. Get lost, brat. The sight left the rest of the crowd trembling in absolute terror. Its power is insane. Even Senior Yang is no match for it. What do we do now? Should we jump it together or... Yang Biao scrambled to his feet, his humiliation turning into furious roaring. Are you guys blind? Didn't you see me charge in? Why didn't anyone back me up? The others stammered out pathetic excuses. Senior Yang... How about you try that one more time? We just couldn't react fast enough back there. T1's expression darkened as he seriously sized them up. The strength of these three skeletons was not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, Yang Kai calmly reassured them, don't panic. We still have Zheng Fan here. It's literally like having cheat codes enabled. Yang Biao stood up to give it another shot. All right, brothers, all eyes on me. Charge in with me, and let's finish this bastard. The crowd behind him quickly echoed the battle cry. Follow Senior Yang. Let's wreck them. Everyone charged in at once, but the moment three of them lunged forward, they were slashed away like falling autumn leaves. The skeleton let out a contemptuous laugh. You foolish humans. Is this really all the strength you have? Seeing this, Ruohei instantly jumped in to help, unleashing her ultimate Crimson Jade slash, but it didn't even leave a scratch. It really is too strong. With my current power, I can't even put a dent in it. The skeleton effortlessly blocked her attack, teasing her with a leisurely tone. Well, little girl, you actually dare to attack me? It looked her up and down with a perverted gaze. I bet a pretty little lady like you has an absolutely beautiful skull. The young girl quickly leaped backward, desperately trying to dodge. This is bad. I am completely outmatched. The skeleton lunged forward through the air, intent on finishing her off, its voice reeking of bloodlust. Little lady, leave your pretty little head behind. Ruohei panicked, her nerves stretched taut. This is bad. I need to get out of here. Watching from the sidelines, Yang Kai and Xu Chang both turned pale. Liu Ruohei was in grave danger. She was absolutely no match for that monster. The young girl used every ounce of her strength to run for her life. I'm done for. I can't dodge this. What do I do? The monster was hot on her heels. Where are you running off to, little lady? Why don't you strip everything off? Do that, and I might just spare your pathetic life. Ha 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 ha. Right in the nick of time, Zhang Fan descended like a god of war, radiating an overwhelming sword aura. With a single, devastating horizontal slash, he sent the skeleton flying. Get the hell away from her! The young girl let out a massive sigh of relief. Her heart was racing. She was saved. Zhang Fan had made his move. The skeleton staggered, frantically looking around in absolute panic. Who the hell just attacked me? But seeing absolutely no one, it was left deeply confused. Was it just my imagination? Whatever. Little lady, here I come again. Suchong and Yang Kai comfortably kicked back to enjoy the show. Zhang Fan finally made his move. We're totally safe now. Ruohei pretended to charge up a massive attack. You perverted freak! If you want to die so badly, I'll gladly grant your wish. Heavenly Descent Divine Art. Slash! The skeleton burst into a disdainful, mocking laughter. Haha, little lady, what the hell are you pretending to do? Let's see just what kind of divine art you actually have. Right on cue, Zhang Fan coordinated with the girl perfectly, delivering a devastating, fatal sword strike to the monster. The divine art is here! Slash! The monster groaned in agonizing pain. Gah! This bizarre situation left it utterly bewildered. Just what on earth was happening? The skeleton started wildly swinging its arms at the empty air. Who is it? Who's there? Who's attacking me? Its skeleton companions hesitantly voiced their suspicions. Could it be? Is there an unseen expert hiding in the shadows attacking us? That's highly unlikely. We can't sense a single drop of aura around here. Meanwhile, the crowd of cultivators was both utterly confused and deeply amazed. Look over there. Fairy Liu is actually holding her own against the skeleton. This is an absolute miracle. Just how is Liu Ruohei doing that? The skeleton finally decided to interrogate her directly. Spit it out, little lady. What the hell did you just do to us? The young girl instantly struck a perfectly righteous pose. As everyone here has witnessed, I am eliminating evil demons and wicked spirits. I, Liu Ruohei, am overflowing with pure righteous energy. Naturally, I have the power to obliterate the likes of you. The skeleton stubbornly refused to give up and launched another attack. Shameless boasting. Let's see you take another one of my slashes. Zhang Fan instantly dashed in front to protect her. She shouted, Divine art, come forth and obliterate these wicked demons. Slash! A razor-sharp sword aura tore straight through the void, slicing right through the skeleton. Its body was violently launched into the air. Gasps of awe echoed through the crowd. It actually got sent flying! Everyone was now entirely convinced of her overwhelming power. Fairy Liu doesn't even need to lift a finger. She just speaks and the magic happens. I seriously need to look at her with newfound respect. Meanwhile, Ruohei was feeling incredibly smug. This little double act between Zhang Fan and me is working flawlessly. I'm totally stealing the spotlight this time. Yang Kai gritted his teeth in sheer frustration, literal steam puffing from his nostrils. Damn it, I want a chance to look like an invincible badass too. Filled with jealous admiration, Shu Chong gave him a highly judgmental side-eye. The three skeletons were starting to panic, completely too terrified to make another move. What do we do now? This is way too creepy. They quickly came up with a new battle plan, locking their sights straight onto the group of weaker cultivators. Let's ignore her for now. We'll wipe out the weaklings first, and then come back to deal with that little lady. The weak disciples were no match for the skeletons at all and instantly scattered, screaming in utter terror. Fairy Liu, save us! We can't fight these skeletons! Hurry! Please save us! Ruohei struck a dramatic pose just in time. Divine art, heed my absolute command. Rescue the innocent and strike them down. Over on his end, Zhang Fan materialized and without a single second of hesitation, swung his blade. I'm on it! The skeleton barely managed to dodge the massive attack. What the hell? What in the world is actually attacking us? I don't get this at all. I'm totally freaking out. Watching the monster frantically flail its arms in the empty air, the duo seized the perfect opening. Do it again, Fairy Liu! Save us! Fairy Liu is so magical! Hurry, if you're any slower, we're dead! Ruohei eagerly continued pointing targets out for Zhang Fan. Divine art, heed my absolute command, save the innocent and strike them down! He swiftly followed her exact cues. Right there! Slash! The young girl energetically pointed her finger, drawing wild circles in the air. Divine art! Strike here, strike there! He enthusiastically followed along, chopping away. The two of them were completely relentless, relentlessly trolling the utterly bewildered skeletons. Strike over here! Strike over there! Kill them! But this flawless strategy had one massive glaring loophole. Zhang Fan was getting absolutely exhausted. Pant. Hey, wait a second. You just point your little finger and I have to do all the heavy lifting. All you do is flap your lips while I'm running around until my damn legs fall off. Watching them, Shu Chong stroked his chin in deep admiration. Wow. These two have such perfect, flawless teamwork. You really can't find a single flaw in their coordination. Duan Kai burst into a mocking laugh. That bag of bones must have been beaten entirely senseless. Trung Pham, completely out of patience, stated it flat out. All right, time to end this right here. Heaven and earth severing strike. The skull was violently sent flying, screaming its lungs out. No! The remaining monsters dropped their jaws in absolute shock. What the hell? One of us is actually dead? We are evil spirits. How could we possibly be killed? Nuaka put her hands on her hips with a smug, provocative smirk. I am Liu Nuaka. I can wipe out you evil spirits with just a flick of my finger. Now tell me, do you yield? The veteran group cheered wildly. Fairy Liu is the absolute best. You're our grand hero. We are totally in awe. There are only 2 left. Let's finish them off. Duangbu observed thoughtfully for a long while. Such overwhelming power. I've only ever seen that from the Celestial Emperor. Liu Nuaka really makes me see her in a completely new light. The surviving enemies frantically whispered to each other, "What do we do now? This brat is way too freaky. Should one of us make a run for it?" Nuaka nonchalantly rushed them. "You two better put your hands up and surrender right now, or I'll turn you both into absolute ashes." Their pride severely wounded, they cursed back furiously. "You damn brat, you're pushing us way too far. Did you honestly think we'd be that easy to defeat? Get ready because here comes our ultimate attack." Watching the black smoke rolling toward them, Donam panicked and warned the group, "Everyone, watch out! What kind of attack is this?" Trinvu immediately signaled to fall back. "Retreat! Don't let that black smoke touch you." In less than 2 seconds, the smoke completely faded. Everyone stood there, utterly stunned. What the hell just happened? Where are those skull freaks? Why can't I see them anywhere? Look over there! Those 2 skull freaks made a run for it. Turns out, they shamelessly took the coward's way out and fled. "Just, you wait! We will definitely be back for you." Nuaka was absolutely speechless. Damn it, I thought they were some terrifying monsters, but they still had to pull a stunt like running away. Suddenly, a dark shadow lunged forward as fast as lightning. The fleeing skulls froze in sheer terror. "What is this thing? Hurry, run for your life. Ah, no, please." But it was all too late. They completely collapsed onto the cold ground. What just happened over there? Those skull freaks were instantly turned into a massive pool of blood. The gruesome sight couldn't help but send shivers down everyone's spine. I couldn't even see it clearly. I just saw a black shadow flash by, and those skull freaks were instantly dead. Is there something on this island even more dangerous than those monsters? Trung Pham shared the exact same thought. It seemed this island was far more mysterious and terrifying than anyone had imagined. Duangbu tried his best to calm the group down.
Listen up, everyone. It seems we severely underestimated this island. Getting to the bottom of this won't be easy. He was instantly met with irritable retorts. Cut the crap. We already know how terrifying it is. Just tell us straight what you're planning, because there's no way we're stepping foot any deeper into this place. Kai Van turned to the others and asked, "Did any of you actually see what just happened?"
Tu-Sung could only shake his head. "I couldn't see a thing." Duong Kai looked around cautiously. It seemed uncovering the secrets of this island was going to be incredibly difficult. Meanwhile, Duong Bu was taking stock of the situation, tallying up how many survivors were actually left. Du Nam quickly replied, "Just take a look around, it's obvious. There are only 17 of us left." He let out a heavy, sorrowful sigh. "Man, over 100 of us came in here, and now this is all we have left. The worst part is, we still haven't cleared the trial. Who knows how many of us will make it out alive?" Duong Bu forced himself to rally their spirits. "Listen up, everyone. For the mission assigned by the Celestial Emperor, we have to keep moving forward. If we just stay stuck here sooner or later..." Before he could even finish, he was harshly cut off. "Oh, shut up. If you want to go so badly, go by yourself. We face so many deadly trials, and all you do is run your mouth." He flinched, awkwardly trying to cover his slip-up. "I am the organizer here. If no one steps up to lead, we'll just be a chaotic mess. Everything I'm doing is for the greater good." But playing that card only made the crowd even more furious. "No one is moving forward anyway, so your words mean absolutely nothing." Backed into a corner, he had no choice but to offer a compromise. "Fine, but I am taking 2 more people with me." After a tense round of drawing lots, the chosen group finally began to head deeper inside. This time, I, Duong Bu, am fully prepared to face death. Do Nam and Lo Nam, however, practically bawled their eyes out over being picked. Why the hell is our luck so incredibly bad? Maybe this was just their fate, leaving them with no choice but to surrender to destiny. Behind them, the crowd eagerly cheered them on. "Senior Brother Duong, you are a true man. You absolutely have to make it back alive." Trung Pham watched without blinking, silently trailing behind them to investigate. There were clearly even more terrifying horrors hiding on this island, and this time, he was determined to uncover the absolute truth. Seeing this, Kai Van instantly caught on. "Trong Pham is going after them." Tu Dung nodded in confirmation. "Honestly, if it wasn't for Trong Pham, these guys would have been dead 8 lifetimes ago." She nodded in agreement. "Even so, clearing this trial won't be easy at all. I am honestly so curious about what the final reward is." Hovering high up in the sky, Vermilion Bird asked, "How is the situation looking in there?" Vermilion Bird softly replied, "There are actually a few survivors left. It's totally beyond my expectations, but the 7th layer is absolutely terrifying." Down below, Duangbu kept a watchful eye as he warned them, "Stay alert, everyone. We're approaching the spot where those skull freaks were killed." This only made the other 2 even more dreadfully anxious. Can we just take a detour? Walking straight through there is honestly freaking me out. Duongbu immediately shot that down. If we take a detour, how the hell are we supposed to investigate what that thing was? But their cowardly nature was already rooted deep in their bones. This is way too dangerous. We are literally going to die. Duongbu shot them a fierce, irritated glare. Just stay behind me. I will take the lead. Suddenly, Lo Nam was full of absolute praise. Senior brother Duong, you are incredibly righteous. Do Nam quickly chimed in with sweet flattery. You truly are our absolute leader. Such heroic courage leaves us in complete awe. Truong Pham quietly watched the trio from the shadows. There wasn't a single trace of energy left in the area. That mysterious creature was likely long gone. The group inched closer, entirely unharmed. Lo Nam let out a massive sigh of relief after passing the monster's graveyard without a single scratch. Do Nam wiped the heavy sweat pouring down his face. Man, it feels like we just snatched our lives right back from the Grim Reaper. Left with no other choice, the treacherous journey continued. The group staying behind prayed desperately, hoping this expedition would actually bring back some answers. If even senior brother Duong gets killed, I'm terrified that we will be the next ones on the chopping block. Duong Bu snapped his head around. Did you guys just hear that? Their only response was a frantic denial. I didn't hear a damn thing. Please don't scare me like that. Is there something out there? Truong Pham's sharp senses immediately picked up on the anomaly. Something incredibly fast was rapidly approaching. Out of nowhere, a burst of dark energy violently slammed straight into his body. The other two nearly jumped out of their skin. What the hell is that? Run! Run for your lives! There's a monster hiding in the dark! Duong Bu furiously dug his heels into the dirt, desperately trying to keep himself from getting blown away. So that's how the bastard survived. He had a life-saving artifact on him. Thank the gods for this heart shield mirror. If it weren't for that, that last strike would have either killed me or left me half dead. Lu Nan and Du Nan weren't so lucky, though. They were getting whipped to pieces. Help us! This monster is way too strong! Young Biao screamed in panic as the three tentacles reared up for another strike. The others stumbled toward him. Desperate. This thing is insane. We don't stand a chance. Senior Yang, we're completely out of mana. Please, save us. Zhang Feng couldn't just lie there and watch anymore. He had to step in, or all three of them were dead meat. The tentacles plunged toward their prey as desperate screams rang out. Hurry! Senior Yang, we're running out of time. I can't even hold on to my own life right now. Forced to keep up his glorious reputation, Yang Biao stepped forward. Don't panic. As long as I'm here, you're all perfectly safe. Relief washed over Du Nan's face. I knew we could count on you. Sticking with Senior Yang was the best choice ever. He didn't stop singing his praises. Thank you for saving our lives, Senior Yang. But before he could even finish his sentence, Yang Biao grabbed him and hurled him straight into the writhing tentacles. You're up, he barked, leaving Lu Nan staring in absolute horror. What the hell? What are you doing? He stared at his senior with wide, disbelieving eyes, stuttering uncontrollably. Senior Yang, do you have any idea what you're doing? Yang Biao just sneered, colder than ice. Of course I do. The only way I make it out of here alive is if I use you trash to block those tentacles. With a ruthless shove, he threw Lu Nan forward as his next meat shield. Lu Nan shrieked in absolute fury and despair. You're going to rot in hell for this. I was so blind. You're nothing but a monster. Hidden in the bushes, Zhang Fan gasped. What the? Is Yang Biao seriously this twisted? Taking advantage of the chaos, Yang Biao bolted. Trading your pathetic lives for mine is an absolute honor, he mocked, totally ignoring the agonizing curses echoing behind him. Help! Somebody please help us! Yang Biao, you sick bastard! The massive tentacles coiled tighter and tighter, crushing their bodies. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan swiftly slipped away in a different direction. That scumbag actually pulled a stunt like that. I definitely can't let him live, he thought to himself. Still, I'm really curious about what kind of beast is controlling these tentacles. When he reached the source, he froze in his tracks. The tentacles were slithering out from inside a tiny ruined cabin. He tried to go in, but stopped. Damn it, my physical influence is restricted right now. I can fight the monster, but I don't even have the strength to push this door open. Looks like I'll have to get Rohei and the others to do it for me. The party waiting outside was getting incredibly restless. I swore I heard screaming earlier, but now it's completely dead silent. You don't think they got wiped out, do you? It's definitely not looking good. Right at that moment, Yang Biao stumbled out of the dark woods. I made it back, he panted. The group immediately swarmed him with frantic questions. Senior Yang is back, but wait, where are the other two? Why are you alone? Looking at his battered state, it was obvious a brutal bloodbath had just gone down. He immediately launched into a tragic, fabricated sob story. It was a total nightmare in there. We were ambushed. Those two brave junior brothers, they sacrificed themselves to the beast just to save me. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, they'd still be alive. Amazingly, his terrible fake crying act totally bought everyone's trust. Oh, Senior Yang, please don't blame yourself. It's a miracle you even made it out alive. If those two hadn't been so selfless, none of you would have come back. Having achieved exactly what he wanted, Yang Biao clasped his hands in fake gratitude. Thank you. Thank you all for understanding. Now, let me tell you what we're actually dealing with in there. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was secretly stunned. He couldn't believe this scumbag actually managed to crawl back alive. Xu Rong kept glancing anxiously into the dark woods. Why isn't Zhang Fan back yet? Qi Wen gently patted her shoulder. Don't worry. Knowing Zhang Fan, he probably just went deeper to investigate. After a while, Yang Biao finished his little story. And that's exactly what happened. He was immediately hit with a barrage of questions. Wait, Senior Yang, you really didn't get a clear look at the monster? It killed 2 men using nothing but its tentacles? Yang Biao suddenly raised his voice, declaring his plan. Exactly, which is why our next move is to send a team even deeper to scout it out. But nobody was stupid enough to volunteer for a suicide mission. No way in hell am I going in there. That's a straight-up death wish.
You barely made it out alive yourself. Who the heck would want to go back?
Why don't you go back in again? Someone muttered. Yang Biao immediately clutched his chest, coughing violently and playing the wounded hero. Believe me, I would love to, but my internal injuries are too severe. I can barely stand, let alone fight. A heavy sense of dread washed over the crowd. Then what the hell do we do now? Are we supposed to just draw straws or something? Because even if I lose, I'm absolutely not going. No one noticed the sinister, wicked smirk creeping across Yang Biao's face. Seeing the absolute panic taking hold exactly as he planned, he moved in for the kill. Since nobody wants to step up, I have a proposal, he announced loudly. We send the strongest person among us. Zealand stared at him, completely bewildered. The strongest? Who exactly is the strongest here? Di Huang quickly shifted his gaze straight to Rohe. Who else could it be? Obviously, it's Lady Lu. She completely obliterated those skeletal warriors earlier. The rest of the crowd eagerly jumped on the bandwagon. Yeah, he's right. Sister Lu is by far the strongest. Lady Lu, you're the only one powerful enough to handle this. Please, you have to go. The young girl just gave them an icy stare, shaking her head and waving them off. Why the hell is everyone looking at me? Stare all you want, I'm not going. Don't even try to guilt trip me into this. When I say no, I mean no. Instantly, everyone's faces soured, visibly irritated by her blunt refusal. Senior Yang, you have to convince Sister Liu, someone pleaded. Yeah, if she doesn't go, we're all just sitting ducks waiting to die. Sister Liu, please, think of the immortal emperor. Seeing his opening, Yang Biao cupped his fists, putting on a sickeningly humble act. Junior Sister Liu Ruo, for the sake of everyone's survival, and for the immortal emperor's grand plan, I humbly beg you to take action. But the girl wasn't buying a single second of his manipulative act. And what if I refuse? As if on cue, the entire crowd bowed deeply in unison, their voices echoing together. We beg of you, Lady Liu, please save us. Cornered by the sheer weight of their expectations, Ruohe gritted her teeth, left entirely speechless and trapped in an impossible situation. You hypocrites! Yang Kai had already seen right through their dirty little game. They were clearly guilt-tripping Lady Liu. Xu Rong clenched her fists in sheer frustration, knowing Ruohe had no choice but to go. Yang Biao spearheaded the harassment. Lady Liu, you still refuse? What, do you want us to get on our knees and beg? The crowd instantly chimed in, playing along. Fine then, we'll kneel and kowtow to Lady Liu right here. We won't stop until she agrees. Left with absolutely no choice, Ruohe finally gave in. You opportunistic cowards? Fine, I'll go. But according to the rules, 2 of you are coming with me. Yang Biao immediately tossed out the selection tokens, as if terrified she might change her mind. Oh, that's easy. Let's draw lots. Di Huang and Qing Tu were the unlucky winners. They groaned in absolute despair. Damn it, why is my luck so rotten? Well, at least we're going with Lady Lu. Our chances of making it out alive are slightly better. Ruohe didn't waste any time. Let's move. But deep down, her heart was racing. Is Zhang Fan still secretly watching over me? He hasn't said a word in so long. Di Huang trailed nervously behind her, trembling with every step. Lady Liu, can we please slow down? Qing Tu pleaded, his voice shaking. Yeah, he's right. It's way too dangerous up ahead. Let's take it easy. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan dropped silently from the branches above, looking slightly puzzled. Is Ruohe playing the scout this time? Below him, she glanced around nervously and whispered under her breath. Zhang Fan, where the heck are you? Fan, say something, please. The dead silence of the forest was suffocating, and her anxiety was spiking. Why is it so quiet? Where did he go? Zhang Fan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Looks like she's really freaking out down there. I'd better give her a sign. With a quick flick of his sword, he carved a brief message into the dirt. Keep moving forward. Seeing the freshly carved words, Ruohe let out a huge sigh of relief. He's telling me to keep going. That means it's safe for now. Noticing her sudden stop, Qing Tu started to panic. Lady Liu, why did you stop? Di Huang stammered, terrified. Is there something out there? You have to warn us. Ruo shot them a deadly glare. Stop whining and keep moving. Suddenly, a massive, grotesque tentacle lashed out from the shadows. She immediately dropped into a defensive stance. Watch out! Something's coming. The 2 cowards behind her completely froze. Holy crap, what the hell is that thing? Run! Up in the trees, Zhang Fan wasn't surprised at all, just as I thought. A forward ambush. Ruohei drew her blade and charged straight at the beast. Run my ass! Get ready to fight! But in the blink of an eye, the monstrous appendage swatted her out of the air like a fly. Witnessing that, Di Huang and Qingtu's legs turned to absolute jelly. It's way too strong. What do we do? What do you think we do? If Lady Lu can't even scratch it, we're dead meat. Run for your lives. Before the monster could strike again, Zhang Fan blurred into existence, shielding Ruohei. You ugly bastard! I won't let you lay a finger on her! Sever, he roared. Ruohei's eyes lit up with pure joy. When it came to him, her faith was absolute. I'm saved. I knew he wouldn't just leave me to die. With Zhang Fan watching her back from the shadows, a few overgrown tentacles were nothing to fear. The monster's reaction, however, caught him slightly off guard. Huh? The damn thing actually pulled back. Ruohei quickly spun around, shouting at Di Huang and Qingtu, who were busy sprinting away. Hey, where the hell do you two think you're going? Get back here right now. Hearing her commanding voice, the two cowards froze in their tracks, cold sweat dripping down their pale faces.
Lady Lu, you're alive? We thought you were a goner. Where's the monster?
Why did it just vanish? Ignoring them, Ruohei covered her mouth and whispered into the void. Zhang Fan, can you hear me? What do we do next? Fresh sword strokes magically appeared in the dirt. Keep moving forward. Ruohei skimmed the message and nodded. He wants me to keep pushing ahead. She turned and barked an order at the cowards. You two, on your feet and follow me. Di Huang, completely unwilling to risk his neck again, begged her. Lady Lu, please, let's just turn back.
Qingtu was nodding so hard his head almost fell off.
He's right. Even senior brother Yang would retreat if things got this dangerous. There's no shame in turning back. Ruohei completely ignored their whining and kept marching forward. If you want to run back crying, be my guest. I'm pushing forward. The two cowards exchanged panicked glances. What the hell do we do? What does it look like we bail out of here? Ruohei suddenly threw a glance over her shoulder, her voice utterly cold. Don't say I didn't warn you. If you run into anything on the way back alone, you're dead meat. A violent shiver ran down their spines. Panic setting in, they scrambled madly to catch up with her. Wait, we're coming. Senior Sister Lu, wait for us. We've decided to brave the dangers by your side. Meanwhile, back on the outside, Xu Rong was pacing restlessly. I wonder how Ruohei is holding up in there. Chi-Wen crossed his arms, his tone perfectly composed. As long as Zhang Fan is with her, she won't be in any fatal danger. Deep in the ruins, the trio finally arrived at a bizarrely decrepit house. Ruohei eyed it suspiciously. Why is there a random shack out here in the middle of nowhere? What exactly does Zhang Fan want me to do here? Trembling violently, Di Huang pointed a finger at a squirming shadow. That's not just a house. There's a monster in there. Grotesque tentacles were slithering right out of the broken windows. Right on cue, another message materialized in the dirt. Open that door. Ruohei rubbed her chin, thoroughly baffled by the insane command. He seriously wants me to just walk up and open it? Am I even strong enough for that? Well, screw it. Let's give it a shot. Seeing her casually stroll toward the nightmare shack, Di Huang's heart nearly exploded. Lady Liu, are you crazy? What the hell are you doing? Yuaka replied with utter calm. I'm going inside to check it out. Hearing that, a cold sweat broke out across his forehead. Go inside? Are you crazy? Is there even a need to look? Thantho's entire body began to tremble violently. Those tentacles are already reaching out. What else is there to see? There's definitely a monster in there. Sensing someone approaching, the tentacles lashed out instantly. Nuaka watched them with sharp vigilance. Here they come! I'm no match for this thing. I can't block it. I just have to dodge. Truong Pham launched himself forward to clear the path for her. With just a single devastating slash, he severed the tentacles, instantly washing away her fears. Looks like I don't have to dodge after all. Truong Pham is going to obliterate everything in my way. Dia Huang's jaw dropped, his eyes bulging in absolute shock. What in the world is happening? The tentacles, they're sliced clean off. Did you even see how Fairy Lu made her move? Thento shook his head in pure awe. Not a chance. It was too fast. Nuaka strolled forward casually, acting as if she owned the place. Well then, this girl is just going to march right on through. Chunks of severed tentacles rained down from the sky. The two men stood off to the side, watching in absolute reverence and singing her praises. Just what kind of divine magic is Fairy Lu using? She didn't even lift a finger, and those tentacles were shredded to pieces. To strike without even making a move, that is true mastery. We could never compare. A moment later, Nuaka stopped in her tracks, taking a deep, steadying breath to brace herself. We are right at the door. Who knows what kind of horrors are lurking on the other side? Truong Pham calmly assessed the situation. The tentacles have stopped attacking. Looks like I've chopped down most of them. He waited in silence. I have to admit, I'm pretty curious myself to see exactly what kind of monster is hiding behind this door. The young girl placed both hands firmly on the door and shoved with all her might, but it didn't budge an inch. Open up, damn it! Ugh, it won't budge. Meanwhile, the two men hung back at a safe distance, whispering among themselves. Is Fairy Lu seriously trying to open that door? What if there's an incredibly powerful beast waiting on the other side? Nuaka flared her spiritual energy. Fine then, I'll just have to use my true power. Open for me! Trung Pham watched intently as the heavy doors finally creaked open. What met their eyes was a grotesque, tentacle-covered monstrosity sitting proudly on a high pedestal. Everyone instinctively held their breath. What the hell is that thing? It looks incredibly sinister. Is this the all-powerful monster we were warned about? Why is it just sitting there in the dark? Something about this feels really wrong. Suddenly, the tentacled beast spoke up to greet them. Foolish humans! So, you have finally arrived. It is time for you to face my ultimate trial. Nuaka blinked, completely bewildered. The monster could actually talk. Wait, what do you mean? What kind of trial? The creature slowly and deliberately laid out its terms. I will ask 3 questions. Answer just one of them correctly, and I shall grant you exactly what you desire. At that very moment, the situation on the outside was devolving into pure chaos. It's been way too long. Why is there completely no movement at all? Did Fairy Lou make it there, or has she already... Duongbu stepped up quickly to calm the crowd down. Everyone, please, do not panic. We need to have faith in Lu Nuaka. I propose we draw straws to choose 3 people to go check on our junior sister. But this time, the crowd wasn't going to let him boss them around. Why doesn't senior brother Duong go himself? Kai Van's trio was also burning with anxiety, completely in the dark about how Trung Pham was doing. Standing here worrying isn't going to solve a thing. We might as well head over there and see for ourselves. Let's move! It's not like we're the ones in direct danger anyway. Duongbu was still trying his hardest to rally the crowd. We can't just keep waiting around like this. Even if Lu Nuaka is dead, someone still has to scout the path ahead. Otherwise, we are all going to run out of energy and die in this place sooner or later. Meanwhile, back with Nuaka, the young girl was voicing her suspicions. What we desire? How could you possibly know what we want? Trung Pham silently analyzed the creature's motives. Just what kind of sick game is this monster trying to play? Right at that moment, the tentacles slithered forward. Of course I know! The 2 of them instantly threw their guards up. Watch out! You dare try to kill us? But instead of attacking, the tentacle completely bypassed them and slammed violently, straight into the floor. The bizarre action left the young girl utterly stunned. Huh? It didn't attack me? What in the world is it doing? Suddenly, a hidden staircase leading deep underground revealed itself. Is this not exactly what you are looking for? Nuaka was even more bewildered now. Staircase? But why is it leading down? The creature seemed to read her mind, taking its time to explain. These are the steps that lead to your next trial. Descend into this place and you shall advance to the next stage. Thento and Dia Huang's faces lit up with ecstatic smiles. Yes, that's amazing. We finally found the path to the next trial. We're finally getting closer to victory. The tentacled creature continued to tempt Nuaka. So, what do you say? You only need to answer my 3 questions. Answer them correctly, and I shall allow you to proceed to the next stage. The young girl cautiously probed for a catch. And what if I don't want to play your little trivia game, but I'm still going down to the next stage anyway? The creature's attitude remained entirely unfazed and detached. You are more than welcome to try. The young girl was still hesitating. Please don't tell me that trying means getting myself killed. Right then, glowing words appeared on the ground beneath her. Go ahead and try. I will protect you and pave the way. Instantly, a massive wave of relief washed over Nuaka, and a fierce surge of confidence ignited in her chest. Well then, let's give it a shot. The young girl took slow, deliberate steps toward the staircase. I'm heading in. This is going a lot smoother than I expected. I'm going to the next stage. The other 2 cheered in absolute triumph. Ha ha ha! We finally cleared this hurdle. As expected of Fairy Lou, when she makes a move, everything is an absolute breeze. But their celebration was cut brutally short. In the blink of an eye, Nuaka's figure suddenly materialized right back at the front door. Thentho and Dia Huang stared in sheer disbelief, their eyes practically popping out of their skulls. What? What in the world is going on? Why is Fairy Lou back?